I practice medicine to relieve the suffering of the world, healing countless patients, but I was falsely accused by a pack of ungrateful wolves, and they even brought in an internet celebrity with millions of followers to livestream a cyberbullying campaign against me. Little did they know, my system can return cured illnesses back to their bodies. Right in front of the police and all the viewers, I made them personally experience what it means for illness to strike like a collapsing mountain. My name is Shěn Chén, an inheritor of a traditional Chinese medicine family and the owner-doctor of this small clinic. I have always upheld my parents' teachings, practice medicine to help the world, do good deeds without seeking reward until today, when trouble found me. In Jiangzhou City, on a golden September day, outside the gates of a medical clinic, several patients were rolling on the ground, wailing and accusing me of fraud and deception. They claimed that coming to me for treatment not only didn't cure them but actually made their condition worse. "Come and see, this clinic's doctors are harming people," a middle-aged woman shouted. A crowd quickly gathered around, and upon hearing this, they were immediately outraged, shouting for me, the unscrupulous quack, to come out. I pushed open the door, gazed at the dense crowd in front of me, and showed not a trace of panic on my face. Not long ago, I unexpectedly acquired a disease recovery system. This system allows me to reclaim diseases from patients' bodies, completely cure them, and earn points. Each disease collected earns you 1 point, and every 1 point increases your contact range by 1 meter. The most amazing thing is that the recycled illnesses can also be gifted to others. Despite having this incredible system, I still uphold medical ethics, saving lives and healing the wounded. Even when encountering patients who can't afford treatment, I waive medical fees or even pay out of pocket. Now, I have accumulated 100 points, allowing me to remotely recycle others' illnesses within a 100-meter range. In the crowd, a tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful woman caught my attention. She is the popular Douyin influencer Lín Mùxuě, with tens of millions of followers. Seeing her, my heart skipped a beat. She was the campus beauty I had desperately pursued for 4 years in college. Never did I imagine we'd meet again under such circumstances. The middle-aged woman who had been making the most noise immediately pulled out a hospital diagnosis report from her bosom upon seeing Lín Mùxuě present, holding it high above her head and claiming her condition had worsened. Lín Mùxuě took the diagnosis report and, after reviewing it, announced to the crowd, "This is a diagnosis issued by Jiangzhou Renhua Hospital. It should be reliable." Hearing this, the crowd's anger was instantly ignited, and they began hurling accusations and curses at me. My eyes narrowed sharply, and in an instant, I understood the truth of the matter. A few days ago, I had received a threatening call from Renhua Hospital, demanding that I shut down my clinic or face dire consequences. Renhua Hospital is a large private hospital. Since I successfully treated many patients, their business took a hit, so they sent people to retaliate. I scanned these troublemakers with the disease recovery system and found that none of them had even the slightest illness whatsoever. Especially this middle-aged woman. I cured her trigeminal neuralgia without charging a fee, and even gave her 200 yuan myself. Then there was that guy who broke his leg. I didn't take a single penny from him. Who would have thought I'd end up saving a bunch of ungrateful wretches? Wee woo, the sharp sound of a police siren approached as 2 officers stopped in front of the clinic entrance. "We just received a public report claiming a medical dispute occurred here," one of the officers inquired. The middle-aged woman immediately played the villain by reporting first, demanding the police to arrest me. Lín Mùxuě clearly recognized me, but she didn't hesitate at all. Yesterday, the PR department of Renhua Hospital approached her, offering money to use her internet celebrity status to expose me. Lín Mùxuě agreed without hesitation. After all, no one says no to money. "Shěn Chén, the hospital's diagnosis report is crystal clear. There's no point in trying to deny it. Those poor elderly people couldn't have falsely accused you without reason," Lín Mùxuě kindly reminded me, while also starting a live stream that attracted millions of viewers. I sneered and said to the police, "I am the person in charge of this medical facility. There might be some misunderstanding regarding this medical dispute." Then I questioned the middle-aged woman. "You claim to have spent thousands of yuan at my clinic for treatment. Do you have any transfer records or receipts?" She froze for a moment, stammering that everything had been lost by the kids at home. I let out a cold laugh and showed the police the transfer record, the 200 yuan red packet I had sent her back then. Taking advantage of her stunned moment, I quietly activated the disease retrieval system and returned all the trigeminal neuralgia and high blood pressure I had previously retrieved from her. Her brow furrowed as a long-absent pain surged through her body. I confronted the other patients in the same manner, and none of them could produce any evidence either. I mercilessly returned all 12 diseases I had previously reclaimed from them, making them pay the price for their ingratitude. Seeing this, the police also understood the whole story and told the patients, "Currently, it appears the clinic indeed bears no responsibility. Since all your diagnostic reports come from the same hospital, we suggest you visit several other hospitals for further checks." Watching the medical disturbance fail, Lín Mùxuě couldn't accept it. With the deposit from Renhua Hospital already received and the final payment still outstanding, how could she possibly let this go? Hasn't anyone wondered how a guy who looks barely 20 could possess such extraordinary medical skills? A flicker of cunning flashed in Lín Mùxuě's eyes. "Exactly, he's not a doctor at all, he's a complete fraud," suddenly declared the patient who had previously suffered a broken leg. But before he could finish speaking, without any warning, he collapsed with a heavy thud onto the ground, clutching his injured leg as cold sweat poured down his face from the pain. I knew this was because I had undone all my previous healing, restoring his fracture exactly as it originally was. After Wang Huai was taken to the hospital by a kind passerby, Lín Mùxuě turned her accusations back toward me. As a public figure, it's my duty to be responsible for all the netizens in my livestream, lest they fall victim to illegal medical practices. Calmly, I asked, in that case, would you humor me, host Lin, and let me examine you? Though inwardly scornful, Lín Mùxuě agreed to maintain her image. She thought to herself, without proper equipment, what could he possibly diagnose? Please stick out your tongue so I can observe your complexion. Of course, I asked her to do this merely as a diversion. My true intention was to activate the disease recycling system. Detected the following reclaimable conditions in Lín Mùxuě's body: 1. Irregular menstruation. 2. Seborrheic alopecia. 3. A 32-day-old dead fetus. I never imagined that this seemingly flawless goddess was actually carrying a dead fetus, with a history of multiple miscarriages. I've finished diagnosing your condition, I said, looking at her with a mocking grin. Great divine Dr. Shěn, what illness have you diagnosed me with? She said sarcastically. Have you been feeling nauseous and vomiting frequently these past few days? I asked. She looked somewhat surprised. How did you know? The good news is, you're pregnant, just over a month along. Judging by your expression, you didn't even know you were pregnant? I deliberately raised my voice a bit. The room instantly fell dead silent, while the live chat was flooded with question marks. Lín Mùxuě, furious and flustered, desperately defended herself. I don't even have a partner, how could I possibly be pregnant? Shěn Chén, if you keep spouting nonsense, be careful I sue you for defamation. The bad news is, even though you're pregnant, it's a stillborn. The cause is your history of multiple abortions, which prevented the embryo from implanting successfully. I suggest you get an abortion as soon as possible, or it might even become life-threatening. I mimicked Lín Mùxuě's earlier tone, offering a kind reminder. As soon as I finished speaking, the netizens in the livestream exploded. The goddess they had been idolizing for so long turned out to be pregnant with a stillborn and had a history of multiple miscarriages. Just as everyone was stunned, another scream erupted from the crowd. Oh my god, when did my gout trophy grow back? Wasn't it cured just a few days ago? Chapter 4, I'll give you a live demonstration of a medical emergency. The one letting out the agonized scream was none other than Song Weiguo, one of the three who had come with Wang Huai and Ma Cholian to cause trouble at the hospital. Song Weiguo had lived a life of extravagance and excess in his younger years, indulging in all manner of gluttony and revelry. By the time he reached his 40s, he was already burdened with a host of ailments. The most debilitating was his gout, which had reached an extremely severe stage. Both palms were covered with dense clusters of tophi, presenting a truly horrifying sight. After exhausting all medical options without success, Song Weiguo, desperate, sought out Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén's treatment proved miraculously effective. The tophi vanished one by one, completely curing the gout that had plagued Song Weiguo for years. But money corrupts the heart. In the end, he followed Wang Huai's path, being bought off by Runhua Hospital to slander Shěn Chén outside the clinic. Just moments ago, during Lín Mùxuě and Shěn Chén's confrontation, Song Weiguo intended to follow Wang Huai's example and take advantage of the situation to kick Shěn Chén while he was down. But as Wang Huai was rushed away with a sudden fracture, Song Weiguo's heart skipped a beat. The very next second, he saw gout stones the size of lung and fruits erupting at a visible speed on his finger joints, ankle joints, and previous gout sites clumping together densely. The sight left those nearby utterly horrified. Mouths gaped open as they watched Song Weiguo clutch his ankle joint, plopping down onto the ground with a thud and wailing in agony. His gout had flared up. The excruciating pain made his joints barely able to bear his weight. Anyone who's experienced gout knows how excruciatingly painful an attack can be. The agony is no less than bone-gnawing and heart-piercing. And for someone like Song Weiguo, the sheer number and size of those tophi was downright terrifying. I just saw it with my own eyes, those tophi growing one by one on his fingers. Terrifying. I saw it too. Gout stones don't just suddenly appear like that. This guy must have been cursed. Those around him were left trembling with fear. Shěn Chén, who had been kindly advising Lín Mùxuě, was also interrupted by the scene. A sneer crossed his face. A money-grubbing, ungrateful bastard like him deserves it. Shěn Chén, you cured my gout, didn't you? Why are they growing back one by one now? The excruciating torment of the gout attack had even robbed Song Weiguo of his senses, causing him to blurt out words in his panic. The onlookers were stunned into silence. What? Shěn Chén actually cured his gout before? But now this guy suddenly has stones growing out of nowhere? So gout is a disease that can just keep coming back? This is crazy. Ah, I cured your gout? Did that happen? I truly don't recall. Shěn Chén smiled down at Song Weiguo. Just a moment ago, weren't you calling me heartless and deceitful, saying I made your condition worse? Song Weiguo, momentarily forgetting his gout flare-up, grabbed Shěn Chén's pant leg tearfully and pitifully pleaded, "Shěn divine doctor. I was blinded by greed. I shouldn't have come to you for a few measly coins. Please, have mercy and save me." After speaking, he delivered 2 sharp slaps to his own face. Lín Mùxuě, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined that before she could even expose the fraud, her own teammate would betray her? Didn't that make her look like nothing but a complete fool? Meanwhile, Ma Qiulian, suffering from a trigeminal neuralgia attack, was nearing her breaking point. She was still forcing herself to hold it together, not showing it too obviously. Aside from Shěn Chén, the people around her hadn't noticed yet. As Wang Huai and Song Weiguo both suffered relapses of their chronic conditions, Ma Qiulian suddenly sensed something was amiss. After Shěn Chén cured her trigeminal neuralgia, she had visited several major hospitals for follow-up examinations. Every single diagnosis confirmed that her condition had been completely cured, with little to no chance of recurrence. Yet, at this very moment as they orchestrated a medical dispute against Shěn's clinic, plotting to ruin Shěn Chén's reputation, their ailments had resurfaced. It seemed as if the rumors were true, they had truly encountered a supernatural force. Ma Qiulian instantly realized this was almost certainly connected to Shěn Chén. No, I truly can't save you. Didn't you call me a quack who harms people? Besides, your diagnosis came from Renbois Hospital, you should go there for treatment immediately. Shěn Chén felt not a shred of pity for Song Weiguo, whose face was twisted in agony. Though he had inherited his father's compassionate medical ethics, that didn't mean he was a saint. What use was there in saving this ingrate who sought to ruin his reputation? Song Weiguo was overcome with regret and despair upon hearing this. Of all the people he should never have crossed, why did he have to offend such a formidable doctor? He and Ma Qiulian shared the same suspicion, this wasn't some supernatural curse at all. Perhaps Shěn Chén had used some mysterious trick to exact revenge, making their original ailments return. Shěn Chén, don't change the subject. I know rejecting your advances might have upset you, but you didn't have to frame me like this. Lín Mùxuě seemed intent on redirecting everyone's attention away from Song Weiguo and back toward Shěn Chén, ready to confront him again. Netizens erupted in shock. So this guy got mad when his puppy love didn't work out. Slander you? Shěn Chén chuckled, glancing at the officers beside him. You both heard that, right? Ms. Lin claims I'm defaming her. To protect her reputation, why don't you 2 officers accompany her to the hospital for a checkup? If the diagnosis contradicts my statement, I will sincerely apologize to Ms. Lin and immediately shut down the clinic. Seeing Shěn Chén's flawless reasoning, the 2 officers nodded and turned to Lín Mùxuě. Ms. Lin, would you like us to accompany you? At that moment, not only the onlookers but also the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream erupted in outrage. If you've done nothing wrong, why fear the truth? It's just a hospital checkup, go ahead. I'll be the first to support you, streamer. Spreading rumors is easy, but clearing your name is hard work. Don't worry, streamer, with thousands of righteous netizens like us, we'll make sure justice is served. Exactly. Our Lin has always kept herself pure, there's no way she'd get pregnant before marriage. Similar comments flooded the comment section. But what the netizens didn't expect was that the moment she heard go to the hospital for a checkup, Lín Mùxuě's defiant stance instantly wilted. The fierce glint in her eyes moments ago vanished completely. Why go to the hospital? I'm a single woman who's never been involved with any unsavory characters, how could I possibly be carrying a 1-month-old dead fetus? After bullying the elderly, now you want to bully me, a young woman? As a top-tier streamer with millions of followers, Lín Mùxuě possessed remarkable mental fortitude. She quickly regained her composure and launched another attack at Shěn Chén. Wah! But just then, a loud infant's cry erupted from behind the crowd, shattering the standoff once more. A young woman clutching a swaddled infant approached the group, her face etched with helplessness. Chapter 5, Divine Dr. Shěn, I've lost my mind. Ah, ah, ah. The infant's wails were piercing and hoarse, tugging at the heartstrings of everyone present. Caught off guard, the crowd shifted their attention to the mother and child. What's wrong with the child? Do you need any help? A police officer hurried forward, asking with concern. My baby suddenly developed a high fever, it's nearly 102 degrees. None of the medicine is working, and I'm nearly at my wit's end. The young woman was on the verge of tears. The officer saw the infant's pale little face and touched his forehead, it was indeed alarmingly hot. Quick, get them to the nearest hospital. The officer looked deeply concerned and even offered to drive the mother and child to the hospital in the police car. Exactly. With a fever like this, every second counts, we need to get to the hospital immediately. It's 102.2 F, this isn't some minor illness, we can't take it lightly. A bystander kindly reminded the woman. As a seasoned streamer, Lín Mùxuě instinctively seized every opportunity to boost her viewership. She swiftly turned her camera toward the woman and smiled warmly. The nearest hospital is Renbois Hospital. I happen to know a few pediatricians there. Ma'am, would you like my help? She expected the woman to express heartfelt gratitude, but instead, the mother hugged her swaddled infant and shook her head resolutely. The next moment, a jarring voice cut through the crowd. Driving to Renbois Hospital from here will take at least 10 minutes. With the child running such a high fever, we can't afford to waste a single minute. Besides, isn't there a medical clinic right here? As the words fell, everyone present suddenly remembered there really was a medical clinic right before their eyes. But the clinic's owner, Shěn Chén, was embroiled in both medical dispute scandals and counterfeit medicine investigations. The onlookers simply couldn't trust his medical skills. What kind of doctor is Shěn Chén? He's nothing but a quack who spouts nonsense. Lín Mùxuě gave a cold, dismissive snort. But this time, Lín Mùxuě was swiftly proven wrong. What? Little Shěn the divine doctor is at the clinic today? Perfect. I came looking for him. Hearing Shěn Chén was present, the woman looked as if she'd found a savior. She frantically scanned the room, searching for his figure. A well-meaning bystander couldn't help but interject, "You can't take chances with a child's illness. It's better to take them to a big hospital." But the woman shot back with obvious irritation, "What do you know? Little Shěn the divine doctor is famous all around here. He cured my infertility himself." The entire scene fell silent for a second. Soon, she spotted Shěn Chén in the crowd. Hurrying over with her child in her arms, she pleaded, "Master Shěn, my child has a high fever. Please, I beg you, examine him." Shěn Chén nodded. A doctor's heart is like a parent's at this moment. He had to set aside personal grievances and treat the child. The child has been detected with the following disease eligible for recovery: neonatal sepsis caused by protozoa. Recover this disease? Shěn Chén immediately activated the disease recovery system to examine the child's condition. Has the child developed bruises and purpura? He asked urgently. Yes. They're on the belly and back. Even knowing that little Shěn was a master physician, the woman was still astonished. Not only did he diagnose the child's condition at a glance, but he even knew the child had bruises and purpura without even lifting the swaddling cloth. Amazing. Leave it to me. Shěn Chén turned and retrieved a medical kit from the clinic. He then took out several silver needles and, following acupuncture theory, gently inserted them into several acupoints known to stimulate the infant's qi and blood circulation. He then quietly activated the system's recovery function. Indeed, the acupuncture was merely a diversion, a means to avoid trouble. Using traditional Chinese acupuncture to treat sepsis? Will that even work? No way, acupuncture can treat sepsis? This is the first time I've seen it. Something bad is bound to happen, right? The onlookers immediately began questioning Shěn Chén. Notice, you have successfully recycled neonatal sepsis, earning 1 point. Current points, 89. As Shěn Chén withdrew the silver needles, the infant's cries abruptly ceased under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Color gradually returned to its face, and a pair of wide, dazed eyes blinked steadily at Shěn Chén. All right, everything's fine now. Shěn Chén smiled at the woman. Do you have a thermometer? Check the baby's temperature. The woman hurriedly pulled a thermometer from her bosom and took the infant's temperature. It was indeed normal. Lifting the swaddling cloth revealed that the bruises and purpura on the infant's body had miraculously vanished. Thank you, divine Dr. Shěn. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the woman bowed repeatedly to Shěn Chén, nearly kneeling on the spot. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, speechless and frozen in place. This was neonatal sepsis, a condition even the most renowned pediatric hospitals nationwide couldn't guarantee a cure for. And now Shěn Chén had cured it with just a couple of presses? What kind of medical skill is this? He must be cheating. Soon, the woman left, her arms wrapped around her child, her heart brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Lín Mùxuě's livestream was erupting in chaos. Shěn Chén sure has some skills. Who knew he'd even arrange for a plant to help him put on this show? Exactly. They're obviously plants. A plant? Are you out of your mind? That child is clearly seriously ill. What kind of parents would be so heartless as to drag a few-month-old baby into this charade? Have you no sense of public decency? Viewers in the livestream chat were divided. But Lín Mùxuě paid no attention to the raging comments section. Her face was twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. Shěn Chén's medical skills, they really seemed impressive. The conviction within her began to waver. If his diagnosis was accurate, did she truly carry a dead fetus for an entire month? Recalling that frenzied night over a month ago, Lín Mùxuě's heart skipped a beat. No, she had to get to the hospital immediately. With that, she hastily ended the livestream and slipped away unnoticed. Oh, where's our host Lín rushing off to? Could it be for a hospital checkup? Shěn Chén's mocking laughter echoed from behind her. He offered another helpful reminder. Oh, and you might want to avoid Manhwa Hospital. Their diagnoses seem a bit unreliable, you know. Lín Mùxuě ignored him, her footsteps quickening as she walked away. The two police officers who witnessed the entire scene were dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? The patients causing trouble at the hospital had all calmed down, and the fake busting host had slunk away in disgrace? And this young man before them was even more astonishing, curing a child's sepsis with ease while laughing and joking? He's definitely a miracle doctor. Divine Dr. Shěn, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. I shouldn't have harmed you. Please have mercy on me. The pain is unbearable. Ma Qiulian, whose trigeminal neuralgia had grown unbearable, finally clutched her face. Like Song Weiguo before her, she sat pitifully on the ground, desperately grabbing Shěn Chén's pant leg. Chapter 6, Paying top dollar for treatment? No cure, no money. Save you? Sure, but settle the medical bill first. Shěn Chén stared down at Ma Jinlian, who was pleading desperately on the ground, a look of mockery on his face. He slowly held up one finger. 10,000. For such a thankless traitor who bit the hand that fed her, even an exorbitant demand was justified. What? 10,000? Ma Jinlian trembled violently, her eyes bulging with fury. 10,000 yuan? That's over 300 times the original price. Wasn't this outright extortion? In the past, Ma Jinlian would never have agreed, but now, the unbearable pain left her no choice. Fine. I'll agree to a 10,000 it is. Ma Jinlian said, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. I'll pay too. Song Weiguo, writhing in agony beside her, quickly chimed in, fumbling a bank card from his pocket. Shěn Chén watched the scene unfold and inwardly whistled in admiration. It seemed he hadn't demanded nearly enough. Agreeing so easily wasn't his style. For these petty people, merely making them suffer was already letting them off easy. So, this was getting tricky. 10,000 was just the flash sale price. Now it was back to the regular price 100,000. Shěn Chén stroked his chin, a faint smile curling his lips. Using their own tactics against them, nothing could feel better. Ma Jinlian's eyes rolled back, nearly knocking her unconscious. 10,000 was already a struggle to scrape together 100,000? Even her life savings wouldn't cover it. And she couldn't possibly scrape that much together in such a short time? Anyone could see Shěn Chén was deliberately kicking her while she was down. Where's your medical ethics? Bullying an old woman like me, don't you have any shame? Ma Jinlian immediately began throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground and acting like a spoiled child. If you have money, we treat you. No money? Tough luck. This isn't some charity hospital that'll cover your insurance. Shěn Chén wasn't about to indulge her. He knew the only way to deal with a bully was to be even more of a bully. You. Ma Jinlian, both enraged and in pain, clutched her stomach while her trembling finger pointed at Shěn Chén. I refuse to believe that in this whole wide world, no one else can cure me but you. Ma Jinlian struggled to her feet, spat out her words, and limped away from the crowd. Song Weiguo, standing nearby, refused to accept that after a lifetime of hard work, he'd be toyed with by a young upstart. Even if I can afford the money, I can't afford the humiliation. I refuse to believe the doctors at Rinda Hospital can't cure me. With that, he turned and stormed off, supported by those beside him, his face twisted with indignation. Shěn Chén smiled. Cure me? With all these ailments, I'll see how you manage that. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. Inside the hospital, Lín Mùxuě stared at the diagnosis slip in her hand, her vision suddenly darkening. She never imagined that her wild night a month ago would hit the bullseye. She'd taken Shěn Chén's advice and visited another hospital only to find his words were true. Doctor, what should I do about this? Lín Mùxuě stared at the doctor with a look of sheer panic. Recalling Shěn Chén's words, her panic grew. This is a difficult situation, the doctor said. The main issue is that you're carrying a dead fetus. Combined with your history of multiple miscarriages, removing the dead fetus could be life-threatening. The doctor looked at Lín Mùxuě with regret. So young, yet hurt by some scumbag. Hearing the doctor's words, Lín Mùxuě's body went limp. It's over. Shěn Chén was telling the truth. Yes, Shěn Chén. If Shěn Chén could say it, he must have a solution. He used to be so eager to please me, just a flick of my finger and he'd scramble to take care of things. Lín Mùxuě was still lost in her own fantasies. After wrapping up matters at the clinic, Shěn Chén saw his last few patients before heading home. Ah, bliss. Shěn Chén stretched out comfortably on the sofa, sipping soda with a blissful grin. You're the most beautiful cloud on the horizon. Hello? I didn't buy insurance, and I don't have any loans either. Shěn Chén glanced at the unfamiliar caller ID and assumed it was some scammer trying to con him. Just as he was about to hang up, a woman's voice came through. Shěn Chén, it's me. Who is this? It's Lín Mùxuě. Can't you even recognize my voice? On the other end, Lín Mùxuě held her breath, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Oh, Ms. Big Name Streamer, what brings you here? Shěn Chén, how have you been lately? Just as Lín Mùxuě was about to play the sympathy card, Shěn Chén cut her off. Cut it out. Spit it out. I don't buy that you're calling just to check on me. Shěn Chén wasn't one to indulge such people. Anyone from Rinda Hospital calling him in the middle of the night was like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, definitely up to no good. Shěn Chén, if you just help me remove the dead fetus from my womb, I'll give you another chance to pursue me. Lín Mùxuě cut straight to the chase, thinking that with such a direct offer, Shěn Chén would surely be overwhelmed with gratitude and resume his fawning over her. You're carrying a dead fetus, not suffering from a brain disorder. Listening to Lín Mùxuě's sickeningly sweet voice, Shěn Chén nearly choked on his soda. Back in college, he must have lost his mind to have fawned over Lín Mùxuě for so long. The thought of his daily breakfast deliveries and even braving a high fever to bring her an umbrella during rain made him want to slap himself. He'd embarrassed himself beyond belief. This was undoubtedly one of the biggest stains on his life. Thankfully, he'd woken up in time. Talking about it now just made him want to cry. Shěn Chén. How dare you insult me? Even if you cured me, I'd never speak to you again. Lín Mùxuě nearly exploded with rage at Shěn Chén's words. Lín Mùxuě, is your brain development incomplete? Is your cerebellum completely undeveloped? You're the one begging me to treat you, not the other way around. Frankly, I'm baffled. A rare specimen like you should be classified as a nationally protected species and exhibited at the World Expo. Who knows? You might even contribute to our nation's research on extraterrestrial life forms. Come back when your brain's fixed. Shěn Chén hung up the phone and exhaled sharply, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Beep. Lín Mùxuě heard the disconnect tone from her phone. Her chest heaved rapidly as she gasped for breath, her face flushed crimson with fury. The next morning, Shěn Chén dragged himself out of bed with 2 dark circles under his eyes. While washing up, he couldn't help but grit his teeth at the sight of his own dark circles. Last night, unable to sleep, he'd succumbed to the urge to play a couple rounds of Honor of Kings. His teammates had a dismal win rate, prompting him to check in on his family's health out of professional concern. The next morning, Lín Mùxuě, who had been fuming all night, stood waiting outside Shěn Chén's clinic before it opened. As Shěn Chén opened the door, he immediately spotted Lín Mùxuě standing there. Shěn Chén, she demanded, if you agree to cure my illness, I'll pay you 100,000 yuan in consultation fees. And you must never reveal that I carried a stillborn child. Lín Mùxuě cut straight to the point, her eyes fixed intently on Shěn Chén. If she weren't afraid of her own health deteriorating, who would pay him such a sum? The money Rende Hospital paid him wouldn't even cover this single consultation fee. 100,000? Shěn Chén was momentarily stunned by Lín Mùxuě's extravagant offer, but a faint smile soon curved his lips. The fee was covered, but why should I save you? Chapter 7, Young Man, Practice Moderation. Shěn Chén's abrupt shift in tone nearly made Lín Mùxuě spit blood. You. Everyone, judge for yourselves. I'm a patient, and he's a doctor, yet he refuses to help someone in need. While he was looking down, Lín Mùxuě quietly opened her phone's livestream. She'd already planned it out when she arrived. If Shěn Chén refused to treat her even with payment, she'd expose him, morally blackmail him. What kind of doctor stands by and does nothing when someone is dying? He doesn't deserve to be a doctor. Ha! What's wrong with my baby Mùxuě? I'll spend my entire month's salary on the carnival for you, baby. Take it for your treatment. 2 carnival gifts instantly appeared in the livestream chat. Lín Mùxuě expressed her gratitude repeatedly, assuring everyone not to worry. Just some endocrine issues, and I've been feeling a bit overheated lately, she added, flashing a pitifully helpless expression. The sycophants in the chat went wild, showering her with even more gifts. Lín Mùxuě was overjoyed inside. She'd already made her money back in one stream. Ha! Shěn Chén stared at Lín Mùxuě with a teasing expression. This woman was ruthless. If she couldn't have it, she'd destroy it. Most people would have caved under the immense fan pressure and agreed to the treatment. But Shěn Chén was no ordinary person. His next words sent shockwaves through the entire livestream. I'm a doctor, but I'm not one bound by medical ethics. After saying this, he glared defiantly at Lín Mùxuě, his expression filled with contempt. 1,000 curses raced through Lín Mùxuě's mind. How could you be so shameless? Lín Mùxuě was so furious she couldn't speak, her face flushed crimson, fingers trembling as she glared at Shěn Chén with burning indignation. She never imagined Shěn Chén's personality would change so drastically so soon after graduation. Holy crap, he's so arrogant. Guys, take him down. Dox him. I've never seen anyone so shameless in my life. The live stream exploded with fury, the crowd seething with anger. But since you're being so earnest, hand it over. Shěn Chén's eyes darted around as a plan formed in his mind. Lín Mùxuě's eyes lit up. She didn't believe anyone could withstand this kind of pressure. Shěn Chén pretended to place his hand on Lín Mùxuě's pulse, deep in thought for a moment. Is it working? It's been so long. Could he really be a fraud? The live chat erupted with chatter. Have you been experiencing dry mouth lately? Waking up frequently in the middle of the night? Serious hair loss? Shěn Chén slowly listed her other 2 symptoms, laying the groundwork for his final trump card. Yes, that's exactly it. Lín Mùxuě's heart skipped a beat. Oh wow, this doctor is pretty good. He's got something going for him. I wronged him earlier. It can be treated, not difficult. But there's one symptom that's particularly hard to resolve. The main issue is the dead fetus in your goddess's womb. Dealing with that is a real hassle. Medicinal herbs for the other 2 conditions could easily endanger her life. Shěn Chén pulled out his trump card with deadpan seriousness. You're talking nonsense. I don't even have a partner. How could I possibly have a dead fetus? Lín Mùxuě never imagined Shěn Chén would blurt out the very secret she wanted to hide most. See? You won't even cooperate with me. How am I supposed to treat you? Shěn Chén propped his hands behind his head, practically spelling out, "What can you do about it?" across his face. What? Snow Baby is pregnant? This can't be real. The host seems so innocent, she's definitely not that kind of woman. But the doctor just accurately described the host's symptoms, this can't be fake, right? Some bystanders offered rational analysis, not blindly siding with Lín Mùxuě. You're spouting nonsense, quack. Lín Mùxuě's eyes bulged with fury as she glared at Shěn Chén. Folks in the livestream, if the doctor and patient aren't cooperating, there's nothing I can do about it. Shěn Chén remained calm, humming a tune as he interacted with the chat. By the way, the cause of her stillbirth was a thin uterine wall resulting from multiple miscarriages. If anyone in the livestream wants to verify whether it's true or not, they can look it up. Shěn Chén finished speaking, not forgetting to add a final blow. I'll settle this with you later. Lín Mùxuě shot Shěn Chén a fierce glare before turning to the chat room, adopting a pitifully helpless expression as she began to placate the viewers. She knew Shěn Chén had played her. If the big spenders in the chat left, how would she make money from streaming in the future? But after Shěn Chén's series of maneuvers, everyone in the chat remained skeptical. After calming the viewers, Lín Mùxuě found an excuse to end the stream. Shěn Chén, you think you're so clever. Just you wait, I won't let this slide. Lín Mùxuě glared at Shěn Chén through gritted teeth. If looks could kill, he'd already endured countless tortures. Oh, alright then. Shěn Chén felt a surge of mischief. Lín Mùxuě couldn't bear to stay any longer. If she lingered, she might just have a heart attack from the sheer anger. Little did she know, this incident had already sparked a massive uproar online. When Lín Mùxuě saw the news, her PR team scrambled to issue a denial. Lín Mùxuě remained completely unfazed. She had never used her own ID for any of her abortions, there was no way to trace them back to her. Just as Lín Mùxuě was plotting her revenge, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As a top-tier streamer with millions of viewers, there were always one or two experts lurking in her livestream. The viewer who spent a month's salary on in-stream gifts turned out to be a computer programming expert in real life. Determined to protect his idol's reputation, he immediately began hacking into hospital medical record systems after the livestream ended. Just as his heart settled, he randomly clicked on a hospital surveillance feed out of boredom and it showed his goddess's face. In that instant, his brain, that of a devoted fanboy, exploded with excitement. He stayed up all night combing through surveillance footage, only to feel his heart sink. The thought of his salary feeding a disgusting woman made his anger boil over. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he transformed into a keyboard warrior, crafting a lengthy essay of tens of thousands of words complete with video evidence. Lín Mùxuě woke up from her sleep, saw the post, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She couldn't hold it together any longer and fainted. When Shěn Chén woke up, he saw the essay online and couldn't help but marvel at the hidden talents among today's netizens. Overnight, they had dug up Lín Mùxuě's abortion history. Realizing Lín Mùxuě wouldn't be stirring up any more trouble anytime soon, he instantly felt refreshed. Riding the wave of his morning's good fortune, he swiftly opened his mobile game, confident he could easily snag a chicken dinner. 6 minutes later, the word failure glared at him. Shěn Chén could only start his morning shift early, actively checking in on his teammates' well-being. Anyone there? A young man peeked cautiously inside, spotted Shěn Chén preoccupied with his teammates' well-being, and timidly called out. Come on, tell me your symptoms. Shěn Chén instantly sat up straight, his righteous expression transforming so dramatically it would have baffled Su Shen himself. I saw online that your medical skills are exceptional, doctor. I'd like you to examine my condition. Su Shen, having seen Shěn Chén's miraculous medical skills in online videos, decided to try his luck. I guarantee a cure with my medicine, no deception, young or old. First, tell me what your ailment is. Shěn Chén silently commanded the system, scan current patient. Detected recoverable conditions within Su Shen. 1. Impotence. 2. Spleen deficiency. 3. Allergic rhinitis. Recover Su Shen's conditions? Shěn Chén couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he watched Su Shen, his face flushed crimson, stumbling over his words, unable to articulate his ailment. Young man, you must exercise restraint. While the five-fingered lady may be tempting, you mustn't become obsessed with it. Shěn Chén watched him with a meaningful expression, his words of caution flowing endlessly. Chapter 8, Live Diagnosis Under Scrutiny? I understand. Doctor, do you think it can be cured? Su Shen's face flushed as red as a monkey's, but his voice barely above a whisper. No problem. Take off your shirt, lie down on the table, and I'll give you half an hour of acupuncture. Then I'll prescribe a few doses of medicine guaranteed to cure your ailment. But remember, you absolutely must stop this behavior. Shěn Chén chuckled dryly. Kidney deficiency at such a young age? Unheard of. As the needles pierced Su Shen's skin, Shěn Chén quietly activated the system's recycle function. Notice, you have successfully recovered impotence, spleen deficiency, and allergic rhinitis. Earn 3 points. Current points, 92. Half an hour later, Shěn Chén removed the needles and prepared several doses of tonic herbs. There, he said.
Once you finish these decoctions, your impotence and allergic rhinitis will be completely cured.
Shěn Chén handed the medicine to Su Shin, who stood frozen in place.
Master Shěn, you mean my rhinitis is cured?
Su Shin grabbed Shěn Chén's hand excitedly, his eyes sparkling.
Yes. Is there a problem?
Shěn Chén slowly withdrew his hand, looking at Su Shin with puzzlement.
That's fantastic. You truly are a divine physician.
You have no idea how much my rhinitis has tormented me. Su Shin tearfully recounted the torment of his sinusitis, sniffling and wiping his nose.
All right. Don't worry, you'll be fine from now on. Shěn Chén sighed helplessly, calming Su Shin's excited mood.
After seeing off kidney deficiency guy, only a few elderly patients with hypertension and arthritis came in this morning. At this moment, Shěn Chén's points had also broken through the 100-point mark.
Cut to a scene of Renda Hospital's senior management gathered for a meeting.
Useless. A top-tier streamer worth tens of millions was taken down by a barefoot doctor from some small clinic.
CEO Chao Xan, seated at the head of the table, wore a face so dark it could have dripped water.
Everyone else kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word.
Uncle, I know a local thug.
While he can't cause major disruption, he can annoy him.
We'll find another opportunity to deal with him gradually. Chao Xan's nephew, Chao Run, broke the stifling silence. Chao Xan pondered silently. He absolutely couldn't swallow this bitter pill. Fine. Do as you say. Chao Xan made his decision. Cut to noon. Shěn Chén was happily eating braised chicken rice when three men with dyed yellow hair walked in. Who's the boss? We've been feeling a bit off lately, buddy. Fix us up. Liao Ding strode in and plopped down on a chair. You guys tell me what's wrong. Shěn Chén's face darkened. Couldn't they even let him eat in peace?
Wiping his mouth, the system scanned the people before him.
Detected Liao Ding has the following recyclable condition, pre-cirrhosis.
Detected recyclable disease in Ding San, athlete's foot. Detected recyclable conditions in Li Taijun, 1. Bronchitis, 2. Intermittent tinnitus.
Recover this disease? We're just feeling unwell, why else would we come to you? Liao Ding waved impatiently. If it weren't for the generous payment from Renda Hospital, he wouldn't bother coming to this small clinic.
Then let's discuss your condition first. It's the most severe among you.
Have you been experiencing abdominal bloating, pain, and loss of appetite lately?
Shěn Chén could tell these people were here to cause trouble. No need to guess, this was Renda Hospital's handiwork.
Ha! You can tell just by looking? Liao Ding froze.
He had indeed experienced those symptoms lately, but hadn't paid them much mind, attributing them to drinking a bit too often.
Exactly.
This is early-stage liver cirrhosis.
There's still a chance for recovery now.
Su Chen's words delivered a heavy blow to Liao Ding, freezing the smirks on his two henchmen's faces.
Bull. I just drink a bit too often, how could I have cirrhosis?
Liao Ding's voice trailed off, but he stubbornly stuck his neck out, refusing to admit defeat.
Miraculous healer, honest to old and young. That's my guiding principle.
If you don't believe me, go get checked at the hospital.
If I'm not mistaken, you're here on behalf of Renda Hospital, right?
Shěn Chén swore solemnly, then abruptly changed the subject.
What do you mean? What Renda Hospital? What are you talking about?
Liao Ding nearly blurted it out, but managed to stop himself just in time.
Put.
Alright, but I suggest you don't go to Renda Hospital.
They're not very reliable. Shěn Chén nearly choked on his laughter. This blonde kid was quite the character. We don't know anything about Renda Hospital. Wait till I finish checking this out. If it's not what I say, I'll smash your clinic to bits. Liao Ding was already 90% convinced by Shěn Chén's words.
Whatever arrangements Renda Hospital had made were long forgotten. Nothing mattered more than his own life.
TSK, Renda Hospital can only find people like you lot. Shěn Chén shook his head, rocking leisurely in the clinic's chair while humming a tune.
After seeing off two more groups of patients that afternoon, he watched the sky darken and strolled over to a barbecue stall for a light snack. As the saying goes, big gold chains, fancy watches, and 3 small barbecues a day.
The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you.
A melody caught Shěn Chén's attention.
Not far away, a street performer was singing for tips. Shěn Chén suddenly realized his clinic was getting too few customers. At this rate, it would take ages to gain any fame. Though he diligently saved lives, who didn't dream of bringing honor to their family and earning a dedicated page in the clan's genealogy? Why not try live streaming himself? No sooner said than done. Upon returning home, Shěn Chén immediately opened Douyin and registered an account. What should he name it? Got it, let's go with Suspended Gourd, World-Saving Hua Tua. Ha, I'm a genius at naming things. Shěn Chén muttered to himself, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Little did he know this name would become the second stain on his life after his lapdog scandal, earning him the dubious honor of being dubbed the epic-level quack doctor. The next morning, Shěn Chén bounced out of bed with excitement. Ha! I'll carry on the Shěn family legacy. He rushed to the clinic, turned on his livestream, and pondered a fitting title. Got it! Modern Shěn known, Healing Hands. Shěn the naming genius was back in action. Whoa, new streamer, what kind of skills do you have? Modern Shěn Nong? Even the greatest masters of traditional Chinese medicine wouldn't dare call themselves that. This streamer is pretty bold.
A few scattered viewers entered the livestream, exchanging whispers of discussion.
Hello, everyone. I'm a doctor who can cure anything, guaranteed to fix your ailments. Watch and you won't regret it. Shěn Chén glanced at the few viewers in the chat and thought, people are already watching this quickly? That's not bad. Oh wow, such a smooth talker. Just waiting for him to get called out. The entire livestream audience believed Shěn Chén was bragging. After all, the prevailing wisdom was that the older the TCM practitioner, the more respected they were. Shěn Chén, on the other hand, looked like a fresh-faced, naive college graduate. As they chatted, the clinic welcomed its first customer of the day. Folks, today I'm gonna show you what I'm made of. Seeing the skepticism in the chat, Shěn Chén's competitive spirit ignited. Hello, welcome. Shěn Chén saw a middle-aged man and an elderly woman walk in. He hurried forward to support the old lady. Who are we treating today? My mother. Young man, please go fetch the doctor. Li Tianqiu pointed to the woman beside him, urging Shěn Chén. I am the physician. This clinic is mine. Just tell me the symptoms. Shěn Chén smiled. Such things were commonplace, he was long accustomed to them. You? Mom, maybe we should find another clinic. Li Tianqiu whispered to his mother, unable to accept a young Chinese medicine practitioner. Chapter 9, Slap in the Face. Let him pretend. No, let's stick with this young man. Mother's tired. We might as well try this last resort. We've already visited so many clinics. Mrs. Li patted Li Tianqiu's hand, calming him down. Grandma, please tell me about your symptoms. Oh, I'm streaming this live. Do you mind? Shěn Chén asked as usual, adding, what if someone doesn't want to show their face? Wouldn't that infringe on their portrait rights? No problem. I'm an old woman, what have I got to fear? It's this spot on my head, it's been hurting constantly, and nothing seems to cure it. Young doctor, can you tell what's wrong? Mrs. Li slowly described the symptoms when Li Tianqiu suddenly interjected. My mother's head has been examined at every major hospital. They all say it's cerebrovascular disease, but no treatment has brought any improvement. Young doctor, if you can cure her, I, Li Tianqiu, will reward you handsomely. Li Tianqiu's voice was firm and resolute, his bearing clearly that of someone extraordinary. I'll do my best. Shěn Chén paid little heed to the man's words. The patient's condition was paramount. Silently, he summoned the system. Detected the following conditions in the elderly woman eligible for recovery. 1. Brain tumor. 2. Arthritis. 3. Uremia. Proceed with recycling of the above conditions? Li Tianqiu watched Shěn Chén taking the pulse and suddenly furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Young doctor, what's the verdict? Li Tianqiu paced like a caged animal. As the saying goes, it's not the smiling face of a traditional doctor you fear, but the furrowed brow. The old woman's condition is very poor. The reason she's suffering from headaches is due to a tumor in her brain, not a cerebral thrombosis. Shu Chen's words thundered in Li Tianqiu's ears, and his mother was also startled by the diagnosis. Young doctor, are you certain? This is no laughing matter. Li Tianqiu, still incredulous, pressed for confirmation once more. After all, at her advanced age, a brain tumor was no laughing matter. I won't be wrong. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. But make sure to get a thorough examination. The tumor is quite small and difficult to detect. Shu Chen's tone was calm and unhurried, yet his voice carried an undeniable confidence that brooked no argument. Is the streamer really that amazing? Just by taking a pulse, he knows there's a tumor in the brain? This feels a bit too mystical and miraculous. This is pure fraud. Traditional Chinese medicine isn't that miraculous. The live stream erupted as viewers flooded the chat with skepticism. Young doctor, let's get an X-ray first. Honestly, I wouldn't risk my mother's life on a whim. Li Tianqiu gave a helpless smile. He was already half convinced by Shěn Chén's words, but still wanted to confirm things. No problem, but this is only the most critical condition affecting the elderly. You must also be aware that the elderly patient also has uremia. Shěn Chén's words exploded in Li Tianqiu's ears once more. No one could possibly have two life-threatening conditions in their own family member, especially someone of advanced age. You're making this up. And I almost believed you earlier. We've been to so many hospitals and done countless full-body exams, yet none of them detected this. Now you tell me my mother has uremia? You damn well believe I'll shut down your clinic if I can. Li Tianqiu raged, having once thought this kid had some skill, but now realizing it was pure nonsense. Sure, calm down. Let's hear what the young doctor has to say. Mrs. Li clapped her hands, signaling Li Tianqiu to hear Shěn Chén's explanation first. First, let me explain. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Grandma, have you noticed needing to urinate more frequently lately? If I'm not mistaken, your ankles have already started to swell, haven't they? Shěn Chén's words sent the old man's heart plummeting to the depths. Alas! He was absolutely right. Mrs. Li sighed slowly, though she was reluctant to admit the truth. What? Mother, why didn't you tell me? Li Tianqiu was stunned. He'd thought this young man was a fraud, but now it seemed he'd wrongly accused him. I didn't want to worry you with your busy work schedule. Mrs. Li gazed at Li Tianqiu with tender affection, gently stroking his head. Little divine doctor, do you think my mother's condition can be treated? Li Tianqiu asked Shěn Chén earnestly. Certainly. Have the old lady lie down on that bed over there. Shěn Chén's words shone like a ray of hope into the hearts of mother and son, reigniting their faith in life. All right. Li Tianqiu was overjoyed, and Li's mother's eyes brimmed with emotion. After all, who would want to die? Lie down, I'll perform acupuncture. The silver needles Shěn Chén produced struck Li Tianqiu as extraordinary. Young healer, these silver needles of yours seem quite extraordinary. A gleam flashed in Li Tianqiu's eyes. These silver needles closely resembled those used by the legendary masters of traditional Chinese medicine he'd seen in his youth while serving alongside the old commander, and these seemed even more refined. They're passed down through my family. I'm just comfortable using them. Shěn Chén dismissed Li Tianqiu's words, assuming they were mere flattery. Holy crap, these are amazing. Little doctor, I have a friend who's suffering from kidney deficiency. What do you think? Hey upstairs buddy, you're making friends out of thin air now, aren't you? Doggo emoji. Bro, you've got a point. The live stream chat exploded the moment Li Mu spoke. Wait half an hour, then I'll prescribe 2 more doses of medicine. Come back for acupuncture twice over the next couple of days, and you'll be fully recovered. Silently activating the system, I began the examination. Detected recyclable diseases in Mrs. Li. 1. Brain tumor. 2. Arthritis. 3. Uremia. Recycle the above conditions? No. Shěn Chén knew the mother and son's identities were no ordinary matter. If he recycled them now, the man before him would surely suspect he was deceiving him. They would surely seek Western medical examination upon returning home, and curing 2 symptoms with just 1 acupuncture session would be downright alarming. Alright, remember to come back at this time tomorrow. Shěn Chén prescribed 2 doses of tonic herbs and instructed Li Tianqiu to avoid giving Li's mother foods with high sugar content. Got it. See you tomorrow then. Li Tianqiu stepped out of the clinic and climbed into the Audi A6 parked by the roadside. Let's go to the hospital. Just as Shěn Chén had anticipated, Li Tianqiu did indeed head to the hospital. That evening, staring at the hospital diagnosis, Li Tianqiu couldn't help but marvel, great heroes emerge in youth. How about that, everyone? The streamer never misses a beat. Shěn Chén patted his chest, surveying the stunned live stream audience before him. Damn, the streamer totally pulled it off. The streamer is awesome. The streamer saved my friend. Reading the comments from the live stream audience, Shěn Chén felt utterly satisfied. When it comes to putting on airs and getting called out, this divine healer knows no bounds. Here's the address of my clinic. If any of you folks have health issues, come find me. I guarantee a cure. Shěn Chén seized the moment to promote his clinic's reputation. Chapter 10, Viral. I'm the Wu Yinzu of the family. Seeing it was dinner time, Shěn Chén promptly ordered a serving of braised chicken rice. While waiting for the delivery, he jumped into a game of Mobile Legends, bang bang right in front of the live stream's elite players. Ha, this is so satisfying. Folks, you get it? How did this gameplay make my steamed buns taste so much better? The livestream audience doubled over laughing at Shěn Chén's massive 0-10 kill-death ratio. Mistake. That was a mistake. Shěn Chén explained in frustration, just as he was thinking about starting another game. The takeout arrived. Let's finish dinner first, okay? No need to rush. Shěn Chén was just digging into his braised chicken rice when the door swung open again. The familiar yellow-haired guy walked in once more. Same place, same time, same braised chicken rice. Doc, eating again? Liao Ding walked in and sat down, assuming his usual posture. Hey, kid, back from the checkup? Shěn Chén wanted to slap this guy who had interrupted his meal twice. That doctor, the hospital said I'm in the early stages of liver cirrhosis. Liao Ding felt a bit embarrassed, especially since he'd just made some harsh remarks to the doctor yesterday. He'd rushed straight to the hospital after leaving yesterday and was utterly convinced by Shěn Chén's medical skills upon getting the results. So, you believe me now? Shěn Chén narrowed his eyes with a faint, ambiguous smile. I believe it, I believe it. The hospital's treatment costs are too high. I thought I'd come see if you could cure it. Liao Ding, a small-time hustler living it up, had no savings whatsoever. My consultation fee is 31 yuan. Shěn Chén finished eating and wiped his mouth. So cheap? Can it really be reliable? Liao Ding muttered under his breath, but Shěn Chén still caught it. What? Say that again. You dare question my medical skills? Shěn Chén's eyes narrowed in anger. I meant you're a modern-day miracle doctor, a reincarnation of BNK, healing the world with compassion. Liao Ding's extravagant praise left Shěn Chén feeling thoroughly flattered. Enough, enough. Stop flattering me. Go lie down over there. Shěn Chén maintained a feigned reserve, though inside he was beaming with delight. Flattery never goes out of style. It's been proven effective since ancient times. What's wrong with a fine young man like you? Why must you get involved in such sordid business? Why not focus on building a future, earning money, and bringing honor to his family? Shěn Chén didn't think he was completely rotten to the core. He figured he'd take him under his wing while he could. Simultaneously, he silently summoned the system and initiated a scan. Detected the following recyclable disease in Liaoding, pre-cirrhosis. Recover this disease? Shěn Chén silently commanded, recycle. Notice, you have successfully recovered pre-cirrhosis of the liver, earning 2 points. Current points, 104. Liaoding responded with a slightly hoarse voice. Alright, get up. No alcohol for the next 6 months. I'll prescribe some Chinese herbs for you. Take good care of your body. Shěn Chén removed the acupuncture needles. If he drank again, even with the system, he wouldn't be able to save him. Alright, doctor. After the acupuncture, Liaoding felt light as a feather, as if he were floating on air. After seeing Liaoding off, Shěn Chén returned to his livestream and was stunned. In just a short while, the viewer count had surged past 3,000. Holy crap, I'm trending. Shěn Chén stared at the stream, his face flushed with excitement. He couldn't help but pump his fist, marveling at how he was truly born to be a streamer. Guys, the streamer's getting cocky, let's rein him in. Getting carried away with just 3,000 viewers? That won't do. Folks, hit that follow button in the chat so you don't get lost when you head home. Shěn Chén glanced at the bunch of goofballs in the chat and couldn't help but smile. Wait, why do I feel like the streamer is kinda cute? Wait, something's off. Wow, the host is so handsome. Shěn Chén never showed her face during her previous livestreams, and she didn't even bring her phone when she went out on house calls. Viewers could only hear her voice. Nah, it's just Daniel Wu's split ancestor. Though Shěn Chén's words were modest, his expression betrayed him. His eyebrows nearly shot straight up to the sky. Holy crap, there really are people this shameless in this world. Did I, Jan Nan Pong Yuyen, say anything? Did I speak? Hey, handsome, can I have your contact info? Bro, if I'm not mistaken, you're male, right? Oh, don't sweat the small stuff. As the saying goes, true love knows no boundaries. The person downstairs was stunned. Had they somehow fallen out of sync with the world? Lost in thought. Yeah, mountains and seas can't keep us apart, but walls, cars, and her mom sure can. Bro, that stings. Ahem, just to clarify, I'm straight, bro. Shěn Chén gave an awkward chuckle, his skin crawling all over. Bro, as they say, a heart without love is divine. Add an extra hour with Technician 98. So don't be so sad, man. Shěn Chén's unconventional comforting style really hit the spot with the brothers in the livestream. Ha, the streamer's one of us. That makes sense, total sense. I'm going tonight. Exactly. Tonight I'm giving a girl a warm home. Exactly, we're giving the girl a warm harbor. Just as Shěn Chén was bragging in the livestream, Li Tianqiu pushed open the door with his mother in tow. Little divine doctor, I was delayed this morning and arrived a bit late. Li Tianqiu chuckled as he entered, looking in good spirits. No problem. How is grandma today? Shěn Chén put down his phone and hurried over to help Li's mother. Much better. After yesterday's acupuncture, my head stopped hurting. I even had a good night's sleep last night, something rare for me. Mrs. Li patted Shěn Chén's hand, her mood exceptionally bright. Yesterday's hospital visit confirmed exactly what Shěn Chén had said. It was indeed uremia and a brain tumor. This made Li Tianqiu trust Shěn Chén completely and unconditionally, believing Shěn Chén could definitely cure his mother. Grandma, lie down. After I treat you today, you'll be much better. After that, not only will you sleep soundly, but you'll also see your grandchildren get married. Shěn Chén's words struck a chord with Mrs. Li, filling her heart with joy. Mom, did you hear that? You'll get to see Xiao Rui get married someday. Li Tianqiu laughed heartily beside them. Seeing his mother's health steadily improve filled him with joy as a son. Ha! We'll take your auspicious words, little divine doctor. Mrs. Li lay in bed, awaiting Shěn Chén's acupuncture treatment. Though the system hadn't granted Shěn Chén acupuncture skills, he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. His father had pushed him to study medicine since childhood. Shěn Chén seemed born for this profession, learning with astonishing speed. By 15, he had mastered his family's medical techniques to perfection. Years of practicing medicine further honed his skills, making him adept at treating all manner of ailments. So relieving Mrs. Li's headache yesterday was a piece of cake. As Shěn Chén inserted the needles, he activated the system to begin scanning. Detected the following diseases in Mrs. Li that can be recovered. 1. Brain tumor. 2. Arthritis. 3. Uremia. Recover the following conditions? Recycle. Shěn Chén activated the system's recovery function mentally. Upgrade, successfully recycled 3 diseases: brain tumor, arthritis, and uremia, earning 5 points. Current remaining points, 109. Once I return home and prepare these herbal decoctions for grandma, her arthritis will be cured. Tomorrow, I'll come over to flush out the remaining toxins from her body, and she'll be completely healed.
While preparing the herbs, Shěn Chén reminded Li Tianqiu to strictly avoid high-sugar foods these days.
Got it, little doctor. You can count on us.
By the way, little doctor, my wife and I have been trying for another child, but no matter what we do, it just isn't happening.
Could you please take a look and see if you can help?
Li Tianqiu seized the chance to ask Shěn Chén, as this matter had nearly become his wife's heartache.
Chapter 11, Humiliating the Rende Hospital Director, Solving a Long-Standing Illness. Sure thing, no problem. Extend your hand.
Shěn Chén placed his hand on Li Tianqiu's pulse and silently scanned.
Detected the following conditions in Li Tianqiu that can be reversed. 1. Herniated disc. 2. Hypertension. Recover these conditions? Brotherly, your body is fine. It's most likely your wife's issue.
Bring her along tomorrow so I can take a look.
Oh, and brotherly, since you have a herniated disc, would you like me to give you a massage?
Shěn Chén observed that Li Tianqiu only had minor issues typical of a healthy 30-year-old man.
The problem must lie with the female partner. Alright, I'll bring my wife tomorrow. Great. Sitting in the office all day feels like my back is about to give out.
Li Tianqiu trusted that with Shěn Chén handling it, there would be no worries.
Alright, brotherly, how does it feel? Shěn Chén used his family's special bone setting technique to give Li Tianqiu a thorough adjustment. Amazing. I feel so much better. Li Tianqiu felt his back hadn't been this light in ages. Little miracle doctor, will come back tomorrow. After Li Tianqiu and his son left, Shěn Chén closed up shop early today.
Today, Shěn Chén had managed to steal a half-day of leisure.
Jiangcheng was a coastal city, and every month,
Shěn Chén enjoyed spending a few days leisurely cycling along the riverside paths.
Shěn Chén strolled along the riverbank, admiring the pairs of snow-white legs on the pristine sandy beach. Is there a doctor here? Please help. Shěn Chén suddenly heard cries for help nearby.
Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a crowd gathered ahead. Shěn Chén anxiously tossed his bike aside and pushed his way through the crowd.
Make way, I'm a doctor.
Shěn Chén pushed his way through while shouting. Someone yelled, "The doctor's here," and the crowd parted to make a path for him. Pushing through, he saw a young boy kneeling beside an elderly man. Xu Yang never imagined that just taking his grandfather out for a stroll would lead to his grandfather's illness flaring up again.
Doctor! Doctor! Save my grandfather! If you save my grandfather, the Chu family will reward you handsomely.
Xu Yang hurriedly called out to Shěn Chén, rising to his feet and urgently pulling him over. The Chu family, that's the Chu family behind the billion-dollar conglomerate.
Which other Chu family is there in Jiangcheng?
A murmur rippled through the crowd.
How is he? How is my grandfather?
Xu Yang watched Shěn Chén taking his pulse, pacing like a caged animal. Shěn Chén silently activated the system scan. Detected the following recoverable conditions in the elderly patient before you: acute myocardial infarction.
Proceed with recovery of the following condition? The elderly man's condition was extremely severe, a myocardial infarction. Ensure the surrounding air remains well ventilated. Shěn Chén instructed Xu Yang in a grave tone.
He hadn't seen such a cluster of cases in a long time.
Disperse, disperse. Those who disperse will each receive 10,000 yuan tomorrow at the Chu residence. Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Xu Yang wasted no time and immediately deployed his financial clout. Young Master Chu, can we really trust someone so young?
Just as Xu Yang turned to watch the dispersing crowd, a voice cut in abruptly.
Ha! Who are you?
Xu Yang couldn't care less about anyone right now. All he wanted was for his grandfather to recover quickly.
I am Chao Ren, Director of Cardiopulmonary Medicine at Rende Hospital.
Chao Ren happened to be nearby today, shopping with his new girlfriend, when he stumbled upon the Chu family member's medical emergency. He felt it was a stroke of luck from above. If he could cure old Master Chao, he'd be able to board the Chu family's grand ship.
He might even stand a chance at competing for the inheritance of Rende Hospital. Oh! Director Chao, come quickly. Name your terms, just cure my grandfather. Hearing Xu Yang's promise, Chao Ren felt elated. Excuse me, sir.
I'll take it from here.
Chao Ren, not recognizing Shěn Chén, arrogantly pushed him aside.
Shěn Chén was pushed aside, utterly bewildered. He had been ready to begin treatment, only to be shoved aside by some guy who looked like he was made of sand-colored gold coins. Shěn Chén opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Xu Yang flash him an apologetic smile, he swallowed the rest of his words. After all, he wanted to see for himself what kind of hospital Rende Hospital was, the one that kept sabotaging him time and again.
This isn't acute myocardial infarction, it's clearly angina.
Chao Ren observed for a moment before speaking with confidence, completely forgetting how he'd bribed his examiners to pass his graduation exams. Otherwise, with Chao Ren's sporadic, half-hearted efforts, how could he possibly have graduated from university? No worries. Just give me a few minutes to perform CPR on the old man, and he'll be awake in no time. Hearing Chao Ren's words, Xu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, a hospital director probably wouldn't lie. To become a hospital director at such a young age, he must be a master of medicine. But the moment Chaoran began compressing the old man's chest, the old man instantly started foaming at the mouth and shaking violently.
What's happening? How did my grandfather turn out like this? Chu Yang yanked Chaoran away. Even as a layperson, he knew this was clearly the wrong treatment.
Just then, Shěn Chén, standing nearby, took 3 steps into and swiftly drew a silver needle, plunging it into the old man's chest. The old man immediately stopped foaming at the mouth. Chu Yang instantly realized Chaoran had misdiagnosed the situation.
What kind of director is this? Completely unreliable.
Little divine doctor, if you're willing to save my grandfather's life, I'll agree to any condition you set. Without another word, he knelt before Shěn Chén on the spot, startling the young doctor.
Get up quickly. A man's knees are made of gold, how could you kneel before anyone so casually? The old man's condition isn't life-threatening, it can be treated.
After saying this, Shěn Chén ignored Chu Yang and activated the system's recovery function.
Recover this disease? Recycle. Notice, acute myocardial infarction successfully recycled. Earned 5 points. Current points, 128.
The onlookers watched as Shěn Chén unbuttoned Old Master Chu's shirt. In the blink of an eye, silver needles were already embedded in Old Master Chu's body.
Any discerning observer could tell this uncommonly young TCM practitioner was a genuine miracle doctor. By comparison, if even a department head at Rende Hospital was this incompetent, how much better could the hospital possibly be? What happened to me?
Old Master Chu slowly opened his eyes and glanced around.
Grandfather, you're awake. Thank goodness. I was so worried about you.
Chu Yang, who had been kneeling beside Shěn Chén, beamed with joy upon seeing his grandfather's eyes open.
Xiao Yang, what happened to me?
Shěn Chén withdrew the silver needles from the old man's body and silently slipped away from the crowd. Grandpa, it was this young miracle doctor who saved you. Chu Yang turned to point Shěn Chén out to his grandfather, only to find him gone.
Just then, the ambulance arrived on the scene. Chu Yang didn't say much. Getting his grandfather to the hospital for a thorough checkup was the priority.
That evening, the Chu family stared in stunned silence at the test results before them.
Yanger, you mean that young man, the one who inserted a few needles into my body, cured my ailment that had plagued me for years?
Old Master Chu felt as if he were dreaming. The ailment that had plagued him for so many years had been resolved so easily. Yes, he just gave a few injections, but his needle speed was incredibly fast. I could barely see it. Chu Yang's voice was solemn as he reflected that even he, with his own abilities, couldn't discern the speed of those needle insertions.
This peer of his, he's no ordinary fellow. Chapter 12, Taking Birth Control Pills While Trying to Conceive? Xiao Yang, go find this young man. Our Chu family absolutely cannot shortchange our savior. Otherwise, people will talk behind our backs.
Grandfather Chu commanded with an air of authority that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. The rapid growth of the Chu family was built upon 2 core principles: integrity and the belief that even the smallest kindness deserves the greatest gratitude.
Understood, grandfather.
Chu Yang was also intrigued by this mysterious peer.
Grandfather, are you all right?
As they spoke, the door suddenly swung open, and a beautiful woman entered. It was Chu Ruozhu, the granddaughter of Old Master Chu, who served as a professor at Jiangcheng University. Chu Ruozhu had been on an academic exchange in Europe when she received a call from home informing her of her grandfather's accident. She immediately boarded a flight back.
Ha, Ruozhu is back. Grandpa is doing just fine now.
Old Master Chu beamed with joy at seeing his granddaughter return.
Let me see, where's the medical report?
Chu Ruozhu anxiously examined her grandfather, poking and prodding here and there. Her comical manner had everyone bursting into laughter.
Ruozhu, your grandfather is truly fine now. Chu Ruozhu's father, seeing his daughter's anxious state, handed her the medical report. Grandpa's illness from all these years is cured?
Chu Ruozhu glanced at the clean results, then stared intently and gasped in shock.
Chu Yang stepped forward and recounted today's events in meticulous detail.
The moment he finished, he let out a piercing scream.
Ah! Sis, what are you doing?
Chu Yang had always been the wild child, never learning his lesson even after being scolded by his parents. But he feared this sister above all else.
Chu Yang! How dare you even speak? How did you take care of Grandpa?
If anything happens to him today, I'll never forgive you. I don't care if you're usually a slacker, but you dare be so careless when taking care of Grandpa? Chu Ruozhu grew increasingly furious with her unreliable younger brother. Their parents had been too busy with work when he was young, which led to his lawless nature. She had personally raised him from infancy, even changing his diapers herself instead of letting the nanny do it. Even with all that discipline, he was still so unreliable that Grandpa nearly got hurt today. Chu Ruozhu grabbed Chu Yang's ear with her small hand and gave it a full 360-degree twist. All right, Ruozhu. I know you worry about me. Little Yang did his best today, he even knelt before our benefactor. Grandpa Chu's words stirred a flicker of emotion in Chu Ruozhu. Looking at her younger brother, who now towered over her, a pang of guilt welled up inside her. But when she glanced back at Chu Yang's eager expression seeking praise, she shot him a disdainful glare. As night deepened, the guests dispersed.
The old man had only recently recovered from a serious illness and couldn't stay up too late. Chu Ruozhu had just returned from Chu Yang's room. Lying on her bed, she found herself increasingly curious about Shěn Chén. The scene shifted. Shěn Chén noticed a line of small text beneath the system interface. When the host's points exceed 1000, the system will activate disease recovery in a designated area. Warning: use this function with extreme caution. Its power is too overwhelming. Consequences are your own responsibility. Shěn Chén stared in disbelief. What the hell was this? Why couldn't he just collect diseases one by one? Why did he have to use this massive scale function and invite trouble? Ah well, better see how today's livestream goes. With my innate live streaming saint physique, this should be a piece of cake. Muttering to himself, Shěn Chén studied the livestream replay data, his inner geeky spirit igniting. The next day, Shěn Chén arrived at the clinic entrance carrying a steamer basket of buns, only to find Li Tianqiu and his 2 children waiting for him right there. Brother Li, why are you here so early today? Shěn Chén looked genuinely surprised. Li Tianqiu didn't seem like the type to be out of work. Well, I explained the situation to my wife yesterday, and she was so anxious she wanted to come see for herself. The gentle woman beside Li Tianqiu gazed curiously at the young man, who was younger than her. Rest assured, Brother Li. I guarantee you'll be holding a healthy baby boy this year. Li Tianqiu trusted Shěn Chén implicitly. After all, he was the only person in the world who could cure a brain tumor in just 2 days. After returning for a checkup yesterday, the tumor connected to his mother's alarm clock nerve had completely vanished, leaving the examining doctor utterly stunned. In all their years of practice, they'd never witnessed such an extraordinary case. The doctors had thought they were dreaming. I'll start by giving Grandma her acupuncture treatment, then I'll see my sister-in-law. Mrs. Li nodded and effortlessly reclined in her usual spot. These past few days, she felt her body growing stronger each day, and the hope for life returning to her. Brother Li, you and your wife come with me. After finishing the acupuncture on Mrs. Li, Shěn Chén activated the system's scanning function as they walked. Detected conditions eligible for recovery: toxin accumulation due to prolonged contraceptive use. Recover this condition? Shěn Chén looked utterly bewildered. Aren't you trying to have a child? Why take birth control pills? Brother Li, are you sure you want a child? Shěn Chén asked Li Tianqiu again, unsure. The test results left him baffled, but his question left Li Tianqiu equally perplexed. Well, if I didn't want one, I wouldn't have brought this up with you yesterday. Li Tianqiu wondered why someone so skilled in medicine would say such baffling things. Sis, have you been taking any medications lately? Shěn Chén's question left Ning Qin equally baffled. No, I've always been in good health. Why would I be taking any medication for no reason? Though puzzled, Ning Qin complied with Shěn Chén's request. Brother Li, I'll be blunt, the reason you two aren't conceiving is because your sister-in-law has been taking birth control pills. And she's been taking them for so long that the toxins have built up in her system. Shěn Chén's words poured a bucket of cold water on the previously cheerful trio. What? You're not joking, right? Li Tianqiu shot up from his chair, his emotions running high. Yeah, little divine doctor, you can't joke about this. I've never taken birth control pills. Ning Qin's eyes brimmed with shock and confusion. Li's mother, who was receiving acupuncture nearby, was also startled by Shěn Chén's words and tried to sit up. Whoa, Grandma, don't get so worked up. Lie back down first. Let's talk about it calmly. Shěn Chén quickly stopped Li's mother from sitting up, while also calming the emotions of Li Tianqiu and his wife. Brother Li, even if you don't believe it, this is the truth. Shěn Chén knew it wasn't his place to meddle in family affairs, so he decided to leave it at that. Wait, let me catch my breath. You're saying I can't conceive because my wife has been taking birth control pills? Li Tianqiu paced the floor, flicking open a cigarette with a click. He took a drag, unable to calm down for a long time. Little divine doctor, there must be some misunderstanding here. I swear on my life, Ning Qin has never taken birth control pills. Ning Qin's sincere words prompted Shěn Chén to scan her again with the system still the same result. Chapter 13, Zhang University's Campus Beauty, Chu Ruozhu. If it wasn't you who took them, then who else could have given them to you? Shěn Chén's offhand remark suddenly struck a chord with Li Tianqiu, who was smoking nearby. Someone else did it. Bro, I won't lie to you, I'm the party secretary of Jiancheng. There are too many rivals. Li Tianqiu trusted his wife implicitly. When he'd been falsely accused and exiled from Beijing to Jiangcheng, she'd stood by his side every step of the way. Now that his name had been cleared, he was just waiting for an opportunity to return to the capital. That makes sense. I was wondering how my sister-in-law could possibly want a child while taking birth control pills. Shěn Chén clapped his hands. That explains it all. Wait, Brother Li, you said you're the party secretary? Shěn Chén suddenly snapped out of it, his startled exclamation making Li Tianqiu jump. Yes. I thought you'd recognize me right away, little brother. Li Tianqiu chuckled. After all, he was the city's top official. I don't pay much attention to that sort of thing. As long as I have food and drink, I won't starve. Shěn Chén scratched his head.
He'd always treated ordinary folks before, never had the chance to treat someone of such stature. Today, with the municipal party secretary suddenly standing before him, he was genuinely taken aback.
Sis-in-law, lie down over there. I'll give you some acupuncture. Grandma, you've recovered.
Shěn Chén removed the needles from Mrs. Li's body, activated the system, and resolved a lingering emotional burden for her.
All right. Mrs. Li repeated good 3 times. She would finally live to see her grandchildren marry and have children of their own. Detected the following condition in Ning Chén eligible for recovery: toxin accumulation due to prolonged contraceptive use. Recover this condition? Recycle.
Shěn Chén silently activated the system's recycling function in his mind.
Notice, disease successfully recycled. Earned 1 point. Current points, 145.
Brotherly, be careful when you go back, don't let your wife take birth control pills anymore.
Shěn Chén offered a reminder, though Li Tianqiu was already seething with anger inside.
Don't worry, little brother.
Li Tianqiu hurriedly left after his wife finished her acupuncture session. Damn it!
That bunch in the capital wants me to die childless.
Li Tianqiu's eyes bulged with fury.
Not a single one of these scumbags would escape when he returned. Tian'er, investigate thoroughly to find out who did this. Whoever has been poisoning Chiner for so long must be someone close to her.
Mrs. Li's face was equally grim, radiating an aura of fierce determination that was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Rest assured, mother. Not a single one will escape justice.
It had been years since Li Tianqiu had felt such seething fury. Not even the false accusations of the past had stirred him this deeply. Xiaohe, I mustn't learn of this, she's still too young. Ning Chén added, some things simply can't be shared with our daughter.
Yes, I know. Let her focus on her work at the office.
With my protection, she'll be perfectly safe.
Li Tianqiu embraced Ning Chén. His daughter had followed in his footsteps into the political arena.
He had fiercely opposed it at first. After all, having navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for years, he knew the constant anxiety and uncertainty that came with it. He didn't want his daughter to risk herself in such a dangerous world. Later, he couldn't persuade her otherwise. Then he thought, well, with me protecting her, let her go. Boss, 1 order of braised chicken with rice, and 1 bowl of old hen soup.
Coming right up, sir.
Shěn Chén had been feeling inexplicable soreness in his lower back lately, so he decided to order a bowl of old hen soup for nourishment.
Chicken soup is ready. Delicious. Shěn Chén took a satisfying sip, though he couldn't help feeling a bit guilty.
Eating the chicken's meat was one thing, but drinking the broth simmered from its bones felt downright immoral, yet it tasted so darn good. After eating his fill, he returned to the clinic.
No sooner had he stepped inside than the Chu family entered. Little divine doctor, we've been searching high and low for you. Chu Yang, trailing behind the hungry old master, immediately called out to Shěn Chén. Bam! Why yell so loud?
Trying to scare someone to death. Chu Ruozhu, standing behind him, promptly smacked him on the head with a sharp tap.
Oh, it's you.
Shěn Chén recognized the young man immediately. He'd been deeply impressed by the youth who knelt for his grandfather back then. Young man, this old man thanks you for saving his life. Old Master Chu laughed heartily, stepping forward to grasp Shěn Chén's hand firmly.
You're too kind, sir. I was merely doing my duty as a doctor.
I would have helped anyone in need. Seeing the unpretentious manner of this wealthy family, Shěn Chén felt less constrained.
Ha!
Young friend, you truly embody the compassionate heart of a healer.
I wonder who taught you such extraordinary medical skills.
Old Master Chu pondered Shěn Chén's extraordinary medical skills, convinced he must have studied under a legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine.
You flatter me, sir.
This is an ancestral medical art passed down through my family. I have no formal master.
If I must name a mentor, it would be my father.
Shěn Chén smiled and waved his hand. He couldn't reveal the system within him even to close relatives, let alone a mere stranger.
I see.
Old Master Chu assumed he was reluctant to reveal his lineage. After all, reclusive sects were common these days.
Hello, my name is Chu Ruozhu. Thank you for saving my grandfather.
Chu Ruozhu gazed at the young, almost too youthful-looking traditional Chinese medicine practitioner before her, and suddenly felt an urge to get to know him. Little did she know their hearts were as different as bamboo and pine.
Hello, Miss Chu, I'm Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén blurted out this phrase he'd learned in college. Shěn Chén recognized the woman before him.
Upon closer thought, wasn't she the top beauty on their university's campus beauty rankings? Ha! You know me?
Chu Ruozhu stared at the young man in surprise.
Who would have thought she'd run into an alumnus here? The campus beauty who dominated the confession wall at Jianda for 3 years, who at Jianda didn't know her?
Shěn Chén's words made Chu Ruozhu blush slightly, her ears turning crimson. No, they chose it themselves.
Don't take it too seriously. Chu Ruozhu smiled faintly. What woman didn't enjoy hearing compliments? Isn't this fate?
The young man who saved me happens to be Ruozhu's classmate. Old Master Chu marveled at how small the world was. The person who saved him turned out to be his granddaughter's classmate.
Shěn Chén, I'll call you Brother Chén from now on. You saved my grandfather's life. From now on, you're my brother.
Xu Yang, the double-crosser, suddenly chimed in from the side, his tone dripping with the swagger of the underworld.
You're overestimating me. I just did my duty as a doctor.
Shěn Chén mused that this rich kid was just like any ordinary person, 2 eyes, 1 nose.
Young friend, you're too modest. We came here primarily to express our gratitude.
Feel free to name your terms, young man.
Old Master Chu wanted to see what terms this young man would propose.
If he asked for the moon, there'd be no point in courting him. Pay up and cut ties.
Well, then, let's settle the consultation fee. Shěn Chén realized Renda Hospital wouldn't let him off so easily anytime soon. Better to have the Chu family owe him a favor. Chapter 14, that clothing needs to be undone. Brother Chén, should we ask for more?
Xu Yang had already investigated thoroughly before arriving. Shěn Chén's consultation fee was only 30 yuan.
Most people, hearing the Chu family say they could name their price, would demand an exorbitant sum.
Shěn Chén's request left Xu Chen momentarily stunned. The young man's integrity was noble and rare in this world. Old Master Chu smiled knowingly Shěn Chén hadn't disappointed his expectations.
Ruoruo, hand over the money.
Young friend, here's this old man's number.
If you ever need anything, give me a call. I still have some influence in Jiangcheng.
Old Master Chu handed his business card to Shěn Chén, extending the Chu family's goodwill. This junior thanks you, old master.
Shěn Chén knew he'd made the right bet. This fortune from the heavens, I've caught it after all. Brother Chén, let's connect on WeChat. Let's grab drinks together when we're out next time.
Xu Yang considered Shěn Chén a friend, otherwise, he wouldn't just hand out his number to just anyone.
Then Shin, add mine too. Xu Ruozhu smiled as she handed over her contact code. I'd be honored. Back in the day, getting the school beauty's contact info was worth a fortune. Xu Chen chuckled.
Back then, they were selling for 1,000 yuan on campus walls.
Ugh, that was all someone else's doing.
Xu Ruozhu still gritted her teeth whenever she recalled that incident. It was all because of that deadbeat bestie of hers who'd set her up, so people kept adding her.
I get it.
After all, the school beauty Chu wouldn't stoop to such trivial nonsense. Shěn Chén wondered who on earth had pulled that stunt back then.
Right, I'd never do something so pointless. Calling me Miss Chu feels too formal. Just call me Ruozhu.
Xu Ruozhu took the hint Shěn Chén gave her, feeling that the title campus beauty was a bit odd.
Young friend, you go ahead.
This old man has matters to attend to at home and must take his leave. During old Master Chu's illness, restlessness had begun to stir within the company.
Relying solely on Chu Yang's father, Chu Tianxiong, was proving challenging.
While he still had life left in him, he needed to pave the way for the next generation once and for all.
You go ahead with your business. Take your time, old master. Shěn Chén escorted the old man out of the clinic. Watching the line of Maybachs recede into the distance, he couldn't help but gape. When would he ever have such a grand display?
Xiao Yang, see what troubles Xiao Shen's clinic faces. We'll help him handle them later.
Since the Chu family intends to court Shěn Chén, they must demonstrate their commitment. Grandfather, I've already investigated. A while back, several medical troublemakers were sent by Renda Hospital to disrupt Brother Chen's practice.
It's the hospital of that incompetent doctor who nearly caused problems during your treatment. The memory of his grandfather nearly dying at that hospital's hands sent a surge of rage coursing through Chu Yang.
Go deal with those troublemakers first. Their continued presence in Jiangcheng is an insult to the city.
Anyone who dares offend the Chu family will pay the price.
But we must spare them enough to breathe, otherwise, how would little Shin ever need us?
Old Master Chu was a cunning fox, calculating every detail with meticulous precision.
Experience truly brings wisdom. Understood, grandfather. I'll issue orders immediately to expel those 2 troublemakers from Jiangcheng.
Xu Yang trusted his grandfather's words unconditionally. After all, his grandfather operated on a level beyond his own comprehension.
Cut to the boardroom of Renda Hospital, now a shattered mess. The furious roars echoing from within made everyone outside tremble in fear. You bastard! Don't you know your own limitations? Who the hell gave you permission to save old Master Chu? Now that you've gotten yourself into trouble, you come looking for me? Where the hell were you before? Chao Xian nearly exploded with rage at his nephew. Good for nothing but causing trouble, he'd even bribed his way to a diploma. Chao Xian felt like everything had gone wrong these past few days. First, he'd botched 2 attempts at taking over a small clinic, failing to handle even a major streamer. Then that lowlife had gone completely off the grid. And now this nephew of his had actually killed old Master Chu. If this so-called nephew weren't actually his own son, he'd have kicked him out of the hospital long ago. Chao Xian's older brother still had no idea his son was actually his younger brother's child. A vast expanse of green grass now grew right above his head. Get lost. Chao Xian's head throbbed with rage. He'd been unable to father a child all these years. Aside from the one he'd conceived with his sister-in-law, he had no other offspring. He had to swallow his anger, no matter how much it gnawed at him. What Chao Xian didn't know was that Chao Ren's latest girlfriend was Lín Mùxuě. If he'd known, he would have kicked him to death. Ever since her affair was exposed, Lín Mùxuě had been hunting for a new sugar daddy. Chao Ren happened to enter her sights at that moment. Lín Mùxuě effortlessly leveraged Chao Xian's connections to find a skilled doctor who successfully removed her stillborn fetus. Meanwhile, Shěn Chén was debating with his livestream audience, should the pickled eggs in PUBG Mobile be made into meat dishes? Can you even play? What the hell are you doing, streamer? I've played halogen egg in countless battles, why would I build tank items? The chat went into a frenzy seeing Shěn Chén's pure tank build on halogen egg, nearly giving them a stroke. This is game understanding, you guys are barking up the wrong tree. Shěn Chén may not be the strongest champion, but he's definitely the strongest talker. Defeat. Shěn Chén saw that bright red English word on the screen and lost his cool again. Ha, the streamer's healing skills are top-notch, but the game ultimately comes down to decision-making. Ha, I thought I was bad enough, but turns out there's someone even worse than me. I thought Lubu was unbeatable, but I never imagined you'd be even more astonishing. The livestream audience watched Shěn Chén's breakdown with glee. Hello, is the doctor there? A shout came from the doorway, and Shěn Chén quickly exited that crappy game. Yes, coming. Hello, come this way. Tell me about your symptoms. As soon as Shěn Chén stepped out, he saw a stunning woman in black stockings and a professional outfit looking around nervously. He silently activated the system's scanning function. Detected the following recyclable conditions in Liu Yaji: 1. Irregular menstruation. 2. Dysmenorrhea. Proceed with recovery? I've always had issues with my menstrual cycle. After speaking, Liu Yaji's face flushed slightly. After all, as a peer, she was still a lifelong virgin, and saying such things was still a bit embarrassing. Irregular periods? No problem. Go lie down over there. Shěn Chén said to Liu Yaji as he picked up the acupuncture needles. Sweetie, you'll need to unbutton your shirt. Shěn Chén was about to use the system's recycling function, but noticed he still needed to treat one more acupoint. This point was located just below the lower abdomen, requiring the zipper to be undone. Zip! Liu Yaji's face flushed as red as a mongoose's butt. If it weren't for her best friend Chu Ruoju telling her about her grandfather's situation, she would have slapped Shěn Chén across the face herself. Chapter 15, The Encounters Chu Ruoju Brought. Could you please not unzip it? No one warned me I'd have to unbutton my pants when I came here. How mortifying. If you don't unbutton them, I can't perform the acupuncture. Shěn Chén's face flushed slightly too. What young man in his prime could resist such temptation? How far down do I have to undo it? Liu Yaji asked, her face flushed, silently resolving, if it's minimal, I'll treat him, if it's excessive, I'll refuse. A doctor's heart is compassionate where merely doctor and patient. Unbutton to the Guan Yuan 0.4 finger widths below the navel. Shěn Chén's words brought relief to Liu Yaji. That's manageable, she thought. Then turn around. I'll call you when I'm ready. Alright, turn around now. Steeling herself, Liu Yaji undid her fly and pulled it down. But overcome by shame, she completely failed to notice she'd pulled it too far, exposing half of her pink Peppa Pig Bebe underwear. Put. Shěn Chén watched Liu Yaji lying on the bed, her face flushed crimson. She clenched her fists tightly and bit her lip, her underwear exposed below. Worse still, she wore a spaghetti strap top underneath, and her ample breasts swayed back and forth. This was pure temptation, pure crime, utterly criminal. Shěn Chén quickly finished the last stitch and activated the system's recovery function. Notice, Liu Yaji has the following conditions eligible for recovery. 1. Irregular menstruation. 2. Dysmenorrhea. Recover this condition? Recycle. Recycle now. It's about to come out. Ding. Successfully recycled irregular menstruation and dysmenorrhea. Earned 2 points. Current remaining points, 147. Alright, hold on a sec. I need to handle something first. Before he could finish speaking, a nosebleed started. Shěn Chén pressed his nose tightly, but a drop still fell onto Liu Yaji. Ha! Still flushed with embarrassment, Liu Yaji suddenly felt a drop of liquid land on her. Opening her eyes, she saw Shěn Chén clutching his nose as he fled in panic. Suddenly, she found him rather amusing. This little devil, she really knows how to torment people. After cleaning up the blood, Shěn Chén stared at his reflection in the mirror. Just thinking about that scene made his nose start bleeding again. Damn it, this won't do. I need to find a girlfriend. Splashing water on his nose, Shěn Chén resolved firmly he must end his 24-year streak of bachelorhood. He'd chased girls before, but it always stopped at kissing and hugging. He'd never admit it was because he was too timid to take things further. Sorry, I got carried away just now. Let me wipe your nose for you. You can't move around during acupuncture. Shěn Chén stared at his own handiwork and wanted to slap himself. How pathetic could he be? MHM. Liu Yaji's voice was barely audible. After all, she'd been single her entire life, 20 years without a single guy getting this close to her. Today, that barrier had been broken time and again, and she was starting to get used to it. Alright, your menstrual irregularities are mostly resolved. Just come back for 2 more sessions, and you'll be completely cured.
Shěn Chén had intended to say she was already cured and didn't need to return, but in a moment of mental lapse, he told her to come back twice more.
Ha? I have to come back twice more?
Lu Yaji flushed as she recalled how she de-exposed her underwear today while demonstrating the 4-finger position below her navel.
When had she ever been so embarrassed in her entire life? The effects of a single acupuncture session are only temporary.
After all, I practice traditional Chinese medicine, which focuses on treating the root cause. That's why it takes longer. To cover up his earlier slip, Shěn Chén adopted a serious tone and began spouting nonsense.
So when should I come back? Lu Yaji inwardly wished this would end quickly. She never wanted to come back here again. Just come every 3 days.
Lu Yaji agreed and fled the scene as quickly as possible.
She couldn't stand being here a moment longer. She needed to confront Zhu Ruozhu. Ha, how embarrassing.
After hearing the whole story, Zhu Ruozhu laughed so hard she was doubled over on the phone.
What the hell are you laughing at? Swallow that. I'm humiliated enough, and you're laughing? We're done. Lu Yaji's face flushed crimson as she listened to her best friend's heartless laughter. My junior classmate is an upright person.
Rest assured, he only sees you as a patient. Zhu Ruozhu hurriedly offered a few words of comfort before hanging up to attend to something else.
What a fake friendship.
Lu Yaji stared at the busy signal on the other end of the line, speechless.
Nighttime, in the brightly lit Lu family villa.
Mom, my irregular periods seem to have stopped.
Lu Yaji hadn't had her period for 2 months.
Tonight, she suddenly felt a warm flow in her lower abdomen and was thrilled to discover her period had finally arrived.
You should thank that little miracle doctor properly.
After listening to Lu Yaji recount the day's events, omitting the more embarrassing details, of course her mother exclaimed.
She couldn't help but marvel at the hidden talents among the common folk.
She and her husband had scoured every major hospital in Jiangzhou and consulted every renowned doctor for Zizi's menstrual issues, yet none could cure her.
Who would have thought that today, an obscure little clinic would solve the problem?
Mom, he's just a lecher, only his medical skills are decent. Lu Yaji felt nothing but contempt for the man who had just made her feel more embarrassed than she ever had in her entire life.
Zizi's back. What are you two talking about?
Lu Tianxiong pushed open the door and saw mother and daughter huddled on the sofa whispering.
His curiosity got the better of him. Daddy! Lu Yaji rushed over and clung to Lu Tianxiong's back like a koala. Whoa, you nearly broke my old bones there.
Lu Tianxiong doted on his only daughter beyond measure. His little cotton-padded jacket had clung to him since childhood.
Nonsense. Daddy isn't old at all.
Lu Yaji pouted, her voice full of playful defiance.
Fine, not old at all.
Zizi, Daddy found another doctor for you, a specialist in girls' menstrual cycles. I'll have him come to our place tomorrow to examine you.
Lu Tianxiong remembered the serious matter at hand, stroking Lu Yaji's hair as he looked at her with affection. Hey, Dad, you didn't know my period cramps are gone, did you? Lu Yaji chuckled softly, clearly startling her father with her words. They're gone? Zizi, which specialist did you see? Lu Tianxiong knew his child's health issues while they'd always been a thorn in his side. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from a small clinic. He even cured Grandpa Ruoro's myocardial infarction. Lu Yaji's words stunned Lu Tianxiong.
Though a layman, he knew this condition was extremely difficult to cure.
If he could cure myocardial infarction, why hadn't he heard of this doctor before? He's just a young man in his 20s. It's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of him. Lu's mother interjected, and the mention of a 20-something young man stunned Lu Tianxiong once more.
Chapter 16, No pampering, no letting her push her luck.
Zizi, take me with you next time you go.
I'll have that specialist I booked for you tomorrow check it out and see if it's real or fake.
Lu Tianxiong was eager to meet this highly skilled young doctor, hoping to win him over.
Even if he couldn't, he mustn't antagonize him after all. The wealthier one is, the more they fear death. The scene shifted. Shěn Chén lay in bed, reflecting on the recent period.
It seemed that since the medical dispute with Zichong, things hadn't settled down. Important figures kept appearing. Since that's the case, having the system shouldn't mean living an overly ordinary life.
Shěn Chén recalled the urban medical drama he'd read, where the protagonist punched up the North Sea nursing home and kicked down the South Mountain kindergarten. He too wanted to live a life of grand adventure.
Brotherly, you're here. What's bothering you? Shěn Chén looked at Li Tianqiu with confusion, wondering why he was here so early in the morning. Bro, I've come to ask for your help with something. Li Tianqiu had discovered that the person secretly drugging his wife all along was none other than his longtime housekeeper.
He never imagined that the housekeeper who had been with him since Beijing would be bribed by his sworn enemy.
Brotherly, if it's within my power, I'll definitely help.
After all, a request from the party secretary of Jiangzhou City was a surefire win for him. One of my superiors has lower body paralysis.
Brother, since you cured my mother's brain tumor, I was wondering if you could treat this condition? No pressure, specializations vary, and I understand doctors focus on different fields. Li Tianqiu understood that doctors specialize in different fields and assumed Shěn Chén focused on neurosurgery. Bro, you're worrying for nothing. Western medicine may have specializations, but traditional Chinese medicine never has. Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for 5,000 years, while Western medicine only arrived in the last century. How could it compare? That's great. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Why don't you get ready today? We'll be in the provincial capital for a few days. Pack some clothes for changing. Li Tianqiu was overjoyed. His former boss had been confined to a wheelchair all these years. He thought Shěn Chén was just taking a shot in the dark, but it turned out he hit the jackpot. Alright, I'll get things ready then. Shěn Chén hadn't expected they were heading to the provincial capital, so he'd need to pack a few things. No sooner had Li Tianqiu left than Liao Ding walked in. Hey, young man, what brings you back? Who sent you this time? Shěn Chén recognized him immediately. It was that young guy with the yellow hair from Runda Hospital who'd been sent last time. I came to see you, little divine doctor, on my own. Liao Ding scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He admitted he had come looking for trouble before. But after Shěn Chén's words that day, he'd mulled it over and realized Shěn Chén had a point. Sure, he was scraping by now, but he couldn't keep doing that forever, could he? But he still didn't know what to do, which led to this scene. You came looking for me? What's bothering you? Shěn Chén wondered if young people these days were so fragile, getting sick again after just a few days. No. I listened to what you said the other day, little divine doctor. I'd been thinking about what to do, and I was wondering if you needed an assistant. I figured if I worked for you, rest assured with me around, in a small place like Jiangcheng, I guarantee no street thugs will come bother your clinic. Liao Ding wanted to join Shěn Chén's clinic. Though he had no real skills, his eye for talent was sharp. Shěn Chén might not be famous now, but he was bound to make a name for himself. Liao Ding wanted to join Shěn Chén's team now. Adding flowers to brocade was easy, but offering aid in times of need was rare. Alright, then you can start as a junior apprentice at the clinic. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment before agreeing. Shěn Chén now needed someone to handle the underhanded tactics at Runda Hospital. Liao Ding's boldness suggested he had connections, which could effectively deter troublemakers. The conflict between himself and Runda Hospital would inevitably reach a conclusion. Keeping Liao Ding around would allow him to deliver a final, decisive blow to the hospital when the time came. Great! I promise to do my best. Liao Ding was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Shěn Chén to agree so readily. Hold on, don't get ahead of yourself. I'll cover my own room and board. I'll pay you 5,000 yuan a month. Is that acceptable to you? Shěn Chén had never been an employer and didn't know how ruthless capitalists could skimp on employee wages. He offered a figure Liao Ding couldn't refuse right off the bat. Sure, no problem. Liao Ding never imagined he'd actually get paid in such a high salary at that. He couldn't even make that much in a month collecting protection money. Alright, then leave me your phone number. I'm heading to the provincial capital tomorrow and don't know when I'll be back. I'll call you when I return. Shěn Chén planned to ask Liao Ding for his number first since he was heading to the provincial capital tomorrow, intending for him to start work after his return. Hey, isn't this our big liquor Shěn? This clinic's doing pretty well for itself. A woman pushed open the door and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Ha! It's you! Shěn Chén recognized the heavily made-up woman as Song Xiaowei, Lín Mùxuě's best friend. Back when he'd strayed down the path of being a suck-up, this woman had given Lín Mùxuě plenty of nasty advice. Why wouldn't it be me? You run a clinic, do you actually turn patients away? What's that smell? It's disgusting. It's ruining my Dior perfume. Song Xiaowei wrinkled her nose in disgust, fanning the air. Of course it smells like herbs in a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Unlike you, you're clearly human, but you reek of something else entirely. Shěn Chén wasn't about to indulge her. She was clearly here to pick a fight. If he responded politely, she'd only get bolder. You're the one reeking of stink. You reek of a country bumpkin. Hearing this from the once submissive sycophant who dared to insult her, Song Xiaowei instantly lost her temper. Her makeup flaked off her face as she lost her temper. Sis, take a look in the mirror. Your face looks like it's plastered in whitewash, your lips are red as a sausage, and it's 20 degrees outside. Who in their right mind wears a mink coat, especially a fake one? Shěn Chén's mouth rattled like a machine gun, leaving Song Xiaowei fuming. I won't waste my breath on someone like you, someone who'll never amount to more than running a small clinic for the rest of their life. Come on. Let me see what you're made of. If you've got any sense, I'll shut you down right now. Song Xiaowei was too furious to speak, so she blurted out her purpose for today. Hearing how badly Shěn Chén had treated her best friend, Song Xiaowei couldn't help but want to avenge her. Shěn Chén activated the system's scanning function and began scanning Song Xiaowei. Detected conditions in Song Xiaowei eligible for recovery: 1. Fake face, fake breasts, fake nose. 2. Syphilis. Recover this disease? Chapter 17, Destiny's Choice, What's There to Fear? Shěn Chén exclaimed, what you don't see doesn't hurt, but seeing it is shocking. He'd thought Song Xiaowei had impressive assets, but it turned out to be all fake after all. TSK, she really plays the field. Seems like she's got quite the roster of lovers. Shěn Chén said with disgust. Talking to such an immoral woman was a waste of her time. Who's playing around? Say that again. Song Xiaowei shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Don't be fooled by Song Xiaowei's fancy clothes, now they're all earned by serving who knows how many men in a single night. The thought of who would willingly call a fat pig daddy just for money made Song Xiaowei cringe. This was a pain Song Xiaowei preferred not to dwell on. Xiao Ding, watch closely. That nose, that face, and those big boobs all fake. All propped up with silicone. Shěn Chén ignored her, instead turning to instruct the bystander Liao Ding on his own. Got it, Shen. I'll remember that. Liao Ding never imagined that what seemed like an unattainable goddess was actually a fake bus. The world of the rich, I just don't get it. Shěn Chén, if you slander me again, I'll call the police. Song Xiaowei's shrill scream nearly pierced Shěn Chén's eardrums, leaving him thoroughly infuriated. Don't you know whether it's slander or not? Shěn Chén didn't even glance at her as he summoned the system. Notice, you have successfully gifted irregular menstruation. 1 point deducted. Notice, you have successfully gifted cirrhosis. 1 point deducted. Notice, you have successfully gifted dysmenorrhea. 1 point deducted. Shěn Chén sent Song Xiaowei a triple gift package. After all, he couldn't let her come all this way for nothing. His clinic didn't have anything worthwhile to offer, so he can only send her back with some ailments. If Song Xiaowei knew what Shěn Chén was thinking at that moment, she'd surely say, let me tell you thank you. Xiao Ding, show our guest out. Shěn Chén saw no point in continuing the conversation with Song Xiaowei. Liao Ding hadn't left yet, and now his role came into play. Shěn Chén was a quick learner, he'd already mastered how to squeeze every last drop of labor out of his employees, and it felt all too natural. The clinic returned to its former tranquility. Just as he was about to start the livestream, a WeChat message from Chu Ruozhu suddenly popped up. Little bro, are you there? Kitten emoji. Seeing the emoji, Shěn Chén mused that his aloof senior classmate had such a cute side. What's up, Ruozhu? Shěn Chén was about to type Ruozhu, but remembering Chu Ruozhu's request to call her just Ruozhu, he deleted senior and typed Ruozhu instead. How was yesterday's romantic encounter? Chu Ruozhu immediately leaned in close. Bored at home today, she inexplicably opened Shěn Chén's WeChat. She was introduced by you, right? Shěn Chén couldn't help but recall yesterday's vixen, and his little brother saluted uncontrollably. Yeah, how was her figure? Pretty explosive, huh? I heard someone bled all over her. Could it be that he's a lifelong virgin? Chu Ruozhu suddenly felt like teasing him. Yesterday, when she thought about Lu Yaji across from her mentioning Shěn Chén bleeding all over her. So what if I've been single since birth? It just means I'm pure. Shěn Chén's defenses crumbled once more. So what if I've never dated? It's not like I'm eating your family's rice. Ha! Who knew my little junior was still a pure virgin? Chu Ruozhu on the other end of the phone was laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Who would have thought such a skilled junior in medicine was still a virgin? So what if he's a virgin? Aren't you the same? What's so funny about that? Shěn Chén, as a doctor, can tell at a glance if someone's a virgin. How would you know? Nonsense. In her panic, Chu Ruozhu blurted out her true thoughts before quickly retracting them, stubbornly protesting. I'm a doctor. Seeing Shěn Chén's message made Chu Ruozhu exclaim, how careless of me. They chatted until midnight when Shěn Chén suddenly remembered he had plans the next day. They exchanged goodnights and logged off. Wait, remember to tell your bestie not to come over these days. I have to head to the provincial capital for something. I'll tell her when I get back. Shěn Chén suddenly remembered that vixen Lu Yaji and hurriedly told Chu Ruozhu. Hey! Bro, are you packed? We should be heading out. Li Tianqiu called Shěn Chén early in the morning to wake him up. Bro, I'm ready. Meet me at the clinic. I'll be right there. Shěn Chén suddenly remembered that he'd been chatting with Chu Ruozhu all yesterday and had forgotten his luggage. He snapped to attention, jumped up, quickly packed his things, and rushed to the clinic. Brother, this. Li Tianqiu got behind the wheel and drove toward the provincial capital himself. Bro, my old boss has a bit of a temper, but don't worry, he's all bark and no bite. Just bear with him a bit when you get there, no need to be so stiff. Li Tianqiu offered psychological counseling to Shěn Chén throughout the journey. Relax, bro. In my eyes, there are only two roles, patient and doctor. Shěn Chén thought Li Tianqiu was underestimating him. With his system, he was destined for greatness. What was there to fear? The car pulled into a heavily guarded estate on the outskirts of the provincial capital. Old leader, I've come to see you. Li Tianqiu spotted the elderly man fishing from his wheelchair and called out from afar. Well, a rare visitor. Secretary Li still remembers me? Old man Forestry teased Li Tianqiu with a sly, sarcastic tone. Old boss, you're saying that? I may forget others, but I'd never forget you. Li Tianqiu chuckled awkwardly, knowing his old boss had always been like this. Spit it out. What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Come to make me clean up your mess? Old Mr. Lin stared at the motionless fishing rod before him. I haven't caused any trouble. I've come to bring you a doctor, one who can help you walk again. Li Tianqiu's words made Old Master Lin's hand tremble, causing the fish he just hooked to slip away. You little bastard. Pay me back for that fish. Old Man Lin roared in fury. This little brat had made him lose his catch. Old man, I'm not joking. My mother's brain tumor was cured by this little miracle worker. Shun, come here. Li Tianqiu looked at the old man with unwavering determination, pulling Shěn Chén, the curious little kid peering around behind him, closer. Are you sure? Dare to deceive me, and I'll make you feed the fish even if it's you. Old Master Lin narrowed his eyes, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Old master, how could I be so sure I could deceive you? Li Tianqiu wasn't intimidated by the old man's threats. He knew the old man was all bark and no bite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have backed me back then. I'd probably be in an even lower position than I am now. Mr. Lin, hello. My name is Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén stepped forward to introduce himself. After all, being young, he couldn't afford to be overconfident. Chapter 18, My Arrogance Has Its Justification. Oh? You're a doctor? Dr. Lin scrutinized Shěn Chén. Could this impossibly young lad possess such advanced medical skills? Yes. Old man, is there a problem? Shěn Chén was a bit speechless at the old man's question. If he wasn't a doctor, what else could he be? Ha? You're so young, could you really possess such exceptional medical skills? How can you prove your skills surpass those of doctors at major hospitals? What makes you think you can surpass the decades of experience of the older generation at your age? Old Master Lin, hearing this young upstart dare to challenge him, fired back with a soul-searching question. Old master, why take it so personally? Brother Shěn didn't mean any offense. Li Tianqiu saw the situation was getting out of hand and quickly stepped in to calm the old leader's temper. Brother Li, step aside. I need to have a proper talk with this old man today. Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Li Tianqiu thought to himself, this is completely ruined. Alright, then let's start by discussing why I possess such exceptional medical skills. As the ancients said, the pupil surpasses the master. The way of the teacher, how can one know whether they were born before or after me? From childhood, I accompanied my parents on house calls. They were equally devoted to medicine and possessed skills no less than those of renowned experts. Why am I better than specialists who dedicated decades to their craft? Because I possess innate talent. My natural aptitude in this field surpasses theirs. I learn faster and grasp concepts more deeply. Shěn Chén's words rang out with conviction, radiating intense confidence by the end, and he had every right to feel that way. Brother Li respects you because you're his superior, but I'm not afraid. We're all human beings, after all. I may be arrogant, but I have every right to be. The illnesses they can cure, I can cure. The illnesses they can't cure, I can cure too. Shěn Chén radiated a youthful arrogance unique to his age, leaving Old Master Lin and Li Tianqiu stunned for a long moment. In the current Shěn Chén, they glimpsed reflections of their younger selves full of vigor and ambition back then. When exactly had they become timid and hesitant, constantly weighing every move? Ah! This is your world now, young people. I'm just getting old. Old Man Lin snapped back to his senses with a sigh, pushing his wheelchair without even glancing at his beloved fishing rod. Young man, this old man apologizes to you. I looked down on you earlier. Mr. Lin's words stunned Li Tianqiu. When had he ever seen the old man back down like this over the years? Old man, I didn't mean it either. I just couldn't hold back earlier. Shěn Chén felt a bit embarrassed too. His words had been too harsh. These past years, the old man's path has grown narrower and narrower, and he's become more and more like a child. The old man is tired. You two stay here tonight. Come treat me again tomorrow. Tonight, I'll host a meal to make amends. Old Man Lin beckoned a nearby guard over to escort them to the guest quarters. Oh, Shěn Chén, don't take those words to heart. That's just how the old man is. Li Tianqiu found himself somewhat impressed with Shěn Chén. His younger brother had managed to get his old superior to apologize to him. That was quite an accomplishment. No worries, brother. I could tell the old man meant no harm, he just values his pride. Shěn Chén could tell the old man meant no harm, he just failed to give him face earlier, and now the old man was trying to salvage some dignity. That's good, that's good. Li Tianqiu relaxed, relieved that Shěn Chén hadn't sulked and refused to treat the old man. There might be others capable of helping the old man stand again, but he knew only Shěn Chén possessed that skill. Old man, I'll raise a toast to you. I spoke too harshly earlier today. Shěn Chén raised his glass first at the table to toast Old Master Lin. Oh, old man, do I seem like the type to hold a grudge? As one grows old, one becomes more cautious, always considering family and future generations. Old Man Lin scooped up the toddler who'd been grabbing at things near the table. The old man had been blessed with both sons and daughters. His eldest son was a major general in a military group, and his youngest daughter was the CEO of a publicly listed corporation. Not long ago, his own grandson had even given him a great-grandson. His students all held him in high regard, visiting him every few days. Looking back, he had few regrets in life. Perhaps it was the extra drinks, but the old man grew more talkative. Reflecting on his life-achieved success, renowned accomplishments, and a house full of descendants, it could be considered a small measure of fulfillment. Whoa! That old man could really hold his liquor. The next morning, Shěn Chén woke up thinking about the previous night. The old man's family and Li Tianxiu had kept pouring him drinks until he couldn't remember who had carried him back to his room. The old man was up so early? Shěn Chén opened his door to find the old man already seated in his wheelchair, practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Young man, you need to work on your drinking tolerance. Otherwise, you'll end up sitting at the kids' table in the future. It was rare for old Master Lin to tease the younger generation. Usually, he kept a stern face around them. The old man's lecturing me. He can hold his liquor, but I still need to practice. Shěn Chén thought back to yesterday, watching the old man down glass after glass. No way, no way. Grandpa, shall I heal your legs right now? Shěn Chén suddenly realized he had nothing else to do right now. Why not take this chance to heal the old man and surprise them? Ha! Little Shěn, don't you need to prepare first? Old Master Lin knew that before treating anyone, one must conduct a thorough examination, formulate a plan, and only then begin treatment. Old Master, I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. All I need is a set of silver needles to treat you. Shěn Chén waved his hand dismissively, indicating he didn't follow Western medical procedures. Old Master, roll your pant leg up to your thigh. Shěn Chén first instructed the old gentleman on what to observe, then went inside to retrieve the silver needles. Old Master, allow me to assist you with rolling them up. As Shěn Chén rolled up the old man's trouser leg, he saw the old man's body covered in scars. The sight gave Shěn Chén goosebumps. Scared, huh? Young man, let me tell you, these are my badges of honor. These legs are useless because of them. Back in the day, I fought in the Battle of Wuhan, the Battle of Suzhou, and even joined the Korean War. Honestly, taking down those well-fed, privileged bastards and the berry-picking fools was the most satisfying thing I ever did in my life. These legs of mine? They were wrecked fighting those berry eaters. I owe the party for giving me a way to make a living. Unlike those white devils, once they crippled you, they just left you to rot. Old Man Lin recalled those war-torn years, as if seeing his comrades in arms standing shoulder to shoulder beside him once more. Chapter 19, The 9 Divine Needles Emerge. Sir, you're a veteran of the War of Resistance. Shěn Chén stood in solemn respect. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. The fitting phrase suddenly came to mind. Well, you see, this old man also carried a rifle to defend our homeland. Old Man Lin suddenly recalled a phrase young people often used online and cracked a small joke. System, activate scan function. Detected recyclable conditions in the old gentleman. 1. Terminal spinal necrosis. 2. High-level paraplegia in both legs. 3. Shrapnel fragments connected to nerve endings in the knees. Old man, during the time I'm inserting the needles, your leg will gradually feel a burning sensation, and eventually intense pain. You must endure it. Shěn Chén had just scanned with the system. To fully restore blood flow in both legs, only the Shěn family's secret transmitted Divine Ghost 9 needles could be used. The system's function will first address the 3 conditions, but since the old gentleman has been confined to a wheelchair for so long, recovery may not be immediate even after the system intervenes. He would employ the Divine Ghost 9 needles in conjunction with the system's intervention, striving to restore the old man's ability to walk completely today. Ha, the old man had endured every kind of pain imaginable. What was a little needle prick to him? Though old Master Lin spoke so, Shěn Chén pushed him to the bedroom bed just to be safe. After all, learning the 9 divine needles had been a tear-jerking ordeal back in the day. Old Master, we begin. Shěn Chén's demeanor shifted instantly, his entire being sinking into a state of intense focus. As the name implied, the Divine Demon 9 needles could save lives, but if the practitioner's skill was lacking, it could also plunge someone into an abyss of no return. Here we go. The mere thought of standing upright again made the old man's hands tremble slightly. A little pain was nothing compared to the endless despair of being confined to a wheelchair. 9 needles of heaven and earth strike. Shěn Chén's needle placement was lightning fast. After inserting the needles, he gave the needle tails a seemingly casual flick. Yet, the 9 needles began swaying in an elusive, unpredictable pattern. Shěn Chén activated the system's retrieval function. Notice, successfully retrieved necrotic tissue at the spinal end, high-level paraplegia in both legs, and shrapnel fragments connected to nerve endings in the knees. Earned, 10 points. Current remaining points, 167. Shěn Chén, however, had no mind to glance at the system panel. His gaze was fixed intently on the silver needles before him, poised to cease their movement. The moment it stopped, he swiftly withdrew it and replaced it with a set of gold needles. He flicked the tail end again, just as before. The old man suddenly felt a tingling sensation. As the needles vibrated faster and faster, the warmth grew more intense. His eyes gradually reddened. After so many years, finally feeling sensation in his legs again felt so good. Old man, I know you're excited now, but try to stay calm. Getting too excited could ruin everything. Shěn Chén noticed old Master Lin's agitation and tried to calm him. If the old man got so worked up that he had to start over, Shěn Chén might just cry himself to death. The 9 needles of heaven and earth demanded immense personal sacrifice. Each session began with ordinary silver needles, followed by golden divine needles to open the meridians, and concluded with pitch-black ghost needles seizing a sliver of life from the king of hell's grasp. Alright, young friend, you may proceed. Shěn Chén ignored the remark. The divine-demonic exchange phase was imminent, not a moment of distraction could be spared. Shěn Chén repeated the same technique. After completing the 3 rounds, he felt as though he'd been washed clean. Old master, this is the final step. Whether you can stand depends entirely on you. You may shout, but you must not move. Shěn Chén addressed the old man solemnly. His acupuncture technique was flawless, now it depended on whether the old man could endure it. Endure it, and he would be reborn. Fail to endure it, and perhaps fate could not be defied. Ah! You damn brat! Why didn't you tell me this feels like Guan Yu scraping bone to treat an infection? Old Master Lin felt the pain in his leg intensify not gradually, but like a long jump, each leap bringing sharper agony. The old man who had once merely grunted when hit by bullets now stumbled over a few tiny silver needles. His agonized screams jolted the villa's occupants from sleep. Security guards burst into the bedroom, guns trained on Shěn Chén. At least 6 snipers positioned nearby were poised to fire at a single command. Dad, what's wrong? Old leader, what happened? Lin Mùxuě, the eldest son of the Lin family, planned to wait until Shěn Chén finished treating the old master before leaving. He and his wife had stayed up late the previous night discussing having a second child, otherwise he wouldn't have seen only old Master Lin downstairs this morning. Li Tianqiu was still asleep when the old man's agonized scream jolted him awake. He immediately tried to call Shěn Chén to come downstairs, but couldn't find him, causing a slight delay. Don't touch the old man. He's at a critical moment. Just as Lin Mùxuě moved to support the old man, Shěn Chén cut him off. This time, everyone saw the silver needles embedded in the old man's legs and realized it was a misunderstanding. Old master, just hold on. Kick me a couple times if you must, I'll take it, but you absolutely cannot move now. Shěn Chén listened to the old man's screams and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Back in the day, he'd been tortured to the brink of madness by the 9 needles of heaven and earth. He had soaked in medicinal baths since childhood, tempering his body with his family's ancient formula. While he couldn't reach the absurd levels of cultivation like those in novels like the Qi cultivation or foundation establishment stages. But he was still stronger than the average person. If forced to compare, his physique would rival that of the elite soldiers, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. You little brat. When I get up, I'll kick your ass until it swells up. Though old man Lin was sweating buckets from the pain, it didn't dampen his sharp tongue one bit. Dad, how are you holding up? I brought old Master Gao over. The one who arrived was none other than Lin Mùxuě, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Upon hearing her father's agonized cries, she had immediately summoned the estate's doctor. The estate's doctors were all from the Zhongnanhai circle. Little sister, Dad's fine. Dr. Shěn is treating grandfather's leg. Lin Mùxuě saw his younger sister about to step forward and quickly stopped her. Ha! Those are the long-lost divine ghost 9 needles. While Lin Mùxuě held Lin Mùxuě back, old Master Gao Fei suddenly spotted the ghost needle embedded in old Master Lin's leg. His gaze fixed on it, he noticed the divine needles beside it exactly as described in ancient texts. He gasped in astonishment and hurriedly asked, which doctor performed this? Old Gao, it's this young divine physician. Li Tianqiu recognized Gao Fei and promptly pointed him out. Young friend, old Master Gao inquired, may I ask where you learned the 9 divine ghost needles? Gao Fei grasped Shěn Chén's hand with palpable excitement, cutting straight to the chase. Well, sir, it's our family's ancestral medical art. Though Shěn Chén didn't quite grasp what had the old gentleman so excited, he answered truthfully. Your family's? Impossible. The texts record this technique as long lost. Seeing the old man still muttering to himself, Shěn Chén stepped past Gao Fei and approached old man Lin. Chapter 20, If you don't come, I'll cut you. Old master, we're about to remove the needle. The pain will be at its peak during extraction. Are you prepared? Shěn Chén's tone was solemn. This was the final step, countless people had faltered here. Ha! Bring it on. I've come this far, what the hell have I got to fear? The old man laughed heartily. Though the process felt long and agonizing, he could feel a warm current flowing through his legs. Alright, old man, brace yourself. Shěn Chén slowly began pulling out the silver needles. With each needle removed, the old man felt the pain double compared to before. Old man Lin clutched the bedsheet tightly, yet his legs remained utterly still. Shěn Chén felt admiration for the old man. Those of the older generation who had come down from the battlefields were all people of great fortitude. After all, they had crossed snow-capped mountains and grasslands, enduring hardships beyond what ordinary people could bear. Phew! Shěn Chén and the old man exhaled simultaneously, their shared sigh of relief finally easing the tension that had hung heavy in the room. Old man, you've been in that wheelchair far too long. Your calf muscles have atrophied. You'll need to train diligently for a while. Shěn Chén advised the old man, for muscle atrophy inevitably sets in with prolonged inactivity. Of course, modern college students are an exception. Not only do their muscles atrophy, but their eyes betray a clear-eyed stupidity. Ha! I've lived half a lifetime. I'm not about to fret over this little stretch of time. You little brat, you dare look down on me? Old man Lin had barely recovered from the intense pain when he heard this little brat talking down to him. But, old man, I have one more method that could help you stand faster. It might be a bit uncomfortable, though. Shěn Chén suddenly teased him with a hint of mystery. After all, his medical skills were, well, let's just say they were a bit abnormal. After all, it either involved unbearable itching or excruciating pain, but the results were undeniably effective. Come on, whatever you've got, bring it on. I've endured worse. What else could possibly scare me? Old man Lin waved his hand dismissively. He'd endured worse. This was nothing. Aha! Shěn Chén, you little rascal. Why didn't you mention it was so itchy? The Lin family members were too embarrassed to watch. Since Shěn Chén was here, nothing bad would happen anyway. They might as well go prepare lunch. Only Gao Fei remained, watching Shěn Chén's medical skills with the curiosity of a child. Young Shěn, your medical skills leave me in awe. Old Master Gao sighed. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. One mountain surpasses another. Might you be willing to teach me, young friend? Old Master Gao changed the subject. Having immersed himself in medicine for years, he couldn't help but covet such exceptional skill. Old Master, I'm afraid our family's medical knowledge is passed only to disciples and family members. Shěn Chén's family adheres to ancestral teachings. Medical skills must never be shared outside the family. This is to prevent those with ulterior motives from learning them to harm the world. Then how about I become your disciple? Old Master Gao's sudden maneuver nearly wrenched Shěn Chén's back. No, please spare me such flattery. Shěn Chén hastily waved his hands. If he took this old gentleman as a disciple, his parents would rise from the grave to beat him senseless. You brat, are you done yet? Old Master Lin lay on the bed looking utterly dejected, his smile now completely drained of energy. Alright, old master. Here, let me help you up. Shěn Chén pulled out the acupuncture needles and helped the old man slowly stand up, moving forward step by step. Ha! I'm finally standing again. I can still stand. Though old man Lin had anticipated this moment, tears welled up in his eyes when it actually happened. Come on, you youngster. You're not leaving tonight until you're completely drunk. Old man Lin knew he'd be passed out again tonight. Dad, you're standing. Lin Juyan Lin. She looked at old Master Lin with surprise and joy. Lin, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms, wailing loudly. Oh my, you're all grown up and still crying like this? Isn't that embarrassing? Old Master Lin stroked his daughter affectionately. Their mother had passed away early, and he had raised them both single-handedly. To them, he was their entire world. Seeing old Master Lin stand again was something they dreamed of their entire lives. Alright. Drink freely tonight. Grandpa Lin waved his hand in joy, and the gathering drank from noon until nightfall. Shěn Chén passed out for 3 straight days, drinking non-stop. You little brat. When I call you over for drinks, you don't refuse. Get your ass over here right now, you hear me? If you don't come, watch out, I'll beat you black and blue. Shěn Chén had stayed at the Lin residence for nearly a week and was preparing to return to Jiangcheng today. As he reached the gate, old Master Lin barked at him. And you! Make sure you take good care of this brat. If anything comes up, call Chia. If he can't handle it, call me. Everyone could sense the old man's genuine concern for Shěn Chén. Few could afford to get the patriarch drunk, no matter how much they offered. The old man truly regarded Shěn Chén as his own junior, and a particularly favored one at that. Got it, old man. I'll make sure he's well taken care of. Li Tianqiu gave the old man a helpless, wry smile, feeling like an outsider himself. What's the matter? Got a problem with that? Got a problem? Keep it to yourself. Next time I come over, I'll drink you under the table. Shěn Chén thought to himself, the old man's sharp tongue and soft heart were quite amusing. Brother Shěn, now no one in all of Jingzhou will dare touch you. Li Tianqiu turned to Shěn Chén with a smile as he drove. Shěn Chén was now a dragon lurking in the depths, poised to soar to the heavens at any moment. Bro, who could I possibly mess with? I'm just an ordinary guy. Shěn Chén chuckled. I've been working hard and minding my own business. Who would I possibly offend? Bro, I've heard about this hospital. What's it called again? Ran De Hospital. They've been pulling some shady moves lately. Upon learning the news, Li Tianqiu knew Shěn Chén's little clinic wouldn't stay peaceful for long. A bunch of clowns taking them down would be a piece of cake. Shěn Chén didn't even bother to take Ren De Hospital seriously anymore. With his growing network of contacts, that little hospital seemed like a rabbit dancing in the jaws of a tiger. Alright, bro, just keep it in mind. When you're ready to take them down, just give me a shout. Shěn Chén just needed to keep it in mind.
If Shěn Chén didn't want to handle this himself, then he would have to step in and deal with Rende Hospital.
He'd heard Rende Hospital was heavily evading taxes.
If push came to shove, he could pin any charge on them as a municipal party secretary. Such a minor matter was no problem. If all else fails, just give the old man a call and say Shěn Chén's in trouble. That'd be a piece of cake.
Alright, thanks, brotherly.
Ever since his parents passed away, it seemed like more people had started caring about him lately.
But honestly, this feeling was rather nice. Chapter 21, You Owe My Father's Life. Ah,
bliss. Shěn Chén returned home, flopped onto his bed, and didn't want to move a muscle. All he wanted was a good night's sleep.
Traveling long distances is exhausting. Slacking off suits me just fine.
Shěn Chén's words perfectly captured the mindset of today's college students.
Ring ring. Hello? Who is it?
Shěn Chén was just about to fall asleep when the sudden ringing of the phone startled him awake.
Hey, you little pervert. You undid my pants last time, and now you're acting like you don't even know me? Shěn Chén never expected it to be Liu Yaji calling.
He knew right away it must have been Chu Ruozhu who gave her the number.
Could it be that I unzipped them for medical reasons?
Shěn Chén couldn't explain why this woman felt so familiar, like an old friend he hadn't seen in years.
No excuses. You undid my clothes, so you have to take responsibility.
Liu Yaji recalled her best friend Chu Ruozhu telling her that Shěn Chén was a naive young man flirt with him casually, and he'd lose his head.
How exactly am I supposed to take responsibility? Have one kid or two? A faint smirk touched Shěn Chén's lips as he quipped with mischievous amusement, I may be a virgin, but haven't I seen pigs run even if I haven't eaten them? He'd watched plenty of movies for medical research purposes. Plus, he'd studied plenty of online guides on how to chat up girls. This chick thought she could seduce him? She was delusional. Are you out of your mind? Sure enough, Liu Yaji flushed bright red on the other end of the line, her embarrassment turning to anger. Jerk! Liu Yaji thought, this doesn't sound like a virgin at all. He's clearly a scumbag. That's not right. How am I a jerk? I didn't take advantage of you, and I didn't sleep with you without taking responsibility. You really want me to be a jerk, huh? Shěn Chén grinned mischievously. Still got a lot to learn, rookie. Get lost. You seem to have that big problem. On the other end of the line, Liu Yaji's cheeks flushed bright red like a monkey's butt. See? Someone's getting flustered, losing their cool. Shěn Chén wondered who invented this little thing. It was so much fun. You're the one getting flustered, you're flustered. Liu Yaji couldn't argue back or tease him in return, her voice choked with frustration. Fine, I'm flustered. Don't cry. Why are you crying now? Shěn Chén was dumbfounded. He'd never encountered this before, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. I don't care. You're not only a pervert, but you're also bullying me. This is so unfair. Wah! Liu Yaji's sobbing gave Shěn Chén a headache. How could teasing her make her cry? Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Shěn Chén couldn't think of any way to stop Liu Yaji from crying, so he just threw his hands up and tossed the problem back at her. You're the one who said it, okay? The moment Liu Yaji opened her mouth, Shěn Chén knew he'd been too hasty. She'd been waiting for this moment all along. Go ahead, tell me. Shěn Chén slapped his forehead. He'd barely had time to sleep after returning home before getting tricked like this. Unfair. You've already bullied me this much. Treating me to a meal isn't too much to ask, is it? Liu Yaji thought about how he'd made her look so foolish. Making him treat her to a meal wasn't too much to ask, was it? Is that it? Fine. You set the time. Shěn Chén had thought she might propose something like letting him marry into her family for 3 years or something. Turns out he'd overthought it. All right. Speaking of follow-up treatment, my dad isn't comfortable with it. He wants you to come to our house for treatment. Liu Yaji suddenly remembered the main point. She'd almost let him distract her from it earlier. All right, no problem. Anywhere is fine. The moment Shěn Chén uttered those words, regret washed over him. What if the old man saw where he placed the needles? Would he chop him to pieces? The thought sent a sudden chill down his spine. No worries. With his constitution, no one could do anything to him. Shěn Chén hung up and fell into a deep sleep. But on the other end, Liu Yaji tossed and turned restlessly in bed. Every time she closed her eyes, those vivid, sensual images from that day flooded back. Ugh, this is so annoying. Liu Yaji tossed and turned until past 1 o'clock before finally drifting off. In her dream, she watched an adult film from the island nation, but the male and female leads had been replaced by herself and Shěn Chén. In a small room, the following scenes are restricted to members only. Oh my, how embarrassing. The next morning, Liu Yaji tossed her underwear into the washing machine, wondering how she could have had such an outrageous dream. While the two were getting cozy yesterday, a conspiracy targeting Shěn Chén was unfolding. Ever since being humiliated by Shěn Chén that day, Song Xiaowei had been scheming with Lín Mùxuě to thoroughly ruin his reputation. To prevent any mishaps, the two conspired to cultivate Chao Ren, persuading him to bring Chao Xan into the scheme. Despite the stillbirth scandal, Lín Mùxuě still had hundreds of thousands of brainless fans. Discovering Shěn Chén had his own Douyin account, they plotted to attack him there. Song Shelwei leveraged her godfather's position as a deputy director in the municipal government.
The three forces converged to utterly destroy Shěn Chén.
The moment Shěn Chén went live would be the moment he entered prison.
The next morning, Shěn Chén woke up feeling refreshed and headed to the clinic. He first called Liao Ding to tell him to come to work. On a whim, he opened his livestream.
Wow, a miracle. Where's the streamer been all these days? Off partying somewhere? Well, big bro won't say, and little sis wouldn't dare ask. Streamer, hurry up and start your Honor of Kings gameplay. Without you these past few days, my meals haven't tasted right.
The stream had barely started when 1,000 viewers flooded in, still the same familiar bunch of goofballs. The streamer had been out of town for a medical consultation, hence the hiatus. Hey, you with the spear dipped in, don't think I didn't see you. My top-tier understanding of the game is beyond your comprehension. While Shěn Chén was bantering with the chat, Liu Yaji's call came through again.
Hey, Shěn Chén, when are you coming over? I'll pick you up.
Shěn Chén turned up the volume on his phone, and Liu Yaji's sultry voice instantly sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the chat.
Tomorrow. I need to stay at the clinic all day today.
Shěn Chén paused, needing to tidy up the clinic and restock herbs. His supplies were running low.
Alright, then let's grab dinner tonight. Liu Yaji figured she had nothing else planned today anyway. Might as well seize the moment, today was the day. Sure thing. You pick a place, I'll come over.
Liu Yaji recited the name of a place she frequented, and they agreed to meet at 5 o'clock sharp.
Quack. Give me back my father.
Just as Shěn Chén hung up, the live stream was about to kick off with all the heroes lining up for the match. Suddenly, someone barged in and started berating Shěn Chén as a quack without any provocation.
Ha? Who the hell are you? Shěn Chén stared at the intruder with utter bewilderment. The rest of the livestream audience looked equally bewildered.
This person barged in uninvited to slander the host. They genuinely thought he must have escaped from some mental hospital.
You killed my father.
The young man who barged in accused Shěn Chén with righteous indignation.
Chapter 22, taken away by the police. Hold on, buddy. If you keep this up, I'm calling the cops. You come in here and accuse me of killing your father without any explanation. At least tell me who your father is.
Shěn Chén was speechless dealing with this lunatic.
Accusing him of killing someone? He had a system. When had he ever killed anyone? My father came to you for treatment 3 days ago.
He was a migrant worker who worked himself to the bone just to raise me.
Why did you have to kill the pillar of my family? What did he ever do to you?
The young man spoke with perfect logic, his words leaving no room for contradiction.
Wait. I remember a migrant worker coming in for treatment 3 days ago. But he only had a simple cold. How could I possibly have killed him?
Shěn Chén recalled that man from 3 days ago. Seeing how hard he'd worked, he'd waived the consultation fee and even covered the medicine costs. He treated so many people for free that if he hadn't chatted briefly with that man that day, the memory wouldn't have stuck.
Look, everyone. This quack has killed another patient.
Just then, Lín Mùxuě walked in from outside the clinic, holding her phone aloft.
Shěn Chén suddenly understood why he'd been accused of medical malpractice. So it was you. No wonder today felt so off.
Shěn Chén smiled and shook his head at Lín Mùxuě. Some people just invite disaster upon themselves. I was ready to let her off the hook, but she had to act like a clown, prancing around in front of me.
Family in the livestream, did you see that? Now quacks are so brazen they laugh even after killing patients, treating human lives like trash.
Lín Mùxuě's livestream had just split into two camps, one hurling insults about why she didn't just die already, having the nerve to show her face, while the other mindlessly defended the streamer, asking what was wrong with having a private life.
But now we stand united against them. Quacks are intolerable in this society, especially arrogant quacks.
They deserve to be torn to shreds.
Hello, could you elaborate on how he's incompetent?
Lín Mùxuě pointed her phone at the young man, exchanging a discreet glance with him. Though they tried to be stealthy, Shěn Chén caught the exchange.
My father is just an ordinary migrant worker.
The young man recounted the whole story to the live stream audience, his eyes welling up as he finished, tears rolling down his cheeks.
This is outrageous. Report him. Doctors like this deserve severe punishment. Viewers in Lín Mùxuě's livestream were filled with righteous indignation, collectively condemning Shěn Chén as a criminal deserving of death.
No way, I remember that person was perfectly fine when they left that day.
Yeah, this doesn't add up. It must be slander. Exactly.
With the host's medical skills, treating a minor cold should be a piece of cake.
Yet Shěn Chén's livestream presented a different narrative. Many viewers in his chat remembered that migrant worker. Who is Shěn Chén?
Deputy Chief Zhang of the Jiangcheng Police Department entered, flanked by 2 officers. We've received a report alleging you're an incompetent doctor who caused a death.
You're coming with us. Without another word, Zhang produced an arrest warrant and moved to handcuff Shěn Chén. Wait a moment. Can I make a phone call?
Shěn Chén saw through their scheme. They wanted him to incriminate himself, sealing his fate beyond redemption.
But he wasn't one to be pushed around. The only person who could save him now was Li Tianxiu. Fine, make the call.
Zheng Zhong paid Shěn Chén no mind. His orders were clear, this man had crossed his superior. The director was poised for promotion, leaving his position vacant. If Zheng didn't seize this chance, his career would be over. But Zheng Zhong was ambitious. He wanted to climb the ladder. So when Song Xiaohui's godfather, the director of the personnel bureau, entrusted him with this task, he agreed without hesitation. His task was to collaborate with a live streamer and a young man to pin the doctor's crimes beyond doubt. After all, it was just a lowly doctor with no connections. Securing a favor without lifting a finger was a surefire win for him. Brotherly, the Jiangcheng police station wants me for a chat. Before Shěn Chén could finish his sentence, two officers roughly cuffed him, muttering under their breath about some lowly civilian trying to stir up trouble. On the other end of the line, Li Tianxiu was furious. If he found out who dared treat his brother like this, he'd make sure they paid dearly. His former superior had just instructed him to look after Shěn Chén properly, yet trouble struck on his very first day back. If his old boss found out, he'd be skinned alive.
Return to Jiangcheng. Li Tianxiu ordered the driver to turn back immediately. He'd just been summoned to the provincial capital for a meeting, but now he was rushing back without even attending it. It was just some insignificant little meeting anyway. Hurry up. Drive faster. Li Tianxiu was now frantic with worry. He feared Shěn Chén might suffer harm at the police station. He knew all too well how the police operated. Holy crap, the cops are here. Could the streamer have actually killed someone? That can't be right. Shěn Chén's livestream exploded with outrage. Viewers couldn't believe the police had just taken him away like that. Thanks to Lín Mùxuě, the incident quickly became a massive online sensation. Uninformed netizens were all saying, "Good job. They got him. Way to go, old Zheng. You've really made our police chief proud." A rookie officer, goofing off during work hours, suddenly saw online praise for his precinct's actions and quickly reported it to the chief. The chief was overjoyed. Being able to add this to his record before stepping down naturally made him happy. "You flatter me, Commissioner. I was just doing my job." Hearing the chief's commendation, Zheng felt even more confident about his own position. Zheng walked out of the office. The urgent task now was to get Shěn Chén to confess to killing the migrant worker Li Dezhuang, nailing him for murder once and for all. "Shěn Chén, right? Tell us how you murdered Li Dezhuang." Zheng Zhong personally interrogated Shěn Chén. If Shěn played it smart and confessed, he might suffer less physical torment. But if he refused to show any sense, then don't blame him for turning up the heat. "Ha? Murder? How does treating a patient get mixed up with murder?" Shěn Chén looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't even grasped the situation yet when he was invited for a coffee chat, leaving him completely clueless. "Don't play dumb. We've gathered concrete evidence against you." Zhang's thunderous shout startled Shěn Chén. Seeing Zhang's stern, righteous expression, Shěn Chén almost lost his confidence. "Officer, could you please tell me how I supposedly murdered Li Dezhuang?" Shěn Chén suddenly recalled how Officer Zhang had exchanged several meaningful glances with Lín Mùxuě upon entering the room. If he wasn't mistaken, these people were all in cahoots. The more Shěn Chén thought about it, the more it made sense. This line of reasoning could explain the entire incident. Chapter 23, Refusing the Offer Leads to Consequences. This was a calculated scheme orchestrated by Ren De Hospital and Lín Mùxuě. To prevent him from making a comeback, they'd even bribed the deputy chief of the Jiangcheng Police Bureau. Shěn Chén channeled his inner detective Conan, piecing together the entire incident with remarkable accuracy. "After you performed acupuncture on Li Dezhuang, did you also prescribe him Chinese herbal medicine? We detected traces of Sichuan aconite in that herbal formula. Overdosing on xuanwu seeds can be fatal as a doctor, don't you know that?" Zheng Zhong's words shattered Shěn Chén's doubts. To ensure he would rot in prison, they were willing to sacrifice a human life. "So that's it. To prevent me from turning the tables, you're willing to sacrifice a human life." Shěn Chén leaned back in his chair, a sneer on his face, his eyes brimming with contempt for such scum. "You bastard, don't push your luck." Zheng Zhong grew flustered under Shěn Chén's piercing stare. Shěn Chén was now even more certain that Zhang Zhong was in cahoots with them. But there's no need to rush now. Just wait for Li Tianxiu to arrive, and everything will be resolved effortlessly. "Hey, I'm not admitting it. See if that pisses you off." Shěn Chén spread his hands helplessly. He refused to admit it. Let them figure it out themselves. "You. Fine, you refuse the wine, you'll get the punishment." Zheng Zhong had spent the entire afternoon haggling with him and had lost his patience. He gave a knowing glance to a trusted aide beside him. The aide understood immediately, silently turned off the camera, and walked out the door. Moments later, the aide returned carrying a blanket and a dictionary. "Kid, don't blame me. Blame your own bad luck for crossing the wrong people." Zheng Zhong gave a sinister smile as he wrapped the blanket tightly around his hands. "You know this method leaves no marks on the body. Back in the day, when prisoners were as stubborn as you, this is how we made them confess. Kid, tough it out.
A trusted henchman standing nearby stepped behind Shěn Chén, yanking a cloth strip over his mouth. Jin Zhong delivered a punch straight to Shěn Chén's gut. Shěn Chén's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Having soaked in medicinal baths since childhood, his physical constitution surpassed that of ordinary people.
He'd endured the agony of the 9 needles of heaven and earth. This mere pain couldn't faze him.
Damn, this kid's got some tough skin. Keep it coming. Jin Zhong was drenched in sweat.
The kid hadn't uttered a single sound after all this, beating a real tough nut to crack.
Where the hell is he? I've never been stood up in my entire life, you're the first.
Lu Yaji had been waiting for Shěn Chén at the restaurant for nearly 2 hours. The waiter had just come over for the 4th time to ask if she wanted to order. She couldn't get through to Shěn Chén no matter how many times she tried, and she was so furious she could have bitten her teeth to pieces.
Track down Shěn Chén's current location right now.
If Lu Yaji didn't get to the bottom of this with Shěn Chén tonight, she wouldn't sleep a wink.
Master, Shěn Chén has been arrested for causing a death.
A servant from the Chu household delivered the news, abruptly shattering the family's cheerful dinner conversation.
Ha! With young Master Shen's medical skills, how could he possibly have caused someone's death? The Chu family messenger recounted the entire sequence of events.
Old Master Chu stared at them in bewilderment.
Shěn Chén had cured his own illness with ease. How could a mere cold lead to such dire consequences? Master, young Master Shen has the backing of Rende Hospital and the municipal government's personnel department. The Chu family representative's words sent old Master Chu into a rage.
Humph. I haven't even come after you yet, Rende Hospital, and you've already gotten the nerve to pick a fight with young Master Shen. No sooner had old Master Chu finished speaking than Chu Ruozhu eagerly volunteered to lead a team to rescue Shěn Chén.
Old Master Chu was taken aback, shaking his head and chuckling. Daughters grow up and leave home, don't they? He let Chu Ruozhu go.
Meanwhile, as Chu Ruozhu raced toward the police station without pause, Li Tianqiu had just arrived at the station entrance.
Secretary Li, what brings you here? Commissioner Jiang Chang was baffled to see the municipal party secretary arriving late at night. If you needed anything, you could have just called me. No need to trouble yourself with the trip. Commissioner Jiang Chang led Li Tianqiu into his office and personally brewed a cup of tea. I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Have you arrested someone named Shěn Chén? Li Tianqiu didn't beat around the bush either, getting straight to the point. Have you arrested Shěn Chén? Yes, that quack doctor. He killed a patient.
Old Zhang has been interrogating him all afternoon.
This incident has already gone viral online, and our police department is receiving widespread praise on the internet. The Jiangcheng police chief, oblivious to Li Tianqiu's darkening expression, continued his self-congratulatory rant. If you don't want to retire early, release him immediately. If you delay any longer, even I won't be able to save you. I've seen you do a decent job in your position, so I'm giving you this warning. Li Tianqiu, having served diligently for years, offered this well-intentioned advice. Secretary, could you give me a hint?
The Jiangcheng police chief cautiously inquired, noticing Li Tianqiu's sour expression.
He cured my old superior's leg.
Li Tianqiu said little, but made it clear he'd been set up. Who Li Tianqiu's former superior was had long ceased to be a secret in these circles. And Li Tianqiu knew better than anyone the true state of his former superior's legs.
The man who could heal old Master Lin, how could he possibly kill someone over a mere cold? I'm releasing him immediately.
Before he could finish speaking, his subordinate arrived to inform him that someone from the Chu family had come.
Miss Chu, what brings you to our police station today? The chief was utterly bewildered. Why were so many people suddenly showing up today? Chief, I'm here today regarding a man named Shěn Chén.
Chu Ruozhu hesitated to drag things out, but her words made the chief's expression grow grave. He had clearly underestimated Shěn Chén's background. For both Li Tianqiu and the Chu family to come bail him out simultaneously, he must possess extraordinary connections.
Miss Chu, to be honest, I'm actually preparing to go find Shěn Chén with the party secretary.
Chu Ruozhu caught sight of Li Tianqiu, who had just finished his call with the old commander. She gave him a nod and a smile in greeting. Upon hearing the incident had gone viral online, Li Tianqiu knew it was beyond his capacity to handle.
Little did he know that this single call to his old superior would allow him to eliminate rivals and solidify Jiangzhou as his domain. Follow me, both of you.
Now he could only hope that Zhang Zhong hadn't tortured Shěn Chén.
Creak.
The interrogation room door swung open, casting dark clouds over Li Tianqiu and Chu Ruozhu's faces.
Get out. I said no one is to come in.
Zhang Zhong didn't even glance up, barking orders at his men behind him while continuing to beat Shěn Chén. Only after finally noticing his stunned confidant standing nearby did he turn to look. What he saw shocked him. Behind him stood a group of people.
Zhang Zhong, what are you doing?
The next second, the bureau chief's furious roar rang in Zhang Zhong's ears, but Zhang Zhong was in no state to heed the chief's concerns. His mind was filled with one thought: it's over. The secretary saw it.
It's all over. My promotion path is cut off. Chapter 24, how could they do this to you? Secretary, let me explain. Zheng snapped back to reality, desperate to clarify things with Li Tianqiu. He couldn't just accept this fate. How you explain it now is your problem. Save it for the provincial authorities. Li Tianqiu's words made Zheng's vision go dark, and he fainted. Li Tianqiu didn't bother with him and rushed inside to check on Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén, are you okay? Don't scare me. Shěn Chén was now unconscious. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't endure an entire afternoon of torture, having dictionaries placed under him, blankets pulled over his head, and blinding lights shone in his eyes. Brother! Someone get him to the hospital immediately. Li Tianqiu was horrified by Shěn Chén's appearance. His hair was disheveled and filthy, his eyes streaming tears from staring directly at the lights, and blood spurted from the corners of his mouth every few seconds from the beatings, a sight that made one's scalp crawl. Hurry up! What the hell are you all dawdling around for? Chu Ruozhu was frantic with worry, wishing she could fly Shěn Chén to the hospital immediately. Chu Ruozhu now felt some inexplicable affection for Shěn Chén. Perhaps it was because he didn't have the lecherous look of other men, or maybe it was because he had saved her grandfather, or perhaps it was both. Ha! I told you, officer, you can't keep me here. As soon as Zheng regained consciousness, he heard Shěn Chén's mocking voice. Overwhelmed by anger, he fainted once more. It's fine. Don't take me to the hospital. Take me to the clinic. Shěn Chén leaned weakly against Chu Ruozhu, whispering hoarsely into her ear. But you're in this state. Chu Ruozhu looked at Shěn Chén with deep concern, her face still streaked with tears, her eyes red and swollen. Don't worry, Ruozhu. I'm a doctor. I know what I'm doing. Shěn Chén raised one hand and struggled to stroke Chu Ruozhu's hair. Then I'll take you back to the clinic. Shěn Chén nodded with a smile. Li Tianqiu remained at the police station to handle matters related to the case. Brotherly, leave Rinde Hospital to me. Fury blazed in Shěn Chén's eyes. He wouldn't rest until Rinde Hospital was destroyed, or he wouldn't be worthy of the Shěn name. Once you're back on your feet, go ahead and do whatever you need to do. I've got your back. Li Tianqiu had originally planned to settle Rinde Hospital overnight today. Since Shěn Chén insisted on handling it himself, he'd tolerate his antics for another couple of days. Slow down, Shěn Chén. Chu Ruozhu struggled to carry Shěn Chén into the clinic. He doesn't look that heavy. Ruozhu, get the silver needles from my drawer. System, initiate scan. Host's current physical state detected as critically dangerous. Recoverable conditions: 1. Internal injuries, 2. Severe ocular impairment. Host advised to immediately recover these conditions to avoid life-threatening consequences. Shěn Chén stared in surprise at the system interface, not expecting it to be so considerate at times. Ruozhu, come help me with the acupuncture. Shěn Chén couldn't move at all now, so he had no choice but to ask Chu Ruozhu to administer the needles for him. If only he'd known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered with connections at the detention center. He could have just recycled his injuries himself. Ha! I don't know any medical techniques. How am I supposed to help you? Chu Ruozhu was flustered. She knew nothing about medical techniques. What if she ended up hurting Shěn Chén? Relax, Ruozhu. I trust you. Shěn Chén administered a sedative injection to Chu Ruozhu, gradually calming her agitated state. Alright, I'll give it a try. If anything feels off, tell me. Chu Ruozhu took a deep breath. Since Shěn Chén trusted her so much, she couldn't let him down. Ruozhu, first take off my clothes and wipe me down. You're a novice, you can't perform acupuncture through clothing like I can. Shěn Chén's sweat and blood had congealed on his skin, making it impossible to begin. Me. Chu Ruozhu flushed bright red. He hadn't warned her he'd need to undress. You're the doctor now, I'm the patient, we're in a doctor-patient relationship. Shěn Chén solemnly told Chu Ruozhu that she must now set aside all distracting thoughts. Alright, I'll do it. Chu Ruozhu suppressed her inner turmoil and began carefully cutting open Shěn Chén's clothes. Phew! Chu Ruozhu finally finished administering the acupuncture needles to Shěn Chén and dashed to the bathroom, splashing her face under the faucet. The mere thought of Shěn Chén's physique and his precious treasure below made her cheeks flush uncontrollably. You little brat, how can you have such a great body? Chu Ruozhu thought to herself, recalling how she'd secretly pressed his abs earlier. They felt like solid stone. Meanwhile, Shěn Chén let out a heavy sigh of relief. He'd barely managed to keep his younger brother under control just now. Ruozhu, you should go home. It's so late. The two stared at each other awkwardly, the tension becoming unbearable for Shěn Chén, who finally broke the silence. Alright. Since you're fine, I'll head back first. Chu Ruozhu now had no idea how to face Shěn Chén and couldn't wait to escape the clinic. Once outside, Chu Ruozhu gasped for breath. It had been unbearably awkward. Shěn Chén watched her leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he reached for his water cup to take a sip, his gaze drifted to the side, where he spotted his forgotten phone. Suddenly remembering, he realized Lu Yaji was waiting for him to go out for dinner today. He plugged his phone into charge and checked the call log. Holy cow, 99 missed calls. He opened the call log and dialed back. After a few rings, Lu Yaji's furious shout rang in his ear. Shěn Chén, you bastard. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear your clinic apart. I'm standing right outside your clinic right now. Lu Yaji unleashed her lioness roar, assaulting Shěn Chhén's eardrums. Come in. The door's unlocked. Let's talk inside. Shěn Chén gave a wry smile. This girl was stubborn as hell. Most people would have given up by now, but she'd actually come to his clinic to confront him. Ha! Why didn't you answer my call when you were at the clinic? Lu Yaji was completely baffled by Shěn Chhén's response. Shěn Chén couldn't possibly explain today's events in just a few words. He motioned for her to come inside. Shěn Chén, let's hear your explanation. Just as Lu Yaji was about to confront Shěn Chén, she was startled by his current state. Chu Ruozhu had left in such a hurry that she hadn't cleared away the blood-stained clothes and tissues scattered around. Seeing the mess, Lu Yaji gasped in shock. Scared you, huh? Sorry about that. I didn't mean to stand you up today. Shěn Chén gave Lu Yaji an apologetic smile, acknowledging his failure to keep their appointment. What happened to you? Lu Yaji's voice trembled as she pointed at the blood-stained clothes scattered around. That's pretty much how it went. That's why I didn't stand you up on purpose. Shěn Chén recounted the events to Lu Yaji, and upon hearing his explanation, her anger flared. How could they treat you like this? Lu Yaji had been sheltered by her family since childhood. No one would be foolish enough to provoke the young miss of the Lu family. She had never heard of such a thing. Chapter 25. Why are you still carrying a stick on you? It's fine. It's all in the past. Shěn Chhén's voice was so faint that Lu Yaji almost didn't hear it. She never imagined this world could have such a dark side. What are you going to do now? Should we go to the hospital? Lu Yaji feared he might take his last breath, leaving her to bear the responsibility. If Shěn Chén knew, he'd surely say thank you because of you. All 4 seasons feel warm. It's fine. I already treated it earlier. Though Shěn Chén had used the system to heal his internal injuries, his weakened body still needed time to recover. Oh right, I forgot you're a doctor. Lu Yaji tapped her forehead. She'd been so focused on getting Shěn Chén to the hospital that she'd completely forgotten about his extraordinary medical skills. How could such a fine young lady have her brain go haywire at such a young age? Next time, I'll give your brain a checkup. Shěn Chén thought to himself, how slow on the uptake is this woman? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who do you think has a brain problem? Lu Yaji instantly snapped, lunging at Shěn Chén with claws outstretched and pinching his soft flesh. Ah! Are you a dog or something? Shěn Chén let out a piercing scream. When Lu Yaji realized she couldn't pinch him, she flew into a rage and bit down hard on his shoulder. Got it? Shěn Chén exerted force, and with a soft cry from Lu Yaji, their position shifted him on top, her beneath. I'll never admit defeat. Lu Yaji stubbornly pouted her cherry red lips, staring at Shěn Chén until her mouth went dry. Ouch! Ha! Why are you tickling me? Her waist was suddenly attacked, sending her into giggles. Her words contradicted her actions as her arms locked around Shěn Chén's waist, executing a sudden 180-degree spin as if awakening from a trance. The pain made Shěn Chén instantly withdraw his supporting hand. The two were now pressed completely together, and Shěn Chén could clearly feel the surging waves of Lu Yaji's chest. Lu Yaji inhaled Shěn Chhén's potent pheromones, her legs weakening as her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Get away! Why are you still carrying that stick so close to me? Suddenly feeling something hard pressing against her, Lu Yaji pushed Shěn Chén away and reached out to touch it. Don't! Before Shěn Chén could stop her, Lu Yaji touched it and gave it a squeeze. Seeing Shěn Chhén's face turn green, she suddenly realized what it was. Ah! Pervert! I didn't touch anything. Lu Yaji shoved Shěn Chén away and buried her head in a pillow. Lu Yaji's face flushed so bright red it looked like it might drip with moisture. How could she not have thought of that spot? Oh, how embarrassing. And why did I squeeze it twice? But it felt so good. Ah! As Shěn Chén let out a piercing scream, Lu Yaji peered over to find she'd just shoved him to the ground. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Now Lu Yaji was both embarrassed and flustered, completely at a loss. Hey, girl, help me up already. Shěn Chén was nearly speechless. Why did his little brother salute the moment he touched Lu Yaji? And now he'd been pushed to the ground. If his little brother hadn't landed safely, his future sexual happiness would be ruined. Why are you so heavy? Lu Yaji tossed Shěn Chén onto the bed, drenched in sweat from the effort. Blame me? I didn't eat your family's rice. Shěn Chén rolled his eyes at her, infuriating Lu Yaji to the point she wanted to punch him. Crash! July rains in Jiangcheng came without warning. Just as the two finished their playful scuffle, a torrential downpour poured from the sky. Ah! Panicked, Lu Yaji threw herself into Shěn Chhén's arms. She'd been terrified of thunderstorms since childhood, always needing someone to sleep with her whenever rain came. Ha! Oh, so you're afraid of thunder. Shěn Chén seemed to have discovered a new continent, forgetting to hold it against her for nearly crushing him to death when she dove into his arms earlier. Who's afraid of thunder? I'm not scared at all, okay? Caught off guard, Lu Yaji bristled like a startled kitten, protesting with feigned innocence. As if heaven itself was conspiring with her, the moment her words fell, thunder roared even louder than before. This time, Lu Yaji buried her face deep into Shěn Chén's chest. No matter how he teased her, she wouldn't budge, completely oblivious to how suggestive their position had become. The two listened quietly to the rain. Exhausted from running around all day trying to teach Shěn Chén a lesson, Lu Yaji soon drifted into a deep sleep. She shifted her position, resting her head on Shěn Chén's arm and draping her legs over him, clinging to him like a koala. Shěn Chén let out a wry smile. Sleep seemed out of the question tonight. He watched her sleeping face, her pouty lips exhaling softly, and thought to himself, this little vixen sure is well behaved when she's asleep. Unable to sleep, Shěn Chén began plotting how to deal with Ren de Hospital and Lín Mùxuě. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation they'd inflicted upon him today. Time and again, they'd shown no gratitude for the face he'd given them. They thought he didn't want to deal with them, that he was afraid of them. Well, he wouldn't hold back on his men. Shěn Chén had been plotting his revenge against Ren de Hospital and Lín Mùxuě until 4 or 5 in the morning before finally drifting off. When Lu Yaji woke up that morning, she instinctively headed for the bathroom. She found herself lying in Shěn Chén's arms. Without hesitation, she slapped him across the face, then kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the floor. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. What the hell are you doing? Shěn Chén had already gone to bed late last night, and now Lu Yaji's antics had him waking up in a rage. What are you doing in my bed? Lu Yaji hurriedly adjusted her clothes. She was restless in her sleep anyway, and when she woke up just now, she hadn't noticed that the snow-white expanse on her chest was exposed more than half, giving Shěn Chén a real feast for the eyes. Hey, sis, you crawled into my arms last night and fell asleep, pinching my arm until it went numb. I didn't even say anything about that. Shěn Chén's words reminded Lu Yaji that she had indeed snuggled into his arms last night. She'd planned to leave once the rain let up, but for some reason, she'd fallen asleep because it felt so comfortable. I don't care. Not only did you undo my pants, but you slept with me. You ruined my innocence, my purity. As the saying goes, when a woman realizes she's in the right, she'll cry, make a scene, and threaten suicide, automatically becoming unreasonable. So, what do you want to do about it? Shěn Chén smoothly deflected the issue back to Lu Yaji, eager to see what trouble she could stir up. I haven't figured it out yet. Just agree to my 2 conditions first. Lu Yaji hadn't thought of any good punishment for Shěn Chén either, so she'd let him owe her for now. Fine. As long as it's not too unreasonable, I'll agree to anything. Shěn Chén didn't mind either. He'd figured out that despite her mature figure and sophisticated face, her brain hadn't quite caught up. She'd probably forget about it in a few days. Pinky swear. Shěn Chén coaxed Lu Yaji like she was a child. With gentle persuasion, Shěn Chén finally managed to send off this demanding customer, Lu Yaji. He'd planned to catch a few more hours of sleep, but Li Tianqiu's phone call completely disrupted his rest. Chapter 26, Cleaning Up Ren de Hospital. Hey, buddy, how's your health holding up? Li Tianqiu's concerned voice came through the phone, warming Shěn Chén's heart. Bro, I'm fine now. My medical skills? Piece of cake, easy as pie. Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Li Tianqiu felt reassured. If my little brother says so, then it must be fine. Bro, I've dug into it. Turns out Lín Mùxuě teamed up with Song Xiaowei and Ren de Hospital to set you up yesterday. That Lín Mùxuě is now involved with a guy named Xiaorun. Song Xiaowei's godfather is Liu Yang, a corrupt official in our city government's personnel department. Ren de Hospital slipped Liu Yang, Song Xiaowei's godfather, 2 million yuan. Hearing Li Tianqiu's explanation, it matched his own suspicions from yesterday, though he hadn't anticipated Song Xiaowei's involvement. What he never imagined was that this very Song Xiaowei was the mastermind behind his ordeal yesterday. But it didn't matter. Since she dared to get involved, she'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Bro, I'm planning to take action against Ren de Hospital soon. Shěn Chén could no longer tolerate Ren de Hospital. If he didn't take action now, he'd be nothing but a doormat. Brother, go ahead. The old boss is aware of this and has already taken steps to minimize the online backlash against you. All you need now is evidence proving Ren de Hospital orchestrated their frame up against you, and we can turn the tables. Shěn Chén never imagined this incident would cause such a huge stir online. Bro, rest assured. One of my clinic's employees who was once under Ren de Hospital's control has now switched sides. Li Tianqiu assured him it was enough to have that assurance. If all else failed, Li Tianqiu would find a reason to crush Ren de Hospital. After Li Tianqiu hung up, Shěn Chén called Old Master Lin to express his gratitude. The old man was straightforward and unreserved, declaring that as long as he was alive, no one in Jingzhou could touch him. He then separately called Old Master Chu and Chu Ruozhu to reassure them. Brother Chen, how are you holding up? Liao Ding arrived early today. He'd just seen Brother Chen being led away in a police car yesterday. He'd pulled strings to find someone, hearing rumors of a fatality. Liao Ding couldn't believe it. If he could cure his own cirrhosis, how could that be possible? Little Ding, don't worry. I'm fine. Shěn Chén saw that his employee's concern was genuine. Everyone says you killed someone, but I don't believe it at all. Shěn Chén glanced at Liao Ding with some surprise. There had been almost no one around him at the time, yet this young employee somehow knew about the incident. His network must be quite extensive. Xiao Ding, I'm preparing to take action against Rende Hospital. I need you to steal a whistleblower letter from City Hall, Shěn Chén said in a low voice. He intended to shut down Rende Hospital openly and fairly, not just close it down, but send Xiaoren to prison. Got it. No problem. Liao Ding flashed an OK sign. But Chen, how exactly do you plan to take down Rende Hospital? Liao Ding was curious about Shěn Chén's plan. Brother Chen, I feel like this might only force Rende Hospital to shut down for rectification, but it won't land Xiaoren in jail. These measures only target Rende Hospital, not Xiaoren and his associates. After hearing Shěn Chén's plan, Liao Ding realized there was still a flaw in it. Right, we'll need to rethink the plan. Shěn Chén realized his own thinking had been a bit hasty. There were still loopholes Xiaoren could exploit. Brother Chen, if you trust me, give me a day. I'll handle it without changing the plan. I still know a few people. Liao Ding patted his chest, assuring Shěn Chén he could gather evidence against Xiaoren within a day. All right. This matter is yours to handle, Xiao Ding. Shěn Chén thought, since Liao Ding could handle it, he might as well let him try. Even if he couldn't, he could always call in that favor from the Chu family. Got it, Brother Chen. Wait for my good news. Liao Ding left the clinic immediately to find people and gather incriminating evidence against the Chao family father and son. Old Master, I have a favor to ask of you. Shěn Chén called Old Master Chu, hoping to enlist his assistance. Young man, it seems you're planning to take action against Rende Hospital. Before Shěn Chén could speak, the old man voiced his thoughts. The old man's foresight was spot on. Rende Hospital wouldn't last much longer. Shěn Chén smiled as he spoke. Old Master Chu knew full well that Rende Hospital had already angered Shěn Chén. Alright, young Shin, what do you need from us? Old Master Chu wanted to see how Shěn Chén planned to deal with Rende Hospital. Old Master, you just need to bring down Rende Hospital stock. The rest will be handled by my people. Once this matter is settled, I'll owe your Chu family a favor. As long as I have a breath left, I'll wrestle it back from the King of Hell. Even if you pass away naturally, I can forcibly extend your life by 3 years. Shěn Chén's words confirmed to Old Master Chu that he'd made the right bet. Forcing 3 extra years of life even after a natural death? That was nothing short of defying the heavens. Very well. But young friend, you must agree to one more condition. After my death, you must pledge to protect the Chu family for 20 years. Old Master Chu knew his days were numbered. After his passing, it would take at least another decade for Chu Yong to shoulder the family's responsibilities. Shěn Chén, with his masterful medical skills, was far too formidable to be confined to Jiangcheng or even Jingzhou. He was a dragon lying dormant in the depths, destined to soar to the heavens one day. Securing 20 years for Chu Yang would be ample time for him to mature. He noticed his granddaughter, Chu Ruozhu, seemed to harbor feelings for Shěn Chén. If she could marry him, the Chu family would be secure for a century. No problem, grandfather. As long as I live, I will do everything in my power to support the Chu family. Young Yang and Ruozhu, I guarantee their lives will be safe. Old Master Chu still underestimated Shěn Chén's profound sense of gratitude. Good. 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 Young friend, focus on your other plans. The entire Chu family will pour all our strength into this. We guarantee we'll secure Rende Hospital at the fastest possible pace. Old Master Chu made his stance clear. Shěn Chén had given the Chu family an immense promise, and he would repay that commitment in kind. Grandpa, who were you talking to on the phone just now? I thought I heard something about 100-year-old death. Chu Ruozhu entered and asked the old patriarch, burying her face in his chest as she pouted. Grandpa, I found someone who'll protect you all from worry for the rest of your lives. Grandfather smiled kindly and ruffled Chu Ruozhu's hair. Shěn Chén? The sharp-witted Chu Ruozhu instantly guessed it was Shěn Chén among her peers, only he possessed such capability. Yes. After Grandpa passes, if anything comes up, seek Shěn Chén. He'll handle it. Little Young still needs time to grow. Ruoro, if you could marry Shěn Chén, Grandpa would be even happier. Old Master Chu playfully teased Chu Ruozhu with a little joke. Chapter 27, Open Up, Water Meter Check. Oh, Grandpa. I won't marry him. I want to stay with Grandpa forever. Chu Ruozhu pouted in displeasure, refusing to marry that stinky Shěn Chén. Fine, I won't marry. I won't marry. Grandpa will take care of you forever. Old Master Chu roared with laughter. His granddaughter was indeed closest to him, unlike that good-for-nothing Chu Yang, who was nowhere to be seen all day. Bring someone here. Acquire the shares of Rende Hospital at any cost. Old Master Chu issued the order, counting this as his final contribution to the Chu family's glory. Meanwhile, Liao Ding sought out a childhood friend who was a computer whiz. This buddy ranked high on the global dark web, yet their bond remained as solid as ever since childhood. Nyozi, do a bro a favor. I'll treat you to dinner. The name Zhao Tiniu sounded so down-to-earth it was almost cringeworthy in a crowd. But mention his alias, the man of 1,000 faces, and it was legendary across the dark web. Liao Ding knew his buddy ranked high on the dark web, but he had no idea this childhood friend was actually number one. Whoa, look at little Dingy here offering to treat someone to a meal. That's a rare sight. Spit it out, what's on your mind? Zhao Tiniu crossed his legs on the other end of the line. From what he knew, this guy would never ask for favors. Help me dig up dirt on the Chow family at Renda Hospital. Liao Ding didn't beat around the bush. Shěn Chén was waiting for his update. No problem. 2 hours flat. This sort of thing was child's play for him, as easy as playing house with kids. But can I ask why you want to dig into this hospital? Zhao Tiniu changed the subject, and Liao Ding didn't hide anything, explaining his situation. Holy. Alas, I'm uneducated. One holy crap covers all situations. The one who actually cured this illness was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Damn impressive. Zhao Tiniu blurted out, national treasure. Looks like little Dingzy finally met his benefactor. His childhood friend isn't a bad guy, just too lazy. Now someone's finally got him under control. Don't worry, I'll handle this for you like a pro. This was his childhood buddy's first time helping a benefactor, so he had to lend a hand. He couldn't let him down. Holy, this is explosive. Zhao Tiniu hung up the phone and hacked into Chow Xian's computer in no time. Opening the computer's notes revealed explosive content, not only evidence of bribing officials but also videos documenting years of drugging and assaulting young girls. Zhao Tiniu stared at the man with utter contempt. Not only was he physically inadequate, but his brain was clearly malfunctioning too. He'd laid the evidence out so blatantly, as if everyone else were blind. Just as Zhao Tiniu was about to copy the files to give to Liao Ding, he suddenly spotted a folder labeled Project. The project folder itself wasn't unusual. What was strange was that among a bunch of useless folders, among a bunch of women, there was one man, and yours was bulging down there. Who else would you suspect? Holy. Zhao Tiniu opened the folder, and several videos immediately caught his eye. After watching for a moment, he blurted out a curse. The old bastard had recorded him and his sister-in-law in bed. But what truly shocked him was the conversation in the middle. The very Chaoran Liao Ding had asked him to investigate turned out to be Chow Xian's own son. Zhao Tiniu quickly organized the evidence and sent it to Liao Ding. Liao Ding thanked him and immediately called Shěn Chén. Don't rush. Let the Chu family make their move first, throw them off balance, then deliver the fatal blow. Shěn Chén approached matters with extreme caution, steady as an old ox. Cut to nighttime. Chow Xian, cuddling a young model in his arms, was startled by a sudden ringing phone. Hello? Who is this? Can't this wait until tomorrow? Chow Xian vowed that if the caller didn't give him an explanation, he'd make them pay. The shock had just now made his little brother go limp. Boss, it's bad. Our company's stock is plummeting. I checked, it's the Chu family targeting us. Chow Xian's rage instantly deflated over the phone, but he couldn't fathom why the Chu family would target his small hospital. Why would the Chu family target us? The person on the other end said he had no idea. They'd never crossed the Chus. Why would they target him out of nowhere? The Chu family informed Old Master Chu that Renda Hospital has been fully acquired. Shin, we've acquired Renda now. You can go tomorrow without worry. Shěn Chén hadn't expected the Chu family to move so swiftly. Since they'd acted so quickly, it meant other plans could also be put into motion. Old Master, use your position as the major shareholder to call a meeting for everyone tomorrow morning. Anyone who doesn't show up won't be needed here anymore. Shěn Chén planned to meet with the Chow family tomorrow. After all, despite their long history of dealings, they had never formally met face to face. After hanging up, Liao Ding sent over the Chow family father-son profiles. Good. Xiao Ding, draft a letter of complaint against the Chow family father and son and send it to the municipal government immediately. Shěn Chén hadn't expected the wealthy circles to be so chaotic. But what truly caught Shěn Chén off guard was that Liao Ding's letter of complaint vanished without a trace, nothing like he'd imagined. Got it, Brother Chan. After hanging up, Shěn Chén naively believed the Renda Hospital issue was resolved and began preparing to deal with Lín Mùxuě. This woman had repeatedly trampled his boundaries. He no longer intended to settle for merely sending her to prison. He wanted Lín Mùxuě to vanish from this world. Brotherly, I want someone to vanish from the face of the earth. Can you help me make it disappear? Shěn Chén decisively pulled out his phone and called Li Tianqiu. He needed to confirm whether Li Tianqiu could handle this. What are you talking about, little brother? A few people disappearing every year due to natural disasters is perfectly normal, isn't it? Li Tianqiu's words put Shěn Chén's mind at ease. With that settled, there was no time to waste. They would act tonight. Old man, look up Lín Mùxuě's address for me. Shěn Chén enlisted the Chu family's connections to track down Lín Mùxuě's address. Hey, Shin, I've had this ready for you for ages. Old man Chu had long anticipated that Shěn Chén hadn't researched his opponent. I'll send it over to you. Call me if anything comes up. Old Master Chu has now pinned the family's future hopes on Shěn Chén. We must ensure he develops properly. Don't worry, old man Chu. I've got some connections in the government too.
Shěn Chén's words caught the old man off guard for a moment, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, the intelligence he'd received suggested Shěn Chén had connections with that person in the provincial government.
Master, head to Jinsho Garden.
That evening, Shěn Chén wore a hat, carried a pair of gloves, and kept a set of silver needles tucked in his pocket.
Bang! Who is it?
Just as he'd finished showering and was about to chat with Lín Mùxuě in bed about life goals, the knocking interrupted him.
Open up, water meter check. Chapter 28, Life or Death, it all depends on your luck.
Shěn Chén altered his voice and pulled his cap down low so no one could see him through the peephole.
Checking your water meter in the middle of the night?
Watch out, I'll report you. Chaoran opened the door, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to see a silver needle hurtling toward him. Ugh! Chaoran tried to call for help, but Shěn Chén's silver needle pierced his speech-blocking acupoint, leaving him only able to utter a thud.
Honey, who is it?
Lín Mùxuě's puzzled voice echoed from the bedroom. Stepping out, she gasped at the scene before her.
Shěn Chén, what are you doing here?
Shěn Chén had become his nightmare, and he recognized him almost instantly.
Wow, sharp eyes there recognized me instantly. Shěn Chén's lips curved slightly, seemingly surprised that Lín Mùxuě had recognized him at a glance. What did you do to Chaoran?
Seeing Chaoran standing nearby, unable to utter a sound, Lín Mùxuě felt a wave of dread toward Shěn Chén. After all, people naturally fear the unknown.
Nothing much.
Just made sure he wouldn't mess up what we're about to do. Shěn Chén grinned wickedly, casually kicking Chaoran unconscious as he lunged forward.
Can't even speak straight, yet you still try to pull shenanigans.
Shěn Chén shot Chaoran a look of utter disgust.
Alright, time to get back to our business.
Lín Mùxuě flinched at the sight of Shěn Chén's brutal kick.
What do you think you're doing?
Lín Mùxuě's voice trembled slightly as her body collapsed uncontrollably onto the floor. The bathrobe wrapped around her exposed most of her snow-white upper body.
What do you think? Why are you playing dumb with me?
Shěn Chén pinched Lín Mùxuě's chin, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable ferocity. Lín Mùxuě had never seen Shěn Chén like this before, and her body trembled uncontrollably.
It wasn't me. It was him. He ordered me to do it. I didn't mean to target you.
Lín Mùxuě frantically pointed at Chaoran, who had just regained consciousness on the floor, trying to distance herself from the situation. You and your bestie Song Shelwy were both serving me. You wanted me to take action against Shěn Chén.
Chaoran awoke, the acupoint Shěn Chén had sealed now naturally released.
Chaoran had believed Lín Mùxuě truly loved him, but never imagined she'd betray him first when trouble arose. Little Shěn, the divine doctor, it was her and that Song surnamed bestie of hers. They crawled into my bed together, trying to get me to persuade my uncle to make a move on you. Shěn Chén walked over to the sofa, picked up a bunch of grapes, and began eating while watching the spectacle unfold.
You're lying. You forced us into bed with you. You threatened us. Lín Mùxuě fired back instantly, enraging Chaoran to the point of fury. What a dogfight. But then,
Shěn Chén suddenly paused dramatically, as if recalling a clever idea.
But what? Little Shěn, the divine doctor, speak. Chaoran couldn't wait to escape.
He absolutely had to get his uncle to teach Shěn Chén a lesson.
And there was one more crucial matter, he absolutely had to destroy Lín Mùxuě.
Lín Mùxuě watched Shěn Chén from the sidelines. But here's the catch, only one of you will walk out of here alive today.
Shěn Chén's words struck Chaoran and Lín Mùxuě like a bolt from the blue. You dare to kill? You're going to kill us.
Chaoran and Lín Mùxuě shouted in unison, utterly stunned that Shěn Chén had come today with murderous intent.
What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it perfectly normal for a few people to drop dead from illness every year? Shěn Chén's utterly matter-of-fact tone sent a chill down their spines. They didn't doubt for a moment that with Shěn Chén's medical skills, it would be effortless for him to do so. Then what do you want us to do?
Lín Mùxuě cautiously inquired about Shěn Chén's true intentions. Here are 2 bottles, both colorless and odorless. One can cause cardiac arrest, while the other is just plain water.
Now it's down to your luck.
The 2 stared at the glass bottles before them, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads.
Shěn Chén, will you be with me? I know so many positions I can make you feel like you're floating on air.
Lín Mùxuě tore off her clothes, rubbing her ample breasts against Shěn Chén's arm. Lín Mùxuě refused to accept her fate so easily. She intended to use her only asset to save her own life.
Smack!
Shěn Chén shoved Lín Mùxuě away.
A woman like her?
He wouldn't take her even if she begged.
Only one of us can survive, right?
At that moment, Chaoran, who had remained silent for so long, suddenly lifted his bloodshot eyes and spoke.
Right.
Shěn Chén was slightly startled by Chaoran's state, but quickly composed himself, eager to see what he would do.
All right.
Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Chaoran flung open the 2 bottles on the table, staring at them while gasping for breath. As Shěn Chén watched in astonishment and Lín Mùxuě gazed in disbelief, Chaoran grabbed her chin and forced both vials of liquid down her throat, her eyes wide with terror.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Shěn Chén clapped in delight. This scene was far more entertaining than any game.
Lín Mùxuě choked on the water in her mouth, unable to speak, her eyes seething with hatred for Chaorun.
Ha! You! Dare to betray me? Then die!
Chaorun cackled maniacally, looking like an escapee from some insane asylum.
You lunatic! If I can't live, neither will you.
Since Lín Mùxuě knew she was doomed anyway, she intended to take someone down with her. She grabbed the fruit knife from the table and stabbed Chaorun 3 times in the chest. Chaorun never imagined Lín Mùxuě was a madwoman herself, and when she lost her mind, she was even crazier than he was. The events unfolded so swiftly that Shěn Chén hadn't even had time to react.
This outcome was nothing like what Shěn Chén had anticipated.
He'd only intended to kill Lín Mùxuě, but now both were dead and he hadn't even lifted a finger.
With nothing to weigh him down, he headed out for some street grilled snacks.
Stepping outside, Shěn Chén rubbed his stomach. It was growling. A barbecue stall by the roadside caught his eye.
This called for a feast. Damn Shěn Chén! Why didn't you answer my call earlier?
While waiting for his barbecue, Liu Yaji's call came through.
My phone was on silent. I didn't check it.
Shěn Chén checked and saw he really had a missed call.
I won't answer. It's so noisy over there.
Liu Yaji's unreasonable behavior had become routine for Shěn Chén, who silently rolled his eyes.
I'm out eating barbecue.
The barbecue just arrived, Shěn Chén said as he ate.
Great, you're having barbecue and you didn't invite me. Liu Yaji panicked at the sound of his voice. She hadn't eaten anything tonight to stick to her diet, so how could he be eating barbecue?
Liu Yaji didn't notice her own tone now, sounding like a young girl in love pouting at her boyfriend.
Chapter 29,
If you're going to play the part, play it like Wei Xiaobao.
Then come over. I'm at the entrance of Jinqiu Garden. Shěn Chén didn't take Liu Yaji's words seriously.
After all, in his view, they were just ordinary friends. She had no reason to come all this way just for him.
Shěn Chén hung up and happily continued eating his barbecue.
Before long, a small car pulled up beside the barbecue stall. The crowd at the stall watched with envy another rich kid and princess out experiencing life. The scissor doors of the small car swung open, revealing a leg that seemed longer than life itself, the first thing to catch everyone's attention.
But Shěn Chén couldn't shake the strange sense of familiarity he felt looking at that leg. When Liu Yaji stepped out of the car, Shěn Chén was stunned. You jerk, Shěn Chén! Eating all this alone without calling me.
Liu Yaji muttered as she plopped down without hesitation, grabbed a skewer of pork kidney, and devoured it, grease dripping from her mouth.
You actually came? Shěn Chén looked stunned, never expecting Liu Yaji to actually show up in the middle of the night. What's the matter? Not happy to see me? Owner, another 20 skewers of kidneys. Liu Yaji shot him a withering glare before turning to hail the owner.
The men around them were practically dying to take his place.
If their girlfriends were this beautiful and this proactive, it'd be worth it even if they got drained dry. You're feeling better? Liu Yaji asked over her shoulder, stuffing 2 more skewers into her mouth. I'm fine. My medical skills are top-notch.
Shěn Chén patted his chest. Treating him was a piece of cake.
You're pretty awesome. Then why didn't you cure me the first time? Liu Yaji thought to herself, how can someone be so arrogant? If he's so amazing, why doesn't he just fly to the moon? Well, it depends on the situation.
Shěn Chén dared not admit he wanted to see her twice more. If Liu Yaji found out, she'd beat him to a pulp.
Pfft, if you're bad, just practice more.
And now you're making excuses.
Liu Yaji downed a mouthful of beer, her flushed cheeks making you want to take a bite. Holy! You dare say I can't do it? I could go 7 times in one night, you know.
Shěn Chén was feeling a bit tipsy, and his words slipped out without thinking.
Put. I'm talking about medical skills. What the hell were you thinking? Liu Yaji nearly died when she heard Shěn Chén's words. With so many people around, couldn't you pick a quieter spot to talk? My tongue got tied. Sorry about that. Shěn Chén snapped back to his senses, mentally slapping himself. How could he blurt out his true thoughts after just a few sips of that cheap wine? While the two were chatting away, a table of heavily tattooed guys arrived nearby. Boss, check out that hottie over there. One of the guys pointed at Liu Yaji while drooling, practically spilling it on the floor as he spoke to their leader, who was sitting nearby with bloodshot eyes from drinking. Holy! She's a goddess. Just wait, I'll bring her over for you guys to call her sister-in-law. The boss staggered over to Shěn Chén and his friends, draping his arm over Liu Yaji's shoulder. Ah! You guys are sick. Startled by their antics, Liu Yaji quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe the spot where the burly man had touched her. Hey, sweetheart, do us a favor and have a drink with us. Then come with the boss, he'll make you feel like you're in heaven. The big guy spoke while ogling Liu Yaji with a lecherous, greedy gaze. Big brother rules. His voice carried loud enough for the entire barbecue stall to hear clearly, while his henchmen cheered him on nearby. The crowd at the stall watched Shěn Chén and Liu Yaji with pity. These young folks were in for a rough time. Get lost. He should take a good look in the mirror. What a disgusting sight he was. Liu Yaji stared at the burly man before her with utter disgust. How could there be so many pathetic men these days? Don't push your luck. Letting you be my drinking companion is me giving you face.
The burly man, feeling humiliated, lunged forward to grab Lu Yaji.
Bro, don't push it too far.
Shěn Chén grabbed the man's wrist and grinned at him.
Get lost. Pretty boy. This is your mistress, right? A mama's boy like this? I could take 10 of them with one hand. The big guy roared with laughter, unaware that this remark had thoroughly enraged Shěn Chén. You're asking for it.
Shěn Chén grabbed a chopstick and pinned the big guy's hand to the table.
Even when his parents were alive, Shěn Chén wouldn't tolerate anyone insulting them.
Because of this, he'd even been sent to a juvenile detention center during high school. Now that his parents were gone, not beating the other guy to death was the greatest mercy he could show.
Ah! Guys, take him down.
The big guy clutched his hand in agony, wailing in pain. Seeing their boss getting bullied, the underlings grabbed their weapons, ready to avenge him. Seeing the fight break out, most of the people at the barbecue stall scattered.
Shěn Chén struck a Wing Chun stance, landing a punch on each youngster.
Soon, the big guy's minions were either clutching their stomachs or clutching their groins, lying on the ground wailing in agony just like their boss.
Get out of here. This guy's tough.
Just as the big guy tried to lead his minions away, Shěn Chén called out to them.
Pay for the damage. Shěn Chén's cold gaze swept over the group.
They sensed his overwhelming presence and realized they'd provoked someone they shouldn't have. The thugs hastily tossed down 1,000 yuan before scrambling away from this nightmare spot.
Sorry for the trouble, boss.
Shěn Chén apologized to the owner with a look of regret, handing over the 1,000 yuan the big guy had tossed down. Feeling it wasn't enough, he scanned another 1,000.
Are you okay? Let me check. Lu Yaji examined every inch, leaving Shěn Chén nearly dizzy from her scrutiny. Are you watching a monkey show? I'm performing a juggling act. Shěn Chén grabbed Lu Yaji's head and held it down. All that touching and feeling around, what if she accidentally touched something she shouldn't, like last night? Let me touch it again. I haven't had enough.
Lu Yaji was thoroughly enjoying feeling those abs when she was suddenly interrupted, leaving her a bit annoyed.
Ha! Great. And I thought you were genuinely concerned about me.
You're lusting after my body, you're so vulgar.
Shěn Chén was almost won over by Lu Yaji's attitude, never expecting she'd be so into feeling his muscles.
But Shěn Chén's body remained brutally honest, tensing his muscles. His muscles said, you can be all high and mighty, but I'm not.
I'm enjoying this. Humph. Love lets you touch, but I won't let you touch? I don't even care.
Though Lu Yaji muttered this, her hands lingered, relishing the thrill of caressing those abs.
It's too late tonight. This princess is crashing at your place.
Lu Yaji glanced at the time. Her family had long since locked the doors at this hour. Though she came from a wealthy family, their household customs were just like any ordinary families. Before sleeping, they'd lock the doors from the inside to prevent burglars from entering. Only then would they feel at ease.
Ha! How dare you try to sleep with me again? Ugh, sleep with me?
Wait, no sleep at my place.
Don't you have a place to stay? Always crashing at mine.
You're still a virgin, after all.
Shěn Chén couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. After all, sharing a room with a beauty who wouldn't be thrilled? What if something happened? Put. I'm a man of integrity.
I won't be some Shiman Ching if I'm going to be anyone. It's Wei Xiaobao, who adores only beauties.
Chapter 30. How come your place only has one bed?
My building has a curfew. I rushed out without my ID, otherwise I could have gone to yours. It would be your honor if this lady visited your place.
Don't take your blessings for granted. Lu Yaji shot Shěn Chén a haughty look.
She was a pure maiden and hadn't said a word about it. Oh, and while I'm there, I'll finish my second acupuncture session. Then tomorrow, you'll come home with me to complete the third one. Lu Yaji suddenly remembered her treatment wasn't finished yet and added another sentence.
Fine. Shěn Chén thought it made sense, might as well get it over with sooner. Come on, get in the car.
This lady will take you for a spin. Lu Yaji waved her car keys, pressed the buttons on either side, and the scissor doors slowly opened, making Shěn Chén envious. After all, cars, money, and beautiful women were a man's three greatest pursuits in life.
Miss Lu, do you know where my place is?
After getting in and feeling the speed of the little beast for a moment, Shěn Chén suddenly realized something was off about the direction.
Shěn Chén's question left Lu Yaji speechless.
She realized she'd gotten into the habit of driving straight toward her own place the moment she got behind the wheel. Then why not just turn around? Watching Lu Yaji persistently drive in the opposite direction, Shěn Chén nearly lost his cool.
What kind of brain is that?
Oh, right, where exactly is your place? Lu Yaji snapped out of her daze and hurriedly asked Shěn Chén for directions to his place.
Jinhua Mansion.
Shěn Chén slapped his forehead. This girl was so carefree.
Ugh, I'm exhausted.
The moment Lu Yaji stepped inside, she acted like she was back at her own place, flopping down onto the sofa with a thud. Her stunning figure gave Shěn Chén quite the eyeful.
Why do I feel like you're back at your own place?
No sooner had Shěn Chén spoken than a white domestic cat burst out of the room.
Ah, so cute. Is this your cat? Big Head was about to leap excitedly onto his owner when he was suddenly scooped up mid-leap. He looked up to find a stranger in his home. Meow? I have a female owner? Meow. This woman smells so good, I love it. Big Head eagerly burrowed into Lu Yaji's arms, completely forgetting he'd been looking for Shěn Chén. This is the cat I picked up downstairs. I named him Big Head. After drinking so much, have some plain water. Shěn Chén poured 2 glasses of water, walked over, sat beside Lu Yaji, and said while watching Big Head sniffing around non-stop. Thanks. This kitten seems so well behaved. I never would have thought a roughneck like you could take care of such an adorable little creature. Lu Yaji stroked Big Head's silky fur, offering Shěn Chén a backhanded compliment. Why couldn't I? I found this cat barely clinging to life when I picked it up. Shěn Chén retorted, chatting with Lu Yaji about Big Head. This kitten feels just as rough as you do. Watching the little furball knead her chest, Lu Yaji couldn't resist giving it a couple more strokes. Ha! How am I like that? I'm a proper gentleman, loyal and devoted, you know. Shěn Chén couldn't help but feel like he was getting shot down even while lying down. And about being faithful, if he wasn't, she'd have hit the nail on the head. Loyal? Only to beautiful women, of course. Lu Yaji shot him a disdainful look. Men are all the same. No way. Shěn Chén looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. See? I didn't even say anything. Why are you getting so worked up? Lu Yaji shot Shěn Chén a look that screamed, I knew it. Men are all scum. You're playing word games with me, aren't you? Shěn Chén's defenses crumbled again. This woman felt like she was his natural enemy. Every encounter with her brought nothing but trouble. Got a problem? Keep it to yourself. Lu Yaji thought to herself, this guy really can't handle it. His mental fortitude is too weak, he needs to work on that. 6. 1,000 words churned in Shěn Chén's mind, but all he could muster was a 6, masking the fact he had nothing to say. Timmy. Shěn Chén watched Lu Yaji idly petting the cat beside him, growing restless. He opened the mobile game, and Lu Yaji, seeing this, joined in. Over the next hour, they played 10 matches. Both looked utterly defeated as they set down their phones. No more gaming. Time to sleep. Lu Yaji finally cracked, standing up to ask Shěn Chén where she would sleep. Suddenly, after sitting cross-legged for too long, her numb leg gave way and she toppled toward Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén was still staring blankly at his battle stats panel. Only when he heard Lu Yaji's gasp did he finally look up. The moment their lips touched, the two eternal singles experienced something entirely new. Lu Yaji blushed and closed her eyes, her face flushed with shyness. Shěn Chén watched this scene unfold. He gathered his courage, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pressed his lips firmly against hers. To die beneath the peonies even as a ghost, one would live in romance. Why is he sticking his tongue out? Lu Yaji stared at Shěn Chén in disbelief, her eyes wide. But seeing Shěn Chén still lost in the moment, she found herself closing her eyes and wrapping her arms around his neck. Feeling the nimble tongue guiding her, Lu Yaji couldn't help but blush, her heart racing. Her body went limp, and she collapsed onto Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén flipped her onto his back, his mouth growing fiercer as his hands roamed restlessly, sending shivers through her body. Shěn Chén nearly lost control upon hearing Lu Yaji's muffled moans, tempted to take her right then and there. Yet reason ultimately prevailed over desire. Having just tasted the sweetness, the two clung to each other, reluctant to part, as if they wished to merge into one another. Who? You bastard, you're going to suffocate me. Dirty hands. Lu Yaji pushed Shěn Chén away, gasping for breath. This guy was trying to kill her. Sorry about that first time, I guess I'm not very good at kissing. I didn't even know it auto-locked. Shěn Chén's bluntly straightforward words made Lu Zizi's face flush crimson. Shěn Chén gazed at Lu Yaji, her face as rosy as a peach blossom, and a string in his heart seemed to stir gently. You idiot! Don't look! Lu Yaji shot a sultry glare at Shěn Chén, who was staring at her like a fool. That pervert who knows where he picked that up? Gradually, Lu Yaji came to terms with her own feelings. Though she hadn't spent much time with Shěn Chén, she seemed to be slowly falling for him. This must be what they called love at first sight. That's why she hadn't refused Shěn Chén's earlier bold advances. He was so handsome, yet she wasn't allowed to look? What kind of logic was that? Often, the things boys blurt out instinctively make girls incredibly happy, and Lu Yaji was no exception. Her heart was filled with sweetness. You're not even my girlfriend, so why shouldn't I look? Lu Yaji wanted to retort it was always so amusing to see Shěn Chén at a loss for words. Then I want you to be my girlfriend. But this time, Lu Yaji miscalculated. Shěn Chén seemed to have made up his mind. Well, it depends on how you behave. I'm sleepy, you idiot. Lu Yaji hadn't explicitly refused, which made Shěn Chén's heart leap with joy. Lu Yaji spun around, dumbfounded. Dummy, how come you only have one bed? Chapter 31, from now on, kids will definitely be part of the picture. Lu Yaji never imagined Shěn Chén's home had only one bedroom. Could it be they'd have to share a bed again? Right, it's just me living here. No one ever visits. It's just a one-bedroom apartment. You can sleep in the bed, and I'll take the sofa. Shěn Chén fetched a blanket from the bedroom and gestured toward the bed inside. Fine, I'll give you that. Liu Yaji stepped into the bedroom and found it bore no resemblance to a typical guy's room. In her mind, a guy's room should be littered with socks and underwear everywhere. But Shěn Chén's room was spotless, the quilt was even neatly folded, and it carried a faint, fresh scent. I'll give you extra points for being so clean. Liu Yaji thought to herself, I'll give you a higher success rate for your confession then. Good night, silly. Good night, Zizi. That night's events rapidly heated up the feelings between them. All it would take was for one of them to break the ice, and they could officially confirm their romantic relationship. Lying in bed, one stared at the bedroom ceiling while the other gazed at the living room ceiling. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Big head, why do I feel like I want to kiss you again? Liu Yaji's cheeks flushed crimson as she recalled Shěn Chén's kiss, her legs growing weak. Stupid Shěn Chén, he even slipped his hand inside my top. Meow? How polite of you. Big head raised both paws, signaling, you two lovey-dovey folks, could you please stop torturing the cat? Big head, you think kissing feels good too, right? But I'm a girl, I can't just say what I want. I have to be reserved. Today, Liu Yaji had tasted the sweetness and craved more. After all, she'd been single her entire life for 20 years. No one had ever caught her eye, and now that she finally had someone, she had to hold on tight. Wow, his tongue is so soft, and his lips are so full. Our kid's saliva will definitely be abundant. Meanwhile, Shěn Chén lay on the sofa, thinking about the softness in his hands earlier, and couldn't help but stand at attention again. Hey, what? Liao Ding's been seriously injured and hospitalized? Shěn Chén was still lost in the lingering sensuality of the moment when a sudden phone notification snapped him back to reality. What's going on? Liao Ding's men were now in a panic. His last words before losing consciousness were to take him to Shěn Chén's clinic and call him immediately. Brother Chen, it's hard to explain everything over the phone right now. You need to come over immediately. Liao Ding's subordinate said anxiously over the phone, it's impossible to explain everything clearly over the phone right now. Shěn Chén, what's going on? Liu Yaji, who had been in the room, heard the commotion and came out. Seeing Shěn Chén's grim expression, she couldn't help but ask with concern. It's nothing, Zizi. I've got an urgent matter to attend to. I need to head to the clinic immediately. Shěn Chén's expression eased slightly at Liu Yaji's words. Then I'll drive you. I can go fast. Liu Yaji slipped on her coat, grabbed her car keys, and prepared to head out with Shěn Chén. Thanks for this, Zizi. Shěn Chén felt a bit embarrassed about troubling Liu Yaji so late at night, but he had no idea what Liao Ding's condition was. Every minute counted in saving Liao Ding. What's going on? Before the car even came to a complete stop, Shěn Chén impatiently jumped out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Liao Ding's younger brother constantly looking around. Brother Chen, come see Brother Ding. The henchman who had come looking for trouble with Liao Ding that day recognized Shěn Chén and said frantically, go get the cloth bag from my desk. Shěn Chén handed the keys to Zhang San while activating the system's scanning function. Shěn Chén saw that both of Liao Ding's underlings were carrying significant injuries, while Liao Ding's wounds were even more gruesome. Even without activating the system, he could see at a glance that Liao Ding's arm was dislocated, and his body was covered in countless bruises. Detected the following recoverable conditions in Liao Ding: 1. Intracranial hemorrhage. 2. Severe fractures. 3. Thoracic injuries. Recover with the following symptoms? Shěn Chén's expression darkened like rain clouds as he reviewed the system's scan results. Shěn Chén, don't rush. Take your time. I believe in you. Liu Yaji offered encouragement from the side. Hearing her words, Shěn Chén forced a smile. Though he hadn't known Liao Ding for long, he'd witnessed every action of his. Long ago, he'd considered Liao Ding family. But now someone had beaten his own man like this. Shěn Chén's rage boiled over this was a blatant slap in the face. Brother Chen, Silver Needle is here. Zhang San hobbled out of the hospital at a brisk pace, nearly tripping over the threshold. Hang in there. Liao Ding's condition is critical. I'll treat him first, then get to you guys. Shěn Chén unzipped his acupuncture bag while urging them to hold on. Shěn Chén first drew 3 golden needles, sealing the major acupoints around Liao Ding's heart to stabilize his faint pulse. 9 Yang Divine needles, descend. 9 golden needles instantly pierced Liao Ding's head. Shěn Chén then activated the system's recovery function. Recover the following symptoms? 1. Intracranial hemorrhage. 2. Severe fractures. 3. Thoracic injuries. Recycle. Shěn Chén silently commanded. Notice, successfully recovered 3 conditions. Earned points, 25. Current remaining points, 199. Ignoring the system prompt, Shěn Chén's fingers lightly brushed the tails of the golden needles. To the astonishment of those present, wisps of steam began rising from Liao Ding's head. Beads of sweat as large as beans trickled down Shěn Chén's forehead. Seeing this, Liu Yaji quietly fetched a towel from the clinic and silently wiped his brow. After completing the acupuncture, Shěn Chén didn't pause.
He immediately used the condensed version of the 9 divine ghost needles, the Lokyang 7 needles, to remove the internal injuries from Liao Ding's chest cavity. Just as Shěn Chén finished treating Liao Ding's chest injuries, the 9 yang divine needles' effect time expired. Before everyone's eyes, Shěn Chén swept his hand, and the 9 golden needles returned to his grasp. The crowd watched in awe at this miraculous display. Ugh! As Shěn Chén withdrew the needles, Liao Ding let out a muffled groan and slowly opened his eyes.
Government agents. Brother Chén. Liao Ding's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Shěn Chén.
He grabbed Shěn Chén's hand, managed to utter a few words, and then passed out again.
Shěn Chén carried Liao Ding into the clinic and gently laid him on the bed.
He then turned back to treat Liao Ding's 2 henchmen, who had only suffered fractures. Most of the damage had been absorbed by Liao Ding himself.
Government agents?
Shěn Chén sat down in a chair after finishing, deep in thought. He had never had any dealings with government officials, let alone provoke them.
Besides his connection to Li Tianqiu, he shouldn't know anyone else. Shěn Chén, what on earth is going on? Lu Yaji finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and voiced the question weighing on her mind.
She always felt like Shěn Chén and his group were involved in some grand scheme.
Zizi, you shouldn't get involved in this. I can handle it myself. Shěn Chén didn't want to drag Lu Yaji into this. He still hadn't figured out why the government would target his people.
What had been a sure victory now faced an uncontrollable variable. Chapter 32, a slip-up, Liao Ding seriously injured.
Shěn Chén, if you care about me, tell me what's really going on.
Lu Yaji had already convinced herself she belonged to Shěn Chén. In her eyes, Shěn Chén's affairs were her own. That was essentially the situation.
Seeing Lu Yaji's anger, Shěn Chén recounted the entire sequence of events to her. Could it be that godfather of that song Shall We you mentioned? Is this some kind of warning, telling you to know when to quit while you're ahead?
Born into a wealthy family, Lu Yaji sometimes saw through these matters more clearly than Shěn Chén, instantly grasping the crux of the situation.
Could be. Zizi, you really are my lucky charm. Shěn Chén had an epiphany and couldn't help but lift Lu Yaji up for a spin.
Hey, you pervert!
People are watching.
I can't help but suspect you're using this as an excuse to take advantage of me. Lu Yaji flushed with coy embarrassment, lowering her head in shame.
I didn't. How could I? Absolutely not. Did you guys see anything?
Shěn Chén denied it 3 times in a row, glaring at them with a hint of menace.
Ha? What are you talking about?
Zhang San, his sister-in-law, and Chen Gu really hit it off. The two kept their eyes downcast, scanning the surroundings, and didn't forget to butter him up.
Who's your sister-in-law?
I couldn't care less about her.
Though Lu Yaji denied it, the slight upturn of her lips gave her away. Oh yes, sister-in-law.
Both wore expressions that said, I get it, but I won't call you out on it. Shěn Chén silently gave them a thumbs up from behind, his face radiating approval as if to say, these kids are teachable. You two are beyond words.
Lu Yaji's flushed cheeks now resembled a perfectly ripe peach. Shěn Chén, do you want me to find out who did this?
Lu Yaji steered the conversation back on track, brushing off the earlier incident.
It's fine, no need. I can handle it myself.
Hey, brotherly, sorry to bother you so late.
Shěn Chén reassured Lu Yaji that he could handle it, then pulled out his phone to call Li Tianqiu.
What's up, bro? What's the rush? Li Tianqiu sounded groggy, clearly roused from sleep by the call.
Brotherly, someone from your inner circle has attacked someone close to me.
Shěn Chén's words instantly sobered Li Tianqiu.
He explained the situation with Liao Ding and shared Lu Yaji's theory. Bro, trust me. If he's behind this, I'll make sure you get answers. Li Tianqiu's voice was grave as he spoke to Shěn Chén.
If such a major problem had arisen within his own ranks, it would likely mean the entire political landscape of Jiangcheng was about to be turned upside down. After hanging up, Li Tianqiu felt no trace of sleep left. He pulled out his phone and ordered someone to investigate this personnel department director.
If he was indeed responsible, this director could turn Jiangcheng's political arena into a bloodbath. Alright, Zizi, it's all under control now.
We just wait for updates. Shěn Chén relayed Li Tianqiu's message to Lu Yaji, urging her to stay calm. Lu Yaji hadn't expected Shěn Chén to actually know the municipal party secretary, and apparently, their relationship wasn't superficial. She had been preparing to ask her parents for help if Shěn Chén couldn't uncover the truth, but now her earlier worries seemed unnecessary. You're doing quite well for yourself, calling the party secretary brother like that.
Lu Yaji teased Shěn Chén playfully. Well then, since I'm so outstanding, maybe you should consider me? Shěn Chén's flirtatious words came effortlessly, and the effect was obvious. Lu Yaji was completely hooked. You should get some rest. It's almost dawn.
Shěn Chén glanced at the time. It was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Lu Yaji had kept him company half the night.
Alright. Call me if anything comes up. Give me your house key. A wave of sleepiness washed over Lu Yaji too.
Without hesitation, she took the keys from Shěn Chén and left.
Drive carefully. Lu Yaji heard Shěn Chén's reminder and waved goodbye. Unable to sleep, Shěn Chén revisited his plan.
The current flaw had led to Liao Ding's serious injury, forcing him to rethink his strategy. Originally, he planned to gradually erode Rende Hospital, but now it seemed he had to seize it with lightning speed to prevent complications.
Who could tell me what was going on? Why had our hospital provoked the Chu family, and why were we being acquired? Chao Xian's office was ablaze with light. Tonight, Rende Hospital's executives were all tossing and turning.
They'd been coasting along just fine, only to suddenly hear news of the Chu family's takeover.
No one was thrilled about changing owners. It wasn't just about keeping their jobs, it was about whether they could keep pocketing kickbacks. For years, Chao Xian had turned a blind eye to their kickbacks and tax evasion. Given the choice, they'd naturally side with Chao Xian. None of us understood why the Chu family would suddenly swallow us whole. The only certainty was that we hadn't provoked them. Moreover, the Chu family had mobilized their entire clan, leaving us no chance to react or fight back.
The manager overseeing Rende Hospital's shares spoke in a subdued tone. He had reacted swiftly enough, but against the colossal might of the Chu family, there was simply no fighting back. Where was Chao Ran? Where had he gone off to cause trouble again? Chao Xian suddenly noticed an empty seat. Chao Ran was gone. We've been calling him all afternoon, but his phone's been turned off the whole time. Hearing the report, Chao Xian grimaced in frustration. His son had never been a source of peace of mind. Still, he consoled himself with the substantial fortune he'd accumulated over the years. Even if he were expelled from the shareholders' meeting, he could ensure his family's financial security. But Chao Xian remained utterly unaware that his only son was already dead, that his line had ended. The Chu family had announced last night that a new owner would take over this morning. Chao Xian waved his hand impatiently to end the meeting. He could only take things one step at a time now. Wait and see what the new boss would do tomorrow. Lost in thought, Shěn Chén found dawn had broken before he knew it. He stepped out to buy breakfast, then prepared to head to Rende Hospital. Brother Chen, you're up so early? As Shěn Chén spoke with his two younger brothers, Liao Ding slowly stirred beside them. Little Ding, how are you feeling? Shěn Chén hurried over to steady Liao Ding as he tried to sit up. Brother Chen, I feel much better, but my chest still feels a bit tight. Liao Ding touched his chest, grimacing in pain. You still need to rest. Shěn Chén scolded him with a sigh, watching Liao Ding's animated expression. Oh, right, Chen, it was probably the city government's personnel department who attacked us yesterday. During the brawl, there was someone standing off to the side. I've seen that guy before. He appeared on TV with the head of the personnel department. Recalling last night, Liao Ding gritted his teeth in fury, clenching his fists tightly. Chapter 33, Treating the Dead? That's pretty damn impressive. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to investigate him. Whatever he did to you, I'll do to him. Shěn Chén's words deeply moved Liao Ding. A man will die for a friend who truly understands him. With Shěn Chén treating him this way, Liao Ding felt he must pledge his absolute loyalty. Thank you, Brother Chen. Liao Ding's heartfelt gratitude poured forth. Shěn Chén had not only pulled him back from the wrong path but also saved his life. He felt he had nothing to offer in return. Enough with the sappy stuff. Just focus on getting better. Shěn Chén scolded with a laugh. He couldn't stand such sentimental nonsense. You focus on getting better. I've got to step out for a bit. Shěn Chén instructed Liao Ding to rest properly while he prepared to pay a visit to Rende Hospital. Are you ready yet, little brother? You're taking forever. Chu Ruozhu pushed open the door just then. Seeing Shěn Chén still chatting idly, she realized the time was almost up. Why the rush? Let them wait if it's late. Did the Chu family send you? I thought they'd send some high-level executive. Shěn Chén shrugged indifferently, surprised that the Chu family held him in such high regard. The entire management team at Rende Hospital is in place now, except for Chao Ran. When do you think the new boss will arrive? It's already been half an hour. Yeah, he still hasn't shown up. No sense of time whatsoever. Whispers filled the conference room. Chao Ran sat in the deputy's seat, fully aware he was no longer the boss. You bastards never stop, do you? My father's been dead for 3 days, and you're demanding I pay his medical bills? You hospitals treat dead people? If you treat them, you bring them back to life? Like I'm some sucker with money to burn. The moment Shěn Chén and Chu Ruozhu stepped into Rende Hospital, they witnessed the scene. Both were stunned. Treating the dead? Unheard of. But what followed was endless rage. This was blatant extortion. Who doesn't value their money? Who wants to come to the hospital for treatment? They're spending their hard-earned savings on this. The elderly patients had scraped together their life savings. Who would want to die so soon? They were all fighting desperately to stay alive. Shěn Chén's face darkened. It seemed Rende Hospital wasn't just consumed by jealousy, it was riddled with internal parasites. The hospital needed a major overhaul. Seems you all have quite the opinion of me. Shěn Chén entered with a smile, addressing the group. As soon as he reached the doorway, he overheard their hushed whispers. No, how could that be? The group offered awkward smiles. Gossiping behind someone's back only to be overheard. Who wouldn't feel embarrassed? Though they hadn't recognized Shěn Chén personally, they all knew Chu Ruozhu, the new face of the Chu family, accompanying him.
I see you all have strong opinions. Why not voice them? Let me hear what you have to say.
Without hesitation, Shěn Chén plopped down in the seat of honor and propped his feet up on the table. No one dared to speak, but seeing the eldest daughter of the Chu family standing behind Shěn Chén like a secretary, she clearly wasn't just some nobody. Gentlemen, since none of you will speak, I shall say a few words myself.
This gentleman is your hospital's new owner. You'd better remember his face.
Of course, if you choose to pay lip service while secretly defying us, then don't blame the Chu family for showing no mercy. If you defy him, the Chu family will ensure you can't survive in Jiangchang.
Standing beside Shěn Chén, Chu Ruozhu radiated an overwhelming aura of authority.
The presence of someone born into a prominent family like hers was something the parasites in this room could never hope to match. The crowd was stunned by her presence. Chao Xian was the first to snap out of it, mortified that he'd been intimidated by a young woman.
Miss Chu, you're overthinking it. We'll certainly cooperate fully. How should we address this, Mr. Dong? Chao Xian spoke up first, but mid-sentence, he faltered, unsure of Shěn Chén's name. Dean Chao, I've long admired your reputation. I am Shěn Chén. Chao Xian's mind went blank, filled only with the name Shěn Chén.
Thud. Thud. Several people at the table toppled off their chairs. They hadn't forgotten who Shěn Chén was. Just days ago they'd been targeting him, and now he'd transformed into their direct superior. They couldn't help but sigh at life's unpredictability. Truly, the world turns upside down.
What's wrong with you all? Can't even sit still? Dean Chao, why aren't you saying anything?
Shěn Chén watched the pathetic spectacle unfold before him, a look of contempt spreading across his face.
These clowns had the nerve to try framing others?
No, I just zoned out for a moment.
Chao Xian snapped back to reality, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as he forced a smile. Goodness gracious. What's wrong with your hospital? Can't you see Director Chao is sweltering? Don't you know how to turn on the air conditioning?
Shěn Chén scolded them sternly, while Chu Ruozhu, who had been silently watching his performance, could barely contain her amusement. This little junior of mine, the Oscars owe him a little gold statue.
It's fine. I just sweat easily. No need. Chao Xian hastily waved his hands. He hadn't expected Shěn Chén to be right in front of him. If he wasn't mistaken, Shěn Chén was here for him. Oh, that's good. Director Chao's constitution looks a bit weak to me.
Shěn Chén turned to Chao Xian and discreetly scanned him with the system. What he saw shocked him.
This seemingly robust middle-aged man, Chao Xian, actually had kidney deficiency?
Detected recyclable symptoms in Chao Xian. 1. Impotence lasting only 3 seconds. 2. Weak calves. For the first time, the system highlighted a warning. Seeing Chao Xian's severe impotence, Shěn Chén reluctantly transferred his own impotence to Chao Xian. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. 2 negatives make a positive. Detected, impotence transferred to Chao Xian.
Deducted 1 point. Remaining points, 198. The system re-scanned Chao Xian as Shěn Chén silently prayed. Detected Chao Xian symptoms, can recycle 1. Erectile dysfunction duration, 1 second. System unable to treat 2.
Weakness in calves.
Oh dear. This was the first time he'd encountered a condition the system couldn't treat.
It wasn't intentional, but Shěn Chén silently chanted Amitba Buddha in his heart. Whoever told me negative times negative equals positive, look what I've done, treating someone until even the system can't fix it.
I've really screwed them over. Shěn Chén now understood why Chao Xian had only one son. Being able to produce offspring in just 3 seconds would make his ancestors roll over in their graves. Ahaha, just a minor cold lately. Nothing serious. Chao Xian laughed it off, knowing Shěn Chén was mocking him, but he couldn't retaliate just yet.
He hated it most when people called him weak. Any woman who dared say he was weak had already been sent to hell. Because of his weakness, he could only rely on toys to drive women to the brink. Because of his physical condition, he cherished Chaoren like his own flesh and blood. But even Chaoren, that little bastard, wouldn't have been born if he'd been shot into the wall back then. Over the years, he tried every folk remedy under the sun, even resorting to eating, yet saw no sign of improvement. Now he bitterly regretted ever getting involved with that 5-fingered maiden.
Chapter 34, Chu Ruozhu's Awakening.
This was a pain etched deep into Chao Xian's heart, impossible to erase.
Director Chao, you really need to take care of your health. Alright, let's get down to business.
Shěn Chén shifted his tone, his aura suddenly transforming. Everyone groaned inwardly. Chu Ruozhu alone was already enough to handle, and now Shěn Chén's presence was just as overwhelming. Let me recount what Miss Chu and I witnessed upon our arrival. I must say, your hospital's medical skills seem to surpass mine. Shěn Chén's lips curled slightly, but everyone knew he was setting a trap for them to fall into.
No, we're just average.
We're all compassionate doctors.
Yet someone actually had the nerve to speak up.
Shěn Chén shot the fellow a surprised glance, astonished that such a foolish person truly existed in this world.
Oh, may I ask your name?
Shěn Chén was genuinely curious how this man had risen to a management position. "I am Li Shiyu, deputy director of the neurosurgery department."
Li Shiyu eagerly blurted out his name the moment Shěn Chén asked.
Chao Xian beside him covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. If it weren't for this fool stuffing his wallet full of cash, he'd never have ended up sitting here. "Oh, Director Li, this just happens to be about your neurology department. I just heard that your department actually issued diagnosis reports and charged medical fees for deceased patients. I don't even have the skill to revive someone burned to ashes.
Your prestigious hospital really is more impressive than this humble clinic of mine."
Shěn Chén finished slowly, fixing a piercing gaze on Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu's earlier excitement had vanished. Hearing Shěn Chén's emotionless words, his body now trembled uncontrollably.
"Director Li, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Shěn Chén's gaze was cold as he stared at Li Shiyu, his eyes already burning with rage. This. "Boss, I don't usually handle these matters.
It's always Chao Ren, the nephew of Director Chao, who takes care of them."
Li Shiyu couldn't think of any excuse.
Suddenly remembering Chao Ren hadn't come today, he decided to shift the blame onto him. After all, Chao Xian wasn't the director anymore, so he had nothing to fear.
He might as well cozy up to the new director.
He firmly believed money could make the devil grind the millstone.
With some luck, he could climb even higher. Replacing Chao Xian wasn't entirely out of the question. "Oh, Director Chao, is he right?"
Shěn Chén turned his gaze back to Chao Xian, whose face was now so dark it could drip water.
"Li Shiyu, stop making baseless accusations.
You were in charge of the neurology department. My nephew never interfered. Now that something happened, you refuse to take responsibility and try to shift the blame."
Chao Xian slammed his fist on the table, pointing an accusing finger at Li Shiyu as he roared with fury.
His son spends his days carousing and partying.
He doesn't lift a finger for the hospital, just hangs onto that director title. "Director Li, you caused this mess, you take responsibility."
Li Shiyu tried to speak, but Shěn Chén cut him off.
"Li Shiyu, you're coming with us."
No sooner had Shěn Chén spoken than the Ministry of Health official, who had been listening outside, pushed open the door. Shěn Chén had called Li Tianqiu before coming and had him waiting at the entrance. Shěn Chén hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so easily. This man was utterly brainless.
"All right, Director Chao, no need to get angry. By the way, where is Director Chao?" Shěn Chén soothed Chao Xian with a few words. He couldn't afford to anger him. Chao Xian still had great use. If he died of anger now, there'd be no more fun to be had. Shěn Chén then feigned ignorance and asked about Chao Ren's whereabouts. "Dean Shen, I'm truly sorry.
I've been guilty of nepotism. My nephew isn't particularly capable, yet I've kept him in that director position. Rest assured, I won't object if you dismiss me. As for his whereabouts, I'm not entirely sure. He often goes days without answering his phone."
Chao Xian had his own plans.
He knew Shěn Chén wouldn't let him off easily. He had to sell off his shares and flee overseas with Chao Ren. Now that Shěn Chén had the colossal Chu family backing him, Chao Xian knew he was powerless to deal with him anymore.
Who knew what other hidden cards Shěn Chén might still hold?
Fleeing was his best option now, but he wouldn't let Shěn Chén off so easily.
Shěn Chén wanted a hospital, didn't he? That shell hospital. Could a place riddled with medical disputes even be called a hospital?
Run Da Hospital was the work of his life, built through a lifetime of hard work and struggle. To simply hand it over now was absolutely impossible. Chao Xian's mind was already consumed by madness. Anyone witnessing this would surely declare him a complete lunatic, willing to sacrifice the lives of every patient in the hospital just to exact revenge on Shěn Chén. Well, with Director Chao saying that, I can finally rest easy. Shěn Chén chuckled softly, casting an approving glance at Chao Xian. Having achieved his goal of disgusting Chao Xian, he promptly adjourned the meeting. Everyone scrambled out of the conference room, the atmosphere having become unbearably oppressive.
"Nice work, little brother. You handled your first time like a pro.
I was even thinking about stepping in to save the day when you faltered, but looks like I was overthinking it." Once the office was empty, Xu Ruozhu lifted Shěn Chén's chin with her fingers, their faces inches apart.
"Don't you know who I am? This is child's play." After Lu Yaji's provocation, Shěn Chén was no longer the same man.
Such tricks held no sway over him. Shěn Chén spoke, pulling Xu Ruozhu into his arms as she gasped.
"How dare you become so bold?"
Xu Ruozhu never expected Shěn Chén to become so bold.
It was as if he'd transformed into a different person in just a few days.
Xu Ruozhu refused to believe Shěn Chén could change so drastically in just a few days.
He must be putting on a brave face.
Refusing to believe it, she wrapped her arms around Shěn Chén's neck and leaned in close, her gaze teasing as she looked at him.
"Sometimes, you just can't be stubborn with this guy. One stubborn moment, and you might just get yourself into trouble. Ruozhu, you're playing with fire." Xu Ruozhu could distinctly feel the warm breath escaping from Shěn Chén's lips as he spoke. A faint smile curved Shěn Chén's lips.
Xu Ruozhu suddenly sensed something was off, but it was already too late.
Shěn Chén's fierce kiss descended upon her.
Her eyes widened in disbelief. He had truly changed.
Shěn Chén expertly pried open Chu Ruoju's jaw.
She tried to resist futilely, but his increasingly fierce assault had already melted her body. Shěn Chén guided her with precision.
Lost in his assault, Chu Ruoju responded clumsily, her arms clinging desperately to his neck.
Shěn Chén seemed to have his primal instincts ignited.
Today, Chu Ruoju wore a bodycon skirt, and Shěn Chén's hands grew restless, slipping beneath the hem.
Not here, please. Chu Ruoju stiffened, struggling to push Shěn Chén away and tell him not here. Shěn Chén had braced himself for her scolding, but her words instead sent a rush of excitement through him.
Chapter 35, Where'd you go off fooling around with that vixen? You little brat, how did you get so good at this?
Chu Ruoju nestled in Shěn Chén's arms for a moment, then demanded to know how he could be so skilled. It's a man's natural talent. Shěn Chén chuckled and winked at Chu Ruoju. Pfft, men are all scum.
Chu Ruoju didn't believe a word of it.
Men were all full of hot air. After a moment of affection, Shěn Chén and Chu Ruoju descended the stairs and encountered Chao Xian.
Shěn Chén reminded Chao Xian not to forget to resolve the matter of treating the dead man.
Since they'd caused the trouble, they'd have to fix it themselves. Hey, little brother, where are you headed?
Back to the clinic?
Shěn Chén hadn't forgotten the three people still waiting at his clinic.
Ruoju, what you said earlier.
Shěn Chén suddenly remembered and teased Chu Ruoju.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chu Ruoju couldn't hold back any longer.
Furious and embarrassed, she lunged forward and bit Shěn Chén's shoulder. Shěn Chén had been agonizing over what to do when beautiful women threw themselves at him. It was so annoying.
What to do when a beautiful woman throws herself at you?
Just kiss her. Chu Ruoju lay panting against Shěn Chén's chest while his large hands wandered restlessly over her body. You rotten little brother, it's all your fault. Chu Ruoju pulled down her bodycon skirt, nearly to her waist, and bit Shěn Chén's shoulder hard enough to make him wince.
Can't help myself, heh.
Shěn Chén was triumphantly kicked off the car by Chu Ruoju, his face etched with resentment. Fleeing in disarray, Chu Ruoju felt an uncomfortable tingling between her legs, her face flushing crimson. She'd basically sold herself short. What a terrible deal. Shěn Chén whistled cheerfully as he returned to the clinic.
Looks like everyone's recovering well.
Shěn Chén watched as several people huddled together, playing cards with a deck they'd somehow procured.
Brother Chén, you're back.
When Brother Chén plays, it's bound to be top-notch.
Liao Ding felt that patients treated by Shěn Chén recovered exceptionally quickly. He himself now only had some lingering discomfort but no other issues. Hey, you guys. You're all pretty much better now. Time to head home to your moms. I'm closing up shop. Shěn Chén promptly shooed them out. He hadn't forgotten that a beautiful woman was waiting for him at home.
Shěn Chén locked the shop door, grabbed a set of silver needles, and strolled leisurely home. Goodness, she's still sleeping. She'll turn into a little pig if this keeps up. When Shěn Chén got home, he found Lu Yaji still sprawled out asleep.
You're back? Lu Yaji opened her eyes and glanced at the time, realizing she'd slept straight through until evening. Alright, wake up. I'll finish your second acupuncture session. We'll save the third session for when I come to your place. At the mention of acupuncture, Lu Yaji instantly sobered up. I just woke up. Can we wait a bit? Lu Yaji didn't want the needles and clung to Shěn Chén's arm, acting cute. Oh my goodness. What old-timer could resist such temptation? My heart is melting. Shěn Chén readily agreed. Who wouldn't? Hey, you're the best, you little brat. Stinky little brother, I'm hungry. Lu Yaji's scheme succeeded, and she rewarded Shěn Chén with a kiss. Alright, should we eat out or at home?
Shěn Chén asked casually, and this opened up a whole new world for Lu Yaji.
You can cook? Lu Yaji looked thrilled. Guys who can cook get major bonus points. Yeah. I'm heading downstairs to grab some groceries. Want to come along? Shěn Chén and Lu Yaji strolled through the supermarket like a young couple. Whenever Lu Yaji spotted snacks, she'd stop dead in her tracks, pestering Shěn Chén to buy this and that. Shěn Chén obliged without complaint, and soon their cart was overflowing. Okay, ZZ, we can't buy any more. Otherwise, we won't have room for the vegetables. Shěn Chén's reminder snapped Lu Yaji back to reality. They were here to buy groceries. Better to stop while they were ahead. The two returned to their place laden with bags. Lu Yaji took charge of washing the vegetables while Shěn Chén handled the cooking. Wow, that looks so delicious. Lu Yaji gazed at the 6 dishes and 1 soup on the table, each bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Delicious. Shěn Chén told her to eat more if she liked it, but Lu Yaji looked puzzled and asked why he wasn't eating. A feast for the eyes. Shěn Chén picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it into his mouth, casually remarking, smooth talking, even eating can't shut you up. Lu Yaji picked up a piece of meat, stuffed it into Shěn Chén's mouth, and pretended to lower her head to eat. Shěn Chén burst out laughing. Who came up with this little gadget? It's so much fun. Alright, now that you're full, it's time for your acupuncture. We can't delay any longer. If we do, the treatment cycle will be over and you'll need to start over. After resting a while post-meal, Shěn Chén suddenly remembered the main task.
Though the acupuncture no longer affected Liu Yaji, he made a promise and had to follow through.
Alright.
Liu Yaji took Shěn Chén's words at face value, believing she couldn't escape it. Of course, while he was inserting the needles, he inevitably got another eyeful. Just as Shěn Chén bent down to insert the needles, Liu Yaji caught a whiff of perfume that wasn't hers. A pang of unease washed over her, but she quickly recalled her mother's words: a successful man will always have his share of admirers, but as long as he has you in his heart, you are the one who matters. What is there to fear? With that, Liu Yaji felt at ease. Her own father had female friends, yet he loved her mother deeply. What was there to fear? Alright, Zizi, just one more session and we're done. Lost in thought, Liu Yaji snapped back to reality as Shěn Chén withdrew the silver needle. Ouch! Caught off guard, Shěn Chén found his ear yanked by Liu Yaji, his face a blank question mark.
Tell me, she demanded, which vixen did you go fooling around with today? Your perfume is so strong.
Liu Yaji sat up, tugging Shěn Chén's ear as she began her interrogation. Though she didn't mind him seeing other women, she couldn't let him get too carried away.
I'm innocent.
Shěn Chén was startled. This woman had a nose for trouble. He promptly recounted today's events to Liu Yaji, carefully omitting any mention of Chu Ruozhu.
That's more like it.
Upon hearing this, Liu Yaji realized it was her own best friend involved. She had wrongly accused Shěn Chén.
Jealous? Shěn Chén suddenly realized this was the classic sign of jealousy. Pfft, who would want to be jealous of you?
Liu Yaji stammered, as if caught red-handed with some little secret. Shěn Chén chuckled, pulled Liu Yaji into his arms, and claimed her lips with a possessive kiss. With her first experience under her belt, Liu Yaji gradually began to respond.
Not in the living room. Let's go back to the bedroom.
Liu Yaji grew increasingly lost in passion, while Shěn Chén's eyes burned with desire as he swept her up. Clothing fell away piece by piece from both of them. But just as they were about to cross the threshold, Shěn Chén slammed on the brakes.
What's wrong, you little brat? Liu Yaji's breathy voice nearly made Shěn Chén lose control. I can't do this. I haven't given you a proper status yet.
Shěn Chén sat up abruptly. His words deeply moved Liu Yaji.
At least you have some conscience.
I'll reward you, you little rascal. She then lowered her head, leaving Shěn Chén with a look of bittersweet pleasure.
Chapter 36, I am the heaven of the medical world. Damn it.
Liu Yaji spat out the words, shooting Shěn Chén a withering glare.
Shěn Chén hadn't expected Liu Yaji to do that.
The two, newly addicted to each other's taste, clung together like glue.
Zizi, are you leaving today?
After breakfast, Shěn Chén reflected that having someone at home these past few days had made him happier than before.
Yeah, I haven't been back in 2 days. My family must be worried.
Liu Yaji hadn't been home in 2 days either. If she didn't go back soon, they'd start worrying.
Alright, take the key. Come over whenever you want.
Shěn Chén handed the key to Liu Yaji, already treating her like the mistress of his home.
Last night, Shěn Chén had his fun, but someone in Jiangchen was not amused. Director Zhu, please come with us.
The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection knocked on the door of Song Shalwi's godfather, pulling out a summons from their pocket. After hearing Shěn Chén's words that day, Li Tianqiu had secretly investigated Director Zhu. What he uncovered was shocking. The investigation revealed a wall of gold in Zhu's home.
An arrest warrant was promptly issued.
You'll regret this. Director Zhu calmly dressed himself. For all these years, his embezzlement had gone undetected, and he managed to remain as inconspicuous as a background character, something he couldn't possibly control. He had no idea how much real gold and silver he had funneled upward to maintain his years of uninterrupted peace and security. He'd faced investigations before, but they'd always been hushed up by higher-ups.
He wasn't afraid.
What Zhu hadn't anticipated this time, however, was that he'd pierced the sky over Jingzhou. Seeing the severity of Zhu's corruption, Li Tianqiu informed his former superior, who dispatched a special investigation team to thoroughly probe the entire official system of Jiangchang. Brother, the matter with your young associate is settled. The mastermind behind it has been exposed.
After arresting Zhu, Li Tianqiu called Shěn Chén.
We worked through the night yesterday with the special task force sent down from the province to interrogate him. The moment that old bastard heard it was provincial-level investigators, he spilled everything.
Oh, and his mistress?
She's facing a decade in prison for shielding him from bribery charges.
Shěn Chén exhaled deeply after hearing Li Tianqiu's report. This matter is settled now. Only Chao Xian from Rende Hospital remains.
Oh, and bro, you'll need to help me dispose of Chao Ren's body.
Shěn Chén suddenly remembered Chao Ren's body was still lying there.
Alright.
But I've got to ask, how are the two of them doing now? Li Tianqiu wanted to know how they died.
If the scene was gruesome, he'd arranged for a scapegoat from the death row inmates. One committed suicide by poison, the other was stabbed by the poisoner. There were no fingerprints of mine at the scene. Shěn Chén gave a brief account, giving Li Tianqiu a clear picture. Alright, that makes things much easier, little brother. Oh, and this time, I owe you big time, kid. The old man has ordered a thorough investigation of Jiangchang.
The good news is none of my sworn enemies are clean. Now Jiangchang will be my personal fiefdom. Li Tianqiu didn't mince words in front of Shěn Chén. In his view, Shěn Chén might not be the old man's biological grandson, but he was practically one.
Brotherly, you're overestimating the situation.
After all, they were already tainted. Hearing Li Tianqiu's heartfelt words, Shěn Chén genuinely felt happy for him.
The Rende hospital affair should finally come to a complete end.
Shěn Chén hung up the phone, silently reflecting that this matter had weighed on him far too long.
Online, the insults against him still flew thick and fast.
Once this was resolved, his Douyin followers should finally start growing.
Shěn Chén submitted a formal complaint against Chao Xian to the municipal procuratorate, detailing the full extent of Chao Xian's crimes, rape, embezzlement, and bribery of government officials.
Just yesterday, Chao Xian had been scheming how to secretly siphon off Rende Hospital's funds.
Today, the municipal procuratorate committee pushed open the door to his office. Chao Xian's emotions plummeted from the heights of euphoria to the depths of despair.
Chao Xian accepted his fate. In the end, he hadn't outmaneuvered Shěn Chén.
Never did he imagine that a man nearing 40 would ultimately fall at the hands of a young upstart. It was a pity to hand over Rende Hospital, built through years of hard work, so easily. Inside the clinic, upon hearing the news that Zhu Ruozhu had issued the order, he exhaled deeply.
With that, the matter of Rende Hospital was finally settled.
Shěn Chén opened his livestream as usual, and a massive wave of viewers flooded in instantly.
Holy crap, the streamer's back. Hope the streamer hasn't lost his mind. That dead doctor not skilled enough to practice medicine, yet still out there harming people.
Shěn Chén glanced at the mixed reactions in the chat and shrugged it off with a smile. At the latest, the Jiangcheng authorities would clear his name tomorrow.
Folks, the authorities will prove my innocence by tomorrow at the latest.
Stay tuned for the official statement.
Right and wrong, the authorities will provide the answer. Shěn Chén couldn't care less about the trolls barking in the chat now.
As the saying goes, a straight tree casts no crooked shadow.
Squeak. Hello, is this Dr. Shěn?
The person who pushed open the door immediately identified Shěn Chén.
Yes, it's me. And you? Shěn Chén asked with a puzzled look, seeking the visitor's identity. Master Shěn, hello. I'm your fan. I saw your extraordinary medical skills in the livestream. I refuse to believe you could cause someone's death. I came here to prove it to them. Li Xiaotian's words deeply moved Shěn Chén.
He never expected to have such a devoted supporter.
All right, Shěn Chén assured him.
I promise that as long as there's a breath left in you, I'll bring you back to life. Shěn Chén patted his chest and made a solemn promise.
How could he ever let down someone who supported him so wholeheartedly? Everyone, watch closely. I'm no quack.
If my Shěn family clinic is considered quackery, then the entire medical world is full of charlatans. Shěn Chén's words carried not only the confidence of his system but also his unwavering faith in his family's medical legacy.
Holy crap, what arrogance! He really doesn't know his place. Not only is he a quack, but he's also delusional. Exactly. This guy clearly has no girlfriend in real life, just a delusional loser. Shěn Chén couldn't care less about such remarks.
People who spout this kind of nonsense are either gold diggers or cheapskates in real life.
Hear that?
I bet you're either super money hungry in real life or can't even fit into the largest sizes you buy online. Shěn Chén unleashed his sharp tongue without mercy.
Holy crap, 666, my darling. What a talent this streamer is. Your whole family can't even fit into clothes.
You'll never be able to wear those extra large sizes. Hearing this, a little fairy in her rented room finally snapped.
Wait, how did you know I can't fit into extra large clothes? Wow, you're psychic or something? Did you plant a camera on me or what? Wow, you guys, who gets it? There's a female pervert out there.
Shěn Chén feigned terror, clutching her chest as if she'd been exposed.
Chapter 37, you beast, what have you done? Ha, is this guy brain dead or something? What a thing to say. Hearing you speak is like hearing a lecture. This internet fairy really needs to get her head examined by a streamer.
Losers like him will never find a girlfriend with curves like mine. Unable to counter Shěn Chén's arguments, the little fairy on the other side started attacking him from other angles.
Shěn Chén, what are you doing? Just then, Lu Yaji happened to come looking for Shěn Chén. The livestream audience still remembered that sultry voice from last time. Ha! The little fairy's about to get called out.
Ha! Sister Shěn's here to see the little divine doctor. The chat exploded with messages, causing the screen to freeze momentarily.
Zizi, you're here.
Shěn Chén looked up to see Lu Yaji's delighted expression. After all, a day apart feels like 3 years for young lovers.
Yeah, I was bored at home. Lu Yaji was bored stiff at home. Company matters were handled by her father and the uncles anyway. Smack! Lu Yaji suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Shěn Chén's cheek.
Behind them, a sudden howl of horror erupted.
Sorry, bro. I was too busy ranting about that little black guy. Shěn Chén suddenly remembered there was someone else in his clinic. Yikes! Lu Yaji turned away, her face flushed. How could there be someone else here? No problem, Dr. Shěn. Just don't rub it in. I just finished eating and can't take anymore. Thanks. Li Xiaotian couldn't resist adding, can't you two just stay out of sight? Couples are everywhere. Next time. Bro, hold on a sec. I gotta deal with that guy first. Li Xiaotian waved him off. He wanted to see what classic one-liners Shěn Chén would come up with next. Holy crap, your wife is so gorgeous. Ah, so sweet. Warning ahead, extreme sugar overload zone. Just saw the livestream where Lu Yaji kissed Shěn Chén, got a clear shot of her face. Netizens are all sighing with regret. Damn it, how could such a flower be stuck on this pile of manure? Ha, she's already become a nobody, yet they still can't resist rubbing it in. Shěn Chén watched the scene unfold. Fans? They're all fake fans or haters. He's so dashing and handsome, how could he possibly be unworthy of his Zizi? Come on, Zizi, say hello to everyone. This is my girlfriend. Shěn Chén held Lu Yaji in his arms. Lu Yaji hadn't expected Shěn Chén to be live streaming. Blushing, she greeted the crowd of netizens who wanted to be Chow Chow. Hearing Shěn Chén acknowledge her as his girlfriend, Lu Yaji beamed with sweetness and rested her head on his shoulder. Hey, where's that guy from earlier? Call him out. I was talking to my girlfriend earlier and forgot to diss you. Shěn Chén spread his hands wide, and the rap began. The little fairy had already felt ashamed upon seeing Lu Yaji's face and quietly exited the livestream. Is that it? Not a single one worth fighting. Shěn Chén disdainfully picked at his nails, his eyes brimming with arrogance. My sweetheart is amazing. Lu Yaji promptly planted a kiss on Shěn Chén's cheek. This time, it wasn't ghostly wails echoing from behind, it was the live chat viewers breaking down. Shěn traitor, I'll fight you 300 rounds. This Chow traitor swears eternal enmity with you. For stealing my wife, you deserve to be torn apart by 5 horses and then dismembered by a chariot, reassembled, then deep fried. The livestream audience never expected Lu Yaji to deliver such a devastating blow. She's simply heartless. Sour grapes, that's all. Shěn Chén's casual remark plunged another dagger into the hearts of all the Chow rebels. Alright, don't listen to his nonsense. Truth is, us Jinzhou girls are all gentle and beautiful. Come visit us anytime. Lu Yaji couldn't bear seeing netizens so hurt, so she kindly stepped in to save Shěn Chén's skin. Netizens were practically ready to climb through the screen and beat Shěn Chén to death. Sis-in-law is the best, unlike certain people. The chat exploded with this phrase, and Shěn Chén nearly lost his temper. Only Lu Yaji managed to restrain him. Alright, there are still people waiting for you to treat them. Lu Yaji skillfully changed the subject, reminding Shěn Chén that others were still waiting. Bro, what's going on with you? Shěn Chén spoke to Li Xiaotian while activating the system's scanning function. Detected the following recyclable conditions in Li Xiaotian: 1. Lumbar disc herniation. 2. Scoliosis. Recover the following conditions? It's just a herniated disc. Li Xiaotian admitted sheepishly. After all, he was still in college and already suffering from a herniated disc. His health was worse than some elderly people's. How could he develop a herniated disc at such a young age? He really needed to take better care of himself from now on. Here, let me adjust your spine. Shěn Chén advised Li Xiaotian earnestly. More and more young people were developing lumbar disc herniation at an early age. Back in college, he'd treated quite a few classmates with the same issue. Crack! Shěn Chén effortlessly realigned Li Xiaotian's herniated disc using the Shin-style bone setting technique, silently commanding the system to process the recovery. Notice, successfully recovered lumbar disc herniation and scoliosis. Earned 2 points. Current points remaining, 200. Shěn Chén's bone setting moves left Li Xiaotian feeling utterly bewildered. How could this traditional Chinese bone setting technique be so utterly unexpected? Shěn Chén, fix my bones too, will ya? After Li Xiaotian left, Lu Yaji also wanted to experience traditional Chinese bone setting. She'd only seen it on Douyin before and had never tried it in real life. Sure thing, just give me a moment. Shěn Chén then did something that made the entire livestream audience envy him to no end. He turned off the livestream camera. You got 3 seconds to turn it back on. You pretentious quack, I'm warning you, back off. The viewers were furious. This felt like a death sentence. You guys can go eat. Shěn Chén's smug voice echoed through the pitch-black screen, making the viewers grind their teeth in fury. Feels so good, but kinda weird. And keep your damn hands to yourself. After her bone setting session, Lu Yaji felt completely relaxed, except Shěn Chén's hands wouldn't stay put. Lowering her voice for the latter part, Lu Yaji gave Shěn Chén's waist a sharp 180-degree twist. Shěn Chén's facial expression suddenly became incredibly vivid. Alright, everyone. The live stream audience saw Shěn Chén rubbing his lower back and immediately erupted again. You beast, what did you do? You have no shame. Unspeakable. Shěn Chén looked utterly speechless. Modern netizens might lack in many things, but their imagination is second to none. He was just adjusting my bones. Lu Yaji saw Shěn Chén's flustered expression and tried to explain for him, but her explanation only made things worse. Sis, if he threatens you, just blink. Sis, don't be scared, we've got your back. The livestream audience was convinced Shěn Chén must have threatened Lu Yaji, which was why she was defending him.
The crowd clamored to call the police and arrest Shěn Chén, which instantly displeased him.
Chapter 38, Take Down Shěn Chén, Steal the Goddess. Hey, what's that reader Wu Yanzu talking about? What do you mean I threatened her? My wife adores me, okay? What do you know? What the hell are you barking about? What the hell are you barking about?
You're just jealous, you're just envious, you're green with envy.
Shěn Chén's sharp tone left the netizens utterly flustered.
Lu Yaji watched Shěn Chén's triumphant display, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle.
The livestream audience was displeased.
Not only were they showering us with love, but now they were mocking us too.
Host, you're not incapable, are you? Supernatural doctor, I've heard a saying, doctors can't heal themselves, you know.
The live chat was brimming with talent, ready to pounce on Shěn Chén's weaknesses.
Holy crap, you little punk.
If you've got the guts, come to my clinic and I'll check if you've been secretly playing with Miss Five-Fingered Girl.
I remember you friend maker.
I even gave you a prescription back then, you little troll.
Shěn Chén bristled.
This kid had been lurking in his livestream from the start, which is how Shěn Chén remembered him.
Shěn Chén even recalled privately messaging him a prescription. A man can admit he's broke, but he absolutely cannot admit he's inadequate. That's a man's fundamental bottom line. Not me. I didn't. Don't slander me.
The friend out of thin air netizen denied it with a triple tap.
If this got out, how could he ever show his face in the livestream again?
But you couldn't deny that prescription really worked.
Put. If you're weak, practice more.
Shěn Chén dismissed it with disdain, stating there wasn't a single capable player in the livestream room.
Soon evening arrived. Perhaps influenced by the online backlash, not a single person showed up this afternoon. Lu Yaji mentioned she was hungry, finally prompting Shěn Chén to end his showdown with the netizens.
Though the livestream had ended, bullet comments still scrolled across the screen.
Folks, this is unbearable, we got completely crushed today. What a disgrace. No way. We need to form an alliance. We must unite to take down the pretentious quack and steal his sister-in-law.
Take down the pretentious quack doctor, snatch the sister-in-law. And so, unbeknownst to Shěn Chén, a group dedicated to snatching Lu Yaji was formed. But just as Shěn Chén was battling wits with the livestream audience that afternoon, Zhu Ruozhu quietly joined the group chat and exited the livestream. Idle today, Zhu Ruozhu stumbled upon Shěn Chén's livestream while scrolling through Douyin. At first, she passionately supported Shěn Chén.
But after Lu Yaji appeared, Zhu Ruozhu was initially puzzled by how familiar Lu Yaji and Shěn Chén seemed. Gradually, Zhu Ruozhu grew increasingly silent.
Tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks, yet she stubbornly refused to give up, continuing to watch. Curled silently at the head of her bed, Zhu Ruozhu recalled every moment shared with Shěn Chén. She realized she had fallen in love with him, but it seemed too late.
Ruozhu, why haven't you come down for dinner tonight? Are you feeling unwell? I'll have Shěn check on you.
Old Master Chu noticed Zhu Ruozhu hadn't come down for dinner that evening, something she'd never missed before.
No, please don't.
Zhu Ruozhu finally couldn't hold back and spoke up to stop him, but Old Master Chu still detected the tremor of tears in her voice.
Who dares bully my granddaughter?
Old Master Chu grew furious. He usually cherished his granddaughter like she was made of gold. Yet today, someone had dared to make his precious granddaughter cry. Zhu Ruozhu finally broke down, throwing herself into Old Master Chu's arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Grandpa Chu said nothing, only silently patting her back until her sobs subsided.
Only then did he ask for an explanation. Grandpa, what should I do? I've fallen for Shěn Chén.
With tears glistening in her eyes, Zhu Ruozhu looked so pitifully vulnerable that anyone seeing her would want to pull her close and comfort her.
If you like him, tell him. Old Master Chu was both amused and exasperated. He'd thought someone had bullied Zhu Ruozhu, only to discover she'd found someone she liked.
But Shěn Chén already has a girlfriend. Zhu Ruozhu recounted this afternoon's events to her grandfather, who now wore an inscrutable expression.
Ruozhu, he said, having a girlfriend doesn't mean they're married.
Besides, even married couples can divorce. Grandpa Chu transformed into a seasoned romantic, solemnly imparting his wisdom to Zhu Ruozhu.
Is that even possible?
Zhu Ruozhu, fresh out of the gate and still a novice in matters of the heart, asked her grandfather with some confusion.
Don't worry.
Your grandfather here had countless rivals back in the day, but I still managed to marry your grandmother. Old Master Chu beamed with pride. Back then, Zhu Ruozhu's grandmother was breathtakingly beautiful and came from an exceptional family. Yet in the end, he, a penniless young man, had won her heart. With his wife's help, he built the Chu family empire. The only regret was that Grandma Chu passed away during the difficult childbirth of Zhu Ruozhu's father, becoming the greatest sorrow of Old Master Chu's life.
Grandpa, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Persuaded by Old Master Chu, Zhu Ruozhu quickly believed his story. What Zhu Ruozhu didn't realize was that Grandfather Chu's era had passed. She would soon fall into Shěn Chén's clutches, never to escape. All right, let's eat. Grandpa Chu laughed heartily upon hearing his precious granddaughter had come to terms with it. Meanwhile, Shěn Chén had no idea that Old Master Chu had just saved him from a major crisis. A family feud was a real headache. Had Shěn Chén known, he would surely have exclaimed, "Grandpa Chu's assist is seriously 666, my darling." After sharing a candlelit dinner with Liu Yaji, she had to return home because her father needed her. Otherwise, Shěn Chén would have enjoyed another delightful evening. After seeing Liu Yaji home, Shěn Chén found himself with nothing to do. To aid his digestion, he strolled along the riverbank. Splash! A sudden splash echoed near Shěn Chén's ear. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of a girl's back plunging into the river. Holy crap! Was she really going to jump into the river? Though Shěn Chén was usually a bit lecherous and unreliable, he became utterly dependable when lives were at stake. He glanced around. This spot was usually deserted, there was no one nearby to help him. Shěn Chén himself was a complete non-swimmer. Gritting his teeth, he tossed his phone to the ground and plunged into the river. Grab onto me. Relax your body. Shěn Chén shouted as he swam toward the girl. He could only mimic swimming motions he'd seen on TV, inch by inch closing the distance. Finally, just as she was about to sink beneath the surface, his hand closed around hers. She clung to him like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, wrapping her arms around him like an octopus. Shěn Chén's heart sank. He was already a complete non-swimmer, and now the girl was clinging to him like this. They had drifted quite a distance from shore. The girl, her consciousness already fading from drowning, could only instinctively hold on to him. Shěn Chén steeled himself. He had to give it his all, his physical fitness wouldn't let him die. Chapter 39, Wet and Tempting. Phew! Shěn Chén exerted every ounce of strength to barely reach the shore, nearly dragged down midway by Lín Mùxuě. Don't blame me, this was for medical necessity. Lín Mùxuě's condition was critical now, her breathing was faint, and she urgently needed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and chest compressions. Shěn Chén silently chanted Umat Ba Buddha as he pried open Lín Mùxuě's mouth to administer mouth-to-mouth. Once he judged the situation stable enough, he silently recited the CPR mantra in his mind. Compressions, breaths, defibrillation. Maintaining a pace of 100-200 compressions per minute, Shěn Chén endured a long 5-minute wait before Lín Mùxuě slowly regained consciousness. Lín Mùxuě slowly opened her eyes and immediately felt someone pressing against the softness of her chest. Lín Mùxuě's eyes widened in shock. Just as Shěn Chén opened his mouth to speak, Lín Mùxuě suddenly slapped him across the face. Hey, what the hell are you doing? I saved your life out of kindness, and you turn around and bite the hand that feeds you. Shěn Chén's eyes widened in shock. He'd risked his life to jump into the river and save her, and now she turned on him the moment she woke up. He forced himself to suppress the urge to walk away. There was no one else around, and Lín Mùxuě was still weak from just waking up. If he left now, she might lose body heat and freeze to death here. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else. Lín Mùxuě realized she'd overreacted. Consider yourself lucky I'm a doctor. If I weren't, I'd rape you first, then kill you. Shěn Chén gritted his teeth in fury, his words dripping with venom as he threatened Lín Mùxuě. My sincere apologies. I'd just woken up and hadn't fully processed the situation. Lín Mùxuě wasn't intimidated by his words. Since he'd said that, he must be a good person. Just thinking about how unreasonable I'd been made my face flush slightly. It was truly wrong of me to repay kindness with ingratitude like that. Let's go. Where do you live? I'll walk you home. Shěn Chén sighed inwardly, reminding himself she was ill and shouldn't be held accountable. My home isn't here. I snuck out. Lín Mùxuě, her mood low, explained that her home was in the north. After a fight with her family, she'd heard Jiangcheng had beautiful scenery and had secretly slipped away to visit. Shěn Chén listened, utterly speechless. What kind of spoiled princess was this? Running away from home after an argument to travel and clear her head? Then I'll book you a hotel room. Where's your ID? Shěn Chén figured the only option was to check her into a hotel, there was nowhere else to take her. My ID fell into the water earlier. Lín Mùxuě sheepishly delivered the bad news to Shěn Chén. Alright, let's go. I'll use my ID. Shěn Chén had no choice but to use his own ID to book a room for Lín Mùxuě. Hello, 2 rooms, please. Shěn Chén finally managed to hail a cab, but the driver stared at them with a strange look on his face. Shěn Chén and Lín Mùxuě both wished they could sink into the ground. Sorry, we only have 1 double room left. Shěn Chén glanced at Lín Mùxuě for her opinion. Seeing her nod, he booked the double bedroom. As Shěn Chén walked away, he caught the front desk clerk winking at him. Shěn Chén was utterly speechless. What did that person take him for? He was a respectable gentleman, after all. The moment Shěn Chén and Lín Mùxuě stepped into the room, they were stunned. Warm lighting filled the space, creating an undeniably suggestive atmosphere. This was clearly a couple's-themed suite, evidenced by the erotic murals on the walls and the child safety lock on the bedside table. Lín Mùxuě's voice was barely above a whisper. She had been standing right beside Shěn Chén when he booked the room, witnessing the entire process. Just moments ago on the way up, Lín Mùxuě had overheard the front desk staff whispering. Young couples these days sure know how to have fun. Yeah, just look at this wet look temptation. Lín Mùxuě's face flushed crimson. She desperately wanted to rush over and explain they weren't together, but the more she tried to explain, the more tangled things would get. After all, they were currently in that position, and Jing Luxue's figure was quite impressive. When Shěn Chén had performed mouth-to-mouth on her earlier, he'd clearly seen her curves. You should go take a shower first. Be careful not to catch a cold. I'll head out now. Shěn Chén wasn't without a home himself. He could even crash at the Chu residence if he wanted. There's hardly any traffic on the road at this hour. Jing Luxue hadn't expected Shěn Chén to actually leave. It seemed he was quite reliable after all, though she couldn't rule out the possibility of him playing hard to get. That made sense, this hotel was too remote. Shěn Chén had thought about taking a cab to the nearest hotel, but instead, he ended up here. Shěn Chén desperately wanted to rant, "Oh my god, what the hell is this? Is this even China? Well, I'll go take a shower first." Jing Luxue disliked sharing a bathroom with others, but given the unusual circumstances, she had to make an exception. Alright. After saying that, Shěn Chén walked over to the sofa and lay down. Even through his damp clothes, he had to make do with the situation. Whoa! What's wrong? Shěn Chén suddenly heard a pained cry from the bathroom and rushed over to ask. Nothing, just twisted my ankle. Jing Luxue was on the verge of tears. Why was she so unlucky today? First, her family pressured her to arrange a marriage with the Zhao family right after graduation. She'd secretly fled to Jiangcheng, hoping to clear her head by the deserted riverbank, only to slip and fall in. Luckily, someone had rescued her. Now, while showering, she'd slipped again and twisted her ankle. She wanted Shěn Chén to come in and help her, but she was completely naked. Jing Luxue struggled to push herself up, but the pampered young woman couldn't manage it. Are you okay? Do you need help? Shěn Chén heard the bathroom fall silent, with no response, and anxiously asked. Come in and help me. I can't get up. Jing Luxue gritted her teeth. After all, he had saved her before, and he seemed like a decent person. She had no choice but to swallow her pride and let him help. Put. The moment Shěn Chén stepped in, he was met with a dazzling expanse of white curvy in all the right places. Shěn Chén nearly couldn't hold back a nosebleed. What official could resist such temptation? Shěn Chén spun around quickly, muttering apologies. It's fine. Just help me get to the bed. Jing Luxue's voice was barely audible, her face flushed crimson. Hearing her say that, Shěn Chén felt no hesitation. He scooped Jing Luxue into a princess carry and set her gently on the bed. Jing Luxue instinctively wrapped her arms around Shěn Chén's neck. Because he was still wearing wet clothes, she could clearly feel the hard, defined muscles beneath. Jing Luxue thought shyly, Shěn Chén might look tall and lanky, kinda cute, but she never expected him to be so substantial. Want me to give you a massage? Oh, right, my name is Shěn Chén. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Shěn Chén noticed Jing Luxue's feet looked severely swollen and wanted to treat her. Suddenly, he realized he hadn't introduced himself yet. Hello, I'm Jing Luxue. No need. Could I borrow your phone to make a call later? I'll have my family pick me up. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow. Jing Luxue shook her head repeatedly. Her feet were her sensitive areas, no one could touch them. Chapter 40, so what if I'm a little horny? Alright, the screen lock password is 111,222. If anything comes up, call me. I'm going to take a shower first. Shěn Chén felt his soaked clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. After saying that, Shěn Chén entered the bathroom. Jing Luxue watched him go, then grabbed her phone and called her best friend. Xiao1, it's me. On the other end, Luan was overjoyed to hear Jing Luxue's voice. Xiao Xue, where have you been? Your place has been going crazy these past few days. Xiaowen couldn't explain everything over the phone in a few words. Can you come to the XX hotel in Jiangcheng tomorrow to pick me up? I sprained my ankle. Jing Luxue had absolutely no desire to go home right now, so she called her best friend and asked her to come pick her up. Okay, I'm heading out right now. I'll book a flight overnight. Xiao Xue, you have no idea how disgusting that Zhao family heir is. I heard he got another girl pregnant. Luan grabbed her wallet and rushed to the airport, venting to Jing Luxue about the Zhao family's eldest son as she went. Enough, when? I'd rather die than marry that disgusting man. Jing Luxue clenched her teeth tightly. Her parents didn't want her to marry him, but their relatives were forcing her into it. What death? What disgusting? Shěn Chén had overheard Jing Luxue muttering something about death in the bathroom earlier. After showering, he wrapped himself in a towel and came out to ask. He'd barely managed to save Jing Luxue with tremendous effort. If she died now, wouldn't all that effort have been for nothing? Xiao Xue, why are there men's voices on your end? Luan, who was on the phone, suddenly heard Shěn Chén's voice. She hadn't heard that her best friend had any male friends over in Jiangcheng. Ah, it's nothing, nothing. One, you misheard. I'll hang up now. Shěn Chén's lower half was wrapped in a towel, while his upper body displayed well-defined muscle lines. His entire physique formed a perfect inverted triangle. Jing Luxue had seen her share of handsome men, but someone as strikingly good-looking and well-built as Shěn Chén was a first.
Jing Luxue witnessed this scene. It was the quintessential image of a handsome man emerging from the bath. She was momentarily mesmerized. Only when her best friend called out did Jing Luxue snap back to reality, hurriedly hanging up the phone. On the other end, Luan sensed something was off, very, very off.
It's nothing. I was just on the phone with a friend.
Jing Luxue explained, which finally put Shěn Chén at ease. He'd been worried she might actually go through with it.
Oh, okay. Just glad you're not thinking about suicide. Shěn Chén finally relaxed.
He flopped onto the sofa, closed his eyes, and felt utterly exhausted from saving someone tonight.
He'd been sleepy for ages.
Seeing Shěn Chén say nothing, Jing Luxue remained silent too. After all, they were mere acquaintances. Hearing Shěn Chén's faint snoring, Jing Luxue couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "And here I am, a stunning beauty, and you can still fall asleep." If Shěn Chén had heard that, he would have retorted, "Women, if you make a move, they call you a pervert. If you don't, they say you're no good." Jing Luxue also wanted to sleep. Today had nearly killed her, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. But the pain in her ankle grew worse, and she couldn't help but whimper softly. Shěn Chén was in the middle of a dream where he was about to win over Lu Yaji when a sudden pig-like grunt jolted him awake. Shěn Chén opened his bleary eyes to find the pig-like grunts he'd heard in his dream were coming from Jing Luxue on the bed.
"What's wrong?"
Shěn Chén rose from the sofa and walked to the bedside, asking Jing Luxue, whose voice had clearly been a pained groan moments ago.
Nothing. Just my ankle, it's hurting more and more."
Jing Luxue was startled. Shěn Chén had been asleep just moments ago, yet now she was sweating profusely from the pain and could only tell the truth.
"Let me take a look. I'm a doctor, aren't I?"
"If you're in so much pain, you should have just called me."
Shěn Chén pressed his hand to his forehead, utterly exasperated.
This girl was stubborn to the point of self-torture.
"Don't."
Just as Jing Luxue tried to stop Shěn Chén, he pulled back the blanket and grabbed her foot.
Ugh.
Jing Luxue felt Shěn Chén's grip on her ankle and couldn't help but let out a soft, muffled moan. The sound made Shěn Chén's body jerk in shock. He'd thought he'd done something shameful, but it turned out Jing Luxue didn't want him to treat her because her body was too sensitive.
Seeing Shěn Chén's astonished expression, Jing Luxue's face flushed even redder. She wished she could sprout wings and fly away. "Holy crap!
If you don't get this treated now, you'll lose your leg."
Shěn Chén was startled by Jing Luxue's ankle.
This girl could really endure pain.
If he waited until tomorrow to treat it, her leg would be ready for amputation. Is it really that bad?
Jing Luxue jolted upright at Shěn Chén's words, forgetting she was naked.
"What did you think? That I'm just messing with you?
Oh, and cover yourself up.
Don't distract me."
Shěn Chén looked utterly sincere as he reminded Jing Luxue she was exposed. Jing Luxue quickly burrowed under the covers. She believed Shěn Chén's words now. If he could remind her about her exposure, he certainly wouldn't lie. But she felt utterly mortified, exposed twice in one day by the same man. Shěn Chén silently activated the system's scanning function. Detected the following recoverable symptoms in Jing Luxue: 1. Arterial rupture caused by fracture. 2.
Bone dislocation. Proceed with recovery for the following conditions? Shěn Chén couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! She's even endured a ruptured artery. Bear with it a bit longer. I'll set it back for you. I'll give you some acupuncture, and you'll be fine."
Shěn Chén was relieved he always carried silver needles. Without them, they'd have to rush her to the hospital overnight. After inserting a few needles, Shěn Chén activated the system's recovery function. Recover the following conditions: 1. Arterial rupture caused by fracture. 2.
Bone displacement? Recycle.
Notice, you have successfully recycled the conditions arterial rupture caused by fracture and bone displacement, earning 2 points.
Current remaining credits, 202 points. I'm about to set your bones.
Shěn Chén withdrew the silver needles and informed Jing Luxue beforehand.
All right.
After Shěn Chén finished the acupuncture, Jing Luxue felt her foot had improved significantly. Jing Luxue opened her eyes, still blurry from the pain moments ago, and looked at Shěn Chén. This guy was handsome, skilled in medicine, and had a great physique. She wondered if she could resist him. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. 2 little voices echoed in her mind, one pure, one dark.
"You shameless thing. You're such a little pervert." The white little person scolded Jing Luxue with righteous indignation. "Wrong. So what if I'm a little lustful? I'm not stealing or robbing anyone. Go for it."
Jing Luxue imagined herself tackling him down and biting his abs. The dark little figure had clearly hit the nail on the head.
Chapter 41, Gently, it's my first time. Exactly. So what if I'm a little lustful? It's not illegal.
Jing Luxue thought to herself, suddenly feeling a tingling sensation on her feet.
Jing Luxue couldn't help but cry out.
Shěn Chén saw his chance. With a sharp crack, he popped Jing Luxue's dislocated bone back into place. But the sudden pain made Jing Luxue flail wildly, yanking the towel wrapped around Shěn Chén's waist right off.
Shěn Chén was dumbfounded. Of all things to grab, why did she have to snatch away his only shred of modesty? Lín Mùxuě also sensed something was off. Opening her eyes, she saw Shěn Chén's stunned expression, then her gaze slowly drifted downward. And saw the bulge. Lín Mùxuě immediately dove under the covers. This was truly an embarrassing mess. Shěn Chén let out a bitter laugh. What kind of situation was this? How had he ended up stripped by a little girl today? Shěn Chén silently walked over and lay down on the sofa. The sofa designer had only considered comfort for certain couple poses, resulting in an ergonomically awkward design that made lying down extremely uncomfortable. Lín Mùxuě's antics had completely wiped out any trace of sleepiness. Shěn Chén stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lín Mùxuě listened to Shěn Chén's receding footsteps before slowly peeking out from under the covers to steal a glance at him. Lín Mùxuě remained silent too, mainly because the awkwardness left her speechless. Shěn Chén, are you asleep? Seeing Shěn Chén's awkward sleeping posture, Lín Mùxuě felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had saved her life that night and preserved her leg. Wasn't it a bit too much to make him sleep on the couch? No. Shěn Chén replied. Would you like to sleep in the bed? The couch is so uncomfortable. Lín Mùxuě murmured softly, then immediately regretted it. She was practically naked. I'm fine. I can sleep just fine. Shěn Chén rolled over after saying that and suddenly fell onto the floor. Shěn Chén, that slap came fast, not just quick, but loud too. Thud. Lín Mùxuě burst into uncontrollable laughter at the sight of Shěn Chén on the floor. I didn't mean to laugh. I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. Lín Mùxuě had just played a little joke on Shěn Chén. Lín Mùxuě, you sure know how to talk, but next time, keep it to yourself. Shěn Chén's face darkened, but his body obediently settled onto the edge of the bed. Shěn Chén, you're so young and already such a skilled doctor. Which hospital do you work at? Lín Mùxuě sensed something mysterious about the young doctor who saved her today, drawing her to explore further. Little did she know, curiosity killed the cat. I run my own clinic, Shěn's medical clinic. Follow me. Shěn Chén chatted with her for a while, and Lín Mùxuě confessed she'd run away from her wedding. Shěn Chén, do you have a girlfriend? Lín Mùxuě suddenly wondered if such an outstanding young man like Shěn Chén must have many female friends. Yes. Shěn Chén answered honestly, though in his heart, Liu Yaji had long been his girlfriend. Oh. Although Lín Mùxuě heard the answer she had anticipated, she couldn't understand why she felt no joy whatsoever. Seeing Lín Mùxuě fall silent, Shěn Chén assumed she was tired and said nothing more. Just as Lín Mùxuě was about to ask something else, she suddenly heard Shěn Chén's steady breathing and swallowed her words. Shěn Chén, are you asleep? Lín Mùxuě suddenly got the urge to feel Shěn Chén's abs and quietly tried to test the waters. Coincidentally, Shěn Chén was lost in thought at that moment, pondering when he could finally reach the top rank in his mobile game, and didn't hear her. Seeing no response, Lín Mùxuě assumed Shěn Chén had fallen asleep. She quietly slipped her hand out from under the covers, ready to pinch his abs. Shěn Chén suddenly felt a small hand reaching toward him. He was about to stop her, but a playful urge struck him. Wanting to see what mischief Lín Mùxuě was up to, he pretended to close his eyes and sleep. Lín Mùxuě poked Shěn Chén repeatedly with her fingers, finding no reaction. She concluded he was fast asleep. Little did she know, Shěn Chén was wide awake. At first, Shěn Chén didn't mind Lín Mùxuě touching his abs. But gradually, something felt off. Why was that hand moving downward? Suddenly, Shěn Chén recalled that night with Liu Yaji. Unable to hold back, he immediately performed a special skill, a salute. Lín Mùxuě was thoroughly enjoying the feel of Shěn Chén's first-rate physique. Just as she was about to explore his thigh muscles, something felt off. Just then, Shěn Chén turned off the light. Lín Mùxuě couldn't see a thing. As she kept touching, she suddenly felt like Shěn Chén was hiding the air conditioner remote on his body. Wait a minute. No, it couldn't be. Before Lín Mùxuě could finish her thought, Shěn Chén flipped over and pinned her to the bed. You little minx, you're playing with fire here. Hearing Shěn Chén's heavy breathing, Lín Mùxuě thought, oh no, I've gone too far. Could this be the end for her? Yet a faint, inexplicable flicker of hope flickered in her heart. So what if I did? Lín Mùxuě was good at everything except being stubborn. Stubbornness comes at a price, and Lín Mùxuě was paying it now. Lín Mùxuě didn't know what possessed her, but she defiantly returned the gesture to little Shěn Chén. What are you gonna do about it? Shěn Chén thought, but how could I possibly tolerate this? Shěn Chén brutally pressed his lips against Lín Mùxuě's. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she silently vowed never to be stubborn again. Why did you stop? Lín Mùxuě was lost in the dizzying sensation Shěn Chén was stirring within her when he abruptly stopped. Confused, she asked, why did you stop? I have a girlfriend. Shěn Chén's words made Lín Mùxuě smile faintly. What's there to fear? Every powerful man has his harem. With Lín Mùxuě saying that, if Shěn Chén didn't go through with it now, he'd truly be worse than a beast. Be gentle, it's my first time. Amid Lín Mùxuě's agonized cries, Shěn Chén and Lín Mùxuě each completed their transformation into man and woman. True men and fair maidens shed their battle robes, warmth fills the hibiscus canopy through the spring night. A taste of bliss, how could outsiders ever know? Both tasting forbidden fruit for the first time, they spent the entire night in labor. Shěn Chén, this young virgin, encountered Lín Mùxuě, this young maiden. Their footprints covered every corner of the bathroom and balcony. What are you peeping at me for? Shěn Chén woke up to find Lín Mùxuě glaring at him, and he wondered what she was staring at. I'm looking at my man. What, is that a problem?
Lín Mùxuě looked at Shěn Chén with a proud and spoiled expression, making his heart leap with joy.
Of course it's fine. Why wouldn't it be?
Satisfied with his response, Lín Mùxuě gave him an approving glance before slipping her hand under the covers to trace the contours of his abs.
You're thinking about it again?
Lín Mùxuě flushed with coyness. Yesterday, Shěn Chén's stamina had been off the charts, each session lasting at least an hour. Naturally, Shěn Chén was fired up again.
8th set of radio calisthenics, begin now. Here comes the little flying stick. Chapter 42, Lu Tianxiong's Show of Force. Are you heading back today? Shěn Chén asked Lín Mùxuě with lingering reluctance. After all, she was his first woman. Shěn Chén felt something special for her, an indescribable feeling. Yeah, I should head back.
Lín Mùxuě suddenly remembered she was here to meet a close friend and didn't have to go back.
She suddenly felt like teasing Shěn Chén. Then let me walk you out? Shěn Chén wanted to linger with Lín Mùxuě a little longer.
She was pleased with his reaction, proof he wasn't the type to turn his back the moment he pulled up his pants.
Click. I was just messing with you. My bestie came to see me.
Lín Mùxuě giggled at the teasing.
Shěn Chén's expression was just too amusing. You dare to trick me.
Shěn Chén realized he'd been tricked and reached out to tickle Lín Mùxuě, who begged for mercy.
So where are you going to stay during this time? Shěn Chén suddenly remembered Lín Mùxuě still didn't have a place to stay. No worries. My bestie definitely brought cash. Having her around is all I need. Shěn Chén exclaimed, wow, she's clearly loaded. The two reluctantly got out of bed only after the sun was high in the sky. If not for Lu Wen's call, they might have lingered together indefinitely. Ouch!
Lín Mùxuě cried out in pain as she got out of bed.
That damn Shěn Chén, he's like a bull. What's wrong, Xiao Shui?
Shěn Chén thought Lín Mùxuě had twisted her ankle again and hurried over to check on her.
It's all your fault, you're like a bull.
Lín Mùxuě jabbed Shěn Chén's chest, complaining that she really couldn't take it anymore. Lín Mùxuě had always thought she was a field that could never be plowed out, but now it seemed she was a cow that could never be worn out. Her lower body was already starting to swell.
Ha! Shěn Chén looked at his handiwork and couldn't help but let out a lecherous chuckle. This was proof his combat prowess had skyrocketed. Laugh, you still laugh.
Lín Mùxuě was now limping as she walked. She knew Lu Wen would interrogate her the moment she saw her.
He hadn't even figured out how to explain it yet.
Seeing Shěn Chén's smug expression made his teeth itch.
He bit down, leaving 2 rows of love marks on Shěn Chén. How dare you still act like a little puppy? How dare you still bite people?
Shěn Chén grimaced in pain. The deep rows of teeth marks on his shoulders spoke volumes about how fiercely Lín Mùxuě had sunk her teeth in.
Bite all you want. Seeing Lín Mùxuě gloating now, Shěn Chén wasn't about to be outdone. He planted a strawberry mark on Lín Mùxuě's neck.
Lín Mùxuě was now at a loss for words, unable to explain herself. No matter what she said now, Lu Wen wouldn't believe she'd come to Jiangcheng to escape her wedding and clear her head. Seeing her awkward posture and the love bites on her neck, Lu Wen would surely think she was hungry and had come to Jiangcheng looking for men.
After a moment of playful bickering, Shěn Chén hailed a cab and left first.
Lín Mùxuě remained waiting at the hotel entrance for Lu Wen's arrival.
Xiao Shui, you scared the life out of me. Let me see where you're hurt.
Lu Wen jumped out of the car and hugged Lín Mùxuě tightly, examining her from every angle.
I'm fine now, Wen. After Shěn Chén had healed Lín Mùxuě yesterday, she had no lingering effects whatsoever. Ha! Shui, what happened to your neck?
As Lu Wen leaned in to take a closer look, she gasped.
Aren't those strawberry marks couples leave on each other? Xiao Shui, you. Lu Wen looked utterly shocked.
Lín Mùxuě had actually found a man.
What's the big deal?
So she has a boyfriend.
Is that really such a big deal?
Lín Mùxuě looked perfectly calm, though inside she was freaking out, desperately trying to suppress her panic.
What do you mean, just got a boyfriend?
Lu Wen's voice shot up 3 octaves, nearly splitting Lín Mùxuě's eardrums.
You just moved to Jiangcheng. How come I didn't know you had a guy here? Lu Wen looked utterly shocked.
Her best friend had never shown the slightest interest in men since childhood. Lu Wen had even begun to suspect Lín Mùxuě might have misandrous tendencies.
Now she suddenly shows up in Jiangcheng and has a one-night stand with some guy? How could that not shock her? I'm starving. Let's go eat.
Lín Mùxuě was struggling to hold it together.
If Lu Wen kept pressing, she'd be mortified. Limping, she dragged Lu Wen to the curb to hail a cab. Just how intense was last night's battle that it left you limping like this? Lu Wen was stunned once again. If even her best friend had reacted this way, just how incredible must that man have been last night?
Here, Luan persistently pressed Lín Mùxuě for answers, desperate to feed the raging fire of gossip burning within her.
Zizi, give me an address. I'll come give you your third acupuncture session. Shěn Chén called Lu Yaji.
She had mentioned several times that she hadn't had the time, but now she finally had a free moment to schedule the third session.
Should she bring something when visiting the Lu family for the first time? Wait, I'm a doctor.
By custom, they should be paying me for a house call.
Why would I bring anything?
Shěn Chén returned to the clinic, replaced the silver needles, hailed another cab, and headed straight for the Lu family villa.
Dad, Mom, don't scare him later, okay?
Lu Yaji had informed her parents about Shěn Chén coming to treat her, chattering incessantly in their ears. Mr. and Mrs. Lu exchanged a glance, both understanding the situation.
Their precious daughter had been snatched away. Father Lu's eyes nearly shot flames. How dare he? He'd see just who this brat was who treated his precious daughter twice only to leave her wide open. If he didn't teach this brat a lesson, he'd change his surname. The Lu group he'd built with his blood and sweat wouldn't be handed over to some upstart. If he did, he'd write his name, Lu Tianxiong, backwards. All right, Mother Lu said with a smile.
This doctor must have something special to make our Zizi care so much about him.
Lu's mother, Morong Ching, said with a smile, causing Lu Yaji's face to flush bright red. Oh, Mom.
Exposed, Lu Yaji pouted at Morong Ching in a mix of embarrassment and petulance.
All right, let me see what this young doctor is made of. Could he be a suitable match for our daughter?
But Lu Yaji's pouting failed to stir any maternal instincts in Morong Ching. A behemoth like the Lu group had countless eyes watching it from the shadows. Every move had to be made with utmost caution.
Humph. Lu Yaji's face flushed as she huffed. Stupid mom, mean mom. You just had to say it. You'd be totally impressed by Shěn Chén anyway.
Worst case, we'll just have a shotgun wedding. Lu Yaji was in full-blown rebellious mode. No one dared criticize her man.
If Lu Tianxiong knew what was going through Lu Yaji's mind, he'd cry his eyes out.
He'd thought it was just a little slip, but now the cotton pad had turned into rags.
Zizi, I'm entering the compound. Could you come down to meet me? Shěn Chén now entered the Lu family villa complex.
Though not as awe-inspiring as the Lin family estate, it still felt like a peasant woman visiting the Grand View Garden. Had Shěn Chén not possessed the system, his post-graduation trajectory might have unfolded entirely differently. This thought prompted him to silently praise the system once more.
Chapter 43, Extraordinary Phenomena.
This system has great insight. It really knows how to pick people.
All right, I'll come down to meet you.
Upon hearing Shěn Chén had arrived downstairs, Lu Yaji felt immense joy, though her expression remained unchanged.
Mom, I'm going to meet Shěn Chén. Lu Yaji informed Morong Ching before dressing and heading downstairs.
Tianxiong, if this person turns out to be unscrupulous, you'd better keep a close eye on him. Seeing Lu Yaji descend the stairs, Morong Ching instructed Lu Tianxiong beside her to warn Shěn Chén.
Though Morong Ching also wished for Lu Yaji to marry someone she loved and live a simple life, their family background now forbade her from choosing someone with ulterior motives. Anyone who came into contact with Lu Yaji would be thoroughly vetted by the Lu family.
During her school years, Lu Tianxiong had already dealt with countless individuals behind the scenes.
In this era, the notion of martial arts masters catching bullets barehanded like in novels was utterly unrealistic.
Beyond 7 paces, guns were fast. Within 7 paces, they were both fast and accurate. Her university years were the most nerve-wracking for the Lu family. After all, campuses were a melting pot of all kinds of people, making thorough investigations incredibly difficult. Lu Yaji's ability to complete university undisturbed owed much to the Lu family, who sacrificed several lives for her sake.
I understand.
I already had someone investigate Shěn Chén yesterday.
Results should be forthcoming soon. Lu Tianxiong nodded.
He treasured this daughter dearly, dreading any harm coming to her.
Shěn Chén, you're here.
Lu Yaji descended the stairs just as Shěn Chén looked up at her, tilting her head playfully.
Yeah, your place was really hard to find.
Shěn Chén nodded, complaining to Lu Yaji about how difficult the villa was to locate.
Come a few more times and you'll remember. Come on, I'll show you inside.
Just as Lu Yaji was about to lead Shěn Chén inside, he wrapped his arms around her from behind.
What are you doing? This is my house. If you want to get up to no good, wait until no one's around. Lu Yaji blushed and pushed him away. Then it's settled, we'll do something naughty when no one's around.
Shěn Chén had found a loophole in Lu Yaji's words, teasing her until her face flushed crimson.
Are you crazy? Lu Yaji brought her tiny fists down on Shěn Chén's chest.
Shěn Chén pretended to be no match for her, begging for mercy. This lady will graciously spare your pathetic life.
With a haughty yet proud expression, Lu Yaji let Shěn Chén off for now.
This servant thanks your highness for your mercy.
Shěn Chén's playful imitation of an ancient servant had Lu Yaji giggling uncontrollably.
From afar, Lu Tianxiong and Morong Ching heard Shěn Chén and Lu Yaji's playful laughter. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness.
Mom, this is Shěn Chén.
Lu Yaji introduced Shěn Chén to her parents, boasting generously about his close friendship with the city party secretary.
Hello, uncle and aunt.
Shěn Chén approached with a knowing look to introduce himself, unaware that such behavior was reserved solely for when a son-in-law visited.
So you must be Dr. Shěn. Zizi hasn't stopped raving about you.
Lu Tianxiong rose from the sofa, deliberately emphasizing the word doctor to make Shěn Chén understand he was just an ordinary physician, no need to overreach.
Uncle, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary doctor who treats patients. Shěn Chén didn't back down, deliberately emphasizing the word patients. So what if I'm courting your daughter? Come at me if you dare. Ha! Then let me see Dr. Shěn's medical skills in action.
Lu Tianxiong now realized that verbal sparring was useless.
It was time to settle this with real action. Go fetch old Master Gao.
Lu Tianxiong had paid a hefty price to secure the presence of Master Gao Fei, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. His original plan was to have Gao Fei handle the aftermath if Shěn Chén proved to be a fraud who failed to cure Lu Yaji. But now it seemed he'd have to beat Shěn Chén's face to a pulp first, forcing Lu Yaji to see Shěn Chén for the fraud he was.
Shěn Chén, begin.
Lying on the bed, Lu Yaji now knew exactly where Shěn Chén would place his needles. Besides, Shěn Chén had seen it all before this time, he wouldn't make the same embarrassing mistake as last time.
All right.
Having been underestimated by Lu Tianxiong, Shěn Chén decided to show him what he was capable of.
Got it. That's the one.
This was the least effective acupuncture technique in the Shěn family clinic, all flash and no substance. It had no side effects, but it also had no effect.
100 flowers in full bloom, manifest.
Shěn Chén's hands moved so swiftly they blurred, yet silver needles were already embedded in Lu Yaji's body.
Lu Tianxiong and Morongqing's pupils widened in shock.
This single technique alone forced them to suppress their contempt for Shěn Chén. But then, something even more astonishing unfolded. Just then, Gao Fei pushed open the door and walked in. He hadn't intended to come. A mere gynecological case of menstrual cramps seemed like a waste of his talents. The moment Gao Fei pushed open the door, he spotted a familiar figure.
His excitement surged instantly. Yet the extraordinary phenomenon that followed left all three speechless.
Shěn Chén flicked the tail end of one silver needle.
Instantly, the remaining needles began to sway one after another, each slowly synchronizing with the rhythm of the first.
Suddenly, a floral fragrance filled the air. Mist began to rise from Lu Yaji's body, gradually coalescing into the shapes of blossoms. Now, everyone was utterly captivated by Shěn Chén's display.
This otherworldly skill left the entire room in complete silence. Shěn Chén glanced at Lu Tianxiong's expression with his peripheral vision. Seeing his goal achieved, he withdrew the silver needles from Lu Yaji's body.
The strange phenomenon on her body immediately dissipated.
There, Lord Lu. Zizi's illness is cured. Shěn Chén turned and addressed Lu Tianxiong with a calm tone, though he himself couldn't explain this feat.
He'd heard it passed down from the pre-Qin era, he'd simply learned it as it was taught. Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Shěn Chén couldn't help but marvel at the profound wisdom of his ancestors.
Master, teach me.
Old Master Gao Fei, that mischievous old soul, snapped out of his daze and howled at Shěn Chén.
Old man, why is it always you?
Shěn Chén was utterly speechless.
How had he run into this old man again?
Master, since we last parted ways at the Lin residence, you still haven't taught me the 9 needles of divine and demonic arts.
A day apart feels like 3 autumns.
Seeing Shěn Chén's growing annoyance, Gao Fei immediately resorted to playing the fool. Shěn Chén thought this old man was truly a mischievous old child, so he could only agree to teach him the technique next time he visited his clinic.
Got it, master.
Gao Fei, satisfied his goal was achieved, finally let Shěn Chén off the hook.
You all call me master, so why did you summon me here? Looking for a beating?
Gao Fei then turned to the stunned Lu Tianxiong with displeasure.
What a waste of my time. Is there something wrong with Shěn Chén being your master?
Lu Tianxiong snapped back to reality, cautiously yet incredulously seeking confirmation from old Master Gao Fei.
What's wrong with that?
As the saying goes, the accomplished become teachers.
You're this old and still don't understand?
Gao Fei shot Lu Tianxiong a look that said, "You idiot," then proceeded to lecture him.
Chapter 44, The Dad? Ah. Yes, you're right. I didn't understand. Lu Tianxiong accepted the lesson, responding with trepidation. What are you doing here? I thought you were in Jingzhou? Shěn Chén suddenly realized Gao Fei wasn't old Master Lin's personal physician. Why had he suddenly come to Zhengcheng? Don't even mention it.
I owe someone a favor, and he insisted I come to the Lu family to treat a gynecological condition. If I'd known you were here, Master, I wouldn't have come.
Gao Fei bristled at the mention.
He'd been living comfortably at the Lin residence sipping tea, watching birds when he was dragged here to treat some gynecological ailment.
Gao Fei couldn't care less about the Lu family's face.
A minor clan like this, if word got out, all those who'd received his favors over the years would swarm in and crush the Lius.
So that's how it is. Head of the Lu family, what do you think of my medical skills?
Shěn Chén now understood why Gao Fei had come to treat his own woman.
Since that was the case, he might as well reluctantly teach him a bit of medical skill. Shěn Chén then asked Lu Tianxiong, "Does this slap in the face sting? Every person you invited is my student. You really can't do any better than this?" Youngshen, the divine doctor, has spoken. His medical skill surpasses even old Gao's. There's likely no one in this world who can match the divine doctor's skill. Lu Tianxiong let out a bitter laugh. After all these years, he'd ended up being outmaneuvered by a young upstart. He wanted to protest, but found no grounds to do so. Now, Lu Tianxiong felt like crying without tears. "Master Lu, you flatter me. I've merely made some achievements in this field. In other areas, I might not even measure up to a college student." Seeing Lu Tianxiong concede, Shěn Chén softened his own stance. After all, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Besides, this was his future father-in-law. If he made things difficult here, marrying Lu Yaji would become a distant dream. Now that he'd completed her treatment and cleared this major hurdle with her parents, it was time to plan his proposal ceremony. After 2 years of getting to know each other and working hard to earn money, it would be time to plan the wedding. "Xiao Shun, you're overthinking it. Don't go home tonight. We're drinking until we drop. I need to properly thank you. Zizi's physical condition has troubled me for years." Lu Tianxiong exhaled deeply, a heavy weight finally lifted from his shoulders after years of psychological pressure. "Old Master Gao, please join us for one more toast. Just give the word, and as long as it's not illegal, I'll follow your every command east or west, I'll go wherever you lead." Lu Tianxiong now wanted to persuade old Master Gao to stay and strengthen their ties, while also expressing his respect. "Enough, enough. No need for formalities. Don't you think I know what's on your minds? I see my master has taken quite a liking to your daughter. Clinging tightly to my master's coattails would serve you far better than flattering me." Gao Fei saw right through Lu Tianxiong's little ploy. Glancing at Shěn Chén and Lu Yaji exchanging meaningful looks beside him, Gao Fei didn't mind giving him a nudge from behind. "Got it, old Gao." Lu Tianxiong glanced at the pair beside him and understood immediately. How foolish of him earlier. He had a sure thing right in front of him, yet he insisted on chasing after something unattainable. Lu Yaji shyly hid behind Shěn Chén, who silently gave old Master Gao a mental thumbs up. What a perfect assist. The mischievous old man Gao Fei winked at Shěn Chén. "Pretty sweet assist, huh?" Shěn Chén replied, "You've got to be kidding me. That assist? It's so damn awesome it's off the charts." That evening, Shěn Chén gathered with the Lu family members. "Little Shěn, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? After all, you and Zizi are already head over heels for each other." After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Tian was feeling a bit tipsy and made Lu Yaji blush bright red. "Alright, Uncle Lu, that's perfectly fine." Shěn Chén felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Lu Tianxiong had accepted him. "Don't call me Uncle Lu. Find another name." Lu Tianxiong feigned sternness, glaring fiercely at Shěn Chén. "Then Dad?" Shěn Chén cautiously inquired. "Ah, that's right." Lu Tianxiong burst into laughter, effectively tying Shěn Chén to the Lu family's ship. Morong Qing watched Shěn Chén expectantly from the side, having observed his behavior ever since he entered the house. The more she observed him, the more she liked what she saw. He was tall and handsome, possessed exceptional medical skills, and clearly possessed high intelligence. Zizi and his future grandchild were bound to be stunning. Shěn Chén had no idea Morong Qing had already imagined him having children with Lu Yaji. "Mom!" Sensing the meaning behind Morong Qing's gaze, Shěn Chén seized the opportunity. Ah, what a wonderful son-in-law. That single word, Mom, made Morong Qing's heart blossom with joy. This young man was perceptive and sensible. She accepted him as her son-in-law. "Mom, Dad. What are you two doing?" Lu Yaji was nearly twisted out of shape by her parents' antics, and now a few sips of horse urine had left her completely disoriented. "Zizi, you'll end up marrying Shěn Chén anyway. I'm telling you this now for your own good." Morong Qing thought Lu Yaji was resisting because she felt things were moving too fast. She began to persuade her, warning that if such a wonderful son-in-law slipped away, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. "MHM." Lu Yaji's voice was barely audible. Seeing Shěn Chén gloating beside her, she seethed with anger. This guy only knew how to laugh at her misfortune, never once offering a word of support. "Mom, rest assured. I'll treat Zizi well." Hearing Shěn Chén and Morong Qing's assurances, Lu Tianxiong nodded approvingly. "I approve of this son-in-law. Zizi, learn from him, he's so sensible. Look at you, all grown up and still so immature. What will happen when you become a mother someday?" Lu Tianxiong scolded Lu Yaji, who looked utterly aggrieved. Ever since Shěn Chén arrived, she felt like an outsider. "Mom, Dad, Zizi is quite sensible." Lu Yaji shot Shěn Chén a resentful glance. Feeling it chill down his spine, Shěn Chén quickly interjected. "Look how well little Shěn treats you." Shěn Chén, flattered by Lu Tianxiong's praise, shot Lu Yaji a smug look. Lu Yaji gritted her teeth in fury. "Just you wait, stinky Shěn Chén, tonight I'll bite you to death." Shěn Chén remained oblivious to the grudge Lu Yaji had already harbored against him. If he knew, he'd surely protest his innocence. Mom, which guest room will Shěn Chén stay in tonight? Lu Yaji suddenly remembered she hadn't arranged Shěn Chén's lodging for the night. How else could she exact her revenge? What guest room? Aunt Wu came to clean today and took the guest room key. Young Shěn will stay in your room tonight.
Morongqing stretched lazily, then helped the tipsy Lu Tianxiong back to their room.
Lu Yaji was dumbfounded. How could Aunt Wu have taken the key? Aunt Wu had never taken the key before. How could she have taken it today, just when Shěn Chén arrived? That was too coincidental. Zizi, I'm tired. Where's your room? No sooner had Shěn Chén spoken than Lu's mother's voice echoed through the hall. Chapter 45. What kind of talent recruited this oddball? Second room on the left upstairs. Upon hearing Morongqing's words, Lu Yaji let out a sharp, explosive cry. She hadn't realized her own mother could be so irreverent. This is infuriating. Lu Yaji was furious with embarrassment. How could she not know what her parents were thinking? She never imagined Shěn Chén would be unwelcome when he arrived. In just one afternoon, everything took a complete turn. Off to bed.
Seeing Lu Yaji stomp her foot in anger, Shěn Chén dashed straight into her room. The moment he entered, Shěn Chén was struck by the sea of pink that flooded the room. He never imagined Lu Yaji harbored such a girlish heart. How had he never noticed it before? Do you like it? Shěn Chén's gaze shifted and landed on several pieces of sexy lingerie tossed carelessly on the bed. So beneath Lu Yaji's girlish exterior lay a sultry side of her too. Pretty? No, not pretty. Shěn Chén instinctively blurted out pretty, but sensing the icy glare on his back, he quickly corrected himself. Fine. You dog of a man, flipping your face the moment you pull up your pants. You're asking for it. Lu Yaji hadn't expected Shěn Chén to dare say it wasn't pretty. That stinking man, she'd bite him to death. Ah, Wu. You're a dog, you little brat. Shěn Chén yelped in pain as Lu Yaji sank her teeth into his shoulder, her tiny hand pinpointing his kidney. You're the little brat. I'll bite you to death for daring to call me ugly. Lu Yaji clamped her teeth onto his shoulder, refusing to let go, her words muffled as she spoke. Are you going to let go or not? Shěn Chén warned Lu Yaji that if she didn't let go, he'd have to take forceful measures. No way. Not even if you beat me to death. Lu Yaji was all talk and no action. Her teeth were as stubborn as her mouth. The moment she finished her defiant words, she felt her mouth release its grip. The next instant, her entire body was lifted off the ground and thrown onto the bed. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think I'm some pushover. The next scene, naturally, showed Shěn Chén loosening the skin around Lu Yaji's little mouth. The next morning, when she came downstairs for breakfast, Lu Yaji's lips were slightly swollen. At the dinner table, Lu Tianxiong and Morongqing kept glancing her way, making Lu Yaji so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the ground. Under the table, Lu Yaji kicked Shěn Chén discreetly. He ate his meal with a perfectly composed expression, though inside he was laughing so hard he could barely contain himself. After finishing his meal, Lu Tianxiong headed to the company, while Morongqing made plans with her girlfriends to visit the beauty salon. The vast villa was once again left with only the two of them. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. It's all your fault. Seeing both parents had left, Lu Yaji stomped hard on Shěn Chén's foot. Can't blame me for that. Who made you so tempting? Shěn Chén chuckled to himself. What to do with such a tempting wife? Well, he'd just have to deal with her. After spending some time with Lu Yaji, Shěn Chén returned to his clinic. His clinic was his livelihood. No matter how sweet the embrace, he couldn't afford to neglect his earnings. Xiao Shui, is that person you mentioned here? Outside the door, Lu Wen pointed at Shěn Chén's clinic and remarked to Lín Mùxuě, Shěn Chén's clinic is way too small, isn't it? How big could a clinic possibly be? Isn't it enough to have good medical skills? There's a saying, what was it again? Though this humble abode may seem crude, my virtue makes it fragrant. Lín Mùxuě even quoted a literary phrase to praise Shěn Chén's medical skills. That day, when she went back with Lu Wen, she simply couldn't resist Lu Wen's persistence and had to confess everything about her relationship with Shěn Chén. Lu Wen was stunned. Was this really the Lín Mùxuě she knew? She even suspected Lín Mùxuě had been possessed. She insisted on meeting Shěn Chén in person. A phone call wouldn't suffice. Shěn Chén had clearly stated he already had a girlfriend, yet Lín Mùxuě threw caution to the wind and gave herself to him. Lu Wen was determined to see for herself what kind of magic Shěn Chén possessed that could bewitch her best friend so completely. Welcome. How can I help you? Shěn Chén idly scrolled through Douyin when Lu Wen barged in. She had Lín Mùxuě wait outside, determined to expose Shěn Chén's true colors today. Are you the doctor at this clinic? Lu Wen asked with feigned concern, and Shěn Chén didn't seem to notice anything amiss. If no one else is here, then yes, that would be me. Shěn Chén cracked a small joke, but Lu Wen sensed this man was smooth-talking and full of sweet talk. I just feel a bit off and thought I'd come get checked out. Lu Wen tried to fabricate an excuse about feeling unwell, but couldn't think of one, so she spoke vaguely. Tell me where it hurts. Shěn Chén asked as usual, activating the system's scanning function. Detected, Lu Wen is in good health, with only slight malnutrition. Recover symptoms? Shěn Chén glanced at the system prompt panel, a hint of wariness rising in his heart.
I just feel unwell. I have a headache and fever.
Luwen was the pampered darling of her family, lacking the street smarts of the average college student.
Her flimsy excuse was transparent to Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén chuckled sarcastically.
Coming to his clinic with this? Whoever sent this weirdo? This is even worse than those medical troublemakers at Run Da Hospital back then. Spit it out. Who sent you here to cause trouble?
Shěn Chén picked up the handkerchief on the table, wiped his hands, sat down in the chair, and leisurely took a sip of water.
Shěn Chén couldn't be bothered to waste words on Luwen. Talking to someone like this only made him feel like he was dumbing himself down. No one sent me. Don't slander me.
I can tell you're incompetent, just a quack doctor. Luwen watched her facade crumble. Never in her life had she been looked down upon so blatantly. Her family had always treated her like a precious treasure. Being looked down upon by Shěn Chén like this instantly made her angry and embarrassed. TSK, little girl, with acting this clumsy, you shouldn't be out here swindling people. Shěn Chén watched Luwen's composure and shook his head. Still needs practice. Who's swindling anyone? Don't you have any manners? You're so quick to slander others. What kind of upbringing did your parents give you? Luwen had only been slightly provoked by Shěn Chén, yet she immediately started ranting and raving. If it were just simple ranting, Shěn Chén could have laughed it off. But her words had struck his core. What did you say? Shěn Chén's voice held no trace of emotion. Those who knew him well recognized this as a sign of genuine anger. Luwen, thinking she'd exposed his weakness, repeated her accusation with venom, enunciating each word deliberately. Young lady, did no one teach you that when you insult someone, you don't drag their parents into it? Shěn Chén seized Luwen by the throat and lifted her slowly. She hadn't anticipated such a violent reaction. Having dealt with Lín Mùxuě and Shaoran, Shěn Chén inevitably carried a trace of killing intent. But to Luwen, who had never witnessed a drop of blood, this aura felt like a demon emerging from hell. Shěn Chén seemed like a demon risen from hell. Luwen desperately pounded at his hands. When she entered, Luwen had assumed Shěn Chén was just a tall, handsome playboy, someone she could intimidate into leaving Lín Mùxuě alone. Little did she know she'd provoked someone she couldn't possibly handle. Chapter 46, Trouble at Home. No, Shěn Chén. Lín Mùxuě pushed open the door and was startled to see Shěn Chén's terrifying side. She rushed to stop his actions. Luwen's face was flushed crimson in Shěn Chén's grasp, on the verge of fainting any second. Xiao Shui, what are you doing here? Shěn Chén froze upon seeing Lín Mùxuě burst in. Had he frightened her with his fierce demeanor? Shěn Chén hastily released his grip on Luwen, who collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. One, are you okay? Lín Mùxuě helped Luwen up, patting her back. Seeing Luwen's face flushed red from lack of oxygen, a wave of regret washed over her. She should have come in with Luwen earlier. Then Luwen wouldn't be like this now. Xiao Shui, do you know her? Shěn Chén seemed to grasp something. Today had turned out to be quite a mix-up. Shěn Chén, this is the best friend I told you about. Lín Mùxuě gave Shěn Chén a wry smile as she explained the whole situation. Only then did Shěn Chén realize this eccentric woman had been testing him all along. Even if it was a misunderstanding, there was no way I could apologize to her. Lín Mùxuě had hoped Shěn Chén and Luwen would reconcile, but she hadn't anticipated this reaction from him. No one can insult my parents. Even if she dies today, no one can save her. Shěn Chén's consistent approach has always been to act on impulse, but never to indulge in saintly sentimentality. Shěn Chén, what happened? Lu Yaji pushed open the door and entered, seeing Shěn Chén's clinic in disarray and Shěn Chén with a grim expression. She asked with concern. Shěn Chén had been all smiles when he left this morning. How could he be like this now? She had never seen him like this before. Lu Yaji walked over, wrapped her arms around Shěn Chén, and stroked his head. Don't get so worked up, she said. Getting angry won't do you any good. Shěn Chén felt the unique comfort in Lu Yaji's touch and couldn't help but chuckle. Lín Mùxuě and Luwen watched the woman walk in, and Lín Mùxuě felt a deep sense of unease. This woman had curves in all the right places, a stunningly beautiful face, and her attire clearly indicated a family background of considerable status. Lín Mùxuě had assumed Shěn Chén's girlfriend would be ordinary at best, perhaps slightly attractive. But Lu Yaji's figure, a devilishly perfect physique paired with an angelic face, was something Lín Mùxuě never could have anticipated. Shěn Chén, what's going on here? Lu Yaji inquired, clearly observing that the two on the floor didn't seem to be here for treatment. Especially the girl supporting the other, her gaze was oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. Shěn Chén gave a brief explanation, and Lu Yaji grasped the situation. Her gaze toward Luwen grew increasingly icy. Lu Yaji was no mere ornament. It was only after meeting Shěn Chén that she had delegated company affairs. Before him, she had been a complete workaholic. Luwen, lying on the ground, felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Yaji and inwardly groaned. What kind of demons were these two? At this age, shouldn't they be enjoying life? Why did they carry such overwhelming pressure?
This kind of intensity was usually reserved for the heirs of major families. She knew her share of heirs in the capital, but none carried the same oppressive weight as these two. What kind of lowlifes dare to slander members of the Lu family? What manners? Coming right up to insult someone's parents? How were you raised? Lu Yaji snapped at Lu Wen. No one but her was allowed to bully the man she claimed as her own. I'm sorry. Knowing she was in the wrong, Lu Wen hastily muttered an apology before dragging Jing Luxue away. As Jing Luxue walked away, she shot Shěn Chén a look brimming with apology, her eyes concealing deep affection for him. Lu Yaji finally caught on. Wasn't that the look couples shared? Damn you, Shěn Chén. Flirting around everywhere. Lu Yaji was furious. Shěn Chén truly had his home life intact while his flags flew high elsewhere. Though she'd braced herself for this, it still felt unbearable. No, Zizi, let me explain. Shěn Chén panicked. How could a woman's intuition be so sharp? Just one glance and she saw right through him. Shěn Chén was flabbergasted. Can you guarantee you haven't slept with her? Lu Yaji stared into Shěn Chén's eyes. Having studied psychology for several years in college, she knew that feeling only arose after intimate contact with him. I can't guarantee that. Shěn Chén didn't want to deceive Lu Yaji. He could only bite the bullet and tell her the truth. One lie requires countless others to cover it up, better to just come clean from the start. Damn Shěn Chén, I'm speechless. You just couldn't resist telling me, could you? It's not like I can't help you. What makes me any less than that woman? Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Lu Yaji felt relieved that he hadn't lied to her, but also upset that he had actually slept with her. It felt like her cherished toy had been snatched away by someone else. Burrowing into Shěn Chén's embrace, she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Shěn Chén was utterly at a loss. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to go about it. Just yesterday they'd met the parents, and today this affair had blown up in their faces. Shěn Chén felt like crying but couldn't. What perfect timing. Damn Shěn Chén, let me tell you this, I know that with your skills, I won't be the only woman in your life. Mark my words, I'm the only one who'll ever be your lawful wife. Got that? Lu Yaji had landed such an exceptional man she didn't know whether to feel happy or heartbroken. Exclusively possessing Shěn Chén was simply impossible. Given his physical prowess, she alone couldn't handle his stamina in bed, she'd need a sister to share the burden of his vigor. Lu Yaji could only warn Shěn Chén that he must keep her in his heart, and she demanded to be his legitimate wife. If not, she'd rather shave her head and become a nun. Don't worry, Zizi. I'll marry you properly. Shěn Chén's words gave Lu Yaji a reassuring pill, easing her heart a little. Shěn Chén, are you feeling particularly uncomfortable? Lu Yaji wondered if his pent-up frustration stemmed from her persistent refusal. Just a little bit. Shěn Chén claimed he wasn't tempted by Lu Yaji day after day. That was all a lie. After all these years of training his physical prowess, Jing Luxue was his first woman. Take me, and you'll feel better. Lu Yaji wanted to bind Shěn Chén to her with her body, hoping it would keep him from chasing after so many wildflowers and weeds. Zizi, there's no need for this. Shěn Chén saw through Lu Yaji's intentions and stopped her from pursuing that dangerous line of thinking. Shěn Chén couldn't stand it when women acted this way. The more they did, the worse he felt inside. Shěn Chén wasn't one to enjoy being restrained. He preferred the Lu Yaji he knew before. Chapter 47, The Shěn Family's Feng Shui Chest. Alright. Lu Yaji said nothing. If Shěn Chén truly cared for her, he would understand this without being told. But if she wasn't in his heart, nothing Lu Yaji said would make a difference. I'm not going home tonight. I'm staying at your place. Lu Yaji returned to her usual self, snuggling in Shěn Chén's arms for a moment before suddenly remembering she'd brought her luggage. Ha! Shěn Chén froze for a moment as Lu Yaji explained. She'd already arranged with her parents to stay with Shěn Chén for now. She'd return home whenever she felt like it. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxiong agreed, thinking this way they might get to hold a grandchild sooner. Alright, let's head home then. Lu Yaji insisted Shěn Chén treat her to a nice meal to make amends and soothe her wounded little heart. Shěn Chén saw that Lu Yaji was about to ask him to treat her to a meal, which meant she was giving him a way out. He was overjoyed. Sweating buckets, Shěn Chén hauled the luggage upstairs. He looked at Lu Yaji in confusion. This suitcase is tiny, how come it's so heavy? I just brought cosmetics, clothes, and stuff like that. Lu Yaji said casually, her tone contrasting sharply with Shěn Chén's drenched state. Are you okay? You look so weak. Could it be that Jing's sister drained you dry? I wouldn't dare say anything to my brother either. Lu Yaji unleashed her long-forgotten Daiyu-style literary wit, catching Shěn Chén off guard. Well then, brother can let sister Lu see for herself if he's truly weak. Shěn Chén fired back, refusing to be outdone. He couldn't let Lu Yaji look down on him. Ding! Just as they were about to take things further, Lu Yaji's phone suddenly rang. Zizi, ask Shěn Chén if he's free tomorrow? Her father's voice carried a hint of urgency over the line. Lu Yaji urged him to speak slowly. Zizi, your second uncle has suddenly become comatose for some unknown reason. We thought he was just exhausted from running projects these past few days and needed extra sleep. But it's been 3 days now, and he still hasn't woken up. Today your aunt took him to the hospital, and the doctor told her they don't know the cause either. They can only confirm he's in a vegetative state. Lu Tianxiong recounted the entire situation, hoping to see if Shěn Chén had any solutions. Alright, Dad. I'll have Shěn Chén come take a look tomorrow. Shěn Chén's medical skills are unmatched, there's nothing he can't treat. Lu Yaji trusted Shěn Chén's medical skills, and so did Lu Tianxiong. After all, Shěn Chén's extraordinary acupuncture techniques had left a lasting impression on them. Lu Tianxiong could only pin his hopes on Shěn Chén now, praying his son-in-law would deliver a miracle. Shěn Chén, my second uncle suddenly became comatose for some unknown reason. Could you please go take a look tomorrow? After saying this, Lu Yaji swatted away Shěn Chén's wandering hands. That dirty pig couldn't even keep his hands to himself while making a phone call. She nearly let out a cry. Sure. Oh, where did I put my suitcase? I just remembered my shower stuff is still inside. Shěn Chén casually replied, under the bed. Just as Lu Yaji reached to pull it out, her gaze was caught by a large box tucked beneath the mattress. Ha! Shěn Chén, what's this? Lu Yaji examined the wooden box, noticing intricate patterns painted on its surface. It looked incredibly sophisticated. This is the feng shui box passed down through our Shěn family. It's filled with tools for feng shui divination. Shěn Chén opened the box, revealing a compass and a ruler. What are these? Lu Yaji recognized the compass as one used by feng shui masters, but she had never seen the ruler before. This is called the Lu Ban ruler. Legend has it that it was created by Lu Ban, Duke of Lu, during the spring and autumn period. Later, the feng shui community incorporated the 8 trigrams into it to measure the auspiciousness of houses and dwellings, calling it the door measuring ruler. Shěn Chén held the items from the box to explain them to Lu Yaji, broadening her horizons. So you're actually a feng shui master. Lu Yaji looked at Shěn Chén with curiosity. This man kept surprising her. I learned a bit from my family, but it's nowhere near as refined as medical skills. Shěn Chén humbly explained that he had once thought, who believes in feng shui these days? Medicine makes money faster. After learning about 80 to 90% of it from his parents, he had grown lazy and stopped studying further. Later, he'd only picked up the basics without delving deeper. Oh, I see. After saying that, Lu Yaji handed the mess over to Shěn Chén, stuck out her tongue at him, and dashed into the bathroom. Where could you possibly run off to? Shěn Chén put the items away. Though he wouldn't use them, they served as a reminder of his parents. After tidying up, he opened the bathroom door. Soon, heartrending sounds echoed from inside. The next morning, Shěn Chén and Lu Yaji rose early and drove to Lu Yaji's uncle's house. Auntie, I've missed you so much. Lu Yaji jumped out of the car and hugged Li Jing like a child. I missed you, Auntie. Why didn't you come sooner? I only found out about your little fiancé because your dad told me. Li Jing playfully poked Lu Yaji's head, and Lu Yaji stuck out her tongue mischievously. Hello, Auntie. Shěn Chén watched Lu Yaji and Li Jing interact, thinking to himself that the Lu family seemed quite easygoing. Little Shěn, right? You're quite handsome. Li Jing appraised the young man. He truly was a fine specimen, handsome looks and refined demeanor to boot. Auntie, enough with the mutual flattery. Shěn Chén, come show yourself to my uncle. Lu Yaji grew a bit anxious. Her second uncle was exceptionally kind to her, always bringing her piles of delicious treats and fun toys whenever he visited. All right. Li Jing led Shěn Chén to Lu Tianma's room. Upon entering, they were greeted by walls lined with antique treasures. Shěn Chén eyed the treasures greedily. Once he got closer to his second uncle, he'd have to snag one. Little Shěn, thank you for your help. Shěn Chén waved his hand modestly. He couldn't have an elder being so polite to a junior like him. Shěn Chén took Lu Tianma's pulse. The readings showed nothing was wrong with him. Shěn Chén then quietly activated the system and began scanning. Detected, Lu Tianma is in perfect health with no signs of illness. Damn it! What the hell? What the hell? He couldn't possibly be faking it. But then again, Uncle Lu had no reason to pretend to be ill. Li Jing and Lu Yaji dared not disturb Shěn Chén's examination. A servant pushed open the door to inform Li Jing that the capital's physician had arrived. Hello, your Huang Lao student, Lu Yaowen. Li Jing looked at the visitor, her surprise turning to delight. She hadn't been entirely confident she could secure Master Huang's presence. Unexpectedly, through her connections, she had managed to bring Lu Yaowen. She'd heard he was a returnee from overseas, having mastered nearly all of Master Huang's skills. With both Shěn Chén and Lu Yaowen's assistance, her beloved would surely be all right. Chapter 48, Uncle Lu Possessed. Too modest. I owe my reputation entirely to my master's guidance. Though Lu Yaowen's words were modest, the pride in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Master Lu, the divine healer, please come this way. Li Jing personally led the way for Lu Yaowen. Zizi, Little Shěn, this is Master Huang, the legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine's final disciple. I thought combining Eastern and Western medicine might increase your uncle's chances of waking up.
Li Jing, fearing Shěn Chén might misunderstand, hurried to explain.
It's fine. With Western medicine's support, my uncle will definitely be okay. So you're the renowned Master Lu. The name Lu Yaowen had been on everyone's lips recently. Lu Yaji waved it off, shrugging it off as no big deal after all. Shěn Chén's fame couldn't hold a candle to Lu Yaowen's. After all, Lu Yaji had been a workaholic in her previous life and had heard of Lu Yaowen's fame. She'd heard that upon his return, Lu Yaowen had performed 2 major surgeries, a coronary artery bypass graft and a heart valve replacement, earning him the title of the next generation's undisputed master surgeon. Keep in mind, these procedures require stopping the heart, extremely difficult and high-risk operations where the slightest misstep could be fatal. Not at all. May I ask the name of this lovely young lady? Lu Yaowen's eyes flashed with astonishment at Lu Yaji's face.
He hadn't expected such a stunningly beautiful woman to be found in this small city of Jiangcheng.
Lu Yaji. Though slightly put off by Lu Yaowen's approach, Lu Yaji politely offered her name. Miss Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Lu Yaowen spoke, reaching out to take Lu Yaji's hand for a Western hand-kissing gesture.
Startled by Lu Yaowen's gesture, Lu Yaji hurriedly retreated behind Shěn Chén.
Li Jing felt a bit awkward at this point.
How could the disciple of the master of traditional Chinese medicine be so frivolous? And who might you be, young man? Lu Yaowen finally noticed Shěn Chén's presence and looked at him with an air of superiority. I'm her fiancé. I'm also a doctor. Shěn Chén frowned inwardly, thinking, what kind of quality does this returnee have? How could that legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine, old Master Huang, have trained such a disciple? Oh, my apologies. I didn't notice you earlier.
My apologies for startling Miss Lu earlier.
I've been in the States a while and picked up some of their customs. Though Lu Yaowen looked down on this young doctor from the mainland, he had to save face. It's fine. Lu Yaji replied indifferently before hiding behind Shěn Chén and playing with her phone.
I wonder who this young man studied under and where he did his advanced training.
University of Pennsylvania, Cambridge University, Imperial College London, or the University of California, San Francisco? Lu Yaowen felt irritated by Lu Yaji's icy demeanor.
The women he set his sights on were a blessing to them. Those who used to climb into his bed at his slightest beckoning no longer piqued his interest. A fiery mare like this, one that was hard to tame, was where the real challenge lay. With minor families like the Zhang clan, he'd never bothered with them before as long as the money was right. But this time, bored and looking to blow off steam while earning some extra cash, he unexpectedly stumbled upon this exceptional woman.
What a score! As for Lu Yaji's fiancé, he couldn't care less.
Though it was a pity he hadn't gotten her the first time, a married woman was far more satisfying to train.
Her family's medical heritage, Zhangzhou University in China.
Shěn Chén saw right through him, just a Western-obsessed sycophant.
He didn't give Lu Yaowen a single friendly glance, and the atmosphere instantly turned icy. The 2 young doctors should treat my husband first.
Li Jing noticed the tension thickening and quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
She couldn't help but regret inwardly if only she'd invited Lu Yaowen to arrive later.
As for why Lu Yaowen should arrive later rather than Shěn Chén, Li Jing still looked down on a mere young practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. After all, Shěn Chén's medical skills couldn't compare to those of the disciple of a renowned master of Chinese medicine.
Yes, treat uncle first. Lu Yaowen quickly interjected. Since Lu Yaji's fiancé was a doctor, he'd outmaneuver Shěn Chén by focusing on the area where Shěn excelled.
Lu Yaowen was the first to open the medical kit he carried with him. Inside the kit were not ordinary medical supplies, but a new type of high-tech medical technology.
Lu Yaowen methodically attached the device to Lu Tianma's body and waited patiently for the results.
As he attached the device, Lu Yaowen shot Shěn Chén a defiant glance, which earned him a huge eye roll from Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén had already made up his mind. When Lu Yaowen left, he would gift him a whole package of diseases for daring to covet his woman. Lu Yaowen shrugged at Shěn Chén's glare, thinking he'd have his moment to humiliate him once he cured Lu Tianma.
Shěn Chén, meanwhile, seized the moment to initiate a system scan.
Detected unknown influence on Lu Tianma's nervous system. Suspected geomancy issue.
Shěn Chén stared at the system's red warning prompt, puzzled. How could he encounter a feng shui issue just after Lu Yaji had dug out her family's feng shui box yesterday? After reading the system alert, Shěn Chén began carefully observing the arrangement of items in Uncle Lu's home.
Got it. Results. Lu Yaowen's eyes lit up as the instrument emitted a green glow. Well, what do you say, little Lu the divine healer? Li Jing heard this and thought, great. Since Lu Yaowen announced the results, there must be no problem.
There's a problem with the nerves. But it's not serious, a little electrotherapy will fix it. Lu Yaowen's eyes lit up at this symptom. It was typical of a vegetative state patient. With normal electrotherapy, a bit of luck might wake them up. If not, just try a few more sessions.
He now held in his hands the latest cutting-edge technology developed by the Dragon Nation.
Lu Yaowen solemnly guaranteed, this is practically a case delivered to me to find a wife.
Wonderful. Master Healer Lu, cure my husband and we'll reward you handsomely.
Li Jing was overcome with emotion.
Thank heavens her husband would finally wake up. A piece of cake. A wicked gleam flashed in Lu Yaowen's eyes. Though Li Jing was already 30, she and Lu Tianma hadn't had children. Her figure was maintained like that of a 20-year-old girl. Lu Yaowen fantasized about a threesome with his sister-in-law and niece. He'd be in heaven. Still basking in the joy of Lu Tianma's potential awakening, Li Jing was utterly oblivious to Lu Yaowen's depraved intentions targeting her. Lu Yaowen retrieved 2 small clips from the medical kit and attached them to Lu Tianma's fingers. Pressing one of the buttons, the monitor displayed Lu Tianma's heart rate steadily accelerating. Though Li Jing knew nothing of medicine, she could still interpret an electrocardiogram. Seeing her husband's heart rate climb steadily on the monitor, hope surged within her. It seemed Lu Yaowen truly lived up to his reputation. He was no slouch. Chapter 49, What Western Medicine Can't Cure, Traditional Chinese Medicine Can't Either. Seeing that Lu Tianma still hadn't regained consciousness, Lu Yaowen gradually increased the intensity of the electrotherapy. Shěn Chén was looking around the room, his gaze drawn to a bell hanging from the ceiling lamp. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment, then remembered what it was. A faint smile touched his lips. He had already pinpointed the source of Uncle Lu's nerve damage. Uncle Lu probably didn't know what this bell was. He'd likely hung it there simply because it looked nice. Zizi, help me open the livestream. Shěn Chén whispered to Lu Yaji. This was the perfect opportunity to make the Shěn family clinic famous. Shěn Chén would never let such a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Oh my, the pretentious streamer is live. I thought he'd been dismembered. This is the streamer's first broadcast since the official clarification, right? This room is huge. Viewers rushed into Shěn Chén's stream upon seeing he was live today, leaving the female streamer with a look of resentment. Stop. Shěn Chén glanced over at Lu Yaowen's side and nearly had his soul ripped out. Lu Yaowen had completely lost his mind. Seeing Lu Tianma still unconscious, it defied logic. After all, he wasn't someone who hadn't treated vegetative patients before. But his treatment sessions never exceeded 3 times, and today marked his 6th session. Seeing his once infallible tool fail today was devastating. Adding to his frustration was Lu Yaji's contemptuous gaze, as if saying, "Is that all you've got? What are you pretending to be?" Lu Yaowen had completely lost his mind. He refused to accept defeat today. If one 6-session treatment failed, he'd try 2. If that didn't work, he'd keep going. But in his frenzy, Lu Yaowen failed to notice Lu Tianma's heart rate was slowly fading away. Shěn Chén, seeing Lu Yaowen ignore him, stepped forward and kicked Lu Yaowen hard into the wall. Holy crap, the streamer is so fierce. Isn't that Lu Yaowen, Master Huang's disciple? Why is the streamer picking a fight with him? Eagle-eyed netizens recognized the man flying through the air. Wasn't that Lu Yaowen? This startled Li Jing. Snapping out of her shock, she finally couldn't hold back. What are you doing? How dare you kick little Lu the divine doctor? You're so rude. I was only ignoring you out of respect for Zizi. Now you're pushing your luck. Li Jing watched helplessly as her husband was about to wake up, only for the attending physician to be violently kicked away by Shěn Chén. How could she tolerate this? Check your husband's heart rate before you speak. Shěn Chén knew he'd gotten a bit rough, so he gave Li Jing a warning. Ah! Li Jing stared at her husband's electrocardiogram. A sharp, piercing scream erupted from her throat, and cold sweat instantly drenched her back. How could this be? Just moments ago, she'd clearly seen her husband's heart rate gradually stabilizing. How could it now be on the verge of cardiac arrest? Ask him if the electrotherapy power had been any stronger, Uncle Li would have been dead. Shěn Chén saw that Li Jing had regained her composure and pointed at Lu Yaowen, who was wailing on the floor. Are you trying to kill my husband? Li Jing could practically kill Lu Yaowen with her gaze. If he weren't the disciple of the legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine, she would have made sure he vanished from this world. Ah, Lu Yaowen, I remember your medical skills were supposed to be pretty impressive? How could he still end up killing someone? The livestream audience had expected to witness Shěn Chén unleashing his fury. But when Shěn Chén mentioned Lu Yaowen nearly killed someone, it instantly caused an uproar. Anyone know what's up? Explain this to me, is this real? Lu Yaji trusts Shěn Chén unconditionally. Seeing this comment, she promptly turned the camera to the dashboard. Yep, Lu Yaowen nearly killed someone. A medical professional in the livestream recognized Lu Tianma's condition and quickly diagnosed the issue. Earlier, Lu Yaji had already typed an explanation to the live stream about today's situation. Holy crap, Lu Yaowen's medical skills seem worse than the streamer's. This disciple of the legendary traditional Chinese medicine master isn't all that impressive after all. The livestream audience confirmed Lu Yaowen nearly killed the patient, and they were outraged, criticizing him fiercely and questioning his medical skills. And you know what? Lu Yaowen really doesn't have the real skills. The illnesses he cured at night? He was just threatening the lives of the doctors' families. Even his own master, Huang Shanhe, was kept in the dark. Lu Yaowen's treatments relied entirely on modern high-tech equipment. When that failed, he'd have others fix the patient first, then put on a show himself. All these years, no one ever caught on to his little tricks. His so-called advanced studies in the United States were nothing more than an excuse to indulge in the pleasures of Western women. He spent the better part of those years lying on women's bellies. Ha! If I can't cure it, how could a country bumpkin like him possibly manage? Traditional Chinese medicine is a bunch of useless nonsense. If Western medicine can't help me, how could TCM possibly work? Lu Yaowen stopped pretending altogether, revealing his true colors. Hearing his words, Shěn Chén's blood boiled. He could shrug off Lu Yaowen's mockery treated like a dog bite. But now Lu Yaowen had elevated his rhetoric to the level of national righteousness. Shěn Chén could no longer stand idly by. Ah! Shěn Chén walked over and delivered a kick to Lu Yaowen. Lu Yaowen let out a pained howl, but his eyes locked onto Shěn Chén with fierce hatred. If I didn't kick him, my conscience wouldn't let me live. Shěn Chén stared down at Lu Yaowen, curled up on the ground like a shrimp, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Such a traitor deserved far worse than a single stab. Good. The host said it well. Beat traitors like this to death. If anything happens, I'll take the fall for you. What era is this? How can such spineless lackeys still exist? The entire livestream audience sided with Shěn Chén. Seeing him kick Lu Yaowen still didn't satisfy them, they wanted him dead. Lu Yaji couldn't help but clench her tiny fists, wishing she could take his place. She'd always thought Lu Yaowen was merely a bit lecherous. Now it seems Lu Yaowen is actually a traitor, even a walking 50,000 yuan bill. When Lu Yaji recalled the look Lu Yaowen had given her earlier, she couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. The way such a person looked at her was downright disgusting. Ha, what do you know? Even the air in the United States is something the Dragon Kingdom can't compare to. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Otherwise, after today, I'll be lavishing my affection on the little beauty behind you. Including you, I mean what I say. Of course, I won't kill you easily. I'll let you watch first as I toy with your woman. Oh, and that half-dead creature lying on the bed. Lu Yaowen pointed at Li Jing, his eyes flashing with savage intent, his lecherous gaze unashamedly fixed on Lu Yaji and Li Jing. You. Li Jing was so enraged by Lu Yaowen she couldn't speak. But then she thought the Lu family couldn't possibly stand up to Lu Yaowen. With his connections, he could crush the Lu family effortlessly. She felt utterly hopeless. Just because you can't cure it doesn't mean I can't? Just because Western medicine can cure it, does that mean traditional Chinese medicine can't? Shěn Chén scoffed. Lu Yaowen clearly overestimated himself and underestimated traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 50, Worldview Collapsing? Then open your eyes wide and watch how traditional Chinese medicine works. Shěn Chén said indifferently. His words reignited hope in Li Jing. Could her nephew-in-law truly bring her salvation? Shěn Chén, what exactly is wrong with my second uncle? Lu Yaji shot Lu Yaowen a glare before turning to Shěn Chén with curiosity. Zizi, remember what you saw yesterday? Shěn Chén gave a deliberately mysterious smile, which only served to whet Li Jing and the livestream audience's appetite. Feng Shui? The sharp-witted Lu Yaji instantly recalled the Feng Shui box that had left such a deep impression on her. Yes, it was because of Feng Shui. Shěn Chén clapped his hands, making Lu Yaji feel a surge of pride. Feng Shui? Isn't that just superstition? Li Jing asked curiously. In her mind, Feng Shui was just something charlatans used to deceive people. Feng Shui? Does that stuff really work? It feels so fake. The streamer turned into a charlatan. If I'm not mistaken, the streamer's name is Chunky Doctor, not Chunky Con Artist, right? The livestream erupted in an uproar. This was simply too much for everyone to stomach. TSK, thought you had some real skills, but turns out you're just a charlatan and a half-baked psychic. Lu Yaowen, sprawled on the floor, had expected Shěn Chén to pull off some grand move only to see him pull a total stunt. Feng Shui is real. Even our national-level buildings get surveyed by Feng Shui masters before construction begins. Shěn Chén kicked Lu Yaowen unconscious and proceeded to educate the crowd. Of course, you won't believe me just by hearing it. Let's see the proof in action. Shěn Chén walked to the bell, and everyone's gaze followed his to the bell. Could there be something wrong with this lamp? Li Jing wondered why Shěn Chén was staring at a chandelier. If he liked it, she could easily gift him 100. You're only half right. It's the bell inside the lamp that's problematic. The bell itself was fine, but it was made of stone. Shěn Chén pointed at the stone bell and said, word by word. Could a tiny stone bell really turn my uncle into a vegetable? Then why did only my uncle become a vegetable, and not my aunt? Lu Yaji stared at Shěn Chén with wide-eyed curiosity, while Li Jing also looked at him questioningly. Wasn't Shěn Chén's explanation a bit far-fetched? Hanging a bell is meant to attract wealth and treasure, a very auspicious gesture. But the problem lies in the material. It's made of stone, specifically a spirit stone. Stone is yin in nature. Placing it indoors according to Feng Shui principles is highly inauspicious, inevitably amplifying the yin energy within the space and inviting misfortune upon its inhabitants. Moreover, stones absorb the essence of heaven and earth, easily gathering spiritual energy. Especially rare and exotic stones excel at drawing human vitality to sustain themselves. Once a person's life force is drained, serious illness or disaster inevitably follows. This spirit stone, formed only after 1,000 years buried beneath a grave of great calamity, was likely brought back by my second uncle. He probably even handled it for a while. Shěn Chén spoke slowly, yet his words sent a chill down the spine. Who would have thought a stone could be so malevolent? Yes, your second uncle was particularly fond of antiques. He brought back this bell and played with it for quite a long time. Li Jing never imagined that the culprit behind her husband's misfortune was a mere stone. Second sister-in-law, you must have been away from home during that period, or spent very little time there. Li Jing was gradually convinced by Shěn Chén's account of Lu Tianma being possessed. It matched perfectly. My beauty salon was extremely busy back then. I barely had time to go home each day. Li Jing's account perfectly matched Shěn Chén's suspicions, causing Lu Yaji and the livestream audience to gasp in surprise. How does a streamer even know about feng shui? Mind-blown, streamers are so versatile. Ah! Mom, I'm getting smarter. The livestream chat exploded with viewers sharing how they'd learned things they'd never encountered in all their years of life. So what's Shěn Chén going to do now? Lu Yaji and the entire chat room were dying to know the solution. Simple, smash the bell under the sun, then toss it far away. Shěn Chén stated that the matter would be resolved that easily. Li Jing immediately ordered her subordinates to follow Shěn Chén's instructions. It's worth mentioning that when the Lu family entered, they were startled by Lu Yawan and couldn't help kicking him again. Before long, the subordinates reported that they had boarded a flight to Japan. Shěn Chén was genuinely stunned. This guy was ruthless impressive. In just over an hour, his second uncle should be waking up. Shěn Chén had no way to hasten his uncle's recovery. All he could do now was wait. Li Jing, Lu Yaji, and the livestream audience watched intently, not daring to blink for fear of missing anything. This was a momentous issue that could shatter their entire worldview. Just over an hour passed when Lu Tianma's fingers twitched. Holy crap, guys, his fingers moved. Ah, it's over. I'll never trust science again. I'm converting to Taoism. I'm studying mysticism. The sharp-eyed viewers in the livestream saw Lu Tianma move and felt like everything they'd been taught in school had just collapsed. Before long, Lu Tianma slowly regained consciousness. Honey, you're finally awake. Li Jing wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, never expecting her nephew-in-law to be the one who gave her hope in the end. Jing, what happened to me? I feel like I've been asleep for ages. Zizi arrived too. Who's this? And why is there another person lying on the floor? Lu Tianma felt like his head was about to explode. He turned his head and took in the people in the room. Oh, I see. Thank you, Xiao Shun. Li Jing explained the entire situation to Lu Tianma, who couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Who would have thought his little hobby nearly got him killed in the end? Having narrowly escaped death and experienced life's extreme highs and lows, Lu Tianma felt a flood of emotions. It's fine. Uncle Air will investigate the origins of antiques from now on. You absolutely must never collect funerary objects. At best, they'll drain your fortune. At worst, they'll destroy your family. Shěn Chén reassured Lu Tianma, saying that as long as he was safe, that was what mattered. But from now on, he'd have to keep his eyes wide open when looking at antiques. Alright, I understand, little Shěn. Being lectured by a youngster who knows how many years his junior, Lu Tianma had no retort. The advice was undeniably sound. Uncle, you handle the one on the floor. Shěn Chén remembered the figure still sprawled on the floor, though he intended to wash his hands of the matter. Don't worry. I won't let him off easy. Shěn Chén assured him, you can handle this as you see fit, just don't kill him. His livestream had already recorded the entire incident. Right, uncle, go ahead and deal with him. We are all witnesses. The livestream also allowed Lu Tianma to proceed without worry. If Huang Shan had dared to shield him, even a master of traditional Chinese medicine would face dire consequences. Chapter 51, Trust Science, Not Superstition. Lu Tianma was overjoyed to hear Shěn Chén say this. Dealing with Lu Yawan had been somewhat challenging, but now it seemed unlikely Lu Yawan could brush this off lightly. With just the 30,000 viewers in Shěn Chén's livestream, they could ruin Lu Yawan's reputation. Seeing that Lu Tianma was unharmed, Shěn Chén and Lu Yaji declined Li Jing's offer to stay. Alright, everyone, that wraps up today's livestream. Bye. The Lu Tianxiang incident had concluded perfectly. He was off to return to his wife and children by the warm stove. Damn, he can take it. You can go, but my sister-in-law stays. I haven't had enough yet. The host is slacking off time for punishment. The moment the stream went live, the audience erupted in protest when Shěn Chén announced he was signing off. Folks, remember, trust science, not superstition. Ignoring the protests, Shěn Chén delivered a classic educational adage to the crowd. Admonishing them not to believe in mysticism, science is the right path. Like hell I believe you, you old crook. No, I now believe mysticism is the most powerful force. The comment above is spot on. As they say, the end of science is mysticism. Though the live stream had already gone dark, the chat continued to flood with messages. A Douyin backend administrator noticed this strange phenomenon and immediately reported it. Why wasn't this reported sooner? Douyin CEO blared at the report in his hands, his temper flaring. It turns out Lín Mùxuě was driving traffic to him, so I didn't pay much attention.
But today, even after you went offline, the live stream still had over 20,000 active viewers. The Douyin admin hung his head as he spoke, secretly breathing a huge sigh of relief.
Just be thankful no other company poached him. Otherwise, you'd be packing your bags and out the door. The supervisor breathed a huge sigh of relief. With the boss saying that, his job was definitely safe. Contact him immediately and offer him an A-level contract. Oh, and see if you can bring in that woman by his side too. After watching Shěn Chén's livestream replay, the Douyin CEO exhaled a thick smoke ring, plunging into deep self-doubt. Was this still the world he knew? Shěn Chén, do you think supernatural phenomena are common?
The events surrounding Liu Yaji these past 2 days felt surreal.
It completely overturned her worldview. Liu Yaji felt surreal.
This world holds phenomena we can explain through science, and we must hold reverence for nature.
Our modern technology might surpass that of ancient times, but the wisdom of our ancestors should never be underestimated. Shěn Chén thought of the ancient Dragon Kingdom, once the world's leading civilization. Throughout history, how many traditions have been lost?
Yet some things have endured, and it's only natural that science can't explain them.
Enough of that. Let's go find something delicious to eat. Shěn Chén ruffled Liu Yaji's hair, and she responded with a kitten-like expression. Meanwhile, Liu Yawen's case had already hit the trending topics. With the Liu family pulling strings, it soon topped the charts. Damn it! How could I have taken you as a disciple? What a disgrace to our lineage! Upon hearing of Liu Yawen's actions, Old Master Huang nearly choked on his breath.
Old Master Huang never imagined that after pouring so much effort into cultivating Liu Yawen, he'd expected the young man to bring him honor. He hadn't spared any praise for Liu Yawen in front of those old masters. Now, Old Master Huang felt like a complete joke. Old Master Huang promptly announced Liu Yawen's expulsion from the sect. Upon waking in the hospital and learning of his expulsion, Liu Yawen's hatred for Shěn Chén intensified. Consumed by rage, he once again fainted in a glorious display. Several of the nation's most revered traditional Chinese medicine masters watched the video of Shěn Chén performing the exorcism and fell silent. But it wasn't just them. Everyone who saw the Weibo post was stunned. The shock this brought was no less than the end of the world. While the world's destruction was merely physical, this was a spiritual realignment. After the incident subsided, Taoism experienced a surge in interest for advanced studies. That evening, just as Shěn Chén was preparing for bed, a call came in from Douyin's super admin.
Hello, is this Mr. Shěn Chén? The call from Douyin's super admin shattered Shěn Chén's plans for mischief.
Shěn Chén was puzzled as to why Douyin would call him, leaving him somewhat baffled. Mr. Chén, it's like this, we noticed your live stream audience reached 30,000 viewers today. We'd like to sign you to a contract, offering you the second highest tier level. Once your follower count hits 1 million and then 10 million, we'll upgrade you to the highest tier. The Douyin manager strictly adhered to the boss's tier requirements, going to great lengths to win Shěn Chén over.
I'll think it over and get back to you tomorrow. Shěn Chén currently has no plans to enter the live streaming industry. Understood, Mr. Chén. We'll await your decision.
The Douyin manager understood such a crucial decision required careful thought and politely ended the call.
What's wrong?
Liu Yaji asked Shěn Chén beside him what was wrong, as Douyin's manager had called.
They want to sign me, offering a third-tier contract to secure my deal. Shěn Chén couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Douyin had actually recognized his potential. Then I can sign. Douyin is a major company, I know that. I used to be involved in the live streaming scene. Douyin has shown great sincerity.
For small streamers like you, Douyin usually starts with the lowest tier. Liu Yaji explained this to Shěn Chén, who, being a complete outsider to business matters, had no idea.
Oh, I see. Shěn Chén suddenly understood. Douyin actually valued him this much he thought it was low. Shěn Chén, bring me along when you sign the contract. They might try to trick you with these agreements.
Douyin may be sincere, but you can never be too careful.
Alright, I'll think it over.
Shěn Chén wondered if this live streaming was getting a bit off track from his main career. Oh, and Douyin can offer streamers at your level up to 200,000 yuan monthly.
The gift revenue split is also excellent, possibly even 60-40. Shěn Chén never imagined the monthly salary could be so high. Why didn't they mention it earlier?
If they'd said it over the phone, he would have agreed right away. Seriously, this Douyin manager is totally unreliable.
Negative review.
No wonder those product promoting streamers are so loaded. A Mercedes in 6 months, a luxury SUV in a year.
Shěn Chén couldn't help but marvel. This streaming industry really is a moneymaker. What did you expect? In entertainment or streaming, once you're famous, the money pours in by the bucketful.
Liu Yaji rolled her eyes. This was just plain dumb.
This guy was a no-go. Hello, this is Whale Software. Are you Shěn Chén?
The condescending tone of the Whale Software representative grated on Shěn Chén's nerves.
Yeah, what do you want? Shěn Chén replied indifferently. Not hanging up on him already showed him considerable courtesy. Chapter 52, Recognition from the Short Video Company. Whale Live wants to sign you. When can you come in to sign the contract? The whale executive spoke in a commanding tone, showing no inclination to discuss matters with Shěn Chén. In Shěn Chén's eyes, this was yet another brainless fool. Idiots were everywhere, but this year seemed especially packed with them. May I ask about the compensation? Though Shěn Chén desperately wanted to inquire about his family's well-being, he forced himself to hold back. 1,000 a month. For gifts, we take 90%. As for the contract, sign for 10 years upfront. Terminate within that period, and we get 10 times the compensation. Whale's words nearly made Shěn Chén's jaw drop. This was slave labor. I don't want gifts, and I don't want money. Shěn Chén's response made the whale supervisor wonder if he was dreaming. You're not joking, are you? The whale supervisor was thinking he'd stumbled upon a real pain in the neck. The boss had given him 3 contracts, and he hadn't even used a single one. Whale supervisor was secretly delighted, thinking that if he mentioned this to the boss, he might just climb the ladder a bit higher. You started this by joking around with me. Get your head checked, you bastard. Do you think I'm your damn slave? Even slaves aren't exploited like this. Being ugly isn't your fault, but going out and causing trouble is your problem. If your mouth's full of, keep it to yourself. Cover your own head and enjoy it. Not everyone wants to smell your disgusting breath. Shěn Chén's barrage of insults left the whale supervisor reeling. When he finally snapped out of it, he was livid. You dare insult me? Signing you was me giving you face. If I didn't let scum like you exist, who'd bother with you? I make tens of thousands a minute. The whale manager secretly looked down on small-time streamers like this. Only million or 10 million follower superstars were worth his serious attention. A nobody like Shěn Chén wasn't even worthy of licking his shoes. Talking to trash like Shěn Chén was a complete waste of his time he could be spending chatting with cute little streamers about their life goals. Let me be honest, Douyin just called me too. Seriously, a small company like yours isn't even worth my time. I should be the one feeling honored. Ugh, what a piece of junk. I must be out of my mind talking to a brainless fool like you. Before the whale's representative could even speak, Shěn Chén hung up. The whale rep felt like he was about to lose his mind. How dare he? The whale supervisor quickly exaggerated the story to the CEO, who slammed the table and ordered sanctions against Shěn Chén. Whale issued an overnight announcement urging everyone to trust science, claiming Shěn Chén's treatment of Uncle Lu Air was nothing more than video editing tricks. But Whale was a small company not even on par with the Lu family and couldn't stir up much of a storm. Before Shěn Chén could explain, the Lu and Shu families swiftly moved to nip this clown in the bud. The Whale CEO never realized until his death that it wasn't his lack of foresight that landed him in prison, but his subordinates' reckless actions. The speed was so swift that even before Shěn Chén had fully woken up, the entire affair had already sunk without a trace. Shěn Chén received a sudden call that morning, pleading for help. The urgency in the voice jolted him awake. Don't panic, Xiao Ding. I'm on my way. Shěn Chén raced back, constantly urging the driver on the way. The driver was initially impatient. Who wouldn't want to hurry? But the moment the sound of 1,000 yuan landing in his Alipay account rang out, he was suddenly energized like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Money talks, after all. In this day and age, cash still rules. Come back again next time. Shěn Chén got out of the car, fighting back nausea. The driver tried to entice him to return. After all, who wouldn't want such easy money? Shěn Chén waved him off. See you later, buddy. If he wasn't in a hurry, who'd pay that much? Shěn Chén still wanted to save up to marry a wife. Spending it on this was such a waste. What's up, Xiao Ding? After handling Shěn Chén's business last time, Liao Ding had been recuperating and hadn't gone to the clinic. But after seeing Shěn Chén's live stream yesterday, he couldn't stop bragging to everyone around him about how awesome his boss was. Unbeknownst to Shěn Chén, he'd gained another batch of little admirers. If Shěn Chén found out, he'd probably get carried away again. Brother Chen, please take a look at my nephew. My little nephew started coughing today, and then he started coughing up blood. Liao Ding frantically explained the situation to Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén's expression turned serious. The cough itself isn't a problem, but coughing up blood is serious. Liao Ding explained to Shěn Chén that his niece had suffered from tuberculosis since childhood, which had been successfully treated. But recently, it's been recurring repeatedly, and now it's gotten so severe that she's coughing up blood. Liao Ding had no choice but to call Shěn Chén for help. Don't panic. Let me examine her first. Shěn Chén reassured Liao Ding, insisting that no conclusions could be drawn until he had examined her himself. This serious? Shěn Chén saw a delicate, doll-like child lying in bed, but the little girl was now pale, with patches of bloodstains on the floor. The moment Shěn Chén entered, the little girl let out a wail and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Step aside, let me take a look. Shěn Chén swiftly moved to the bedside and took the little girl's pulse. The girl's parents, seeing a stranger enter the room, were about to erupt in anger. Liao Ding swiftly stepped forward to explain to his aunt, and the two reluctantly suppressed their anxiety.
Shěn Chén silently activated the system's scanning function. Detected the following recyclable conditions in Yinyin: pulmonary tuberculosis recurrence due to consuming blood-infused steamed buns from a tuberculosis patient.
Recover the following conditions?
Shěn Chén froze for a second upon seeing the system prompt.
How could human blood steamed buns still exist today? Wasn't that something written in Zhou Shiren's books? Shěn Chén had no time to ponder this.
He swiftly drew out silver needles and sealed Yinin's heart meridian. He then sealed a major acupoint to suppress her coughing. As soon as he finished the previous steps, Shěn Chén swiftly activated the system's recovery function.
Notice, successfully recovered tuberculosis. Earned 5 points. Current remaining points, 300.
The middle-aged man beside him watched Shěn Chén's medical skill, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he slowly released his hand from his waist.
Shěn Chén never imagined that although Liao Ding was an ordinary person, his family was anything but ordinary.
Liao Ding's uncle was a high-ranking official in the State Security Bureau, which was why he was permitted to carry a concealed weapon. A sudden chill ran down Shěn Chén's spine.
He hadn't realized he'd just narrowly escaped death.
Below, the King of Hell stared at his book of life and death, puzzled by a name that kept flickering.
All right. Sweat poured down Shěn Chén's face.
Yinin had been on the brink of death moments ago, forcing him to pull out his last resort to snatch her back from the King of Hell's grasp.
Chapter 53, Blood-Soaked Buns. What the hell is wrong with you two?
Seeing Yinin's condition stabilize, Shěn Chén turned to scold the two.
Ha? What did we do? Jin Yaotian and his wife looked utterly confused. Why was he suddenly scolding them out of nowhere? Stop playing dumb. Your daughter's acting out, and you don't even realize it? Shěn Chén, thinking they were still playing dumb, couldn't help but get annoyed. Brother Chen, what exactly happened to my aunt and uncle? What's going on with Yinin?
Liao Ding watched Shěn Chén beat around the bush and finally couldn't hold back his confusion.
Feeding their daughter human blood buns. Are they even human? Shěn Chén's voice rose involuntarily, and his words sent shockwaves through the room. What?
You're saying someone fed my daughter a blood-soaked bun, which is why she's like this now?
Jin Yaotian's expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to fury. Shěn Chén was genuinely stunned by Jin Yaotian's dramatic transformation, never imagining someone could put on such a convincing act. But then he snapped back to reality. Something didn't add up. This didn't seem like their doing. He must have misunderstood something. Wasn't it you who fed Yinin this? Shěn Chén was baffled. Besides parents, who else would feed a child such things? Impossible. We're highly educated intellectuals. We know perfectly well that human blood buns are feudal superstition. How could we be foolish enough to feed our own daughter such a thing? We're not short on money. Why would we take Yinin to the hospital instead of feeding her this? Jin Yaotian let out a bitter laugh. He never imagined someone would pull this stunt right under his nose. How outrageous. Jin Yaotian was furious beyond words. This was nothing short of trampling his dignity into the dirt. Think about what's really going on here.
Shěn Chén urged them to think carefully. This was a poisonous scheme targeting Yinin. While the couple agonized over the mystery, Shěn Chén, growing restless, reopened the system to examine Jin Yaotian and his wife once more. What he saw shocked him. Both Jin Yaotian and his wife had contracted tuberculosis.
Wait, hold on. How come you guys have tuberculosis too? Just like Yinin, both of you ate human blood buns.
Shěn Chén was utterly shocked. He'd thought it was enemies coming for him, but now it seemed the situation was far more complicated than he'd imagined.
Oh right, honey, I remember now.
A while back we ate some steamed buns, and I thought they had a bloody taste.
You said it was because the kidneys weren't cooked through. Jin Yaotian's wife's words made him suddenly realize.
This reminder helped him piece together the cause and effect.
Right.
It was that restaurant owner. He always had a blood-like scent on him.
I thought I was imagining it. Shěn Chén's heart stirred slightly upon hearing Jin Yaotian's words. Seeing that Jin Yaotian could detect the blood smell, he realized this man was definitely no ordinary person.
Jin Yaotian swiftly pulled out his phone and ordered the immediate arrest of the steamed bun shop owner.
Liao Ding was utterly dumbfounded by this turn of events.
Something felt terribly off.
Uncle, where did you get these people? Aren't you just a low-level employee at some company? Liao Ding's words sent a chill through Jin Yaotian's heart. Oh no, was he about to be exposed?
Your uncle saved a police officer recently. That officer insisted on recognizing your uncle as his big brother.
Liao Ding's aunt's mind raced, quickly concocting a flimsy excuse to cover up. Oh, I see. That dimwit Liao Ding hadn't even noticed anything was off.
Shěn Chén slapped his forehead.
How had he ended up with such a fool?
But seeing the pleading looks from Jin Yaotian and his wife, Shěn Chén chose not to expose them.
Seeing Shěn Chén didn't expose them, Jin Yaotian breathed a sigh of relief. If the truth came out now, Jin Yaotian hadn't even figured out how he'd explain it to his older brother.
Liao Ding had always believed his parents were dead, but now they were on the front lines at a critical moment.
They couldn't risk Liao Ding discovering anything. After all, any slip-up could cost his parents their lives. Brother Chen, you mentioned human blood buns earlier. What exactly are human blood buns? Liao Ding hadn't paid attention in school, and hearing them mention human blood buns left him completely baffled. Human blood buns.
In ancient times, both Eastern and Western shamans believed blood possessed mystical powers. Thus, in both cultures, using blood for healing was considered an effective practice. Ancient fascination with blood stemmed from both religious and cultural factors, but fundamentally from limited scientific understanding. Naturally, these popular blood-based remedies were largely ineffective and sometimes even hastened patients' deaths. Now it was clear why Yinin's current condition was even more severe than last time. She didn't even make it to the hospital. Shěn Chén's scientific explanation made Jin Yaotian's eyes light up. This young man seemed to have some real talent. If possible, he could be recruited as an accompanying physician for the National Security Bureau. If he showed talent, perhaps even as the head of the health department within the NSA. The head of the health department held a position equivalent to a vice-ministerial rank in the outside world. Positions within the National Security Bureau were far beyond the reach of those petty thieves and rogues outside. Seeing that Yinin was now fine, Shěn Chén took the opportunity to cure Jin Yaotian and his wife of tuberculosis before taking his leave. Shěn Chén now intended to return home and wait for Douyin's call. Thinking of his future life with a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan, he was filled with hope. He was about to become a millionaire, raking in over 10,000 a day, joining the ranks of those who were in thousands by the minute. Shěn Chén, what were you rushing around for so early this morning? You didn't even answer your phone. Upon returning home, Lu Yaji immediately confronted Shěn Chén with a barrage of questions. Shěn Chén explained to Lu Yaji about Yinin's human blood steamed buns. Lu Yaji couldn't believe such things still existed today. It exists. Even today, some Westerners still believe bat blood can cure epilepsy. Shěn Chén sighed, insisting that science must be trusted above all else.
Lu Yaji shot Shěn Chén a dismissive look. If she hadn't witnessed his medical skills firsthand, she wouldn't have believed such nonsense either. Lu Yaji was a staunch materialist.
But now, Lu Yaji had long since become a staunch believer in Shěn Chénism. Even Shěn Chén flying on his sword no longer surprised her.
Alright, today was the day to properly open the clinic. Shěn Chén hadn't properly attended to patients at the clinic in what felt like ages. Lu Yaji declared she would serve as Shěn Chén's professional manager. Shěn Chén responded that he was absolutely thrilled. Having such beauty by his side was simply wonderful.
Meanwhile, the National Security Bureau received a call from Jin Yaotian and swiftly mobilized to arrest the steamed bun shop owner. Under interrogation, the owner confessed readily.
Chapter 54, The Two Women's Confrontation. Director Jin, the suspect has confessed. That owner was taking revenge on society by punishing himself.
Periodically, he would draw his own blood. He mixed his own blood into the flour and even sold it as fresh blood. We've recovered all his blood samples. None has been distributed to the public.
Jin Yaotian exhaled in relief upon hearing his subordinate's report.
As long as no enemies came looking, he could still handle matters like this. Although the human blood steamed bun incident had unfolded urgently, Shěn Chén had already begun to draw the attention of the state. After all, Shěn Chén's case was one where others could tell just by taking his pulse that it involved human blood buns.
While the matter was somewhat outlandish, it was undeniably his skill.
Jin Yaotian had already submitted a report to higher authorities, classifying Shěn Chén's identity as confidential.
Ordinary police officers lacked the clearance to access his files. If Shěn Chén knew he'd been classified as a high-level talent by the state, he'd laugh out loud. Hey, everyone, did you ever imagine how handsome I am? Shěn Chén idly opened his livestream, where viewers couldn't handle his charismatic charm. Shameless, bragging about himself.
That shameless scoundrel must have been practicing for 2.5 hours already.
When tired, sleep. The viewers in the livestream couldn't stand it. How could this Yen Zhu possibly let Shěn Chén have his way? Not a single one with discernment. Guys, you need to get your eyes checked.
Oh, no need, I'll fix them for you. Shěn Chén tapped his fingernails, his words dripping with disdain. His looks were beyond their comprehension.
The sister-in-law's here. Move aside, move aside. I want to see sister-in-law. What's this big black rat blocking my view? Lu Yaji brought Shěn Chén some water, sending the perverts in the livestream into a frenzy. Ah, as the saying goes, never cross a friend's wife. You guys don't even get that? And you call yourselves my brothers? It's over, it's over. It's finally over.
Shěn Chén looked regretful. This group of brothers is done for. They can't handle a little thing.
Holy crap, we don't agree with that. Do you even know the value of chow chow, you dumbfounded fool?
Even though I'm a woman myself, I'd say the sister-in-law still has her charm.
Shěn Chén looked utterly speechless. How could there be women here too? That deserves punishment. Men showing up is one thing, but why are you girls joining the fun too? Shěn Chén declared such people couldn't be indulged, they needed punishment. He ordered her to buy him a Porsche.
If she bought him a Porsche, his goal of owning a Mercedes would be one step closer.
Thanks to the rich lady for the Porsche.
As soon as Shěn Chén finished speaking, a Porsche-themed special effect appeared on the screen. Shěn Chén exclaimed 666, though he didn't understand the rich people's world, it didn't stop him from cashing in.
Shěn Chén felt like he'd become a shady streamer, scamming people out of their money.
The streamer who sold eyebrow pencils for 79 yuan recently left a deep impression on Shěn Chén. No need to thank me, just call me beauty, and this little brother will bow down in admiration. Little cat loves fish was just joking, but Shěn Chén couldn't tolerate that. You can insult me with money, but you can't insult my dignity. Seeing Shěn Chén so stubborn, little cat loves fish tapped the screen lightly twice.
The next second, 2 Porsches glided into view. Holy crap, rich women are awesome.
Rich lady, please take care of me. Your humble servant bows in admiration.
Kitty loves fish, rich lady.
My stamina's top-notch 7 times a night.
Little cat loves fish glances over. What a dud.
If I'm going to take care of someone, it's gotta be Shěn Chén, he's got the looks and the brains.
Kitty loves fish, this guy worships you. This clearly shows it's not that you can't ask, it's just that the money wasn't right. Oh, so I'm not a beauty, huh? Fine, you dog of a man. Lu Yaji's jealousy kicked in. Who was this? How could her fiancé call her a beauty?
It's just a Porsche, just you wait.
Lu Yaji swiftly pulled out her phone and opened Shěn Chén's livestream.
Her fingers fluttered over the screen to top up her balance, and the next second, a sea of Porsches filled the screen. The livestream audience watched in shock as the 2 rich women began their battle.
Shěn Chén watched the 2 women put on a show and was completely dumbfounded.
Call? Lu Yaji, noticing the cat's sudden pause while eating fish, stopped sending gifts.
She typed on her screen, competing with me in wealth? That's like showing off your skills in front of a master. What? Didn't catch that? Just went to top up my account. Little cat loves fish resumed gifting in the next second. Shěn Chén couldn't bear to watch any longer and disabled the live stream's gifting feature.
Stop it, no one's money grows on trees. Shěn Chén quickly put an end to their bickering, and this move earned him everyone's respect. Shutting down donations at this moment proved Shěn Chén wasn't a money-hungry streamer.
Hello, who here is a doctor? Just as Little Cat Loves Fish and Lu Yaji were locked in a fierce battle, a woman wrapped head to toe in layers entered the room. The live stream audience swallowed hard at the sight.
Even through the broadcast, her figure was undeniably stunning. Even from a distance, it was enough to make one's lower body stir and spark wild fantasies.
Hello, I'm... Shěn Chén didn't react much.
In her tight outfit, her actual figure was actually about the same as Lu Yaji's, maybe even a bit less.
You're the doctor?
You look much younger than your online photos. Seeing such a young attending physician, Zhang Qiurui felt a twinge of hesitation. She had seen online how skilled this doctor was.
A fan from the livestream?
Shěn Chén caught on at her words.
While his online fame wasn't exactly low, those followers were scattered far and wide. Very few actually came to his clinic. Right, I saw online that you're a highly rated doctor, so I wanted to try coming to you. Zhang Qiurui's voice sounded familiar to the live stream audience, but they couldn't quite place it. Tell me your symptoms.
Shěn Chén took her pulse while activating the system's scanning function.
It's lower abdominal pain.
For the past few months, my menstrual cycle has also become irregular for some reason. I never had this before, my cycle was always regular. As Shěn Chén listened to Zhang Qiurui describe her feelings, her pulse indicated exceptional overall health with no major issues. Detected recoverable symptoms in Zhang Qiurui, advanced ovarian cancer.
Recover?
Shěn Chén was stunned upon seeing ovarian cancer.
This couldn't be blamed on the pulse failing to reveal the issue.
Ovarian cancer is virtually undetectable at this stage, its early symptoms are notoriously subtle.
Doctor, what exactly is wrong with me?
Seeing Shěn Chén's furrowed brow, Zhang Qiurui felt a sudden wave of panic.
A TCM doctor frowning was genuinely unsettling. But then again, this illness was peculiar.
Zhang Qiurui hadn't experienced anything unusual before, just simple abdominal pain. Chapter 55, Ovarian Cancer with an extremely low survival rate.
She'd been filming non-stop lately.
She'd gone to the hospital for checkups before, but nothing had ever shown up as abnormal. She hadn't paid it much mind, assuming it was just due to irregular eating habits. She never fully recovered, but these past 2 days the pain became unbearable. Since she'd been watching Shěn Chén's live streams recently, she decided to give him a try. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you, but brace yourself.
Shěn Chhén's solemn expression gradually made Lu Yaji and Zhang Qiurui's faces grow serious. What on earth is wrong with this girl?
It's rare to see the streamer look this serious.
Her condition looks pretty serious. It's just a minor issue, it's all about the money. If the payment is sufficient, what illness can't the host cure?
The live stream chat buzzed with discussion, but everyone was worried about Zhang Qiurui.
Go ahead, doctor.
Zhang Qiurui took a deep breath, running through her entire life in her mind to steel herself.
You have ovarian cancer. Advanced stage.
Shěn Chén spoke slowly, delivering what felt like a bolt from the blue to Zhang Qiurui.
Wah! Zhang Qiurui clearly knew the implications of this diagnosis and couldn't help but burst into tears. Seeing her in this state, Lu Yaji couldn't bear it and embraced her.
Leaning against Lu Yaji, Zhang Qiurui finally let out a heart-wrenching cry. Though Lu Yaji didn't know the specifics of ovarian cancer, she knew that terminal cancer was rarely curable. Shěn Chén, what exactly is ovarian cancer? Lu Yaji wanted to understand why Zhang Qiurui was weeping so bitterly. Ovarian cancer is one of the most common tumors of the female reproductive organs, ranking third in incidence after cervical cancer and uterine cancer. However, it leads all gynecological cancers in mortality rates. Moreover, ovarian cancer has an extremely low survival rate. Very few patients live beyond 5 years, even with optimal treatment. After Shěn Chén explained, Lu Yaji and the livestream audience finally grasped the severity of this disease. My mother passed away from this very disease. I never imagined I'd inherit it too. Zhang Qiurui finally regained her composure, and Shěn Chén finally understood her reason. Ovarian cancer may have a genetic component, but it hasn't been definitively proven yet. It could also be caused by consuming too many high cholesterol foods. Shěn Chén reassured her, science hasn't confirmed this disease is hereditary yet. It's okay, little doctor. I know my own condition. I'm definitely beyond saving. Zhang Qiurui gave a bitter laugh. Her illness was incurable. Her mother had traveled to hospitals around the world, yet ultimately hadn't survived. She would return now to announce her departure from the entertainment industry. She intended to live fully for herself this time. Ever since entering showbiz, her life had been nothing but promotional events and variety shows. She wanted to step out and truly see the world. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Qiurui even envisioned where she'd want to be buried. What if I could save you? Would you still cling to death? If so, consider this never said. Just as Zhang Qiurui lifted her foot to leave, Shěn Chén's voice pierced her heart like a ray of light. You mean it? You really can save me? Zhang Qiurui never imagined Shěn Chén could cure even this illness, not even its late stages. Never before had Zhang Qiurui felt such overwhelming excitement. Her hope for survival had reached its peak. The streamer is amazing. I knew the host was amazing. How could such a minor issue possibly stump them? As a medical student, all I can say now is, host, will you take me as your apprentice? After seeing this comparison, I feel like Western medicine is useless, just like that Lu Yaowen guy. A 986 medical student in the livestream saw Shěn Chén's words and abandoned Western medicine forever, embarking on the path of traditional Chinese medicine. Yes. Shěn Chén's resolute voice once again brought tears to Zhang Qiurui's eyes, but this time, they were tears of joy at seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. All right. If you can save me, I'll give you anything. Money, houses, cars, I can give you anything. Zhang Qiurui promised Shěn Chén she'd give her anything as long as she could live. In the face of life itself, money and possessions no longer mattered. Ha! You wouldn't want me, would you? Aren't you already married? Seeing Shěn Chén remain silent, Zhang Qiurui blushed as his gaze fixed intently on her chest. Shěn Chén was just too greedy. He already had Lu Yaji by his side, a woman who was every bit as good as her, yet he still wanted her. If Lu Yaji weren't in the picture, she might have considered it. Even if things didn't work out, she could find him another woman. But this was just too awkward. This private conversation was happening while the livestream was on, with Lu Yaji watching nearby. Zhang Qiurui even wondered if Lu Yaji might stop her from touching him. Lu Yaji was glaring at Shěn Chén from the side. He already had several women by his side, and she couldn't even satisfy him anymore. Had she given him too much leeway? Now he was brazen enough to seek other women right in front of her. Shěn Chén, of course, was oblivious to their thoughts. He simply thought Zhang Qiurui's necklace was beautiful and imagined how lovely it would look on Lu Yaji. What am I thinking? I just think your necklace looks beautiful, and your sister-in-law would look stunning wearing it. Shěn Chén rolled his eyes dramatically. He wasn't that desperate, was he? Oh, I see. Zhang Qiurui knew she'd let her professional habits get the better of her. This was just too hard to ignore. She gave a nervous chuckle, feeling mortified inside. Lu Yaji's expression shifted from dark to clear. She'd misunderstood Shěn Chén. She knew he wouldn't dare. No problem. Once I'm cured, I'll hand him over to you with both hands. Shěn Chén had Zhang Qiurui lie down on the hospital bed while he began preparing the silver needles. Another major undertaking. Shěn Chén sighed inwardly. He'd encountered 2 serious illnesses today. This was going to drain him dry. This was far more exhausting than 7 times in one night. Shěn Chén was starting to feel like giving up. He hadn't had a proper rest in recent days. Shěn Chén silently resolved to take a proper break soon. Zizi, undo it from the bottom, start at the spot I showed you earlier. Seeing Zhang Qiurui lying there so calmly, Shěn Chén slapped his forehead. He couldn't bring himself to do it, so he had to ask Lu Yaji beside him to take over. Lu Yaji flushed, remembering how awkward she'd been the first time. Sis, you need to pull your pants down, and your top can't be so tightly fastened either. Seeing Shěn Chén leave, Lu Yaji turned to Zhang Qiurui. Zhang Qiurui flushed.
She was wearing a backless dress today. Taking it off meant stripping completely. Seeing this, Lu Yaji fetched 2 blankets for Zhang Qiurui to cover her private areas. Chapter 56. Thank you. With Lu Yaji's help, Zhang Qiurui stripped down to just her underwear, and Lu Yaji covered her private parts. Begin. This process will be painful and itchy, but you must endure it. Shěn Chén had pondered Zhang Qiurui's condition and concluded that only the acupuncture technique used on old Master Lin would be effective. Shěn Chén wasn't sure if Zhang Qiurui could endure it, but it was the only way to achieve a swift recovery. Alright, let's begin. Zhang Qiurui gripped the bedsheets tightly and exhaled deeply. Hold on. Shěn Chén emphasized again as he swiftly inserted the needles. Shěn Chén repeated his technique. The moment he flicked the silver needle's tail, Zhang Qiurui felt the sensation brought by this acupuncture method. Seeing Zhang Qiurui endure it, Shěn Chén activated the system's recovery function. Detected the following recoverable condition in Zhang Qiurui: advanced ovarian cancer. Recover? Shěn Chén silently commanded, recycle. Notification: late-stage ovarian cancer successfully recovered. Points earned, 5. Current remaining points, 314. Zhang Qiurui clutched the bedsheets tightly, her muffled moans sparking wild imaginings. Zhang Qiurui was now experiencing both pain and itchiness, while also feeling profound shame, with 2 people standing beside her. How could she make such shameful sounds? She couldn't believe they were coming from her own mouth. Shěn Chén, however, remained composed. He simply thought to himself, this girl is remarkably resilient. Old Master Lin could endure it because he'd fought in wars and possessed great fortitude, but this woman, with her delicate, fair skin, seemed surprisingly unfazed. It seemed that when faced with the hope of survival, no one would give up except for a few rare exceptions. Alright, it was over now. Shěn Chén pulled out the silver needles, turned to Zhang Qiurui, said a few words, and then walked out. If Shěn Chén could have held back earlier, he certainly couldn't now. When Zhang Qiurui finally pulled out her own needles, she couldn't hold back. Her body arched, and she let out a cry. Shěn Chén listened, his mind drifting, nearly accidentally sticking the needle back in. Zhang Qiurui was drenched in sweat, panting with her cherry-red lips parted, as if she'd just finished some intense physical activity. Watching Shěn Chén flee in disarray, Lu Yaji blushed too. Even as a girl, she felt her heart racing. Zhang Qiurui was overjoyed by Shěn Chén's words, then suddenly realized her own reaction had been just like the climax scenes in those adult films. Swish! Lu Yaji saw Zhang Qiurui's face turn as red as a boiled shrimp. Her expression was so vivid it made Lu Yaji gasp in astonishment. All Zhang Qiurui wanted now was to escape this place as quickly as possible. She couldn't bear to stay another second. The necklace is here. The consultation fee had already been sent. Zhang Qiurui swiftly pulled on her clothes, scanned the payment for the consultation fee, and left the necklace behind, all completed with fluid ease. Phew! Hearing Shěn Chén take a deep breath in the bathroom, Lu Yaji smiled. Lu Yaji first turned off the live stream audio and camera before stepping into the bathroom. You did pretty well today. Here's your reward. Lu Yaji flirtatiously teased Shěn Chén with alluring charm. Shěn Chén, already burning with desire from Zhang Qiurui's teasing, let out a low growl and pounced. When Lu Yaji emerged from the bathroom, her legs were weak. This guy, she'd better find a few more girls to share the load. She feared even one wouldn't satisfy Shěn Chén. The guy was in peak physical condition. Whoever said only oxen die from overwork, no field is ever worn out? I'm suing you for fraud. That afternoon, Lu Yaji received a call from her parents and had to return home to handle matters. Shěn Chén sat idly in the clinic, lost in thought, when his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Opening it, he saw it was from Chu Ruozhu. They hadn't seen each other since their last meeting. Chu Ruozhu reaching out unexpectedly left Shěn Chén pleasantly surprised. In his eyes, Chu Ruozhu held the same level of importance in his heart as Lín Mùxuě and Lu Yaji. Chu Ruozhu mentioned she wasn't feeling well and wanted Shěn Chén to come take a look. Shěn Chén gathered his things and stepped outside, where a car from the Chu family was already waiting by the roadside. Hey, Shěn, long time no see. Old Master Chu greeted Shěn Chén with a hearty laugh, looking quite well. Old Master, Young Yang, it's been a while. How have you been? Shěn Chén felt a bit overwhelmed by the honor when he saw Old Master Chu and Chu Yang waiting for him at the door. Brother Chu, please take a look at my sister. My sister hasn't given me a good scolding in days, and I'm starting to feel a bit off. Chu Yang, the young fool, had barely finished speaking when Old Master Chu smacked him on the back of the head. Shun, Ruozhu's been battling a cold these past few days. She didn't want to go to the hospital, so I took the liberty of using her phone to text you and ask you to come over. Shěn Chén suddenly understood. No wonder Chu Ruozhu had seemed off earlier. Shěn Chén had thought Chu Ruozhu was still holding a grudge over the last incident, but it turned out to be Old Master Chu. Grandpa, I won't go to the hospital. I'll be fine in a few days. Lying in bed, Chu Ruozhu heard someone open the door and enter. Assuming it was her grandfather calling her to the hospital again. Chu Ruozhu had absolutely no desire to go to the hospital right now. She thought to herself that if Shěn Chén were here, she wouldn't feel this miserable. But she felt awkward about texting him, leaving her in a terrible state of inner turmoil. Little one, it's not good to skip the hospital when you have a cold. Chu Ruozhu thought her fever must be causing hallucinations. How could Shěn Chén possibly be by her side? Pretending not to hear me will get you punished, you know. Seeing Chu Ruozhu awake, Shěn Chén thought she was pretending not to understand. He couldn't help but coax her in a tone meant for children. Shěn Chén, am I dreaming? Chu Ruozhu whipped her head around to find the person she'd been longing for day and night standing right before her. She finally couldn't hold back, throwing herself into Shěn Chén's arms and bursting into tears. You rotten Shěn Chén, taking so long to come see me. I've been suffering terribly, and you didn't even come to help me. Chu Ruozhu clung to Shěn Chén, repeatedly pounding his chest with her fists. Seeing her like this, Shěn Chén's heart nearly melted. It seemed he meant so much to her. Alright, my fault. Little Ruozhu, please stop being angry. It's fixed now. No matter how angry you get, I'll take it. Watching Chu Ruozhu now drowsily hitting him, Shěn Chén felt a pang of heartache. Throughout Shěn Chén's treatment, Chu Ruozhu clung tightly to his hand. Chu Ruozhu hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time, and eventually drifted off to sleep. Shěn Chén tried to gently remove her clothes so she could rest properly, but Chu Ruozhu frowned and clung to him even tighter, as if afraid someone would snatch away her precious toy. As night fell, Chu Ruozhu slowly awoke. Seeing Shěn Chén asleep, sprawled beside the bed, she couldn't resist ruffling his big head. Feeling much better after waking, Chu Ruozhu feared this might all be a dream, that Shěn Chén would vanish once she was fully awake. Chapter 57, Chu Ruozhu opens her heart. Ruozhu, you're awake. How do you feel? Shěn Chén stirred in his daze, sensing someone touching him. Shěn Chén lifted his eyes to meet Chu Ruozhu's gaze, and her expression sent a tremor through his heart. Shěn Chén, I've missed you so much. Chu Ruozhu could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Shěn Chén's arms. I don't know when it happened, but I think I've gradually fallen for you. I just want to be by your side, to stay with you forever. Caught off guard by Chu Ruozhu's confession, Shěn Chén felt both overjoyed and utterly flustered. He didn't know how to respond to Chu Ruozhu, especially since he already had 2 female confidants. Shěn Chén knew Chu Ruozhu was a good girl. He didn't want to let her down, but he also couldn't bear to watch her fall for someone else. Ruozhu, the truth is, I like you too. But, just as Shěn Chén was about to speak, Chu Ruozhu covered his mouth. Shěn Chén, I know what you're trying to say. I just want to say this, I know you have plenty of women around you. Behind every successful man, there's usually a confidant. I don't care about that. I just want to be by your side. As long as I'm in your heart, that's enough. Since Chu Ruozhu had spoken so plainly, it would be unreasonable for him to refuse her now. Shěn Chén said nothing, simply leaning in to kiss Chu Ruozhu's lips, passionate and wild. Grandpa, why aren't Brother Chén and sister coming down yet? That doesn't make sense. With Brother Chen's medical skills, it shouldn't take this long. Something must have happened. I can't stand it, I'm going up to check. Downstairs, Chu Yang, a single guy, was just about to head upstairs when Old Master Chu yanked him out the door. If you dare set foot in this house again today, I'll break your legs. Grandpa Chu was seething inside. He'd been dashing and charming in his youth, and his son wasn't half bad either. But how did he end up with such a mood killer? Chu Yang wanted to protest, but seeing his grandfather's raised cane, he swallowed his words silently. Old Master Chu certainly wouldn't admit that he'd been a bit anxious himself. Earlier, he'd overheard his granddaughter pouring her heart out to Shěn Chén upstairs, then silently slipped back downstairs. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this granddaughter of mine has grown up, she won't stay put. Ruoro, your Uncle Maxine needs to see Grandpa about something. I won't be coming back tonight. Oh, and your brother has something to attend to as well. Old Master Chu called up to Chu Ruozhu's room before slamming the villa door shut with a loud bang. Ha! Chu Ruozhu and Shěn Chén were startled by the old man's shout. But when they heard what grandfather had said, their expressions changed. Chu Ruozhu thought to herself, how could it be such a coincidence? Just as she arrived, they happened to be out, and grandfather had never slammed the door so hard before. Shěn Chén couldn't help but marvel at how the old foxes were still the sharpest. He definitely couldn't match Old Master Chu's seasoned cunning. You little brat, what are you up to? Chu Ruozhu watched Shěn Chén's expression grow increasingly unsettled. In that instant, a pang of guilt suddenly gripped her. Want? Before Chu Ruozhu could process it, what was she thinking? Wait, something's off. This is suspicious. Put. Chu Ruozhu watched Shěn Chén laughing heartily beside her. Suddenly realizing what was happening, her pretty face flushed crimson. She cursed him as a filthy rogue with utterly unhealthy thoughts. Let's continue. Before Chu Ruozhu could react, Shěn Chén pressed his lips against hers. Chu Ruozhu gradually succumbed to passion, while Shěn Chén's hands grew increasingly restless. The two bathed together for 2 hours in the bathroom before finally getting out of bed at a leisurely pace. You little brat, she teased, so, have you figured out how to explain this to Zizi yet? Chu Ruozhu suddenly remembered something amusing and asked Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén hadn't thought about it until she brought it up, and now he realized he was in trouble. He hadn't figured out how to explain things to Liu Yaji yet. What to do? Ha! Laughing? Mocking me? Shěn Chén said as he tickled Chu Ruoju's ticklish spots. Chu Ruoju was no match for Shěn Chén and begged for mercy repeatedly. Alright, I'll stop. I'll talk to her for you. Chu Ruoju reasoned that if she and Liu Yaji approached him, it would be more effective than Shěn Chén doing it. Of course, she couldn't rule out the worst outcome. Chu Ruoju was already prepared to sever her sisterly bond with Liu Yaji and compete for Shěn Chén. Is that even possible? Shěn Chén asked uncertainly. Why did it feel like he should be the one to bring this up? Don't worry. You don't understand the relationship between me and Zizi. Chu Ruoju gave a mysterious smile, suddenly recalling something Liu Yaji had once told her during their university days. You call Zizi out today. Leave the rest to me. Choose a quieter location. Chu Ruoju thought to herself that this was almost certainly going to work out. Knowing Liu Yaji as she did, she was sure their thoughts would align. Alright, then let's meet at my place. Shěn Chén chose to trust Chu Ruoju. Since she was so confident, he was willing to take the gamble. If it works out, great. If not, I'll go apologize to the Lius myself. The priority is to keep Zizi on our side. Alright, let's set it for 6 p.m. tonight. Chu Ruoju set the time, knowing she needed to prepare thoroughly. After finalizing their plan, the two lingered affectionately for a while before Shěn Chén headed home to arrange meeting Liu Yaji. Upon hearing Shěn Chén's evening invitation, Liu Yaji felt a flutter of delight. It seemed her charm still held some sway over him after all. When the agreed-upon time arrived, Chu Ruoju arrived at Shěn Chén's place early, waiting for the evening's negotiations to begin. Ruoju, what are you doing here? Liu Yaji felt a bit awkward. After all, she had deliberately changed into a sexy outfit for Shěn Chén. The strappy top, yoga pants that hugged her legs so tightly they created a visible groove, and the lingerie she'd deliberately chosen underneath. Zizi, I wanted to talk to you about something today. Completely baffled, Liu Yaji followed Chu Ruoju into the bedroom, where the negotiation officially began. Chapter 58, The Joy of Having Both. Shěn Chén waited anxiously in the living room, his conscience gnawing at him. He kept glancing at the clock, each minute feeling like an eternity. Squeak! Shěn Chén watched as the two women emerged, his hopeful gaze fixed on Chu Ruoju. Chu Ruoju sensed his unspoken question and shook her head slightly. Shěn Chén thought, oh no. This time he'd really blown it. He watched as Liu Yaji's face darkened. Zizi. Shěn Chén reached out to take Liu Yaji's hand, but she spun away, avoiding his touch. Shěn Chén instantly realized something was off. If it hadn't worked, Liu Yaji's reaction should have been to bolt out the door. Shěn Chén's sharp wit kicked in at the crucial moment. Shěn Chén carefully studied the expressions of Chu Ruoju and Liu Yaji. Though neither looked particularly pleased, upon closer inspection, the corners of their eyes betrayed their amusement. Watching Shěn Chén stare blankly, seemingly oblivious to what he was looking at, Liu Yaji finally couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing. Shěn Chén understood. He understood everything. He'd been tricked. Alright, so you two teamed up to play me for a fool, huh? Shěn Chén swept Liu Yaji into his arms. She shook with laughter, while Chu Ruoju beside them doubled over in mirth. Not me, it was Ruoju. She said she planned to tease you. Seeing her best friend sell her out, Chu Ruoju quickly slipped away. But in a room this size, where could she possibly run? What are you laughing at? We just agreed whoever wins over Shěn Chén becomes the boss. Shěn Chén caught Chu Ruoju, pinned her across his lap, and spanked her bottom. Humiliated by her best friend's betrayal, Chu Ruoju defiantly protested. Pfft, you're going down. Shěn Chén watched the two girls whispering and wanted to ask what they'd been talking about earlier. Girls' business. Mind your own, big man. The two girls turned in unison and said to Shěn Chén. If you're so confident, show us now. Practice? Like we're scared of you. Chu Ruoju and Liu Yaji dragged Shěn Chén into the room. The next day, he experienced for the first time what it felt like to need a little refueling. He truly understood what it meant to walk leaning against the wall. Turning to look at the two girls, their faces radiated happiness clearly, they were well taken care of. Shěn Chén's life was a mix of pain and pleasure. He declared this life was intense. Hello, is this Mr. Shěn Chén? Shěn Chén had just finished breakfast and was about to spend some time with the two women before heading to the clinic. Yes, who is this? After confirming it was indeed Shěn Chén, the caller began explaining their purpose. Mr. Shěn Chén, I'm the organizer of the Zhengzhou Medical Exchange Conference. Having witnessed your medical skills, we'd like to extend a sincere invitation for you to attend. Leading figures from all sectors of Zhengzhou will be present, and we will also be inviting a renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine. The organizer explained the background of Zhengzhou's medical community and the conference proceedings to Shěn Chén. Mr. Shěn, please provide your address so we may send you the invitation. This is to prevent any unqualified individuals from infiltrating the event. After Shěn Chén provided his address, the conference was scheduled for Sunday. After discussing with the two women, Shěn Chén planned to bring them alone. His primary purpose was to show everyone that they were his women.
The organizer mentioned that the Jiangzhou medical community gathering wasn't just for medical professionals. Influential figures from various fields would also be observing. Anyone with half a brain could tell these were wealthy individuals desperate to buy themselves extra time. These days, the wealthy would stop at nothing to achieve longevity. Even as a child, Shěn Chén had heard tales of wealthy individuals seeking longevity by cutting open newborn boys and eating their raw hearts. This story had terrified the mischievous 8-year-old Shěn Chén back then, making him too scared to misbehave for quite some time. I've heard of this exchange meeting our Chu family always attends. Zizi's family should have been invited too. Basically, every prominent figure in Jiangcheng gets invited. Xu Ruozhu and Shěn Chén began explaining the gathering, which turned out to be much as Shěn Chén had imagined. It's essentially a gathering of self-proclaimed elite individuals who've already indulged in every luxury imaginable, yet still cling to life. That's why they organized this exchange conference. Despite its nature, it held considerable prestige. Only those whose medical skills were recognized by Jiangcheng's medical community would receive an invitation. Countless people would break their heads trying to get in. Becoming the personal physician to any one of these wealthy individuals meant rising from humble beginnings to become a phoenix perched on a branch. Shěn Chén nodded. It seemed he'd get a thorough glimpse into the caliber of Jiangzhou's medical community. He'd heard that some legendary traditional Chinese medicine masters would return. He only knew one such figure himself. Wondered who might show up this time. Surely it wouldn't be that old prankster again. But if Gao Fei asked him to teach medicine this time, he'd reluctantly share a trick or two. After all, that divine assist of his had been incredibly satisfying. For the next few days, Shěn Chén treated patients at the clinic and returned home to enjoy the pleasures of having two women. The invitation arrived by courier the very next day. The delivery guy's eyes went wide when he saw the two women behind Shěn Chén. This guy's awesome, he thought, giving Shěn Chén a thumbs up. Shěn Chén lifted his head proudly. After all, who else would he be? Just 2 days before the Jiangzhou Medical Conference, Douyin Corporation's super administrator called to seek Shěn Chén's input. Accompanied by Liu Yaji, Shěn Chén attended the meeting. The executive in charge noticed that Liu Yaji's appearance in person was far more striking than in her live streams. Her bare, makeup-free face was more beautiful than any current top-tier actress. The manager silently resolved to sign Liu Yaji. "Hello, Mr. Shěn. Just call me Li Fei." Li Fei stepped forward to shake Shěn Chén's hand. Seeing Douyin's enthusiasm, Shěn Chén thought they were far more welcoming than a certain whale company. "Hello, Brother Fei." Li Fei and Shěn Chén chatted over a meal. Shěn Chén heard that Douyin company was far superior to others. "Mr. Shěn, Douyin can offer you a monthly salary of 300,000 yuan. Plus a 20/80 split on gifts, but you must stream for at least 240 hours per month." Li Fei extended an invitation to Shěn Chén with utmost sincerity, offering the highest contract tier right off the bat. That good? It almost feels like a scam. Hearing such generous terms, Shěn Chén couldn't resist teasing Li Fei. "Mr. Shěn, you're joking. These generous terms come with a condition. Within the next 10 years, you cannot terminate your contract with Douyin, and you must exclusively stream on our platform." Li Fei's expression turned serious. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Capitalists only act in their own interests. Corresponding benefits come with corresponding costs. 1 year. Before Shěn Chén could respond, Liu Yaji cut in beside him. Shěn Chén might not realize it. He might even think this was a cushy job. After all, it meant a steady paycheck every month. How great was that? Chapter 59, Douyin Contract. Shěn Chén genuinely thought that way. He even wanted to negotiate for a longer term. "Miss Liu, you're joking. The longer the better, right? Shěn Chén can just sit back and collect his paycheck every month." Li Fei wasn't sure if Liu Yaji truly understood the industry or was just pretending, so he decided to test her knowledge. "I know your industry. While the perks look generous, there are plenty of hidden complications. If we want to leave Douyin, we'd probably have to pay compensation 10 times over, right? Even if we terminate our contracts, we probably won't be able to stream on other platforms for a while, right?" Liu Yaji gave Li Fei a half smile, half grin. Li Fei let out a wry chuckle. "Looks like you know our industry, Miss Liu. I won't beat around the bush then. After 3 years at Douyin, whether we stay or go depends on Mr. Shěn." As Liu Yaji and Li Fei haggled over the terms, Shěn Chén was dumbfounded. Wasn't this a contract? How could they negotiate like this? Under Liu Yaji's relentless argumentation, Li Fei conceded defeat. They finally settled on Shěn Chén streaming on Douyin for 1 year. "Miss Liu, there's one more thing. I came here with 2 objectives. First, to sign Mr. Shěn, and second, to sign you. We guarantee that within 1 year, we will elevate Miss Liu to second-tier stardom and propel her directly into the top tier. Within 3 years, we guarantee Miss Liu will become a top-tier star. We will strive to propel Miss Liu onto the international stage within 5 years. Li Fei spoke with fervor, seemingly already envisioning the scene. "I appreciate your company's gesture. I know you've shown the utmost sincerity. But I'm not short on money, and all I want is to stay by my loved one's side." Liu Yaji smiled faintly.
It seemed this Douyin CEO was quite bold, willing to stake everything on her. Miss Lu, don't you want to become famous?
With us, you could earn at least 10 million a year. Even over 100 million isn't out of reach.
Li Fei never imagined Lu Yaji would refuse him. Didn't women want fame?
I come from a wealthy family, so I don't have much desire for that sort of thing.
Lu Yaji shook her head.
To her, the simple rhythm of daily meals and the changing seasons was the greatest blessing.
Fame is just empty glory. As long as there's enough money to live on, that's all that matters. Well, Miss Lu is quite an interesting person. Seeing Lu Yaji's resolve, Li Fei made no further attempts to persuade her. Shěn Chén watched the exchange between Lu Yaji and Li Fei as if he discovered a new continent. After finishing his meal, Li Fei left.
Shěn Chén remained completely inconspicuous throughout, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Yaji.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Feeling uneasy under Shěn Chén's gaze, Lu Yaji reached out and covered his eyes.
Who knew my wife had such a bold and spirited side?
Shěn Chén brushed her hand away, utterly mesmerized by the sight of Lu Yaji in full command.
Well, look at who you're staring at.
Lu Yaji flashed a proud smile, suddenly realizing what Shěn Chén had just called her.
What did you just call me? Lu Yaji suddenly felt a bit shy. How did he just start calling her wifey? It sounded kinda nice.
Chu Ruozhu never got that treatment.
Wifey? What's up, wifey? Shěn Chén looked at Lu Yaji with some confusion. Surely she wasn't hard of hearing?
Shěn Chén quickly activated the system's scanning function. Seeing nothing amiss, he finally relaxed.
Nothing.
Lu Yaji, in a foul mood, shook off Shěn Chén's hand and walked ahead with her hands behind her back, bouncing along.
Ladies, get ready, we're heading out.
By Sunday, Chu Ruozhu and Lu Yaji had already dragged Shěn Chén to the mall the day before to pick out clothes.
Shěn Chén truly experienced a nightmare. He tried on over 800 outfits in one afternoon.
After trying on his own clothes, the two women proceeded to pick out their own outfits.
Shěn Chén's physical stamina couldn't take it.
He couldn't understand how these two women, who couldn't resist his advances when united, had so much energy for shopping.
Here we come, here we come. Stop rushing us.
Chu Ruozhu and Lu Yaji emerged from the room, stunning Shěn Chén with their stunning appearance. The trio arrived at the medical exchange conference, already several minutes late.
The medical conference organizer anxiously scanned the guest list backstage, glancing toward the entrance. Why hadn't Shěn Chén arrived yet?
Neither the Chu nor Lu families were present.
Squeak!
The banquet hall doors swung open as attendants pushed them aside, drawing everyone's gaze toward the entrance. At the doorway, two women of heavenly beauty, one on each arm, slowly entered with Shěn Chén. The crowd was stunned by the women's faces, never imagining such breathtakingly beautiful women existed in this world.
Many predatory eyes scanned the two women.
Chu Ruozhu and Lu Yaji had certainly earned Shěn Chén immense prestige. Attendees at the exchange conference recognized them as the princesses of the Lu and Chu families.
Whispers filled the room. Who was the man in the center? Why had he never been seen before? What merits could possibly earn the favor of two family princesses?
Mr. Shěn, Miss Lu, Miss Chu, please follow me. The event organizer, seeing the Lu family, the Chu family, and Shěn Chén arriving together, hurriedly arranged seats for them together. After all, the Chu family was the foremost clan in Jiangcheng. The exchange conference couldn't even begin without the Chu family's attendance, the organizer thought to himself with a sigh. In previous years, the Chu family had always sent representatives. Why had the eldest Miss Chu personally come this year? What was the background of that Shěn Chén in the middle? How had he managed to have the young ladies from two of Jiangcheng's most influential families escort him? The records only listed him as a somewhat renowned barefoot doctor. He'd have to fire whoever compiled those files. Sensing trouble brewing, the organizer hurried forward to personally greet him, arranging a seat in the front row. With the manager's special treatment, the crowd's gaze toward Shěn Chén grew more serious. It seemed this young man might be some well-connected young master from the capital. Speculation began to swirl. Old Dong, who had brought a female companion, eyed Shěn Chén like a lecherous man, hoping to use her beauty to curry favor with him. But when Shěn Chén introduced himself as merely a doctor from a small clinic in Jiangcheng, their ambitions to curry favor quickly cooled. Clearly, he had no powerful connections. He was just some pretty boy who'd somehow charmed the two young ladies from prominent families. Chu Ruozhu and Lu Yaji saw this and made no explanation. With such a smug look on his face, they'd just wait and see Shěn Chén show them what he was capable of. Once he'd made them eat their words, he'd learn to behave. Shěn Chén had initially been flattered by their warmth, wondering if everyone in Jiangcheng's elite circles was this down to earth. Now it seemed he'd overestimated them. All crows are equally black, and Jiangcheng was no exception.
Shěn Chén didn't get angry.
People were like this if he kept pressing his warm cheek against their cold buttocks, he'd just be a fool.
He wouldn't stoop to that.
Suddenly, Shěn Chén felt a pang of hunger. He hadn't eaten lunch. Spotting a self-service restaurant nearby, Shěn Chén led the two women in a hearty feast.
Chapter 60, Mid-Game Drama. How did this person even get in here? What was the security doing? Letting freeloaders like this slip through?
A shrill female voice rang out beside Shěn Chén and his companions, followed by a pungent whiff of perfume wafting into their noses.
Who the hell are you? Shěn Chén frowned. These days, even eating a meal comes with people telling you what to do. Me? I'm one of Lu Xiao's people. You lowly freeloaders wouldn't recognize me, of course. The woman who spoke with mockery wore an air of haughty arrogance, her hand casually revealing a goose egg-sized diamond ring. Lu Xiao? Never heard of him. Get lost, you dog. How come even eating a meal these days involves some dog barking? Who knows whose dog this is? Shouldn't have let it loose, now it's barking here.
Shěn Chén turned back to his two companions and resumed eating, treating the woman before him as if she were invisible.
You dare call me a dog? Do you even know who young Master Lu is?
People like you who sneak in for free meals, it's obvious you don't have invitations.
You snuck in, didn't you? Kneel and apologize, and I might not call security to throw you out.
To Shěn Chén and his companions, the woman before them seemed like nothing more than a clown.
They were baffled. Didn't she see they'd been personally invited by the manager? Go ahead, bark for security. After all, dogs only know how to bark. Understand. The woman before them was so enraged by Shěn Chén's words she hesitated. Should she call? Calling them over would be like admitting she was a dog.
Her shrieking gradually drew the attention of the entire lobby, where people began whispering and murmuring among themselves.
Security? Where's security? How did you let this freeloader in?
The woman felt 100 stares piercing her back, as if they were waiting to see her humiliated. Furious, she bellowed for security. The commotion interrupted every conversation in the hall, whether about medical techniques or business deals. The assembled elders frowned slightly.
Who were these young upstarts, so utterly lacking in decorum?
The conference organizer apologized profusely to the crowd before turning with a grim expression to investigate. Such a major blunder at an event under his watch, he intended to find out exactly which family's young upstart had caused this. Next year, he'd make sure that family was kicked out.
What's the matter, young lady? What happened?
Security rushed over at the shout, inquiring about the situation.
How did you even guard the door? How could you let freeloaders like this slip through? Don't you even know how to act like a dog? And what's with calling me miss? Your whole family are misses.
The woman took out all her anger on the security guard. Since she couldn't win an argument with Shěn Chén, she figured she could at least berate a lowly security guard.
Ma'am, we apologize. It was our oversight. Sir, could we kindly see your invitation?
The security chief's face darkened, his mood as foul as eating.
Even if he was being berated like this, he couldn't retort.
The people inside were either wealthy or influential, far beyond what a lowly security guard like him could afford to provoke. The security chief dutifully proceeded with the routine request to inspect Shěn Chén's invitation. Here. Make sure you look carefully, or else the barking will start up again in a minute. Oh, and check where the dog barking is coming from, make sure no one snuck in. Shěn Chén handed the invitation to the security chief, asking him to also check if the woman in front of them was bluffing.
Ma'am, this gentleman's invitation is in order. Please present your invitation.
The security chief respectfully handed the invitation back to Shěn Chén, then turned to extend his hand toward the woman.
Do you know whose woman I am? Young Master Lu's.
The woman now appeared flustered. She didn't have an invitation letter, she'd simply latched onto a wealthy young man, hoping to gain entry and broaden her horizons. When Shěn Chén and his group entered earlier, she had been in the restroom and had no idea of Shěn Chén's status.
Observing Lu Yaji and Shu Ruoju's elegant figures, she felt a pang of jealousy.
Despite undergoing multiple cosmetic surgeries, her own looks barely reached second-rate standards.
Jealousy welled up again.
Seeing Shěn Chén and his companions seated in the restaurant without anyone approaching them, she assumed they were from some minor family with no connections. She assumed they were there to broaden their horizons like herself, tagging along with someone else.
Little did she know Shěn Chén actually had an invitation.
Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, she knew such invitations were typically reserved for the wealthy. Even her sugar daddy hadn't received one, he was merely tagging along with elders to see the world. She'd pulled out all the stops to please her sugar daddy, begging him to bring her along.
But she never imagined she'd provoked someone she couldn't afford to cross.
Her heart was pounding wildly now, and she was putting on a show of bravado, borrowing the tiger's might. I'll see for myself just who this young Master Lu you keep mentioning really is. The event organizer emerged from the crowd with a grim expression, his gaze sweeping over the attendees. He was determined to see which Lu young master was so arrogant as to allow his woman to mock the eldest daughters of the Chu and Lu families like this.
Young Master Lu might be in the restroom.
The woman frantically scanned the crowd, desperate to locate her sugar daddy. The young Master Lu she referred to had long since slipped away from the crowd, silently cursing his brainless woman for her reckless behavior. This madwoman wasn't just mentally unstable herself, she was dragging him and his entire family down with her.
I bet you snuck in here yourself.
The person in charge snorted coldly. Someone who hadn't shown up for so long couldn't possibly come from a powerful family. Security, he barked.
Throw her out. This woman is an eyesore.
The head official wasted no words, ordering the security chief to throw her out. If time permitted, he'd have given her a proper beating. Any further delay would turn this exchange event he was overseeing into a complete farce. The woman continued screaming the name of her sugar daddy into the crowd, hoping he'd come rescue her. Without a word, the security chief stepped forward and slapped her twice across the face. "You filthy security guard, you dare hit me? Just wait till young Master Lu gets back, I'll make you pay." The woman screamed wildly, hair flying everywhere. The security chief pulled off his sock and stuffed it into her mouth to silence her. Ignoring the manager's order to simply eject her, the security chief took her aside to thoroughly discipline her foul-mouthed behavior before finally tossing her out. "I may be just a lowly security guard," he thought, "but those assigned to events like this aren't ordinary. And you, a woman with no connections, have no right to insult us." Seeing the woman led away, the organizer stepped up to the stage, apologizing profusely. He asked everyone to wait a moment, assuring them the exchange event would begin shortly. As the woman was led away, Shěn Chén presented her with a gift package of illnesses. Just a few things like cerebral thrombosis and tuberculosis. Shěn Chén shrugged it off as a minor favor. "No need to thank me. I'm just giving you an early ticket to the Western paradise. See how kind I am, letting you skip all the suffering of this world?" Chapter 61, Questioning Old Master Feng. Good evening, everyone. Our symposium is now officially underway. The host rattled off a half-hour-long thank you speech. Just as Shěn Chén was about to lean against Chu Ruoju's shoulder and drift off, the host finally announced the start of the exchange session. For the first round, we will present 3 patients who have undergone examinations at major hospitals but remain untreated. To all the experts present, please demonstrate your skills and treat these 3 patients. No sooner had the host finished speaking than someone eagerly raised their hand, eager to take the stage and showcase their abilities. Lu Yaji and Chu Ruoju stood nearby, introducing the individual's credentials. Families like theirs possessed a database of all attending physicians, allowing them to select candidates. Lu Yaji informed Shěn Chén that the exchange conference typically consists of 3 rounds, with the first being the simplest. Treatment outcomes were usually visible to the naked eye, so no judges were present. Participants could choose to skip the first round if they wished, but the real substance lay in the subsequent 2 rounds. The second round intensified the challenge, presenting several medical conditions for the attending physicians to diagnose. Judges would then critique the diagnoses and draw conclusions. Only those who correctly diagnose in round 2 advance to round 3. In the final round, each participant advancing from the second round is assigned a patient to demonstrate their skills. Judges then evaluate treatment effectiveness and the quality of prescribed medications, with the best prescription winning. Shěn Chén suddenly understood this exchange meeting was full of twists and turns. While Shěn Chén and his companions were discussing this, the first round had already concluded. The first round only involved cases like severe colds. Those who came to the scene were generally skilled practitioners, so there was little suspense. The second round commenced swiftly, with the host leading a middle-aged woman onto the stage. Shěn Chén had no choice but to participate in this round, temporarily bidding farewell to the 2 women. Scattered across the stage were 20 doctors, all itching to get started. "Let's begin." Shěn Chén casually observed the movements of those around him. Some beside him were deep in thought, studying the patient descriptions displayed on the screen. Others began questioning the middle-aged woman about her symptoms. Increased vaginal discharge, possibly bloody. Listening to the woman's description while cross-referencing the symptom monitoring on the screen, everyone racked their brains, drawing on their lifetime of knowledge to formulate answers. With nothing to do, Shěn Chén activated the system's scanning function to examine the middle-aged woman's condition. Shěn Chén had just glanced at the screen and listened to the middle-aged woman's self-report. Shěn Chén had already formed a rough hypothesis: this was likely cervical inflammation, yet it didn't quite feel like it also resembled cervical cancer. Detected conditions eligible for recovery: 1. Cervical cancer. 2. Pancreatic cancer. Recover the following diseases? Shěn Chén looked at the middle-aged woman and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. To reach middle age burdened by 2 such cancers, it was truly a tragedy. Time's up, everyone. Please write down your findings. Everyone began writing. Shěn Chén proceeded to record the system's diagnostic results. Everyone, we've decided to add 1 more patient this year on an ad hoc basis. The host, seeing everyone had finished writing, continued. No one objected. 1 or 2 patients more posed no issue for them. The host finished speaking and pushed an elderly man onto the stage. Everyone looked at the old man, his face pale, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Oh no, this old man doesn't seem to have just 1 condition. It seemed the organizers were serious this time. They truly intended to screen for genuine talent. The crowd grew solemn, eyes fixed intently on the screen. Good grief, they're testing everything: stomach function, blood sugar levels, you name it. The crowd began connecting the elderly man to machines for testing, using the sweat and urine samples he had provided earlier. The old man's condition demanded their utmost seriousness. This couldn't be judged by mere appearances. Shěn Chén glanced around. Only one young man and himself remained standing in place. As Shěn Chén observed him, Fang Yan's gaze also met Shěn Chén's.
Fang Yan gave Shěn Chén a friendly nod, which Shěn Chén politely returned. Shěn Chén wondered if Fang Yan's demeanor stemmed from confidence or arrogance.
Shaking his head, he turned to begin the system's examination of the elderly man.
Detected conditions in the elderly man eligible for recovery: 1. Esophageal cancer. 2. Stomach cancer. 3. Diabetes. Shěn Chén's heart sank.
Even he found these 3 conditions combined rather daunting. He couldn't fathom how the old man had managed to endure.
After everyone submitted their conclusions, the host announced the judges for the coming days. Shěn Chén watched intently, not blinking once, eager to see which master of traditional Chinese medicine would appear today. Please welcome the national masters of traditional Chinese medicine, Fang Weiman and Fang Guoxiu.
Shěn Chén silently thought to himself, so it's this venerable elder. This venerable elder truly dedicated himself to the people. Even as a child, Shěn Chén had heard stories of him personally offering free medical consultations on the streets. This venerable elder dedicated his entire life to the art of medicine and to benefiting the people. Shěn Chén couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. At that moment, the old master also noticed Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén and Fang Yan stood out among the crowd of doctors.
Fang Yan radiated a maturity and composure beyond his years, while Shěn Chén's laid-back demeanor and handsome looks made him look anything but a doctor. After greeting the crowd, the panel of judges began examining the 2 patients who had just been seen.
If this female patient's guess was correct, it should be cervical cancer. Old Master Fang, also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, pondered after taking her pulse before offering his diagnosis. Why does this feel more like cervical inflammation to me?
One judge voiced a differing opinion, and the old master gave him an approving look. This lady has a vaginal odor, but the symptom of cervical inflammation is itching.
Mr. Fang's words made another judge realize, why didn't I notice that? Master Fang, it should be gastric cancer, diabetes, and esophageal cancer, right?
Old Master Fang and the judges nodded in agreement. These were conditions they could identify, though esophageal and gastric cancers were somewhat difficult to distinguish.
Shěn Chén observed the varied expressions on everyone's faces.
It seemed this round would eliminate quite a few contestants. 3 contestants advanced to the 3rd round. They were Fang Yan, Shěn Chén, and Dr. Zhang Chang. The host reviewed the tally below and announced the 3rd round qualifiers. Shěn Chén hadn't expected only 3 contestants to advance to the final round.
Shěn Chén's gaze fell upon the middle-aged woman about to be escorted off stage.
He quickly called out to stop her.
Wait! Old Master Fang missed one diagnosis. Shěn Chén's words sent shockwaves through the audience. How dare this youngster question Old Master Fang?
This youngster is getting a bit too cocky. He's barely made it to the 3rd round and already doesn't know his way around. Whispers spread through the crowd, none of them holding much hope for this greenhorn newcomer.
Oh? Young man, are you suggesting there are illnesses I failed to diagnose? Old Master Fang looked at Shěn Chén with a hint of curiosity.
His medical skills had never been wrong before.
Chapter 62, The Young Are Truly Formidable. Could this kid be here just to show off? Young man, who exactly do you think has other ailments?
Old Master Fang urged Shěn Chén to state his opinion, his tone tinged with displeasure.
This young man will humbly offer his opinion. If I'm not mistaken, ma'am, you've been experiencing abdominal discomfort or pain, and you've been losing weight recently, right?
The middle-aged woman heard Shěn Chén's words and exclaimed, "You're amazing."
That's exactly right.
Now we can confirm it, this lady also has pancreatic cancer.
Shěn Chén's words sent shockwaves through the room.
Pancreatic cancer was known as the king of cancers. Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Old Master Fang's expression abruptly darkened. He swiftly stepped forward to take the middle-aged woman's pulse. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb Old Master Fang. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. "Young man, you're truly formidable. I must admit I underestimated you." Old Master Fang couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. With such attentive young practitioners, traditional Chinese medicine has hope for revival. Weakness and fatigue, digestive tract symptoms, signs of biliary tract disease, and issues with mental or emotional state, these are all manifestations of pancreatic cancer. As Old Master Fang finished his slow, deliberate explanation, the gaze everyone cast upon Shěn Chén shifted noticeably. It seemed Shěn Chén was no ordinary doctor. Lu Yaji and Chu Ruozhu were thrilled below the stage, truly worthy of their man. Perhaps sensing their gazes, Shěn Chén shot the 2 women a smug look. How should this be judged? Should Shěn Chén be declared the winner? The host was momentarily flustered, caught off guard by this unexpected twist. Never mind. Continue as before. I want to see what level our new generation of young people in China has reached. Old Master Fang stepped in decisively. He wanted to see if Shěn Chén could carry the torch of traditional Chinese medicine. If Shěn Chén possessed solid fundamentals and a heart for the people, he wouldn't hesitate to pass on his lifetime of knowledge to him. Let Shěn Chén raise the banner for the younger generation of TCM practitioners. Nowadays, more and more people are turning to Western medicine.
TCM knowledge is vast and complex, and many are unwilling to study it. TCM is beginning to decline.
Now, let's begin the third round, practical diagnosis.
We will visit different hospitals and randomly select 3 critically ill patients for you to treat. The final results will be judged by Master Fong and the panel of experts.
Please wait here for the moment.
We'll begin in 1 hour.
The organizer stepped down after speaking and began arranging staff to locate patients at the hospitals.
Just as Shěn Chén was about to sneak downstairs, old Master Fong called him back. Young man, stay a moment. Old Master Fong called out to Shěn Chén, wanting to test him. Young friend, might I ask you a few questions?
Shěn Chén followed old Master Fong to the backstage area, where he saw Fong Yan, who had just competed against him on stage, standing behind old Master Fong, massaging his shoulders.
Young friend, your medical skills are remarkable. May I ask who your teacher is?
Master Fong could tell Shěn Chén's youth belied the depth of his knowledge. This wasn't the work of a self-taught practitioner.
I have no teacher. It's all family-inherited medical knowledge.
Shěn Chén's words left old Master Fong inwardly amazed. He hadn't expected such a master to exist among the common folk.
I see.
Old man here would like to test your knowledge with a few questions.
Would you be willing?
Shěn Chén readily agreed. His foundational knowledge was rock solid.
How does one master the art of diagnosis?
Old Master Fong began his questioning.
Master the fundamental theories of traditional Chinese medicine, the spirit, complexion, tongue, pulse, viscera, and diseases. Why is kidney yin so important? Kidney yin is the foundation of all bodily fluids.
It nourishes the physical form, organs, tissues, brain marrow, bones, and reproductive functions. Deficiency of kidney yin leads to inadequate nourishment of the body, manifesting as soreness in the lower back and knees, emaciation, dry mouth and throat, dizziness, and tinnitus. Master Fong's questions were answered one by Shěn Chén, who could even draw analogies from them.
Master Fong was highly satisfied with Shěn Chén's answers, recognizing him as a promising candidate to become the next generation of master traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Xiao Yan, you must learn diligently from young Master Shěn.
Grandpa Fong turned to address Fong Yan, and only then did Shěn Chén realize this formidable opponent was actually Grandpa Fong's grandson.
Yes, grandfather. Fong Yan also recognized the gap between himself and Shěn Chén.
Despite having studied medicine under his grandfather's tutelage since childhood, he now found himself surpassed by a young doctor who had only inherited his family's medical knowledge. Originally, Fong Yan had intended to come to Jiangcheng with his grandfather to show off his skills, to let the people of this small town see the gap between them. But now he saw that there were always people more skilled than him, and that Jiangcheng, the small place, was full of hidden talents, including such a master. No, Shěn Chén waved his hand modestly.
I've only scratched the surface.
Shěn Chén waved his hand modestly.
That's too kind of you, he silently added in his mind, though it was true. Just then, the host called them backstage to take the stage. The group glanced at the clock and realized it was already 1 o'clock. Alright, then let's settle this with our hands. If you can't defeat me in medical skill, I'll never concede to you. Fong Yan's eyes blazed as he fixed them on Shěn Chén.
For years, he'd been unchallenged until this Shěn Chén appeared out of nowhere.
Fong Yan was thrilled.
To have a worthy opponent was like encountering a kindred spirit, a perfect match, as if he'd found his soulmate.
Fine. We'll settle this on the battlefield. Shěn Chén, too, rarely encountered a challenger who truly sought to test his skills. He welcomed the opportunity. All 3 contestants, after assessing the patient's condition, you may begin treatment.
The host finished speaking and left the stage to the 3 of them.
Shěn Chén turned to his patient and asked the customary question, "What symptoms are you experiencing?" "I feel a bit uncomfortable in my head. It feels like there's a lot of pain inside my head." Shěn Chén couldn't identify the condition from this description. He pretended to take the pulse while actually activating the system's scanning function.
Detected the following recoverable condition: motor neuron disease.
Recover the following condition?
Shěn Chén stared at the result, puzzled.
What kind of condition was this? He'd never seen it before. Then it hit him, this was ALS, wasn't it? Shěn Chén's heart sank.
This was bad. The condition seemed quite severe.
I need silver needles.
Shěn Chén turned to the staff and requested a set of silver needles.
But once the needles arrived, Shěn Chén fell into deep thought again. What acupuncture technique should he use for these symptoms?
Seeing Shěn Chén deep in thought on stage, the 2 women knew he was in serious trouble this time. Shěn Chén had always treated cancer with such calmness and composure. Why was he so serious this time? The 2 women promptly requested the organizers to have Shěn Chén examined first.
The host asked old Master Fong to conduct the diagnosis first.
The audience erupted in murmurs.
How could they do this? Wasn't this breaking the rules? The next moment, the calm expression on old Master Fong's face vanished.
He scolded the host for bringing someone with ALS to put him in such a difficult position.
Chapter 63, The Young Don't Know Their Place. Ah! ALS? How could this be fair? ALS is one of the world's incurable diseases.
The audience below the stage murmured in disbelief, criticizing the organizers.
please allow me to verify this. The host couldn't return immediately, as this was a staff error.
Those present prepared to find another patient for Shěn Chén, but Shěn Chén surprised everyone.
No need. Let him be the one.
Shěn Chén's shocking statement made Old Master Fong jump up and berate him for being ungrateful.
Are you certain, Mr. Shen?
The host double-checked with Shěn Chén, who confirmed his decision. The host looked at Shěn Chén with regret. This was essentially voluntarily giving up the championship title. This was sheer arrogance.
Young man, there should be a limit to your arrogance. Shěn Chén dismissed these remarks with disdain. These people were the ones who were out of their depth. He was blessed with the system's divine mandate. This illness was nothing but a minor setback. Old Master Fong glared at Shěn Chén with disappointment. He would never take such a reckless fool as his disciple. The exchange session proceeded. The host announced its continuation. Everyone present, save for the two women, held no hope for Shěn Chén. They scarcely even glanced his way. That Fong Yen, there's something about his brow ridge that looks familiar, reminiscent of Old Master Fong. An observant bystander noticed the resemblance between Fong Yen and Old Master Fong. You wouldn't know this, would you? DM me $50 and I'll spill everything behind the scenes.
Suddenly, someone nearby chimed in to enlighten the person.
I've sent it over. Hurry up and tell me. Passers-by couldn't contain their curiosity, feeling an itch in their heart. As far as I know, this Fong Yen is the late-in-life son of Old Master Fong, the second son of the Fong family. Passers-by B, seeing the money transferred via WeChat, leaned in mysteriously to whisper to passers-by A. Wow, that doesn't seem right. Having a son at such an advanced age? Passers-by A stared in disbelief. That's just too outlandish. Get lost, you fool. He's pulling your leg.
That Fong Yen, you see, is actually Old Master Fong's grandson. He's been raised under his wing since childhood, receiving meticulous guidance.
He wants Fong Yen to succeed him as the nation's master of traditional Chinese medicine.
An insider revealed the truth to bystander A, who then stormed off to demand money from bystander B.
Shěn Chén, oh Shěn Chén. If you're asking for trouble, don't blame me. Fong Yen glanced in Shěn Chén's direction and shook his head.
He'd initially thought this would be a formidable opponent, but now it seemed they were equally matched.
Look! Little Master Fong is about to perform acupuncture. Earlier, they'd overheard the three men's conversation and already knew Fong Yan's true identity.
This is a severe bone fracture. Rest assured, with our Fong family's ancestral secret formula, you'll be walking normally again within a month.
For Fong Yen, this condition was straightforward, a piece of cake.
Combining Eastern and Western medicine, Fong Yen first secured the fracture site with a steel plate. Then he employed his signature technique, the soul-returning needle.
Fong Yan's needlework flowed like water, a sight to behold for the onlookers.
Master Fong, it seems the legacy lives on.
Indeed, young Master Fong has truly mastered the essence of Master Fong's artistry. The judges in the panel, naturally aware of Fong Yan's identity, couldn't help but praise him upon witnessing his exceptional skill. Not at all, he still has a long way to go. He still has a long way to go before he can be considered a master. Though Old Master Fong spoke these words, the pride in his brow was impossible to conceal. Who could resist such praise for their own grandson?
Especially when that grandson truly was exceptional. The audience's attention shifted to the third contestant on stage, who also seemed to handle the patient with ease. The third contestant, a Western medicine practitioner, began performing surgery directly on stage, radiating confidence. As everyone knows, Western medicine surgeries demand absolute quiet and no distractions. This contestant seemed completely immersed in the task, impervious to any external interference. Old Master Fong observed him, nodding approvingly. Steady composure, unaffected by distractions, a promising prospect. At this moment, Old Master Fong and the other judges turned their attention to Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén was seen chatting and laughing with the patient, a stark contrast to the states of the two others beside him. He must have given up on himself already. That's why he was so arrogant back then. The crowd murmured with derision. To their eyes, he was beyond redemption, wallowing in defeat. So, how does it feel here? Shěn Chén paid them no mind, focusing intently on his conversation with the patient. Hey, don't say it, but I think I'm starting to feel something like a warm current. Though unaware of Shěn Chén's methods, the patient cooperated fully with the treatment. Alright, since that's the case, I'll start inserting the needles here. Shěn Chén knew the moment had arrived, time to deliver a resounding slap in the face to the skeptics. Shěn Chén pulled a set of silver needles from his robe. This set was extraordinary. There were 9 needles in total, each engraved with one of the 9 sons of the dragon at the tip. Under the light, the needle shafts shimmered with a rainbow of colors. The moment Old Master Fong saw the needles, his pupils contracted. They felt strangely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place them. Faced with an extraordinary condition, Shěn Chén could only employ extraordinary acupuncture techniques. The onlookers watched as Shěn Chén slowly inserted each needle. If Fong Yan's technique flowed like clouds in water, Shěn Chén's was unadorned and simple, embodying the principle of the Great Way returning to unity. A chill ran down Old Master Fong's spine.
He felt he might have misjudged the situation. His grandson's technique might be flashy, but to a true expert like himself, it was nothing more than a child's showboating. The truth was that his technique was riddled with flaws, and the slightest misstep could lead to a misplaced needle. Yet in Shěn Chén's hands, old Master Fong felt he was witnessing a peerless master of traditional Chinese medicine at work. Shěn Chén, oblivious to the old master's gaze, remained utterly focused on each precise insertion point. This technique demanded absolute precision. A single misstep could undo all his efforts. After placing the needles, Shěn Chén didn't pause. He proceeded to apply his unique massage technique. Those present watched Shěn Chén's massage technique, finding it strangely peculiar. It seemed to follow some pattern, yet they couldn't quite discern it. Old Master Fong seemed close to recognizing it, yet the memory eluded him. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't quite articulate them. Old Master Fong was nearly driven to desperation. Rising from his seat, he approached Shěn Chén to observe up close, desperately trying to recall the technique. Shěn Chén glanced at Old Master Fong before resuming his work. The judges gathered around Old Master Fong couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was so special about this peculiar technique that it warranted Old Master Fong deigning to rise and examine Shěn Chén? Chapter 64, 4 Symbols and 5 Beasts Needle. I swear I've seen this in some ancient text before. Something about the 4 symbols, I think? One of the traditional Chinese medicine judges, observing Shěn Chén's technique, instantly recalled a long-lost method he'd encountered in ancient texts. Yes. This is the vermilion bird hand. That needle technique, it's the Qilin needle from the 4 symbols. Old Master Fong suddenly slapped his forehead and leapt to his feet in excitement. It all fits perfectly. Never imagined I'd witness this long-lost technique in the hands of a junior practitioner. Shěn Chén shot Old Master Fong a disapproving glance, his eyes silently urging him to keep quiet. Old Master Fong fell silent, but the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. Everyone was puzzled by this 4 symbols Qilin business. It sounded incredibly impressive. These 4 symbols are actually 5 distinct things. The first is the technique you've witnessed, called the vermilion bird hand. The second is the needles you saw, called the 9 dragons needles. The third is the acupuncture technique you witnessed, known as the Qilin needle. The fourth is the white tiger fist and the black tortoise body tempering technique. The last 2, as I understand it, are for self-defense and strengthening the body. The first 3, however, are methods for saving lives. There's a saying in the martial world, when all 4 symbols appear together, the world finds peace. Old Master Fong slowly explained to the crowd, this is divine acupuncture from the ancient era. All eyes turned to Shěn Chén. Who would have thought his back-to-basics acupuncture technique was so formidable? But if it only sounded impressive, it wouldn't be worth much. A warm sensation spread through his body, as if forgotten memories were resurfacing. Shěn Chén asked the patient how they felt, and their response gave him a clear understanding. Shěn Chén activated the system and opened its recycling function. Detected recoverable symptoms, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis ALS. Proceed with recovery? Recycle. ALS successfully recycled. Earn 3 points. Current remaining points 395. Shěn Chén withdrew the silver needles. The crowd seemed to catch a glimpse of a wisp of white vapor emanating from the patient Shěn Chén. Done. Ignoring the crowd, Shěn Chén silently stepped down from the stage and walked toward the 2 women. You little brat, you're something else. Lu Yaji's smile blossomed like a flower, but before she could finish her sentence, Shěn Chén fainted. Chu Ruoju and Lu Yaji quickly caught him, while Old Master Fong on the stage hurried over in 2 strides. After checking his pulse, he reassured the 2 women that Shěn Chén had merely fainted from exhaustion. He then invited the judges to begin their evaluations. The other 2 had long finished their demonstrations, their eyes fixed on Shěn Chén's every move. But unexpectedly, Shěn Chén collapsed after administering treatment. When Shěn Chén awoke the next day, he opened his eyes and looked around. The 2 women were sleeping soundly in his arms. You're awake, Shěn Chén? How do you feel? Old Master Fong said you were exhausted yesterday. Lu Yaji, still groggy, sensed Shěn Chén stirring and asked how he felt. I'm fine. Just exhausted yesterday. Shěn Chén smiled, indicating he was fine. Why did I faint yesterday? Chu Ruoju was awakened by their voices and asked Shěn Chén why he had fainted after treating a patient yesterday. Yesterday's acupuncture technique was too mentally draining. I hadn't used that method in so long, and I wasn't prepared for it. Shěn Chén felt embarrassed recounting yesterday's events. Just as the treatment concluded, a wave of exhaustion suddenly washed over him. He managed to drag himself over to the 2 women before finally passing out. What happened last night in the end? Shěn Chén suddenly recalled the unresolved duel with Fang Yen who had ultimately prevailed. Of course you won in the end. Last night, Zizi brought you back first, and I stayed behind to wait for the final outcome. That Western doctor messed up the treatment and got blacklisted by the Jiangzhou medical community. As for Fang Yen, though his treatment yielded the same results as yours. But you cured the ALS patient on the spot, while Fang Yen needed to wait a while. Well, he probably didn't expect to win against a freak like you anyway. Chu Ruozhu gave Shěn Chén a small compliment, and Shěn Chén was practically gloating. Later, the high society folks present were in an uproar. They all came to me asking for your contact info. I was fielding requests until midnight just to get it all done. Chu Ruozhu wore an expression begging for praise. After working herself to exhaustion, wasn't it fair to ask Shěn Chén for a little reward? Fine, I'll take you out for a nice meal.
Shěn Chén smiled as he ruffled Chu Ruozhu's hair, gazing at her with pure affection.
What about me? What about me? Everyone gets a share.
Just as Liu Yaji joined them and the three were getting cozy, a knock suddenly sounded at the door.
Young Shěn, how's your recovery going? Shěn Chén opened the door to find Old Master Feng standing there. Thank you for your concern, Old Master. I'm feeling much better now.
Shěn Chén smiled faintly.
You don't hit a smiling face.
Though those present yesterday hadn't been particularly kind to him, Old Master Feng's scolding had been born of frustration.
Shěn, how about joining me for lunch?
Old Master Feng wanted to discuss Shěn Chén's lost medical techniques with him, hoping to study them in depth.
No problem. Just give me the address, old man, and I'll be there on time.
I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make the trip yourself, Old Master. Shěn Chén assured him he wouldn't miss it. He'd definitely honor the old man's request.
All right. An old friend of mine will also be joining us then. You two can get acquainted.
After saying that, Old Master Feng departed. Shěn Chén returned to his room to spend some time with the two women before starting to get ready for the gathering. After all, showing up right on the dot would be a bit rude.
Why don't we grab a bite to eat first? I have a feeling we'll be drinking again at lunch.
Shěn Chén accurately predicted the midday scenario and planned to find a place to eat beforehand.
Then let's go eat at that place. Liu Yaji spotted a decent-looking hotel by the roadside. Alright, let's go there. Shěn Chén couldn't be bothered to pick the best place. Just filling his stomach was the priority.
Yesterday's meal had long since been digested.
Welcome.
Shěn Chén handed the menu to the two girls, ordered a few dishes, and started chatting.
There's no doctor here? Please save my father. Amidst their chatter, a sudden cry for help pierced their ears.
Just as Shěn Chén started to rise, a voice from the other side said a doctor was on the way.
Shěn Chén immediately sat back down, thinking he'd intervene if things didn't work out. Shěn Chén, aren't you going to help? It sounds like they're in a real hurry over there. Liu Yaji watched Shěn Chén sit back down with curiosity. It's fine. If it doesn't work out, they'll definitely call again. It won't be too late to step in then.
Shěn Chén shook his head, confident in his medical skills. No sooner had Shěn Chén finished speaking than another call for a doctor came. The previous one had been a veterinarian.
Chapter 65, Chairman of the Jiangcheng Medical Association. Veterinarian. Shěn Chén and his companions felt a black line appear on their foreheads.
They were being treated like animals.
I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Take me there. Shěn Chén intercepted the attendant looking for a doctor. Great. Quick, follow me.
The attendant looked like he'd seen his savior, quickly leading Shěn Chén into a lavishly decorated private room.
Boss, this young man says he's a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The hotel owner looked as if he'd seen a savior.
A VIP guest had suffered a sudden heart attack at the hotel today. It was rush hour, and the ambulance was stuck in traffic. There was no way it could get here on time. When the hotel owner learned the doctor who arrived earlier was actually a veterinarian, he nearly lost his mind.
Is this some monkey sent to crack jokes? Is this some kind of prank?
Bro, if you save this boss, you'll get free meals for life at our place. The hotel Shěn Chén casually walked into was a 5-star establishment. The owner's words carry real weight these days. Most people would be overjoyed to hear a 5-star hotel owner's promise. Alright, take me to see the patient first. Led by the hotel owner, Shěn Chén saw a middle-aged man with an imposing presence, pale-faced and clutching his chest.
Extend your hand.
Shěn Chén pretended to take the man's pulse, but in reality, he activated the system scan. Detected the following recyclable symptoms in Zhang Tianxiong: heart disease.
Recover this disease?
Zizi, hand me the silver needles. Shěn Chén turned to ask Liu Yaji for his silver needles.
Unbutton his shirt.
Shěn Chén instructed the bodyguard supporting Zhang Tianxiong to unbutton his shirt, allowing him to administer the needles. Shěn Chén silently recited, recover this disease.
Successfully recovered heart disease. Earned 25 points. Current remaining points 420. Shěn Chén withdrew the silver needles from Zhang Tianxiong's chest, and the hotel owner was overjoyed. Zhang Tianxiong felt a sense of ease he hadn't experienced in years.
Thank you so much, young man. If not for you, I might have met my end here today.
Zhang Tianxiong dressed himself and offered Shěn Chén a heartfelt thank you. No problem. It was just a small favor. Shěn Chén waved it off.
No matter who it was, he simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. Young man, you saved my life.
I insist on treating you to this meal, don't refuse.
Zhang Tianxiong grabbed Shěn Chén's hand and warmly invited him to join him for lunch.
Shěn Chén was half reluctant, half willing as Zhang Tianxiong seated him at the head of the table. Young man, what's your name? No need for formalities. Just call me Brother Zhang. My full name is Zhang Tianxiong. Zhang Tianxiong raised his wine glass first, toasting Shěn Chén. Brother Zhang, just call me Xiao Shun.
Shěn Chén introduced himself and casually mentioned his two girlfriends. Brother Shěn, you're quite the ladies' man.
Both your ladies are stunningly beautiful, what a lucky guy.
Hearing Zhang Tianxiong compliment his women, Shěn Chén couldn't help but feel a bit more favorably toward him.
Brother Zhang, even though your heart condition is under control now, you should still be mindful about moderating your drinking. Seeing Zhang Tianxiong's discerning taste, Shěn Chén offered a friendly reminder. Brother, are you saying my heart condition is cured? Completely cured? Zhang Tianxiong asked Shěn Chén incredulously, knowing his condition was hereditary. Yes.
It means you're completely cured, and it won't be passed down anymore. Shěn Chén added another sentence, worried Zhang Tianxiong hadn't understood.
Great. Bro, I'll drink to that. I swear on my honor. Just go to Qingzhou and mention my name. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll make them pay.
Hearing Shěn Chén's promise, Zhang Tianxiong felt his deepest worry lifted. He'd always worried his heart condition might be passed down to his children. But now, with Shěn Chén there, Zhang Tianxiong could finally rest easy.
Alright, when I get a chance, I'll come find you in Qingzhou.
Shěn Chén chuckled heartily.
Looks like another big shot here. It seemed he could now walk tall in both Jingzhou and Qingzhou. Shěn Chén's recent plan was to use Jingzhou as his springboard to establish his reputation nationwide. He intended to establish Jingzhou as his stronghold, solidifying his influence there. The hotel owner watched Shěn Chén with envy. Being taken under Zhang Tianxiong's wing meant Shěn Chén was poised for meteoric success. He had to cling tightly to Shěn Chén's coattails. Both of Shěn Chén's girlfriends came from prominent families. This would surely elevate him to new heights.
Shěn Chén happily enjoyed a free meal and the favor of a big shot, then happily accepted the hotel owner's black card.
Shěn Chén couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Another fulfilling day.
After eating until they were half full, the three of them headed off to the next dinner gathering.
Shěn, you're late. That means 3 shots on you.
Shěn Chén and his two companions had arrived nearly half an hour early.
Upon entering, they discovered the table was already full. Only the seats reserved for them remained empty.
I didn't expect you all to arrive so early.
Shěn Chén downed 3 large cups in one go. After all, he was late. The penalty was only fair. Young Shěn, who exactly did you learn your medical skills from?
Old Master Fong was now intensely curious whether Shěn Chén's medical skills were truly passed down through his family.
Old Master, this is indeed a family-transmitted medical skill. Shěn Chén gave a wry smile. Why couldn't this old man believe him? But if I'm not mistaken, these are all lost medical techniques, aren't they? Old Master Fong couldn't believe Shěn Chén possessed long-lost acupuncture techniques. They certainly didn't seem like family-inherited medicine.
After all, such extraordinary medical skills couldn't possibly exist without some fame.
Our Lin family may not be like your large commercial dynasties. We've always been a distinguished medical lineage, though we're considered a reclusive family. Shěn Chén briefly explained his family background.
After Shěn Chén finished speaking, someone present recalled a Lin family from the Ming dynasty. It was said that during a time of war, that family stepped forward to save lives, earning them the title of living Huatua. It was said that a husband and wife emerged during that era, saving the common people of the land.
So young Master Shěn's family background is truly profound.
I must admit, I was rather rash in wanting to take you as my disciple. Old Master Fong sighed in admiration, never having imagined Shěn Chén's family heritage far surpassed his own trivial skills.
Not at all, not at all.
These are merely rumors.
We don't even have a family genealogy, so it might not be true.
Shěn Chén insisted such matters were best heard but not taken seriously.
But everyone present refused to believe it. With such miraculous acupuncture skills, claiming no background would be a lie. Young Shěn, today we're here to discuss your medical skills. Second, we'd like you to serve as chairman of the Jiangcheng Medical Association.
Old Master Fong spoke slowly. Shěn Chén hadn't expected such a young person as himself to be asked to take on the role of chairman.
Chapter 66, even Sadako would have twins. My knowledge is limited, and I fear I cannot command the respect needed for such a role. Shěn Chén tried to decline. He disliked the feeling of being bound by obligations. Don't worry, Shěn. This chairmanship is merely an honorary title they bestowed upon you. Just collect your pay. When they need you, step in. No need to show up daily or deal with piles of paperwork. Old Master Fong sensed Shěn Chén's reservations.
Mr. Fong's words struck a chord with Shěn Chén.
No problem.
Shěn Chén was perfectly happy with this kind of role, just a figurehead who never had to lift a finger.
Shěn Chén was a laid-back dreamer through and through. A life of doing nothing was the most satisfying. Chairman Shěn, this card represents your first month's salary.
At that moment, Ren Xiao, the current chairman of the Jiangcheng Medical Association, very cleverly handed over a card exactly what Shěn Chén wanted. I wonder how much my monthly salary is.
Shěn Chén looked at the card and asked curiously. 500,000.
Ren Xiao held up 5 fingers and slowly uttered a figure that stunned Shěn Chén.
That much?
Shěn Chén had been well off before, but he'd only managed to scrape together a few million. Now, however, he could earn $1 million annually without lifting a finger. His heart raced with excitement. That's just the base salary. If we encounter any tricky situations later on, Chairman Shen's handling fee will be billed separately.
Ren Xiu's words delivered another sweet carrot to Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén thought to himself that he could finally buy a house and a car now, and he could take his time saving money. Shěn Chén had already mapped out how he would spend this money.
Alright, no problem.
That's perfect. Shěn Chén slapped his thigh. It was great that they recognized his potential. Shěn Chén finished his meal in high spirits, then strolled home with his 2 daughters.
Zizi, Ruozhu, I'm planning to buy a house. This place is getting a bit too small.
Shěn Chén's suggestion met with agreement from both girls. The place and the bed were indeed a bit too cramped. Sometimes they couldn't even stretch out properly, which was a real pain for both of them.
Alright, then we'll go house hunting tomorrow. But I'd prefer a quieter neighborhood. Too much noise isn't good.
Shěn Chén pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered Liao Ding.
That kid's been off work for so long,
he should be ready to return by now, especially since I gave him paid leave.
Xiao Ding, got anything to do?
Shěn Chén promptly pulled out his phone and handed the task to Liao Ding.
Find me a decent place, quiet surroundings, and a spacious bedroom. Shěn Chén took the easy way out, leaving Liao Ding to handle the hard work. For ages, Shěn Chén hadn't needed him. This subordinate felt like a mere ornament. Now that he'd finally given him a task, he'd better do it right.
Got it, Chén. I'll keep you posted.
Liao Ding hung up and immediately started scouring the city for apartments.
Meanwhile, Shěn Chén was enjoying the best of both worlds.
Early the next morning, Shěn Chén was roused by Liao Ding's call. Brother Chén, I found the apartment you wanted. There are 3 places that meet your requirements.
Shěn Chén was stunned by Liao Ding's speed. He'd wrapped it up in just one night.
Where are they?
Liao Ding rattled off the locations of the first 2, but when it came to the third, he hesitated, unable to speak.
What kind of man dithers like that? Shěn Chén scolded Liao Ding.
Brother Chén, the third place, it's haunted.
People died there before. It's a haunted house. Liao Ding gritted his teeth and blurted it out. This really was a bit of a mistake. So it's a haunted house. What's there to be afraid of? Just spit out the location already.
After Liao Ding gave the location, Shěn Chén felt his haunted house might actually be a good choice.
The transportation and location are both great. The other 2 are a bit too far out.
Xiao Ding, let the owner of this haunted house know I'll be viewing it today. Shěn Chén gave Liao Ding a reminder, asking him to help prepare some things for him.
Are you sure about this, Chén?
The other 2 are farther away, but they're not bad either.
Liao Ding hesitated. What if that haunted house really was haunted?
Sure,
Shěn Chén knew feng shui, but that didn't mean he could exorcise ghosts. Relax, just get everything ready. Leave the rest to me.
Shěn Chén said casually.
He knew a thing or two about exorcism himself.
Shěn Chén's parents were all-around experts. They taught him more than just the basics.
Alright, but Chén, you won't be able to get these things until tomorrow. Some of the items are tricky to come by.
Shěn Chén assured them it wasn't a problem. This matter just needed to be resolved within the next couple of days. After sharing his plan with the 2 women, they couldn't help but feel their man was incredibly mysterious.
How did Shěn Chén know so much?
It seemed they needed to dig deeper.
Brother Chén, are you coming over today? Liao Ding called Shěn Chén to say everything was ready. Are we catching ghosts today?
Liao Ding was a mix of curiosity and slight apprehension. He'd never seen a ghost before, even though he was already an adult.
Alright. Wait for me.
Shěn Chén tidied up and got ready to head out, asking the 2 girls if they wanted to come alone. The 2 girls shook their heads.
Ghosts? That's terrifying. No way, no way. Our lives come first. Brother Chén, this is the place. Shěn Chén looked at the detached villa before him.
Under normal circumstances, this place wouldn't sell for less than tens of millions. But because someone had died here and it was haunted, it was being sold at a rock-bottom price. Bro, we'll take a flat rate on this villa. You can have it for 3 million. I spent nearly 1,500,000 on renovations and purchases when I bought it.
Bro, I just want to get rid of it fast.
The seller was utterly heartbroken. He'd never should have rented it out in the first place. It had only brought him nothing but trouble. Now look at this, he's lost so much money.
At least he can recoup a little now. Alright, no problem. Shěn Chén signed the contract with the guy right then and there.
If it doesn't work out, he's not worried about fixing it himself. Worst case, he'd just tear the building down and redo the feng shui himself.
Bro, all I can say is good luck to you.
The buyer was overjoyed, grinning all the way out the door. His earlier demeanor had been an act.
That 15 million? Pure fiction.
He'd only collected $1 million from the previous owner. Now he'd flip it for $3 million, a clean profit.
Who'd have thought some fool would actually buy it? Xiao Ding, do you think ghosts exist in this world?
Shěn Chén suddenly got a mischievous urge and wanted to tease Liao Ding.
Brother Chén, I don't think there are any ghosts in this world.
Those ghosts are all people in costumes.
I've been to that haunted house so many times it's not scary at all. Nowadays, there are even YouTubers who go to haunted houses just to scare the ghosts. Liao Ding was an atheist and wasn't scared of this stuff at all. Liao Ding declared that even if Sadako came, she'd have to leave after having twins. Chapter 67, Ghost Catching Master Shěn Chén. Alright, then we'll come back tonight to meet this unknown little ghost. If it's a female ghost, I'll capture her and bring her back as your ghost bride. Shěn Chén glanced at Liao Ding, smiling as he looked at him. No, Shen, we should catch ghosts during the day, right? Ghosts are weaker during the day when yang energy is strong. Liao Ding gave a nervous chuckle, feeling a bit uneasy inside but still stubbornly arguing. What, scared? Shěn Chén raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. Who's afraid? The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. A mere little brat? I'm the one destined to be Ning Saichen's man. Liao Ding straightened his back abruptly. Admitting I'm a coward? No way. Fine. Young man, I'm counting on you. Tonight, Chengge, I watched you battle the ghost for 300 rounds. Hang in there, Xiao Ding. Shěn Chén walked away while turning back to cheer Liao Ding on, leaving him behind with a face that looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't. It's just a little ghost exorcise the males, let the females give birth. What's there to fear? Liao Ding silently steeled himself what he had sown, he must now reap. Liao Ding glanced at the time. 10 in the morning. Still plenty of time. Ha! Stupid little brother, why are you back already? Chu Ruozhu wondered why the ghost was so easy to kill, returning so quickly. She'd wait until nightfall to return. There was more than one ghost in that villa. One was powerful, and there should be a lesser spirit by its side. Ghosts like these never show themselves during the day, they only appear at night. Shěn Chén's words made Chu Ruozhu's heart skip a beat, but curiosity soon took over. Do ghosts truly exist in this world? Chu Ruozhu asked Shěn Chén curiously. In this peaceful, moderately prosperous society, do such things truly exist? Yes. You've seen it before, no one behind you, yet a shadow appears under the streetlight. That's a sign of ghostly presence. But now they're extremely rare. The righteous energy of the Dragon Nation suppresses haunted houses too strongly. That villa only spawned ghostly entities because it was situated in a place where yin energy converged. Shěn Chén's definitive answer completely shattered Chu Ruozhu's worldview. This was utterly unbelievable. Practices like Taoist priests from Dragon Tiger Mountain descending to exorcise ghosts were very real. Our family possesses a genealogical record. As a child, I read its contents, clear accounts of ghostly entities and methods to vanquish them. But my parents insisted I focus solely on studying medicine, and now that book is lost. Shěn Chén sighed regretfully. I used to devour that book like a novel when I was young. Oh, I see. Chu Ruozhu had hoped to sneak a peek at it, fantasizing about becoming a ghost exorcising heroine herself. Looks like that dream's gone up in smoke. What? You want to learn? Shěn Chén raised an eyebrow, teasing her. Yeah, I want to learn. So what? Chu Ruozhu glared at him with a mix of pride and petulance. If Shěn Chén dared to show the slightest reluctance, she'd beat him to a pulp. Call me good brother, and I'll teach you. Shěn Chén grinned cheekily, leaning close to Chu Ruozhu's face with a come on, try me look. You, gross. You're disgusting. You're giving me goosebumps. Chu Ruozhu looked at Shěn Chén with disgust, never expecting him to have such a slimy side. Put. Shěn Chén met her disgusted gaze and planted a kiss squarely on Chu Ruozhu's cheek. Ah. Shěn Chén, are you trying to get yourself killed? Chu Ruozhu let out a shrill scream that nearly deafened Shěn Chén. Chu Ruozhu dashed to the bathroom and checked the mirror. The bite mark was clearly visible. Stepping out of the bathroom, Chu Ruozhu saw Shěn Chén's gloating expression and reached for his waist, ready to deliver a 360-degree kick. Ruozhu, why are you copying Zizi? Shěn Chén rubbed his waist, wondering why their actions were so strangely synchronized whenever they were together. I think Zizi's move was pretty good. I'll stick with this from now on. Chu Ruozhu looked triumphantly at Shěn Chén. This tactic really worked every time. The two bantered playfully, and before they knew it, evening had fallen. Ruozhu, wanna come ghost hunting with me? Sounds like a blast. Shěn Chén made a scary face to startle Chu Ruozhu, prompting her to prepare her foolproof countermeasure. Sensing trouble, Shěn Chén quickly slipped away. So, little Ding, ready for your encounter with the female ghost tonight? Shěn Chén winked at Liao Ding, eager to see his usual expression. Humph. When I, Liao Ding, step up, I take on two at once. I'll definitely take down that female ghost. Liao Ding patted his chest confidently, dismissing the little ghost as nothing to worry about. Ha? Changed his tune? Possessed by a ghost? Shěn Chén looked at Liao Ding in confusion. How could he change so much in just one afternoon? Brother Chen, if there really is a ghost, don't intervene just yet. Watch my performance. Liao Ding said mysteriously, leaving Shěn Chén utterly baffled. Alright, I'll watch how you subdue the ghost later. Shěn Chén wanted to see what secret weapon Liao Ding was hiding behind all this mystery. As they chatted and laughed, they arrived at the villa. It looked completely different from how it had appeared during the day. Achoo! Why does it feel so cold in this 30-degree weather? Liao Ding sneezed. Why did it feel so chilly? This is the chill of the underworld winds ghostly entities are stirring. Shěn Chén chuckled, setting the stage for a terrifying atmosphere, hoping to scare Liao Fan into backing down. Ghosts? What are they to my secret treasure? Liao Ding puffed out his chest and strode purposefully toward the villa. Shěn Chén followed behind, shaking his head with a smile before trailing after Liao Ding. The moment they pushed open the door, a chilling wind swept over them, sending a shiver down Liao Ding's spine. This place is freezing. Ghostly things, come out and face your old man Liao in battle. Liao Ding tried to steel his nerves, shouting as he entered first to gain the upper hand. Who taught you to do that? Shěn Chén stared at Liao Ding in utter disbelief. Where on earth did he learn that opening line? Ah, I saw it on TV. Liao Ding looked at Shěn Chén with an innocent expression. No one told me I couldn't do it this way. First, find the source of the yin energy. What kind of nonsense is this, thinking you can just shout and have someone appear? Do you think people are dogs? Shěn Chén rolled his eyes at Liao Ding. What kind of person did I end up recruiting? Oh, okay. Shěn Chén led Liao Ding around the house, searching for the source of the yin energy. Shěn Chén strolled upstairs and looked toward a bedroom. Brother Chén, how do we find the source of this yin energy? You can't even see this thing. Liao Ding followed Shěn Chén up from downstairs, but he didn't see anything unusual either. Be careful. We're getting closer. Shěn Chén moved toward a room, addressing Liao Ding as he approached. Brother Chén, I'll go first. Don't worry. Just as Liao Ding was about to step inside, Shěn Chén stopped him. He pulled his phone from his pocket and handed it to Liao Ding, instructing him to start the livestream. Chapter 68, Mother and Child Ghosts. Wait. Open the livestream. Liao Ding, who had been holding his breath with his hand on the doorknob, jumped at Shěn Chén's sudden call. Brother Chén, don't startle me like that. You could give someone a heart attack. Liao Ding patted his chest, scolding Shěn Chén, but his hands obediently opened the livestream. Whoa, you're going live this late at night? Where the heck is this? It's pitch black. Why isn't the streamer turning on the lights when they get home? The live stream room quickly flooded with viewers, and the chat exploded with comments. Though Lu Yaji and Chu Ruoju didn't dare approach, they still snuck into the live stream room to quietly watch Shěn Chén's broadcast. Welcome to the streamer's ghost hunting adventure. Shěn Chén smiled as he addressed the viewers, causing a stir. Holy crap, ghost hunting. This streamer, ghost hunting. I recognize the words separately, but why does the combination feel so unfamiliar? If I recall correctly, the streamer is a doctor, right? Looks like the streamer isn't just skilled in feng shui and medicine, he's also proficient in Taoist exorcism. The livestream chat erupted. Shěn Chén knows so much. He's a jack of all trades. Hold on, let me show you all what a ghost looks like. Shěn Chén opened the door first, and the room's signs came into view. Looks like it's well ventilated, those curtains are fluttering pretty high up. Liao Ding stared at the curtains moving without any breeze, while the livestream audience noticed the camera seemed to be shaking. Wait, who's holding the phone? Why is it still shaking? Bad review. That sounds like a guy's voice, probably not my sister-in-law. Give us back our sister-in-law. How could you, host, have fallen for someone else? The drama queens in the livestream room took over, teasing Shěn Chén relentlessly. This is Yin Foam, I've told you all this so many times. See that rope on the ceiling? Get it down. Shěn Chén rolled her eyes at Liao Ding, deciding to give him a little reminder. Oh, okay. Liao Ding, completely unaware, dragged over a chair to start taking it down. Key? Liao Ding suddenly seemed to hear an eerie laugh. Holy crap, where's that laughter coming from? I heard it too, but there's no one at my place right now. Don't mess with me, I just attended a funeral at my relative's place. The livestream fell silent for 2 seconds after that laughter, then the comments exploded. Seriously, Chén, this is getting way too bizarre. And it's a girl's laugh. Before Liao Ding could finish, a wail and infant's cry pierced everyone's ears. This time I really heard it. Holy crap, I'm wet. How come the streamer still hasn't flinched? His mental fortitude is seriously off the charts. The livestream exploded with chaos. Seeing Shěn Chén like this set everyone off. Why isn't Shěn Chén scared? Bro, why aren't you scared? Got any secrets to share? Liao Ding is now hiding behind Shěn Chén, peeking left and right, trying to learn how to build up his courage from Shěn Chén. Because I'm not scared, I'm not scared. Shěn Chén gave a live demonstration of what nonsense literature truly means. What a speech! Hearing you speak is like hearing 1,000 words. What a perfectly worded remark. The livestream chat exploded with genuine praise for Shěn Chén. This lesson was absolutely spot on. Brother Chén, your words hit the nail on the head, so spot on. Liao Ding was blown away. How come I never knew Shěn Chén had this side to him? Shěn Chén wore a modest expression. No need to thank me, we're all brothers. After Shěn Chén's intervention, the tense atmosphere in the livestream eased slightly. But then, everyone noticed two figures appearing behind Shěn Chén. Holy crap, behind the streamer behind him. Shadows appearing out of thin air? Bro, behind you.
Liao Ding trembled as he pointed a finger toward the space behind Shěn Chén.
But the next second, Liao Ding mustered his courage and pulled Shěn Chén close. Don't panic, it's just a mother and child ghost pair, right? What's there to panic about? Follow my lead, otherwise, how are you gonna hang with me? Shěn Chén patted Liao Ding's shoulder to calm him down. Oh, and weren't you just about to teach those ghosts a lesson? Weren't you going to make her give you another kid?
Shěn Chén teased Liao Ding, prompting viewers in the livestream to exclaim, "This guy's a real badass."
Who am I afraid of? But it's invisible now, so I can't see it. Liao Ding's words came out slightly stuttered as he stubbornly clung to his excuse.
Ha, admit it, little Ding, there's no shame in being scared.
Shěn Chén doubled over laughing, while Liao Ding's face flushed crimson, unable to retort. Fine, I'll let you see them. Shěn Chén pulled out the item he'd already had Liao Ding prepare from his backpack.
Then he pulled a soaked piece of glass from his pocket. He then pulled out 2 pairs of glasses. Shěn Chén calmly attached the glass to his phone's camera lens. Handing 1 pair of glasses to Liao Ding, the latter nearly had his soul scared out of him the moment he put them on, but quickly regained his composure.
A mother and daughter appeared out of thin air before his eyes.
Yet the moment Liao Ding saw the woman, all his fear vanished.
The live chat echoed Liao Ding's reaction.
Oh my gosh, she's so beautiful.
She's truly stunning, far more captivating than any celebrity. In the viewer's perspective, a woman in ancient attire appeared.
Even without makeup, her face was breathtakingly beautiful.
Bro, now I finally get why those ancient tyrant kings skipped court duties.
King Zhou's obsession with Daji was another reason. King Yu of Zhou's beacon fire prank on the feudal lords, it really wasn't a lie.
The livestream audience suddenly understood the feeling of ancient emperors with their harems of 3,000 beauties. Aren't you afraid of me?
The woman cradling the child spoke up. Usually, anyone who saw her would either turn and run or just fall asleep. Yet today, this stranger stood there, staring at her with nothing but curiosity.
What's there to fear?
You've got 2 eyes and a nose just like everyone else. Shěn Chén looked at the female ghost with utter indifference.
What could a mere female ghost do besides scare people?
Liao Ding stood beside him, giving him a thumbs up.
That's my brother Chen for you. Leave now, and I'll spare your life.
The woman gazed at Shěn Chén, her voice calm as she spoke, her hand gently patting her child.
You can fool others, but you can't fool me.
You might look a bit scary, but you have no offensive power.
Shěn Chén gave her a faint smile.
A flicker of panic crossed the woman's face at his words, but she quickly masked it.
Since you've kept me company with a few words today, and I'm in a good mood, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to walk away. The woman tried to intimidate Shěn Chén with a fierce glare, but Shěn Chén wasn't one to be easily intimidated. Brother Chen, maybe we should cut our losses.
This situation is getting a bit unsettling. Liao Ding, who had been silently listening to their exchange, finally couldn't hold back and stepped in to advise Shěn Chén. Liao Ding, seeing the female ghost like this, was already starting to back down. The female ghost might be beautiful, but she's not human. Chapter 69, The Ghostly Illusion.
Where'd your courage go?
Shěn Chén rolled his eyes.
Cowardly now? He wasn't much earlier either. This was for safety's sake. Liao Ding stubbornly refused to admit it, refusing to let me lose face. Alright, just watch closely from the back. See how I handle this. That way, if you ever encounter something like this, you'll know how to deal with it. Shěn Chén stepped forward and urged Liao Ding to observe and learn diligently. I'm not leaving. What are you going to do about it?
Shěn Chén made a funny face at the female ghost, leaving the entire livestream audience speechless.
666, my man. This guy's got it so badass.
This ghost girl's gonna suck the streamer dry before his wife can get to him. Seeing Shěn Chén dare to do this to the female ghost, the chat exploded with comments.
This is my final warning, get out now.
Shěn Chén looked at the ghostly woman before him, forcing a calm demeanor, and couldn't help but laugh out loud.
I'm just gonna stand here like this.
Shěn Chén placed his hands on his hips, looked up at the ghost, and challenged, go ahead and do me. If that's how it is, don't blame me for being impolite.
The female ghost let out a shrieking roar.
A chilling wind instantly swept through the room. Liao Ding felt a vivid scene flash before his eyes. Different viewers in the livestream witnessed different scenes. Some witnessed a procession of ghosts at night, while others saw their wedding night suddenly transformed into a female ghost demanding their lives.
Liao Ding, however, saw himself transformed into King Zhou, watching Daji before him kiss his executioner's bullet. The female ghost saw Shěn Chén's vacant stare, his face clouded with confusion. Her lips curled slightly. This was the consequence of defying her. She would ensure he never escaped. In the illusion, he gradually lost himself, slowly guided towards suicide. Come on, little brother, come play. Shěn Chén watched Liu Yaji in the illusion, dressed in ancient attire, lying on the bed and tempting him.
Shěn Chén chuckled softly, muttering to himself, just wait till I get home.
I'll show you.
Shěn Chén shook his head. The scene shifted, revealing his parents in an unnamed dynasty, the man tilling the fields, the woman weaving cloth smiling and asking him why he stood there like a fool.
Shěn Chhén's eyes welled up with tears. Though his parents had been strict with him, his affection for them ran deep. Seeing his parents again, how could his heart remain still?
After spending 2 days with his parents, Shěn Chén rose silently, bidding them farewell in his heart. Biting his tongue lightly, Shěn Chén saw the female ghost smiling at him. Time in the illusionary realm was but a blink of an eye compared to the real world, mere moments, a few short breaths.
The female ghost was waiting for Shěn Chén to slowly die.
Once he was dead, she would take his soul to nourish her doll. As the female ghost savored this delightful vision, she suddenly noticed Shěn Chén's lips twitch slightly. Rubbing her eyes, she saw him back to his previous expression. Shěn Chén observed this bizarre scene from an outsider's perspective, but suddenly, a playful urge surged within him.
He suppressed his smile, eager to see what the female ghost would do next. Come. Follow me. Shěn Chén heard a faint, almost inaudible call.
Immediately, he saw Liao Ding beside him stop his frantic licking of the wardrobe and begin to follow the female ghost's direction.
Shěn Chén trailed behind Liao Ding, walking slowly. Before long, they arrived at the villa's basement.
Shěn Chén scanned the surroundings intently until they reached a door.
Shěn Chén watched as Liao Ding pushed open the door.
What met his eyes was a skeleton, clearly long dead.
Yet Liao Ding's stride didn't falter. Shěn Chén followed, puzzled.
Under the female ghost's enticement, Liao Ding pried up a floor tile in the room.
A black hole appeared before Shěn Chén. He couldn't tell how deep the pit was or what dangers lay beneath. Wake up! Shěn Chén smacked Liao Ding on the head. His loud shout snapped the livestream audience out of their trance. Brother Chén, what are you doing here? Wasn't Daji about to take me to her bedchamber for a night of passion? Why does my head feel like it's been hit?
Liao Ding rubbed the back of his head, regaining his senses as he looked at Shěn Chén in confusion.
We all fell victim to the female ghost's illusion.
Though this female ghost isn't aggressive, her illusions are quite potent. Those with weak resolve might even be trapped within it for life. Shěn Chén spoke slowly, making no mention of Liao Ding's headache.
Why is my tongue so dry?
Liao Ding suddenly realized, feeling a burning sensation in his mouth. You've been licking the wardrobe for a while, no wonder you're thirsty. Shěn Chén revealed the truth to Liao Ding, who replied that such matters should be shared privately in the future. It felt rather embarrassing to voice aloud.
Holy crap, so that's why.
No wonder the ghosts came to carry me in a palanquin earlier, saying I was going to the underworld to become the king of hell.
Upstairs to be a king of hell? I'm going to be a judge in the underworld.
Funny how our paths crossed. Just as my dream's enchanting bride was about to lead me to the bridal chamber, I woke up.
No! My bride. Wait, isn't the streamer supposed to be in the room? Where am I?
The live stream suddenly showed Shěn Chén's surroundings had changed completely. This place feels way creepier than before.
Bro Chén, where is this? What's this female ghost doing to me? Liao Ding suddenly realized, wasn't he upstairs in the villa just now? I get it now. This must be because my illusion hasn't been broken yet.
Liao Ding thought he had it all figured out, then slapped himself hard across the face.
Wait, why am I still here?
Liao Ding rubbed his face, staring at the ceiling with tears welling up in his eyes.
Shattered my ass.
Shěn Chén promptly delivered a smack to Liao Ding's back of the head. Now Liao Ding knew why his head had hurt earlier.
The female ghost led us here. She just entered this hole.
I wanted to see what she was up to, but I couldn't be sure what dangers lurked in this hole, so I woke you all up early. Only then did Liao Ding and the livestream audience realize how they'd ended up here.
So, Chén, should we go down? Liao Ding was a bit scared. This ghost was so eerie, better to play it safe. Let's go down. Hurry up, stop all the chatter. Today I'm taking you to explore a new world. Liao Ding reluctantly turned on his flashlight and shone it into the pit. It wasn't too deep.
Liao Ding jumped down and saw a light not far from the entrance. Shěn Chén jumped down and began leading the way, wary of any unexpected dangers.
Reaching the cave's end, they discovered a statue of a deity.
Before coming, Shěn Chén had heard rumors that several people had gone missing in this villa, and police investigations had always ended inconclusively.
Come quickly, hang on to this. The female ghost, still believing they were trapped in an illusion, continued to guide them.
Following the ghost's gaze, Shěn Chén and Liao Ding looked up to see a scene that made their scalps crawl.
Above the statue's head, ropes crisscrossed densely like a vast net. Chapter 70, The Female Ghost's Past.
The web was laden with skeletal remains, roughly 20 or so bodies, by a quick count.
Brother Chén, this can't be hell, right?
Liao Ding let out a startled cry, causing the female ghost's gaze to snap toward them.
So you've finally come to your senses. The female ghost cackled eerily. No one who comes here ever wakes up early. What a pity.
Those who come here always die with blissful, contented smiles on their faces.
Your awakening is imperfect.
The female ghost lifted her head to admire her handiwork, a look of regret crossing her face.
You've killed so many people, don't you fear retribution?
Liao Ding stared at the skeletal remains, a chill running down his spine.
Ha! I'm already a ghost, what retribution could I possibly fear?
For centuries, I've devoured countless souls and here I am, perfectly fine.
And once I absorb your souls, my son will finally come of age. Then, with mother and son united, where couldn't we go? The female ghost burst into laughter, as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. By sucking souls like this, you've already severed your ties to the cycle of reincarnation. Shěn Chén spoke up calmly from the side, informing the female ghost of the consequences of her actions. Reincarnation? I couldn't care less. What's wrong with reincarnation? Isn't everything fine now?
No need for socializing, no need for money, no need to worry about daily necessities.
Most importantly, my feelings won't be toyed with.
By the end of her rant, the female ghost's voice grew increasingly shrill. Brother Chen, she's been dumped by a faithless bastard. Liao Ding glanced at the female ghost, then leaned dangerously close to Shěn Chén's ear and whispered.
So even female ghosts get dumped? I thought I was the only one. How could such a beautiful female ghost be abandoned?
Women in this dynasty are of such high quality. I don't need quality, just give me one like this ghost. Hey upstairs, your abacus beads are flying all over my face. Hearing the female ghost's words, some viewers in the livestream felt a deep sense of empathy, while others were tempted to seek a partner online. Yeah, he dumped me. What gives him the right to dump me? What did I ever do wrong? The female ghost's aura gradually shifted, sensing her mother's emotional change. The ghost infant in her arms began wailing loudly. The female ghost quickly bent down to soothe the child. Parents' love knows no bounds. I'll give you a choice. Shěn Chén couldn't bear to watch any longer. This female ghost still possessed some maternal instinct. Ha! What choice could a mere mortal like you possibly offer me? The female ghost seemed amused by Shěn Chén's words, clearly not taking him seriously. Considering you still possess a shred of maternal instinct. Your soul is shattered, and your sins are too deep for me to save you. Your child has been reincarnated. Out of a doctor's professional duty, Shěn Chén couldn't bear to watch an innocent child's soul vanish into nothingness. Ha! You can let my child be reincarnated? The female ghost's aura deflated, her face lighting up with hope as she looked at Shěn Chén. Can a streamer even control reincarnation? Seriously, host, are you some kind of deity? Fake. Totally fake. Unless you can find me a girlfriend. The livestream audience was stunned by Shěn Chén's claim. What kind of deity is this? He knows medicine, he knows feng shui, and now he's even controlling reincarnation? It's confirmed this guy's definitely the judge of the underworld. Alright. Though I can't send you to reincarnation immediately, it can be done within 3 days. Shěn Chén gave the female ghost a precise time frame, but she remained skeptical. Brother Chen, are you really up to this? Liao Dinggang was kicked flying the moment he approached. Why is he always around? I can set up a feng shui fortune turning array for your child. After 3 days, when your child is reincarnated, you must vanish from this world yourself. Shěn Chén stared at the female ghost, speaking each word deliberately. Alright, no problem. Though the female ghost had just agreed, she still hoped her child wouldn't live a dull, meaningless life like hers. Upon hearing the female ghost's confirmation, Shěn Chén took out the items Liao Ding had prepared earlier from his backpack. He began placing them slowly in different positions, then drew ghostly symbols on the ground. Shěn Chén then instructed the ghost to place the child at the center of the formation. Reluctantly, the ghost set the child down from her embrace. Shěn Chén warned the ghost not to let anyone disturb the formation. Shěn Chén led Liao Ding out of the cave and back to the surface. Brother Chen, are you sure this will work? Liao Ding was worried. What if, 3 days later, the female ghost discovered her child hadn't been reincarnated? Just look at how doting she is on her child, she'd tear the villa apart. When have I ever gone into battle unprepared? Just wait and see in 3 days. Shěn Chén feigned mystery, certain he'd astonish Liao Ding in 3 days. This host is acting all mysterious. If he blows it in 3 days, he'll end up like that skeleton before. Exactly. If it comes to it, we should just call the police. I heard ghosts fear light. If all else fails, just level the ground below. The livestream chat flooded with advice for Shěn Chén to quit while he was ahead, or at the very least, seek help from the platform. Just you wait and see, watch the streamer give you all a taste of your own medicine. Shěn Chén made a bold declaration and struck a bet with the chat. Shěn Chén, if it doesn't work, I know a few masters from Longhu Mountain. As soon as Shěn Chén got home, Zhu Ruozhu and the other girl came to greet him. Don't worry. You know exactly what kind of strength your men possess. Shěn Chén assured them that once he acted, it would be a piece of cake. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shěn Chén led Liao Ding straight to the underground tomb. You're here? When will my child depart? The moment Shěn Chén entered, he saw the female ghost tenderly playing with the ghost infant, just like any ordinary mother. At noon tonight. Shěn Chén uttered the words indifferently before sitting down nearby. He pulled his phone from his pocket and opened the Douyin live stream app. I was born into a wealthy family. The year I came of age, my family arranged a marriage for me. I didn't think much of it at the time. A match for a young lady from a wealthy family would surely be a good one. The moment I first laid eyes on him, I knew I would marry no one else. He was truly handsome back then.
We agreed to marry after 3 years, once he passed his imperial examinations. He was mischievous back then. When no one was looking, he'd sneak over our wall just to see his fiancée, whom he'd never met. Gradually, he began taking me out secretly, sharing moonlit nights beneath the flowers. Finally, as he prepared to journey to the capital for the imperial examinations, I gave myself to him. He promised that once he passed the exams, he would return with a grand wedding procession to take me home. I foolishly believed him. Only after he left did I discover I was carrying his child. Chapter 71, The Ever-Cheerful Liao Ding. I dared not tell my family and kept it hidden. I calculated the timing. By the time he returned after the exams, my belly would just be starting to show. Then I wouldn't have to worry at all. The female ghost spoke slowly, gently stroking the ghost infant's face as she continued. But after some time passed, he still hadn't returned, and my belly was becoming impossible to hide. Under the relentless questioning of my family, I had no choice but to reveal the truth. But then my family informed me that my fiancé had become the top scholar in the imperial examinations. The emperor had betrothed him to a princess as her consort. His family had relocated to the capital. At that moment, I felt as if the sky had fallen. The female ghost's aura had now reached its peak. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. So that's how it was. In ancient times, men truly were women's heavens. The livestream audience listened to the female ghost's tale with profound emotion. I was already 10 months pregnant at the time. Defying my family's objections, I set off for the capital. But when I finally found him there, he claimed not to know me. He kicked me out of the house. That very night, he came to my room himself and wrung my neck. He told me I was blocking his path to promotion. The area around the female ghost turned crimson, and Liao Dingbei was drenched in sweat under her overwhelming aura. How many faithless men in this world are scholars? Indeed, in ancient times, unfaithful men were plentiful. To advance his career, he'd stop at nothing. The livestream exploded with reactions. No one knew the ghost's backstory was so tragic. That's why I killed both you and the child in your womb, causing your resentment to intensify and turn you into a ghost. Shěn Chén inquired. So that explains it. One wouldn't just become a ghost for no reason. But that wasn't enough. He even took my corpse to my family's estate. He slaughtered my entire family, leaving not a single child alive. The female ghost gave a wretched laugh, cursing herself for ever seeking him out. Had she not approached his family, they wouldn't have been dragged into this. So ruthless. Was there really no one to stop him back then? Liao Ding inquired curiously from the side. The death of an entire family couldn't have gone completely unnoticed, could it? Who could have intervened? He was at the height of his power then. The princess personally intervened to suppress the matter. But later, I possessed his jade pendant. I watched him embezzle and accept bribes until the princess personally delivered him to the executioner. The moment he died, I consumed his soul of fitting vengeance for the annihilation of my clan. The female ghost seemed to think this punishment was too lenient for such a faithless man. Noon had arrived. Shěn Chén rose and told the female ghost that her child must depart. All right, I understand. Live well in your next life, child. Don't be as foolish as your mother. The ghostly woman kissed the infant's small face. As if sensing something, she began to weep bitterly. Haste makes perfect. Shěn Chén chanted an unknown incantation. Suddenly, a strange suction force emerged from the air, pulling the ghost infant inside. Shěn Chén turned his head and silently looked at the female ghost, waiting for her to keep her promise. I'm glad you listened to me until the end. As the female ghost spoke, her form gradually began to fade. Hey, kid, she called out, the stuff in your backpack won't do me any good. Remember that for next time. Before vanishing completely, the female ghost suddenly addressed Liao Ding. Useless? But I paid 1,000 yuan for this from a Taoist priest at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Liao Ding pulled a short peachwood sword from his shoulder bag. When have you ever seen a peachwood sword this short? Started working right after infancy, huh? Shěn Chén rolled his eyes at the peachwood sword in Liao Ding's hands, barely a month old. I just thought this peachwood sword was cheap. Liao Ding gave an awkward chuckle and scratched his head. You get what you pay for. Liao Ding cursed the unscrupulous merchant inwardly. How dare they sell something less than a month old? Brother Chen, what should we do about these bones? Liao Ding caught up with Shěn Chén, asking, these bones are unlucky, aren't they? What can we do? The government will handle it, of course. Shěn Chén shrugged his shoulders. I can't very well handle this as a mere doctor, can I? Then I'd be acting like a forensic pathologist. Why does this female ghost look so pitiful to me? Suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over him. Not even a month old. The livestream audience murmured in sympathy, but Shěn Chén's words left them speechless. Broly, I've got a favor to ask you. Shěn Chén chatted briefly with the viewers before ending the stream. He pulled out his phone and called Li Tianxiu. This kind of thing could only be handled by someone from the official team. Bro, you're talking about that female ghost incident, right? Don't worry about it. I'll get it sorted within 3 days. Hearing Li Tianxiu's words, Shěn Chén felt relieved. But once I'm rolling in cash later on, there's no way I'm staying here, it's kinda creepy. Alright, thanks, brotherly. I'll treat you to a meal later. After hanging up, Shěn Chén scrolled through news on his way home and suddenly saw a beauty product scandal trending on the hot search list. A bold idea suddenly took root in Shěn Chén's mind. What if he started his own company? Developing life-saving medicine would be far more efficient than his current work. He shared his idea with his 2 daughters upon returning home, and they both enthusiastically agreed. With Shěn Chén's extraordinary medical skills, wouldn't that be a breeze? Shěn Chén planned to have his daughters discuss it with their family so they could all join in. After all, his in-laws deserved to profit from this venture. You're such a good person. The 2 women praised Shěn Chén, noting how considerate he was to include his family in the venture. See? I always have my family in mind. Shěn Chén lifted his chin haughtily, signaling for more praise. Put. Shěn Chén simultaneously received the girls' eye rolls, and with that, he took the hint and floated away. The next morning, Shěn Chén headed to the clinic. They hadn't seen him for days and were starting to miss him. Shěn Chén pulled out his phone and called Liao Ding, instructing him to scout out the current state of the pharmaceutical industry. Got it, Brother Chén. Wait for my report. Liao Ding readily agreed. Though he didn't know why Shěn Chén suddenly wanted to probe the medical industry's market conditions, Shěn Chén's words were never wrong. With Liao Ding now acting as his go-to source for everything, Shěn Chén didn't even have to owe anyone favors, it was perfect. Sometimes Liao Ding's intel even beat the news from the big families. Shěn Chén didn't ask and didn't care. If anyone dared to touch his little brother, he wouldn't let it slide. Ever since Liao Ding got hurt last time, Shěn Chén had considered him family, someone he could count on to hold the sky if it fell. Though Liao Ding was mostly a scatterbrain, Shěn Chén had grown accustomed to having this tough-talking character by his side. Chapter 72, Haste Makes Waste. Brother Chén, I found a great piece of land not far from the clinic. Before long, Liao Ding called to tell Shěn Chén he'd found a prime spot. That fast? Shěn Chén was still amazed by Liao Ding's speed. He had no idea where Liao Ding got his connections. Yes, right next to the clinic. There's a plot slated for demolition. The auction will start in a few days. Brother Chén, if you want it, you'd better get ready quickly. Liao Ding reminded Shěn Chén that time was running out. If he wanted a plot close to the clinic, this was his only option. Building a new tower would be too costly, let's rule that out for now. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment and dismissed this option. By the time such a building was completed, it would be too late. Too slow, he couldn't afford to wait. Shěn Chén now aimed to establish an end-to-end production line from R&D to manufacturing within a year. And he needed to make a name for himself in Jiangcheng and throughout Qingzhou. Shěn Chén set himself a 3 to 5 year plan. Within 3 years, he aimed to establish his brand nationwide. Within 5 years, he would storm the international market, determined to let the entire world taste his miracle cure. Shěn Chén thought with boundless ambition, determined to make the Shěn family shine. Brother Chén, I have another proposal here. Liao Ding was glad he always prepared 2 options, just in case. We could simply lease a plot of land and build the entire office area right in front of the production workshop. This approach is more convenient and cost-effective than constructing a separate office building or factory. It might look a bit less impressive that way, but it would definitely suffice for the initial transition period. After Liao Ding finished explaining the plan, Shěn Chén felt a flicker of interest. It sounded promising, both convenient and cost-effective. Alright, I'll discuss this with your sister-in-law and get back to you later tonight. Shěn Chén didn't agree immediately. This matter required considering the opinions of all 3 parties. Alright, Brother Chén. My wife and I will discuss it first. I'll show you which plots of land are better. Liao Ding responded, finishing what Shěn Chén had been about to say. Good lad, now you're even jumping the gun. Shěn Chén chuckled with a playful scolding. Having subordinates this capable made him feel utterly useless. Still, Shěn Chén thoroughly enjoyed this laid-back, slacker vibe. If you could slack off, who'd want to work for a paycheck? It's all about connections and favors, Brother Chén. Remember to give me a raise. Liao Ding chuckled. A raise was easily arranged, after all, money talks. I'll give you a raise. Once we find the goods, I'll give you shares outright. Shěn Chén scolded with a laugh, you little money-grubbing brat. When you realize your identity isn't so simple, you'll see how this behavior today is a bit beneath you. After hanging up, Shěn Chén noticed the number of patients seeking his treatment was gradually increasing. He was now busy all day long, though occasionally he'd have no patients at all. Shěn Chén increasingly felt this treatment method was utterly exhausting. He was finding it harder and harder to keep up with the demand, and he was still far from achieving his goals. His mission to heal the world felt like a long and arduous journey ahead. Shěn Chén now wanted to see just how much he could contribute to this world. Ever since the system arrived, his desire to make the Shěn medical clinic's reputation resound throughout the world has grown ever stronger. Though his parents never achieved their dream of bringing honor to the family, he possessed the advantage of the system. If he couldn't succeed now, wouldn't he be nothing but a failure? Zizi, today Xiao Ding discussed starting a company with me. He presented a plan, and now I'd like to hear your thoughts. If you think it's feasible, let's discuss it with the family and begin allocating shares.
You handle the funding, and I'll provide the medicine.
Shěn Chén explained Liao Ding's proposal to the two women. Our family has no objections. Lu Yaji didn't hesitate.
From her business perspective, this was a surefire win, no risk involved.
Not to mention it was her man's big project. Lu Yaji didn't need to think twice. I have no objections either. My grandfather said this money would count as part of my dowry.
Chu Ruozhu then chimed in, explaining that after Shěn Chén mentioned it yesterday, he'd already called Old Master Chu. Though Old Master Chu harbored some resentment toward the young man for taking both his granddaughter and the Lu family's daughter under his roof, he agreed for his granddaughter's sake.
Great! Then the company can get started sooner. Shěn Chén hadn't anticipated things progressing so extraordinarily quickly. Looking at the two women before him, Shěn Chén couldn't help but sigh. Having you both is a blessing I could never have imagined.
Once Xiaoding finds the land and our funding comes through, we can start construction.
Lu Yaji chuckled softly.
She hadn't expected her man to actually start a company. She'd thought it was just a joke.
You stinker, Shěn Chén. I want to be the boss.
Chu Ruozhu suddenly felt an urge to experience what it was like to be a company president. Even though her family owned a company, she'd never had the chance to experience it firsthand.
Sure thing.
I remember you majored in financial management in college. Shěn Chén readily agreed this small request was nothing.
Hee, I'm not the boss.
Lu Yaji chuckled beside her, well aware of what it truly meant to be the boss.
Endless business deals, non-stop business trips. It's tougher than working a grueling 9-to-6 job. No way. You have to be the boss. Otherwise, I won't trust anyone else.
Shěn Chén rejected Lu Yaji's plea. There was no way he could slack off. Brother Chen, we found the land right on the outskirts of town.
Great transportation access, and the price is just right.
Most importantly, I checked the area. It's big enough for us to build a large factory.
The next morning, Shěn Chén was jolted awake by Liao Ding's call.
Liao Ding had invited Shěn Chén to view the land that day. After hanging up, Shěn Chén couldn't sleep much longer. Led by Liao Ding, Shěn Chén headed out to inspect the suburban plot. Shěn Chén noticed the feng shui of this location was actually quite favorable, perfect for setting up a wealth-enhancing feng shui formation.
Shěn Chén couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
Even if they had to tear it down and rebuild later, it would be worth it. Such a feng shui formation was rare and hard to come by. Shěn Chén felt his ancestors were smiling down on him.
Good lad, you found a great spot.
Shěn Chén generously praised Liao Ding. The kid had stumbled upon a real gem. Now all that remained was to await good news from his two sisters-in-law. Shěn Chén gazed at the bare plot of land before him, already envisioning its future splendor.
Shěn Chén, you can rest assured. Before long, the factory will rise from the ground.
Lu Yaji asked Shěn Chén to be patient for a few more days. After all, haste makes waste.
Chapter 73, 5 years of service, a house. Alright, I'll be waiting for your updates. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Shěn Chén received a call from Lu Yaji. You little brat, come see your factory now. The basic modules are mostly complete now.
A hint of exhaustion tinged Lu Yaji's voice. She'd been working non-stop these past days.
Alright, I'll be right over. Shěn Chén detected the weariness in Lu Yaji's voice.
He deliberately brought along the exclusive little pills he'd invented over the past 2 months. Shěn Chén hadn't been idle these past 2 months either, burying himself in the medical clinic to develop these pills.
Through his relentless efforts, he had successfully created pills for treating colds and pills for beauty and skin care.
The beauty-enhancing pills alone were enough to open up the initial market.
Shěn Chén aimed to develop at least a basic pill for treating early-stage cancers before finalizing preparations.
Shěn Chén headed straight for the factory. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he saw a sizable facility rising from the ground. Well, little brother, this was built according to your feng shui layout.
Lu Yaji leaned against Shěn Chén's shoulder, asking him to take a look and see if he was satisfied with the building. Perfect. It's perfect. Everything is perfect.
Shěn Chén gazed at the scene before him with excitement. This was exactly the factory he had envisioned.
Let's go inside and see how it looks. Lu Yaji pulled Shěn Chén inside to begin touring the factory. This is our office space. Think of this area as an office building. Lu Yaji pointed to a small building and led Shěn Chén inside. The office building was fully equipped with drinking water stations and a cafeteria, small but complete. Now the company truly felt like home. Shěn Chén observed how this office building vividly embodied the saying, "The company is my home." Go ahead and exploit your employees. How come I never noticed how scheming you are before? Lu Yaji shot Shěn Chén a withering glance. Great, Mr. Puation is officially online. Lu Yaji couldn't help but silently pray for the future employees. I didn't say that. Sure, the company is like a home, but I never said I'd exploit employees. Shěn Chén firmly believed he was a good boss.
Under his leadership, his company would surely grow stronger and bigger.
Lu Yaji eyed Shěn Chén suspiciously. Could you even trust a word this guy said? This is the employee dormitory building.
Single rooms, private bathrooms, air-conditioned.
Liu Yaji and Shěn Chén stepped out of the office building.
Shěn Chén followed her gaze to the adjacent structure. Stepping inside, they saw the bedroom was fully equipped, not just an LCD TV, but also a computer, washing machine, and everything else.
Shěn Chén remarked, "This is the ideal life for a working stiff.
This is way better than killing yourself paying off a mortgage after taking out a loan to buy a place.
If an employee worked here for over 5 years, the apartment would be theirs outright."
Shěn Chén decided on the spot. With a policy like this, his company's doorstep would likely be trampled by applicants.
Hey everyone, welcome to the host's livestream. Today I've got some great news to share with you all. Shěn Chén suddenly thought, wouldn't live streaming to recruit people be faster?
He decisively pulled out his phone and started recruiting on the spot. Whoa, just walked in and heard the streamer offering perks.
What? Finally seeing through yourself? Take my advice, sis, you can't handle this. Let me handle it.
The livestream chat flooded with demands for Shěn Chén to hand over Liu Yaji. Watch out, you might get drained dry.
Put. One by one, dreaming up these wild fantasies.
Shěn Chén looked at the ugly faces in the chat. Their fantasies were more beautiful than their actual appearances. Back to business, our streaming company is now hiring ambitious individuals. Monthly salary no less than 10,000, with room and board provided.
See this?
This is your dorm. Shěn Chén rotated his phone to show the full view, sending the livestream audience into a frenzy.
Employee dorms? This setup? LCD TVs everywhere? All these computers are 4090s? Host, you're not trying to rip me off, are you? The chat was flooded with skepticism. This seemed too good to be true.
No scams, no kidney harvesting. The most important thing is, after 5 years of service, you can choose to have this apartment registered under your name or take a 1 million yuan bonus.
Shěn Chén suddenly realized, what if someone just wants the money?
So he added another option.
Hell yeah, I'll do it. Who wouldn't take a free house? I'd work myself to death to get it.
Host, just tell us what the requirements are. The livestream audience assumes such generous terms must come with high entry barriers.
We'll figure out the specifics once we've fully optimized the environment. We'll let you know within 3 days. A heads up for medical students, get your fingers ready.
Shěn Chén's words sent the medical students in the livestream into a frenzy. This clearly meant they'd be prioritized.
Medical students currently navigating job uncertainty instantly saw a glimmer of hope. They eagerly began preparing their applications, ready to submit the moment Shěn Chén announced the requirements.
Next, let's follow sister-in-law's perspective to explore other areas of our company. Shěn Chén handed the livestream over to Liu Yaji and took on the role of an observer. After all, he needed to familiarize himself with the process too. Now, let me introduce your future work environment.
This is where you'll be producing your products. This will be the R&D lab. This will be the location for system operation and maintenance.
Liu Yaji slowly panned the camera, meticulously detailing every aspect. I can't take it anymore. This environment is absolutely my dream workplace.
This place looks perfect for someone like me who's socially anxious.
Suburban location, great environment, high salary. This PhD in medical science is ready to apply.
Liu Yaji smiled as she watched the lively discussions in the livestream chat. You all signed confidentiality agreements before entering. Leaking any information will result in astronomical penalty fees. Liu Yaji reminded them appropriately accepting this agreement is a prerequisite for the interview. A mere confidentiality agreement? I'd rather sew my mouth shut. This feels so mysterious. Is it even legal?
Never seen commercial secrets guarded this tightly before.
After hearing Liu Yaji's explanation, the livestream audience was divided, with opinions running the gamut. First, we possess explicit certifications.
Second, the matters we handle have been duly reported to higher authorities.
Absolutely legal and compliant. Seeing the netizens' doubts, Liu Yaji stepped in to clarify. That puts my mind at ease.
If I'm not hired this year, I'll go back and get a medical doctorate before applying again next year. Exactly, a workplace this great is too good to pass up. The livestream audience breathed a collective sigh of relief, with some vowing boldly that they would definitely join the factory.
Good luck to all of you.
Those who weren't accepted, don't be discouraged, we're still in the company's early stages. Liu Yaji administered a dose of reality to the group.
Chapter 74, Royal Pharmaceuticals established.
We'll be opening branch offices and expanding headquarters later, no need to rush. During holidays, we may hire temporary workers for miscellaneous tasks. Of course, the pay won't be as good as full-time positions, but we'll keep your work on record. When you graduate and wish to apply, we'll give you priority consideration.
Liu Yaji truly is a businesswoman. She's already thinking ahead about bringing in fresh blood. Holy crap, I'm definitely in. I'd even scrub toilets as a holiday worker. This is so considerate, I love it.
No worries, my school won't let me leave early, so I'll just skip out ahead of time. The college students in the livestream went wild. Even those failing exams and facing makeups next year were scrambling to apply for Shěn Chén's summer job.
Alright, everyone, that wraps up today's livestream. See you next time.
Shěn Chén closed the livestream. There were still unfinished matters at Shěn Chén company. Now wasn't the time to relax.
Stupid little brother, some permits still aren't finalized, and the company name hasn't been decided yet. You come up with a name for the company. Lu Yaji and Shěn Chén discussed the remaining unresolved matters for the company.
The permits are easy to handle.
Leave them to me. The company will be called Royal Pharmaceutical Company.
Shěn Chén suddenly realized he now had two women, Lu Yaji and Chu Ruoju, much like an ancient emperor enjoying his privileges.
He decided to name it after royalty. Upon hearing Shěn Chén's suggestion, Lu Yaji thought the name was utterly ridiculous. It sounded just like Douyin's. Is there a problem with this name? It's so powerful and prestigious. Shěn Chén looked at Lu Yaji with some confusion.
Why did she look so strange?
Nothing. It's fine.
Lu Yaji forced herself to suppress the smile tugging at her lips, though they still twitched slightly beyond her control.
Honey, what's wrong with your mouth? You can't possibly have Parkinson's at your age.
But don't worry, honey, I can fix this. Shěn Chén reached out to examine Lu Yaji, only to be met with her affectionate caress.
You're the one with Parkinson's.
The more Lu Yaji looked at Shěn Chén, the more she disliked him.
How could a dog's mouth spit out ivory now?
After enduring Lu Yaji's affectionate caress, Shěn Chén was met with an affectionate greeting. Shěn Chén felt like crying without tears. He hadn't done it out of concern, so he couldn't understand why she was giving him affectionate touches.
Brother Li, free tonight? I'm treating you to dinner. Seeing Lu Yaji leave, Shěn Chén pulled out his phone and called Li Tianqiu. Sure thing, bro. I'm free tonight. Let's grab a proper drink together. Li Tianqiu readily agreed. It had been ages since he'd properly caught up with Shěn Chén.
That little jerk never calls me. Sometimes he thinks about his old man, but when nothing's going on, he doesn't give a damn. Shěn Chén hadn't realized old man Lin was discussing business with Li Tianqiu at that moment and had overheard every word. He'd give him a good scolding tonight. After all, he didn't know you were here, old leader. That kid. I bet he's got something planned for tonight.
That kid never comes unannounced. Li Tianqiu and old master Lin were on the same page. Shěn Chén's little schemes couldn't fool them.
Shěn Chén took advantage of the afternoon to buy 5 bottles of Flying Heaven Mao Tai and plenty of fine dishes at the supermarket. Shěn Chén and his family had already moved into their new home, and Shěn Chén planned to host a banquet for Li Tianqiu there. Shěn Chén bustled about all afternoon, preparing a table laden with delicacies.
Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Shěn Chén asked Chu Ruoju to answer it while he and Lu Yaji finished preparing the last dish. Brother Li, you're here. Lin.
Chu Ruoju spotted the elderly gentleman behind Li Tianqiu and was about to call Shěn Chén out when Li Tianqiu stopped her.
Shěn Chén silently sighed inwardly. Looks like today's going to be rough. Hey, sis, big bro's here. Li Tianqiu called out loudly.
From the kitchen came the sound of Shěn Chén's preparations.
He asked Li Tianqiu to wait a moment. The final dish would be ready soon. Lu Yaji emerged and silently sighed for Shěn Chén upon seeing old master Lin. Brother Li, my hospitality has been lacking. Holy crap, old man, why are you here?
Before Shěn Chén could finish his sentence, he saw old master Lin glaring at him with a dark expression.
What? Not welcome? If you don't want me here, old man, I'll leave right now.
Shěn Chén rushed over to stop old master Lin's movement. This could cause a major incident.
Old man, if you'd come earlier, just give me a heads up. I would have come to pick you up myself.
Shěn Chén diligently massaged the old man's shoulders while grumbling at the two women for not informing him that the old man was coming too. The two women claimed the old man had forbidden them to say anything.
Go ask him yourself.
Oof. At least you still have a shred of conscience. Old master Lin gave a light snort. Feeling the perfect pressure on his shoulders, he reluctantly forgave Shěn Chén. Old master, please take your seat, brotherly. If we wait any longer, the food will get cold, and it won't be good for your throat. I've prepared several bottles of fine liquor. The moment Shěn Chén brought out the Mao Tai from the kitchen, a gleam flashed in old master Lin and Li Tianqiu's eyes.
Fine stuff. Since you've shown such thoughtfulness, I'll let you off the hook today.
Old master Lin's appetite was whetted. Restricted from drinking at home, today offered a chance to indulge properly. Elder Lin couldn't wait to pour himself a small cup, downing it in one gulp before smacking his lips.
Fine liquor 2,000 years old.
Old master Lin's precise identification of the vintage stunned Shěn Chén and the others. The old man was impressive. Your old man, he can tell a wine's vintage with just one sip. Li Tianqiu remained unfazed, having witnessed such displays countless times.
Hold on, let's finish discussing business before drinking.
Once we start drinking, it's purely for enjoyment, no work talk.
Old master Lin interrupted Shěn Chén as he raised his glass. Business first today, then drinks. He couldn't hide it from the old man after all.
Shěn Chén explained his plans to start a company to old man Lin and Li Tianqiu.
You little rascal. Starting a company without telling me? Need any funding? Old man here can sponsor you.
Though old master Lin scolded Shěn Chén verbally, his words still betrayed genuine concern.
Don't worry, old man. I just need a few more permits. Shěn Chén felt a warm glow inside. Old Man Lin was one of the few people who genuinely cared about him. Just have Uncle Lee make a call for those permits. They'll be ready tomorrow. Such trifles were no trouble for Old Man Lin or Li Tianqiu. Anything resolved with a single phone call was insignificant. Alright, thanks, brotherly. Shěn Chén raised his glass to toast Li Tianqiu. No need for formalities. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shěn Chén escorted the unconscious Old Master Lin and Li Tianqiu to the guest room to rest. Our company is officially up and running. With Li Tianqiu's backing and Old Master Lin's support in Jingzhou, Shěn Chén couldn't imagine any reason it wouldn't succeed. Chapter 75, Posting Job Openings. Time to start posting job listings. The next morning, Shěn Chén began preparing to recruit staff. The initial requirements were set as master's degree or higher, with medical backgrounds preferred. Second, recruit some online marketing specialists. The rest is up to you. After all, medical research is paramount for a pharmaceutical company. Shěn Chén planned to advance both Western and traditional Chinese medicine simultaneously. Traditional Chinese medicine alone could no longer meet current demands. Western medicine offered faster results, and Shěn Chén intended to discard its flaws while embracing its strengths. Good. Lu Yaji had her family's staff spread the news. Shěn Chén, leveraging his online influence, generated significant buzz. Within just 1 week, Shěn Chén personally selected a group of promising candidates. Based on your professional backgrounds, I'll assign you to different departments. Shěn Chén shared his philosophy of integrating both Western and Chinese medicine with them. Fresh out of college and full of youthful bravado, the new recruits were energized like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Shěn Chén named the small pills he had recently developed, beauty pill, treatment pill, and a rather useless hemostatic pill. Shěn Chén issued an order: these products must hit the market within half a month. Shěn Chén planned to observe the market response first. If these products performed well, he would launch new ones. Second, he would develop other medications, though he had already created some small pills for cancer. Shěn Chén didn't plan to market them yet. After all, he had no reputation to speak of, and buyers wouldn't trust him. Hey, bro, I need a favor. Shěn Chén suddenly received a call from Li Tianqiu about a strange illness that had doctors stumped. Bro, describe it to me. Shěn Chén wanted to understand the situation first so he could prepare what to bring. My friend's comrade in arms is a soldier. They went to Shenangjia for field training. He was perfectly fine during the training, but after returning, he's had a persistent fever and hasn't regained consciousness yet. The doctors have examined him repeatedly but found nothing wrong. Bro, you tell me, isn't that weird? Li Tianqiu found the story rather eerie. At first it sounded like pure fantasy. His friend asked him to find a miracle doctor, and Li Tianqiu immediately thought of Shěn Chén. Brother Li, where do I find them? Shěn Chén had a rough idea, but the symptoms could only be confirmed with an on-site examination. Li Tianqiu told him to get ready, gave him a location, and said someone would pick him up shortly. Zizi, I have to go out for a while. I don't know when I'll be back. You and Ruozhu will need to keep a closer eye on the company. Shěn Chén turned to give Lu Yaji some instructions before heading back to the clinic to grab his medical kit. Before leaving, Shěn Chén grabbed a small supply of pills to see if they could be introduced to the military district. Shěn Chén returned to the company and waited quietly for the pickup. Soon, the sound of a helicopter echoed through the sky. Factory workers peered out curiously. Shěn Chén looked up to see a brand new WZ-10 attack helicopter. Shěn Chén was startled. Could this be the pickup? The helicopter descended slowly, and a special forces squad leaped out. Hello, comrade. May we ask who is Shěn Chén? The leader spotted Shěn Chén standing there dumbfounded and considered finding the superior who had ordered the pickup. That's me. Are you here to pick me up? Shěn Chén snapped back to reality, looking at the man with a 3-inch long haircut on his shoulder, and replied weakly. Excellent, Mr. Chén. Please come with us. The leader's face lit up. What a stroke of luck. No more delays. What did the boss do? Why are all these military guys here? No clue. Could it be that my first day on the job means the company's about to go under? If I'm not mistaken, that's a 1.3 rank insignia on his shoulder. Whispers rippled through the office as they debated why the captain himself had come. Stop overthinking it. The military's here to help your boss. Do a good job, and you could join them too. Lu Yaji posted in the company group chat, and the group instantly erupted. The boss is awesome. I'll work my hardest. I'll make my ancestors proud. My boss is such a big shot. I feel like my future is set. Lu Yaji smiled wryly at the group chat. Many of these people were her live stream viewers. Lu Yaji hadn't expected Shěn Chén's departure to be for the military. Sir, where are we headed? Shěn Chén watched as the surrounding landscape gradually became desolate and uninhabited, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If this can't be cured, they might just take me out and shoot me. Shěn Chén's mind began to wander back to the idea of returning to the Southeast Theater Hospital. Don't worry. Our pilots are highly skilled. Imo Air thought Shěn Chén was afraid of a crash and spoke up to reassure him. Oh, okay. So, sir, who am I supposed to treat? Shěn Chén relaxed, but couldn't help wondering what rank this person held to warrant a captain flying out to pick him up. Mr. Shěn, we can't disclose that now. You'll find out once you arrive. Shěn Chén grew even more curious upon hearing this and waited quietly for the plane to land. Hello, are you Mr. Shěn? As soon as Shěn Chén stepped off the plane, someone approached to escort him to another location. Mr. Shěn, we've arrived. Someone will meet you at the entrance. Shěn Chén followed his escort to a small hospital. Shěn Chén looked at the high-end entrance before him. It seemed this was where important military officers were treated. Hello, Mr. Shěn. A middle-aged man saluted Shěn Chén in military fashion. I never imagined the miracle doctor my old friend recommended would be so young. Lu Shaolin looked at Shěn Chén before him, expecting an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I am a bit young. Shěn Chén smiled. Youth isn't a flaw as long as the medical skills are top-notch. Mr. Shěn, please follow me. Shěn Chén was led into a room packed with high-ranking officers, the lowest ranking among them a captain. Shěn Chén instantly felt the pressure mount. This is Shěn Chén, Dr. Shěn. Mr. Shěn, let's skip the formalities. First, show our commander what's wrong. No sooner had Lu Shaolin finished introducing him than someone interrupted, urgently demanding Shěn Chén examine the patient immediately. Is this greenhorn really up to the task? Someone voiced their doubts about Shěn Chén. Most people his age hadn't even completed their apprenticeship yet. Shut up. Dr. Shěn is the chairman of the Jiangcheng Medical Association. His skills are beyond question. Mr. Shěn has even cured a patient with ALS. If even Mr. Shěn is helpless, then it's truly hopeless. Lu Shaolin growled under his breath, then shared the information he'd seen with those present. Shěn Chén glanced at him in surprise. Lu Shaolin didn't even wear a military rank, yet he could command such respect from everyone present. Mr. Shěn, please don't take it personally. They're just worried. Lu Shaolin, fearing Shěn Chén might take offense, addressed him apologetically. Chapter 76, The Centrifugal Worm Appears. It's normal. Anyone seeing someone as young as me would question it. I'm used to it. Shěn Chén chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. He was long past being surprised by such reactions, especially considering the person lying in bed was someone of such importance. Seeing the smile spread across Shěn Chén's face, Lu Shaolin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, when he'd looked up Shěn Chén's medical records, he'd been startled to discover they were classified Shěn Chén was a nationally designated high-level talent. He'd assumed Shěn Chén's mysterious background was the reason, but upon seeing the actual file, Lu Shaolin couldn't help but let out a curse. At Lu Shaolin's level, he had long cultivated composure in handling matters. Yet, seeing the list of cancers Shěn Chén had cured in his file, Lu Shaolin couldn't help but react. Just then, word came that both Grandmaster Gao and Grandmaster Huang, renowned masters of traditional Chinese medicine, had recommended Shěn Chén, as had Li Tianqiu. This piqued Lu Shaolin's curiosity about the young man. The old commander insisted on accompanying them this time, but after returning, he fell unconscious. They immediately sought out the master of traditional Chinese medicine, yet neither traditional nor Western medicine could find anything wrong. Otherwise, Shěn Chén wouldn't have been summoned after all. The Grand Masters were far superior to some unknown practitioner. This old man, his pulse is steady. I can't detect anything wrong. Shěn Chén took the old commander's pulse and couldn't help but frown, causing everyone present to hold their breath. The system activated its scanning function. Shěn Chén activated the system scan function mentally. Detected recoverable conditions in the elderly patient, coma caused by a heartworm bite. Friendly reminder, the antidote is located near the heartworm nest. Recover this condition? Little divine doctor, what exactly is wrong with our commander? Unable to contain himself, he blurted out the question to Shěn Chén. Lu Shaolin shot him a glare, just as he was about to speak. The old man was bitten by a Lyme tick. Shěn Chén stated, surprised to find this supposedly extinct species still existed in Shenangjia. Centrifugal tick? Young Shěn, could you elaborate? Lu Shaolin racked his brain but couldn't recall any species called centrifugal worms. Centrifugal worms were supposed to have gone extinct long ago. Yet for some reason, they still existed in Shenangjia. A licentium worm bite causes relentless fever that persists until bodily functions deteriorate after half a month, leading to organ failure and death. Shěn Chén educated the group, explaining that records of this insect were exceedingly rare. He had come across it somewhere long ago and fortunately remembered the details. Little Shěn, the divine doctor, someone said, whatever our commander needs, we'll get it. The man who had doubted Shěn Chén spoke up, eager to see the commander awaken. Little Shěn, the divine doctor, my earlier doubt was my fault. If you're offended, I'll kneel before you. Seeing Shěn Chén remain silent, Li Tianqiu assumed he was offended and made a move to kneel before him. I was just about to ask for an antidote, sir. You're putting me on the spot. Shěn Chén snapped back to reality and quickly caught Li Tianqiu. If he actually knelt before him, it would be an insult to his ancestors. Little Shěn, the divine doctor, isn't that petty. Seeing the misunderstanding, the others began scolding Li Tianqiu. How could this fool be so reckless? The antidote for this parasite lies near its nest. Take me back to your original location. Shěn Chén spoke up. This approach was safer. What if the army harbored hidden talents who knew how to counteract the heart-separating worm? Then he'd never explain himself. Alright, no time to waste. I'll take you myself.
Li Tineo, wanting to make up for his earlier mistake, personally piloted the plane.
Shěn Chén followed Li Tineo outside.
Lu Shaolin, worried, dispatched another fully armed special forces squad to escort them.
Shěn Chén, this is where our commander used to live.
Shěn Chén stared at the dense jungle before him and felt his head spin. This place was practically begging to be infested. Fortunately, the centrifugal worms inhabited an extremely unique environment, and Shěn Chén located them in no time.
This is the heartworm that put your commander into a coma. Shěn Chén held up the glass vial to show everyone. These things look pretty cute, huh? But it packs such power? Li Tineo leaned in to examine the plump, white worm, asking with genuine curiosity.
Cute is just a facade. Nature's top predators are masters of disguise.
Want to give it a try?
Shěn Chén jokingly suggested Li Tineo give it a shot, but Li Tineo waved his hands repeatedly.
Better not. I still want to keep serving my country.
Li Tineo's eyes flickered with apprehension as he stared at the centrifugal bug, backing away step by step.
Move aside, move aside. Little Shěn the divine doctor is back.
As soon as Shěn Chén reached the doorway, he spotted several people puffing away on cigarettes.
Who gave you permission to smoke? Put those out. Shěn Chén's face darkened, and he couldn't help but regret forgetting to warn them.
If the centrifugal worm is exposed to external stimuli, its toxins will go berserk.
Tobacco contains substances that stimulate the centrifugal worm, and now we're in big trouble.
Shěn Chén rushed into the ward, scanned the area with his system, and breathed a sigh of relief.
Anyone who smoked, don't come in. Stay away from the door and close it behind you.
Shěn Chén swiftly implemented measures to prevent smoke from entering. Lu Shaolin was a bit dumbfounded. They usually smoked outside the door too, but today things seemed to have escalated. Shěn Chén swiftly administered acupuncture to block the old man's sense of smell, finally feeling somewhat reassured. Shěn Chén swiftly crushed the centrifugal grass into juice, fed it to the old man, and then quietly activated the system's recovery function.
Recover the following ailments? Confirm. Successfully recycled the following condition: coma caused by the bite of the centrifugal worm. Earned points 15. Remaining points 612. Shěn Chén examined the old man's hidden injuries, preparing to treat them as well. Shěn Chén held deep respect for this revolutionary veteran and was determined to contribute whatever he could.
Shěn Chén drew the divine needle from the 9 divine demon needles and inserted it into the old commander.
Look! A nearby figure exclaimed in astonishment.
Everyone focused their gaze. They saw the needle Shěn Chén had inserted begin to emit ripples of golden light. Though faint, it was utterly astonishing to everyone present.
It's done.
The old commander should wake up tomorrow. Shěn Chén carefully returned each silver needle to the acupuncture kit before turning to address the group.
Shěn Chén stepped outside and beckoned the others to come in. Wonderful. Master Shěn, you're a miracle worker. You'll stay here tonight. We'll personally thank you once the old commander wakes up tomorrow.
Lu Shaolin didn't let Shěn Chén leave today, fearing that if something unexpected happened to the old commander, someone would be available to handle it.
All right.
Lu Shaolin personally escorted Shěn Chén to his lodgings, chatting casually with him along the way.
Master Shěn, have you considered joining the military?
Lu Shaolin's desire to recruit talent stirred, hoping to bring Shěn Chén into the military.
Chapter 77, Why not let me try? Sorry, sir, I'm not considering that right now. Shěn Chén's company was just getting started. Leaving now would throw everything into disarray.
Shěn Chén never expected to build a strong company solely on those few types of pills. He also couldn't get used to the constraints of military life. It felt like losing all his freedom.
I see. Well, whenever you're ready to come back, give me a call. Our military's doors will always be open to you.
Lu Shaolin escorted Shěn Chén to his lodgings before turning back toward the hospital.
Commander, you're awake? Lu Shaolin looked at Zhang Guangfei with excitement, a bit earlier than Shěn Chén had anticipated. Tineo, go fetch our young miracle Dr. Shěn.
Lu Shaolin hurriedly dispatched Li Tineo to fetch Shěn Chén for an examination.
What happened to me?
Lu Shaolin recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhang Guangfei.
Could we try to recruit this young man?
Zhang Guangfei fully awoke upon hearing Lu Shaolin's words, sharing the same thoughts.
Lu Shaolin shook his head.
At that moment, Shěn Chén, who was still asleep, suddenly sensed someone touching him.
Shěn Chén reacted instinctively, unleashing a whipping kick toward Li Tineo.
Li Tineo hadn't expected Shěn Chén to know martial arts.
He scrambled to block the attack, stumbling back 5 or 6 steps before finally halting. Little Shěn, the divine doctor, it's me.
Li Tineo felt as if his arms had been crushed by 1,000 pounds of force. He couldn't help but rub his arms, the sensation making him feel as if they were about to shatter.
Shěn Chén finally realized this was the military base. Where could the danger be? Sorry about that, Iron Ox. Shěn Chén scratched his head, wondering why his muscle memory had suddenly kicked in today. It's fine, brother Shěn. The commander has woken up.
Li Tenio, ignoring his now numb arms, hurriedly motioned for Shěn Chén to follow. Shěn Chén threw on some clothes and followed Li Tenio toward the ward.
Commander, this is little Shun, the miracle doctor.
Lu Shaolin stood up to introduce Shěn Chén to Zhang Guangfei.
Good lad, he's better looking than me. I owe you big time, kid.
Zhang Guangfei declared heartily, this kid seems like a real go-getter.
The old commander is too modest. It's the least I could do. Shěn Chén's calm and unassuming demeanor pleased Zhang Guangfei greatly. These days, some young people get a little too big for their britches once they achieve a bit of success. Old man, let me examine you again.
Shěn Chén pretended to take his pulse, but in reality, he initiated a system scan.
All done. I've also cured the hidden ailments in your body, old man.
Shěn Chén's words made a sharp gleam flash in the old man's eyes.
No wonder he felt more comfortable than ever before. Young Shěn, you can treat hidden ailments too? Shěn Chén nodded.
Such a minor matter was no challenge for him.
Wonderful. Old man, please treat a few of my friends too. Don't worry, we'll pay. Name your price. Zhang Guangfei thought of his old friends who had suffered greatly from their ailments. No problem. I won't take any money for this. It's just a small favor. Shěn Chén insisted he couldn't accept payment from military personnel. Soldiers protect the homeland, ensuring their future health was only right. Look at how noble little Shěn is.
But to be fair, the money should still be given.
Oh, and don't forget about my share this time.
Zhang Guangfei smiled with satisfaction.
Young people today are becoming more and more conscientious. You can see it all over the internet.
If you insist on paying, my consultation fee is $30 each time.
Old man, you two each pay 30.
Zhang Guangfei had expected Shěn Chén to ask for at least 200,000, but never imagined it would be just $30.
Kid, think it through. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come back. Zhang Guangfei spoke up again to confirm. Was this some kind of goodwill ploy?
Commander, Young Shen's consultation fee really is only 30 yuan per visit.
Lu Shaolin, standing nearby, chuckled.
He hadn't expected Shěn Chén's fee to be so low either, but he had to admit it.
Good lad, not greedy for money. A breath of fresh air in the medical world.
Zhang Guangfei slapped his thigh. This kid isn't greedy, he's a good doctor.
Old man, you flatter him.
Our clinic has always charged this price, honest with everyone, young or old.
Shěn Chén waved his hand dismissively. Practicing medicine to save lives, it's about healing, not money. You kid, I owe you one. If there's anything you can't handle, come find me. Zhang Guangfei declared boldly, as long as it's not illegal, I'll handle it for Shěn Chén. Hey, brother Shěn, could you reset my arm? It feels dislocated.
Li Tenio, pale-faced and drenched in sweat beside him, couldn't help but speak up. He'd never felt this much pain from a dislocation before. This time it felt like it would knock him out cold. The three turned to look at Li Tenio and were instantly startled.
Tenio? Who did this? I'll kill him.
Lu Shaolin had long regarded Li Tenio as his own brother. Seeing his comrade in such agony, a surge of rage welled up inside him.
I did it.
Shěn Chén timidly spoke up from the side, leaving Lu Shaolin and Zhang Guangfei stunned.
Shěn Chén looked frail and weak. It didn't seem possible.
Lu Shaolin knew Li Tenio's strength from fighting alongside him through thick and thin.
He'd been shot and didn't even flinch. How could this be? Sorry, Iron Ox. Shěn Chén snapped Li Tenio's arm back into place with two sharp clicks. Li Tenio let out a huge sigh of relief. No problem, brother Shěn.
I never expected brother Shěn to have such incredible speed.
Li Tenio was genuinely impressed by Shěn Chén.
He was renowned for his strength within the home army, but this time he'd encountered Shěn Chén, a real freak of nature.
Tenio, what's going on here?
Hearing Lu Shaolin's question, Li Tenio explained the entire situation. Shěn Chén stood nearby, scratching the back of his head awkwardly.
Brother Shěn, you've got some serious skills. Good lad, he's got the chops.
Lu Shaolin and Zhang Guangfei spoke in unison, both astonished by Shěn Chén's prowess.
Captain, you'd better go check on him.
One of our brothers is dying. A soldier covered in blood suddenly burst in, his voice choked with tears as he addressed Lu Shaolin.
What happened? Lu Shaolin's heart sank.
These brothers were his lifeline, he couldn't afford to lose a single one.
Old man, should I go check too? Maybe I can help? Shěn Chén watched Lu Shaolin's retreating figure and said to Zhang Guangfei. Zhang Guangfei knew Shěn Chén's medical skills were beyond question. He motioned for Li Tenio to take Shěn Chén along. What's going on?
Lu Shaolin stared at the teammate on the hospital bed, whose exhalations far outnumbered his inhalations. The soldier's heart vessels had ruptured, making hemostasis impossible. It was a miracle he'd survived this long. The military doctor standing nearby spoke with despair. Watching a vibrant life slip away in his hands was something he never wanted to witness. Lu Shaolin knew the doctor had done everything possible. Normally, they wouldn't give up on even the slightest chance, but now there was truly nothing more to be done.
Should I try?
Shěn Chén, who had entered later, heard the doctor's words and felt a surge of determination.
His hemostatic pills would finally prove useful. Chapter 78, Signing the Contract with the Military Headquarters. Who are you? The military doctor was slightly annoyed. Even the specialists from their hospital were at a loss, yet this greenhorn who'd appeared out of nowhere was already claiming he had a solution. Great! How could I have forgotten about you, little Shěn the divine doctor? Lu Shaolin slapped his forehead. Right. There's Shěn Chén. I was so flustered I almost forgot about him. Shut up. He's the old commander's lifesaver.
Lu Shaolin snapped back, scolding himself for failing to solve the problem while questioning others. The military doctor obediently shut up.
Baoisan, you're something else. Sir, this is our company's latest hemostatic pill.
Just one pill stops bleeding. Shěn Chén seized the chance to promote his company's product.
If this military order went through, who would dare cross him? Oh, so miraculous.
Lu Shaolin looked curiously at the pill in Shěn Chén's hand, no bigger than a soybean.
Could such a tiny thing really stop bleeding? We'll find out soon enough.
Shěn Chén gave a mysterious smile. Those who use it will attest to its effectiveness.
Shěn Chén placed the pill into the soldier's mouth on the bed.
A miraculous scene unfolded almost instantly. The soldier had been continuously coughing up blood, and those nearby could only helplessly wipe it away as they watched.
Moments after Shěn Chén's pill took effect, the soldier's vomiting slowed.
Within a mere half hour, the bleeding had completely stopped.
This astonishing phenomenon left everyone present utterly stunned. Congratulations, host. You have successfully saved a life using the hemostatic pill. Reward points, 2. Current remaining points, 614.
Shěn Chén felt a surge of delight. He hadn't expected that saving a life with his homemade pills would also earn him points. Shěn Chén now couldn't wait to see what the system would upgrade into once his points broke through the 1,000 mark.
See? That's the effect of our company's hemostatic pills.
Shěn Chén smirked triumphantly.
This reality was far more compelling than mere words.
This. Lu Shaolin was so stunned by the scene before him that he couldn't speak.
The military doctor's mind raced. Could this tiny pill really solve one of the world's most challenging medical problems?
Wait a moment, little Shěn, the divine doctor.
Lu Shaolin hurried out and entered Zhang Guangfei's ward.
10 minutes later, he emerged and made a phone call.
Soon after, soldiers in full combat gear surrounded the entire hospital.
Shěn Chén heard the commotion and peered out the window, assuming another VIP had arrived at the hospital.
Brother Shěn, you might have to stay a few more days.
Lu Shaolin pushed open the door and entered, his expression stern as he looked at Shěn Chén.
Lu Shaolin was prepared for a protracted battle with Shěn Chén.
Even if it meant wearing him down, he would extract the hemostatic pills from Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén understood.
It seemed the big shot was in trouble, and now he couldn't leave either. Everyone in the room today must sign a confidentiality agreement.
Lu Shaolin addressed the soldier who had just entered. Not a single detail of today's events may be disclosed.
The soldier acknowledged the order and led the other soldiers and the military doctor out of the room.
Don't I need to sign? Shěn Chén stood there dumbstruck, wondering if he didn't have to sign since he wasn't military. Brother, you go back and get some rest tonight.
I'll find you when daylight comes. Lu Shaolin saw that it was already too late and planned to wait until tomorrow to discuss the pills with Shěn Chén.
Brother Shěn, you're awake. Shěn Chén slept soundly until morning.
Pushing open the door, he saw Li Tinyu waiting by the entrance.
Tinyu, what are you doing here? Come inside quickly.
Shěn Chén could tell from the bloodshot veins in Li Tinyu's eyes that he hadn't slept all night.
It's nothing, Brother Shěn. Brother Shěn, come with me. Captain Lu wants to see you. Li Tinyu had received orders from Lu Shaolin yesterday to bring Shěn Chén to his office as soon as he woke up. Alright, Brother Tinyu, give me a minute.
Shěn Chén returned to his room for a quick wash, then followed Li Tinyu to Lu Shaolin's office.
Shun, come in. Have a seat. Lu Shaolin greeted Shěn Chén's arrival and brewed him a cup of tea. What's up, Brother Lu?
Since last night, the two had started addressing each other as brothers.
Brother, I'll be blunt. We want to acquire your little hemostatic pills for our unit. Lu Shaolin didn't beat around the bush.
Last night, the military headquarters held an emergency meeting where they emphasized the need to acquire Shěn Chén's pills. With these hemostatic pills, casualties in the military will be significantly reduced. Imagine this, during combat, if one of our soldiers gets hit, just one little pill can stop the bleeding.
Even if the bullet remains lodged inside, the soldier won't bleed out.
They can simply have the bullet removed after the battle.
Don't underestimate the power of simple hemostasis.
On the ever-changing battlefield, this could become the key to turning the tide of battle.
That's wonderful.
I was just worrying about how to broach this with the troops. Shěn Chén was overjoyed. This instantly resolved one of his most pressing concerns. Lu Shaolin hadn't expected Shěn Chén to agree so readily. Shěn Chén's proposal aligned perfectly with the Ministry of War's plans.
Shall we sign the contract? Sign it. Lu Shaolin tentatively asked Shěn Chén, who answered without hesitation. Brother, these are the terms set by our military headquarters. How about we buy your little pills at 100,000 per pill? The military headquarters is a bit strapped for funds. Lu Shaolin broached the subject cautiously. The military's annual maintenance and R&D expenses consumed the lion's share of their budget. The price they were offering Shěn Chén was already the absolute maximum they could afford. Lu Shaolin and the military headquarters naturally regarded this pill as a scarce medicine. Producing a single one would undoubtedly consume a great deal of time and resources. What? 100,000 per pill? Shěn Chén jumped up. This military department is being way too generous. Bro, if you're not satisfied, I'll give you 150,000 per unit. I really can't go any higher. Lu Shaolin thought Shěn Chén was dissatisfied with the price and quickly offered a new figure. No, brother Lu, you've misunderstood me. It's not that I think it's too low, I think it's too high. Lu Shaolin finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little smug inside another chunk of money saved. Besides, I don't plan to charge the military anyway. As long as the military provides the medicinal herbs for production, we'll supply it free of charge. Shěn Chén's next words sent Lu Shaolin's mind reeling. Could such a windfall really be falling into my lap, Lu Shaolin's lap? Bro, are you serious? Lu Shaolin quickly regained his composure. He couldn't believe such a magnanimous entrepreneur existed in this world. Yes, absolutely. Not a single penny, just provide the medicinal herbs. The quality and efficacy must match what I saw earlier, no cutting corners. If anything goes wrong, come find me. Shěn Chén gave Lu Shaolin a definitive and absolute assurance, the quality is guaranteed. Alright. Good lad, I didn't misjudge you. Lu Shaolin slapped his thigh, he hadn't misjudged the man. Chapter 79, Mutation. Kidnapping. But brother, I gotta ask, why are you supplying herbs to the military? We can pay you, aren't you guys more reliable at sourcing herbs than our military unit? Lu Shaolin couldn't quite grasp why Shěn Chén insisted so strongly on supplying the herbs. The army has a lot of people, so they need a lot of pills. We can't buy that much. Shěn Chén replied with a wry smile, if your company tried to buy that much, you'd go bankrupt just on the herbs alone. Oh, I see. Wait, hold up, are you saying that as long as we have enough money, we can get as much medicine as we need? Lu Shaolin suddenly caught on. This was completely different from what his military unit had assumed. Exactly. Only one ingredient in the hemostatic pills is relatively expensive, the rest are common herbs. The key difference lies in the manufacturing process. Shěn Chén's words gave Lu Shaolin hope for the Southeast Theater's resurgence. With these hemostatic pills, the Southeast Theater would surely gain the upper hand in the national competition. Alright, brother, do you have any other medicines? Our military region will cover everything. Lu Shaolin's eyes gleamed as he looked at Shěn Chén, eager to uncover every last resource Shěn Chén possessed. For now, our company only has the hemostatic pill, the treatment pill, and a beauty pill. The treatment pills address common ailments like colds and fevers. The beauty elixir, as the name suggests, is for beauty and skin care. Shěn Chén briefly introduced these two products to Lu Shaolin. Give me some of those treatment pills. Bro, you better hurry up and research something that automatically retrieves bullets. Like something that lets you see in the dark. Lu Shaolin blurted out without hesitation, clearly overestimating Shěn Chén's capabilities. Shěn Chén. Bro Lu, you're treating me like a game designer. If I actually developed that, the whole planet would have to take my surname. A line of black threads appeared on Shěn Chén's forehead. If Shěn Chén could actually develop such a pill, wouldn't the world start cultivating immortality? Forget all that sword-writing nonsense from novels, just pop a pill and ascend to immortality in broad daylight. Oh, that's just me daydreaming, bro. Lu Shaolin gave an awkward chuckle, silently cursing himself for speaking without thinking. I'll focus on developing pills that benefit the military. Shěn Chén assured him that if he developed any such pills, he'd inform Lu Shaolin immediately. Satisfied this time, Lu Shaolin let Shěn Chén go and quickened his pace toward the military headquarters. Great! I've always known this kid had potential. Zhang Guangfei slammed his hand on the table, declaring he'd fulfill any request Shěn Chén made. As long as it's not illegal, the Southeast Theater of Operations will take responsibility for any consequences. Cut to another scene. Hey, little brother, done already? Lu Yaji beamed at Shěn Chén as he pushed open the door. All done, Zizi. This is the commander of the Southeast Theater. I've sold our hemostatic pills to the Southeast Theater Command. They're here now to sign the contract with us. Shěn Chén introduced Zhou Long as he walked in, though Shěn himself knew little about business. Lu Shaolin dispatched personnel to return with Shěn Chén to finalize the contract. Hello, Miss Lu. Here is the contract printed by our Southeast Theater of Operations. Please review it. Zhou Long saluted in military fashion. Lu Yaji and Zhou Long discussed the contract details. Mr. Shěn, Miss Lu, we look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Zhou Long stood up with a broad smile. With this contract signed, Captain Lu could finally rest easy. Shěn Chén, I'm absolutely exhausted these past 2 days.
You'd better treat me to a nice meal. Lu Yaji wrapped her arms around Shěn Chén's waist, nestling into his embrace. Shěn Chén affectionately ruffled her hair and told her to pick the place.
Shěn Chén reminded her not to forget Chu Ruoju, and Lu Yaji nodded in understanding.
Without looking back, Lu Yaji headed home to change, preparing for their candlelit dinner that evening.
Ruoju, Shěn Chén invited us to dinner tonight. Don't forget to come.
Lu Yaji pulled out her phone and sent Chu Ruoju a message. Come evening, Shěn Chén and Chu Ruoju waited, but Lu Yaji was nowhere to be seen. They called her, but the phone was turned off.
Hey, I've got your woman.
If you want her back, bring 5 million in cash.
Note, you must come alone. Shěn Chén suddenly received a call demanding 5 million yuan.
How can I trust you? Shěn Chén's heart sank as the question echoed sharply in his mind.
How can I trust you?
Bring that woman over and make her call out twice. The mechanical voice on the other end of the phone held the device to Lu Yaji's lips.
Shěn Chén, don't come here.
They have guns. Before Lu Yaji could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered, leaving the man on the phone somewhat flustered.
Do you believe me now?
But we'll have to revise the terms from earlier. Your woman exposed our operation, increasing our risk. So now we need more money. The man's voice, clearly distorted by a voice changer, sounded out slowly over the phone. I'll pay whatever you ask, but if you dare touch a single hair on her head, I'll make you wish you were dead. Shěn Chén's icy voice came through the phone, causing a slight flicker of apprehension in the other party. Straightforward. Big streamers are always straightforward.
Bring 10 million to meet me.
I'll send you a message with directions.
I guarantee your woman will be safe until I get the money.
Of course, if you call the cops, I can't make any guarantees. After all, I've witnessed your miraculous medical skills firsthand. If the police get involved, we'll just have to kill her and make our escape. The kidnapper raised the ransom to 10 million, issued a warning to Shěn Chén, and hung up.
What should we do, Shěn Chén?
Beside them, Chu Ruoju anxiously asked Shěn Chén, how could someone just go out for a meal and get kidnapped?
Don't panic. Get the money ready first.
They'll have to be alive to see the money, let alone get their hands on it.
Looks like they've watched my livestream.
They know my medical skills. This is a targeted kidnapping. Shěn Chén felt a pang of regret. If only he'd accompanied Lu Yaji home earlier. Alright, I'll go prepare the ransom first. Just as Chu Ruoju was about to head home, Shěn Chén stopped her.
No, you handle it over the phone. You can't leave my sight now. Who knows if they might kidnap us both?
Shěn Chén's voice was low and firm.
He knew calling the police was inevitable without their help. Rescuing Lu Yaji alone was impossible.
The other side had guns, and he couldn't dodge bullets or catch them barehanded like in the movies.
Alright, I understand.
Chu Ruoju pulled out her phone and quickly briefed Old Master Chu on the situation. Old Master Chu immediately arranged for the ransom to be prepared and secretly began mobilizing the Chu family's network to investigate Lu Yaji's whereabouts. Xiaoding, my sister-in-law's been kidnapped.
Can you find her with your people?
Shěn Chén pulled out his phone and called Liao Ding.
His connections would likely move faster than official channels. Chapter 80, Swapping the Prince for a Cat. What? My sister-in-law's been kidnapped?
Brother Chen, don't worry. I'll get people on it immediately.
Liao Ding was stunned. He never imagined anyone in Jiangcheng would be bold enough to kidnap Lu Yaji.
Shěn Chén hung up and immediately called Li Tianqiu.
Brother Li, Zizi's been kidnapped. I need you to leverage your official connections to track her down.
Shěn Chén's words sent Li Tianqiu into a rage. His own sister-in-law had been snatched in broad daylight and she was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Either identity alone would send shockwaves through Jiangcheng. This was nothing short of a career-ending disgrace. Jiangcheng's police force was swiftly mobilized, and the massive official machinery began operating at full speed.
Brother Chen, I'll send you a software app.
Install it, and next time the kidnappers call, we can pinpoint their location instantly. Liao Ding's call came through, easing Shěn Chén's mind.
This should provide some assurance. Shěn Chén didn't call the Lu family, afraid of worrying Lu's parents, and decided to keep it from them for now.
Before long, the Jiangcheng police had pinpointed the suspect's vehicle.
Surveillance footage showed it last disappearing into the Black Mountains, not far from Jiangcheng. Shěn Chén's heart sank slightly upon hearing this news from Li Tianqiu. Black Mountain was no ordinary place.
Heishan was densely forested, with wartime air raid shelters and factories scattered throughout its labyrinthine network of tunnels.
This was bad news.
He'd heard these shelters could even hold an entire division.
Shěn Chén's hopes were fading fast.
In such dense woods, the police could do little. Shěn Chén kicked a pebble by the roadside in frustration.
The next second, the kidnapper's phone rang again. Mr. Shěn, I wonder if you've prepared the ransom yet.
It's ready.
10 million yuan, not a penny less. Shěn Chén replied to the kidnapper on the phone.
He needed to stall for time now, buying Liao Ding enough time to pinpoint their exact location.
Then everything would be settled. Dealing with Mr. Shěn is always straightforward. I assume you already know my approximate location, Mr. Shěn. Midnight tonight. Come to Black Mountain, Factory 102. We won't miss you. The kidnapper hung up immediately, not even giving Shěn Chén a chance to speak. Brother Chen, we've locked him down. He's currently at Factory 206 in Black Mountain. Liao Ding excitedly informed Shěn Chén, surprised himself at how smoothly things had gone. 206?
Kidnapper, I'll go to Factory 102 today to swap your sister-in-law.
Shěn Chén's words startled Liao Ding.
Brother Chen, Factory 102 is the most complex terrain left in Black Mountain.
Brother Chen, should I go with you?
Liao Ding recalled sneaking into the factory as a child once it took him a full day to find his way out. The place still haunted him. The kidnappers are trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain.
They're playing dirty with me. Xiao Ding, you don't need to worry about this. I can handle it from here.
Liao Ding urged Shěn Chén to be careful, though he never imagined Shěn Chén would navigate Plant 102 like he was returning home. As a child, Shěn Chén had undergone physical training at Factory 102. He knew every corner like the back of his hand. This time, the kidnappers had seriously miscalculated. They dug their own grave.
Li, I've pinpointed the kidnappers' exact location. Can you send a special operations squad to follow me?
Li Tianqiu immediately borrowed an Army Special Forces squad from an old friend and handed it over to Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén suddenly realized he actually had connections within the military.
Worrying too much really clouds your mind. I'd completely forgotten about this.
Shěn Chén arrived at the foot of Black Mountain by 8 o'clock, arriving simultaneously with the military unit.
Brother Shun, I never expected it to be you.
Shěn Chén hadn't expected Li Tianqiu to be leading the team either. Another familiar face.
Brother Tianqiu, I never expected it to be you either. Li Tianqiu hadn't anticipated that Shěn Chén's wife was the one kidnapped.
This demanded his full attention. Brother Tianqiu, the kidnappers probably haven't reached Plant 102 yet.
I suggest you move in ahead of time and set up an ambush.
Shěn Chén glanced at himself. The enemy wouldn't expect him to arrive this early.
That's exactly what we had in mind.
Our plan is for one team to infiltrate Plant 102 and lie in wait, while another heads to 206. That way, if they refuse to exchange the younger brother and sister, we can still seize the opportunity to rescue them.
Li Tianqiu briefly outlined his plan to Shěn Chén.
You decide, Brother Tianqiu.
Shěn Chén, after all, wasn't a professional military operative. Professional matters required professionals.
But, Brother Tianqiu, I trained there as a kid and know every hiding spot inside out.
Li Tianqiu was overjoyed.
That's fantastic. This greatly increases our chances of a successful rescue.
Shěn Chén also requested a handgun from Li Tianqiu for self-defense.
Considering Shěn Chén's terrifying physical prowess, Li Tianqiu drew his own service weapon and handed it over. After all, Shěn Chén might prove invaluable in a critical moment.
Shěn Chén now waited quietly for the appointed time.
Meanwhile, based on Shěn Chén's intelligence, Li Tianqiu had already infiltrated the factory and was lying in wait. Before long, Li Tianqiu spotted a dozen figures sneaking into the factory. Li Tianqiu and his group were hiding in such a tricky spot that only someone familiar with the factory could possibly spot them. The group slowly combed through the entire factory before quietly taking up their own positions.
One of them even lay prone right in front of Li Tianqiu. Li Tianqiu nearly burst out laughing.
This spot was perfect, truly a case of blindness under the lamp.
Mr. Shên, you are indeed punctual.
Shěn Chén arrived at Factory 102 precisely at noon, where a dozen men armed with AKs were already waiting for him at the gate.
Where is he? Shěn Chén wasted no words, demanding Lu Yaji immediately. Where's the money? Let us see the money first.
The kidnappers retorted, implying that without seeing the money, it would be difficult to see the hostage. Shěn Chén turned back to the car, swerved the front end around, and opened the trunk. The kidnappers stared in shock at the trunk filled to the brim with cash. The sight was overwhelming.
All right, Mr. Shên, you're straightforward. Bring Miss Lu up here.
The kidnappers clapped their hands, and a hooded woman was brought forward.
Mr. Shên, we're leaving the hostage here. We'll be on our way. Shěn Chén looked at the kidnappers with a sneer. You guys sure keep your word, huh? Well, you see, we're kidnappers with principles.
The kidnappers seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Shěn Chén's words, instead fixing him with a look of pride.
So this is your idea of keeping your word, swapping the hostage for a fake?
Shěn Chén exposed their lie on the spot, startling the leader of the kidnappers. Captain, the hostage has been rescued.
This was the news Li Tianqiu and Shěn Chén simultaneously relayed about Lu Yaji's successful rescue. This news brought relief to both Li Tianqiu and Shěn Chén. Now, once they confirmed the woman's identity, they could unleash their full force. Chapter 81, Medical Lecture. Sometimes people just can't be too clever. Overthinking can get you killed.
The kidnappers' leader gave a sinister grin, his ghostly mask making the sight truly chilling.
I'm just curious, who's this woman beside you?
Shěn Chén ignored the leader's question, his urgency focused on confirming the woman's identity.
Then let you be a ghost who knows the truth. This is Night Rose. I intended for her to finish you off. But I never expected you to discover her.
Night Rose removed her hood at that moment, revealing a scar that ran across her entire face, sending a chill down anyone's spine.
Night Rose was also taken aback.
She hadn't anticipated Shěn Chén's mind working so swiftly. A tactic that had never failed abroad had backfired on her first attempt in China.
Well then, I can rest easy.
Shěn Chén flashed an eerie smile, sending a chill down the spines of both the kidnapper leader and Night Rose.
Aren't you afraid of us?
The leader of the kidnappers watched Shěn Chén's silly grin with keen interest.
I am afraid.
I'm afraid of the guns in your hands, but I'm not afraid of you people. Shěn Chén laughed wildly, his eyes brimming with contempt.
And with this? They dare kidnap my woman? What a bold claim, just us. Could an ordinary person handle this?
With this lineup, even a foreign special forces squad wouldn't stand a chance against them.
China may be off limits to mercenaries, but they refused to believe it, determined to prove themselves to foreign mercenaries.
But what they hadn't counted on was picking a fight with someone they couldn't afford to provoke.
What if I'm not alone?
Shěn Chén's words set off alarm bells in their minds, but they quickly calmed themselves.
Your woman is in my hands. What kind of trouble could you possibly cause?
The kidnapper leader suddenly snapped to attention, nearly falling for the kid's bluff.
What if I wasn't? Shěn Chén wanted to see how this man would transform from arrogance to shock, then to fear.
Ha! The kidnapper leader found this joke anything but funny and didn't want to waste any more time with Shěn Chén.
Liuzi, take care of him. Let's grab the cash and get out of here.
The leader communicated with his pre-positioned men inside the factory via earpiece, then prepared to step toward the vehicle.
6. Got it.
The leader's heart sank. Suddenly, a sense of impending doom washed over the entire gang. The leader's hair stood on end as he rolled to dodge a fatal blow. This constant vigilance had saved his life countless times before, narrowly escaping death's grasp.
What the hell? How did I miss? Looks like more practice is needed. Back to doubling the training regimen.
Litinho barked at the sniper beside him.
The sniper felt like crying, venting his frustration on the hostage-takers instead. Ah! One kidnapper clutched his groin, the excruciating pain overwhelming him until he passed out. Damn! Spot on. Shěn Chén watched the chaotic scene unfold, a chill running down his spine as he couldn't help but praise the shot. Thanks.
The sniper's modest voice came through the earpiece, and Shěn Chén resolved to keep his distance. This guy was a real handful.
Ambush! Get out of here! Get out of here!
The kidnapper leader was shot in the arm by the sniper but managed to take cover behind a vehicle with sheer grit. Just as one henchman was about to get in and start the engine, another squad arrived and blew his brains out.
Brothers, we're screwed today. Take down as many of them as you can.
Seeing no hope of escape, the leader resorted to desperate tactics. Litinho's special ops squad found themselves pinned down, unable to lift their heads. Guys, let's give them a taste of their own medicine.
Litinho and his men simultaneously pulled out grenades and hurled them forward. Boom! After the grenade's explosion, the scene fell silent. Litinho cautiously advanced to encircle the area. Watch out!
Litinho turned his head just in time to see an enemy behind him, who had drawn a grenade in a suicide attempt, get shot dead with a single bullet to the head. Shěn Chén stood nearby, gun still raised.
Litinho's back was drenched in sweat.
Without Shěn Chén, several of them would have been left behind today.
Everyone, finish them off. Litinho swiftly issued the order to prevent enemy counterattacks. Brother Shěn, thanks for today. You saved my life. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just ask.
After chatting with Shěn Chén for a while, Litinho felt relieved upon learning that Liu Yaji had already returned to Jiangchang.
Before long, Shěn Chén bid farewell to Litinho.
The police would handle the cleanup here, they didn't need to worry about it.
Shěn Chén, you're back. The moment Shěn Chén opened the door, Liu Yaji threw herself into his arms. She'd been absolutely terrified tonight. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's my fault for not protecting you. Shěn Chén looked at Liu Yaji with a guilty expression, wiping the tears from her face.
Chu Ruozhu, standing nearby, also threw herself into Shěn Chén's arms. Shěn Chén quietly embraced both women, silently considering whether he should start a bodyguard company. If something like this happened again, having someone to protect them would give him greater peace of mind. A few days later, the Jiangcheng Medical Association suddenly called Shěn Chén, inviting him to give a lecture at the university to promote medical skills. Shěn Chén reasoned that such university lectures held significant influence over students and agreed to participate. After all, he couldn't just collect a salary without doing anything. Shěn Chén pulled out his phone to check the news and discovered that the area near his clinic was slated for demolition. This news left Shěn Chén both delighted and reluctant. He was happy because he was about to become a demolition household, but sad because his clinic had been passed down for generations. Having grown up in the clinic since childhood, Shěn Chén had developed a deep emotional attachment to it. This special bond was something money couldn't measure. Upon closer inspection, he realized the demolition wasn't government organized, but rather a company had set its sights on the land's value. The company intended to purchase the land and develop it into a commercial district. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment and decided against the demolition. He had enough money to get by now and couldn't care less about the paltry sum offered for demolition. Shěn Chén wanted to preserve the Shěn family clinic. He could always come back to visit whenever he felt like it. It would make a splendid retirement home when he grew old. These days, Shěn Chén scarcely had time to see patients at the clinic, constantly pulled away by urgent matters demanding his attention. Shěn Chén suddenly yearned to return to the past, when he had been carefree. But he knew that was merely a fantasy. He still needed to achieve his goals and fulfill his promises. Glancing at the time, Shěn Chén prepared to head to Jiangcheng University. This was his alma mater, a place he hadn't visited in years. "Hello, may I have your name?" Experts had already been arranged at the school entrance to welcome the lecturer. Chapter 82, Embracing a New Identity. "Chairman Shěn, please follow me." The reception staff had already been informed that the president of the Jiangcheng Medical Association would be delivering a lecture. "Welcome, distinguished guests." Shěn Chén heard the familiar opening remarks, and his thoughts drifted back to his university days. "Please welcome Professor Qin Shou from Jiangcheng First Hospital to deliver our lecture." Shěn Chén nearly choked on his drink upon hearing that name. What kind of bizarre name is that? A bald man with a large head and ears, dressed in a suit, stepped onto the stage. The students below were stifling laughter, their faces flushed red. This name was too much for the university crowd. "Fellow students, we must solidly build our foundation in medical fundamentals and consolidate our review. Students, traditional Chinese medicine is utterly unreliable, it's nothing but a scam. TCM is pure feudal superstition. I advise students studying it to switch to Western medicine immediately. In my view, the reason those eagle chicken nations and pretty nations are world superpowers. China remains a minor nation, and I believe this is inseparable from traditional feudal practices like TCM." After finishing his statement, Qin Shou slammed his fist on the table in anger, expressing his dissatisfaction with China's preservation of traditional Chinese medicine. Shěn Chén and the other medical students present gradually grew somber. "What kind of doctor are you?" questioning TCM. A TCM student, unable to tolerate this, stood up and shouted at Qin Shou. "How dare you speak to me like that? You're just a student. Where are your school administrators? Get them out here. I want to see how your institution teaches its students. Jiangcheng University has disappointed me greatly. The quality of your students falls far short of those at my prestigious American university." Qin Shou's face darkened. This little brat had publicly humiliated him. It seemed he should report this to the school. Expelling such a troublesome student was necessary. "I think he's right. His perspective is spot on, while yours is utter nonsense." The school administration didn't know how to respond. They knew Qin Shou's arguments were flawed, but they couldn't counter him. He was an expert. Just then, Shěn Chén spoke up from the side, offering the school leaders a lifeline. "Ha! You're just a youngster who spent 2 years abroad, yet now you dare to sit in the expert's seat? This country is really going downhill. I should have emigrated to the United States long ago." Qin Shou couldn't care less about Shěn Chén, seeing him as nothing more than a gilded scion. "I can't agree with your viewpoint. First, I never studied abroad. Second, since I've earned my position as an expert, I possess the skills to back it up, unlike certain individuals on stage who merely engage in armchair theorizing and empty talk. I'd like to ask this expert Qin Shou, what surgeries have you actually performed?" Shěn Chén's soul-searching question infuriated Qin Shou. How dare this upstart defy him? "The surgeries this expert has performed outnumber the grains of salt you've eaten in your life. You're just a greenhorn, you've probably never even seen blood." Qin Shou retorted sarcastically. "If you want to spar with me verbally, go practice for another couple of years. So all this talk boils down to nothing but hot air, huh? Why don't you list them specifically then? Go ahead and prove me wrong." Shěn Chén's face was practically begging to be slapped, making the students behind him burst into laughter. "Since you're sitting in the expert seat, how many surgeries have you actually performed?" Qin Shou threw the question right back at Shěn Chén. "Sorry, I haven't performed any surgeries." Qin Shou doubled over, laughing at Shěn Chén's response. "Because I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." But Shěn Chén's next words made Qin Shou stop laughing. This kid was playing games with him. Traditional Chinese medicine? That feudal nonsense, you didn't actually kill someone with it, did you? Qin Shou mocked Shěn Chén openly, his expression dripping with contempt for traditional Chinese medicine. "My name is Shěn Chén, and I'm the chairman of the Jiangcheng Medical Association. You can look me up on Baidu and see several cases I've cured using traditional Chinese medicine." Shěn Chén turned to the students behind him and declared loudly, though his words couldn't match the undeniable proof. The student controlling the on-site screen immediately searched for Shěn Chén in full view of the audience. "Holy crap! Awesome! Look, Chairman Shěn is also a graduate of Jiangcheng University." The list of achievements in Shěn Chén's biography nearly blinded everyone present. The most eye-catching entry was the one about curing ALS. Clicking through revealed the actual video footage, which left the entire audience holding their breath as they watched intently.
So, Professor Chinsho, what do you have to say now? Why not take a look at Professor Chinsho's profile?
Shěn Chén's words made the backstage staff suddenly realize, and they quickly found Chinsho's treatment.
Everyone focused their attention.
Chinsho, director of publicity at Zhengcheng First Hospital, specialized graduate.
The most striking detail?
He fainted at the sight of a patient's blood. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd.
You're just a PR guy, what the hell are you showing off for? Every student present would one day achieve far more than you.
Professor Chinsho, so you're actually fainting at the sight of blood. Shěn Chén stared at the sweat-drenched Chinsho on stage with a look of sudden realization. Seeing Professor Chinsho drenched in sweat like that, maybe he should go take a shower first.
Right, I'll be heading out. Chinsho shot Shěn Chén a grateful glance. This time, he'd really hit a brick wall. No need to walk yourself, I've called someone to assist you.
No sooner had Shěn Chén finished speaking than officials from the health bureau walked in.
You must be Chinsho.
We suspect you of corruption and spreading negative influences.
Come with us.
As the health bureau official finished reading the statement, Chinsho collapsed onto the floor. When they lifted him up, everyone clearly saw a pool of liquid left behind. Fellow students, we must strive to strengthen ourselves and uphold the prestige of our nation. We must not worship foreign cultures. The legacy our ancestors left us holds profound meaning. It is the crystallization of 5,000 years of wisdom. Shěn Chén stepped onto the stage and addressed the crowd with forceful, resonant words.
If any of you have questions about medical techniques, feel free to ask me. I will answer each of you personally.
Shěn Chén's words ignited the enthusiasm of the students present. After all, students still prefer lectures like this. Next, Shěn Chén provided detailed answers to the questions raised by the university students. When encountering topics he didn't know, Shěn Chén candidly admitted his own ignorance, stating he still had much to learn.
Hearing his candid admission, the audience couldn't help but admire him.
Their bold and decisive demeanor earned them great admiration.
Shěn Chén answered 99% of their questions and guided them to draw broader conclusions.
Everyone urged Shěn Chén to become a professor, but he smiled and waved them off. He still preferred a quiet life. However, Shěn Chén promised them he would come here to give a lecture once a month. If they had any questions, they were welcome to ask. News of Shěn Chén's actions today spread online, sparking a significant buzz.
Chapter 83, Retreat. 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 Shěn Chén, the students have a point. We understand your schedule is tight. We'd like to invite you to serve as our school's honorary principal. All you need to do is come to the school once a month to give the students a lecture. As soon as Shěn Chén stepped out of the lecture, the principal pulled him into his office. Shěn Chén couldn't refuse the principal's request, and now he had one more title to his name. Shěn Chén had been home for only a few days when the system's notification chime began ringing incessantly in his mind. Congratulations, host. You successfully saved a life using the hemostatic pill. Reward, 1 point. Current points, 615. Shěn Chén felt a surge of joy. It seemed he was getting closer to the 1,000-point milestone. Judging by the system prompts in his mind, his company's pharmaceuticals were selling quite well. Shěn Chén was now intensely curious about what changes the system might undergo. Shěn Chén suddenly recalled that he hadn't used his gifted diseases much. Most of his rivals had already departed for the Western paradise. Shěn Chén suddenly remembered his feng shui box was still at his old place. He'd have to go back and retrieve it. By the time he reached his residence, it was already noon. Shěn Chén decided to order some fried chicken. He hadn't had that braised chicken rice from the nearby place in ages, and suddenly his craving kicked in. Seeing the spice levels, he decisively chose extra spicy. He was an absolute chili fiend. He'd already played over 10 rounds of Mobile Legends while lying down, yet still hadn't heard the delivery call. He opened the door to find the order had been sitting there for half an hour. Just as Shěn Chén was about to get up, he heard someone banging on the door. You little brat. Did you order this to kill me with spice? You asshole, how could you order something this spicy? It's got me old man drinking toilet water. The moment Shěn Chén opened the door, he was met with a face full of spit. Shěn Chén froze in shock. Was this some novel plot unfolding in real life? Hold on, old hag. That's my takeout. Did I tell you to eat it? Shěn Chén wasn't about to let her off the hook. He fired back with a barrage of sharp retorts. What's wrong with eating your own meal? Can't you show some respect for elders and kindness to the young? What kind of education did you get in school? The old woman unleashed her ultimate tactic. She flopped down right in the doorway and started throwing a fit. Neighbors peered out of their windows to watch the commotion. Seeing the old woman sprawled on the ground, every pair of eyes revealed nothing but disgust. Young man, did this old lady steal your takeout? A neighbor whispered to Shěn Chén from beside him. Yeah, bro, how'd you know? Shěn Chén asked, looking puzzled. His apartment had excellent soundproofing. They shouldn't have heard the commotion just now. That old lady just moved in. Who knows how many people's takeout she's stolen in this neighborhood? Now we're too scared to order takeout. Even when we go downstairs to pick up our own food, she glares at us the moment she spots us. But the craziest part is, if the food doesn't suit her taste, she'll come over and make a huge scene. Shěn Chén listened to the guy next to him and was completely dumbfounded. How could someone this bizarre exist in this world? What's wrong with me eating your food? If you keep looking, I'll make a scene at your doorstep every single day. I'll make sure you never have a moment's peace. The old woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she yelled at the neighbors watching the spectacle. The onlookers quickly shut their doors, eager to distance themselves. No one wanted to provoke a shameless old hag, especially since they couldn't lay a finger on her. At her age, she could sue you into bankruptcy. What do you want, old hag? Shěn Chén watched the old woman throwing a fit on the ground. Pay me. Compensate me with 1,000 yuan. No, make it 2,000 yuan. The old woman suddenly felt 1,000 was too little and raised her demand. No, how about 3,000? Shěn Chén's eyes darted around, and suddenly he thought of a good way to teach this old woman a lesson. Fine, 3,000. Not a penny less. The old woman glanced at Shěn Chén. What kind of sucker was this, practically begging to hand over money? But it has to be cash. I know those bank transfers leave a trail. The old woman grinned, revealing 2 front teeth, seemingly proud of her own cleverness. Shěn Chén, you're somewhat clever, but not very. But I don't have any cash on me right now. I'll have to go to the bank. Shěn Chén reached into his pocket, indicating he needed to withdraw cash. You're not going to run, are you? No way, I'm coming with you. The old woman was terrified Shěn Chén would take off. She'd finally found such a sucker she had to keep a close eye on him. Fine, come with me. Shěn Chén shrugged indifferently, the outcome wouldn't change anyway. Count it, see if it's 3,000 yuan. Shěn Chén handed the money to the old woman right in front of the surveillance camera. Here, take it. You're a smart kid. The old woman tugged twice before finally pulling the money from Shěn Chén's hand. Seeing the pained look on Shěn Chén's face, the old woman felt a surge of secret satisfaction. You little punk, you're still too green to mess with an old hag like me. Hello? Police? Yes, I'm reporting a robbery. Extorting me. Shěn Chén watched the old woman's back as she strolled away with her hands behind her, a mischievous smile curling his lips. He pulled out his phone and dialed 110. Bang! Open up, police. The old woman was happily counting money with her husband inside when she suddenly heard the police arrive. Officer, it's this old woman. She's the one who extorted me. Shěn Chén jumped out from behind and pointed at the old woman. Bull, officer. He gave it to me himself. The old woman panicked. Though elderly, she knew a thing or two about the law. Oh, so now you've moved on from stealing takeout to extortion, have you? This officer was in charge of local security and had been dealing with this old woman for ages. He'd lectured her countless times to no avail, mainly because her age meant she couldn't be detained. If she died in detention, no one outside would bat an eye. Now look, extortion. No one would care if she ended up in a death row cell. Officer, he's framing me. You little bastard, you dare to deceive me? I actually thought you were genuinely kind enough to give me money. The old woman lunged forward, clawing at Shěn Chén's face. Back off. Shěn Chén scrambled backward, deploying his signature move. Why do you always think you'll get something for nothing? Shěn Chén grinned at the old woman. Punishing people like this felt incredibly satisfying. Officer, I only took 3,000 yuan, no large bills. I'll just give it back, won't that do? Seeing the officer pull out handcuffs, the old woman finally panicked and scrambled to defend herself. 3,000 yuan is the threshold for filing a case. Don't you know that? The officer wasn't about to indulge her. He pinned her down and cuffed her. Chapter 84, Even the King of Hell Gets Slapped. You little bastard, you set me up? The old woman exclaimed in utter disbelief. Now she finally understood why Shěn Chén had given her an extra 1,000 yuan. But it was too late for regrets now. All she could do was shed tears of bitter remorse. Shěn Chén and the surrounding residents watched as the police led the old woman away, feeling nothing but satisfaction. At last, she could no longer threaten the safety of the neighborhood's food delivery services. That evening, Shěn Chén returned home with the feng shui box and told the two women about it. Both were shocked by the old woman's shamelessness. Hey, kid, got anything urgent these next few days? The next morning, Shěn Chén woke up to a call from old Master Lin. Old man, no problem. Shěn Chén wondered why old Master Lin would suddenly call him. It seemed like he needed something. Do an old man a favor. Mr. Lin briefly explained to Shěn Chén that his old friend's granddaughter had traveled to Yunnan and returned with a high fever that wouldn't break. And there was one extremely peculiar thing: she couldn't bear to see any men except her grandfather. Whenever she encountered any male doctor, she would vomit uncontrollably. Old man Lin was baffled. How could a simple trip turn into this? Was she possessed? Alright, old man, give me a moment to get ready. I'll head over immediately. Shěn Chén briefly reviewed the case details and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was the first time he'd encountered such an eerie case. He'd need to examine the situation in person for a closer look. Shěn Chén packed his things and caught the earliest flight out.
It was Shěn Chén's first time flying. His head felt heavy, and drowsiness kept washing over him. No sooner had he closed his eyes than he seemed to hear the cabin announcement calling for a doctor.
Is there a doctor on board?
One of our passengers has suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage.
We urgently need medical assistance.
Shěn Chén opened his eyes, now certain.
He stood up and called to the flight attendant. Great! Please follow me. The flight attendant was overjoyed.
Though this young man was inexperienced, he was still far more capable than any of them.
Shěn Chén followed the flight attendant, but as soon as he approached, he froze in shock. What on earth was going on?
The flight attendant who had led Shěn Chén oversaw that around 50 people had gathered beside the unconscious passenger.
These were all experts from major hospitals heading to Jingzhou for an academic conference.
Another flight attendant nearby explained the situation to the bewildered colleague. Shěn Chén was stunned by what he heard.
What kind of incredible luck did this passenger have?
The specialties matched, the conditions matched, and there were even more people than expected.
You mean the specialists I can't even get an appointment with normally and now 50 of them just showed up? The flight attendant said with utter disbelief. Did their ancestors' graves emit green smoke or something?
Yep, that's exactly what's happening.
Another flight attendant gazed at the collapsed passenger with envy.
King of Hell, heart disease. Patient, 56 cardiologists.
King Yama, no deal.
Pass. Sorry, sir, we have specialists here now.
Thank you for your cooperation.
The flight attendant turned to Shěn Chén and bowed apologetically. With this lineup, even the Grim Reapers would get slapped twice and leave in tears.
It's fine. I know them. Shěn Chén waved it off nonchalantly. He knew quite a few people in this crowd. At least half of them were present at that medical exchange conference.
Chairman Shěn, what are you doing here? An expert suddenly caught sight of Shěn Chén out of the corner of his eye and exclaimed in surprise. Surrounding experts turned their heads, recognized Shěn Chén, and greeted him in unison. This made Shěn Chén feel incredibly pleased. No wonder they taught us in school to greet our teachers. This feeling was truly satisfying.
I just happened to have a patient in Jingzhou.
I heard someone calling for a doctor earlier, so I came over and ran into you all. Shěn Chén smiled as he spoke. Running into an acquaintance on a flight was indeed a pleasant surprise.
Wonderful.
Chairman Shěn, you're here. Please join us in treating this patient.
Seeing Shěn Chén present, the experts felt their confidence surge.
If these 50 people failed to pull this patient back from the brink of death, the reputation of Jiangqing's medical community would be ruined by their hands. They were staking their entire professional reputations on this, but with Shěn Chén present, their worries vanished.
Chairman!
The stunning flight attendant beside him gasped in surprise, her alluring cherry-red lips parting at the expert's address to Shěn Chén. Yes, this is the honorary chairman of our Jiangqing Medical Association, whose medical skills are nothing short of miraculous. With him here, the patient's life is assured. A kind female specialist explained to the stunned flight attendant. Well, this isn't just the Grim Reapers getting slapped, even the King of Hell himself would get 2 slaps if he showed up now.
The flight attendant's envy and resentment only deepened.
The chairman of the medical association is like a university president. You might not even see him once in 3 years. No, if the King of Hell himself came, I'd bring him back to life right then and there, sending him back to the mortal world. If Shěn Chén knew what the flight attendant was thinking, he would definitely refute her. Shěn Chén silently activated the system's scanning function. Detected recoverable symptom, cerebral hemorrhage.
Recover this symptom?
Recover.
Shěn Chén silently commanded.
Notice, cerebral hemorrhage successfully recovered.
Earned points, 1. Current remaining points, 701.
Shěn Chén's on-site teaching amazed the experts present, who eagerly sought to learn his traditional Chinese medicine techniques.
Shěn Chén waved his hand. Family-inherited medical skills shouldn't be shared lightly.
Under the flight attendant's starry-eyed gaze, Shěn Chén quickly returned to his seat. Shěn Chén declared, "Nothing can stop me from sleeping."
If it can, then pretend I never said that.
As Shěn Chén disembarked, a small note appeared in his hand. The flight attendant who handed him the note subtly flaunted her curvaceous figure. Though the flight attendant's figure could be considered beautiful, in Shěn Chén's eyes, she still fell short. After all, his own wife was prettier and more considerate. After disembarking, Shěn Chén tossed the note into a trash bin and scanned the crowd intently.
So you're the one picking me up. Shěn Chén spotted the person holding his name. It turned out to be one of the bodyguards accompanying Old Master Lin.
Yes, Mr. Chén.
Please follow me.
Amidst the envious stares of the airport crowd, Shěn Chén climbed into the stretched Bentley and drove off.
Old Master, I've come to see you.
Shěn Chén made a detour to the mall and picked up 2 bottles of 1999 Maotai for the old man.
Good lad, you've put some thought into this.
When Old Man Lin emerged and saw the Maotai in Shěn Chén's hands, his eyes lit up instantly. You've got some conscience after all, remembering I've always had a taste for this. Old Man Lin nodded approvingly, thoroughly satisfied with Shěn Chén this time.
Old man, where's the patient?
Shěn Chén had mentioned an unusual patient, and he was most drawn to complex medical cases.
Challenges fuel motivation. Shěn Chén is no longer satisfied with treating minor ailments. Chapter 85, Diagnosing by Thread. Don't rush, you impatient youngster. My old friend won't make it today. He'll arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Have a drink with me tonight. Oh, and you're cooking tonight.
Old man Lin wasn't the least bit worried about his friend arriving late or his granddaughter's treatment being delayed. With Shěn Chén around, he can cure any illness.
Alright, then you and I will have a drink first.
After finishing his drink, Shěn Chén slept straight through until dawn the next day. You better get yourself together, folks are about to arrive. If you don't wake up soon, I'll go upstairs and yell at you. Old man Lin urged Shěn Chén to hurry up and get ready.
Okay.
Shěn Chén mumbled his agreement, still half asleep.
You've got to cure his granddaughter, you hear me?
Noticing Shěn Chén's puzzled look, old Master Lin continued. He and this old friend had battled their entire lives, neither willing to concede defeat, yet they cared deeply for each other. Old Master Lin refused to lose face before his old friend.
He couldn't afford to lose even once before he was laid to rest.
After all these years of rivalry, this time he intended to thoroughly humiliate his old friend.
Damn you, Lin! Why aren't you coming out to greet me?
Through the door, Shěn Chén heard a voice booming with vigor.
You've got your own hands and feet, you won't die. It's not like I'm seeing you for the last time.
Old Master Lin watched the old man striding in with the gait of a dragon and the step of a tiger, and couldn't help but curl his lips.
Humph. I won't argue with you about that now. Where is that doctor you mentioned?
Old man's son asked urgently. His granddaughter was the apple of his eye, and this incident had him nearly beside himself with worry.
He's sitting right over there. Shěn, just call him old son.
Old man Lin pointed at Shěn Chén, and the nickname made Shěn Chén chuckle.
You call him a doctor? He's just a kid who hasn't even grown any hair yet. Is he trying to pull my leg?
Old man's son stared at Shěn Chén's youthful face and exploded, roaring at old man Lin.
You're going to kill me. Are you trying to get yourself killed?
He's the chairman of the Jiangcheng Medical Association.
Let me tell you, he's actually cured ALS before. As for whether you can cure it, that's your call.
Old man Lin picked his ear, which infuriated old man's son to no end. Shěn Chén watched the two heavyweights bickering before him, not daring to breathe a word.
Fine, I'll treat you.
Old master's son relented. At this point, he had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. If Shěn Chén harmed his granddaughter in the slightest, he'd smack him dead on the spot.
Where was the patient?
Shěn Chén was puzzled. This light had instructed him to treat the illness, yet now he couldn't even see a single person.
Attendants, bring Xiao Zhu in. Shěn Chén looked up toward the doorway. Female bodyguards were supporting a stunningly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor as she entered. Shěn Chén took a moment to observe her figure.
All the right places were well endowed.
Ugh. Getting sidetracked.
She seemed fine, but that deathly pallor didn't exactly scream nothing's wrong.
This is my granddaughter.
As soon as old master's son finished speaking, he hurried to support his granddaughter, his eyes brimming with heartache.
Grandpa, ugh, make him stay away from me, ugh, far away. Son Zhuqian couldn't help but feel nauseous at the sight of Shěn Chén. Everything she'd managed to eat yesterday came rushing back up. Shěn Chén had no choice but to step outside. This was a bit tricky. If he used the system to scan her, wouldn't that give him away? Wouldn't the police arrest him for dissection and research?
A chill ran down Shěn Chén's spine.
How could he tell if this woman was in good condition? Old Master Lin asked Shěn Chén, having to accompany him despite his advanced age. It was hard to say now.
Without taking her pulse, he couldn't make a proper judgment. Shěn Chén shrugged helplessly, utterly speechless. Practicing medicine for so long, he'd encountered every kind of patient imaginable. What on earth should he do? Old Master's son, who had just stepped out, overheard Shěn Chén's words and couldn't help but feel frustrated. Even his own granddaughter couldn't find a suitable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. So much time had been wasted, and old Master's son couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
It seemed like another wasted trip today. Already annoyed, and now you, a little spider, have to bother me too.
Old Master's son flicked the spider that had landed on his neck onto the ground and crushed it underfoot.
Why take your anger out on a little spider? Easy for you to say, but that's my granddaughter. Shěn Chén ignored the two old men bickering.
Staring at the spider on the ground, he suddenly thought of a good idea.
Got it. I know how to take her pulse now.
Shěn Chén clapped his hands as inspiration struck.
What?
Old Master's son's eyes lit up, and the hope that had just faded in his heart rose again.
Diagnosing by suspended thread. Shěn Chén's suggestion left the two elders puzzled.
They were familiar with the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, but had never heard of thread pulse diagnosis.
Old Master, could you help me find some very thin, long threads?
Shěn Chén asked Old Master Lin to gather the tools while he began explaining the technique to the two elders. This technique gained fame through Sun Xiniao. In ancient times, men and women were strictly segregated. Imperial women held exalted status, and commoners were strictly forbidden from touching them. Thus, Sun Simiao invented the thread pulse diagnosis. Using just a few strands of silk, one could achieve the purpose of pulse diagnosis. Listening to Shěn Chén's explanation, the two elders finally understood. Though, I must say, your granddaughter's symptoms seem rather reminiscent of misandry. Shěn Chén suddenly recalled a novel condition that had emerged in recent years.
Misandry? There's such a thing? Grandpa Sun was startled.
In all his years, he'd never heard of such a condition.
Yes, this condition has only emerged in recent years. You might recognize it by another name. It's homosexuality, only her condition is rather severe.
This time, Shěn Chén's words registered with the old man. He seemed to have been hoping his granddaughter would find him a son-in-law and give him a plump great-grandson. But now it seemed that dream was about to be dashed. Old Master Sun wondered if he should urge his son to have another child right away.
Then why would she have a fever? Grandpa Lin posed the crucial question from the sidelines, how could misandry cause a fever?
That was the crux of the matter.
If it weren't for the fever, I could confirm it's misandry. Now, only after taking his pulse could they get an accurate answer.
Shěn Chén was also puzzled by this.
Could it be a fever? That shouldn't be the case. Mr. Shěn, do you think these lengths are sufficient?
At that moment, the bodyguard returned with a box full of wires, a tangled mess of colorful strands.
This one.
Shěn Chén crouched down and carefully selected for a while, picking out the silk thread with the best feel.
Old master, would you kindly tie these 6 threads to the Cun, Quan, and Chi points on both your left and right wrists?
Shěn Chén explained the exact locations to Old Master Sun.
Old Master Sun went inside and tied the threads to the exact spots Shěn Chén had instructed. Chapter 86, The Parasite.
Shěn Chén held the 6 silk threads in his hand, closing his eyes to carefully sense their properties. Silently, he activated the system's scanning function.
Detected the following diseases in Sun Zhuqian that can be recovered. 1. Heartless bug. 2. Harmful bug. Recover the following bugs?
Shěn Chén's heart raced, his expression turning pale. He didn't even notice the silk thread slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground.
What's wrong, Shěn?
Seeing Shěn Chén so visibly shaken, Old Master Lin and Old Master Sun felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Old Master Lin had never seen Shěn Chén in such a state before.
This isn't illness.
Shěn Chén blurted out, utterly stunned that this could be a poisonous insect.
Not an illness? Then why is my granddaughter like this?
Old Master Sun couldn't make sense of it, but Shěn Chén's state was highly suspicious.
It's a bug. Shěn Chén snapped back to reality.
Bugs had been banned from cultivation, yet he never imagined someone would secretly raise them in private.
Goo insects? Those Miao tribal poisonous insects?
Old Master Lin gasped. No wonder Shěn Chén's expression had changed so drastically.
What? My granddaughter has been cursed with a bug?
Grandfather Sun spoke at the same time, never expecting his granddaughter to return from a trip having been cursed.
Yes.
The reason she's like this is because she was infected with 2 types of curses simultaneously. One is the misandry curse, and the other is the most wicked of all, the harmful curse.
Shěn Chén said in a grave tone, explaining that this curse was extremely dangerous.
Infection with the Zhanghai curse causes mental confusion, irritability, foul breath, and hallucinations of sight and sound. In later stages, victims may see ghostly figures and hear ghostly voices, feeling as if facing mortal danger and frequently contemplating suicide. Only when the victim suffers a complete mental breakdown and dies will the curse finally cease. Moreover, this bug's effects manifest with terrifying speed. Within half a month, the victim is certain to die. The misandry curse, as its name suggests, causes the victim to vomit uncontrollably at the sight of men. In severe cases, it leads to heart failure.
Shěn Chén's words sent a surge of rage through Old Master Sun. Who dares scheme against my granddaughter?
This curse clearly had a specific target.
Otherwise, why would her granddaughter be the only one affected, while the friend who returned with her remained unharmed? Young friend, do you know of any solution? Old Master Sun pressed impatiently.
This bug magic hasn't been seen in who knows how many years. Old Master Sun pinned all his hopes on Shěn Chén. There is, but we must proceed one step at a time. Attempting to treat both simultaneously would cause your granddaughter's heart to stop abruptly and lead to her death.
Moreover, the treatment process is extremely demanding.
The slightest misstep could cost her life. Shěn Chén gave Old Master Sun a heads up in advance.
Finding the sorcerer who cursed her to obtain an antidote was utterly unrealistic now.
Before they could be found, she would already be dead. Old Master Sun fell silent upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, his heart torn by inner conflict. He must treat her. I cannot stand by and watch my granddaughter die so young. I cannot bear to bury my own child. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I must treat her. After a long pause, Old Master Sun made his decision. Better to fight this battle than watch my granddaughter suffer and die. Alright, the misandry curse is solvable.
It belongs to the Yin realm.
Tomorrow happens to be a full moon night, when Yin energy is at its peak.
The misandry curse emerges to breathe fresh air during the full moon tomorrow is the perfect opportunity. Shěn Chén spoke slowly. After hearing this, old master's son immediately placed full responsibility on Shěn Chén. All he wanted was a healthy granddaughter. Grandfather son, you and your granddaughter must prepare yourselves mentally. The treatment requires her to be completely unclothed, and the process will be excruciatingly painful. It's no less grueling than Guan Yu's bone scraping treatment.
Shěn Chén clarified this in advance to prevent any misunderstanding from old master's son.
Alright, I'll handle that.
Old master's son wasn't worried about Shěn Chén seeing Sun Zhuqian naked. What he feared was his granddaughter not enduring the excruciating pain of the procedure. After all, chastity pales in comparison to life itself.
Without life, everything else is meaningless.
At worst, he could let Shěn Chén marry his granddaughter. Seeing how Shěn Chén wasn't bad, he could reluctantly accept it. If Shěn Chén knew what old master's son was thinking, he'd definitely agree it was barely acceptable. With looks like mine and skills like mine, the line of women chasing me stretches from Jiangqing all the way to Jingzhou.
Xiaozhu, how are you feeling? Any better? Grandpa brought you your favorite food. Grandpa's son approached Sun Zhuqian's bedside, smiling kindly. Grandpa, just tell me straight. What's really going on with me? How much time do I have left? That doctor today didn't seem like a quack.
Sun Zhuqian instantly saw through her grandfather's forced composure and pressed him for answers. Grandpa's son remained silent for a moment before his voice grew hoarse as he repeated what Shěn Chén had said earlier to Sun Zhuqian.
Grandpa, I'll handle it. It's just pain, right? I'm not afraid. What's a little pain compared to life itself? I want to stay with you forever, Grandpa.
Sun Zhuqian paused before speaking, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her unhidden tears.
Zhuqian, don't be afraid. Grandpa truly can't bear to see you suffer. Rather than this, let's take a chance. Grandpa's son's eyes reddened as he held Sun Zhuqian tightly. Grandpa, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so reckless. Grandpa, please tell the doctor. If it comes to it, tie me to the bed. I promise I won't move.
Sun Zhuqian knew her chances of survival were slim, yet she still tried to comfort old master's son.
All right. Grandpa will wait for you to cook his favorite dish.
After saying this, old master's son turned and went out to speak with Shěn Chén.
All right, since you agree, we'll start tomorrow. The poisonous insect needs 2 days to take effect. I'll have someone bring the supplies over. Shěn Chén nodded.
Since he'd made his choice, he would take it seriously.
Why wait 2 days? Couldn't you just send someone to buy it?
Old master's son was eager to see his granddaughter live like a normal person.
This stuff isn't available for purchase. Only my family has passed it down through generations, and even I don't have much left.
Shěn Chén shook his head, and old master's son could only suppress his impatience.
Hey, what's up, stinky little brother? Miss me?
Lu Yaji's seductive voice rang in Shěn Chén's ear, sending a tingle of excitement through him.
Zizi, I need you to do me a favor. Shěn Chén asked Lu Yaji to bring him the small medicine box from under his bed. Alright, I got it. I'll come over tomorrow.
Lu Yaji agreed, and Shěn Chén began preparing to counter the misandry charm during tomorrow's full moon.
Shěn Chén couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Who on earth invented this thing?
He understood love charms, but he simply couldn't wrap his head around a misandry charm.
Whoever created this must have been a woman. How deeply must she have been hurt by men?
If she couldn't find happiness herself, she wasn't about to let anyone else have it either. Indeed, you just can't cross women, those creatures who bleed for 7 days every month and still don't die.
Chapter 87, While others refine elixirs, you fry them? Here's what you asked for. Lu Yaji handed the small medicine box to Shěn Chén, listening to the tinkling clatter of vials inside as they walked. Her curiosity was piqued. What could possibly be inside?
Her feminine instincts were stirred.
Get ready. I'm about to start alchemy. Shěn Chén glanced at Lu Yaji's inquisitive gaze and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Medicine brewing? Old master's son looked at Shěn Chén with curiosity. How did this suddenly involve alchemy?
Yes. The bug has its own commands, but we can use external stimuli to lure it away from its host for a period. This pill mimics the parasite's food to an extraordinary degree. Shěn Chén explained as he observed the three of them looking utterly bewildered.
Do we need any medicinal herbs for this? I've read that alchemy always requires medicinal ingredients. Old master's son asked curiously.
Old master's son was a seasoned novel enthusiast, though he'd been quite influenced by fiction.
This pill doesn't require any. I can fuse 2 types of pills together.
However, the herbs needed to counteract the poisonous bug require your help to find.
It's a bit beyond my capabilities.
Shěn Chén said solemnly. Refining the elixir to counteract the harmful bug is somewhat difficult. Shěn Chén wanted to test whether the elixir designed to counter the misandry bug might also work against the harmful bug. Fundamentally, these two curses share the same origin, and their dietary preferences are identical. Though the cursed insects could feed on human blood, the allure of Shěn Chén's elixir surpassed that of blood. Think of it like the allure of a lavish banquet. It's bound to be more tempting than plain white steamed buns.
Alright, give me a list. I'll have someone gather it. Aim to gather everything today. Old Master Lin agreed.
With his family's resources, sourcing a few herbs was no great matter.
Old Lin, this time I owe you a debt of gratitude.
Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Old Man's son realized that after a lifetime of rivalry with Old Man Lin, he had finally lost.
Very well.
Hearing those words, the old man felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Rest assured, I'll find those herbs for you. With young Shěn around, I guarantee your daughter will be perfectly safe.
Old Man Lin knew Shěn Chén was confident, so he patted his chest and assured Old Man's son.
Don't get too cocky. You've only beaten me this once, don't get too excited too soon. What if you need my help in the future?
Old Master's son snorted coldly, his teeth gnashing with frustration. Losing to him in his twilight years, what a blunder.
Old son, rest assured. With that kid Shěn around, this old man won't need to ask you for anything for the rest of his life.
Old Man Lin slung his arm around Shěn Chén's shoulder and roared with laughter. With Shěn Chén around, there'd be no surprises.
Alright, old man, hand me a pot. Don't embarrass me like this.
Shěn Chén and Liu Yaji exchanged helpless smiles at these two old pranksters.
What kind of cauldron? Isn't alchemy supposed to be done in a cauldron?
Old Man Lin realized his mistake the moment he spoke.
Who in their right mind would use a pot for alchemy? A wok, then? No, cauldrons take too long.
The cauldron needs to be heated to a specific temperature, and today's heat definitely won't suffice. Shěn Chén explained, this cauldron is too troublesome, and the heat is impossible to control.
One slip up and it'll blow up. I see. Wait, I'll go get it for you. Old Man Lin occasionally cooks at home, otherwise we wouldn't even have a wok. I'll go with you, old man. Just refine it in the kitchen. Shěn Chén pulled 2 bottles of medicine from his medical kit.
Then he pulled out several unidentified pills labeled leg-stretching, eye-glaring pills. The 3 of them stared at Shěn Chén like curious little kids, not blinking once. Shěn Chén uncorked both bottles, pouring out 2 streams of green liquid.
A foul stench followed immediately. Ugh!
Shěn Chén heard 3 simultaneous gagging sounds from behind him and smiled faintly.
Shěn Chén had anticipated this reaction.
He had already discreetly stuffed 2 wads of tissue into his nostrils while facing away from them. Shěn Chén turned his head, laughing so hard he doubled over. The 3 realized they'd been tricked when they saw the tissue in his nose.
Liu Yaji stepped forward and yanked the tissues out of Shěn Chén's nose. Ugh!
Watching Shěn Chén retch, the 2 elders and the young woman nodded in satisfaction this time.
That was more like it. Shěn Chén never expected Liu Yaji to pull this stunt.
He glared at her, grinding his teeth. If Liu Yaji could get out of bed within a week after he returned, he wasn't a man. Liu Yaji's heart sank at the look in Shěn Chén's eyes. She felt like she was done for. Shěn Chén turned his head, opened the gas valve, and began his performance of stir-frying the elixir. Watching the liquid in the wok gradually turn purple, Shěn Chén timed it perfectly and dumped all the pills he held into the pot. The 3 watched Shěn Chén tossing the wok, their hearts sinking into deep doubt. This pill-making process felt utterly subversive to their understanding. Though they had braced themselves mentally, they were still stunned. Shěn Chén watched as the pills and liquid in the wok gradually melted into a paste under the intense heat before finally stopping his movements.
Next came the crucial step, infusing this elixir with a soul.
Shěn Chén pulled a precious item from his medicine chest. The 3 stared in astonishment.
Wasn't that ginseng?
But it was connected to a rose.
Ha!
The trio exchanged puzzled looks. While they recognized both ginseng and roses individually, the combination of the 2 left them thoroughly baffled.
Could it be that I'm really getting old, and now there are even hybrid varieties like this? Both medicinal and romantic. Did this signify I love you while also implying I can heal you? This is a ginseng flower, not some rose. This flower is extremely rare, it's the only one passed down through my family.
Shěn Chén, perhaps sensing the confusion behind him, stepped in to explain. Finally, after Shěn Chén's 2.5 hours of painstaking effort, a peculiar fragrance overpowered the earlier stench.
All done. Now we just wait for the elixir to cool.
Tonight, under the full moon, it will be ready. Shěn Chén scooped the jade white elixir from the pot onto a plate, and the 3 gathered to examine it.
This thing looks pretty cool. These little pills have quite an unusual shape. Old Master's son picked one up for a closer look and let out a sigh of admiration. Shěn Chén, may I try one?
Liu Yaji, seeing these pills that were both beautiful and fragrant, couldn't help but swallow hard. But these are highly poisonous, they dissolve the moment they touch your tongue.
You dare eat something meant for poisonous insects? Shěn Chén was both exasperated and amused.
This gluttonous urge had taken hold, making him want to try everything. Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Old Master Lin silently set down the elixir in his hand and discreetly took a step back.
Don't worry, old master. Just holding it won't hurt.
As long as I don't eat it, there's no problem.
Shěn Chén watched Old Master Lin's movements. Was he seriously taking half a step back? Chapter 88, Secret Weapon Child's Urine. Oh, that puts my mind at ease.
Old Man Lin's expression returned to normal upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, and he said nonchalantly.
Old Lin, I never knew you were such a coward. Old man Sun, who witnessed the entire scene, doubled over laughing. What the hell are you laughing at? Shut it. No laughing.
Old man Lin, feeling his pride wounded, snapped angrily.
Old man, these are the things I want. Not a single ear can be missing, not a single item can be missing.
While the two old pranksters bickered, Shěn Chén took out paper and pen to write down the medicinal ingredients for treating the poisonous bug. He solemnly warned old Master Lin, if even one item on this list is incorrect, I myself could be backstabbed by the poisonous insects.
Very well, I understand. Upon hearing that any error could endanger Shěn Chén, old Master Lin immediately took the matter extremely seriously.
Now that old Master Lin treated Shěn Chén like his own grandson, he naturally couldn't let anything happen to him.
Shěn Chén, if you cure my granddaughter, I'll give it to you as payment.
Shěn Chén's eyes lit up at old Master Sun's words, and he eagerly agreed.
If men find women irresistible, then traditional Chinese medicine practitioners find medicinal herbs irresistible, especially those aged for decades. Shěn Chén, are you truly confident you can cure that girl?
After dinner that evening, everyone waited for the full moon to rise.
Liu Yaji sat beside Shěn Chén and asked, these poisonous insects are too mysterious.
Rest assured.
When has your man's medical skill ever let you down? Shěn Chén smiled faintly and pulled Liu Yaji into his embrace.
Though he spoke confidently, Shěn Chén harbored doubts about tomorrow's poisonous bug. Tonight's man-hating bug he could handle, but tomorrow's venomous bug left him uneasy. He was only holding on by clinging to the thought of not wanting to see a young life fade away.
I believe you. Liu Yaji's affirmation eased some of the unease in Shěn Chén's heart.
The moon gradually rounded into a sphere, slowly emerging entirely from behind the clouds.
Shěn Chén had long been stationed at the door, ready for action.
He had to make the most of his time. With only 2 hours left, Shěn Chén had to race against the clock.
You're here. Sun Zhuqian fought back the nausea in her stomach as she addressed Shěn Chén.
Take off your clothes.
We don't have much time, only about 2 hours.
Shěn Chén prepared his things without looking up, repeating his instructions to Sun Zhuqian.
Go ahead and pull back the covers. I'm ready.
Upon hearing Sun Zhuqian's words, Shěn Chén didn't think twice and reached out to pull back the covers. Shěn Chén fought back the heat rising in his chest, while Sun Zhuqian, lying on the bed, felt an overwhelming blush of shyness. Though she'd rehearsed this moment countless times in her mind, the reality felt entirely different.
It was about to begin. Cast aside all distracting thoughts. Shěn Chén took a deep breath.
Once the bug appeared, he wouldn't blink as he stared at Sun Zhuqian's jade-like body.
It was coming.
Before long, Sun Zhuqian felt something stirring within her body, as if something was about to emerge. She hurriedly told Shěn Chén, and he saw a peanut-sized bulge form beneath the skin of her abdomen.
It began slowly moving upward.
Sun Zhuqian felt the discomfort in her body and couldn't help but moan softly.
Ah! Mum!
Shěn Chén trembled at the sound. It was utterly tempting.
Shěn Chén shook his head, banishing the distracting thoughts from his mind.
Sun Zhuqian opened her cherry-red lips, and a creature emerged entirely black, with a menacing, demonic appearance upon closer inspection.
Shoo!
Just as Sun Zhuqian was about to scream, she caught Shěn Chén's silent warning gesture.
She forced down the intense nausea welling up inside her,
though she couldn't suppress a few gagging sounds. Seeing the misandry bug emerge, Shěn Chén swiftly opened the bottle of pills in his hand. The peculiar fragrance wafting from the pills caused the misandry bug to circle in place.
Shěn Chén watched the insect's movements, a flicker of hope lighting up his face.
It seemed there was still a chance. Just then, he suddenly felt someone touching him.
Shěn Chén looked down.
Sun Zhuqian pointed at her stomach, silently mouthing words.
Shěn Chén understood Sun Zhuqian's lip movements.
She sensed another creature inside her, one that wanted to emerge but couldn't.
A pang of disappointment washed over Shěn Chén.
It seemed the elixir had no effect on the harmful bug. The misandry bug probed the bottle opening a few times before darting in and out again. Shěn Chén knew this was the male aversion bug assessing whether danger lurked. Like any insect, it would only eat food offered by its master without hesitation. When fed by others, it would test the offering first, confirming its safety before consuming it. Shěn Chén remained unhurried. It was still early, and the bugs had emerged much sooner than he'd anticipated, leaving ample time. After 2.5 minutes, the misandry bug finally flew into the bottle with confidence and began to enjoy its meal. Just then, Shěn Chén pulled another transparent glass bottle from his pocket. With lightning-fast reflexes, Shěn Chén fused the two bottle openings together. Sensing danger, the bug decisively abandoned its meal, attempting to dash out the bottle opening and return to its host's body. But the other glass bottle held the parasite's natural nemesis, virgin urine. The bug was yin in nature, while the boy's urine was the ultimate yang substance. A cloud of white vapor erupted from the male-repelling bug inside the glass bottle. A shrill scream pierced Shěn Chén and Sun Zhuqian's ears before the man-hating bug sank motionless into the urine. Shěn Chén sealed the bottle's opening, smearing a ring of rooster blood around the rim. This time, he could finally relax.
Miss Sun, the bug is gone. Now I need to purge the toxins from your body. This is to better prepare you for the next type of bug. Sun Zhuqian nodded, signaling Shěn Chén to proceed without restraint. She would offer no resistance.
Shěn Chén summoned the system. Notice, successfully recovered residual toxins from the misandry bug.
Reward points, 5. Current points remaining, 706. Shěn Chén withdrew the silver needles, silently letting out a sigh of relief. Well, how about it, Shěn? As soon as Shěn Chén emerged, Old Master's son eagerly grabbed him and demanded. Yes. Shěn Chén raised the glass vial containing the misandry bug for everyone to see.
Old Master's son looked at the poisonous insect in Shěn Chén's hand, feeling a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He then went inside to check on his granddaughter. Sun Zhuqian had already dressed herself with Shěn Chén's help. Seeing his granddaughter drenched in sweat yet looking far more spirited than before, wrinkles crinkled like chrysanthemums on his face.
Chapter 89, The Old Master Who Feigns Illness. Don't get too excited just yet, the real show is about to begin.
Shěn Chén knew it wasn't the best time to pour cold water on their enthusiasm, but keeping them on edge was still the better approach.
He feared any complacency might undo all their previous efforts.
Yes, the real show was yet to come. Old Master's son instantly sobered up, silently cursing himself for being such a coward.
Rest assured, little divine healer will cooperate fully. Sun Zhuqian looked at Shěn Chén, a fleeting, unreadable emotion flickering in her eyes.
Lu Yaji, standing nearby, keenly noticed the look in Sun Zhuqian's eyes. That look was identical to the one she herself had once worn.
Lu Yaji sighed inwardly. Having a man too outstanding had its downsides.
Shěn, there's been a problem with the herbs.
You'll need to handle this personally. Early the next morning, Old Master Lin informed Shěn Chén, surprised that even the Lin family's influence wasn't enough. What's the matter, Old Master? Not enough money? Shěn Chén froze. Why would he need to personally handle the herbs?
From the tone, it didn't sound like there was a shortage.
How much? I'll cover it.
Old Master's son waved his hand dismissively. Money was the least of his concerns.
Pay my ass. Xiaozhu is practically my granddaughter. I can certainly cover this expense.
We've already procured all the other herbs, but there's one ingredient left.
500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. The seller says he'll give it away for free. But there's one condition.
Old Master's son said this was a blessing, just fulfill his wish.
The condition is that we must cure his father's chronic ailment. But his father's ailment has stumped many renowned doctors.
So Shěn, you'll have to make the trip yourself. After hearing the old man's words, Shěn Chén realized this was essentially offering a bounty for a renowned physician.
No problem. What's so difficult about that?
Shěn Chén followed his bodyguard to the private residence, where a long line stretched out the front gate.
Shěn Chén got out of the car and asked a man ahead of him, "What's going on here?"
"Bro, you're here to see the beauties too, right?"
The man turned and winked at Shěn Chén, assuming he was one of them. "Ha? Aren't you here for the Polygonum multiflorum?" Shěn Chén froze. The bodyguard had come to the wrong place. What was he doing here?
"Bro, you're here for the Polygonum multiflorum, right?" The older guy chuckled awkwardly. What a mix-up. Then the old man explained the rules of the place to Shěn Chén. A few months ago, the old master here caught some strange illness, feeling unwell, running fevers, and experiencing chills. They'd consulted a bunch of doctors, but no one could figure out what was wrong. The strangest thing was that the old man still had a normal appetite. He enjoyed everything he ate and could polish off 10 big steamed buns in one sitting. The family was completely at a loss, so they decided to offer a reward. Whoever cured the old man could choose between taking 20 million yuan or the Polygonum multiflorum route. However, the family's granddaughter was exceptionally beautiful. Many people came not for the cure, but to see the beauty. After all, it was for their own enjoyment.
Shěn Chén finally understood.
With a nod of thanks, he pushed his way forward.
Excuse me. What's with the pushing? Don't you know about first come, first served?
Shěn Chén drew murmurs of discontent from those around him, but also captured the attention of the young woman in the courtyard.
Shěn Chén looked closely. The girl had bright eyes and pearly teeth, skin as white as snow, and a beauty that rivaled Lu Yaji's.
The girl sensed Shěn Chén's gaze and assumed he was looking at her. A flicker of disgust crossed her beautiful eyes.
Hello. If I cure the old man's illness, I can take 500 years worth of Polygonum multiflorum, correct?
Shěn Chén was in a hurry and didn't beat around the bush. He addressed the girl directly.
Yes.
You? Only then did the girl lazily lift her head, though she didn't believe Shěn Chén for a second.
Yes, me.
Shěn Chén saw the disdain in her eyes, but he didn't care.
Hurry up and leave. All these famous doctors couldn't cure my grandfather. Don't embarrass yourself. The girl impatiently shooed Shěn Chén away.
To her, he was just some spoiled rich kid trying to get her attention.
I don't have time for this.
I need He Shou Wu to save someone right now.
Shěn Chén felt a surge of irritation. He had no patience left for this woman. What's wrong, Xiao Ye?
A middle-aged man emerged and approached upon hearing Shěn Chén's words. Jiang Yu recounted the situation to Jiang Tao.
Young man, this is no joke. We're genuinely seeking medical help. Jiang Tao said sternly to Shěn Chén, hoping to make him back down. I know. Just take me there.
Shěn Chén paid no heed to Jiang Tao's words, already forming a rough guess in his mind.
Alright, since that's the case, young man, follow me. If you cure my father, I'll personally present you with the Polygonum multiflorum.
But if you fail, you'll leave here with one leg less. Jiang Tao changed his tone abruptly. He still wanted Shěn Chén to know his place and avoid ending up crippled. Deal. If I can't cure him, I'll leave behind one leg. Shěn Chén's confident words made Jiang Tao look at him with newfound respect, though he couldn't tell if this Shěn Chén was genuinely skilled or just putting on a show.
This is my father. His illness has been a real headache for me. I'm even working from home now. An elderly man lay groaning in bed. Jiang Tao hurried over and began patting his father's back.
Shěn Chén wasted no words, grabbing the old man's wrist to take his pulse.
He discreetly activated the system. Detected, Elder Jiang is in good health with no recoverable illnesses. Well, young man?
Seeing the smile on Shěn Chén's face, Jiang Tao felt a stir in his heart.
I'd like to ask, has the old man been feeling weak all over lately? Feeling chills all over, and having trouble moving his legs and feet, right? Shěn Chén gave a devilish grin.
This made old Master Jiang's heart skip a beat.
Could he have been exposed? Impossible. But upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, old Master Jiang realized it was a false alarm. He quickly nodded, feigning distress. Old Master, is there anything you're particularly afraid of? Shěn Chén motioned for Jiang Tao to step outside to talk. This couldn't be overheard by old Master Jiang. What about snakes? Though Jiang Tao didn't understand why Shěn Chén was asking, he paused to think before answering.
Mr. Jiang, prepare a non-venomous snake for me.
I can cure the old master. Jiang Tao was utterly baffled, yet he set out to fulfill Shěn Chén's request.
Though it felt absurd, he refused to abandon even a sliver of hope.
Here you go. This is the snake you requested.
Shěn Chén stopped Jiang Tao as he was about to step inside, then tossed the snake into the room.
Ah! There's a snake!
Shěn Chén and Jiang Tao stood at the doorway, listening to the thumping and scraping sounds coming from inside. Shěn Chén turned and shrugged at Jiang Tao.
Now you know.
Chapter 90, The Spoiled Little Princess.
Ugh! This feels awful, I'm gonna die. Ouch, my back, my head, my poor old body.
As Shěn Chén and Jiang Tao stepped inside, the air seemed to grow still.
The old man reacted instantly, flopping down and starting to moan dramatically. Dad, how could you do this? You've delayed my company for so long. Our company's performance has started to decline recently.
Jiang Tao looked at the old man helplessly and said, never having imagined that the old man would feign illness to deceive them. He'd considered every possible illness, but never once imagined the old man would fake an illness to deceive them.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jiang must work overtime frequently and rarely comes home, right? Shěn Chén observed Jiang Tao's pale complexion and sunken eye sockets.
A quick glance was enough to reach a conclusion no system needed. Right, after all, I'm middle-aged now.
We should focus on creating more opportunities for our descendants.
We work hard now so our descendants can enjoy the fruits of our labor.
Jiang Tao voiced his inner thoughts, seizing the moment before old age overtakes him. But Mr. Jiang, have you considered your father's feelings?
Nowadays, the elderly just want their children and grandchildren to keep them company and spend more time with them.
Knowing their time is limited, they yearn for their children's company even more.
I believe that's why the old man resorted to this desperate measure. Shěn Chén's words left Jiang Tao speechless, while the old man beside him paused his moaning. Dad, I promise family will always be my top priority from now on.
I neglected your feelings.
Jiang Tao stepped forward and embraced his father, recalling how his father had raised him from the countryside through sheer determination, enduring countless hardships. He built the mighty Jiang family empire, and after taking the reins, he'd been so focused on elevating it further that he'd neglected his family's emotions.
Dad, what I did was unethical too. I'm sorry for worrying you. Shěn Chén saw the father and son finally talking things out. A faint smile touched his lips as he quietly slipped out of the room. Hey, Quack, did you cure my grandpa?
Jiang Xingyue spotted Shěn Chén lurking by the doorway and, suspecting he was up to no good, watched him warily. Luckily, I managed to cure the old man.
Want to go in and see?
Startled by the sudden shout from behind, Shěn Chén snapped back to attention and spoke up.
Who knows what you're up to lurking around like that? So many renowned doctors couldn't cure my grandfather. How could someone so young possess such exceptional medical skills?
Jiang Xingyue retorted bluntly, her impression of Shěn Chén still frozen on his lecherous gaze at the door.
You can go in and see for yourself. Whether it's good or not, you'll see at a glance.
Shěn Chén's patience with the woman before him had worn thin, his tone flat and detached.
Xiao Ye apologized to Dr. Shen. Jiang Tao helped the elderly Mr. Jiang out of the room and began scolding him. Grandpa, you're better.
Who knows if the previous doctor was actually curing Grandpa, making this charlatan just get lucky by chance. Jiang Xingyue paid no heed to her father's words, continuing to throw a tantrum like a spoiled princess.
She'd never apologized to anyone her entire life. How could she possibly yield to Shěn Chén? Mr. Jiang, the old master's condition is no longer serious.
I'll take my leave now, but I hope you'll honor your promise and deliver the 500 years worth of Polygonum multiflorum to the Chu family. With those words, Shěn Chén strode swiftly out of the Jiang residence. He feared that lingering any longer might cause him to lose control of his hands. Jiang Xingyue, let me make this clear, regardless of your past behavior, you will personally deliver the medicine to Dr. Shěn tomorrow and apologize. If you still can't rein in your spoiled brat temper tomorrow, I'll give you only 3,000 a month from now on.
And don't even think about asking grandpa and grandma for money. Jiang Tao never imagined Jiang Xingyue would let him down at this critical moment.
If not for Shěn Chén, he still wouldn't know the old man's true intentions.
Grandpa, look at Dad.
Jiang Xingyue pouted at the old man, trying to get him to discipline Jiang Tao.
Xiao Ya, your father is right.
This time, old Master Jiang sided with his son.
Humph. Fine, I'll apologize.
Seeing her coaxing was futile, Jiang Xingyue huffed and stormed out. This child, she's been spoiled rotten. It seemed she'd have to work on changing her temperament.
Jiang Tao watched Jiang Xingyue's attitude, shaking his head with a bitter smile. What's wrong, Shěn Chén?
Why are you so upset after just going out to get some medicine? Lu Yaji was chatting idly with Sun Zhuqian when she turned and saw Shěn Chén walk in with a dark expression. She hurriedly sat beside him, patting his back and handing him a glass of water.
Shěn Chén recounted the entire incident, and both elders exploded on the spot.
Humph.
Who gave her the nerve? Some little family's eldest daughter. If it weren't for the urgency, who would want to use his herbs? Old Master Lin was furious.
Shěn Chén was like his own grandson now. How could he swallow his pride when his grandson was slandered like this? Old Master Sun, who owed Shěn Chén his life, felt even more guilty now that Shěn Chén had gone out to seek medicine for him only to be bullied. Humph. If they don't give me an explanation tomorrow, I'll wipe them out. Old Master Lin radiated sheer dominance. This anger was absolutely unbearable.
Early the next morning, Jiang Tao arrived at the doorstep with Jiang Xingyue to apologize.
Dr. Shěn, here is 500 years worth of Polygonum multiflorum and a card with 10 million yuan.
Please accept this. My daughter acted out of ignorance yesterday and spoke disrespectfully to you. I deeply regret it.
Consider this 10 million as compensation for your emotional distress. Jiang Tao was fixed under the piercing stares of Old Master Sun and Old Master Lin. The slightest hint of disrespect in his words would prompt Old Master Lin to wipe out the Jiang family without hesitation.
Seeing Jiang Tao's sincere gesture, Shěn Chén's expression finally softened slightly. Xiao Ye apologized to Dr. Shěn.
After returning home yesterday, Jiang Tao had investigated Shěn Chén's background. What he discovered was nothing short of shocking.
Shěn Chén's resume sparkled with gold, completely dazzling Jiang Tao.
Jiang Tao attempted to dig deeper into Shěn Chén's background, but a pop-up notification on his screen stated insufficient permissions, startling him. Whenever such a message appeared, it invariably signaled someone with deep-rooted connections. Jiang Tao and Old Master Jiang discussed it through the night and decided to offer 10 million yuan as an apology. On the way here today, Jiang Tao repeatedly warned Jiang Xingyue, who finally realized she'd made a huge mistake this time.
I'm sorry, Dr. Shěn. Yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have verbally humiliated you. Jiang Xingyue stepped forward and bowed deeply to Shěn Chén.
After all, Shěn Chén alone was enough to bring the Jiang family to its knees. If the Lin family were added to the mix, her clan would likely be expunged from Jingzhou within a week.
Chapter 91, Mother-Child Parasite. It's fine. Just don't act so spoiled and stubborn in the future. Jiang Tao watched Shěn Chén's tone soften and finally exhaled in relief. Old Master Lin, moved by their sincere apology, finally spared them. Shěn Chén, come see Qian Qian. At that moment, Lu Yaji called anxiously from upstairs. Jiang Xingyue looked up. There was actually a woman who could rival her in beauty. In fact, she might even be slightly more attractive. What's wrong? I'll go see.
Shěn Chén dashed upstairs at lightning speed.
Could the bug have activated prematurely? Shěn Chén silently commanded, activate system scan function.
Detected the following recyclable symptoms in Sun Zhuqian, medium harmful bug growth stage.
Recover this symptom?
Shěn Chén's heart sank slightly. This was troublesome. He had assumed the medium harmful bug would remain dormant for the next few days.
Shěn, what's wrong with my granddaughter? Old man Sun asked anxiously.
Why on earth did she suddenly start thrashing about in bed? The bug has entered its growth phase.
We must begin treatment today. There's no time to spare for Xiaoqian's recovery.
Now that it's just entered the growth phase, it's still manageable. After Shěn Chén finished speaking, he hurried downstairs to fetch the Polygonum multiflorum and began preparing the elixir.
The Jiang family father and daughter wished to observe Shěn Chén's medical skills. With Old Master Lin's permission, they followed behind them. A poisonous insect?
The Jiang family exchanged glances. Did such things truly exist? Downstairs, Shěn Chén followed yesterday's procedure step by step, except this time he added an extra step of squeezing out the juice. Shěn Chén brutally squeezed the juice out of the herbs by hand. Watching from the side, Jiang Tao felt nothing but heartache. It was sheer wastefulness. Shěn Chén's subsequent pill frying process left them utterly astonished, completely overturning their previous worldviews.
Get ready. It's time to begin the treatment.
Shěn Chén informed Old Master Sun before turning to fetch his silver needles from his room.
Xiaoqian, we're about to begin. Get ready, and remember, no matter what, hold back. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. Shěn Chén reminded Sun Zhuqian once more, this time with even greater urgency. Okay. Sun Zhuqian remained as before. Shěn Chén suppressed his inner restlessness, his expression utterly focused.
Shěn Chén uncorked the pill bottle, releasing a wave of delicate fragrance. The harmful bug within Sun Zhuqian's body reacted swiftly, its movement visible beneath her skin. Before long, the poisonous bug crawled out of Sun Zhuqian's nostrils. This time, completely unprepared, it burrowed straight into the pill bottle. Shěn Chén repeated the process, capturing the poisonous bug in the boy's urine.
Brother Chen, how come it went so smoothly this time? Sun Zhuqian asked Shěn Chén from the bed, puzzled. She hadn't felt any pain at all.
Shěn Chén himself was puzzled by how smoothly it had gone.
But smooth was fine. Sun Zhuqian's life was safe, and that was what mattered. Squeak!
Shěn Chén heard the poisonous bug emit a squeak but paid it no mind, simply assuming it was the bug's death cry.
Ah!
Just as Shěn Chén was about to administer the antidote to purge the toxins from Sun Zhuqian's body, a piercing scream erupted from the woman lying on the bed. This made Old Master Sun, waiting outside the door, feel a sharp pang in his heart as he silently prayed.
What's wrong?
Shěn Chén dropped the silver needles in his hand and rushed to Sun Zhuqian's bedside.
Burning hot.
It hurts, it still hurts.
Sun Zhuqian murmured weakly. Shěn Chén immediately activated the system.
Detected the following recoverable symptoms in Sun Zhuqian, harmful bug mother.
Recover this symptom? Shěn Chén's heart sank.
Damn it, this was a mother-child bug.
Who could be so vicious?
They were even afraid someone might remove the curse from Sun Zhuqian, resorting to planting a mother-child curse. The true cruelty of the mother-child curse lay in its nature. The moment the mother curse within the body sensed the absence of the child curse, it would erupt immediately without even waiting for the full maturation phase. The mother bug had only one purpose, to destroy its host.
Shěn Chén thought, the elixir has now completely lost its effect.
Shěn Chén looked at Sun Zhuqian before him and resolved firmly, he couldn't stand by and watch a life slip away before his eyes.
Shěn Chén drew a small knife and slit his wrist before Sun Zhuqian's horrified gaze. What are you doing?
Shěn Chén pressed his bleeding wrist into Sun Zhuqian's mouth as she stared at him in terror. Sun Zhuqian instinctively swallowed Shěn Chén's blood.
The mother poisonous bug, as if sensing a delicious scent, abandoned its violent rampage.
It began crawling toward the source of the blood, greedily sniffing the pungent scent. Shěn Chén saw the mother parasite about to crawl out of Sun Zhuqian's mouth and quickly pulled his wrist away. But Shěn Chén underestimated its speed. By the time he reacted, the mother parasite had already burrowed through his wound and into his body.
Brother Chen, are you okay?
Sun Zhuqian witnessed the entire scene, her heart filled with both gratitude and worry.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Shěn Chén first administered several self-injections to stop the bleeding from his wrist. Shěn Chén intended to purge the toxins from Sun Zhuqian's body, but the toxins of the mother-child bug were exceptionally potent. Shěn Chén had no choice but to deploy his signature technique, the purple Yang 9 needles. The mother-child bug belonged to the Yin category, and ordinary acupuncture techniques had negligible effects. Only the Ziyang 9 needles, imbued with the heaviest Yang energy, could be effective. To the observant eye, the sequence of these 9 needles mirrored the constellation of the Big Dipper. After Shěn Chén finished inserting the needles, Sun Zhuqian felt an even more intense wave of burning heat wash over her body than before.
Sun Zhuqian couldn't help but cry out, it was unbearably hot.
Don't worry, just bear with it.
It'll pass soon.
As Shěn Chén flicked the silver needles, another wave of excruciating pain washed over Sun Zhuqian.
How could it be this big?
Sun Zhuqian asked, her gaze fixed on the silver needle in Shěn Chén's hand.
That's normal. Just bear with it, it'll be over soon. Shěn Chén reassured Sun Zhuqian. The needle wasn't this thick by his choice. Ah! It's burning me to death.
Shěn Chén had reached the final step for Sun Zhuqian, who felt like she was about to be burned alive.
All done. Shěn Chén wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Suddenly sensing the abnormal presence of the poisonous bug within his own body, he swiftly inserted 2 needles into himself, temporarily sealing off the host. People outside heard the commotion inside and assumed it was medical treatment. Unaware of the truth, they might have thought they were engaged in some sort of population-boosting campaign.
Old Master, I've fulfilled my mission.
Shěn Chén leaned weakly against the wall, forcing a faint smile onto his face. The mother-child bug's host was wreaking havoc inside him. The energy expended administering the needles to Sun Zhuqian, coupled with the blood he'd fed her, would have sent an ordinary person into unconsciousness long ago.
Put. Just as Lu Yaji caught Shěn Chén, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 92, Shěn Chén faints. Shěn Chén, what's wrong with you? Lu Yaji had initially thought Shěn Chén was merely exhausted and was about to help him rest. But then she saw Shěn Chén spit out a mouthful of blood, which terrified everyone present. Before Shěn Chén could say anything, he fainted. Lu Yaji reached out to take his hand and lead him to the room. But as she lifted his arm, everyone saw a deep knife wound on his wrist. Chén Chén, what happened? Old Master Sun saw Sun Zhuqian emerge from the room and urgently inquired. Seeing Shěn Chén's state, Sun Zhuqian couldn't hold back her tears as she recounted the recent events to everyone. It seemed the old man would never be able to repay the debt he owed to that Shěn lad. Old Master Sun gave a bitter smile. That Shěn Chén could go this far meant the Sun family truly owed him a debt they could never repay. Hello, is this Mr. Fong? I'm Shěn Chén's girlfriend. You've met me before. While Old Master Sun was still lost in his thoughts, Lu Yaji suppressed her grief, pulled out Shěn Chén's phone, and dialed Old Master Fong's number. She desperately hoped he could save Shěn Chén's life now. Oh, little Lu. Why hasn't that brat Shěn Chén called me? Uncle Fong, unaware of the gravity of the situation, was still joking around. Lu Yaji quickly explained the situation to Old Master Fong, who promised to come immediately. Old Master Fong had taken such a liking to this youngster he couldn't let Shěn Chén die like this. Little G, who did you just call? If the old man can't handle it, I'll sell off every last penny to bring in the nation's top physician to treat Shěn Chén. Old Master Lin helped Shěn Chén into a room. Old Master Lin's words startled Jiang Tao. He was even willing to squander his family's fortune to save Shěn Chén. It seemed Shěn Chén was incredibly important to the Lin family. It's fine, Grandpa. I just called Master Fong, the renowned traditional Chinese physician. Lu Yaji forced a smile, and only then did Old Master Lin relax. Ruozhu, something's happened to Shěn Chén. Lu Yaji pulled out her phone and called Chu Ruozhu. Now only Chu Ruozhu could be there for her. No way. That little rascal's got tough luck, nothing could happen to him. Zizi, don't worry. I'm on my way right now. Chu Ruozhu's voice trembled with panic. She hung up without even changing her clothes. Zizi, it's late. Go rest and eat something. Old Master Lin pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Lu Yaji sitting there silently, his heart ached deeply. It's okay, Grandpa. I want Shěn Chén to wake up and see me. Lu Yaji stroked Shěn Chén's face, her eyes brimming with love as she spoke. Seeing her resolve, Old Master Lin didn't know what to say. Silently, he pulled a chair over to the window, took out his pipe, and began smoking in quiet contemplation. You better pull through, kid. How else am I supposed to explain this to your girlfriend? Old Master Lin felt profound guilt. He had summoned Shěn Chén for treatment, and now, in this situation, he bore undeniable responsibility. On one side was his longtime friend, and on the other was Shěn Chén, whom he regarded as his own grandson. Old Master Lin's heart was torn in two. Shěn Chén. Everyone watched as Chu Ruozhu burst through the door. Seeing Shěn Chén on the bed, tears instantly streamed down her face. Ruozhu, you're here. Chu Ruozhu trembled as she reached out to touch Shěn Chén's face, only to jerk her hand back as if electrocuted. Despite spending the entire night mentally preparing herself, the sight still felt impossible to believe. Old Master Lin felt even more guilty upon seeing Chu Ruozhu. He had long heard Shěn Chén mention having two girlfriends, and now his guilt only deepened. Sun Zhuqian and Jiang Xinyue stared at Chu Ruozhu, astonished that Shěn Chén had two stunningly beautiful girlfriends. When Lu Yaji saw Chu Ruozhu arrive, she finally couldn't hold back her grief. Both women burst into tears. Shěn Chén's coma felt like a bolt from the blue to them. Moments later, Old Master Fong pushed open the door. Grandpa Fong. The two women looked at Old Master Fong as if they had seen a glimmer of hope, placing their hopes in him. Ah, don't worry, you two. Young Shěn will surely be fine. Old Master Fong patted both girls on the head, comforting them. Shun's pulse is stable now. He's unconscious due to excessive blood loss. But there's a parasitic worm inside him, something I can't resolve. I can only awaken Shěn Chén prematurely. This is something only he can handle himself. But you must prepare yourselves. After all, there's a saying, doctors can't heal themselves. This saying isn't without basis. You must prepare for the worst. Old Master Fong gazed at Shěn Chén and sighed. It's fine. Just wake Shěn Chén up. We trust Shěn Chén will find a way. Lu Yaji nodded, placing her unconditional trust in Shěn Chén. Chu Ruozhu also trusted Shěn Chén. He was merely asleep now. Once he awoke, everything would fall into place. All right. Now, stay silent. Don't disturb me while I administer the needles. Old Master Fong employed his family's secret method for the soul-returning needle. The fluidity of his technique was worlds apart from Fong Yan's earlier execution. If Fong Yan's technique was visually striking, then Old Master Fong's was grand yet restrained, simple and unadorned. Water. Give me water. Shěn Chén opened his eyes, his mouth feeling parched enough to crack. Seeing Shěn Chén's need for water, Lu Yaji dashed downstairs. Shěn Chén, how are you feeling? After drinking the water, Shěn Chén felt much better and only then noticed the circle of people gathered around him. Ruozhu, Old Master Fong, how did you all end up here? Shěn Chén looked around in surprise. He'd only taken a nap, yet everyone was already gathered here. You've scared the wits out of your two little girlfriends. Old Master Fong stroked his beard and explained the entire situation to Shěn Chén. Relax, everything's fine now. Shěn Chén ruffled both their heads, feeling deeply touched. With wives like these, what more could a man ask for? Shun, I must warn you, the poison in your body is extremely troublesome. Old Master Fong interjected from the side. Don't get too cozy, you're still in danger. I know. This bug really caught me off guard. I never imagined it would be a mother and child bug. Shěn Chén gave a wry smile, though deep down, he wasn't the least bit worried. If the bug had been inside someone else, he might have found it tricky. But the bug had the misfortune of flying into his own system-enhanced body. That's like walking into a bathroom at night with a lantern, practically begging for death. Still, to kill the bug, Shěn Chén would have to wait for a quiet moment when few people were around. He'd need to employ some methods to discreetly conceal the system's existence. Old Master, please go back to rest. Shěn Chén glanced at the ash scattered at Old Master Lin's feet and realized the old man hadn't slept at all, staying awake to keep him company. In that moment, Old Master Lin felt like his own grandfather. Chapter 93, Oddballs are everywhere, but this year they're especially plentiful. After dismissing everyone, Shěn Chén sat up straight. System, scan my body. Shěn Chén silently commanded in his mind. Detected harmful parasites within host's body. Recommend immediate retrieval. Retrieve. Medium harmless bug successfully retrieved. Earned 1 point. Shěn Chén felt an itch in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He stared intently at the pool of black blood, which emitted a foul stench. Amidst it lay the corpse of the Zhonghai Gue. Shěn Chén felt an immediate sense of relief wash over his body. Shěn Chén, why are you coughing up blood again? Lu Yaji entered carrying a bowl of porridge. Witnessing Shěn Chén's blood spitting, she dropped the bowl to the floor. She rushed to Shěn Chén's bedside, supporting him as her voice cracked with tears. It's okay, I'm fine. I'm expelling the poisonous bug from my body. This is poisonous blood, expelling it is good for my health. Shěn Chén gently stroked Lu Yaji's head, soothing her. Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Lu Yaji finally felt her heart settle. Shěn Chén, why did you feed blood to Sun Zhuqian? Lu Yaji suddenly remembered that Sun Zhuqian had told them Shěn Chén had fed her blood. It's because my blood is like a precious medicine. Since childhood, my parents fed me all kinds of medicinal herbs and had me take various medicinal baths. So my blood is like a powerful tonic for these evil entities. Shěn Chén's explanation finally made everything click for Lu Yaji. You're like Tang Sanzang in Journey to the West, consuming your flesh would grant them immortality. Shěn Chén nodded. That's exactly how it works. Then you're the white bone spirit on the pilgrimage. Shěn Chén teased, gently rubbing Lu Yaji's delicate nose. Humph. I'll drain you dry until you're exhausted and exhausted. Lu Yaji puffed out her cheeks and burrowed into Shěn Chén's embrace, indignant that he'd compared her to a demon. Fine, my wife is the most beautiful. Shěn Chén chuckled heartily. Whoever invented this little thing must be a genius, it's so much fun. Shěn Chén spent some time recuperating at the Lin residence, sipping tea daily and playing chess with the old man. Life felt wonderfully carefree. Old man, I should be going now. Shěn Chén helped the old man stroll along the path. He'd stayed long enough. There were still a mountain of things to handle in Zhangchang. He couldn't afford to linger any longer. Just come back whenever you wish. Old man Lin didn't try to keep Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén had his career, and old man Lin was his strongest support system. Shěn Chén gazed at his own king-size bed, flopped onto it, and took a deep breath. Home was still the most comfortable place. With nothing else to do, Shěn Chén opened his livestream channel, intending to kill some time. Hey, family, who gets it? What's up with this streamer always disconnecting? Just give him a good beating and he'll behave. 1. 10,086. The livestream started with a bang. Shěn Chén couldn't indulge their rotten habits. How dare you? You dare defy the heavens? You deserve punishment. Your punishment, no contact with me for 3 months. Shěn Chén slammed the table in anger. These fans were utterly lawless. They actually thought they could ride on my head end. We're begging for mercy. Host, how am I supposed to live without you? You can't leave, host. The livestream instantly turned into a drama queen show, with everyone putting on such a fake, insincere act. Shěn Chén couldn't help but want to kick them both. How did I end up with this bunch of clowns? Hey everyone, today we're doing a live-streamed medical consultation. Anyone feeling under the weather can hop on a call with me. Shěn Chén had a sudden whim today to try a live-streamed medical consultation. I'll go first. My kidneys have been acting up lately. Me too. My buddy wants to use my phone to check his kidneys. Bro, you can make friends out of thin air. Impressive. The livestream audience perked up at that. This is getting fun. Alright, let's see who's first in line today. As soon as Shěn Chén enabled the call feature, people started flooding in. Holy crap, you guys are literally camped out in front of the router. I've been tapping my phone like crazy and still couldn't get through. You guys are seriously fast. Viewers who missed the connection vented their frustration in the chat. Shěn Chén reassured them to stay calm, saying there would be more chances later. First guy, tell us your symptoms. Shěn Chén addressed the 6-foot-tall, muscular man on screen. Host, I need advice. My kid's been secretly wearing stockings at home. What should I do? It's driving me crazy. The 6-foot-tall man spoke, clearly distraught over the situation. Wearing stockings is the child's freedom. After all, every girl has a love for beauty hidden in her heart. Shěn Chén was at a loss for words. So she wears stockings, what's the big deal? Host, my child is a boy. Now I'm too scared to even wear a bra at home. Shěn Chén lifted his water cup to take a sip, but before he could drink, he nearly choked on that outrageous remark. 666, my bro. Mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. Weirdos come every year, but this year's got a lot. Hearing that 6-foot-tall Hulk say that in the livestream? Just 164 that. This isn't a disease, and I can't cure it either. You need to see a psychiatrist. Alright, brother, any more questions? Nope, that's all. Next question, please. Shěn Chén didn't wait for the burly guy to speak up, he cut the connection immediately. Holy crap, that was terrifying. Shěn Chén felt a chill run down his spine. What a bizarre family this is. Hey there, streamer. Shěn Chén looked at the cute girl who had joined the call. Hey there, sweetie. Shěn Chén greeted her with a warm smile. At least this girl looked refreshingly cheerful. Look at that face, just look at the streamer's face. It's like Sichuan opera face changing. 1 second he's got that disgusting expression, and the next he switches it up the moment he sees a girl. The live chat erupted with criticism of Shěn Chén's ugly, lecherous face. Beautiful lady, please describe your symptoms. Shěn Chén felt perfectly content listening to that little squeak. What's wrong with squeaking? I love hearing it. I just feel like I can't wake up lately. I don't know why, but something feels off. I keep throwing up. There's one more thing I'm a bit embarrassed to mention. Host, I'll send you a private message. The little clip said, I feel a bit itchy down there, but I'm too embarrassed to say it in front of all these people in the livestream. Shěn Chén glanced at the private message. Alright, no need to say more. I already figured it out. You should go see an OB/GYN tomorrow to get it checked out. Make sure to focus on gynecological issues. Shěn Chén spoke up, and the live chat immediately guessed what he meant. Blind guess, she's pregnant. +1. Shěn Chén instantly lost interest. This girl seemed like a decent young woman. How did she end up with syphilis? Take her away. Next. Shěn Chén was startled when he saw who had connected. Chapter 94, Dad's fighting with Mom on the field. Bro, what's your deal? Shěn Chén looked at the pale, weak-looking young man in his 20s who had just connected. Host, I'm fine. I'm totally okay. The young man smiled, but his pallid face made the grin look eerie. Did this guy run into a vampire? Got drained dry? Holy, he's paler than me and I'm a girl. That's just creepy. Seeing this guy in the livestream, women were moved to tears while men just kept saying holy. Bro, tell me your symptoms. Shěn Chén could tell this wasn't caused by any illness. When the man insisted he was perfectly fine, Shěn Chén suspected he might have ingested something that caused his condition. Host, I heard they call you a miracle doctor. Why don't you take a guess? Instead of answering Shěn Chén's question directly, the young man posed a cryptic question of his own. Bro, your forehead looks dark and your blood circulation is poor. Add to that your pale complexion, it seems like you've spent a bit too much time with the 5-fingered lady lately. Shěn Chén's words infuriated the young man. His face visibly flushed crimson. Holy crap, that's a real quick change of expression. Seriously, someone can actually do that? The young man's move left the entire livestream audience speechless. They thought this whole changing faces thing was just talk, but here was someone actually pulling it off in real life. Bull. I have a Japanese name, you wanna know what it is? The young man couldn't sit still anymore. What man could stand being called out like that? Ha? What is it? Shěn Chén looked at the young man with a puzzled expression, while the livestream audience waited for his next words. 7 times in one night. Shěn Chén. Ha, buddy, do you even believe what you're saying? Not with that scrawny frame of yours, you're practically skin and bones. I'd have you drained dry in one night. The young man stared at the chat stream, feeling his blood boil. Give me your address, bet I can knock you dead. The young man felt a rush of adrenaline, like the aftereffects of stimulants. Shěn Chén narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he'd caught something. Bro, forget about their addresses for now. You better figure out what to do about yourself first. Shěn Chén felt uncertain, but a sudden thought sparked a plan in his mind. Ha? What the hell are you talking about? Can't you tell? You seem like a quack doctor to me. The young man spoke with growing impatience. What the hell was he talking about? I couldn't make heads or tails of it. You're so high on drugs you're daring to go live on stream. Better start thinking about how you're going to explain this to the cops. Shěn Chén's lips curled slightly, and his words plunged the livestream into silence. Don't make baseless accusations. Watch out, I'll sue you for defamation. The young man's tone grew panicked, which only confirmed Shěn Chén's suspicions. Yeah, drug users are supposed to be pale and frail, right? It all fits. It all fits perfectly. The livestream audience finally understood. No wonder the streamer had been acting so mysterious earlier. Alright, this kid isn't getting away. Think I'm useless without my system? Think I'm just here for free? Shěn Chén silently added the latter part in his mind. These drug users are getting way too brazen these days. Shěn Chén watched the youth end the stream at lightning speed and sighed silently. Like he could actually run away, as if he could escape China. Guys, remember, the net of heaven is vast, yet nothing escapes it. Someone in the livestream had already called the police, who swiftly pinpointed the young man's location. After interrogation, they discovered another drug deal was in the works. Shěn Chén inadvertently helped the police crack a drug smuggling case. Shěn Chén shrugged it off, saying there was nothing he could do. After all, he had the protagonist's aura. But this was just a minor interlude in Shěn Chén's livestream. Alright, we're taking drug guy away. Let's see who the next lucky one will be. And now, please welcome the next guest to take the stage. Shěn Chén looked at the little girl who joined the livestream, his eyes immediately lighting up with affection. Hello there, little one. Shěn Chén was utterly charmed by the little girl, her big, sparkling eyes like grapes and her chubby little face. This was practically begging Shěn Chén to have a daughter. Hello, big brother. Big brother, I want to ask, what should I do if my dad hits my mom every day? The little girl looked at Shěn Chén with innocent eyes, and her words filled the live chat with righteous indignation. What a monster! With a child this beautiful, the mother must be no slouch either. Report him. Absolutely report him. Think of the psychological trauma this causes a child. This domestic abuser needs to go to jail. He even hits women. What a scumbag. Little sister, can you tell me how your dad hits your mom? Shěn Chén wanted the girl to describe the scene before calling Li Tianqiu to handle it. Shěn Chén couldn't stand the thought of such an adorable little girl enduring this as a child. My dad was naked, beating my mom until she screamed. It's outrageous. He bullies my mom every single day. And my mom never fights back. Our kindergarten teacher taught us to bravely fight back against evil forces. The little girl's face was full of righteous indignation as she spoke, while Shěn Chén and the livestream audience were already laughing hysterically. Ha, holy crap, fighting naked. Wait, why do I feel like I've been tricked, yet I can't find a reason to fight back? Calling it a fight seems fine, kid. The livestream audience burst into laughter at the child's innocent words. Kids are just so entertaining. Kid, this isn't your dad picking on your mom, it's your parents trying to give you a little brother or sister. Shěn Chén said with a mix of laughter and tears, feeling helpless as if he'd been tricked by a child. Oh, I see. Looks like I misunderstood Dad. Daddy's a good daddy, not a bad daddy. The little girl opened her wide, innocent eyes, nodding with a look of half understanding as she tried to act grown up. Seeing that it was getting late, Shěn Chén bid everyone farewell, promising to return another time to treat their ailments. Shěn Chén was puzzled himself. Why had such a crowd gathered in his perfectly normal doctor's live streaming room tonight? When Liu Yaji and Xu Ruozhu returned that evening, Shěn Chén shared the amusing events from his nighttime livestream. He had them laughing so hard they were doubled over. That little girl was simply too adorable. Zizi, Ruozhu, I want a daughter too. Shěn Chén gazed at the beauties. Liu Yaji and Xu Ruozhu flushed, lowering their heads with a soft Shěn Chén scooped them both up, one in each arm, and tossed them onto the bed. Holy crap! Chapter 95, High School Reunion. Bro Chen, it's me, Liuzi. While Shěn Chén was inspecting the company, he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Liuzi, it's been ages since you last remembered to call me. Shěn Chén couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon hearing Lu Bo's voice. Lu Bo was his closest buddy back in high school. Back in high school, they'd climb over walls to get online, write love letters, true brothers through thick and thin. After graduation, they'd each gone their separate ways, but they still managed to reunite once a year. Our class monitor is organizing a reunion and doesn't have your number. He asked me to reach out. Lu Bo explained the reason for his call, but Shěn Chén disliked these gatherings and was about to decline. Brother Chen, please come keep me company. I don't want to go either. They'll just be showing off with their clique. If it gets too bad, we can slip out together midway. Before Shěn Chén could respond, Lu Bo started pouring out his frustrations. Back in high school, neither of them had gotten along well with the others. If Shěn Chén didn't go either, Lu Bo would be left hanging. Fine, then we'll ditch it together halfway through. Shěn Chén thought it over and agreed sneaking out midway was fine. At worst, they'd just blend into the background. Alright, Chen, I'll meet you at the Venice Hotel tomorrow night. Lu Bo perked up finally, someone to keep him company. Cut to the next evening. Shěn Chén hailed a cab and headed for the Venice Hotel. Brother Chen, over here. From a distance, Shěn Chén spotted a chubby kid waving at him by the roadside. You've been at it for so long, and you still haven't slimmed down. Shěn Chén chuckled and playfully punched Lu Bo, who didn't seem bothered. I'd love to lose weight, but I gain weight even from drinking water. I've given up.
Shěn Chén and Lu Bo rubbed their bulging bellies in frustration, sharing a sheepish grin. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Maitreya Buddha, making Shěn Chén chuckle.
Brother Chen, I heard Jiang Shui is back this time too.
Lu Bo's words made Shěn Chén pause for a moment, then she let it go.
So she came back. So what? It's been over between them for ages. Shěn Chén shrugged. He could barely remember what Jiang Shui looked like anymore. Jiang Shui had been the school beauty back in Shěn Chén's high school days. She was the white moonlight of many boys in school back then, yet in the end, Shěn Chén was the one who won her heart. Back then, many boys beat their chests in frustration, exclaiming that a flower had been planted in cow dung. But Shěn Chén was clueless back then. The closest he ever got with Jiang Shui was a kiss, and even that was as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming water. Come to think of it, the navigator Jiang Shui eventually dumped Shěn Chén for being too thick-headed. Bro, just let it go. I still remember how you drowned your sorrows in alcohol after the breakup. Before Lu Bo could finish, Shěn Chén covered his mouth. If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. Nobody's treating you like a mute. Shěn Chén was getting a bit flustered. Back then, he was too young and didn't know any better. Shěn Chén, what a rare sight. Class monitor Li San spotted Shěn Chén and remarked with some surprise. Back then, Shěn Chén was nothing short of a school legend. He skipped classes to surf the web throughout his freshman and sophomore years, consistently ranking last in his grade. After breaking up with Jiang Shui in senior year, he seemed to suddenly wake up. His grades shot up like a rocket, and he ended up getting into Jiangcheng University, a development that stunned many. But for some unknown reason, Shěn Chén didn't show up at the senior graduation party. Hey, class monitor, long time no see. Shěn Chén smiled back. He and the class monitor had gotten along well back then. He'd borrowed his homework to copy more than once. Hey, you, hurry up and come in. Li San enthusiastically greeted Shěn Chén and Lu Bo. The private room instantly buzzed with excitement at Shěn Chén's arrival, and he found himself drawn into their lively conversation. Listening to everyone reminisce about their student days stirred up memories for Shěn Chén too. Long time no see, everyone. Just then, Zhang Song, decked out in designer labels, walked in with his arm around Jiang Shui's slender waist. Holy crap, Zhang Song, you're doing so well now. You even snagged Jiang University's campus beauty. One of Zhang Song's close friends chimed in with a teasing remark. Not at all, it's all thanks to my family's backing. Xiao Shui and I are truly meant for each other. I pursued her for ages before she finally agreed. Though Zhang Song humbly downplayed it, the smug look in his eyes was impossible to hide. After 3 rounds of drinks, someone at the table suddenly brought up the past between Shěn Chén and Jiang Shui, plunging the room into silence. The person who had made the slip laughed awkwardly, clearly embarrassed. Shěn Chén, come here, I'll toast to you. If you hadn't let go back then, I might not have even had a chance with Xiao Shui. Zhang Song said this openly, but his words were a subtle jab suggesting Shěn Chén lacked the skill to keep Jiang Shui even after winning her over. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Shěn Chén glanced at Jiang Shui and noticed she was looking back at him with a complex expression. Shěn Chén smiled faintly, downed his drink, and bid farewell to his younger self. Shěn Chén, you won't be able to win Xiao Shui over now. Now Xiao Shui's with me, just the bag alone cost over 10 grand, and this whole outfit's pushing 20,000. Zhang Song caught their eye contact and mistook it for flirtatious glances. He felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. Holy crap, brother Zhang is so awesome. Bro, how many tens of thousands do you make a year? All the high school classmates present were ordinary salarymen, and hearing about Jiang Shui's outfit left them utterly stunned. Not much, just 100 or 2. Zhang Song basked in the reactions, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. Shěn Chén looked at Zhang Song, who seemed like a clown before him, and couldn't help but sneer with contempt. While he himself didn't care about appearances, the clothes bought for him by Liu Yaji and Chu Ruoju were all Italian bespoke designs. Each outfit cost no less than 500,000 yuan. Shěn Chén couldn't fathom what this small-time boss Zhang Song was so superior about. Didn't he know there's always someone better out there? Zhang Song, what exactly do you do? Class monitor Li San asked curiously how Zhang Song managed to earn so much in a year. My family just runs a medicinal herb supply business. You know that Royal Pharmaceuticals company that's been all the rage lately? The one famous for their beauty elixir? We're one of their suppliers. Zhang Song said proudly. With Royal Pharmaceuticals' current momentum, they're bound to soar to great heights. Our company will definitely get a piece of the pie. That's the beauty pill scalped by scalpers for tens of thousands per pill. I've always wanted to buy one, but they're impossible to get. I wonder if you could pull some strings and get us one, Zhang Song? Zhang Song basked in the flattery of their words. Rest assured, I'm quite close with the boss of Royal Pharmaceuticals. Let me tell you, the president of Royal Pharmaceuticals is a stunning beauty rumored to be the princess of the Chu family. Zhang Song lowered his voice and whispered to the group. Recalling Chu Ruoju's face, Zhang Song was utterly stunned by her beauty. Compared to Chu Ruoju, Jiang Shui beside him looked like a lump of dough. Chapter 96, The Gathering Part 1. Holy crap, Zhang Song, remember to snap a pic for us if you get the chance. Li Bo said half jokingly, and this made Zhang Song the center of attention. No problem, no problem. Just wait for me to get back and give Miss Chu a call. You'll each get one of those beauty pills. Shěn Chén, do you have a girlfriend now? Want me to get one for your girlfriend too? Zhang Song teased Shěn Chén, judging by his appearance that he wasn't doing too well. But Zhang Song was short-sighted and failed to recognize the high-end custom-made outfit Shěn Chén was wearing. I'll pass. My girlfriend doesn't need that. Shěn Chén replied indifferently, finding Zhang Song's behavior utterly laughable. It seemed Shěn Chén would need to reconsider his choice of herbal medicine suppliers upon returning. Oh. Shěn Chén, it seems you're quite confident in your girlfriend's looks. I wonder if we could all have a look. Zhang Song couldn't imagine how someone like Shěn Chén could possibly find a girlfriend more beautiful than Jiang Shui. He's just putting on airs, suffering for the sake of appearances. No photos. They'll come pick me up later. The they in Shěn Chén's words made everyone present think he'd misspoke. No one believed he actually had multiple girlfriends. Well then, let's see just how stunningly beautiful our handsome Shěn Chén's girlfriend is when she arrives. Zhang Song chuckled, his eyes brimming with contempt for Shěn Chén. Come on, everyone, let's eat. I'm treating today. I happen to know the manager of this hotel. Let's eat and drink well today. Zhang Song unabashedly positioned himself as the center of the banquet. Excuse me, sir. This is a 1982 Lafite from our manager, specially for you. Enjoy your meal. Just then, a waiter entered the private room carrying a bottle of premium red wine. Holy crap, brother Song, that's 82 Lafite must be crazy expensive. Zhang Song also wondered who the wine was meant for, but when he first arrived, he saw that theirs was the only occupied private room on this floor. Besides, in a hotel this size, how could they possibly make a mistake like this? This single bottle cost more than half a year's performance bonus for their entire company. Receiving 2 bottles now left Zhang Song feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. He'd only attended a gathering with his father and clinked glasses with the Venice Hotel's general manager. The guy probably didn't even remember him. Not at all, drink up. Zhang Song greeted everyone and poured a cup for each person. I'm not used to red wine, so I'll pass. Shěn Chén waved his hand. He wasn't fond of Western liquor. He still preferred the kick of baijiu. What a pity. He can't even handle top-tier red wine? Zhang Song looked at Shěn Chén with regret. He didn't know how to appreciate the finer things. Truly a country bumpkin. Jiang Shui also looked at Shěn Chén with disdain. The two truly weren't from the same world. Indeed, this 1982 Lafite had a smooth, lingering finish and an exceptionally pure flavor. Too bad some folks just can't appreciate it. Wang Xian, Zhang Song's #1 sycophant from school days, let out a sigh of admiration while taking a dig at Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén merely smiled at the remark. They'd see soon enough. Shěn Chén looked at his former classmates, now completely consumed by ambition and status, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This society truly was a great melting pot. Guys, let's go sing karaoke later. Zhang Song took a sip of his 1982 Lafite and proposed. Sounds good. Back in school, we heard that young Master Zhan was the Mike Hog Prince. Wang Xian was the first to raise both hands in agreement, followed swiftly by the rest of the group. Shěn Chén, you're free, right? Not busy? Come with us. Zhang Song seemed determined to pick on Shěn Chén today, constantly trying to put him down to assert his own dominance. Bro Chen, maybe we shouldn't go. That guy's got something up his sleeve. He's been targeting you all day. Lu Bo chimed in from the side, and Shěn Chén was feeling tired anyway. He didn't want to play along with them anymore. Yeah. I'll pass. I've got something to do later. Shěn Chén waved his hand in refusal. This clown show can end here. Shěn Chén pulled out his phone and texted Lu Yaji to come pick him up. Soon, everyone had eaten their fill. Zhang Song called the waiter to settle the bill. Unexpectedly, it wasn't a waiter who entered, but the manager of the Venice Grand Hotel. Mr. Liao, why have you come personally? Zhang Song, upon seeing Liaosen, hurriedly stood to greet him. And you are? Liaosen had just received a call from the big boss, who said the young master was dining at their hotel and instructed him to provide excellent service. Liaosen had been in a meeting and couldn't leave, so he had his staff send over 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite to start the reception. Now that the meeting was over, he naturally intended to properly host Shěn Chén. But who was this person suddenly appearing now? I'm from Zhang's herbal medicine. My father and I have even toasted you before. I'm truly grateful for the wine you sent today. Zhang Song's words made Liaosen frown. He recalled there was such a company, but who had sent him wine? Liaosen gave a lukewarm nod before stepping past Zhang Song and walking toward Shěn Chén. Young master, I was in a meeting earlier and couldn't attend to you personally. My sincerest apologies. Under everyone's gaze, Liaosen walked to the corner where Shěn Chén stood and bowed to him. It's fine, Uncle Liao. You've served the family faithfully. There's no need to blame yourself. You're one of the family's veterans. Why are you suddenly going through all this formalities? When Shěn Chén arrived, he already knew this was a company under the Liu family's umbrella. He had dined here before with Liu Yaji, and over time, he and Liaosen had become quite familiar with each other. According to Liu Yaji, Liaosen had joined the Liu family right when they were starting out. Over the years, he had diligently managed their assets. Young master, this is getting serious. How about it? A 1982 La fight isn't any worse than Mao Tai, right? Hearing Shěn Chén and Liaosen's conversation, everyone present froze in place. None of them had expected this 1982 La fight to be a gift for Shěn Chén. Zhang Song, who had to greet people with utmost respect, actually showed such deference to Shěn Chén? Jiang Shui glanced at Shěn Chén and suddenly found Zhang Song beside her less appealing. Shěn Chén seemed far more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Shui tugged her top down, revealing the snow-white cleavage before her, and flashed Shěn Chén a flirtatious glance. Shěn Chén caught the glances from those around him and smiled inwardly. This was reality. It felt good, but he didn't drink it. Liaosen heard the first part of the sentence and wore a smug smile. This was something several big bosses had wanted to drink but couldn't get their hands on. This was reserved exclusively for the Liu family, not for sale. But when Liaosen heard Shěn Chén's second half, his smile froze. Ha? Didn't drink it? Liaosen was puzzled. What was going on here? Chapter 97, The Gathering Part 2. Someone must have looked down on my brother Chen, not a single drop was left. Lu Bo finally caught on and started stirring the pot. Ha? Young man, could you elaborate? Liaosen's expression darkened instantly at Lu Bo's words. If word got out that his son-in-law was being targeted on his own turf, he might as well find a wall to bang his head against. Exactly. The son of that big shot from the herbal medicine company behind you. He looks down on our Chen Ge, thinks we're all hicks. Lu Bo, relishing the drama, added fuel to the fire. Lu Bo, you fat bastard, don't make up lies. Shěn Chén clearly said himself he couldn't stand red wine. Zhang Song instantly flew into a rage. Shěn Chén clearly had powerful connections, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Jealous rage burned in Zhang Song's eyes. How could Shěn Chén, a country bumpkin, be doing better than him? Is that so? Liaosen's aura was something this group of young people, barely a few years into society, couldn't possibly withstand. Beads of sweat formed on everyone's foreheads. They dared not speak their anger, lowering their heads in silence. Alright, enough teasing them. Uncle Liao, it's truly not that I don't want to drink. But drinking with a bunch of petty people like them? It's pointless. Shěn Chén rose, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the assembled crowd, his disdain utterly unmasked. Hearing Shěn Chén's words, none dared to argue. They knew they'd been looking down on him. Look at Mr. Liao, he said he wouldn't drink himself. It's not our fault. Zhang Song's face lit up with delight. So Shěn Chén wasn't all that after all? He'd thought the guy was some big shot, but now he was actually speaking up for me. Shěn Chén noticed Zhang Song stepping forward and let a small smile touch his lips. Uncle Liao, how much is this wine? Shěn Chén's question left Liaosen a bit baffled, but he answered truthfully. Young master, the current market price for a 1982 La fight is 880,000 yuan per bottle. And it's practically unavailable at that price. Liaosen's words made everyone present gasp in shock. At that price, they couldn't afford it even if they sold themselves. Zhang Song, seeing Shěn Chén ask this question, couldn't help but feel a surge of unease. Uncle Liao, I haven't tasted this wine myself. Today, our classmate Mr. Zhang is treating us. Please waive their meal charges, consider it my treat. This wine is simply too precious. We'll just have to ask young Master Zhang for it. Shěn Chén flashed a devilish smile, but the words that rolled off his tongue sent a chill through Zhang Song. Shěn Chén, you're so wealthy, isn't one round enough? We're all classmates, let's not ruin the harmony. Zhang Song quickly offered a forced smile. If he bought those 2 bottles himself, his father would break his legs. I'm just a country bumpkin. Oh, and Uncle Liao, grab me 2 more pork knuckles, I didn't get enough earlier. Shěn Chén shut Zhang Song down with a single sentence, not even glancing at him. All right. The Venice Grand Hotel truly lived up to its reputation as a high-end establishment. The service was lightning fast. Within minutes, a platter of pork knuckle arrived, its aroma and appearance utterly irresistible. Shěn Chén motioned for Lu Bo to sit down and continue eating, watching the spectacle unfold as they dined. Mr. Zhang, the total comes to 1.76 million. We'll give you a discount, making it 1.7 million. Mr. Zhang, would you prefer WeChat Pay, Alipay, or bank card? Liaosen grinned as he handed the bill to Zhang Song, who felt his vision darken upon seeing the amount. Where could he possibly find that much cash? Panic surged through him as he frantically considered how to scrape together the money. You all drank, so you all have to pay. You can't make me foot the entire bill. Zhang Song felt his blood boil as he caught the gawking stares of the surrounding crowd. You all drank freely earlier, and now you want me to foot the entire bill? Make me the only sucker? Why should I? Zhang Song, didn't you say you'd treat? Why are you backing out now? How can a grown man go back on his word like this? The others heard this and protested. You were the one who invited us to drink earlier. Now you want us to pay? You were the one who boasted about treating us. Cut the crap. If you don't pay up, you'll all regret it once we're outside. I mean what I say. Zhang Song's eyes flashed with ferocity.
To Shěn Chén, Zhang Song was nothing but a tiny ant, easily crushed at any moment.
But to these ordinary working-class folks, Zhang Song was a mountain they couldn't climb.
The group grumbled as they dug into their pockets, but they could only scrape together 700,000 yuan, still 1 million short. By then, Zhang Song had borrowed every penny he could, scraping together just 500,000 yuan.
The remaining 500,000 yuan gap was impossible to bridge. Shěn Chén and Lu Bo sat off to the side, slurping up their pork knuckles while watching the others squabble like dogs fighting over scraps.
Shěn Chén had long seen through these people's true nature. They were nothing but fickle fence-sitters, always siding with whoever held the upper hand.
Big brother Zhang, what's going on? How come you can't even come up with 500,000?
Shěn Chén's words came out muffled, but he couldn't resist taking a jab at Zhang Song.
Zhang Song's eyes turned bloodshot at Shěn Chén's words, his rage boiling over.
He vowed silently that once he got out, he'd find some underworld connections to teach Shěn Chén a lesson. He couldn't take Shěn Chén on openly, so he'd do it under the table.
Zhang Song realized the only way to plug this hole was to dip into the company's accounts.
Fortunately, he had always presented himself as a dutiful and filial son to his parents, and he knew the company's account details and passwords. Shortly after, Zhang Song presented 500,000 yuan, supplemented by borrowed funds, to Liaosen.
Young Master Zhang, come again soon.
Liaosen smiled warmly at Zhang Song, who stomped his foot in frustration at the remark.
Like hell, I'll come back. If I do, I might as well just die. He could go home and play the spoiled child with his mother, and this whole thing would blow over. But if he ever came back again, he wouldn't even have to wait for his father to act. His mother would beat him to death. Brr. Shěn Chén, having just finished his pork knuckle, belched after making a phone call. Young Master Zhang sure gathers money faster than I eat.
Zhang Song knew Shěn Chén was mocking him, but he dared not speak up. Zhang Song finally got a taste of what it felt like to be furious with nowhere to vent.
Everyone, if you're done eating, let's wrap this up. Aren't you all heading out to sing?
Shěn Chén teased the group. Just moments ago, they'd all joined in mocking Zhang Song. How satisfying that had been. Now that he'd shelled out a little cash, his face had turned green. Beep. The moment they stepped out of the hotel entrance, the sound of car horns blared. They looked up to see dozens of Rolls-Royce Phantoms lined up in a row, with bodyguards standing nearby.
Who's this rich kid with all this money?
While the people in the back were still discussing this, those in the front saw the middle car door open. Two stunningly beautiful women stepped out and walked toward them.
Honey, let's go home.
The two women stepping out were none other than Lu Yaji and Shu Ruozhu.
Earlier, Liaosen had discreetly called Lu Yaji to inform her about Shěn Chén being bullied. Chapter 98, The Gathering Part 2. Could Lu Yaji possibly tolerate this?
She swiftly orchestrated the scene Shěn Chén witnessed. Lu Yaji and Shu Ruozhu called out to Shěn Chén in unison. Shěn Chén nearly froze at the sound of their voices. He couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face, baring his teeth in a silly smile. His women were giving him face. How did you two end up here? Shěn Chén wrapped his arms around both women's waists. Each planted a kiss on either side of his face. This left the men present green with envy. Men watched with admiration, while women watched with tears in their eyes. Zhang Song's eyes blazed with jealousy, his molars grinding so hard they nearly shattered. What gives? What did Shěn Chén ever do to deserve such beautiful women and ones with status too? Zhang Song recognized Shu Ruozhu and Lu Yaji both clearly came from influential backgrounds.
Shěn Chén, don't you love me anymore? I'm giving you one chance to win me back.
At that moment, Jiang Shui could no longer sit still. In her eyes, all this belonged to Shěn Chén. These two women had only climbed their way up by playing their cards right. All she needed to do was play the emotional card with Shěn Chén, and he would surely come back to her. You? It sounded like a joke.
Before Shěn Chén and Lu Yaji could speak, Shu Ruozhu spoke up first.
These days, anyone with a shred of charm thinks they can just step forward. You only climbed into Shěn Chén's bed because you're a little pretty. The bond between Shěn Chén and me from our student days, it's not something a fox like you could ever come between. Zhang Song watched Jiang Shui digging her own grave and slapped her across the face.
My apologies, Miss Chu. She's having a moment. She's offended you. Zhang Song's introduction startled everyone present. So this was the CEO of Royal Pharmaceuticals. You know me? Shu Ruozhu asked curiously upon hearing Zhang Song address her as Ms. Chu. I'm Zhang from Zhang's Herbal Medicine Company. We're one of your company's herbal medicine suppliers. Zhang Song quickly explained.
Shu Ruozhu now recalled that this company's herbs were actually quite good.
I'm not capable? Did I climb into Shěn Chén's bed by sheer force of will?
Shu Ruozhu retorted to Jiang Shui, who had long since been scared into a daze.
She provoked a formidable opponent and now begged Zhang Song not to abandon her. Let me tell you.
I am the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and this is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. As for that country bumpkin Shěn Chén you keep mentioning, he's the chairman of the Jiangcheng Medical Association and honorary chancellor of Jiangcheng University.
He's also the founder of Royal Pharmaceuticals. You think Royal Pharmaceuticals belongs to me? Let me set the record straight, Shěn Chén built it from the ground up. I merely manage it on behalf of my husband. Chu Ruozhu declared with authority, giving Shěn Chén ample credit. Chu Ruozhu's words stunned everyone present. They had assumed Shěn Chén had latched onto a wealthy woman's coattails. But now it was clear, Shěn Chén wasn't living off anyone. He had the talent to win the admiration of both young ladies. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui lay on the floor, a pool of liquid having formed beneath her at some unknown point. Impossible. Impossible. Hearing Chu Ruozhu's words, Jiang Shui realized she had provoked someone she couldn't afford to provoke. She kept repeating those words over and over. Shěn Chén looked down at Jiang Shui, sprawled on the ground in disarray, and the last flicker of affection in his heart vanished completely. Even if the very embodiment of his ideal woman appeared before him, she couldn't compare. Xiaosong, you still have a long way to go. After all, in this day and age, there's always someone better out there. You can't afford to be complacent. Shěn Chén patted Zhang Song's shoulder, lecturing him in an elder's tone. Hey, rest assured, I'll treat everyone equally from now on. If I ever look down on people again, I'll be a dog. Zhang Song bowed and scraped like a lapdog, prompting everyone present to burst into laughter. Shěn Chén was quite satisfied with Zhang Song's performance. His attitude was excellent. After hearing Chu Ruozhu's words, Zhang Song had long since abandoned any thoughts of retaliating against Shěn Chén. Now, as long as Shěn Chén didn't cancel the partnership between Royal Pharmaceuticals and his family's company, he'd be grateful. Seeing Zhang Song's obsequious demeanor, Shěn Chén reluctantly bestowed upon him several ailments. Successfully inflicted breast cancer on Zhang Song. Points deducted, 2. Current remaining points, 700. Shěn Chén generously added, "You're welcome. If it weren't for your exemplary behavior, I wouldn't have bestowed these ailments upon you. Zhang Song, let me say thank you for warming all 4 seasons with your kindness." Shěn Chén withdrew his gaze and drove off in the Rolls-Royce Phantom with the 2 women. As he departed, Shěn Chén didn't forget to leave a car behind to send Lu Bo home. Who would have thought Shěn Chén had risen so high? Real status, real power, real women, he has it all. Indeed, he's amassed wealth, beauty, and power. After Shěn Chén departed, the crowd present buzzed with whispers. Zhang Song, everything I said earlier was against my true feelings. The truth is, I love you. I never loved Shěn Chén at all. I just wanted to use his money to support you. We're getting married soon. We'll register tomorrow. Everyone turned toward the speaker, seeing Jiang Shui clinging to Zhang Song's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Shui couldn't care less about her dignity now. Keeping her ATM machine was the only thing that mattered. Humph. You think I'm some dumbass with deep pockets? I was just messing around with you. Did you really think I wanted to marry you? Zhang Song kicked Jiang Shui away with one swift motion. A woman who would publicly try to make him wear a green hat if he kept her around, he'd truly be a sucker. A woman like this would crawl into his bed at the flick of a finger, as long as he had money. He'd intended to make Shěn Chén look bad, but his attempt at showing off backfired spectacularly. Zhang Song's pride had been dragged through the mud tonight, his face nearly swollen from the blows. Who could understand this feeling? He was just a nobody, mocked by me a few times, then suddenly transformed into my direct superior. Who could understand this? So, stinky little brother. Did you enjoy yourself tonight? Lu Yaji spoke up, having earned Shěn Chén ample face tonight. The immense kindness of my 2 wives, how can I ever repay it? Seems the only way to repay you is to satisfy both of you tonight. The first half of Shěn Chén's words pleased the 2 women, but the next sentence took an abrupt turn. Shěn Chén then enjoyed a waist massage from both sides, but his expression changed as the pleasure peaked. Driver Xiao Wang, huh? Did the boss say something? I didn't hear a thing. Driver Xiao Wang was freaking out inside. How could a lowly driver like me hear that? Am I about to be silenced? Folks, who can understand this? How did being a driver become such a high-risk profession? Now you have to risk your life just to do this job. Xiao Wang, did you see anything just now? Just as Xiao Wang was thinking this, Shěn Chén's chilling voice echoed in his ear. Ha? Brother Chen, what did you say? I was watching the road just now. Xiao Wang inwardly cursed, feigning ignorance. Shěn Chén nodded in satisfaction at his reaction. The 2 women then gave Shěn Chén another waist massage. Why scare the driver for no reason? Being a driver isn't easy for Xiao Wang either. Chapter 99, Ghost-Faced Flower. How's the company's production capacity now? Shěn Chén entered the production workshop and slapped Liao Ding awake as he dozed off. Who dares to hit old Liao? Liao Ding, jolted awake, looked around in a daze until he spotted Shěn Chén. A fawning smile spread across his face as he leapt to his feet. Brother Chen, what brings you here? Liao Ding rubbed the back of his head. Shěn Chén really didn't hold back. Ever since the company started, Shěn Chén hadn't forgotten Liao Ding, assigning him to work at the factory as a supervisor. At first, everyone resented Liao Ding's seemingly effortless, unmonitored position. But once they learned he'd risked his life for Shěn Chén, they all fell silent. Shěn Chén had originally intended to let Liao Ding choose a title, perhaps even a vice president position. But Liao Ding knew his own capabilities and deliberately picked this most leisurely job. He spent his days goofing off, sipping tea, and living the good life. The only disruption to his blissful routine came when Shěn Chén visited the company for inspections. Factory production had recently ramped up. Now, beauty pills and healing pills were available on the market, and every household in Jingzhou kept a small supply on hand. As for the hemostatic pills, the ones sold on the market are all diluted versions. The genuine, undiluted hemostatic pills were collected monthly by military personnel. Oh, Chen, would you like to review the invoices? Liao Ding began accompanying Shěn Chén as they wandered around the factory. Shěn Chén nodded approvingly. Though Liao Ding was merely a supervisor, the ledgers were under his control. When it came to crucial items like the ledgers, Shěn Chén trusted his own people more. Though Liao Ding appeared carefree, he took great care with the tasks Shěn Chén assigned him. Keep a close eye on the ledgers yourself. If any issues arise, go to your sister-in-law. She'll help resolve them. Liao Ding nodded in agreement. When faced with uncertainties, he would never act on his own initiative. Mr. Shin, Mr. Chu requests your presence in his office. A secretary approached and whispered in Shěn Chén's ear. What is it, Ruozhu? Missing your husband already? I thought I just fed you yesterday. No sooner had Shěn Chén spoken than a shoe flew toward him. Can't you just keep your mouth shut? I called you over for something serious. You're always so irresponsible. Chu Ruozhu rolled her eyes dramatically at Shěn Chén, who couldn't even behave while putting her shoes on. Hey! Shěn Chén chuckled awkwardly, wondering what business Chu Ruozhu had summoned him for. A new beauty pill has hit the market recently. And they're even more effective than ours. There's also a hemostatic pill whose efficacy is nearly identical to our undiluted version. The military has already called to ask me what's going on. Chu Ruozhu's words sent a chill through Shěn Chén. Plagiarism? Could our formula have been leaked? Shěn Chén murmured under his breath, though it seemed unlikely. It shouldn't be. Each step of the process is isolated. No one could possibly have access to the entire production line. Only Xiaoding, ZZ, and I have access to the entire process. No one else had the chance. Chu Ruozhu shook her head. This was pure fantasy. Indeed it was. Moreover, you personally handled the final step. There's no way they could have obtained the formula. Shěn Chén felt like this was just like being haunted. Could there really be someone else in this world who possessed a system just like his? Or someone with medical skills identical to his family's legacy? Shěn Chén pondered inwardly. That shouldn't be possible. If someone had a system, they wouldn't be obscure like this. Use samples? Shěn Chén decided to assess the other party's product first before making a judgment. Not yet. I've already sent someone to buy it. They should be back soon. Chu Ruozhu explained, adding that the company was originally based in Qingzhou, not Jingzhou. Shěn Chén heard this and realized the person was well prepared. Shěn Chén surmised that this person must be aware of his influence in Jingzhou, and that even if he turned his attention to Qingzhou, he wouldn't be able to do much about them. Mr. Chu, these are samples. As Shěn Chén remained deep in thought, the person Chu Ruozhu had sent out returned. Shěn Chén examined them. How do these pills compare to ours in effectiveness? Chu Ruozhu handed the beauty pill and hemostatic pill in her hands to Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén poured a beauty pill from the bottle and examined it closely. It differed significantly from the beautifying pills he produced. His pills carried a delicate fragrance. Yet this one, though fragrant, carried an underlying foul stench that Shěn Chén couldn't help but notice. Shěn Chén examined the beauty pill before him, broke off a small piece, and placed it in his mouth. He savored it briefly before spitting it out. Phew! Shěn Chén frowned, now understanding how this beauty pill had been made. What do you think? Chu Ruozhu observed Shěn Chén's pensive expression. Knowing him as she did, she suspected he had uncovered something. This beauty pill had serious issues. The herbs used in it could cause serious harm to the skin if consumed long-term. Yet this beauty pill contained a large amount of this very herb. Even without prolonged use, consuming it just 5 times would inevitably cause skin complications. Severe cases could even lead to facial disfigurement. Shěn Chén glanced at the pill before him and smiled faintly. Looks like the thief didn't quite master the technique. What kind of pill is this, so ruthless? It could even cause facial disfigurement. Chu Ruozhu asked curiously, having never heard of such a vicious ingredient. Ghost face flower. As the name suggests, this herb transforms your face into that of a ghost. But such herbs are extremely rare nowadays. Where did they find such a large quantity of ghost face flowers? Shěn Chén pondered. Wasn't it recorded in books that this flower thrives only in harsh conditions, making it nearly impossible to find nowadays? Ghost face flower. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Chu Ruozhu thought she'd heard the name of this herb before, just recently. Used in small doses, this herb can be beneficial.
It can improve skin condition and also refresh the mind. Shěn Chén's words sparked a sudden realization in Chu Ruozhu. She remembered where she'd heard it before.
I remember now.
Qingzhou has the largest grower of ghost face flowers. That grower's ghost face flowers even received official commendation.
I heard it benefits many people. They were even featured in the news recently. Shěn Chén understood everything upon hearing Chu Ruozhu's words. Let me examine the hemostatic pill first. As usual, Shěn Chén sniffed it and took a small taste, quickly detecting something amiss. These hemostatic pills were problematic too, even more so than the beauty-enhancing pills. Chapter 100, The Counterfeit Company. These hemostatic pills drained the body's reserves to stop bleeding. They worked by triggering the body to mass-produce platelets, thereby achieving hemostasis. Shěn Chén stared at the pills, realizing they were nothing but poison, a slow-acting death sentence. What? Doesn't this mean none of their products are any good? They're just ripping off the common folk. Not only are they fleecing people's money, they're even taking their lives. Chu Ruozhu gasped in horror.
This was nothing short of a shocking murder plot.
We must issue a statement immediately. Right, first we need to test the ingredients with modern equipment.
We need facts to back up our claims.
Otherwise, netizens won't believe us.
Chu Ruozhu swiftly took the samples to the lab for analysis.
By the way, what's the name of this company? Royal Pharmaceuticals Group. Shěn Chén snorted. Wow, they almost copied the name too.
That night, a trending topic quietly shot to the top. A white-collar worker in Qingzhou, who had just finished taking a beauty pill, was lying in bed scrolling through Weibo. She was still complaining to her best friend about how Shěn Chén's Royal Pharmaceuticals sold their beauty pills at such exorbitant prices. Not only were they impossible to get, but their effects weren't even as good as Royal Pharmaceuticals products. Her friend urged her to check Royal Pharmaceuticals' official statement. After testing by our company, 2 pills under Royal Pharmaceuticals brand. Please carefully verify the company name to avoid purchasing counterfeit products.
Oh my god. Ruined face. No way, this can't be real.
Many people have now seen Shěn Chén's announcement, and it has caused significant panic in Qingzhou.
Wait, I've already taken 3 pills. Doesn't that mean I'm not far from having a ruined face? Countless people were in a panic.
In the dead of night, the counterfeit Royal Pharmaceuticals phone lines were flooded with calls.
Royal Pharmaceuticals held an emergency meeting in the middle of the night. What the hell is going on? Didn't you assure me it was foolproof? Su Qian's face darkened as he roared at the head of the pill or D department. You swore up and down it would be undetectable. And now? This was an accident. Mr. Su, rest assured. We'll recall all the previous batches. Then we'll reduce the dosage in the new batch. That way, they won't be able to do anything about it.
This was a shady trick proposed by Zhang Lei, the head of the pill development department, something any competent investigator could uncover with minimal effort. Yet Su Qian actually believed it. This greenhorn knew absolutely nothing.
If you can't resolve this within 3 days, you might as well quit. Su Qian's expression softened this time.
By setting a deadline for Zhang Lei, he aimed to minimize the impact. Royal Pharmaceuticals issued a swift overnight statement denying the consequences Shěn Chén had described, clarifying that the dosage had only been slightly increased due to an operator's error. Nevertheless, Royal Pharmaceuticals guaranteed that no skin damage would occur and offered to repurchase all previously sold beauty pills at 5 times their original price.
This series of actions restored Royal Pharmaceuticals' reputation.
Some even went further, criticizing Shěn Chén for exaggeration and malicious commercial defamation. Shěn Chén merely smiled at these reactions. Before him lay Royal Pharmaceuticals' latest improved version of the beauty pill. Based on the dosage in this batch, skin damage was completely impossible.
However, excessive use would still cause breakouts and itching.
Royal Pharmaceuticals really was courting disaster.
Shěn Chén remarked indifferently.
For now, Royal Pharmaceuticals seemed largely unscathed. But if a significant number of users started breaking out later on, the Royal Pharmaceuticals company would face an epic disaster.
By the way, Ruozhu, how's the progress on the new drug development?
Shěn Chén recalled what Chu Ruozhu had told him recently about the Western medicine for treating stomach cancer.
It's almost ready. It's already entered clinical trials. Once the trials conclude, we can hold a press conference.
Chu Ruozhu had immense confidence in her company.
Good. That's the best outcome. By integrating Chinese and Western medicine, I believe more patients will survive.
Shěn Chén's face lit up. Once the Western medicine is released, he could finally prioritize his own traditional Chinese medicine elixirs. With a strong enough reputation for the company, he was determined to rid the world of cancer's torment. A few days later, the R&D department of Royal Pharmaceuticals erupted in cheers.
Mr. Chu, we've succeeded.
This drug can suppress 80% of cancer cells. If patients take this drug in the early stages of cancer, combined with hospital treatment, they can now be completely freed from the suffering of cancer. The first and third phases of clinical trials have already succeeded.
Once the third phase is complete, we can proceed with market launch.
The head of RD exclaimed excitedly to Chu Ruozhu, whose face lit up upon hearing the news.
What about mid-stage and late-stage cancers?
Chu Ruozhu wondered, this is only for early-stage cases.
How effective is it for later stages? The efficacy in the middle and late stages isn't as ideal. For mid-stage cancer, we can only suppress it by 40%. By the late stage, the effectiveness drops to just 10%. Chu Ruozhu listened to the manager's explanation and already had a rough idea in her mind. It's fine. You've done an excellent job already. We'll gradually refine it later. After all, it's a step-by-step process. Everyone gets a bonus of 30,000 yuan.
Chu Ruozhu knew they had already done exceptionally well. Currently, most anti-cancer drugs on the market couldn't meet their standards. Amidst the excited gazes of the team, one person's eyes held a complex, conflicted expression. Right after Royal Pharmaceuticals, Shěn Chén's company announced that their anti-cancer drug was on the verge of being successfully developed. Chu Ruozhu rubbed her eyes in disbelief. How could this be identical to her company's drug?
Shěn Chén, come to the company immediately. There's a mole in the company. Chu Ruozhu quickly dialed Shěn Chén's number.
In this situation, there was only one possibility, a mole within the company. Otherwise, it was impossible. She had just completed the second round of trials when Royal Pharmaceuticals issued their announcement. They'd even beaten her to the punch, moving so swiftly she hadn't even had time to issue a statement.
What was going on? After speaking with Shěn Chén, his heart sank to the bottom.
The very thing Shěn Chén had feared had come to pass. He had thought the previous incident was just a coincidence, but now it was clear a mole had betrayed the company's secrets.
Shěn Chén rushed to the company. Chu Ruozhu showed him Royal Pharmaceuticals' announcement and their sample. Chapter 101, Countering the Plot. Oh no. If we issue a statement now, won't it make us look like the thieves? Shěn Chén's face darkened.
This situation had become rather tricky.
But Shěn Chén gave a faint smile. Things were starting to get interesting.
Shěn Chén thought to himself, if we could just breeze through and capture the market like this, it would be far too dull and uneventful.
No rush. First, we need to find out who the mole is.
If all else fails, I'll bring out my own product.
Shěn Chén spoke with confidence.
Though the process might have some bumps, the outcome wouldn't change. Shěn Chén silently reflected that this confidence stemmed from his own capabilities and the backing provided by Brother Tongzi.
All right.
I reviewed the surveillance footage, but everyone seemed perfectly normal. Chu Ruozhu had already reviewed the footage before Shěn Chén arrived, yet she hadn't uncovered any clues. Nothing amiss was the biggest problem. It meant this person was hiding their tracks quite well and their position was likely quite high.
Otherwise, Royal Pharmaceuticals wouldn't have obtained the complete experimental data. Shěn Chén deduced that if Royal Pharmaceuticals' announcement was genuine, this mole must be someone of considerable standing.
Just as Shěn Chén and Chu Ruozhu were reviewing the surveillance footage to deduce the mole's identity, the secretary approached Shěn Chén to inform him that someone from RD wanted to see Chu Ruozhu.
Ms. Chu, Mr. Shěn.
Hey, aren't you little Li from RD?
What's going on? Is there a problem in RD?
Chu Ruozhu recognized the man. He had performed quite well in RD back then, and she had even rewarded him an extra 10,000 yuan.
Not Miss Chu, I have business with you.
Chu Ruozhu and Shěn Chén exchanged a glance as they watched Xiaoli stammer for a long time without getting a word out. Here, Xiaoli, have some water.
Let's talk this through calmly. Shěn Chén's attitude toward employees could even be described as amiable except when it came to Liao Ding. Mr. Shěn, I'll be completely honest.
There's a company out there with a name almost identical to ours.
It's called Royal Pharmaceuticals.
Someone approached me, offering 500,000 yuan to hand over my recent research data. They've approached me multiple times.
Now they've even started threatening me. My mother's hospitalization costs are high, and they said they'd cover her medical bills plus give me extra money. But I remember how well you and Mr. Chu have treated me. I've been agonizing over this, so I thought I'd tell you first and see what you think.
But I swear I haven't leaked a single bit of company data before. Hearing Xiaoli's words, Shěn Chén and Chu Ruozhu felt a surge of hope. It seemed they finally had a breakthrough.
Xiaoli, you handled this exceptionally well. I'll cover your mother's medical expenses.
If the hospital can't cure her, come to me, I'll treat her myself.
Plus, I'll personally reward you with 500,000 yuan.
Shěn Chén's words made Xiaoli's eyes light up. His choice had been the right one. What truly mattered to Xiaoli wasn't the money, but his mother's condition.
Xiaoli, let's be honest now. Did that person mention anyone else working with you?
Shěn Chén reasoned that since Xiaoli had gone this far, he shouldn't have revealed anything from earlier.
That means there must be another mole within the company. Yes. I remember now.
That person said if I couldn't finish the job on my own, I could contact him and he'd find someone to work with me. Xiaoli's words confirmed Shěn Chén's suspicions.
Xiaoli, you must keep in touch with that person. You can select some unimportant data to send them.
Shěn Chén's words left Xiaoli momentarily confused, but he quickly caught on. Mr. Shěn, you're planning to turn the tables, expose the remaining mole and give them a taste of their own medicine. Xiaoli snapped to attention.
Researchers really do have sharp minds. Exactly. Two birds with one stone.
Shěn Chén smiled faintly. He wasn't just going to root out the company's parasites, he was going to screw the other side so badly they wouldn't recognize their own mothers. Shěn Chén and his two associates summoned the RD department head for a swift, confidential meeting.
A plan was born.
I hereby announce that Xiaoli has performed exceptionally well and is now appointed as deputy head of RD. Everyone else had better step up their game, they could replace Xiaoli at any moment.
Even Director Zhao's position is up for grabs. Our company values strong capabilities, you could even rise to the position of vice president.
Xu Ruoju's words sent the entire RD department into a frenzy as six-figure salary seemed within reach. As the workday drew to a close, Shěn Chén and Xu Ruoju made a point of stopping by the RD department before leaving the company.
I can get the recent data now, but I need someone to keep watch for me. Didn't you say someone could assist me?
Xiaoli pulled out his phone, tapped a contact in his address book, and sent a message.
At that moment, a phone at Royal Pharmaceuticals chimed. Mr. Su, our efforts have paid off. The person we recruited last time should now be promoted to deputy director of RD and has agreed to our terms.
We can now obtain Royal Pharmaceuticals' recent RD documents, but we need someone to work with him.
Su Qian's face lit up. This was easily the best news he'd heard all day. Good job.
Go to the finance department and collect 100,000 yuan. Quickly get someone to assist him and make sure he gets the documents. The man listened with delight and promptly carried out Su Qian's orders.
Brother Hao, is that you? Xiaoli? Only then did Xiaoli realize it was the seemingly honest Hao Wei.
Hao Wei usually seems so honest and straightforward, you'd never guess he was this kind of person.
Brother Hao, how could you be working for Royal Pharmaceuticals?
Xiaoli asked Hao Wei curiously, determined to get him to spill his thoughts. Xiaoli, people die for money, birds die for food. Hao Wei patted Xiaoli on the shoulder.
At the end of the day, it's all about the money. Royal Pharmaceuticals paid way too much. Xiaoli, that's enough. You better get going.
The security patrol will start soon.
Hao Wei urged Xiaoli to hurry up and finish.
They didn't report this, and such activities are subject to strict scrutiny.
Shěn Chén's company allows overtime, but it must be reported.
Otherwise, situations like this could lead to body searches and strict inspections, all to prevent formula leaks.
Hao Wei scoffed dismissively. What difference did strict inspections make? He'd already got them wrapped around his finger. They say Shěn Chén is a genius doctor, but what good is medical skill if your brain doesn't work? Alright, Brother Hao, everything's inside. Xiaoli fetched the pre-prepared USB drive from the archives and handed it to Hao Wei. Got it. I'll report this to the company immediately and apply for your bonus.
Hao Wei examined the USB drive in his hand with satisfaction, completely unaware that this was a conspiracy targeting him.
Chapter 102, on the eve of the press conference. Good.
Su Qian slammed his hand on the table, glancing at the files sent to his phone.
He quickly summoned the research lab team to verify the information. Xiao Hao, you've done an excellent job.
I'll transfer 500,000 to your card shortly.
Oh, and don't forget about Xiaoli, long-term planning is key. Let's give Xiaoli 200,000 yuan as encouragement.
Su Qian was in high spirits, his lips barely parting before he offered Hao Wei the thrilling sum. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I'll definitely keep up the good work. Whatever information you need in the future, just give us a shout, and we'll handle it perfectly for you. Hao Wei had already mentally accepted Xiaoli as one of his own, making the promise without a second thought.
Great.
I'll be waiting for your good news. Hao Wei hung up the phone, pulled out his mobile, and transferred 200,000 yuan to Xiaoli. He warned Xiaoli to keep this matter strictly confidential, not even his family could know. Satisfied with Xiaoli's reassuring reply, Hao Wei smiled and turned toward the residence of the young woman he was keeping.
Mr. Shěn, the fish has taken the bait. Here's the 200,000 yuan bribe. Shěn Chén nodded. The fish has taken the bait.
Now we just need to play our cards right.
Keep the money yourself. It was meant for you all along.
Shěn Chén shook his head.
Little Li was just a bit too honest. Mr. Su, we've reviewed the data, everything checks out.
Soon after, someone from RD came to report to Su Qian that the data looked perfectly normal.
Proceed with development immediately. Let me know if anything is missing. Su Qian swiftly gave the order.
This was perfect. With this anti-cancer drug, he would finally prove himself to his father. His family would finally stop calling him a useless returnee.
Su Qian didn't care what methods he used as long as the end result was right, the process didn't matter. So, Xiao Qian, how's the company going lately? Su Qian returned home, and his father, Su Tianhu, asked how things were going.
In his eyes, his son was an overseas returnee, a top graduate in financial management. Even if he couldn't get the company off the ground, after facing failure, with his careful guidance, he would surely lead the family to greater heights.
Father, I'm about to develop a new anti-cancer drug. Su Qian's words startled Su Tianhu. His son had actually made such smooth progress from the very beginning. Oh? A brand new anti-cancer drug? Su Tianhu asked skeptically. This didn't add up. How could a top finance graduate develop a new anti-cancer drug so quickly? That's not even his field of expertise. Yes, father.
My cancer drug will disrupt the existing market for anti-cancer drugs.
Su Qian's words only piqued Su Tianhu's curiosity further. Just how effective could this drug be? Father, it's still in the final development stage. Clinical trials haven't begun yet. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Su Qian had only just obtained the preliminary research data from Shěn Chén's company and needed to delve deeper. If I make bold claims now, what happens if problems arise later? All right.
I'll be waiting for your good news. Su Tianhu reflected that while he had built his fortune in real estate, the market was nearing saturation in recent years. If his son could pioneer a completely new path, he would unhesitatingly stake his entire fortune on supporting Su Qian.
What's the current status of our development progress? Shěn Chén arrived at the company a few days later and asked Zhao Lei. Shěn Chén was already eager to see the counterfeit company's downfall.
Almost there, Mr. Shěn. After the failure of the third clinical trial, we've learned our lesson and started making improvements.
Zhao Lei replied solemnly.
The third clinical trial failure had been unexpected.
But fortunately, it's not too late. After adjustments, we've reached the anticipated stage.
Good.
Hurry up. Our plan hasn't even begun implementation yet.
Shěn Chén smiled faintly. Zhao Lei, the head of RD, was a veteran of the Liu family and could be trusted completely.
Understood, President Shun. We expect to complete it this week and then hold a press conference. Zhao Lei couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
Anyone else in this situation would rush to announce it immediately, yet Shěn Chén seemed completely unfazed.
How had he never noticed Shěn Chén's cunning side before? But he liked it. Shao Li, give me a report?
Shěn Chén called Shao Li into his office alone, eager to hear what new shenanigans Royal Pharmaceuticals had been up to these past few days. Mr. Shěn, as per your instructions, I extracted the most critical medicinal ingredients from the research data, made some minor alterations, and handed them over to Hao Wei.
The other party didn't notice a thing.
Over the past few days, he's transferred nearly 500,000 yuan to me.
Shao Li relayed everything he knew to Shěn Chén, adding one final remark. You've handled it well. As long as the drug isn't on the market, we'll keep playing along with them. Keep the money you worked hard enough modifying the protocol.
Shěn Chén smiled faintly.
He'd been bored out of his mind lately anyway. Shěn Chén had the time to play along with them properly, cultivating his character. Alright, Mr. Shěn, rest assured. Watch me work my magic. Who wouldn't love a boss like this?
Not only does he give himself bonuses, but he even claims the rewards meant for others as his own.
Mr. Su, it worked. Our clinical trials have succeeded. Our tests confirm this anti-cancer drug is safe and effective. Su Qian leapt from his chair upon hearing the report from his subordinates.
Now, as long as he was the first to announce the research findings, he would be completely safe.
Draft a press conference plan immediately.
Su Qian declared excitedly, this time, I'm going to win a decisive victory. Shěn Chén studied the press conference materials released by Royal Pharmaceuticals and the product feature descriptions. A faint smile touched his lips.
The show was about to begin.
Shěn Chén called his secretary in and instructed her to book a flight to Qingzhou.
Shěn Chén decided to personally confront the CEO of this counterfeit company.
Just as Sun Wukong once caused a ruckus in heaven, today Shěn Chén would stir up a storm at this press conference.
Xiao Ding, pack your things. We're heading to Qingzhou.
Shěn Chén pulled out his phone and called Liao Ding, who immediately began packing for Qingzhou.
Ruozhu, I'm heading to their press conference myself. Shěn Chén arrived at Chu Ruozhu's office. Isn't that too dangerous? After all, Qingzhou is in our territory. The other side has some influence in Qingzhou.
Chu Ruozhu worried about Shěn Chén's safety. After all, they'd blatantly plagiarized their work, yet remained unscathed so far their backing must be substantial.
Don't worry. I, Shěn Chén, never take risks without certainty.
After all, no matter how powerful they are, they can't take on the authorities. Shěn Chén didn't believe they'd dare confront him openly.
He wasn't afraid of their underhanded tricks. Chapter 103, Putting the Pedal to the Metal. Brother Chen, I'm ready.
I'll wait for you downstairs.
Alright, I'll be right down.
When Shěn Chén came downstairs, holding his waist, Liao Ding had been waiting for quite some time.
Brother Chen, I know a time-honored kidney tonic soup place. Want me to hook you up? Liao Ding teased Shěn Chén.
With two sisters-in-law of such breathtaking beauty, Shěn Chén might find it a bit much.
Get lost. My kidneys are just fine, buddy. Shěn Chén laughed and scolded playfully. As soon as Liu Yaji and Chu Ruozhu heard he'd be away for a while. That very evening, they dragged him out for drinks. Seeing only liquor and no food on the table, Shěn Chén wanted to get some snacks.
But the two women told him to wait. When they emerged from their room, Shěn Chén was treated to quite a feast for the eyes.
Now that was a proper appetizer.
Shěn Chén watched as the two women treated themselves as the perfect accompaniment to the drinks, and he didn't hold back, keeping things going until late into the night.
Is everything ready?
Shěn Chén narrowed his eyes as he asked Liao Ding. He hadn't slept much the night before, and now drowsiness was creeping in.
Don't worry, Chen. Everything's in the bag. Liao Ding told Shěn Chén to get some sleep. He'd wake him up once they arrived at their destination. Royal Pharmaceuticals' press conference had already sparked a frenzy across society.
Once an anti-cancer drug proves effective, it becomes an absolute hot commodity.
Countless patients were eagerly awaiting Royal Pharmaceuticals' cancer drug.
The matter had grown so significant that even government officials had begun paying attention. At that moment, Su Qian was diligently memorizing his speech and adjusting his attire. Son, you must handle this matter with the utmost care. Word is even the authorities have begun monitoring the situation. At this critical juncture, we absolutely cannot afford to be careless. Su Tianhu cautioned Su Qian backstage, his heart brimming with pride. Look! This is my son. The medicine he developed has even drawn official attention.
Su Tianhu's heart swelled with emotion.
He never imagined he'd experience such a moment of glory.
Brother Chen, we're here.
Shěn Chén opened his eyes to find a cluster of reporters' vehicles gathered at the entrance.
Sir, may I ask who you are? The receptionist at the entrance approached to inquire about Shěn Chén's identity. Royal Pharmaceutical Company. Liao Ding blurted out their affiliation from the side. Please follow me.
The receptionist exchanged surprised glances between Shěn Chén and Liao Ding.
A few days prior, Shěn Chén had received an unfamiliar invitation.
Upon opening it, he discovered it was an invitation sent by Su Qian.
Shěn Chén chuckled. This was truly courting disaster. It seemed Su Qian wanted to provoke him. If he didn't attend, it would be like admitting defeat to Su Qian.
But Su Qian never imagined Shěn Chén was actually planning to attend the press conference. This suited Shěn Chén perfectly.
After all, sending someone else would have made the whole thing pointless.
That's why the reception staff had looked at him with such astonishment earlier. If someone had stolen his belongings, he would have been furious long ago.
I wouldn't even want to look at it. How could Royal Pharmaceuticals possibly humiliate themselves like this? Here are your seats, gentlemen.
Shěn Chén glanced at the front row seats and smiled. It was practically tailor-made for him.
Shěn Chén and Liao Ding took their seats and waited quietly for the launch event to begin.
Welcome, everyone, to our company's press conference.
Su Qian stepped onto the stage, having just been informed that Royal Pharmaceuticals had arrived.
Su Qian glanced at Shěn Chén, his lips curling slightly as he shot him a smug look. Shěn Chén paid it no mind after all, the main event was yet to come. Listening to Su Qian's endless rambling, drowsiness washed over Shěn Chén once more. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now introduce our newly developed anti-cancer drug. Its efficacy in early-stage treatment has achieved a remarkable 80% success rate. Some may wonder what this 80% success rate actually means. Let me explain. As long as you fully cooperate with hospital treatment and take our anti-cancer drug on schedule, the cancer will be completely cured. Moreover, this drug is effective against all types of cancer. Su Qian delivered his presentation with great enthusiasm, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience below the stage.
Mr. Su, hello. While the treatment shows such promising results in the early stages, it's not just early-stage patients who need it. Mid- and late-stage patients require it too. How effective is this drug for those stages?
Someone in the audience asked impatiently, and Su Qian flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, but our treatment efficacy for mid to late stage patients isn't very high at present. In the middle stage, it can only suppress the disease by 40%, and in the late stage, the effectiveness drops to just 10%. However, our company assures you this is only a preliminary phase of the drug. We will redouble our efforts to develop mid to late stage anti-cancer drugs, striving to free more patients from the torment of cancer. Su Qian raised his fist, pledging his commitment to the assembled crowd. Reporters below the stage quickly snapped photos of Su Qian as applause and praise erupted. Mr. Su, how are our clinical trials progressing? Another question followed, but Su Qian was already prepared. He had 3 patients brought forward, explaining they were volunteers from their clinical trial. These 3 patients were participants in the final clinical trial. The cancer cells in their bodies. The first patient is now fully recovered, having just been diagnosed with cancer. The second had mid-stage esophageal cancer. The third patient had advanced stomach cancer. Su Qian displayed their clinical results on the large screen, which thoroughly convinced everyone present, including some of the attending physicians. Mr. Su, I have a question. Shěn Chén interrupted the group's actions at that moment, drawing everyone's gaze toward him.
Go ahead. I'll tell you everything I know. Su Qian watched Shěn Chén with a playful look, eager to see what kind of mischief he would get up to.
Mr. Su, as far as I know, your company's anti-cancer drug contains 2 ingredients, crystal flower and fiery grass.
Su Qian was completely baffled, unable to fathom what Shěn Chén was up to.
However, several traditional Chinese medicine practitioners present quickly caught on, their expressions toward Su Qian shifting noticeably.
Yet, in traditional Chinese medicine, there exists a principle known as elemental counteraction. Crystal flower is the ultimate yin, while blazing grass is the ultimate yang. How could these two be combined?
Taking this medicine occasionally might be fine, but prolonged use could be deadly.
Mr. Su, how do you explain this?
After speaking, Shěn Chén watched Su Qian intently.
Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Su Qian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Shěn Chén wouldn't let him wrap up the press conference so smoothly. Su Qian's back was drenched in sweat as he frantically searched for a counterargument.
He knew nothing about medicinal herbs, there was no way to spin this now.
Chapter 104, can't even copy properly. Why isn't Mr. Su saying anything? Right. Could he really have overlooked this? That would be a major medical malpractice incident. Whispers rippled through the audience as they watched Su Qian, drenched in sweat, on stage. Su Tianhua's heart sank in the audience. It seemed he set his expectations too high. My apologies, everyone. Our CEO has been under tremendous work pressure lately. He might not recall some details clearly. I'll take over answering the remaining questions.
At that moment, Zhang Lei, the head of RD, stepped onto the stage and offered an explanation that finally made sense to everyone.
Regarding the question raised by this gentleman earlier, we have considered it.
We've incorporated an ingredient called 9-shame herb. This herb acts as a harmonizing agent, so it poses no harm to the human body. Please rest assured.
Zhang Lei spoke calmly. Such a minor challenge couldn't possibly stump him. Su Qian and Su Tianhu watched Zhang Lei from below the stage, nodding in satisfaction. This Zhang Lei is someone we can rely on, capable and perceptive.
Su Tianhu remarked to Su Qian, if not for Zhang Lei, you would have made a fool of yourself just now.
Su Qian shot Zhang Lei a grateful glance. He resolved to give Zhang Lei a raise when he returned. For no other reason than 2 words, he gets it. Shěn Chén shot Zhang Lei a surprised look.
He hadn't expected Royal Pharmaceuticals to have someone who knew their stuff. But this was nothing.
It was merely an appetizer. Shěn Chén didn't even want to expose their plagiarism outright.
He wanted to watch their expressions slowly descend into despair.
Then I have a few more questions.
As Shěn Chén relentlessly pointed out flaws in the anti-cancer drug, Zhang Lei gradually found himself unable to defend them.
Beads of sweat formed on Zhang Lei's forehead as he inwardly wondered how someone from Royal Pharmaceuticals could be so difficult to deal with. Son, did you offend this guy? Su Tianhu and everyone present could tell Shěn Chén hadn't come to attend the press conference, he'd come to disrupt it.
But he was disrupting it with solid, well-founded arguments, leaving the others at a loss for words.
On stage, Zhang Lei was on the verge of collapsing under Shěn Chén's relentless assault.
He began dodging some questions with vague answers, and the crowd seemed to sense something significant unfolding.
It seemed Shěn Chén's accusations weren't baseless, he had evidence to back them up. Minister Zhang, why are you suddenly being so vague? Medical research demands meticulous attention to detail. Looks like your knockoff company isn't up to par either. Your plagiarism isn't even done properly.
You guys need more practice. Shěn Chén had no desire to play games with them any longer. He laid his cards on the table. The journalists present reacted to Shěn Chén's words like wolves smelling blood.
Sir, did you just say that CEO Su plagiarized someone else's work? Could you elaborate on the specifics?
Reporters swarmed around Shěn Chén, firing questions at him like a barrage of cameras and microphones.
Well, this is a long story.
As the president of Royal Pharmaceuticals, I can tell you that Mr. Su's drug is an anti-cancer drug our company has been developing recently, and we're still making final refinements.
Shěn Chén's words sent shockwaves through the crowd.
Everyone had assumed this brilliant returnee had come home to benefit the people, but instead, he turned out to be a plagiarist.
Bull. What proof do you have?
This is clearly the anti-cancer drug our company developed. Su Qian, seated below the stage, could no longer sit still.
If Shěn Chén continued this uproar, he was certain trouble would come his way.
All he needed to do now was insist it was his company's development, and Shěn Chén couldn't produce any evidence. Before coming here, he had double-checked that the mole within Shěn Chén's company was still intact.
Therefore, Su Qian was now certain Shěn Chén couldn't produce any evidence.
Su Qian was now completely unfazed by Shěn Chén's ranting, utterly unafraid of him. Meanwhile, Chu Ruozhu gathered the entire RD department in the conference room to watch Royal Pharmaceuticals' press conference. Hao Wei's heart skipped a beat, but when he glanced at Xiao Li, who remained completely still, Hao Wei relaxed. This was probably just a scare tactic to flush them out.
What?
Someone actually betrayed our hard work to others. The RD team watched with gritted teeth, and Xiao Li bore the brunt of it. Seeing Xiao Li's composure, Hao Wei felt even more reassured and pretended to join the others in their discussion.
Mr. Su, please calm down. Let's discuss this slowly. With so many reporters here today, let's discuss this calmly.
Shěn Chén's lips curled into a smirk.
The show was truly beginning.
Those familiar with Shěn Chén knew that expression meant someone was about to suffer.
Fine.
In front of all these reporters, I'll see just what kind of story you can spin.
Su Qian now felt completely uninhibited.
With no leverage in Shěn Chén's hands, he was eager to see how he'd be exposed.
Everyone, please look at the big screen.
Shěn Chén and Su Qian borrowed the display for a moment, and the crowd focused their attention. The screen displayed how Royal Pharmaceuticals had threatened Li to make the deal, along with clear records of all transactions. Who would have thought Su Qian was actually stealing? Stealing someone else's research like this, that's enough to land him in jail, right? His stammering earlier had already hinted something was amiss. The audience erupted in an instant. With such irrefutable evidence, what excuse could Su Qian possibly offer now? Su Tianhu stared intently at Su Qian, waiting for an answer. Mr. Shěn, I recall that with today's technology, photos and videos can be easily fabricated. Su Qian forced himself to stay calm, though his back was already soaked through with sweat. We were careless. Then, Mr. Su, we'll need to verify this. We weren't quite prepared enough today. Shěn Chén inwardly cursed his own carelessness. He'd completely forgotten about this matter. No problem, but there's no rush. After all, it's only a matter of time. Mr. Shěn, can you vouch for the authenticity of these records? A reporter stepped forward to ask Shěn Chén, who invoked his reputation as chairman of the Jiangcheng Medical Association, to assure them. We'll take these photos to a professional authentication agency tomorrow. Any reporters wishing to witness the process are welcome to join us now and await first-hand updates. Shěn Chén smiled faintly, glancing at Su Qian collapsed on the stage, drenched in sweat, and let out a disdainful chuckle. Shěn Chén returned Su Qian's earlier expression to him, mirroring it perfectly. Below the stage, Su Tianhu saw Su Qian collapsed on the floor and suddenly understood everything. He never imagined his seemingly well-behaved son would do something so disgraceful. Su Tianhu ordered his bodyguards to discreetly escort Su Qian out the back door. Staying any longer would be more than just an embarrassment. This incident was being monitored by the authorities. It could land someone in jail. Humph. What a piece of junk. I actually thought it was real smoke rising from the ancestral graves. Turns out some unfilial bastard blew up the ancestral graves instead. Once seated in the car, Su Tianhu could no longer contain his rage. He lashed out with a slap. Chapter 105, The Love and Hate of the Su Brothers. You bastard. I thought you were going to make something of yourself. But you idiot went and did something like this. Now even the authorities have been alerted. Su Tianhu raged, his frustration bordering on fury. I wasn't trying to prove to you that I could achieve great things without you. Su Qian retorted softly, but all he got in response was a slap from Su Tianhu. You fool. You don't even understand the basics of stealing. How could you let them catch you red-handed? Su Tianhu wished he'd shot this fool through the wall back then. Now it was too late for regrets. Father, but what should we do now? Will the authorities come arrest me? Su Qian dared not argue back, speaking cautiously while panic gripped his heart. If things continued like this, the Su family inheritance would fall into his younger brother's hands. Part of the reason he'd started this company was to make Su Lei give up hope of ever competing for the family fortune. But now it seemed uncertain. To lie about such a trivial matter, what kind of nonsense was this? Su Tianhu muttered discontentedly, fingering the jade ring on his thumb. This matter absolutely mustn't be allowed to escalate. If it does, it could even impact my real estate business. Bro, what's with you? No matter how you copy it, it just doesn't look right. Su Lei, his half-brother, grinned at Su Qian. Seeing Su Qian flustered gave Su Lei immense satisfaction. This incident alone would surely get Su Qian kicked out of the line of succession by their father. In truth, only two people in the Su family were eligible to inherit the estate. Only him and Su Qian. Now that Su Qian was disqualified, the entire Su family estate would be his. Su Lei had originally planned to send people to disrupt Su Qian's press conference, but Shěn Chén's appearance allowed Su Lei to sit back and watch the drama unfold. Su Lei was thoroughly pleased with Shěn Chén now, convinced he was his lucky star. Su Qian was already having a terrible day, and Shěn Chén's disruption made him feel like he was about to lose his mind. Returning home to hear Su Lei's taunts only made his rage boil over. What are you, anyway? You're nothing but a bastard born to a maid. Even if something like this happened to me today, it's none of your business to criticize me. Su Qian stared at Su Lei with a dark expression, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. Hearing this, Su Lei's expression darkened as well. He detested being called a bastard more than anything. Anyone who dared say it to his face would have ended up meeting the king of hell long ago. Su Lei's mother was just a lowly maid, impregnated by Su Tianhu after he forced himself on her while drunk. Su Tianhu had merely given the maid some severance money to leave, but Su Lei had been kept behind. This became Su Lei's lifelong torment. Once he understood the truth, he had the maid who bore him killed. He would never allow any stain on his name in this world. Oof. You'd better keep your own affairs in order. As for whether I inherit the family fortune, that depends entirely on whether you survive prison. If you don't make it out, won't the Su family still be mine? You think you can rely on those bastards out there? Do you really believe I'd ever let them come back? Su Lei gave a sinister chuckle. In his eyes, Su Qian was guaranteed to go to prison, no surprises there. Su Lei found it difficult to act while Su Qian was still free. But once he's locked up, who knows what might happen? We'll see.
Hearing Su Lei's words, Su Qian couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Knowing his brother like he did, Su Lei was absolutely capable of pulling something like this off. Given the chance to eliminate him, Su Lei wouldn't let it slip away. The urgent priority was to get Su Tianhu to forgive him and offer advice. Relying on his shady friends? That would only get him locked up faster. Father, I know I was wrong. Su Qian cautiously opened the door and bowed his head in apology. Tell me, what did you do wrong? Su Tianhu took a drag from his cigar, exhaling smoke rings that obscured his face, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. My mistake was that I shouldn't have gone to steal. Su Qian finished speaking and glanced up at Su Tianhu. Oof. You still don't know where you went wrong, you useless piece of trash. Su Tianhu sneered coldly. How had he ever produced such a brainless good-for-nothing? My mistake was being so brazen after stealing it. Su Qian was startled and quickly amended his words. Wrong. Completely wrong. You shouldn't have resorted to such cheap tricks. You could have bought him out cleanly. You could have invested in him. You could have even taken him out and seized it by force. But you deliberately avoided all those options. You chose the most idiotic method possible and even sent some moron to infiltrate as an undercover agent. Su Tianhu felt his scolding wasn't enough. He grabbed the ashtray nearby and hurled it at Su Qian. Su Qian let out a wail of pain, yet dared not raise his hands to shield the wound. Stealing is the most foolish method in this world. If you'd killed him, I could have covered for you. But you chose the method most likely to leave you vulnerable. You even transferred the money directly via mobile payment. Were you afraid they wouldn't find anything? Su Tianhu had seen every trick in the book after a lifetime of hustling, but his son had shown him the most foolish method of all. Yes, father, I know I was wrong. Su Qian nodded in acknowledgement. He knew now that calming Su Tianhu's rage was the top priority. After ranting for a while, Su Tianhu noticed Su Qian standing motionless, blood crusting over his head. His anger finally began to subside, and his expression softened. Father, what should we do now? We can't just let Shěn Chén go to the appraisal agency like this. Seeing Su Tianhu's mood ease, Su Qian seized the moment to broach the serious matter. First, let's try to settle this privately with Shěn Chén. A private settlement would be best. If Shěn Chén refuses, I, Su Tianhu, still wield some influence in Qingzhou. Su Tianhu pondered for a moment before slowly outlining two options. Yes, father. I'll go contact Shěn Chén right away. With Su Tianhu's assurance, Su Qian felt reassured this time. Yet he didn't want Shěn Chén to settle privately. He craved seeing Shěn Chén suffer the consequences of his defiance. Shěn Chén had caused him such trouble. If he let Shěn Chén walk away unscathed so easily, wouldn't that make Su Qian a soft target, easy for anyone to push around? Watch your tone, keep it clean. It's best to let the authorities see this and let the storm blow over. Otherwise, disposing of him would become a complicated affair. Though Su Tianhu gave these instructions to Su Qian, deep down, he never intended for Shěn Chén to return alive to Qingzhou. Chapter 106, The Hongmen Banquet. I understand, father. Su Qian responded respectfully, though inwardly he was nearly consumed by hatred for Shěn Chén. Meanwhile, Shěn Chén sneezed several times in quick succession. Who the hell was cursing him behind his back? How about it was today's launch event spectacular? Zhu Ruozhu wore a faint smile as she looked at the RD team members. None of them had expected that the mole would turn out to be little Li. Xiao Li, how could you do this to President Chu and President Shen? Lu Rinjia from the research department stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Li and speaking with unbridled fury. Lu Rinjia's words sparked a huge reaction, with everyone present criticizing Xiao Li. Xiao Li gave a faint smile, completely unfazed by their words. Once you know the truth, you'll be praising me to the skies. Three distinct emotional states now filled the conference room. One was the calm composure of Xiao Li, Zhu Ruozhu, and RD director Zhao Lei. Another was the fury led by Lu Rinjia. And then there was the panic of Hao Wei, standing alone. Hao Wei noticed Shěn Chén hadn't acknowledged his presence during the press conference. Hao Wei silently thought, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. Xiao Li, I'm afraid you'll have to bear the brunt of this. I'll remember your kindness. Hao Wei wasn't worried Xiao Li would betray him after all. Xiao Li's mother still needed money for medical treatment. If Xiao Li turned him in, it wouldn't benefit anyone. Hao Wei's expression immediately hardened as he joined the chorus criticizing Xiao Li. Xiao Li's situation is known only to me and President Shen. Xiao Li's actions were all arranged by Mr. Shen. Xiao Li isn't to blame for this. Seeing the timing was right, Zhu Ruozhu stepped in to rescue Xiao Li. Lu Rinjia and his crew were instantly stunned, and Hao Wei froze in disbelief. Hao Wei, fine, play it that way. You all treat me like a fool, so I put on this fake act. I thought I could fool you all, but who knew you'd pull a real-life mission, impossible on me. This is blatantly picking on a lowly commoner like me, and after all this, I'm the one who ends up looking like a fool. Xiao Li, I wish your mother the absolute best health and a full recovery. Even if my tongue got twisted mid-curse, I'd still manage to smooth it over. Hao Wei, aren't you going to say anything? Xu Ruozhu and Zhao Lei beamed at Hao Wei, who still wore a look of righteous indignation on his face. This Hao Wei deserves an Oscar for his performance, anything less would be an insult to his acting skills. Ha! Hao Wei, was it you? The RD team couldn't believe this was the work of Hao Wei, who always seemed so honest and straightforward. What's there to say? It's all my fault for trusting little Li too much. Hao Wei's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally gave out. He glared at Xiao Li with such venom that he wished he could cut him into 1,000 pieces. It's not my fault. Who can resist such outstanding leaders as President Chu and President Shun? Xiao Li shrugged, subtly slipping in a compliment to Shěn Chén. Xu Ruozhu cast an appreciative glance at the smooth-talking employee. This is truly a difficult matter. A raise, it absolutely must be a raise. Cut to another scene. Brother Chen, don't you think Su Qian is going to be furious? Liao Ding felt a surge of satisfaction just recalling Su Qian's deathly expression as he left. This Su Qian, he mused, I bet he'll get so worked up he'll drop dead. Shěn Chén agreed with Liao Ding without hesitation. That assessment was spot on. Hello? Who is this? Shěn Chén was happily eating his meal when his phone suddenly rang. Mr. Shen, it's me, Su Qian. Shěn Chén chuckled at the timing talk about speaking of the devil. He put the call on speaker. Oh, it's Mr. Su. What brings you calling so late, Mr. Su? After all, you need to take care of yourself. If that hospital can't cure you, come find me, I'll have you cured in no time. Shěn Chén chuckled, adding insult to injury for the already miserable Su Qian. On the other end, Su Qian's voice was cheerful, but his face was a mix of frustration and anger. I'll endure it. Just you wait, you'll pay for this. There seems to be some misunderstanding between us. How about we meet tomorrow to discuss this in detail? Su Qian spoke in a conciliatory tone, almost sounding like a grandson. Oh, a misunderstanding, huh? Not that I can't, but walking is exhausting. Shěn Chén hesitated. Su Qian thought he was about to refuse and nearly jumped for joy. But what Shěn Chén said next made Su Qian want to stomp his feet in frustration. Mr. Shen, we'll come pick you up. Su Qian fought back the anger in his voice. He'd never met anyone so condescending in his life. No problem, no problem. Then I'll trouble Mr. Su to pick me up tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow without fail. Shěn Chén hung up with a smirk, leaving Liao Ding beside him utterly dumbfounded. Brother Chen, you're the man. Liao Ding couldn't help but praise Shěn Chén's ruthless and heartless maneuver. Basic move, level 6. Shěn Chén waved it off, shrugging it off as child's play. But seriously, Chen, are we really going through with this? Liao Ding sensed the invitation held ulterior motives. This couldn't simply be Su Qian backing down. Go. This is our golden opportunity to break into the Qingzhou market. Once this chance is gone, it won't come back. If Liao Ding could see this was a trap, how could Shěn Chén not? Even if it was a trap, Shěn Chén was determined to take the risk. After all, you can't catch a wolf without risking the lamb. Shěn Chén thought to himself that if things got too dicey, he could always call the military district for backup. No matter how powerful Su Qian was, he couldn't possibly defeat the national military. Brother Chen, here's the Su family's dossier. The next morning, Liao Ding handed over the tablet as soon as he woke up. Made his fortune in real estate? He has quite a few records of blackmailing other criminals. Seems this Su Tianhu isn't some small-time player, he's a real powerhouse. Shěn Chén glanced at the files Liao Ding handed over. Su Tianhu had risen from the countryside to this position, clearly no ordinary figure. Shěn Chén silently committed Su Tianhu's name to memory. Let's tidy up and go out for a walk. Shěn Chén took Liao Ding to the hotel reserved by the Su family that evening for dinner, then they took a stroll. After leaving, Shěn Chén kept glancing at the surrounding maps, instructing the taxi driver to take him through the alleys. Brother Chen, what are you doing? If you want to visit some sites, I know a few good spots. Liao Ding couldn't quite figure out why Shěn Chén was taking him on aimless wanderings through the streets. You'll understand when the time comes. Shěn Chén muttered mysteriously, leaving Liao Ding thoroughly confused. Xiao Ding, go buy something for self-defense. Shěn Chén feared that if the negotiations broke down tonight, the Su family might resort to extreme measures. Liao Ding nodded. On their turf, if the Su family called for backup, he and Shěn Chén might not stand a chance after all. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Liao Ding bought 2 small knives and a bag of chili powder. These were lessons learned from Liao Ding's own fights. Chili powder was a valuable asset. Chapter 107, I must eat fish before tomorrow. Before he knew it, night had fallen. You must be Mr. Shen. Our young master sent me to escort you. Shěn Chén got into the car sent by Su Qian, while Liao Ding followed behind in his own vehicle as they headed toward the hotel. Sir, do you have a reservation? The receptionist approached at that moment. The big boss is here tonight. They absolutely must treat him with the utmost respect. Su Qian sent me. Realizing this was the person the young chairman had instructed them to wait for, the greeter promptly escorted Shěn Chén upstairs to heaven on earth. Mr. Shen, welcome, welcome. Su Tianhu greeted Shěn Chén with a broad smile as he entered. Shěn Chén's heart tightened.
Case closed. This was a smiling tiger.
Mr. Su, hello. Young Mr. Su, we meet again.
Shěn Chén greeted Su Tianhu with neither servility nor arrogance, then turned to exchange greetings with Su Qian.
Mr. Shěn is truly young and accomplished.
At such a young age, he's already started his own company and become the chairman of the medical association.
Su Tianhu praised Shěn Chén.
While Liao Ding was investigating the Su family yesterday, Su Tianhu had also been investigating Shěn Chén. Su Tianhu was startled upon seeing Shěn Chén's credentials. No wonder Su Qian had stolen Shěn Chén's research findings. Simply based on the series of cancer cases Shěn Chén had cured, Su Tianhu unconditionally believed Shěn Chén's anti-cancer drug would be nothing short of exceptional.
The person Su Tianhu hired didn't have sufficient access. This wasn't even Shěn Chén's full resume.
Had Su Tianhu glimpsed the top secret classification stamped on Shěn Chén's files, he'd likely have eagerly handed Su Qian over. He couldn't even muster the will to oppose Shěn Chén. This was no one he could afford to provoke.
Unlike me, who went and produced this little monster. Su Tianhu shot Su Qian a fierce glare as he spoke. As if to say, look at him, then look at you. That's what other people's children are like. Su Qian looked utterly aggrieved. What kind of situation was this? He'd come specifically to target Shěn Chén, yet somehow he'd ended up being dragged into it. Not at all, Mr. Su, you flatter me. It was all coincidence, mostly luck.
Shěn Chén waved his hand dismissively.
It's all just good luck. Su Qian thought, yeah, right. If you're so sure, show me some luck like that. Luck is part of one's strength.
Su Tianhu chuckled softly, observing Shěn Chén before him. Though young in appearance, Shěn spoke with flawless precision.
Young in age yet mature and steady, that was Su Tianhu's assessment of Shěn Chén. Mr. Shěn is young and capable. My son is still immature and caused this trouble. What do you say? Su Tianhu clearly regarded Shěn Chén as a peer and rival.
Su Tianhu spoke with the frustration of a parent disappointed in their child, though to an outsider, it might seem Su Tianhu was the one being deceived.
Shěn Chén watched Su Tianhu's performance with keen interest, eager to see what would happen next. Mr. Shěn, I suppose there's no need for this inspection report now, is there? After all, we've shared meals together, we're practically friends now. Should you ever need anything while in Qingzhou, Mr. Shěn, don't hesitate to reach out. I, Su, still have some influence. Su Tianhu wanted to make a mountain out of a molehill and sweep this under the rug. But that last line was also meant for Shěn Chén, a warning to tread carefully on someone else's turf. After all, a mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake. On this patch of land, you'd be wise to rein yourself in as an outsider. Shěn Chén caught the subtext in Su Tianhu's words, but restraint was never his style. Mr. Su, this young Mr. Su has caused significant disruption to our company. To let it go so easily seems a bit inappropriate, don't you think?
Shěn Chén smiled faintly.
Who said it would end so simply? So what kind of gesture does Mr. Shěn want? Su Tianhu understood the implication behind Shěn Chén's words. You'll have to give me some compensation, right?
Su Tianhu wasn't afraid Shěn Chén would refuse. He feared Shěn might be a hothead, which would have caused trouble.
This way was much simpler.
Mr. Su, you see, young Master Su used a company name and drug names similar to ours. He's caused us losses, and we were seriously shaken by young Su's actions at this press conference.
We deserve some kind of compensation for emotional distress, right? Su Tianhu nodded. This was all expected.
The demand for compensation clearly signaled Shěn Chén was going to ask for an exorbitant sum. Still, it was manageable as long as it wasn't too outrageous. With all these messy demands piled up, Mr. Su rounded it off and gave them a small target. Seeing Su Tianhu's cooperative attitude, Shěn Chén graciously offered a discount.
Mr. Shěn, are you kidding me? Su Tianhu's face darkened as he heard the figure, setting down his water glass.
His piercing gaze fixed on Shěn Chén, his imposing presence bearing down on him.
Are you trying to rob me?
Su Qian sputtered red wine from his mouth, furious as he confronted Shěn Chén.
Even Liao Ding beside him looked at Shěn Chén in astonishment. When it comes to collecting debts, I respect no one but my brother Chén. Xiao Su, you're overreacting. How is this considered stealing? Stealing money is illegal. I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Shěn Chén shook his head.
Who actually robs people? This is much quicker than robbery. Shěn Chén locked eyes with Su Tianhu, refusing to budge an inch. You think a little intimidation will make me back down? Do you think I, Shěn Chén, was raised in fear? Mr. Shěn, how about lowering it a bit more? How does 50 million sound?
Our Su family has been developing in Qingzhou for so long.
If Shěn Group wants to expand here, we could certainly help, right? Su Tianhu was the first to back down.
After all, Shěn Chén held evidence detrimental to their group.
Mr. Su, you're mistaken.
Our anti-cancer drugs have no shortage of markets anywhere. You must have heard young Master Su's presentation at the conference.
We're not short on markets.
We'll stick to the original fixed price, just a small target, and this matter will be settled.
Shěn Chén shook his head. While he coveted the Qingzhou market, Su's real estate company offered him no real advantage. Alright, Mr. Su, it's getting late. Get some rest. Oh, and give it some thought these next few days, Mr. Su. After all, time is running out. Shěn Chén didn't want to waste any more words on Su Tianhu. Let him come to his senses on his own before talking to him again. Crash! Su Tianhu slammed the wine glass in his hand onto the floor. In all his years in the business, this was the first time Su Tianhu had been warned by a junior. Su Tianhu had never felt so humiliated. He no longer wanted to reconcile with Shěn Chén. Father, should we take out Shěn Chén now? Su Qian cautiously inquired from the side, for Su Tianhu was now a powder keg. One wrong move and he'd explode. Humph. If soft tactics won't work, don't force me to resort to harsh measures. After all, few who made their fortunes in real estate back then came clean. Get ready. It's time to begin. I want fish tomorrow. Su Tianhu pulled out his phone and dialed a contact labeled Old Mo. Chapter 108, Martial Artist? Brother Chen, it's kinda weird they didn't make a move today. I've got everything ready. Liao Ding drove while smiling and chatting with Shěn Chén. Liao Ding thought to himself that both Su Tianhu and his son were capable of holding back. They were ruthless individuals. I thought Su Tianhu would just go for it right here in the restaurant. Looks like even the Su family has their limits. Yeah. Remember when I took you around the neighborhood earlier today? We'd scouted the location and planned our escape route, but now it's all for nothing. Shěn Chén chuckled along with Liao Ding. Tonight's events were turning out quite different from what he'd anticipated. Shěn Chén had braced himself for a fierce battle tonight, but it seemed he'd overestimated the danger. Brother Chen, Xingzhou really can't compare to our Jingzhou. At this hour, I'd usually just be heading to the bar. The streets would be packed. Compared to us, Xingzhou feels pretty deserted now. Look, there are only a few trucks on the road. Liao Ding watched the vehicles passing by on the road. There were hardly any cars, just late-night trucks. Shěn Chén felt a twinge of unease at Liao Ding's words, but shook his head. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Xiao Ding, I'm gonna catch some shut-eye. Wake me if anything comes up. Shěn Chén had slept poorly the previous night due to a stiff neck, and now drowsiness was setting in. Seeing they were still a distance from the hotel, Shěn Chén decided to catch a few minutes of sleep. Beep. Damn it. Just as Shěn Chén closed his eyes, he felt Liao Ding slam on the brakes and heard his curse. What's up, Xiao Ding? Shěn Chén opened his eyes to see a large truck parked right in front of their car. Bro Chen, this truck's bigger than ours. He ended up braking too late and slammed into the guardrail. Liao Ding glared furiously at the truck in front of them. How did they even learn to drive? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Xiao Ding, don't start a fight. I have a bad feeling something's going to happen tonight. If money can solve it, use money. Shěn Chén said in a low voice, wondering to himself, was it really just a coincidence that this truck appeared here? Liao Ding grunted in response before getting out to assess the situation. Any fool who gets in my way is asking for trouble. Just then, the truck driver stepped out. Shěn Chén followed Liao Ding down, uneasy. Hey, buddy. What the hell were you thinking driving like that? You rammed our car with your truck? Are you out of your mind? Liao Ding saw a middle-aged man with a dark, menacing gaze step out of the truck and immediately launched into a tirade. Sorry, kid, I got a bit sleepy tonight. Lao Mo stepped out of the vehicle, his expression shifting imperceptibly. Liao Ding missed the change entirely. Shěn Chén looked at the man before him. He seemed honest and down to earth, but there was something odd about one of his eyes. Drive more carefully next time. You've scratched our expensive car. You couldn't even afford to pay for the damage with your meager driver's wages. Alright, we're in a hurry. We'll let you off this time. Liao Ding walked over to Shěn Chén, ready to get back in the car. Liao Ding didn't waste words with Lao Mo. Returning to the hotel was the safest option now. Lao Mo nodded repeatedly in agreement, but a flash of viciousness flickered in his eyes. As soon as Shěn Chén and Liao Ding turned their backs, Lao Mo quickened his pace toward Shěn Chén, a knife silently appearing in his hand. Watch out. As Shěn Chén glanced at a passing vehicle, his peripheral vision caught Lao Mo's knife thrusting toward him. Ouch. Liao Ding whipped his head around just in time to see Lao Mo's blade slice past Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén let out a muffled groan. Lao Mo's blade had cut him pretty deep. Brother Chen, are you okay? Liao Ding saw Shěn Chén clutching his waist, blood seeping through his palm. You're from the Su family, right? Shěn Chén looked at Lao Mo, whose eyes were filled with confusion. You're the first ones who've ever dodged my blade. Who sent me doesn't matter. All you need to know is that next year on this day will be your death anniversary. A flicker of mockery passed through Lao Mo's eyes. In his view, what kind of waves could two ordinary people possibly make? Lao Mo advanced step by step toward Shěn Chén and Liao Ding, constantly twirling the butterfly knife in his hand. Liao Ding saw Lao Mo closing in. His hand shot from his waist, drawing a dagger and thrusting it toward Lao Mo with blinding speed. Over the years of fighting, Liao Ding had learned one truth: in martial arts, speed is the ultimate advantage. He'd used this move countless times in fights, always with perfect results. But today, he'd met his match. Most opponents would be caught off guard and fall to Liao Ding's blade. But Lao Mo was a professional assassin. Liao Ding's little tricks had long been seen through by Lao Mo. To Lao Mo, Liao Ding's dagger technique seemed like child's play. A flicker of scorn passed through Lao Mo's eyes. Liao Ding was fast, but Lao Mo was faster. His butterfly knife blocked Liao Ding's dagger. Before Liao Ding could react, the butterfly knife had already sliced his arm. Next, Liao Ding felt a tremendous force slam into his chest, sending his entire body flying backward. "Not you yet," Lao Mo said. "The employer wants your boss's head." Lao Mo had no interest in playing games with Liao Ding. He kicked Liao Ding aside to play in the mud, then turned his attention to Shěn Chén. "Whatever they're offering you, I'll give you triple." Shěn Chén watched Lao Mo draw nearer and laid out his terms. Lao Mo paused, then regarded Shěn Chén with keen interest. "You're the first one to say that in all these years. You're also the calmest one among them." In all his years as an assassin, whenever Lao Mo killed someone, the victim either fled in terror or collapsed on the spot, face frozen in horror. Someone as composed as Shěn Chén who even dared to negotiate terms with him was a first. After all, who wants to die? Shěn Chén gave a faint smile. If it could be resolved without violence, he'd never resort to it. "Smart guy, but I won't let you off the hook. After all, I owe the employer a life." Lao Mo gave a helpless smile as he swung his butterfly knife toward Shěn Chén. As Lao Mo watched the blade about to slice through Shěn Chén's throat, a smug smile flashed across his eyes. But that smile froze instantly on his face. Shěn Chén's hand had seized Lao Mo's wrist with iron grip, halting the dagger's advance completely. Lao Mo reacted with lightning speed, releasing the butterfly knife with one hand and swiftly catching it with the other, immediately thrusting it toward Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén remained unflustered, sidestepping with a small movement to narrowly evade Lao Mo's blade. Shěn Chén then delivered an elbow strike, knocking the knife from Lao Mo's grasp. He followed up with a swift kick, using the momentum to create distance between himself and Lao Mo. A martial artist? A flicker of excitement crossed Lao Mo's dark, shadowy eyes. Old Mo had been bored to death these past years, lacking any worthy opponent to spar with. "Let's see how many moves Mr. Shěn can last against me. Don't disappoint me, Mr. Shěn. Beat me, and I'll let you walk free today." A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Lao Mo's eyes. He flexed his body and charged toward Shěn Chén. Chapter 109, I'm going first. The moment Lao Mo began his warm-up, Shěn Chén assumed the opening stance of the Shěn family boxing style. Old Mo grew even more excited at the sight of Shěn Chén's stance today promised a thoroughly satisfying fight. Lao Mo charged forward, delivering a whipping kick aimed at Shěn Chén's head. Shěn Chén dared not take it lightly. A killer who got serious was no pushover. Shěn Chén ducked swiftly to evade the strike. But Old Mo, seeing his first attack miss, immediately closed the distance and pressed the attack. Shěn Chén effortlessly parried each strike, landing several blows on Lao Mo in the process. Seeing he couldn't gain the upper hand, Lao Mo narrowed his eyes and launched a full-force assault at Shěn Chén. Originally, Old Mo had intended to keep Shěn Chén around for a while longer before finishing him off, but it was now clear that Shěn Chén possessed considerable skill. Lao Mo held nothing back, each strike aimed precisely at Shěn Chén's vulnerable points. Shěn Chén watched as Lao Mo's attacks grew increasingly fierce, his own injuries mounting. Shěn Chén failed to dodge in time, allowing Lao Mo to seize the opportunity and land a punch directly on his knife wound. Shěn Chén stumbled backward repeatedly. The blow ignited his fury, and he charged at Lao Mo with renewed intensity. Lao Mo sensed Shěn Chén transform instantly, his techniques no longer as straightforward as before. His techniques became diverse, blending elements of Brazilian war dance, judo, military boxing, and Muay Thai. Lao Mo refused to be outdone. Both fighters' competitive spirit ignited, shielding every part of their bodies from weapons while striking at their opponent's vulnerable points. The Mexican lost his balance for a moment, allowing Shěn Chén to seize the opportunity. A punch landed squarely on his head, followed by a kick that sent him flying. Huff! Shěn Chén gasped for breath. Though his grandfather had taught him various martial arts techniques since childhood, he'd never truly put them to practical use. Shěn Chén had been momentarily overwhelmed just now, but as Lao Mo's pressure intensified, Shěn Chén's movements grew increasingly proficient. He seamlessly transitioned between different techniques, exploiting Old Mo's weaknesses to gain the upper hand. Lao Mo scrambled to his feet, shaking his head. His mouth was now filled with blood. "Ha! It's been ages since I've felt this exhilarated. You're quite skilled, Shěn Chén. But it ends here." Lao Mo burst into maniacal laughter, his face contorted like a madman. The intense fight between the two had been witnessed by Liao Ding, who had been hiding behind a car nearby. The spectacle had his blood boiling. This real-life action was far more thrilling than anything on TV. Liao Ding smacked his lips regretfully, wishing he had some sunflower seeds to munch on. "You promised if I beat you, you'd let us go. But in your current state, you might not be able to beat me for sure." Shěn Chén smiled faintly. After all, he had the system's buffs. Shěn Chén leaned against the car, feigning extreme exhaustion. He couldn't openly stop the bleeding, but eliminating fatigue was no problem. "Shěn Chén, my side withdraws from fatigued state." If Lao Mo knew about Shěn Chén's chi, he'd definitely say, "This is clearly a normal server." You're cheating. You can't handle it. Ha! Mr. Shun, you're clever. If I attacked now, I'd definitely lose against the two of you. But Mr. Shun, remember this isn't the age of cold weapons. And you can't trust a killer's words, you know. Lao Mo flashed a devilish grin as he spoke, picking up the jacket he'd tossed aside earlier and pulling out a sleek, gleaming black device. I'm going all out. You can't handle this. A deafening roar erupted from the black beast in Lao Mo's hands. No matter how fast Shěn Chén was, he couldn't outrun a bullet. He instantly felt his left shoulder tearing apart. But Shěn Chén gritted his teeth against the pain and rolled behind the car. Mr. Shên, beyond 7 paces, the gun is fast. But within 7 paces, the gun is both fast and accurate. Shěn Chén listened to Lao Mo's voice, his stomach churning with disgust. Shěn Chén tried to move, but under the suppressive fire from Lao Mo's gun, he couldn't even lift his head. Mr. Shên, come out. I'll put you out of your misery. Stop struggling in vain. Lao Mo's magazine emptied quickly. As he reloaded, he shouted at Shěn Chén. But before Lao Mo could finish his sentence, his eyes were nearly blinded by the glare of high beams. Brother Chén, get in the car. Liao Ding shouted anxiously to Shěn Chén, who gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he climbed into the vehicle. Liao Ding sped away. It turned out that the moment old Mo drew his gun, Liao Ding had been so terrified he'd hidden behind the car. Only after witnessing Lao Mo shoot Shěn Chén did he suppress his fear and quietly climb back into the vehicle. That's how the scene just now unfolded. Damn it! Seeing Shěn Chén escape unharmed from his grasp, Lao Mo abandoned the idea of pursuing him. Having fired his gun, he was already in danger. The undercover cops would be arriving soon. His truck couldn't keep up with them anyway. Lao Mo tidied up the scene and drove the truck away. As long as Shěn Chén remained in Qingzhou, Lao Mo had no fear of him escaping. Hey! The fish got off the hook. No fish for dinner tonight. We'll have fish tomorrow night. Lao Mo called Su Tianhu, then hung up. Dad, what's the situation? Su Qian and Su Lei, standing nearby, looked at Su Tianhu with eager anticipation. Su Qian desperately wished Shěn Chén would die so he could be off the hook. Su Lei, however, wanted Shěn Chén to escape so he could rightfully inherit the family fortune. Failed. Su Qian's face darkened. This was truly the end. How useless were the men he'd sent. They couldn't even kill a doctor. Su Lei forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, already envisioning the family fortune beckoning to him. But Shěn Chén was also gravely wounded. He wouldn't live to see the sun rise the day after tomorrow. Hearing Su Tianhu's next words, the brothers felt like they were on opposite roller coasters. Brother Chén, hang on. I'll get you back to the hotel right away. Liao Ding said urgently, already pushing the car to 150 km/h. No, we can't go back to the hotel. In my current state, the hotel would definitely call the police. There's no way I could slip through undetected. Shěn Chén was drenched in sweat. In this state, he was certain to end up in the police station. But Shěn Chén didn't want to deal with the police. What if Su Tianhu had connections there? He'd be walking straight into a trap. So where should we go now, Shen? Liao Ding had no idea either. Nowhere would be safe. Find a secluded spot in any park. Shěn Chén said in a low voice. The priority now was to get the bullet out. Got it. Liao Ding glanced around and spotted a park not far away. He sped off immediately. Brother Chén, we're here. Brother Chén, you can't die. How would I explain it to your wife? Liao Ding was terrified to see Shěn Chén's eyes closed. Get lost, you bastard. You're the one who's going to die. If you die, I won't die either. Shěn Chén laughed and cursed under his breath. He'd only closed his eyes for a moment. Why all the fuss? Look at your pathetic little heart. Chapter 110, A Case of Mistaken Identity. This way. Shěn Chén pointed in the direction, confirming no one was around. Liao Ding supported Shěn Chén as they moved deeper inside. Xiao Ding, sterilize the dagger with the lighter. Liao Ding pulled out his lighter and began sterilizing the dagger. This couldn't be taken lightly. With Liao Ding present, Shěn Chén couldn't risk revealing his system. Just as Liao Ding was about to speak, Shěn Chén placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Liao Ding understood immediately, handing the dagger to Shěn Chén while picking up a brick from the ground. Bro, this chick's so fresh. We're in for a treat today. Ha, after I've had my fun, you guys can have her any way you want. I can't wait, boss. Look at you, so impatient. The chatter drifted into Shěn Chén and Liao Ding's ears. They exchanged a glance. Had they stumbled upon a kidnapping and rape? What kind of luck is this? They actually stumbled upon this. Holy crap! By sheer coincidence, the perpetrator was shining a flashlight that happened to illuminate Shěn Chén. Spotting the pool of blood, he nearly had his soul scared out of him. What ghosts? Look at your own cowardice. Ghost! The gang leader shot his underling a disapproving look. What a coward! But when he turned and saw Shěn Chén, he let out a blood-curdling scream, dropped the sack he was holding, and took off running. Shěn Chén and Liao Ding were both amused and exasperated.
They'd expected rescuing someone would take some effort, but now it seemed nothing was needed at all. Shoo! Liao Ding removed the sack from the girl's head, revealing a fresh-faced young woman staring at them in terror. "We're not bad people," he said. "We'll untie you and let you go, but you must promise not to tell anyone you saw us. If you understand, just nod your head." Shěn Chén urged her to keep quiet. His whereabouts must never be revealed. Lao Mo wouldn't let him off so easily. Zhang Lingxi nodded twice. Though Shěn Chén was covered in blood, he didn't seem like a bad person. "Untie her." Liao Ding untied Zhang Lingxi and removed the cloth from her mouth. "Thank you." Zhang Lingxi recognized Shěn Chén as the leader and thanked him. "No problem. Just don't tell anyone about today. You can go now." Shěn Chén gave a faint smile, his face pale from blood loss. Shěn Chén regretted not bringing some hemostatic pills when he left. He'd been too careless. After walking a short distance, Zhang Lingxi wondered if what she'd done was a bit harsh. Her family home was always empty. Perhaps she should invite them back to tend to their injuries. Zhang Lingxi turned back. Shěn Chén and Liao Ding watched her return, puzzled. Hadn't she been told to leave? What was the meaning of this return? "I see you've been shot. Come to my place for treatment. I'm a surgeon. I can remove the bullet. As my way of repaying you for saving my life." Zhang Lingxi finished speaking and waited for Shěn Chén's response. Shěn Chén and Liao Ding exchanged a glance and quickly stood up. This seemed like the best course of action now. Liao Ding drove toward Zhang Lingxi's residence, following her constant directions. Shěn Chén and Liao Ding fell silent upon seeing the grand villa. Liao Ding shot Shěn Chén a puzzled look before turning to Zhang Lingxi. Both were doctors, yet the disparity was staggering. This villa was easily worth 3 times as much as Shěn Chén's place. Shěn Chén shot Liao Ding a fierce glare. It wasn't that he hadn't worked hard. It's clearly because Zhang Lingxi is loaded. How could that be my fault? Come on in. My father isn't usually home. You go ahead and sit down. I'll go get something. Zhang Lingxi said before quickly heading upstairs to fetch the medical kit from her room. Take off your shirt. Shěn Chén suddenly felt awkward. This wasn't right, was it? Liao Ding stood nearby, looking at Shěn Chén with obvious disgust. His boss was embarrassing. Just take it off when told. I'm a girl and I'm not afraid. What are you scared of? Shěn Chén obediently removed his shirt, revealing a well-toned upper body. Zhang Lingxi flushed slightly. She hadn't expected Shěn Chén, who looked so lean, to have such defined muscles beneath his shirt. Hold on, I need to remove the bullet. Zhang Lingxi snapped back to reality and instructed Shěn Chén. We're working with limited resources, no anesthetic. You'll just have to tough it out. Soon, Zhang Lingxi extracted the bullet and bandaged his wound, then quickly tended to Liao Ding's wrist as well. How did you two get shot? Zhang Lingxi was curious. In this era, obtaining guns in China wasn't easy. A sudden thought struck Zhang Lingxi. Could these two be wanted criminals? Oh no, they'd been faking it all along. She'd let the wolf into the house. Zhang Lingxi felt like crying but had no tears left. She'd just escaped the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. She wanted to slap herself silly. Why had she been so damn talkative earlier? Now look at this mess. Miss, please don't misunderstand. We're being hunted down by enemies. We never expected the assassins our enemies sent would have guns. I'm the chairman of the medical association in Jingzhou, Jiangcheng. Here, take a look. This is my assistant. Shěn Chén saw Zhang Lingxi might have misunderstood something and hurried to explain. He unlocked his phone, pulled up his credentials online, and handed them to Zhang Lingxi. Zhang Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shěn Chén's phone. Thank goodness she was incredibly lucky and hadn't saved the wrong person. However, Shěn Chén didn't recount the details to Zhang Lingxi. After all, they were mere acquaintances. Alright, you two can rest on the second floor today. This is your room. It has its own bathroom inside. Zhang Lingxi led them upstairs. The first floor was her parents' room. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Through their earlier conversation, Shěn Chén had also learned Zhang Lingxi's name. Early the next morning, Shěn Chén woke up to some noise outside. Opening the door, he saw a middle-aged man seemingly yelling at Zhang Lingxi. The man sensed Shěn Chén's gaze and looked up. Shun, my brother. Brother Zhang. Shěn Chén and Zhang Tianxiong exclaimed in unison, both utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding beside Zhang Lingxi. Zhang Tianxiong's sudden return this morning had caught Zhang Lingxi completely off guard. Zhang Lingxi still hadn't figured out how to explain the man in the house to her father. The next moment, Zhang Tianxiong spotted 2 pairs of men's shoes on the floor and felt like the sky was falling. His daughter, who always seemed so well behaved, was actually playing around like this? Furious, Zhang Tianxiong berated Zhang Lingxi harshly, ready to tear those 2 men to shreds. But then he looked up and saw the man who had saved his life in Jingzhou. See, brother Zhang, it's all just a misunderstanding. After Shěn Chén explained to Zhang Tianxiong, the latter finally realized he'd misunderstood his daughter. Xiaoxi, why didn't you explain? Zhang Tianxiong hurriedly apologized to his precious daughter. What a mess this misunderstanding had caused. Humph.
You didn't even give me a chance to speak. Zhang Lingxi pouted, signaling that she wouldn't accept his apology. Chapter 111, so good. Xiaoxi, Daddy was wrong. Please forgive Daddy this once.
Zhang Tianxiong had long since shed the charismatic aura Shěn Chén first encountered. Instead, he'd transformed into a total doting daddy's girl, leaving both Shěn Chén and the just-awakened Liao Ding staring in stunned silence. Shěn Chén watched the father-daughter duo before him, torn between laughter and tears. What a pair of characters. Bro, are you hurt? Only after soothing Zhang Lingxi did Zhang Tianxiong turn to notice the wound on Shěn Chén's shoulder. Shěn Chén stared at Zhang Tianxiong, utterly speechless. So your eyes are only for your daughter, huh? I was being hunted by enemies when I happened upon your daughter being kidnapped. I saved her on the spot, and then you showed up. Shěn Chén explained the entire sequence of events to Zhang Tianxiong. Zhang Tianxiong grew anxious again, scanning left and right, terrified that Zhang Lingxi might have sustained some injury.
Who dares kidnap the daughter of Zhang Tianxiong?
At Shěn Chén's words, Zhang Tianxiong exploded like a barrel of gunpowder.
I don't know either.
They kidnapped me right after I went to the underground garage.
Zhang Lingxi spoke slowly.
At the time, her head had been covered, so she hadn't seen the kidnappers' faces.
Meanwhile, at a construction site. Damn it all to hell.
Zhang Hu cursed under his breath.
Lao Mo, standing nearby, asked what was wrong. When not on duty, Lao Mo usually came across as a down-to-earth, honest fellow. To his co-workers, Lao Mo was the epitome of approachable and well-liked. Lao Mo, yesterday I ran into this woman.
She wanted to hook up with me and Tiger a threesome. We ended up at a small park, and there was a ghost, a bloody, gory ghost. And there was another person lurking nearby, staring at us with a sinister glare. Zhang Hu finished his story with a thump on his chest. This had really shaken him up. Zhang Hu dared not mention that they had kidnapped someone to rape them, so he had to change his story.
Lao Mo keenly sensed something was off.
Blood-soaked, two people. This sounded a lot like Shěn Chén, who had escaped yesterday. Yeah, old Mo, you wouldn't believe it, that guy had a hole torn through his shoulder. The other had a dagger in his hand, and a bloody gash on his wrist. At that moment, Huzi chimed in from the side, smacking his lips as he spoke. Yesterday was just a bit unlucky. Not only did we run into this mess, but the duck we had in the bag flew away. They'd been scouting the place for days. Seeing that woman's figure so good, that big thunder. Zhang Hu came back yesterday and said Huzi and the others wanted to try the same trick again. If that woman was still around, they had to get their hands on her. Zhang Hu and the others were utterly unwilling to accept that this cooked duck had flown right from their beaks.
Lao Mo was now absolutely certain those two in the park yesterday were Shěn Chén and his crew.
Heaven is truly on my side, he thought.
This came without any effort at all. Lao Mo thought to himself, never expecting that casual chit-chat could yield such valuable information. This was getting a bit creepy in the middle of the night. On the surface, Lao Mo maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, engaging in casual conversation as if nothing was amiss. Old Mo made an excuse to head back to the dorm first. He retrieved his laptop from under the bed and began pulling up the park surveillance footage. At that time, there were only a few scattered parks in his vicinity, and traffic in Qingzhou was light at night. Finding Shěn Chén and the others was a breeze. Lao Mo quickly located Shěn Chén's vehicle. Watching Shěn Chén drive toward Zhang Lingxi's house, then seeing Zhang Hu and the others drag Zhang Lingxi out of the car bound, Lao Mo smiled. He'd heard from the others that the rich woman had called them again today. It seemed these guys weren't giving up and wanted another shot. He could use this chance to track down Shěn Chén. Lao Mo silently thought to himself, Shěn Chén, you won't escape my grasp. Bro, I owe you big time. Not only did you save my life, but you saved my daughter's too. We really are meant to be. Today, I'm treating we're having a proper feast. Zhang Tianhu slapped Shěn Chén's hand and turned to instruct someone to book a table for the gathering. All right. Then I'll gladly accept your kind invitation. Shěn Chén also felt their bond was profoundly deep. Brother, let me toast to you. Zhang Tianhu raised his glass first and downed the liquor in one gulp. Shěn Chén wasn't about to be outdone and downed his drink as well. Dad, you should drink less. What if his heart condition flares up again? Watching Zhang Tianxiong down glass after glass, Zhang Lingxi grew anxious. If his heart condition flares up again, we won't have time to get to Qingzhou, and I'm no cardiologist. Don't worry, Xiaoxi. Daddy won't have any problems even if he drinks all the wine in this hotel. Zhang Tianhu gave a mysterious smile and said cryptically to Zhang Lingxi. You're just bragging. Zhang Lingxi retorted dismissively. How much wine does it take to get him so out of it? Xiaoxi, do you know who saved me back then? He's right here, though he seems far away. It was Brother Shěn. He cured Dad's heart disease. Otherwise, why do you think I just said Brother Shěn saved both you and me? Zhang Tianhu watched Zhang Lingxi's puzzled expression, finished his explanation in one breath, then took another satisfied sip of wine. You? Zhang Lingxi stared at Shěn Chén in utter disbelief. This was simply too absurd. She'd assumed he saved both her and Zhang Tianxiong, and that Zhang Tianxiong had saved Zhang Lingxi, which meant he'd saved Zhang Tianxiong too. Turns out that's what it meant all along. Zhang Lingxi stared at Shěn Chén, who couldn't have been older than 25 or 26, and sank into deep thought. At this age, most people were still living off their parents, yet Shěn Chén could actually cure heart disease. The contrast was stark. A wave of profound helplessness washed over Zhang Lingxi. He was simply too exceptional, utterly unattainable. As it happens, that's me. Shěn Chén smirked, thoroughly satisfied with Zhang Lingxi's reaction. This kind of subtle showboating was the most lethal. Xiaoxi, learn more from Brother Shěn. If you could master even a tenth of Brother Shěn's medical skills, it would be more than enough for you. Zhang Tianxiong, sipping wine nearby, turned to Zhang Lingxi and lavished praise on Shěn Chén without restraint. Shěn Chén couldn't help but puff out his chest at the words his medical skills were no joke. Liao Ding silently ate his food nearby, thinking to himself that Shěn Chén was really showing off. Alright then. Zhang Lingxi responded with open-heartedness, saying she had no problem with it. Learning from someone more capable than herself didn't bother her in the slightest. Let's exchange phone numbers. Zhang Lingxi thought this way, so she could consult Shěn Chén later if she encountered incurable conditions. Shěn Chén readily gave Zhang Lingxi his number. Who could resist such a beauty? Liao Ding silently shed tears of envy nearby. When would he ever be surrounded by such beauty? Liao Ding channeled his sorrow into appetite, devouring the delicacies before him with relish. So delicious. Chapter 112, Staying up late can lead to kidney deficiency. Zhang, we've got a series of car accident victims at the hospital. Come help out immediately. We're a bit short-handed right now. Everyone's in surgery right now and can't be pulled away. You're the only one on leave. Zhang Lingxi apologized to Shěn Chén and the others, then turned and drove to the hospital. This Xiaoxi, the hospital is just so busy. Sometimes she doesn't come home for days. Shěn, my friend, let's keep drinking. Zhang Tianxiong chuckled with a playful scolding, yet his eyes brimmed with pride as he watched his daughter's retreating figure. How could Xiaoxi choose medicine? With your vast fortune, who will inherit it? Shěn Chén was puzzled. If Zhang Lingxi pursued medicine, who would manage the family business? Xiaoxi's mother passed away from cancer when she was young. And you know my situation, brother, my heart condition. Xiaoxi wanted to cure me, so she went into medicine. But all other departments were full, so Xiaoxi ended up studying emergency surgery. While training in emergency surgery, she also studied cardiology. She hoped one day she could cure me. That's how she ended up meeting you, little brother. I came back to tell Xiaoxi, but she didn't believe me. After the checkup, she finally put her mind at ease. Seeing her so happy now, not worn out like before, makes me happy too. If this family business ever fails, we'll just sell everything. Once Xiaoxi finds a boyfriend and has a baby, I'll finally be able to relax and enjoy my golden years. Zhang Tianxiong thought about his future life, and it felt like he'd changed completely. I'll work a little harder now. So that Xiaoxi and her descendants for generations to come will never have to worry about food or clothing. Zhang Tianxiong chattered cheerfully, his eyes brimming with affection for Zhang Lingxi. That's fine too. Enjoying the blessings of heaven and earth, that's what old folks always think. Shěn Chén and Zhang Tianxiong chatted until evening, both becoming a bit tipsy. Liao Ding helped them into the car one by one. Since he had to drive later, he hadn't touched a drop. Little Ding, go pick up Xiaoxi. It's not safe for a girl to go home alone at night. Shěn Chén slurred to Liao Ding, leaving him perplexed. Brother Chén, I don't even know where Sister Cici works. Liao Ding stared at the passed-out Shěn Chén, utterly speechless. At least give me an address. This is putting the kid in a tough spot. She's at the People's Hospital, on the second floor. Zhang Tianxiong, who was nearby, heard Shěn Chén's words and mumbled a reply. Liao Ding chuckled. These two were so drunk they could still carry on a conversation. I'm exhausted. Liao Ding kept fanning them. These two didn't look particularly heavy, yet they felt so weighty. I should have had Zhang Tianxiong bring bodyguards when we left. How careless of me, Liao Ding thought. Once we get back, I'll definitely make Shěn Chén pay me extra. He only worked for extra pay. He was a true extra pay monk. If people kill their brothers for extra pay, it's not unreasonable for me to give myself a hardship allowance too. Liao Ding lit a cigarette with satisfaction and drove toward the People's Hospital. Sis Lingxi, Brother Chén sent me to pick you up. Zhang Lingxi had just stepped off the operating table when she received Liao Ding's call. Xiao Zhang, another emergency case. You'll have to go back in. Before Zhang Lingxi could respond, another call came in. Liao Ding, I still have one more surgery to perform. Zhang Lingxi said anxiously, telling Liao Ding not to wait for her. No problem, Sister Cici. I'll wait for you. Liao Ding smiled, sitting in the car playing with his phone while waiting for Zhang Lingxi. Liao Ding, sorry to keep you waiting. 4 hours later, Zhang Lingxi emerged from the hospital. She got into Liao Ding's car. She had memorized his vehicle the night before. No problem, young people staying up late every night is just a minor issue. Back home, this would only be the start of our nightlife. When you have time to visit our Jiangchang, I'll show you around. Liao Ding chuckled. It's barely past midnight. In Jingzhou, our nightlife is just getting started. Staying up late can lead to kidney deficiency. As a doctor, Zhang Lingxi blurted out the warning.
Zhang Lingxi quickly covered her mouth and looked at Liao Ding.
Liao Ding froze in place, staring at her in utter disbelief. Xiao Shi, that's not a funny joke. My kidneys are perfectly fine. Liao Ding gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. He couldn't hold back any longer. This is a man's dignity, his absolute bottom line. You can say a man has no money, but you absolutely cannot say he's inadequate. My apologies, my apologies. Professional habit. Zhang Lingxi wanted to open the door and jump out right now. How could she have said something like that? How mortifying.
Zhang Lingxi had never spoken to a man like that outside of work.
What was wrong with her today? I understand.
Liao Ding forcibly suppressed the turmoil churning inside him.
This girl was simply too much.
Calling her sister was already giving her face. If this had been some girl he met at a bar, Liao Ding would have made her see if he was really kidney deficient. His reputation as a 15 times a night stud wasn't earned for nothing.
If she could even get out of bed tomorrow, he'd admit defeat.
Even if he had to pop pills and push himself to the limit, Liao Ding would fight Zhang Lingxi tooth and nail.
Liao Ding, what did you do before?
Seeing the awkwardness in the air, Zhang Lingxi quickly changed the subject. I was just a street thug before, but Brother Chen talked me into turning over a new leaf.
Now I'm right by Brother Chen's side.
He's given me a whole new life compared to before.
Liao Ding chuckled as he spoke.
Mentioning Shěn Chén made him forget all about the earlier incident.
A street thug? He doesn't look like one.
Zhang Lingxi was a bit shocked. Liao Ding now had that ruggedly handsome, masculine charm. It's just that Shěn Chén's looks overshadow him, so it doesn't show in everyday life. The Liao Ding of the past barely scraping by. Now, Liao Ding ate his meals on time. His frame was no longer the skinny stick it used to be.
With added fitness training, his entire aura had transformed.
Don't mistake his previous timidity around Lao Mo for weakness. He genuinely couldn't fight back, and Liao Ding knew his limits. But if the old Liao Ding showed up now, the current Liao Ding could take on 3 of them. It was only after meeting Brother Chen that he truly transformed.
Liao Ding chuckled.
Zhang Lingxi stared blankly at him as he focused on driving.
Xiao Shi?
Liao Ding noticed Zhang Lingxi had gone quiet. He turned his head and found her staring at him without blinking.
Ha! Oh, I see.
Seems Shěn Chén has had quite an impact on you. Zhang Lingxi snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson though Liao Ding hadn't noticed in the darkness.
Yes, Brother Chen is like my second parent. He gave me a new lease on life. Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi chatted cheerfully, oblivious to the danger approaching behind them.
Boss, this little girl has someone picking her up.
It's gonna be tricky. Huzi watched Zhang Lingxi get into Liao Ding's car. They'd been tailing them the whole way. Chapter 113, Men Have Eyes Too. Humph. So what if she has a man?
Just take care of the guy driving.
Men have eyes too.
Zhang Hu gave a sinister grin.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He absolutely couldn't swallow this humiliation. Exactly. What's there to fear about men? There were only 2 of them. One man, the woman doesn't count, rounded off, and it's just one person.
Then the other one spoke in a sinister tone, licking his parched lips.
Dry. Brother Hu, keep driving a bit longer. People are almost home by now. Aren't we going to make our move now? Tiger looked at the situation, thinking that if we don't act soon, they'll be home before long.
What's the rush? There's a stretch of road up ahead that's always deserted.
We'll ambush them there.
Zhang Hu shot Huzi a disapproving look. You're out here hustling, yet you don't use your brain at all?
Oh, right. Oh, I see.
Huzi chuckled bitterly twice, then obediently shut up. As long as he got his cut tonight, that was all that mattered.
The process doesn't matter, it's the result that counts. Zhang Lingxi stretched lazily, her graceful form leaving Liao Ding parched and flushed.
Spotting her about to turn back, he quickly averted his gaze.
Did you like that? Zhang Lingxi keenly noticed Liao Ding's gaze.
Just as they passed under a streetlight, she spotted his flushed ears as if he'd discovered a new continent.
It was beautiful. But I can't see everything.
Liao Ding blurted out before catching himself and quickly amended his words.
Put. You can't see? Are you blind?
Or do you want to get closer for a better look?
Zhang Lingxi was amused by Liao Ding's teasing.
The first half of her sentence was teasing Liao Ding, but the second half came as she suddenly leaned close to his ear. Liao Ding felt the warmth on his ear and his hand trembled, causing the car to sway slightly.
Ha!
You're no good at this either, little brother.
Zhang Lingxi burst into laughter at Liao Ding's reaction.
This guy was clearly a pure-hearted boy. You're the one who can't handle it, I'm a pro at this. Liao Ding might be a petty thug, but he'd never touched a woman before. At most, he'd slipped his hand inside a collar, and that was only when he was drunk. Of course, he was slapped awake afterward.
The woman was utterly speechless with him. You can grope all you want in private, strip me naked, and I won't stop you, but doing this in public? Don't you care about my dignity? Fine.
Zhang Lingxi was laughing so hard her stomach hurt. She'd always thought Liao Ding was the type with plenty of admirers and must have dated many girls.
Turns out he's a total virgin. Seems like I hit the jackpot with this blind box. You wouldn't know.
Though his secret had been exposed, Liao Ding stubbornly refused to admit it.
As Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi bickered, they unknowingly drove into a deserted stretch of road.
Right in the middle of their conversation, a car suddenly pulled up in front of Liao Ding's vehicle and stopped abruptly. Liao Ding saw the driver slam on the brakes, nearly getting knocked out by the airbag.
What's going on?
Zhang Lingxi was just teasing Liao Ding when his sudden stop nearly sent her crashing into the windshield. Luckily, Liao Fan's arm shielded her.
Something's up. Let me check. Liao Ding felt a pang of unease. If it was Lao Mo, he'd be finished right here. Remember, the moment you see my signal, start the car immediately and drive far away. Don't look back. Call Brother Chen immediately.
Remember that, or I'll just have to wait to die.
Liao Ding recognized this scene as eerily familiar from last night, and it sent a chill down his spine.
He urged Zhang Lingxi to remember his words.
Got it. Be careful.
Zhang Lingxi was deeply shaken by Liao Ding's words. From his tone, she sensed that the people coming this time might be the same ones who had injured Shěn Chén the previous night. Zhang Lingxi was already preparing to start the car.
This matter directly concerned Liao Ding's life and death.
Though Zhang Lingxi's heart pounded wildly, she kept her eyes fixed intently on the road ahead.
Who the hell is that? Blind as a bat.
Liao Ding got out of the car, taking the initiative, and shouted toward the vehicle.
You must be that chick's lover.
Zhang Hu and his two friends got out of the car, staring at Liao Ding with mocking expressions.
Who the hell are you guys? Liao Ding saw it wasn't Lao Mo and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Lao Mo.
Damn, we missed our chance yesterday letting that chick get away.
She won't be getting away today. Zhang Hu's words reminded Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi of yesterday's incident.
So you're the three cowards from yesterday. Realizing who the three people before him were, Liao Ding clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. You, little bastard. Know your place and call that girl out. Don't make us do it ourselves. Zhang Hu bellowed arrogantly at Liao Ding, showing him no respect whatsoever.
Liao Ding was alone.
3 against 1, the advantage was clearly on our side.
No way.
If you're tired in the middle of the night, just go back to sleep.
Liao Ding picked his nose. These 3? With his current physical condition, they were a piece of cake. You little punk, you're asking for it. Let's go.
Zhang Hu and his 2 men charged at Liao Ding. They had to teach this kid a lesson. Youngsters never knew their place. He hadn't been hardened by life's hardships yet, it was time to teach him a lesson. Liao Ding watched the 3 charging toward him, not backing down but advancing instead. Excited, he rushed toward them. Watch out. Zhang Lingxi was a bit worried about Liao Ding and urged him to be careful. But Zhang Lingxi's warning only fueled Liao Ding's rage. He just endured Zhang Lingxi's mockery and teasing all at once, and his pent-up rage had nowhere to vent until these 3 walked right into his crosshairs. Zhang Hu charged with a straight punch, which Liao Ding easily dodged before countering with an elbow strike. He ducked to avoid Tiger's punch, kicked the other guy aside, and dispatched all 3 in no time. Watching this from the car, Zhang Lingxi felt her blood boil. She never imagined Liao Ding could fight like this. Suddenly, Liao Ding seemed even more handsome than before. No, not just cute, but genuinely handsome. That was different. Still gazing at Liao Ding with starry eyes, Zhang Lingxi suddenly felt something cold pressed against the back of her head, right at her temple. Is this all you've got? Is this all you've got? Trying to show off like someone else, huh? Liao Ding proceeded to slap each of the 3 men across the face one by one. The trio dared not utter a word in anger. What could they do when they couldn't fight back? They could only stand at attention and take the beating. Get lost. If you show your faces again, I'll break your legs. Liao Ding turned to head back to the car, but before he could walk away, a voice called out. Leaving? Looks like none of you are leaving today. How about we find a place to have a drink together? Liao Ding turned at the words and saw the last person he wanted to see. Chapter 114, The Qingzhou Tiger. Old Mo? What are you doing here? Liao Ding gasped. There was only one car behind us just moments ago. Lao Mo's head? Zhang Hu and the other 2 stared in shock at Lao Mo and the gun in his hand. You know each other? Liao Ding turned to look at Zhang Hu and his 2 men lying on the ground. Judging by their reaction, Zhang Hu and his 2 companions knew Lao Mo, and quite well at that. Alright, let's talk in the car. We're blocking traffic here. How can we be obstructing traffic like this? Lao Mo said with a fake smile, as if he were now a law-abiding citizen. Liao Ding and Zhang Hu's group immediately got into the car. With Lao Mo threatening Zhang Lingxi, Liao Ding had no choice but to start driving. Lao Mo, I'm warning you, don't you dare lay a finger on her. Or you'll regret it. Liao Ding warned Lao Mo while driving and glancing at the rearview mirror. Oh?
Let's see how I can't handle the consequences. Lao Mo chuckled, utterly unconcerned. In Qingzhou, there were few people he couldn't handle. My dad is the tiger of Qingzhou. You'd better think carefully about the consequences if you mess with me. Zhang Lingxi spoke up then. Lao Mo's smile froze upon hearing that name. Your father is Zhang Tianxiong? Lao Mo stared at Zhang Lingxi in disbelief, utterly unprepared for her true identity. Soon, guided by Lao Mo, the car arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Lao Mo bound Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi together.
Right now, Zhang Lingxi was either a trump card or a ticking time bomb. A bomb capable of blowing him to smithereens demanded the utmost caution. At the moment, only Liao Ding seemed somewhat reliable. As long as Zhang Lingxi was present, Lao Mo wasn't worried about Liao Ding escaping. Miss Xiang, you'll just have to endure this for a little while longer. Rest assured, as soon as Shěn Chén arrives tomorrow, I promise to release you. Lao Mo gazed at Zhang Lingxi with a smile, his heart seething with hatred for Zhang Hu and his crew. Damn it, why did you have to grab this big Buddha? Old Mo couldn't contain his fury, kicking Zhang Hu with a stomp. What a worthless piece of trash. How dare these petty thieves lay a finger on the daughter of Qingzhou's tiger, Zhang Tianxiong. Just thinking about Qingzhou tiger Zhang Tianxiong now filled Lao Mo with a wave of apprehension. If there were people in Qingzhou Lao Mo dared not provoke, Zhang Tianxiong was at the top of that list. Zhang Tianxiong was notorious for being a doting father. For his daughter's life and the company, he'd even risk throwing away the fortune he'd spent his entire life building. His daughter is Zhang Tianxiong's Achilles heel. Word had long been out that his daughter worked at the hospital, but she was so well protected that no one knew her identity. Today, by some twist of fate, these three idiots had kidnapped none other than Zhang Tianxiong's daughter and he hadn't even recognized her. Lao Mo felt increasingly frustrated. Why did all this bad luck have to fall on him? Hey, old Mo, how about letting us go? We promise we won't say a word about this. Yeah, we were sleeping in the dorm today and never saw you. Yeah, old Mo. Zhang Hu and the other two turned to look at Lao Mo, hoping he'd release them. Lao Mo, that thing you're holding is freaking terrifying. Zhang Hu and the others don't want to stay here anymore. Let you go? Not impossible. Old Mo heard this and smiled faintly, his entire demeanor turning utterly sinister. That's great. Old Mo, untie us and let us go. Zhang Hu blurted out excitedly, wishing he could teleport back home right then. He swore never to kidnap or assault anyone again. Today, his first kidnapping victim was a rich young lady. A guy like him wouldn't even know how he died. Plus, he'd just found out his coworker was a hitman with a gun. Zhang Hu felt like he should buy a lottery ticket. Was this good luck or just plain bad luck? I can let you go, but I'll also release Miss Zhang tomorrow. Do you think things will go well for you after Miss Zhang leaves? Of course, Miss Zhang's boyfriend and his boss will be sleeping here forever tomorrow. I might get out, or I might not. If I manage to escape, who do you think Miss Zhang will take her anger out on? Lao Mo chuckled darkly, sending a chill down Zhang Hu and his two men's spines. As long as Zhang Lingxi steps outside, I'm dead either way as long as I'm still in China. Then Zhang Lingxi would surely pursue him relentlessly until one of them was dead. Zhang Hu and the others grew frantic. Lao Mo thought to himself, sweating buckets now, aren't you, buddy? Thinking you could just walk away so easily? Not a chance. Besides, I never truly intended to let you go from the start. What should we do, old Mo? We're as good as dead now. What can you do to save us? Zhang Hu and his two companions felt as if the sky had fallen, their lives now utterly hopeless. Actually, there is one way to get you out of this unscathed. Old Mo feigned deep thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers as if struck by inspiration. What? Speak up, Lao Mo. Zhang Hu and his two companions stared at Lao Mo with gleaming eyes, desperate to grasp this last lifeline. That is join me. Lao Mo looked at Zhang Hu and the others, his gaze unquestioning. Join you? That'd just be even more hopeless. Zhang Hu and the other two looked at Lao Mo in confusion. Joining you would only mean dying faster. No. Tomorrow, all you need to do is distract one person for me. I'll take care of that person quickly. Then I can take you with me, take you abroad. Lao Mo stared at the three before him, relentlessly spinning his tail. But where can we go after we take him out? We won't be able to go anywhere. Even if Zhang Hu and his crew made it, they couldn't escape the Zhang family's pursuit. I'll smuggle you into Maine, that's my stronghold. My base is there, you'll love it once you get there. Old Mo's eyes lit up with fervor whenever he mentioned Maine, as if it were paradise itself. Maine? I heard that's a haven for organ traffickers? We can't go there. Zhang Hu and the others shook their heads in unison. If you go, you'll lose your kidneys. Look at you three ignorant fools. Am I just for show? What's this in my hand? A gun. I'm the boss over there. With me around, who'd dare touch you? Given our relationship, would I lie to you? We'll go together, make a fortune, and sleep with tons of women. If you still don't believe me, I can transfer you 100,000 yuan right now to prove my sincerity.
Lao Mo pulled out the big guns. This was an offer these uneducated migrant workers couldn't possibly refuse. Fine, we'll go with you. But you have to transfer the money first. Seeing Zhang Hu and the others ponder for a moment, Lao Mo flashed a satisfied grin. Chapter 115, Innocence Lost. Excellent. You'll surely be grateful for this choice later. Seeing his scheme succeed, a sharp gleam flashed in Lao Mo's eyes. Lao Mo looked at Zhang Hu and his two companions with satisfaction. He had intended from the start to keep them here. 10,000 yuan to buy himself a guarantee. Lao Mo felt it was a bargain. His life was worth far more than that 100 grand. Using these three dimwits as his human shields was just perfect. Don't believe a word he says. This guy just wants to drag someone down with him. Liao Ding suddenly chimed in with a laugh, addressing Zhang Hu and the others. What do you know? I'm the one who's going to make a fortune with these three. Lao Mo remained completely unfazed. Liao Ding's feeble excuses paled in comparison to the transfer confirmation he'd just received. The two were worlds apart. Exactly. We've been working alongside old Mo for so long, how could we be swayed by your cheap talk? Zhang Hu shot Liao Ding a dismissive look. The sound of the money hitting his phone felt like music to his ears. As long as this guy doesn't get beaten to death, you can do whatever you want with him. But you girls better not touch him. Of course, if you want to touch them, go ahead. I won't interfere. Lao Mo said to the three of them before heading downstairs to prepare for tomorrow's confrontation with Shěn Chén. Oof. Kid, looks like you're finally in our hands now. Zhang Hu slapped Liao Ding across the face with one swift blow, and Liao Ding's cheek began to swell visibly. Then, Liao Ding was subjected to a brutal beating from the three of them. Zhang Hu and his crew vented their anger with a vengeance. Brother Tiger, what about this chick? At that moment, Huzi's lust flared up. Seeing the bound Zhang Lingxi, he felt a burning fire in his lower abdomen. We're leaving soon anyway. Letting this woman enjoy herself isn't out of the question. Zhang Hu now trusted Lao Mo's words implicitly. Money really could make the devil grind the millstone. He now believed every word Lao Mo said without question. If you dare touch her, you'll die a miserable death. Liao Ding, his mouth dripping with blood, glared at Zhang Hu and his two companions. You're just a tied-up prisoner. What the hell are you playing at? Zhang Hu kicked Liao Ding aside. Since Liao Ding was tied to Zhang Lingxi, both of them fell to the ground. Oh dear, my little beauty has fallen. Quick, help her up. Zhang Hu gazed at the fallen Zhang Lingxi, his voice suddenly tender. Untie our beauty right now. What the hell are you standing there for? Zhang Hu smacked Huzi on the head. This kid had absolutely no sense of the situation. Lao Mo, listening from downstairs, chuckled at the trio's laughter. Go ahead and play, he thought. If they shift their hatred onto you guys, that's even better. It's got nothing to do with me. Got it, brother Hu. Huzi quickly untied Zhang Lingxi, taking the chance to give her thigh a quick squeeze. So soft. After I'm done having my fun, you guys can come back. Zhang Hu rushed off, carrying Zhang Lingxi, eager to get down to business. But Tiger hadn't noticed that when he untied Zhang Lingxi, Liao Ding's ropes had come loose too. Then we'll step aside for a smoke. Brother Hu, go easy on her. Don't break anything. Huzi grinned wickedly at Zhang Hu, who cursed him with a laugh. Looking for trouble. Liao Ding was now boiling with rage. For some reason, he couldn't stand seeing Zhang Lingxi so much as a hair out of place. Let go of me. Liao Ding, save me. Zhang Lingxi struggled relentlessly, her voice pleading for Liao Ding's help. Behind her, Liao Ding's hands kept rubbing, murmuring, faster, just a little more. Finally, just as Zhang Hu tore Zhang Lingxi's clothes, Liao Ding yanked the rope free. Spotting Lao Mo's knife nearby, Liao Ding snatched it up and sprinted toward Zhang Lingxi. You're asking for it. Zhang Hu heard Liao Ding's voice behind him and whirled around, nearly scared out of his wits. Liao Ding swung the knife at Zhang Hu, who hadn't even had time to pull up his pants, dodging the blade. Ah! Zhang Hu couldn't dodge Liao Ding's blade in time, and his left ear was sliced off. Zhang Hu collapsed nearby, clutching his ear and screaming in agony. It's okay now, Sister Lingxi. Liao Ding dressed Zhang Lingxi and held her in his arms. Zhang Lingxi curled up in Liao Ding's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. This incident had left her with deep psychological trauma. Liao Ding's shouts and Zhang Hu's agonized screams echoed eerily through the silent factory. Lao Mo instantly dashed upstairs, while Huzi on the other side flicked away his cigarette butt and hurried toward Zhang Hu's location. Tiger, are you okay? Huzi and the other man saw Zhang Hu's pitiful state and hurriedly supported him. I want them both dead. Kill them both for me. Zhang Hu screamed in agony while shouting at Huzi. You're asking for it. Huzi and the other man swiftly grabbed a brick and charged toward Liao Ding. Once I've dealt with them, Sister Xiaoxi, I'll come back and be with you. Liao Ding's eyes flashed with ferocity as he grabbed his dagger and charged at the two. Neither Huzi nor the other two were a match for Liao Ding, let alone now that he was armed with a dagger. Though they wielded bricks, they stood no chance against Liao Ding. Liao Ding dispatched them with ease in no time. Liao Ding spat viciously on the ground. Losers will always be losers. Bang! As Liao Ding approached Zhang Lingxi, a thunderous gunshot echoed through the empty factory. Ah!
The knife slipped from Liao Ding's hand. Clutching his thigh, he groaned and knelt before Zhang Lingxi. He looked down to see a gaping wound in his thigh, blood gushing out relentlessly.
Liao Ding, are you okay?
Zhang Lingxi hurriedly caught Liao Ding and pressed her hand against the wound on his thigh.
Useless! Who gave you permission to untie the ropes? Lao Mo blared angrily at Zhang Hu and the other two.
He was lucky to be there. If he hadn't been, this would have turned into a major disaster. Zhang Hu and the others now hung their heads in silence, only Zhang Hu's agonized screams echoing through the room.
Lao Mo delivered a vicious kick to the writhing Zhang Hu, his mind clouded by lust.
He almost missed his own pleasure. If Liao Ding and the others escaped, Zhang Hu and his crew would be in for a living hell.
Miss Zhang, I'm sorry to have startled you. Looks like we can't tie you up after all. Follow me.
Lao Mo looked at Zhang Lingxi impassively, pointing his gun at Liao Ding and ordering them to follow him. Earlier, while making arrangements downstairs, Lao Mo had discovered a room.
He'd locked them up in there. After locking Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi in the room, Lao Mo turned his attention to the three people upstairs.
Soon, Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi heard curses and agonized screams echoing from the room.
Zhang Lingxi stared at the gunshot wound on Liao Ding's leg with heart-wrenching concern.
Guilt flooded her heart. It was all her fault that Liao Ding had come to pick her up.
Chapter 116, Liao Ding's Spring. It's fine, Sister Cece. I don't feel any pain.
Liao Ding was drenched in sweat from the pain, yet he hadn't uttered a single cry. No, you'll bleed to death like this.
Zhang Lingxi stared anxiously at Liao Ding's wound.
With her experience as a surgeon, she knew he wouldn't even need to wait for Shěn Chén's father to arrive. Liao Ding would bleed to death before help arrived.
Bang!
Zhang Lingxi pounded on the door in front of her, making a loud noise.
What is it, Miss Zhang? I've already shown great magnanimity by not tying you both up.
Old Mo heard the commotion, paused his work, and opened the door. I need gauze to stop the bleeding. He's bleeding to death.
Zhang Lingxi could only turn to Lao Mo for help now, hoping he could provide what she needed. Miss Zhang, out here in the middle of nowhere, where am I supposed to get gauze for you? But you're right, he can't die yet. Miss Zhang, here's a suggestion, using clothing as a makeshift bandage should work. With that, Lao Mo closed the door. As for whether Liao Ding survives, that's up to fate now. Xiao Shi, I can hold on a little longer.
Liao Ding forced himself to speak through the excruciating pain, squeezing a smile onto his face.
Don't talk nonsense. I'm a doctor, don't you think I can tell?
Zhang Lingxi was now down to just a short-sleeved top. Any further and she'd be left with only her bra. But the situation was urgent, and Zhang Lingxi didn't hesitate. She pulled off her own short-sleeved shirt and painstakingly tore it into strips. She applied a makeshift bandage to Liao Ding's leg. As long as he could hold out for 2 days, that would be enough. Sis Lingxi, it's all my fault for dragging you into this. Liao Ding spoke up, trying to lighten the mood.
Not at all. You saved me twice. I'm already incredibly grateful.
Zhang Lingxi spoke the truth. Shěn Chén had cured her father and saved her in the process. Now Liao Ding had saved her and been shot in the process. Zhang Lingxi didn't know how to thank them enough.
Liao Ding, have you really never been in a relationship?
After a moment of silence, Zhang Lingxi suddenly asked.
I have, but I've never even held a girl's hand. Liao Ding didn't hide it.
Given their current predicament, surviving this situation was already a challenge. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something.
Why would Zhang Lingxi suddenly ask that question? Ha! The next second, Liao Ding's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the softness on his lips. How about I be your girlfriend?
Zhang Lingxi panted, her cherry-red lips parted, a silver thread stretching between her mouth and Liao Ding's as she looked at him.
Oh no!
Liao Ding stared at the breathtakingly beautiful Zhang Lingxi before him and actually turned her down.
Humph. If you won't agree, I'll keep kissing you until you do.
Zhang Lingxi stared at Liao Ding, speaking each word deliberately.
Liao Ding had somehow already left an imprint in Zhang Lingxi's heart.
Even Zhang Lingxi herself didn't know when it happened, perhaps when her ears turned crimson, or maybe when she chased Zhang Hu away.
When Liao Ding was shot, Zhang Lingxi felt her heartstrings snap. Zhang Lingxi was a woman who loved fiercely and hated fiercely. She feared that if she didn't speak now, it would be too late. She might not make it out alive, but she absolutely couldn't die with regrets. Xiao Shi, let me finish.
Liao Ding looked at Zhang Lingxi with a mix of laughter and tears, then suddenly pulled her into his arms when she wasn't expecting it.
I don't want you to be my girlfriend right now, he declared bluntly. Because the moment I first saw you, I wanted you to bear my child. Liao Ding declared shamelessly. Zhang Lingxi had never heard such explicit words before and instantly flushed bright red. If we can get out of here, I'll let you marry me.
Zhang Lingxi's voice was so soft it nearly escaped Liao Ding's ears. You said it, Sister Xiao Shi. Liao Ding beamed with excitement, while Zhang Lingxi buried her face in his chest, overcome with embarrassment.
Still calling me sister?
Zhang Lingxi playfully punched Liao Ding lightly, then looked up at him with feigned innocence.
What about wifey?
Liao Ding nearly choked on his words, earning him a huge eye roll from Zhang Lingxi.
Call her Xiao Shi. You can't call me that, I'm not married to you yet. Zhang Lingxi looked at Liao Ding coyly.
Under the moonlight, Liao Ding saw the blush on her cheeks and found himself staring blankly.
You idiot.
Seeing Liao Ding staring at her without blinking, Zhang Lingxi felt a bit shy and was about to lower her head when Liao Ding suddenly grabbed her and pressed his lips against hers.
You idiot, why are your hands so restless?
Zhang Lingxi glanced at the large hand resting on her chest, rolled her eyes at Liao Ding, but offered no resistance.
Zhang Lingxi was a conservative woman.
Once she committed to someone, she never wavered. Besides, she was already Liao Ding's woman. Whether he touched her now or later made no difference as long as Liao Ding was happy.
Ha!
It's just instinct, pure instinct.
Liao Ding chuckled softly, pulling Zhang Lingxi into his embrace. Zhang Lingxi placed Liao Ding's hand back on her chest.
Liao Ding froze for a moment, then broke into a delighted smile. This feeling was just like reaching out to grab the wind while driving. Liao Ding could now laugh himself awake in his dreams.
He picked up a passenger and ended up with a wife.
Liao Ding thought to himself, this bullet was worth it. Old Mo never imagined that one shot would fire love right out of Liao Ding.
The two snuggled close, chatting away.
Liao Ding was so lost in the sea of love that he even forgot the pain in his leg. Where the hell is Liao Ding?
How could picking someone up take all night? His phone was even turned off.
Shěn Chén and Zhang Tianxiong sat on the sofa, repeatedly calling Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi.
It connected. Zhang Tianxiong tried calling Liao Ding and actually got through. He handed the phone to Shěn Chén. Xiao Ding, where are you?
Why did Xiao Shi have to pick up for so long?
Shěn Chén asked in confusion.
Liao Ding had never done this before. Even if he had, he would have told him where he'd taken the person.
Mr. Shin, we meet again. Unfortunately, this gentleman is my guest. Oh, and I believe Mr. Zhang Tianxiong is right beside you, aren't you? I heard you all drank together yesterday. Miss Zhang is here with me too. Old Mo. How could it be you? What have you done to them?
Shěn Chén recognized Lao Mo's voice and thought to himself, I was careless.
I didn't expect Lao Mo to find me so quickly.
He even knew that Liao Ding had gone to pick up Zhang Lingxi.
This is bad. Both of them have been kidnapped. What have you done to my daughter?
Mark my words, if you dare touch a single hair on her head, I'll make you regret ever being born.
Zhang Tianxiong went berserk upon hearing his daughter had been kidnapped too. Rest assured, Miss Shang is unharmed.
However, Mr. Shin, your friend was a bit uncooperative and was accidentally shot by my gun. If you want them back, come to the factory on the outskirts of town. Mr. Zhang, remember to bring Mr. Shin to exchange for your daughter.
Lao Mo let out a hearty laugh before hanging up. Chapter 117, The Sniper. Damn it! Zhang Tianxiong let out a rare curse.
In all his years in Qingzhou, Zhang Tianxiong had never been humiliated like this. Even the CEOs of major corporations he'd faced as rivals hadn't made him feel this humiliated.
Now being toyed with like a puppet by some lowly assassin? Zhang Tianxiong was furious.
If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't be in such a passive position right now.
The urgent priority was not to let old Mo lead him by the nose. Lao Mo was already prepared. If we rushed in recklessly, no one would come out ahead. It might just play right into Lao Mo's hands. Shěn Chén couldn't tell if Lao Mo only wanted him or if he intended to drag Zhang Tianxiong down too. If they rush in recklessly and old Mo becomes desperate, things could go terribly wrong. Bro, can you get us some guns? If old Mo has guns, it'll be tough to handle him. But unarmed, he'll eventually show a weakness. Shěn Chén couldn't physically withstand bullets now, and he was deeply wary of firearms. Sure. Though these things are officially banned. But at my level, I have my own channels to get them. Zhang Tianxiong clearly had confidence in his standing. As long as Zhang Tianxiong doesn't provoke the authorities or antagonize the entire Qingzhou region, he'll remain firmly in control. Good. With guns, things will be much easier. Shěn Chén breathed a sigh of relief. He was now 90% certain he could rescue the two men safely. Bro, find me a few skilled marksmen to come with me. As Shěn Chén rose to head toward the factory, Zhang Tianxiong grew anxious. Shun, we should prepare something, right? Going in empty-handed now? That's far too risky. Zhang Tianxiong dared not risk the life of his daughter, Zhang Lingxi. Don't worry, brother. I'll make sure to bring Xiao Shi back to you safe and sound. Shěn Chén gave a mysterious smile. He had more than just a gun up his sleeve. If the Shin family didn't possess life-saving skills, they would have vanished long ago in the river of history. There'd be no trace of Shěn Chén. Brother, you must stay safe. Zhang Tianxiong eyed Shěn Chén skeptically. Calling the police wasn't an option now. If old Mo saw the cops, he might go berserk and that would be the end of everything. 2.5 hours later, Shěn Chén parked near the factory. I'll stall for time. You two sneak in and rescue them. Remember, even if you can't rescue them, you must ensure both their safety. The four men received orders from the big boss to follow Shěn Chén's instructions throughout the operation. All four nodded, indicating they understood. Shěn Chén and Zhang Tianxian got into the car alone.
After waiting a moment, Shěn Chén drove toward the factory by himself.
Old Mo, I know you can see me. Come out.
Shěn Chén parked the car, glanced around, and saw the factory entrance was indeed wide open.
He entered the building and shouted.
Mr. Shěn and Zhang Tianxian sure got here fast. Lao Mo was also surprised that Shěn Chén had arrived so soon after he finished his call.
Old Mo was genuinely surprised. Shěn Chén coming to find him so openly, just how confident was he in himself? Well, my people are here with you. I had no choice but to come. Shěn Chén gave a faint smile.
If my men weren't here with you, I'd have called in the army to raze this place to the ground.
Mr. Shěn, you've got guts. Lao Mo praised Shěn Chén. To go this far for his subordinates, Lao Mo even felt a touch of envy toward Liao Ding. Cut the chatter. Release them, and I'll come over. Shěn Chén wasn't in the mood for small talk either.
Liao Ding was still injured, and he needed to check on him first.
Come on, bring the person out.
We can return Miss Zhang to Mr. Zhang, but the other one, well, that's a bit tricky.
Lao Mo was a professional assassin with integrity.
He had Zhang Hu and the others bring Liao Ding out.
Aren't you afraid I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth?
Zhang Tianxian spoke up from the side, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he fixed Lao Mo with a piercing stare.
Mr. Zhang, you jest. Who in Qingzhou doesn't fear you? Old Mo was startled by the look in Zhang Tianxian's eyes.
Though he had prepared himself for this meeting beforehand.
But now, experiencing Zhang Tianxian's imposing aura firsthand, Lao Mo felt a powerful surge of emotion.
Zhang Tianxian truly lived up to his reputation as the Qingzhou tiger. Had he been a greenhorn back then, he might have been genuinely intimidated by this presence.
Brother Chen. Dad. Liao Ding, supported by Zhang Lingxi, spotted Shěn Chén and Zhang Tianxian. Both men's faces lit up. Hey, you guys okay? Where are your clothes?
Zhang Tianxian's expression lit up upon seeing Zhang Lingxi, but his gaze instantly turned to a dagger-like glare directed at Lao Mo when he noticed she was wearing only a bra. Liao Mo felt Zhang Tianxian's fierce glare and his breath caught momentarily.
Mr. Zhang, my men were out of line. I've already dealt with them for you. Lao Mo chuckled. If Zhang Tianxian hadn't been forced into this, who would want to mess with him? Humph.
With his daughter now in their hands, Zhang Tianxian had no choice but to swallow his pride. When his daughter came to him, Zhang Tianxian would show them what a real Qingzhou tiger was made of.
Can he hold out?
Shěn Chén noticed the gunshot wound on Liao Ding's leg and asked casually, but Liao Ding understood the meaning behind Shěn Chén's gaze.
He couldn't hold on. Liao Ding instantly feigned weakness.
He had already been pale, but hadn't shown it before. But now, seeing Shěn Chén grow even weaker, Liao Ding made sure old Mo didn't notice anything amiss. Mr. Shěn, your friend is beyond help now.
I wonder what choice Mr. Shěn will make. Old Mo, seeing this, grinned and asked Shěn Chén.
I'll make the exchange. You release Miss Zhang.
Let me treat him. Just a simple bandage that should do it, right? A faint curve touched Shěn Chén's lips but vanished instantly as his expression turned grave. Old Mo, standing a bit too far away, didn't catch the change in Shěn Chén's expression.
After a moment's thought, he agreed. Shěn Chén looked at Lao Mo before him, a quiet sense of triumph rising within him. This was exactly what he had expected, and Shěn Chén felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wait! Just as Shěn Chén was about to walk over with his medical kit slung over his shoulder, Lao Mo's next words sent his heart plummeting. Had Lao Mo discovered something? At that moment, Zhang Tianxian's hand, hidden behind his back, was poised to signal the men outside. He was preparing to have the sniper outside take out old Mo. Yes, you heard correctly, a sniper. Shěn Chén froze upon seeing the sniper rifle, never expecting Zhang Tianxian could even procure such a weapon. This was beyond Shěn Chén's expectations. All he could do was sigh at the truth that money talks. Chapter 118, System Upgrade in Progress. But Shěn Chén and Zhang Tianxian never imagined there would be other people inside the factory building. This made Shěn Chén feel a wave of unease. If these three were on par with old Mo, then today would truly spell trouble. But when Shěn Chén saw the injuries on Zhang Hu and the other two's faces, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these guys were just average. They were armed with knives, not guns, which restored Shěn Chén's confidence.
Mr. Shěn, I'd like to see your medical kit. I'm quite curious about it.
Lao Mo grinned, his eyes fixed on the medical kit in Shěn Chén's hands.
What if something inside caused trouble? No problem. Have someone take a look. Shěn Chén didn't refuse. Lao Mo motioned for Huzi to inspect the contents of the medical kit and search Shěn Chén's person for anything suspicious. Of the three men, Lao Mo considered Huzi the smartest, so he instructed Huzi to inspect it thoroughly. Huzi walked up to Shěn Chén and thoroughly searched him. He pulled this out. Huzi pulled out a silver acupuncture needle from Shěn Chén's pocket and showed it to Lao Mo. You should know I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Shěn Chén remained calm. Though these silver needles appeared ordinary now, their effectiveness was no less formidable than a gun. This is Mr. Shen's medical equipment. It's perfectly normal. Please return it to Mr. Shen. Lao Mo glanced at it and chuckled. It's just a few needles. He stood there letting Shěn Chén insert the needles. If he had called out, Lao Mo would have killed himself on the spot. Huzi then rummaged through Shěn Chén's medicine box, emptying its contents. He gestured to Lao Mo, then held up the now empty box for Lao Mo to see. Lao Mo nodded. It was just some medicinal liquids and gauze, nothing threatening to him. Huzi then tied a rope around Shěn Chén's feet and led him over to Lao Mo. Now it's time for you to keep your promise. Shěn Chén looked at Lao Mo impassively. Release her. Lao Mo didn't hesitate.
He ordered his men to untie Zhang Lingxi and release her.
Liao Ding, I'll be waiting for you to come out.
Zhang Lingxi gazed at Liao Ding with lingering reluctance. They had only just confirmed their relationship, so naturally she didn't want to part with him. If she hadn't feared her presence would cause trouble for them, she would never have left. Zhang Tian, who watched his daughter turn back 3 times, her reluctant gaze lingering on Liao Ding, and his heart sank. A bad feeling rose in Zhang Tianxiong's heart. It seemed his daughter had fallen head over heels. Zhang Tianxiong never imagined his daughter had been kidnapped. Though she was rescued, her heart seemed to have been stolen by that man. Xiaoxi, we need to leave now. Zhang Tianxiong's heart ached seeing Zhang Lingxi throw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. When had Zhang Lingxi ever endured such suffering in her life? He had always treated her like a precious treasure, afraid to let her out of his sight. Shěn Chén watched Zhang Lingxi being led out of the factory by Zhang Tianxiong, then turned to look at Lao Mo. Can I bandage him up now? Shěn Chén said calmly to Lao Mo. Before Lao Mo could respond, Shěn Chén knelt down to treat Liao Ding. Why bother, Mr. Shen? You're about to set off. What's the point of doing something meaningless like this? Lao Mo watched Shěn Chén, who was bent over treating Liao Ding, his face filled with regret. Shěn Chén was the only opponent he'd ever met who could truly match him in combat. Had it not been for Su Tianhu's orders, he believed Shěn Chén and himself could have become true friends. But now, due to identity restrictions, there's nothing we can do. It's better to leave with dignity. Don't we Chinese people place great importance on this? Shěn Chén applied bandages to Liao Ding while chatting with Lao Mo. True, that's what we value most. Lao Mo chuckled, understanding completely. He picked up his water cup and began drinking silently, waiting patiently for Shěn Chén to finish and send them on their way. Little did he know that this very lapse in vigilance would plunge Lao Mo into an abyss of no return. How strong are those 3? Shěn Chén whispered, glancing at Lao Mo and noticing he wasn't looking. I can handle them alone. Liao Ding glanced at Lao Mo and quickly interjected. Hearing Liao Ding's words, Shěn Chén breathed a sigh of relief. This would break the deadlock. There's a pistol at the bottom of the box. Wait for my signal. I'll distract Lao Mo while you take care of them. Shěn Chén explained the plan to Liao Ding, deliberately tipping the box over to make it easier for him to retrieve the weapon. Shěn Chén silently commanded, initiate retrieval. Notification, successfully recovered Liao Ding's gunshot wound. Earned 2 points. Current remaining points, 1000 upgradable. Shěn Chén noticed an upgrade button appear on the system panel. Shěn Chén clicked it, and the system prompted that the update would take 5 minutes. Mr. Shen, are we done? If it's done, we should hit the road. Old Mo saw Shěn Chén pause his movements, set down his water cup, and cocked the pistol beside him. You know what they say? Shěn Chén smiled, leaving Lao Mo puzzled. What is it? But what it is doesn't matter. What matters is that next year on this day, Mr. Shen, will be your death anniversary. Though Lao Mo didn't know what Shěn Chén was up to, delay could spell trouble. He decided to cut to the chase. How can you know who'll win until the very end? The moment Shěn Chén finished speaking, alarm bells rang in Lao Mo's mind. He swiftly pulled Zhang Hu beside him. Bang! A gunshot shattered the factory's silence, and Zhang Hu's head exploded like a watermelon. Shěn Chén swiftly hurled a brick at Lao Mo, who dodged sideways. Lao Mo was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Tianxiong to have a sniper on his side. Before Lao Mo could think further, Shěn Chén's brick flew toward him. Lao Mo chuckled. Such petty tricks wouldn't faze him. But what Lao Mo hadn't anticipated was that the seemingly easy-to-dodge brick suddenly acted like a ghost. No matter how he dodged, it still pierced his hand. The pain shot through Lao Mo's wrist, causing his gun-holding hand to instinctively release its grip. The pistol clattered to the ground. The moment the brick flew, Shěn Chén charged at Lao Mo. By the time Lao Mo reacted and tried to grab his gun, Shěn Chén's elbow strike came crashing down from above. Old Mo had no choice but to abandon the pistol, crossing his arms to brace against Shěn Chén's elbow strike. Shěn Chén's footwork was equally swift. He kicked the pistol away. Lao Mo was left bare-handed to face Shěn Chén. Lao Mo was clearly no match for Shěn Chén, and with injuries from yesterday's beating still lingering, he found himself at a disadvantage. What are you standing around for? Help me. Otherwise, none of us will make it out alive. Old Mo glared at Huzi and the others, frozen in place, and couldn't help but curse angrily. Even if they weren't much help, they could distract Shěn Chén, allowing him to seize an opening and strike back. Chapter 119, Either way, you're mine when you die.
But at that moment, Lao Mo forgot that Shěn Chén wasn't alone. Liao Ding, lying nearby, had already opened the medical kit as Shěn Chén instructed and retrieved the pistol. Bang! Lao Mo froze, watching as the two Huzi brothers, who had been charging toward Shěn Chén, stopped mid-stride. They looked down at the two gaping holes in their bodies. Blood suddenly gushed from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. You cheated! Liao Ding stared at the pistol Liao Ding had pulled from the ground, then glanced at his own gun beside him. He instantly realized the first aid kit was compromised. You taught me never to trust assassins. Well, I'll teach you something too, never trust anyone. Shěn Chén sneered contemptuously, looking at Lao Mo as if he were already dead. Shěn Chén made a subtle pistol gesture and fired at Lao Mo. Lao Mo instantly sensed extreme danger. He ducked low, and the bullet whizzed past the top of his head. Seeing no hope of survival, Lao Mo descended into utter madness. Shěn Chén could only react defensively to Lao Mo's reckless, all-out assault. Shěn Chén still had his youth ahead of him. He had no intention of meeting his end here. Liao Ding watched the two grappling, his gun-wielding hand tracking their movements, yet he dared not fire. Suicidal. Shěn Chén's temper flared. This assassin's suicidal tactics were proving relentless. Shěn Chén swiftly pulled silver needles from his acupuncture kit and stabbed them into several key pressure points on Lao Mo. Lao Mo felt a sudden numbness spread through his entire body and collapsed to the ground. Lao Mo, remember this for next life, never mess with doctors. Especially Chinese medicine. You don't understand Chinese medicine. Shěn Chén walked over to the gun Lao Mo had dropped and finished him off with a single shot. Shěn Chén slumped to the ground, utterly drained. Shěn Chén was relieved he'd brought the silver needles with him. Otherwise, this farce would never have ended. Xiao Shi, you go to the hospital first. Dad will wait here for them to come out, okay? Zhang Tianxiong wanted Zhang Lingxi to get checked for injuries, but she stubbornly refused. I'm not going. I'm waiting for Liao Ding to come out. No matter what Zhang Tianxiong said, Zhang Lingxi repeated only those words. In Zhang Lingxi's eyes, Liao Ding's life meant far more to her than her own. Damn it! Zhang Tianxiong cursed under his breath. His daughter was completely out of her mind. This was the end of it. Xiao Shi, tell daddy what kind of mind-altering potion he's feeding you. Zhang Tianxiong was so frantic he was nearly in tears. Daughters really do grow up too fast. He's your future son-in-law. Zhang Lingxi's words finally put Zhang Tianxiong's heart at rest. His hands trembling, Zhang Tianxiong lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Why isn't he coming out yet? Zhang Lingxi stared anxiously at the factory gate as several gunshots rang out from inside. Zhang Lingxi was nearly driven mad with worry. She was deeply concerned about the safety of her beloved. Dad, they're coming out. Zhang Lingxi saw Shěn Chén and Liao Ding emerge from the factory and rushed straight toward Liao Ding. You're okay, thank goodness. You scared the life out of me. Zhang Lingxi threw herself into Liao Ding's arms, leaving Shěn Chén utterly dumbfounded. Spring had finally arrived for his foolish apprentice, and it felt quite warm, considering Zhang Tianxiong's immense influence. Liao Ding being a son-in-law wasn't so bad either. No more arguments in the second half of life. See? I'm perfectly fine. Good girl. Liao Ding ruffled Zhang Lingxi's hair affectionately. Zhang Lingxi leaned in and kissed Liao Ding, then pulled him along, summoning Shěn Chén to return to Zhang Tianxiong's side. Shěn Chén, great, now I'm the third wheel. Can't I just leave? At least I'm not lighting up your night. From afar, Zhang Tianxiong watched Zhang Lingxi swoop toward Liao Ding like a swallow returning to its nest, his heart shattering into two pieces. When he saw Zhang Lingxi take the initiative to kiss Liao Ding, Zhang Tianxiong clutched his chest, feeling his heart condition threatening to flare up again. What's wrong, Dad? Let me introduce you. This is Liao Ding, your future son-in-law. Seeing Zhang Tianxiong's distressed expression, Zhang Lingxi wondered what was wrong. Upon hearing he was fine, she began introducing Liao Ding. So you're Liao Ding? What do you think you have to offer to win my daughter? Zhang Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, his imposing aura bearing down on Liao Ding. Liao Ding felt a weight on his shoulders, as if a tiger were pouncing on him. But Liao Ding instantly shifted, becoming as calm as a breeze. Zhang Tianxiong watched Liao Ding's transformation and couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Not a single person around Shěn Chén was simple. Liao Ding's single move alone had already made Zhang Tianxiong look at him with new respect. Most people, even Zhang Tianxiong's longtime assistants, feared him. Yet Liao Ding could recover his composure in the blink of an eye. That was no small feat. Uncle Zhang, I can't produce anything right now. But that doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. Liao Ding stood tall, meeting Zhang Tianhu's gaze without flinching. The two stood locked in a tense standoff until Zhang Lingxi finally broke the silence. Dad, he doesn't need to marry me, I'll bring my own dowry. Game over. Zhang Lingxi's words left Zhang Tianhu utterly speechless. How could she turn her back on him so completely so soon after they started dating? If they got married, it would be disastrous. No, he couldn't let Liao Ding marry his daughter so easily. Xiao Shi, putting it that way makes things really difficult for your old man. Shěn Chén watched the scene unfold before him and burst into laughter. If it's too hard, then don't do it. After all, you'll be mine when you're dead.
Zhang Lingxi lifted her little head haughtily, gazing at her father.
The moment I close my eyes, you're all mine. Fine, whatever. Our family isn't short on money. As long as he loves you, that's all that matters.
Zhang Tianxiong thought about it. The logic held water.
With his eyes closed, the entire Zhang family would be theirs.
Zhang Tianxiong wanted to stump Liao Ding with a tricky question, but couldn't think of anything suitable on the spot. Now Zhang Tianxiong could only swallow his bitterness like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to voice his grievances as he watched Liao Ding sweep his daughter off his feet.
Shěn, you're laughing at me?
Seeing Shěn Chén beside him doubled over with laughter only deepened Zhang Tianxiong's frustration. Brother Zhang, after all, free love is the trend these days. Look at me, my 2 wives, and I fell in love freely. After all, little Ding is my apprentice. I'm still rooting for my apprentice. Hearing Shěn Chén's first half of the sentence, Zhang Tianxiong thought it made some sense. But upon hearing Shěn Chén's second half, it dawned on him this master had come to plead for his apprentice. Zhang Lingxi and Liao Ding giggled quietly beside them, while the bodyguards nearby maintained a detached, none of my business attitude. Truth be told, their faces were flushed crimson, though they were long accustomed to their boss and the young Mrs. antics. But today's scene watching the cabbage get trampled was too much to resist laughing at. What's so funny? A month's pay docked for all of you. Zhang Tianxiong glanced at the bodyguards surrounding him. If he couldn't control his own daughter, did that mean he couldn't control them either? Chapter 120, Xingzhou Rules. Father, is old Mo still unreachable? Su Qian anxiously asked Su Tianhu. Damn Lao Mo, didn't he say he'd give us news tonight? Why hasn't he responded yet? Hold on. What's the rush? How does this look? Su Tianhu shot Su Qian a disapproving look. This restless behavior was utterly unbecoming. Though he didn't know why Lao Mo wasn't answering, he trusted the man would call back. He'd spent a fortune keeping Lao Mo on the payroll all these years, and Lao Mo had never once failed him. Old Mo had secretly eliminated countless enemies for him. Even when things went wrong, old Mo would always give him a heads up, just like yesterday. Su Tianhu still trusted Lao Mo implicitly, but he never imagined Lao Mo would slip up this time. And in doing so, he'd inadvertently created a formidable enemy capable of wiping out his entire family. Su Qian was now frantic with worry. He only had tomorrow left to meet Shěn Chén. If Lao Mo still hadn't contacted him by tomorrow, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Shěn Chén watched his phone vibrate incessantly, a faint, dismissive smile curling his lips.
Brother Shěn, should we answer now?
A dangerous glint flashed in Zhang Tianxiong's eyes. Meanwhile, Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi were cuddled up together, lost in their own conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter.
Answer it. It's time we gave Su Tianhu a surprise. Shěn Chén answered the call and pressed the speaker button.
Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi beside him quieted down, watching the phone intently.
Lao Mo, what's up? Where'd you go? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Su Tianhu heard the call connect and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Qian, standing nearby, also relaxed upon hearing Su Tianhu's words. It seemed he was in the clear. Mr. Su, it's been a while.
This generous gift has truly overwhelmed me. Shěn Chén's voice carried a hint of a smile as he spoke slowly. Shěn Chén's voice coming through the phone sent a jolt through Su Tianhu's heart.
It seems old Mo is finished. Falling into Shěn Chén's hands, there's no way old Mo will survive. So you already know everything.
But if you know what's good for you, make a public apology and hand over the formula yourself. I might let you go back to being your little doctor.
If you don't play nice, well. Su Tianhu dropped all pretense upon hearing Shěn Chén's voice and laid his cards on the table.
If Shěn Chén played it smart and handed over the formula with a public apology, Su Tianhu might spare his life.
But if he didn't, then don't blame him for being ruthless.
Oh? If I refuse to cooperate, I'd love to see what Mr. Su can do to me.
Shěn Chén didn't trust Su Tianhu at all. After all, Zhang Tianxiong was on his side. What was there to fear? Let me tell you straight, old Mo is just the lowest ranking member of that organization. You'd better be careful.
If you slip up, who knows what might happen to your family.
Su Tianhu smiled faintly. Lao Mo's life or death meant nothing to him. Old Mo was just the lowest ranking member.
If he died, there would be countless more like him. At worst, he'd just have to shell out some cash to bring in someone higher up.
As long as he had Shěn Chén's formula, getting that money back would be a matter of minutes. Mr. Su, I detest anyone threatening me with my family.
Shěn Chén's tone turned icy.
Su Tianhu threatening him with his family was nothing short of courting death. Liao Ding and the others felt a chill in the summer air.
Ha! Weigh my words carefully.
Su Tianhu didn't say much more.
Shěn Chén was still too green to mess with him.
Su Tianhu lit a Huazi cigarette and began puffing away. Su Rat, you've been getting bolder lately.
Zhang Tianxiong, who'd been silent until now, spoke up.
Hearing his voice, Su Tianhu choked on a mouthful of smoke. Zhang Tianxiong? How are you at Shěn Chén's place? Su Tianhu blurted out in utter disbelief. Had he known Zhang Tianxiong was right beside Shěn Chén, Su Tianhu would never have mentioned that organization. When Zhang Tianxiong became the boss of Qingzhou, he established a rule: he wouldn't interfere with how opponents were dealt with within Qingzhou's territory. But if anyone dared to hire assassins, threaten family members, or deal in drugs, he wouldn't wait for the official channels. Zhang Tianxiong would personally take care of them. Over the years, both the old guard and rising stars of Qingzhou had strictly adhered to this code. This had kept Qingzhou a national model district. Should drug trafficking be discovered in Qingzhou, anyone reporting it to Zhang Tianxiong could walk away with 1 million yuan. Today, Su Tianhu had successfully crossed Zhang Tianxiong's line. Su Tianhu was genuinely panicking now. He wasn't afraid of Shěn Chén, but he feared Zhang Tianxiong. His roots were in Qingzhou, and the city had always been synonymous with Zhang Tianxiong. Anyone who crossed this line. Sometimes Zhang Tianxiong doesn't even need to lift a finger, his underlings will handle it themselves. Put simply, if you cross Zhang Tianxiong's red line, you might as well say goodbye to Qingzhou. Everyone in Qingzhou would make you pay, forcing you to slink away in disgrace. That's something you'd have to ask Mr. Su about. Your so-called top assassin kidnapped both my daughter and son-in-law. And as it happens, my son-in-law is Brother Shen's disciple. So shouldn't you, Mr. Su, owe me an explanation? Zhang Tianxiong asked Su Tianhu with a sarcastic tone. Hearing Zhang Tianxiong's words, Su Tianhu felt the sky that had already been hanging by a thread now completely collapse. Liao Ding saw Zhang Tianxiong admit he was his son-in-law and exchanged a glance with Zhang Lingxi. The joy in their eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Tianxiong's anger flared further at the sight of Liao Ding cozying up to his daughter. Already in a foul mood, his irritation only deepened. If Liao Ding knew what Zhang Tianxiong was thinking, he might have clung to a sliver of hope. It wasn't intentional. What can you do when the old man is such a doting father? This whole mess with his daughter? I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Mr. Su to take the fall for me. Mr. Zhang, I truly had no idea about this. If you're talking about hiring hitmen or threatening parents, I'll take the blame. But this? I genuinely had no idea. Su Tianhu inwardly screamed, "Oh baby, cry." Old Mo hadn't even briefed him on this. I only told him to kill Shěn Chén. I never intended to harm your daughter or son-in-law. Ha? Wait, that doesn't add up. Mr. Su, you're pulling my leg, right? The young miss shouldn't have a boyfriend yet. So where did this son-in-law suddenly come from? Su Tianhu finally caught on. As far as he knew, Zhang Lingxi had always been single. He had once considered setting up Su Qian with Zhang Lingxi, but to his surprise, Zhang Lingxi hadn't even given Su Qian the time of day. Su Qian returned crestfallen, and Su Tianhu had sighed at the time, remarking that Zhang Lingxi would be hard to marry off someday. Her temper was far too fiery. Chapter 121, System 20. Thanks to Mr. Su's hitman, my daughter got taken by some dumb kid. Zhang Tianxiong gritted his teeth as he confronted Su Tianhu. If it weren't for that damn assassin, his precious little cotton-padded jacket wouldn't have gotten so drafty. Su Tianhu was speechless. Was old Mo brainless? After all this time in Qingzhou, he still didn't know who to mess with? Su Tianhu cursed Lao Mo's ancestors 8 generations back. Mr. Zhang, we're willing to forfeit 20% of Su Group's profits as compensation. Su Tianhu now had no choice but to bow his head. If he didn't submit, he might truly be expelled from Qingzhou. He'd spent half his life building his empire in Qingzhou. He wasn't about to abandon it so easily. 50. Zhang Tianxiong's demand made Su Tianhu spit out a mouthful of water. Mr. Zhang, that's asking far too much. Su Tianhu's company was already struggling in the sluggish real estate market. Handing over 50% would mean saying goodbye to this circle. His company would shrink by half overnight, and his old rivals wouldn't let him off the hook. 10% was already generous enough. The 20% he'd offered would barely fend off his arch-rival's retaliation. 50%? No way. The moment Zhang Tianxiong brought up business, his entire demeanor shifted. The power of Qingzhou's top dog was no joke. Then I'm afraid I cannot comply. Su Tianhu's face darkened. Even if it meant his own death, he would blind the tiger's eyes. Excellent. I like your guts. Zhang Tianxiong laughed heartily. It had been years since he'd last exchanged blows with anyone. Then we'll see. I hope you hold out a little longer. Zhang Tianxiong roared with laughter. Finally, someone worthy of his amusement. All these years, Zhang Tianxiong had nearly bored himself to death. He only glanced over important company matters, leaving the rest to his subordinates. Shun, my friend, go ahead tomorrow with confidence. I'll see just who in Qingzhou dares to stop you. Zhang Tianxiong declared with overwhelming arrogance. This minor figure, Su Tianhu, was hardly worth his attention. Though Su Tianhu currently held the top spot in Qingzhou's real estate power rankings, Zhang Tianxiong's company was Qingzhou's undisputed leader, controlling a full 10% of the region's market share. Don't underestimate that 10%. Qingzhou is vast, teeming with countless companies, individual businesses and the like. This meant Zhang Tianxiong had become an unshakable colossus in Qingzhou. In the past, some had foolishly attempted to claim a slice of Qingzhou's pie. But after encountering Zhang Tianxiong, they all slinked away. Even those from the capital who came to challenge him found their ambitions snuffed out upon meeting Zhang Tianxiong. Zhang Tianxiong's enterprises now influenced Qingzhou's economic stability. Zhang Tianxiong enjoyed official protection, and no matter how powerful the Beijing factions were, they dared not confront the authorities head-on. Except for the desperate few like Su Tianhu, driven to the brink. All right. After wrapping up his affairs that evening, Shěn Chén sat on his bed and opened the system panel. The panel had long since completed its upgrade, but Shěn Chén had simply never found the time to check it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful upgrade. The system has now successfully entered version 20. Please explore the specific functions yourself. Shěn Chén stared at the completely revamped interface. Even the system's originally cold, mechanical voice now carried a hint of human warmth. Guess I'll have to figure this system out myself. What a letdown. Shěn Chén muttered inwardly, this AI isn't intelligent at all. Ding! Host detected cursing this system. 5 points deducted as punishment. Remaining credits, 5 points. Shěn Chén. My bad, system bro. Shěn Chén quickly bowed his head, sensing trouble. Ding! Recognizing the host's sincere acknowledgement of self-error and genuine intent to rectify. 2.5 points of penalty are now waived as a reward. Current remaining points, 25. Shěn Chén nearly choked on his drink when he saw that number. System, you must be a fan of my little chick too, huh? It took Shěn Chén nearly half an hour to finally grasp the system's current functions. What Shěn Chén never expected was that the system had added a martial arts template. This left Shěn Chén utterly stunned. Could it be that sword riding flight, just like in the novels, truly existed in this world? After Shěn Chén examined it closely, he discovered that upon reaching the great primordial realm, one could briefly hover in midair. Shěn Chén's dream of flying on a sword shattered before it even began. This left Shěn Chén deeply frustrated. He had envisioned unleashing his 10,000 swords return to the source technique, overwhelming his opponent completely, then executing an aerial spin to land on his 9-dragon imperial carriage. The sheer spectacle of it all had been thrilling to imagine. Shěn Chén glanced at his current power system, which displayed 2 lines of text. You're only capable of bullying ordinary people, a complete martial arts trash. This infuriated Shěn Chén no end. He was already pretty formidable, wasn't he? He was, after all, the top dog in the mortal world. What the hell were you barking about? You piece of artificial garbage. Ding! Host detected using dangerous language. I'm sorry, I was just talking nonsense. Before the system could finish, Shěn Chén proactively apologized. You're exploiting bugs with me. Shěn Chén's lightning-fast apology left the system speechless. Hurry up and admit it, you'll get points deducted again soon. Shěn Chén felt like crying. He didn't want to do this either. Who knew the system upgrade would also upgrade the point system? His old points were called level 1 points. It took 1,000 of those old points to buy just one of the new level 2 points. Shěn Chén was on the verge of tears. After this upgrade, he felt like he'd been set back to square one. After some exploration, Shěn Chén discovered a roulette wheel in a shop within the system. He clicked in to take a look and was stunned. The wheel had 3 tiers, white, purple, and gold. A white spin cost 100 level 2 points, purple jumped straight to 10,000 points, and gold was absurdly expensive, a whopping 1 million points per spin. Shěn Chén couldn't help but count his fingers. He realized even 10 wouldn't be enough. Shěn Chén noticed that among the white tier items was an anti-cancer drug priced at $10 billion. The purple tier featured the 18 dragon subduing palms, the Lingbo microstep, and the leg stretching, eye-glaring pill mastered by the monk Jigong. Just as Shěn Chén was about to see what earth-shattering treasures the gold tier held, the system informed him his level was insufficient. He needed to upgrade the system to view it. Shěn Chén glanced at the points required for the upgrade. He was so stunned he rubbed his eyes. 10 million level 2 points? Shěn Chén nearly cursed out loud. He couldn't possibly save that much in a lifetime. The system soothed him, don't panic. If you can't save enough in this lifetime, then you just can't save enough. Shěn Chén nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Refusing to give up, Shěn Chén opened the shop interface and went numb. The first few items were manageable. He could grit his teeth and save up for them. Chapter 122, The Eve of the Su family's downfall. But when Shěn Chén saw the string of zeros trailing the Arabic numerals, he froze in shock. Tears welled up in Shěn Chén's eyes. I can't afford it, but can't I at least look? The items listed after the 10 million mark were all blurred out. Item, mosaic. Effect, healing. Requires unlocking this privilege. Shěn Chén finally understood what it meant to be dirt poor, so poor he didn't even have the right to see what the items were. Shěn Chén decisively abandoned the shop and returned to studying the martial arts template. He discovered that the martial arts levels were quite similar to those in novels. The system's cultivation realms were divided into acquired early, late, mid, innate, pseudo-innate, innate, great innate, with subsequent realms yet to be unlocked. Shěn Chén was startled to see that even higher realms existed beyond these. Noticing a plus sign next to the realm name, Shěn Chén tentatively clicked it. The system then displayed a prompt. Current host account is overdue on points. Service suspended. Shěn Chén. Tired. Destroy it. Just as Shěn Chén decided to close the system panel and prepare for sleep. Ding. Notice, host has not claimed the update gift package. Will self-destruct in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3. Claim it. Claim it. Shěn Chén leapt off the bed. How could this system still count down? 3 gift packs available. Please select one at random. 3 dazzling golden gift packs appeared before Shěn Chén, nearly blinding his eyes. Saliva nearly dripped from his mouth as he wiped away non-existent drool. Shěn Chén flashed a devilish grin. Only children make choices, I want them all. Ding. Claim successful. Ding. System bug detected. Repairing. Ding. Fix successful. Due to the system vulnerability, this reward is granted to the host. Shěn Chén's heart leapt with joy. It seemed he had truly succeeded. Though exploiting bugs wouldn't work again in the future, one shot was one shot. That gleaming golden item looked like something special. Shěn Chén tapped each of the 3 gift boxes in turn. After a burst of golden light, 3 items appeared before him. Shěn Chén first examined the first item, which resembled an eye. The system provided a real-time description. Yin-yang eyes perceive all worldly evils and malevolent spirits. No ghostly entity can hide from this gaze. When mastered, one may peer into the river of time. 9 transformations Taoist scripture fragment, cultivate the Tao. If you don't like it, fight it. Heaven's will? That's impossible. My destiny is mine, not heaven's. Master it through 9 transformations to become peerless in the mortal world. Language mastery, anyone fluent in 8 languages is no match for you. Shěn Chén scanned the 3 items. Aside from the language proficiency being kinda useless, the other 2 looked seriously badass. He selected accept all in one click. The instant he clicked accept all, Shěn Chén felt a piercing pain in his eyes, as if they were about to tear apart. He rose and headed to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, Shěn Chén saw 2 drops of blood tears fall from his eyes. Then, activating his yin-yang vision, his pupils transformed one white, one black. Damn, this is so cool, Shěn Chén marveled. This is insane. If I walked down the street like this, people would be chasing me for the link. He tried to activate the Tao scripture according to the method described in the fragment of the 9 transformations Tao scripture. Before long, he felt a wave of warmth surge through his lower abdomen. Shěn Chén felt a surge of energy coursing through his major meridians. He stopped moving and realized his strength was now immense enough to kill a bull with a single punch. But when he looked down at his body, there was no sign of the grime that usually appeared after cultivation sessions in novels. Notice, the host remains immortal and thus cannot undergo the process of purifying meridians and refining marrow. The system's words startled Shěn Chén. What did it mean to still be mortal? Shěn Chén wanted to ask more, but the system fell silent. He sensed the system knew something, but he wasn't worthy of knowing it yet. Opening the system interface again, Shěn Chén discovered he had already reached the mid-stage of the Hotian realm. Shěn Chén smiled faintly. He truly was a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in a century. He had skipped the early stage of the post-heaven realm entirely, arriving directly at the mid-stage. And it had only taken him half an hour. System, if I hadn't swapped out that reward, you wouldn't have been able to leapfrog 2 realms in one go. The system silently observed the book Shěn Chén had just drawn, Postpartum Care for Sows. Unaware of this, Shěn Chén was still grinning foolishly. He clenched the water cup in his hand, crushing it into shards that scattered across the floor. His hand, however, remained completely unscathed. Now he wasn't afraid of any retaliation from the Su family father or son. Bring 1, he'd take 1 down. Bring 2, he'd take 2 down. Shěn Chén recalled Su Tianhu's words from earlier that Lao Mo was merely the lowest tier. Didn't that mean even higher-ranked ones would come hunting him down next? Hey, 1010 is dead. Send me someone ranked in the thousands or 800. 10 billion a year. This isn't a year-long contract, just kill 1 person. What level of strength? An ordinary person. 50 million. I'll give you 100 million. Kill him and the woman beside him. Deal. Wait for my signal. Su Tianhu hung up the phone and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his hand gripping the water glass so tightly that the veins stood out. In Su Tianhu's view, Shěn Chén's appearance was the root cause of all this. Su Tianhu had never intended to retaliate against Zhang Tianxiong. He knew full well he'd been the one to break the rules first, but now he was cornered. As a native son of Qingzhou, Su Tianhu didn't want to ruin the city's thriving progress. Su Tianhu had already made up his mind. He would dismiss all company personnel, set aside funds for his 2 sons, and then settle matters with Zhang Tianxiong. For years, he'd only heard of the Zhang Group's immense scale, but Su Tianhu had never witnessed it firsthand. Early the next morning, Su Tianhu gathered his company's employees and paid each a severance package. Su Tianhu had already begun preparing private jets for his two sons and transferred $100 million each into their overseas accounts. This sum was more than enough to ensure their lifelong financial security and provide ample capital for any entrepreneurial ventures they might pursue. When Zhang Tianxiong received this news, he remained silent for a long time. Su Tianhu was a man of principle. Their conflict never affected ordinary people. He was a true gentleman. It was precisely because of this quality in Su Tianhu that Zhang Tianxiong felt compelled to defeat him in the most decisive manner possible to fulfill Su Tianhu's own wish. "You two go ahead," he said. "Our family is finished today." Su Tianhu addressed his two sons. The once great Su family had finally come to an end. Su Lei cried and pleaded for Su Tianhu to leave with him, but was immediately driven out. "Why aren't you leaving?" Su Tianhu looked at his son, torn between love and resentment. "I'm not leaving. I'll stay and keep you company." Before Su Qian could finish, Su Tianhu cut him off with a sharp rebuke. Yet Su Qian showed no anger. "Father, with my younger brother to carry on the family line, you won't be alone when you depart. I'll accompany you on your journey." Seeing the sudden graying of his father's hair overnight, Su Qian suddenly realized it was his own youthful recklessness and ignorance that had torn the Su family apart. Chapter 123, Technician number 82 extends the clock. "Get lost. I'm not that old yet." Su Tianhu ordered Su Qian to leave, not even glancing at him. Seeing his father like this, Su Qian pulled out his phone, cancelled his flight ticket, accessed his overseas account, and transferred all the money to Su Lei. "My brother has long wanted the family fortune. This time, I won't fight him for it. I'll stay behind to fulfill my filial duties. My past behavior was nothing but reckless and immature. It's a bit late now that I've finally woken up." Su Qian forced a light tone, though his voice betrayed a slight catch. "You little brat, come here." Su Tianhu laughed and scolded, then embraced Su Qian. In his eyes, it was never too late for his son to come to his senses. "Let's join forces, father and son, and see just how formidable this Qingzhou tiger really is. We won't let him underestimate us." The empty room echoed with the laughter of father and son. At that moment, Su Lei, boarding the plane, saw a text message on his phone. "Bro, I admit I'm not as good as you. But don't forget I've got Su blood running through my veins too. Just wait. Wait for me to come back. I'll avenge you." Su Lei smiled upon seeing the message and transfer record Su Qian had sent him. In that moment, he finally let go. "Yeah, we're all family. What misunderstanding can't be resolved? Stinky kid, go post a statement. Whether Shěn Chén goes now or not is irrelevant." Su Tianhu sighed deeply. Any futile struggle now was pointless. Su Qian nodded. He had lost and lost completely. Qingzhou was abuzz with rumors about why Su Group suddenly laid off all its employees. "Hey, have you heard? Su Group is about to go bankrupt." A passerby in the restaurant shared the news with a friend, calling it the hottest gossip around. "I heard it's because the Su family's heir offended someone he shouldn't have. They plagiarized at that press conference, and now the real owner has come knocking. Word is the owner hails from the capital, someone the Su family can't afford to mess with. Rumors are getting wilder by the minute. They're practically making Shěn Chén out to be some Beijing elite heir apparent. Look, Su Corporation just released a statement." A passerby glanced at today's breaking news and spotted Su Qian's apology statement. So Su's family really did plagiarize. People sighed in disbelief. The Su family had been a prominent figure in Qingzhou, yet this was how it all ended. At that moment, Shěn Chén also saw the news about Su's company laying off employees and issuing a statement. Though Shěn Chén felt some emotional turmoil, he harbored no sympathy whatsoever. After all, those who are pitiful must have done something despicable. The Su family wouldn't have met this fate if they hadn't courted disaster. Everything today was entirely the doing of Su Tianhu and his son. "Xiao Ding, pack up. We'll be heading back to Qingzhou in the next few days," Shěn Chén said to Liao Ding, who was inseparable from Zhang Lingxi. "Sure." Liao Ding agreed immediately. Though Zhang Lingxi's family was in Qingzhou, what reason could he have to hesitate when his girlfriend wanted to return to Qingzhou with him? Meanwhile, Su Tianhu and Zhang Tianxiong clashed. With Zhang Tianxiong's respect, Su Tianhu's fun stirred up a small ripple. It was fleeting. Only then did Su Tianhu and his son grasp the sheer scale of the Zhang group. The farce concluded with a dramatic leap from the building. Shěn Chén heard the news and nodded indifferently. This farce had ultimately concluded with Shěn Chén's victory. Little did they know, however, that a long-term manhunt targeting Shěn Chén had only just begun. "Brother Shěn, why not stay a few more days? Why the rush to leave? Qingzhou has plenty of attractions, let Shaoxi show you around." Shěn Chén smiled and shook his head, declining Zhang Tianxiong's kind offer. "No, brother Zhang. The company is in a critical phase of R&D right now. I need to get back and oversee things. The company is only part of it. The bigger reason is seeing Liao Ding showering his wife with affection these past few days has made me miss my own wife." "All right, brother, take this then." Zhang Tianxiong handed over a contract, leaving Shěn Chén puzzled. Opening it, he discovered it represented a 20% stake in Su Qian's company. Brother, I can't accept this. Shěn Chén shook his head. He'd already caused Zhang Tianxiong enough trouble these past few days, and now he'd accidentally dragged the man's daughter into the crisis. Take it. Xiao Ding and Xiao Shi each hold 40% of this company. Once you're in Jingzhou, give them a hand for me. Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi also urged Shěn Chén to accept it. Hearing Zhang Tianxiong and the others speak up, Shěn Chén finally accepted. This company will operate as a subsidiary of ours, and they'll be in charge of it. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment. After all, Liao Ding was his disciple, and he couldn't marry Zhang Lingxi empty-handed. This subsidiary would be best managed by Liao Ding and his team. All right. Zhang Tianxiong accepted without hesitation. Though he knew the company was quite profitable, he clearly hadn't anticipated that its future earnings would far exceed those of his own company. Shěn Chén and his two companions set off on their return journey. Xiao Ding, how did you win over your father-in-law? Shěn Chén was curious how Liao Ding had managed to transform his image in Zhang Tianxiong's eyes in just a few days. Zhang Lingxi also wanted to know how Liao Ding had won over her father. Ahem. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. The mountain man has his own clever plan. Under Shěn Chén and Zhang Lingxi's curious gazes, Liao Ding cleared his throat and uttered these words that made him look like he was asking for a beating. Asking for a beating. Exactly. After getting his ass kicked by Shěn Chén and Zhang Lingxi, Liao Ding finally learned his lesson. I just learned it online. Whatever the internet says, that's what I do. Liao Ding spread his hands, insisting the method was all over Baidu simple as pie. Shěn Chén stared at the Baidu answers, lost in thought. Question: how to win over your father-in-law? Answer 1, dye your hair blonde, grab an ultrasound report, and slam it on your father-in-law's desk. Answer 2, showcase your unique charm and make your father-in-law see you in a whole new light. Shěn Chén fell into a long silence. Was this really going to work? For the first time, Shěn Chén doubted his own intelligence. Is this even the world I know? Could my overly feminine traits be fake? Did I download a pirated app? Shěn Chén stubbornly searched through Liao Ding's phone and suddenly understood. Question: how do I win my father-in-law's approval? Answer: full service with bath and massage. Extend the session with technician number 82. Only then did Shěn Chén realize Liao Ding had won over Zhang Tianxiong by catering to his preferences. So that's what Zhang Tianxiong was into. Next time, take me along, I want to learn a thing or two. Shěn Chén and Liao Ding exchanged a knowing glance, letting out wicked chuckles. Zhang Lingxi, left standing by, watched the two men grinning strangely before her and felt goosebumps rise all over. Chapter 124, Family Martial Arts Leak. Stinky little brother, you're back. Shěn Chén's return left both girls overjoyed. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. They'd been pining for him terribly. The next morning, Shěn Chén woke up and, for once, didn't need to lean on the wall to walk. After all, once those two women got started, they could drain Shěn Chén dry in no time. But Shěn Chén was now at the mid-stage of the Hotian realm. He wasn't someone who could be drained so easily. Shěn Chén glanced at the interface before him. Mom, you'll never have to worry about me being drained again. The two girls were still snoring away in bed, thoroughly exhausted from Shěn Chén's vigorous efforts the night before. With nothing else to do, Shěn Chén got up early and headed to the park for a run. Although he could now rely on the system to slack off, Shěn Chén remained as disciplined as ever. After 2 laps around the park, not a single drop of sweat glistened on his skin. Shěn Chén discovered one perk of his cultivation: he functioned like a walking air conditioner. Even on this scorching day, he wasn't bothered by the blazing sun. His body temperature remained consistently cool. He made his way to a secluded, sunlit spot in the park. After all, his cultivation technique was also yang attributed. Shěn Chén sat cross-legged, seizing the moment as the purplish-red qi rose from the east to cultivate. The morning's violet qi proved immensely beneficial for the 9 transformations Tao scripture. Unlike the cultivation techniques in novels, his method didn't require spiritual energy or similar resources. Shěn Chén could continuously absorb the purple qi simply by basking in the sun. The 9 transformations Tao scripture drew upon the purple qi contained within sunlight, which could also be termed true qi. The serene surroundings offered this energy at sunrise, and even moonlight contained it, though the light of the 15th lunar day could not be absorbed. On the 15th, the gates of the underworld open, and ghostly energy begins to permeate the air. Absorbing it recklessly would cause the true energy to become chaotic. After circulating the technique through several cycles, Shěn Chén opened his eyes and exhaled a puff of white vapor. The vapor traced a deep, distinct path across the ground. Shěn Chén stared at the mark before him, his heart racing. How could he, a cultivator of the acquired realm, exhibit signs of the innate realm? He tentatively reached out, attempting to lift a fallen branch with his qi. But after several attempts, he failed each time. It seemed he was just an ordinary cultivator. The innate ability to manipulate objects would have to wait for another time. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Shěn Chén's mind. What if he enveloped an object in his qi? He acted on the impulse immediately, picking up a pebble from the ground and attempting to envelop its surface with his qi. To his delight, it actually worked.
He aimed at a nearby tree trunk and flicked the pebble from his hand. Watching from a distance, he saw the pebble embed itself into the tree trunk like a bullet.
Holy cow! Is it that powerful? If everyone could do this, guns would become obsolete. Shěn Chén touched the tiny hole in the tree and exclaimed in shock.
This completely shattered Shěn Chén's worldview. Shěn Chén knew martial arts were powerful, but he never imagined they could be this devastating. Suddenly, he remembered the silver needles in his embrace.
If he could master the force and refine his accuracy, wouldn't he become invincible?
Shěn Chén was a man of action. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he put it into practice. He was about to head home when the sound of boxing drills suddenly reached his ears. He turned to see a girl in her early 20s practicing her form, while an elderly man beside her pointed out her flaws.
Shěn Chén glanced at Ouyang Qian's boxing form and couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this part of his Shěn family boxing style? This completely baffled Shěn Chén. Wait, how could these two possibly know his family's boxing style?
Shěn Chén shook his head. His immediate priority was to locate his silver needles. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian, currently experiencing her monthly period, had recently hit a bottleneck in her boxing training and was feeling quite frustrated. Earlier, she had sensed Shěn Chén's presence but had ignored him, treating him as just another onlooker. Now, seeing Shěn Chén squinting at her with a lecherous look and shaking his head, she immediately stopped.
What? You're shaking your head? You know it too? Ouyang Qian asked coldly, clearly viewing Shěn Chén as some sort of lecher. Xiao Chen, don't be rude.
At that moment, Old Master Ouyang intervened with a stern rebuke.
Martial artists must avoid restlessness and impatience above all else.
No, I was just finding your boxing style rather amusing.
Shěn Chén shook his head.
To him, this set of boxing techniques was already etched into his mind. Watching Ouyang Qian now, she truly seemed like a child.
Humph. I see you're a martial artist too. Since you understand it, why don't you show me? Let's see if you've got what it takes. Ouyang Qian immediately leaped high into the air, ready to show Shěn Chén what she was made of.
Shěn Chén watched Ouyang Qian charging straight for his head, his gaze turning icy. This was a lethal strike from the start, and Shěn Chén's anger flared. He merely shook his head.
Just look at her, this woman actually wants to take his life. Get out of the way.
Ouyang Qian had only intended to intimidate Shěn Chén, aiming straight for his head. While most people would instinctively dodge, Shěn Chén stood completely still.
Panic surged through Ouyang Qian's mind.
If she killed Shěn Chén, she would truly be finished.
Thud. Ouyang Qian moved too swiftly. Old Master Ouyang tried to stop her, but it was too late.
The old doctor could only watch Ouyang Qian's actions unfold helplessly.
Shěn Chén could tell both of them possessed martial arts cultivation. An ordinary person would be either dead or severely injured from a single blow. But the strongest old man was merely at the initial stage of the postnatal realm.
Shěn Chén held no fear for either of them.
With one hand, Shěn Chén effortlessly caught Ouyang Qian's kick. This startled both Ouyang Qian and the elderly Ouyang. Is Shěn Chén really a cultivator like them?
Ouyang Qian tried to pull her foot free, but Shěn Chén held on tightly. She was about to fall face first onto the ground. Shěn Chén's lips curled into a smirk as he yanked her up with a sudden jerk. Ouyang Qian shot him a grateful glance, only to be met with a kick to her stomach.
Put! Ouyang Qian spat out a mouthful of blood.
Old Master Ouyang quickly caught her.
Thank you, young man, for showing mercy. Old Master Ouyang didn't blame Shěn Chén for his granddaughter's severe injuries.
After all, it was his granddaughter who had provoked Shěn Chén first, and she had struck with a lethal blow from the very start.
Ouyang Qian's current state was entirely her own doing. Grandfather, after what he did to me, how can you thank him? Ouyang Qian stared at her grandfather in utter disbelief.
Even now, when she was in this state, he wouldn't acknowledge that he'd taught him a lesson for her sake.
Shut up. If you hadn't provoked him, would he have attacked you? Refusing to take responsibility for her own actions, yet blaming others. Old Master Ouyang's eyes turned cold as he scolded Ouyang Qian. Don't move. Attack.
Just then, 7 or 8 bodyguard-like figures suddenly emerged from behind the trees. Without a word, they launched their attack on Shěn Chén. Chapter 125, The Flood Swept Away the Dragon King's Temple.
Ha! Daring to lay a hand on me? Shěn Chén's eyes turned completely cold. They were asking for trouble, weren't they?
Not a single one of the 7 or 8 bodyguards stood a chance. Before they could even get within 5 steps of Shěn Chén, he had already taken them down.
Looking for death.
Not only did you dare provoke our young miss, but you also dared to hit my brother. A man with a crew cut suddenly stepped forward. Shěn Chén looked at the man before him and instantly recognized his military background.
The guy immediately launched into a military-style takedown maneuver.
Shěn Chén merely shifted his stance a few steps, and the guy didn't even graze the hem of his clothes.
Faster. Your turns are too stiff.
Shěn Chén observed the man with the crew cut and offered a few pointers.
Is dodging all you know how to do?
To the buzzcut guy, Shěn Chén's coaching felt like pure humiliation.
Shěn Chén's eyes turned cold as he kicked the flat top flying backward. Freeze! No matter how tough you think you are, you can't outrun a pistol. At that moment, the few men led by the flat top suddenly drew pistols from their coats. This startled Shěn Chén. Could this be the surprise Su Tianhu had left for him? Just before Su Tianhu jumped, he had called Shěn Chén, informing him that he'd left a gift. Are you here on Su Tianhu's orders? Shěn Chén's voice was hoarse as he spoke, his expression devoid of emotion. Those familiar with him knew this meant Shěn Chén was truly prepared to strike now. What about Su Tianhu? That old bastard? You've gravely injured our young mistress and may threaten the commander's safety. Therefore, we'll execute you on the spot. A fierce glint flashed in the man with the crew cut's eyes. Ouyang Qian was someone he'd long admired. Shěn Chén dared to strike so ruthlessly against the woman he cared for, he absolutely couldn't tolerate it. Stop! Old Master Ouyang had just finished treating Ouyang Qian and was about to apologize to Shěn Chén. But when he glanced toward Shěn Chén, it felt like the sky was falling. Commander, he gravely injured the young miss. I don't know what his intentions are. I suspect he poses a threat to you. The man with the crew cut refused to give up, desperate for Old Master Ouyang to approve killing Shěn Chén. Are you unable to comprehend my words? Old Master Ouyang's tone turned icy. Even a lowly guard dared to disobey him. You know what? I detest anyone threatening me with a gun. A cold gleam flashed in Shěn Chén's eyes. His hand twitched, and 7 silver needles instantly pierced the gun-wielding hands of the other bodyguards. The buzzcut guard heard his comrade's agonized scream and glanced over distractedly. When he turned back to Shěn Chén, the man was already gone. I told you I hate it when people point guns at me. Shěn Chén's voice echoed behind the flat top. The man finally realized he'd hit a brick wall. The next thing he knew, darkness engulfed his vision, and he lost all awareness. Old Master Ouyang watched Shěn Chén's speed and was startled. This level of speed could only be achieved by someone at least at the mid-stage of the Hotian realm. Old Master Ouyang was startled. He had cultivated for most of his life and had only barely reached the Hotian realm. And how old was Shěn Chén? Yet his cultivation surpassed his own. Young friend, I truly apologize for the conflict today. I've caused you trouble. Old Master Ouyang bowed deeply to Shěn Chén. He knew that if Shěn Chén harbored a murderous disposition, his entire group would meet their end right here. You're being too formal, but I do hope you'll keep a closer eye on your granddaughter and your men. If it hadn't been me today, someone else would have arrived, and by now, the bodies would likely have been disposed of. Shěn Chén's tone remained cold, though his expression eased slightly upon seeing the old man's face. His tone, however, remained unapologetically firm. This time, the old man failed to keep his men in check. Xiao Chen, come over here immediately and apologize to our young friend. I am Ouyang Yi. Might I inquire about your name, young friend? Old Master Ouyang turned to Ouyang Qian, whose face was set in defiance, and rebuked her. Shěn Chén, if I may be so bold. Shěn Chén stated his name, gazing at Ouyang Qian's defiant expression. My apologies, Shěn Chén. Ouyang Qian realized that even with 2 more of her kind, they wouldn't stand a chance against Shěn Chén. But her pride got the better of her, and her apology came out as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She'd never endured such humiliation in the capital. If Shěn Chén were in the capital, Ouyang Qian would have summoned her brother to teach him a lesson. Seems your granddaughter here isn't convinced, old man Ouyang. Shěn Chén observed Ouyang Qian, whose face was twisted with defiance as she glared at him. It's all my fault for spoiling her. Ouyang Yi shook his head helplessly, resolved to tighten the reins on Ouyang Qian once they returned home. He couldn't let Ouyang Qian continue acting so brazenly. Who knew when she might bring ruin upon the entire Ouyang family? Well, I'll let this one slide for now. But I want to know how you two learned the 9 Yang Dao fist technique. Shěn Chén's overwhelming aura pressed down heavily upon Ouyang Yi and Ouyang Qian. Upon hearing Shěn Chén had decided not to pursue the matter, old Master Ouyang, he couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't encountered a bloodthirsty martial artist today. But immediately afterward, he felt as if a mountain had been placed upon him. Old Master Ouyang was drenched in sweat, struggling to remain standing. Beside him, Ouyang Qian had long since been crushed to the ground by Shěn Chén's overwhelming presence. The stubbornness had vanished from her eyes, replaced by sheer terror as she stared at Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén's aura was even more terrifying than her brother's, and her brother was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. Yet before Shěn Chén, he seemed as insignificant as a mayfly before a towering tree. Young Master Shěn, how do you know our family's secret boxing techniques? Old Master Ouyang's heart skipped a beat. How could Shěn Chén possibly know their family's martial arts? Your family's martial arts? Ha, if that's your family's martial art, then what exactly is ours? Shěn Chén said coldly, looking at Ouyang Yi with a mocking expression. HM? Young Shěn, your ancestor was Shěn Li, correct? Old Master Ouyang suddenly seemed to recall something, asking Shěn Chén with a look of surprise. Ha? You know my wife's grandfather's name? Shěn Chén asked curiously, then immediately reined in the imposing aura he'd been projecting onto both of them. This set of boxing techniques was passed down by a close brother of our ancestors.
Our family records state that this ancestor, Shěn, not only cultivated remarkable martial prowess but also possessed medical skills that surpassed his martial arts. Listening to old Master Ouyang's words, Shěn Chén believed him.
His own family records indeed documented that the venerable ancestor Shěn had a close friend surnamed Ouyang.
So this was all just a misunderstanding? Shěn Chén chuckled, surprised to encounter descendants of his ancestor's brother.
Indeed, a misunderstanding. But it seems we've become acquainted through this clash. Old Master Ouyang laughed heartily, sharing Shěn Chén's sentiment. Wait, hold on. Did you just say my ancestors were formidable cultivators? Shěn Chén suddenly caught on. Though puzzled, old Master Ouyang nodded. Chapter 126, the family legacy now belongs to another. Yes, is there a problem? Old Master Ouyang was a bit puzzled. You're already so awesome. What's wrong with your ancestors being accomplished? That's not right. It is a problem.
Shěn Chén muttered to himself.
Why hasn't anyone ever told me about cultivation? If my ancestors practiced cultivation, then logically, my parents should have too. The family lineage hadn't been broken for all these years.
But after raising me all these years, aside from strengthening my body, they never taught me anything about cultivation.
Ha! Young Master Shěn, what did you say?
Old Master Ouyang, hearing Shěn Chén's mutterings, hadn't quite caught his words.
Nothing, nothing. Shěn Chén waved his hands repeatedly.
It seemed he'd have to return to the ancestral home to find answers.
To see if the ancestral home held the answers he sought.
Old Master, you two continue practicing.
I'll be heading out now.
Oh, and Miss Ouyang, remember to rein in your temper from now on. Otherwise, if someone else had been in your place this time, you all would have met your end here. Shěn Chén said to Ouyang Chén this woman really needed a lesson. Now it was settled the boxing techniques they practiced were passed down from his own ancestors to their family.
Ouyang Chén had long since shed her earlier arrogance and defiance, standing rooted to the spot, unable to snap out of her daze. Shěn, I've always told you there's always someone better out there.
So, are you satisfied now?
Even if your brother came here,
3 of him wouldn't be a match for this guy. Old Master Ouyang sighed deeply as he spoke, realizing his granddaughter had been raised far too pampered.
I understand.
Ouyang Chén's expression was complex. Today's blow had hit her hard. The boxing style she'd trained in since childhood was actually passed down to her family by someone else's ancestors. She had been gloating and striking others down. Now she'd hit a brick wall encountering the true heir to the art.
What a bummer. I understand. I'll work on changing my temper.
Seeing his granddaughter's sincere apology, old Master Ouyang chose not to press the matter. But he'd made up his mind, if he caught her at it again, family discipline would follow.
Let's go. I'm tired today.
Old Master Ouyang walked forward with his hands behind his back, Ouyang Chén following closely behind.
As for the flat top, the old man didn't even glance his way.
A soldier's duty is to obey orders.
But the flat top was now acting on emotion.
It seemed he had been too lenient with him and his men. Now he wouldn't even obey his orders. Old Master Ouyang absolutely refused to tolerate such a person in his inner circle. As for Ouyang Chén, she knew little Flathead had feelings for her, but he wasn't even strong enough to beat her.
Ouyang Chén preferred men stronger than herself.
To others, the flat top might seem capable, but in her eyes, he was nothing.
Dad, you're back. Grandfather, good morning. Ouyang Chén's father, Ouyang Genua, and her brother, Ouyang Lai, addressed old Master Ouyang. Come with me to the study. Xiaoqian, you come too. Grandfather Ouyang nodded, then motioned for the younger generation to follow him. Ouyang Genua and his son exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Normally, old Master Ouyang never allowed them into his study. Very few people were ever granted access to his study. Ouyang Genua still remembered as a child wanting to sneak into his grandfather's study to see what secrets lay within. But the moment his hand touched the doorknob, old Master Ouyang caught him. The consequences were predictable, a whipping was inevitable. It was just like when he was a child. Ouyang Genua stepped inside and saw his father's study. It looked almost exactly the same as he'd glimpsed it as a child. Humph.
You little rascal, and shall lie, when he was young neither of you could ever keep still. Both of you were always trying to see what secrets the old man kept hidden in this room. Old Master Ouyang chuckled softly, recalling some happy memories.
Yeah, looking back now, it all seems pretty ordinary. Why didn't you let us in, Dad?
Ouyang Genua asked, puzzled.
What could possibly be hidden in this ordinary little study? Ordinary?
Today, I'll show you this study's true nature.
Old Master Ouyang pulled a book from his bookshelf and slid it open.
The 3 Ouyang men stared speechless at the scene before them.
A hidden chamber suddenly appeared within the study.
The chamber's walls displayed cold weapons from an era predating firearms.
Hanging in the very center were 2 portraits.
Had Shěn Chén been present, he would have instantly recognized the figure in one as his own predecessor, Shěn. Had it not been for the person Xiaoqian and I encountered today, my plan was to tell you all after I passed away. But plans never keep pace with change.
Since fate has brought us together today, I shall share this with you sooner than intended. Old Master Ouyang took 3 sticks of incense, lit them, bowed 3 times, and placed them before his ancestors. He then lit another 3 incense sticks, bowed 3 times again, and placed them before Shěn Chén's ancestral tablet. Behind him, the 3 Ouyang men, father and sons, followed the elder's movements, mirroring his every gesture. Grandfather, who is this person? I've never seen him before. Ouyang Lai voiced the question lingering in Ouyang Genoa's mind. He remembered every one of his ancestors, yet this man before him held no place in his memory. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian had already formed a guess. This must be Shěn Chén's ancestor. Ouyang Qian's words left Ouyang Genoa and his son perplexed. Who was this Shěn Chén? What family's young master was he? How come they'd never heard of him in the capital? Yes, Xiao Qian is absolutely right. This is Xin Li, the man who played the most pivotal role in the rise of our Ouyang family. Old Master Ouyang's words sent a sudden tremor through Ouyang Genoa's body. How could our family have been built by an outsider? That doesn't make sense. It felt like the heavens had turned upside down. Had his father lost his mind? Ouyang Genoa pondered taking his father for a brain check someday. If he had Alzheimer's, that would be terrible. He hadn't even fulfilled his filial duties yet. Our family's martial arts tradition isn't truly our own. Old Master Ouyang said solemnly. Old Master Shen's words sent a chill through Ouyang Genoa and his father. That can't be possible. This boxing style and the Heart Sutra aren't from our ancestors, but from the brothers of our family's ancestors. That is, Shěn Chén's ancestors. You could say he brought us our glory. Old Master Ouyang recounted today's events to Ouyang Genoa. Ouyang Genoa hadn't anticipated such a young martial artist emerging. After seeing this, he now has a worthy opponent. Beside him, Ouyang Lai rubbed his hands together eagerly, his eyes burning with unhidden fervor. Chapter 127, The Pyramid Clan. Hoof. You better not get beaten so badly by Shěn Chén that we won't recognize you. Old Master Ouyang saw his grandson's confidence not only remained unshaken but had actually grown stronger. He nodded approvingly. One must respect others' efforts. Nor should he underestimate his own efforts. Though he lagged behind others, he could gradually close that gap through his own diligence. Had Shěn Chén heard these words from Old Master Ouyang, he would have shrugged. I'm letting you off easy by giving you one hand. If I don't show you what I'm capable of, you'd never know what it means to be left in the dust. I'll give you a leg up, but you won't even catch a whiff of my exhaust. Old Master Ouyang turned to Shěn Chén's ancestor, Xin Li, and began recounting his story. His ancestor had been nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable little scoundrel. He couldn't fight to save his life, but when it came to running away and cutting corners, he was top-notch. Xin Li happened to be his ancestor's squad leader. Seeing how unambitious his ancestor was, he didn't blame him. Instead, he showered him with meticulous care, secretly saving him a portion of every tasty treat. Later, Xin Li began teaching his ancestor survival tactics for escape, which the ancestor was happy to learn. Finally, during a battle, my ancestor's skills proved inadequate. Seizing the opportunity, an enemy struck him down. Just as the blade was about to fall, Xin Li stepped in and took the blow. Xin Li's ancestor perished in the act, but Ouyang's ancestor awoke to his true potential. He spent the latter half of his life laying the foundation for the Ouyang family, which was later developed by several successive heads of the family. By the time of Old Master Ouyang, the family reached new heights through their victories against the Japanese invaders. If that's the case, perhaps this Shěn Chén fellow could be recruited into my department. Upon hearing the patriarch's words, Ouyang Genoa recognized the young man's immense potential and felt a surge of admiration for his talent. Little did Shěn Chén know that yet another person had set their sights on him. If you want to recruit Shěn Chén into your ranks, you'll have to put in a lot of effort. The Ouyang patriarch knew his eldest son well. He was excellent in every way, but his passion for talent was overwhelming. Stories of him poaching talent were everywhere in the military. There's no one Ouyang Genoa can't get his hands on. Ouyang Genoa lifted his head with pride. His nickname as the poaching bulldozer wasn't earned for nothing. Ouyang Genoa was supremely confident in his poaching abilities. Alright, now let's get down to business. Old Master Ouyang cut through the small talk with Ouyang Genoa. His expression turned serious, causing the 3 behind him to stiffen. Had the old man not come to show them this portrait? Was there something else they didn't know? Ouyang Lai's eyes widened like copper bells as he stared at his grandfather. The fire of curiosity burned fiercely within him. Don't let his rough-and-tumble appearance fool you. This kid harbored a secret all along. The truth was, this kid was a total gossip junkie. Anyone close to him knew his curiosity ran deep. Now the gossip had reached his own ancestors. Ha! Ouyang Lai chuckled inwardly. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. If the people before him heard Shěn Chén's words, their eyes would practically pop out of their sockets. We've always passed down an ancestral teaching. Everything we have today stems from the Shěn family, a lineage that mastered both medicine and martial arts. Should any descendant of the Shěn family ever fall into misfortune, return the Shěn family's martial arts techniques and aid their kin. This is the ancestral teaching passed down by our Shěn family's forebears. Now we must investigate Shěn Chén to see if there's anything we can assist with. We must cultivate a good relationship with Shěn Chén now. Even if it doesn't work out, we absolutely must not antagonize him. The moment old Master Ouyang witnessed Shěn Chén's display of skill, he knew Shěn Chén was no ordinary man. Shěn Chén is no obscure figure. Had the Shěn clan's ancestor survived back then, the Ouyang family would never have risen to prominence. Very well. Old Master Ouyang nodded upon hearing their responses. Xiao Qian, you must rein in your temper from now on. I have a premonition that if we cultivate a relationship with Shěn Chén, our Ouyang family will truly ascend to the pinnacle of Dragon Nation. The old patriarch's words startled Ouyang Genoa. After all, the Ouyang family currently held the top spot among the 5 major families in the capital. The Dragon Nation's pyramid was so solid that even the combined might of the top 3 families in the capital couldn't shake a single hair on the Ouyang family. Ouyang Genoa remained skeptical. While the young man showed promise, he couldn't possibly be that formidable. Father, Shěn Chén's background report is ready. At the Ouyang family dinner table that evening, Ouyang Genoa addressed the patriarch. Shěn Chén's national security clearance is classified as top secret. He's recognized as a national high-level talent, having cured countless cancer patients. He is currently the mastermind behind the company supplying hemostatic pills to the military. Ouyang Genoa delivered Shěn Chén's background with a complex expression. When Ouyang Genoa first saw this dossier, he sucked in a sharp breath and had his subordinates double-check the details. Indeed, there were discrepancies in the file. It had omitted Shěn Chén's solo kill of Lao Mo. The rice clamped between old Master Ouyang's chopsticks trembled from his hand and fell onto the table. Truly, the descendants of the Shěn family are no ordinary figures. Old Master Ouyang regained his composure and resumed eating his meal at a leisurely pace. That medical skill was truly extraordinary, beyond reproach. Listening to their father and grandfather speak, Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Qian silently shoveled rice into their mouths. Compared to them, I'm nothing but a pile of. Better not say anything. Better to fade into the background. Xiao Lai, Xiao Qian, since you two have nothing to do at home, why not apply at that company tomorrow? You two won't be coming back to the capital with us for now. The worst-case scenario had finally happened. His happy life was gone forever. Tomorrow, you two come with me to Shěn Chén's company. Old Master Ouyang didn't give the two a chance to speak. He continued speaking to them as if addressing no one in particular. Ouyang Genoa could roughly guess what the old master was thinking. The old man likely intended to bind the younger generation of the Ouyang family to Shěn Chén. When Shěn Chén soared to great heights one day, the Ouyang family would rise with him. Don't look at me eat. Ouyang Genoa ignored the two youngsters' glances, leaving Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Lai utterly speechless. He never imagined that in just one day, he'd become Shěn Chén's subordinate. The contrast was simply too stark. Ouyang Lai was reluctant to relinquish his status as the boss, but sparring with a stronger opponent wasn't so bad after all. Brother Chen, a few people are at the door asking to see you. Liao Ding walked in and addressed Shěn Chén, who was slightly curious about who would be seeking him out now. Mr. Shun, excuse us for interrupting. Shěn Chén recognized the elderly gentleman. Wasn't this the same old man from the park yesterday? Chapter 128, $500 million. Mr. Ouyang? Why are you here? Shěn Chén asked with some confusion. This old man was quite capable. He'd uncovered his company so quickly, and standing beside him was a middle-aged man with impeccable posture, clearly someone long accustomed to high office. The Ouyang family was no ordinary clan. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, Shěn Chén could naturally discern the unique aura emanating from people. Yesterday, my granddaughter offended young Master Shěn. Today, I've come to apologize on her behalf. Shěn Chén led the elderly Ouyang and his entourage into his office and poured a cup of hot tea. You're making too much of this, sir. Such a minor matter is hardly worth my concern. They've shown such sincerity. Why should I hold a grudge over a woman? If I can't let this go, it would make me seem petty. There's another reason for my visit these past few days. I'd like to ask young Master Shěn for a favor. Old Master Ouyang shifted gears and continued. Just call me Old Master, sir. Just call me Young Shěn. This Young Master Shěn title sounds rather awkward. Seeing Shěn Chén's humility only strengthened Old Master Ouyang's conviction. Shěn Chén pondered. His only real skill was medicine. Could this old gentleman be asking for his help? Then I'll call you Young Shěn. My little granddaughter is still immature. I'd like you, Young Shěn, to guide her along and, while you're at it, teach my good-for-nothing grandson a thing or two. The old man's words left Ouyang Lai speechless. He was, after all, a martial arts prodigy unseen in the capital for a century. Yet here he was, being called a good-for-nothing grandson by Shěn Chén. I'd guess the old man's family must be pretty accomplished. Why send them to this backwater of mine? Shěn Chén spoke with a hint of puzzlement. Truth be told, he wasn't keen on taking them both in. Young Shěn, I gather your company is just getting started? Shěn Chén nodded. Old Master Ouyang slowly held up 5 fingers. 500 million.
Shěn Chén's breathing quickened slightly, but he sensed this wasn't old Master Ouyang's limit.
Shěn Chén channeled his mercenary side as a businessman, watching the old man raise his offer.
Though he couldn't fathom why the old man would pay such a hefty sum to bring his grandchildren into the fold, this money was too good to pass up.
US dollars. Deal. Welcome to the company, both of you.
Shěn Chén slapped his thigh.
Not agreeing would be foolish. You can see my grandson's potential. He's in the early stages of the post-dawn phase. Just assign him as a security guard.
As for my granddaughter Xiaoqian, you can handle that however you see fit. Old Master Ouyang couldn't care less about Ouyang Lai's fate, immediately assigning him to guard the gate.
Ouyang Lai. A martial artist at the early stage of the Hotian realm like me working as a security guard? A single dismissive glance from old Master Ouyang instantly extinguished any thought of resistance in Ouyang Lai's mind.
Then I'll just go ahead and arrange it?
Shěn Chén tentatively inquired.
If he could secure 2 positions for $500 million this easily, that would be ideal. It wouldn't affect the company's production schedule, and we'd make money perfect.
Xiao Ding, bring your sister-in-law over.
Seeing old Master Ouyang nod in understanding, Shěn Chén felt completely at ease.
What's up, Shěn Chén? Lu Yaji's devilishly curvaceous figure had Ouyang Lai utterly transfixed, unable to tear his eyes away. Thanks to Shěn Chén's nurturing, Lu Yaji now possessed not only a killer figure but also an undeniable aura of a married woman. A surefire knockout no man could look away. Ahem. Shěn Chén cleared his throat twice, snapping Ouyang Lai back to his senses.
Ouyang Lai immediately averted his gaze, sitting up straight and composed, as if he hadn't just been acting like a lecherous pig.
Ouyang Qian hadn't expected Shěn Chén to have such a stunning girlfriend. Shěn Chén, I heard you're at the company?
Then Chu Ruozhu pushed open the door and walked in, leaving Ouyang Lai utterly dazzled.
General Ouyang? Old Master Ouyang? What are you doing here?
Chu Ruozhu pushed open the door and, seeing so many people, instinctively scanned the room. She spotted 2 familiar faces in the crowd.
You know me? Ouyang Zhenhua and old Master Ouyang looked at Chu Ruozhu with curiosity. This little girl actually recognized them. My grandfather is Chu Tianxiong.
I heard stories about General Ouyang when I was little.
I've also seen General Ouyang on TV before.
Chu Ruozhu explained with a smile, noting that her grandfather had once served under old Master Ouyang. Since childhood, Chu Ruozhu had listened to old Master Chu recount his wartime experiences.
Xiang was he?
Old General Ouyang asked tentatively, his hand trembling slightly.
Yes. Hearing Chu Ruozhu's confirmation, old Master Ouyang stood up excitedly and asked where old Master Chu was now.
Though old Master Chu had once served under old Master Ouyang, the two had been ironclad comrades in arms. Having not seen old Master Chu for so many years, he had assumed old Master Chu had already passed away. Learning he was still alive stirred profound emotion within him.
Don't worry, Mr. Ouyang. Finish your business first. I'll book a hotel and bring my grandfather out. We'll have a proper drink together.
Hearing Chu Ruozhu's words, old Master Ouyang exclaimed good 3 times in succession.
Who would have thought you and old Master Ouyang share such a connection, Ruozhu? What a twist of fate. Shěn Chén couldn't help but exclaim at the coincidence. It was truly remarkable.
Shěn Chén recounted the entire situation to Chu Ruozhu, who likewise marveled at how small the world truly was.
All right, old master, leave the person with me. I guarantee his safety.
Shěn Chén patted his chest, making a solemn promise to old Master Ouyang.
He then instructed Lu Yaji to arrange a position for Ouyang Qian. Miss Ouyang, what was your major?
Lu Yaji intended to assign her a position based on her academic background.
A dual PhD in management and economics from Cambridge. Ouyang Qian lifted her head with pride. Academically, she'd never been outdone. Then let's give Miss Ouyang a vice president position. Since Xiao Ding is heading to Qingzhou, the vacant vice president position will go to Miss Ouyang. Lu Yaji pondered for a moment. With this academic background and expertise, managing the company would be a good fit. As for RD? Forget it. We'd be lucky if she didn't make things worse. Only then did Ouyang Zhenhua glance at the unassuming Liao Ding, realizing the young man looked strangely familiar. Comrade Liao Ding, may I ask your parents' names?
Ouyang Zhenhua inquired cautiously, harboring a suspicion but lacking certainty.
My uncle told me my father's name is Liao Fan. I've never seen what he looks like either. Liao Ding shrugged. He'd been raised by his uncle Jin Yaotian his entire life. So who is your uncle? Liao Ding was a bit puzzled by this man's nosiness, digging so deep into his personal affairs. Still, out of respect for Shěn Chén, Liao Ding told Ouyang Zhenhua about Jin Yaotian. Excuse me, I need to step out. Upon hearing the name, Ouyang Zhenhua's imposing frame visibly tensed.
He offered an apology and hurried out the door.
Ouyang Zhenhua dialed an encrypted phone. Stinger, I met your son today. Chapter 129, Don't eat it, it's poisoned. What?
The voice on the other end exclaimed with delight.
Ouyang Zhenhua spoke with Stinger for a moment before hanging up. Then it's settled. I'm entrusting my granddaughter and grandson to you. Old Master Ouyang was in high spirits. After chatting for a while, he prepared to head back and tidy up before meeting old Master Chu that evening. This old man is quite interesting. Shěn Chén chuckled to the two women and Liao Ding. Spent all that money only to discover I already knew the guy. Shěn Chén was nearly bursting with joy. This kind of money-making scheme was definitely worth repeating. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. At the dinner table, the two old men were complaining bitterly. Everyone watched them with amusement. The pair were like a pair of living treasures. Mr. Shěn, here's the Australian lobster you ordered. Enjoy your meal. The waiter rolled in the cart with a professional smile and placed the dishes on the table. Shěn Chén nodded with a smile and offered a casual thank you. Try this restaurant's Australian lobster. It's one of the few places in Zhangcheng that serves the real thing. Shěn Chén invited everyone to try some, and they graciously obliged, picking up pieces of the lobster. Shěn Chén nodded, just about to pop a piece into his mouth to savor this rare delicacy. Although Shěn Chén could easily eat Australian lobster every day if he wanted, he was too lazy to come here. Wait. Don't eat it. Hearing the sharp reprimand, the others couldn't help but look puzzled. You just recommended this to us, and now you're telling us not to eat it? What's going on? What's wrong, Xiaoshun? Old Master Chu asked. Is the lobster meat spoiled? It's poisonous. What? Shěn Chén's words instantly sent shockwaves through the private dining room. Everyone was utterly shocked. How could such a high-end hotel serve poisoned food? Shěn Chén, you must be mistaken, right? Lu Yaji asked doubtfully. After all, her family held shares in this establishment. Lu Yaji was practically a de facto director. Whoever dared poison her must be tired of living. No, it's datura. The moment Shěn Chén picked up a piece of meat, he caught a whiff of something off. Though faint, the scent didn't escape his trained medical nose. Not to mention Shěn Chén now wielded the system a formidable weapon. Datura? Chu Ruozhu had never heard of this poison and asked curiously. Yes, datura is harmless in small doses, but overconsumption can be deadly. Mild cases result in unconsciousness, while severe ones lead to respiratory failure and suffocation. Shěn Chén nodded and began explaining the toxicity of datura to the group. Shěn Chén stared at the Australian lobster before him, his expression turning grim. Waiter, call your manager over here. Shěn Chén wanted to see if this hotel truly intended to operate in Zhangcheng. At this point, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Shěn Chén the leading figure in Jiangzhou. Sir, is there a problem? A few minutes later, the hotel manager entered the lobby and inquired. What's the meaning of putting datura in your Australian lobster? Shěn Chén wanted to gauge the hotel's willingness to apologize. If it was an unintentional mix-up, Shěn Chén might let them off the hook. But if not, datura? Sir, you must be joking. The ingredient you mentioned isn't part of any cuisine we serve here. If you require it, we can create a custom menu. The front desk manager was completely baffled, thinking Shěn Chén was referring to datura as an actual dish. Ha! Shěn Chén and the others felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. It seemed this wasn't the hotel's fault. Then try a bite of this Australian lobster. Ouyang Qian spoke up, her gaze fixed intently on the lobby manager's eyes. At the slightest sign of trouble, Ouyang Qian was ready to act. All right. The manager fetched a fresh pair of chopsticks from nearby, picked up a lobster tail, and placed it in his mouth. Everyone now realized this wasn't the hotel's fault. Could you please have your chef come over? Shěn Chén pondered for a moment. This matter absolutely could not be taken lightly. After all, these were his own team members. Shěn Chén would not tolerate any mistakes. When the chef arrived, Shěn Chén didn't ask what the problem was. System, extract the mandrake poison. Shěn Chén silently commanded in his mind. Successfully retrieved mandrake poison. Reward, level 2 points, 1. Current remaining points, 2. Shěn Chén stared at the negative points balance before him, feeling like crying. He was still a broke guy. Ding. Considering the host is still a penniless negative wealth individual. New mission issued, identify and eliminate the poisoner. Reward, 5 points upon completion. Mission failure penalty, host shrinks by 3 centimeters. Subsequent references to level 2 points will be abbreviated as points. Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén nodded slowly. This punishment doesn't scare me. Even after shrinking, we'll still have 18 centimeters. Ding. Detected an issue with the punishment. Punishment now adjusted, length reduced to 3 centimeters, duration reduced to 3 minutes. Shěn Chén, I'm on the 8 a.m. shift. System, leave a little room for humanity, we might cross paths again someday. Shěn Chén gritted his teeth inwardly. This system was utterly inhumane. This was a direct threat to Shěn Chén's manhood. Uncle might tolerate it, but Auntie couldn't. 5 words drifted down from the sky, kid, you're still green. System, if you're weak, practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. Who do you think I am? I'm your system daddy. How dare you keep exploiting bugs? Hearing the system's voice, Shěn Chén nearly choked on his own blood. Fine, you win. Yay! Shěn Chén pretended not to see those words out of sight, out of mind. Something's not right. Something's wrong. After what had happened, everyone had lost their appetite. Upon returning home, Shěn Chén began piecing together the evening's details. He had already instructed Liao Ding to retrieve the surveillance footage. Shěn Chén sank into deep thought for a moment before suddenly realizing a crucial issue. Shěn Chén, did you discover something? Lu Yaji noticed Shěn Chén's eyes brighten and asked curiously. Tonight's events left Lu Yaji both annoyed and helpless. You say even the hotel manager couldn't recognize you, let alone me? Lu Yaji nodded.
She had been in charge of the Lu family company, but she had never managed the catering industry. So it was perfectly normal that he didn't recognize her. Suddenly, a detail occurred to Lu Yaji, and it all clicked into place. The waiter. That waiter was suspicious. At the time, Lu Yaji had been seated right next to Shěn Chén. When the waiter spoke to Shěn Chén, Lu Yaji naturally overheard. Right. How could a mere waiter know her last name? Shěn Chén instantly pulled out his phone and called Liao Ding, instructing him to track down that waiter. Shěn Chén now felt he was closing in on the mastermind behind the scenes just a hair's breadth away. Brother Chén, we found the waiter. What's the situation? Shěn Chén urgently asked upon receiving Liao Ding's call. Was it this waiter? Chapter 130, no such person. It wasn't that waiter. Hearing Shěn Chén's response, Liao Ding shook his head. That waiter was nearly frozen to death in the cold storage room at the time. When we searched and investigated, one person was missing. The hotel began its own investigation. In the end, they found that waiter unconscious in the cold storage, nearly frozen to death. As for the person who delivered food to Brother Chén and the others earlier, we couldn't find that person at all. I even asked Uncle Li to run a facial comparison through the police database. Guess what happened? Liao Ding paused, swallowed hard, and continued. This person doesn't even exist in China. Liao Ding was utterly baffled. Could this be some kind of ghostly encounter? Alright, I understand. Shěn Chén nodded, having roughly guessed the situation. This was retaliation from an enemy, though he didn't know whose enemy it was. Shěn Chén shook his head and called both Elder Ouyang and Elder Chu, warning them to stay vigilant and not let enemies exploit any weaknesses. Zizi, don't eat out these days. I'll cook for us myself. Shěn Chén couldn't afford to gamble after all, he had enemies too. But he couldn't risk the lives of these two women. As for Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Lai, both possessed cultivation. Such a minor poison wouldn't stop them from holding on until he could rescue them. Lu Yaji nodded. These were extraordinary times, utmost vigilance was essential. Thousand Faces, how could you fail against such a minor figure? A man covered in scars toyed with a king cobra in his hands. Humph. It's all because your poison master's venom was flawed, allowing the assassination target to detect it. Otherwise, everyone would have died. Qian Mianjun snorted coldly. After serving Shěn Chén his meal, he stood by the door listening to the sounds inside. But upon hearing Shěn Chén's poisonous remark, Qian Mianjun swiftly changed clothes and slipped out the back. Ha! My mandrake poison was discovered? Interesting. The poison master paused. For an ordinary person to detect his poison was quite intriguing. One more time, and I won't stop until he's dead. My poison is colorless and odorless, it strikes the moment it touches blood. When the poison master got serious, he looked even more sinister and terrifying. Humph. Forget it. Go poison someone else now. Unless they're idiots, they've definitely taken precautions by now. Qian Mianjun covered his face. He knew he'd come to deal with Shěn Chén. Now stuck with a teammate like this, things were getting tough for him. What to do? We can't just charge in. If this were overseas, I'd have stormed in and chopped Shěn Chén to pieces ages ago. By now, my little darling would be under my thumb. The poison master rolled his eyes. His greatest advantage was poison. But poison was off the table now. That left him with no tricks up his sleeve. We need to lure Shěn Chén out somehow. Only then can we complete the mission without holding back. Thousand Faces pondered inwardly if there was any tactic that could make Shěn Chén come out on his own. Damn it, if it weren't for those lunatics at the Chinese Special Bureau, would I be stuck putting up with this? The poison master knew that if they stormed in and killed Shěn Chén, they'd never get out of China alive. If they moved fast enough, they'd likely be in Bureau 1's prison by the next day. At the mention of Special Bureau 1, Qian Mianjun's eyes flickered with apprehension. Though Jiancheng was small and lacked a Special Bureau branch, if his identity were exposed, the Jingzhou Special Bureau would be on his tail in no time, ready to take him down. They say Huagua treats prisoners well, but few survived the Special Bureau's prisons. And those who did survive were never far from death. Let's just pretend to be sick, get him to come out to treat us, and then take him out. The poison master, ever impatient, muttered irritably. Upon hearing the poison master's offhand remark, the thousand-faced one was suddenly struck by inspiration. Right. The intel says the target is a skilled healer with a compassionate heart. We can totally exploit that. You're finally proving useful. Qian Mianjun slapped his thigh. How could he have missed such a simple solution? Who do you think is useless? Qian Mianjun nearly flared up with anger.
This old guy had accompanied him all the way to China, yet the brat still didn't know a good thing when he saw it. Shěn, you finally picked up. The old lady was nearly driven mad with worry. Shěn Chén had just finished cooking dinner for the two women and was about to experience the pleasure of dual cultivation. The phone started ringing incessantly. Shěn Chén answered it with irritation. Seeing Shěn Chén's annoyed expression, the two women giggled. Who is this? Shěn Chén was baffled by the aged voice on the line. He couldn't recall any elderly acquaintances who might be calling.
Shěn kid, your clinic's been closed for ages. I tried to find you many times but couldn't, so I finally got your number through someone else.
Realizing it was the elderly man from his clinic, Shěn Chén's irritation instantly melted away. Old man, what's wrong? Tell me about your symptoms. Shěn Chén inquired about the old man's symptoms. This was serious business. It's not me, it's my wife. These past few days, we thought she was going to die. We'd even made arrangements for her funeral.
But the next day, she got up again, as if nothing had happened.
We've been to every major hospital around here. Now we thought of you, young Shěn, and wanted you to take a look. Shěn Chén nodded. This sounds a bit like a deathbed recovery.
Old man, I'd need to examine her in person.
Shěn Chén pondered for a moment. It's hard to determine over the phone. Shěn, where are you right now? We're heading to the clinic now.
The old woman's voice grew agitated. Shěn Chén could even hear the wind whistling.
Grandma, where are you? Let me come pick you up. It's late at night and the roads are treacherous. Shěn Chén thought the weather looked like rain was imminent. We're on our way to your clinic now.
We're staying in Xingjia village.
Give us a few hours and we'll be there. No need to come. This old woman can still get around for now.
After Shěn Chén's persistent persuasion, the old woman finally agreed to let him come pick them up.
My two beauties, I'll spoil you rotten when I return.
Shěn Chén said his goodbyes to the two women and drove out to pick up the old lady.
So, what do you think? Did it work?
The poison master looked at the thousand-faced lord and asked, his precious treasure already yearning for action. For a master like me, imitating such trivial things is a piece of cake.
The thousand-faced lord declared smugly, this little trick? Anyone with hands can pull it off. Shěn Chén drove past the company and spotted Ouyang Lai idly playing with his phone. Ouyang Lai, wanna go out for some fun? Shěn Chén stopped the car and beckoned to Ouyang Lai, who hopped in without hesitation. Chapter 131, Peril Everywhere. Where are we going, Brother Shěn? Ouyang Lai asked curiously from the passenger seat. It was so late, why was Shěn Chén driving out to the suburbs for fun?
Shěn Chén explained the situation to Ouyang Lai, who nodded in understanding.
Well, this is better than sitting around alone. Ouyang Lai could come along too, someone to chat with wouldn't be bad. Grandma, where are you? Shěn Chén called Kian Mianjin. Light rain had already begun to fall. Shěn, we're still on the small road. Kian Mianjin gave Shěn Chén the address, and Shěn Chén drove forward. How remote is this place? Ouyang Lai couldn't help but complain as they drove deeper into the forest. Xingjia village is in a remote area. When my father and I first came here for free clinics, we almost couldn't find the place. Shěn Chén chuckled. That's just how this village is. Old lady, you're the one who called me earlier, right?
By now, Kian Mianjin had already transformed into the form of a stooped old woman. Shěn Chén glanced at the old man beside him and couldn't help but activate the system scan.
Ding!
Detected extremely potent toxins on the poison master.
Host, exercise extreme caution.
Shěn Chén was startled.
How could the old man still carry such toxicity? Ding! Detected hidden injuries on Kian Mianjin. Recover? Ding!
Detected poison master's strength at mid-stage of the acquired realm.
Ding! Detected that the thousand-faced lord possesses mid-stage acquired cultivation.
Shěn Chén was stunned by this barrage of system alerts. Only then did Shěn Chén realize this wasn't a rescue mission, it was a suicide mission.
Ouyang Lai, retreat. Shěn Chén grabbed Ouyang Lai and quickly pulled him away while the others weren't paying attention. Thousand-faced lord, a poison master?
Shěn Chén watched the two with a half smile, half grimace, relieved he'd scanned them earlier.
Otherwise, he'd be finished today. Ha!
Poison master and thousand faces lord had planned to take Shěn Chén out when he let his guard down. But they hadn't expected Shěn Chén to see through them. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by how they'd been exposed. Logically speaking, even Poison Master who knew him well wouldn't have recognized Thousand Faces just from their earlier appearance.
How did Shěn Chén see through their disguise at a glance? How did you see through us?
Like a master of transformation, Kian Mianjin swiftly reverted to his original appearance with a flick of his wrist, simultaneously stripping away the disguise of the Poison Master beside him.
The aura's different. Shěn Chén made up some excuse on the spot. How could he explain it? Holy crap, a human transformation trick! Ouyang Lai exclaimed, utterly stunned by the display. This face changing was way cooler than the usual kind. We're already living people.
The Poison Master blurted out.
What the hell do you mean, living people? We always were. Energy? Seems my disguise technique still isn't perfected.
The thousand-faced one muttered under his breath, knowing he still had much to practice. I presume you two are the ones who poisoned with datura. If Shěn Chén knew nothing about this now, he'd truly be a fool. Clever but too clever by half. Though I'm not sure how you discovered us. But today, neither of you will walk away. For the thousand-faced lord, taking down two people is child's play. If he can't defeat ordinary men, he'll just kill himself. Ouch. Brother Shěn, you should have told me you were bringing me here to fight. This is exactly what I'm interested in. Ouyang Lai's eyes lit up upon hearing Chen Mianjun's words. Feeling the aura radiating from the thousand-faced lord, he recognized a worthy opponent. I'll fight you. Ouyang Lai immediately unleashed his own late-stage cultivation aura, matching Chen Mianjun's presence blow for blow. What? Cultivator, why can't I sense your aura? Chen Mianjun and the Poison Master were stunned. How could there be no trace of cultivation fluctuations emanating from him? Enough talk. Watch this. Ouyang Lai stomped his foot, violently punching a small crater into the ground as he charged toward the thousand-faced lord. They're off playing over there. Shall we join in? Shěn Chén hadn't sparred with anyone since beginning his cultivation. Watching Ouyang Lai and Chen Mian fight fiercely, Shěn Chén's hands itched to join in. Humph. You'll regret saying that, kid. The Poison Master's sinister grin twisted his face into a terrifying grimace, sending a chill down Shěn Chén's spine. Shěn Chén charged forward, the 9 transformations Dao Sutra surging through his body. Shěn Chén revealed his true cultivation level mid-stage Hotian. This startled the Poison Master. What young master is this, he wondered. How could someone so young possess cultivation matching my own? The Poison Master dared not take him lightly, striking back to create distance. After several exchanges, the Poison Master clearly sensed Shěn Chén's techniques growing increasingly polished. The Poison Master quickly realized Shěn Chén was using him as a sparring partner. You're a prodigy, but this is as far as you go. The Poison Master felt as if Shěn Chén had toyed with him. He promptly drew the flute from his waist and began to play it softly. He began to play it slowly. Shěn Chén was puzzled. How could this guy suddenly switch to music in the middle of a fight? Just as Shěn Chén was about to end the fight, the Poison Master had no intention of granting his wish. The Poison Master saw Shěn Chén calmly extend his hand, and a flash of black light shot out. Shěn Chén rolled away in a swift dodge, glancing back at his previous position. A black snake flickered its tongue, glaring fiercely at Shěn Chén. Venomous snakes passing through this area were corroded by the venomous slime. Shěn Chén's pupils contracted. Was this venom a bit too extreme? Let Xiaohe entertain you for now. Little Black is a black snake I bred by feeding it countless poisons. You'll have the honor of meeting your end in Little Black's jaws. The Poison Master gave a sinister chuckle, and Shěn Chén's guard instantly rose. Seeing the black snake lunge toward him once more, Shěn Chén scrambled out of the way. The venom was so potent, Shěn Chén dared not touch it lightly. This couldn't go on. He had to kill this black snake now. Shěn Chén raced through countermeasures in his mind while dodging the serpent's strikes. Spotting a pebble nearby, Shěn Chén's expression brightened. He channeled purple energy into it, sending the pebble flying like a bullet. The black snake deftly twisted aside, evading Shěn Chén's strike. A hint of human-like mockery flickered in the black snake's eyes, and Shěn Chén was enraged. Damn it, you little snake, you dare look down on me? As the black snake charged once more, Shěn Chén seized it in one swift motion. Shěn Chén distinctly felt the flesh on his hand being corroded. So, kid, even though you're a genius, you've met your match. A genius who never rises will never believe. Shěn Chén ignored the Poison Master's taunts, still listening to the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Recovered a trace of toxicity. Rewarded 1 point. Shěn Chén listened to the voice in his mind, his face practically splitting into a grin. Shěn Chén realized this little black snake was nothing short of a points-farming marvel. Chapter 132, Haunted Mansion. Indeed, a genius who never rises is no genius at all. Shěn Chén's lips curved upward as his fingers flickered, sending a pebble flying from his hand. You! The Poison Master heard Shěn Chén's voice and was about to say something, but the next second, he was rendered speechless. A bloody hole appeared in the center of the Poison Master's forehead. With eyes wide open in death, he stared at Shěn Chén. He couldn't comprehend why Shěn Chén was still alive. How could the venom of his black snake seem as fake as anything? Heh, now that your master's dead, you're my perfect tool for boosting my stats. Shěn Chén shifted his gaze to the little black snake in his hand, now a precious treasure. But what Shěn Chén hadn't anticipated was that the black snake in his hand died the moment the Poison Master did. This caught Shěn Chén completely off guard. His scoring tool had perished before it even began its work. Shěn Chén felt heartbroken, yet he grasped one crucial truth. He was now immune to all poisons. This venom was useless to him beyond boosting his score. What's going on, Ouyang Lai? Is this even working? Why hadn't he taken it down after all this time? Ouyang Lai was locked in a fierce battle with the thousand-faced lord when Shěn Chén's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Both Chen Mianjun and Ouyang Lai turned to look at Shěn Chén, who was sitting on a rock watching the show. Qian Mianjun glanced to the side and swiftly moved beside the Poison Master.
Fine. Then none of us will survive. Qian Mianjin closed the Poison Master's eyes and spoke thoughtfully, his voice betraying no emotion.
Poison Master was his best brother. Though they bickered constantly, it never affected their bond. They could trust each other implicitly on the battlefield, ready to cover each other's backs.
But Qian Mianjin never imagined that in just one night, Poison Master would leave him forever. Shěn Chén and Ouyang Lai sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Qian Mianjin.
They rose to their feet, their expressions grave as they watched him.
Qian Mianjin carefully laid his friend's body to rest before charging toward Shěn Chén and Ouyang Lai. Shěn Chén and Ouyang Lai scrambled to block, but a tremendous force slammed into their arms.
Shěn Chén stared at the raging thousand faces lord before him, a sudden sense of dread gripping his heart.
This was a major screw-up.
He hadn't expected these two to be so close. Shěn Chén was caught off guard.
This wasn't part of the plan. Wasn't this supposed to be about betraying each other and then making a run for it? Though the thousand-faced lord was formidable, Shěn Chén and Ouyang Lai, both mid-stage cultivators, weren't pushovers.
Soon, the thousand-faced lord began to show signs of exhaustion. After all, two fists couldn't fight four hands. Ouyang Lai and Shěn Chén shared the same boxing style, and their coordination had been honed through relentless practice. Even taking down either Shěn Chén or Ouyang Lai alone was a struggle for the Thousand Faces master, let alone facing their combined attacks. You forced my hand. Kick-ass was sent flying once more by Shěn Chén, reaching into his pocket to swallow a small red pill. Watching Qian Mianjin swallow the pill, Shěn Chén felt a sudden jolt of unease, a bad premonition rising within him. Ouyang Lai felt a sense of déjà vu upon seeing the small pill. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he'd seen it before. Holy, how did his cultivation level break through? Shěn Chén cursed under his breath. How could popping a pill lead to a breakthrough in cultivation? This is way too easy, damn it. Give me a dozen of these. I remember now, this is the bloodlust pill. You're from the haunted mansion. Ouyang Lai finally recalled where he'd seen these pills before. Oh? You actually know about the haunted mansion? Then we can't let you stay. Thousand Faces never expected anyone in this small town of Jiangcheng to know about the haunted tower. Be careful, Brother Shen. After taking the bloodlust pill, all bodily functions were significantly enhanced. But there's a downside, the effect lasts only 3 minutes. After that, the body plunges into extreme weakness. Ouyang Lai watched Shěn Mianjin's figure recoil as he charged forward, explaining the situation to Shěn Chén. Shut up. Thousand Faces never expected this little brat to know so much that's even more alarming. Humph. 3 minutes is more than enough to finish you off. Qian Mianjin's words were accompanied by swift movements. Shěn Chén and Ouyang Lai were being overwhelmed. The gap between them was simply too vast. A single minor realm felt like an insurmountable wall. Shěn Chén was an exception, of course. Shěn Chén discovered that his yin-yang eyes could slow down his opponent's attacks. This delighted Shěn Chén. Though the thousand-faced lord moved swiftly, his actions gradually slowed in Shěn Chén's eyes. Shěn Chén activated his yin-yang eyes. His eyes transformed into one white and one black, appearing eerily unsettling in the darkness. Holy crap, Shěn, what's wrong with your eyes? Ouyang Lai glanced at Shěn Chén and jumped in fright. It's fine. This is my technique. Watch me turn this around for you. Shěn Chén advanced instead of retreating. Shěn Mianjin sneered at Shěn Chén's overconfidence. To avenge his friend, Shěn Mianjin unleashed his ultimate move right off the bat. Bloodthirsty Demon Palm. Shěn Chén stood frozen, watching the technique charge toward him. Dodge it. Ouyang Lai watched in agonizing frustration. Seeing no escape, he began gathering power in his own hands, determined to strike the thousand-faced lord down with a single, lethal blow. Die. At the critical moment, Shěn Chén appeared to be startled and took a few steps back, but this move allowed him to narrowly evade Qian Mianjin's lethal shot. Ha! Seeing his sure kill strike miss, Qian Mianjin didn't let it bother him. He launched a second attack, but Shěn Chén dodged it with perfect timing once more. How about that? Pretty mind-blowing, huh? Go downstairs and be stunned. Shěn Chén chuckled as he spoke, then flickered his wrist. A flash of cold steel shot toward the thousand-faced lord. Qian Mianjin gasped in shock, shifting his stance at the last moment to narrowly evade Shěn Chén's sneak attack. Put! Just as Qian Mianjin opened his mouth to speak, a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Without turning his head, Shěn Mianjin struck out with a palm strike. Ouyang Lai's body flew backward like a. Then, while Shěn Mianjin was attacking Ouyang Lai, the Nine Yang Dao scripture slowly coalesced in his hand. The instant Qian Mianjin sent Ouyang Lai flying, Shěn Chén's form shifted, and he delivered a punch aimed squarely at Shěn Mianjin's heart. Shěn Mianjin fixed his gaze on Shěn Chén, mustering his last ounce of strength to repel him. Ha! Who would have thought that after dominating the world for so long, we'd finally fall at your hands? Shěn Mianjin uttered with bitter resentment. They had terrorized foreign lands with their killings. Never imagined our first mission in China would end in defeat and at the hands of two puny kids. Qian Mianjin seethed with hatred, cursing himself for not being more cautious back then. But there's no such thing as a regret pill.
Qianming engine died instantly when Shěn Chén shattered his heart meridian. Chapter 133, Shaking Shěn Chén's Worldview. Pant, pant. Shěn Chén and Ouyang Lai panted heavily in the downpour, sharing a wry smile. Damn it, we almost got wiped out here.
Shěn Chén still felt the chill of fear. Had the bloodthirsty pill's effects lasted just 1 minute longer, both of them would have met their end here.
What the hell is this haunted building?
Shěn Chén asked curiously, for he truly knew nothing about this ghost tower.
The Ghost Tower was an infamous international assassin organization. For the right price, they'd kill anyone. If a client demanded the annihilation of an entire family, the Ghost Tower would leave no one alive, men, women, children, not a single soul spared.
This is precisely why the Ghost Tower has such a terrible reputation internationally.
Yet clients still flocked to them.
Ghost Tower's reputation is rock solid. If one team fails, they'll send a higher tier hit squad.
Until the target is eliminated.
Ouyang Lai spoke slowly, causing Shěn Chén's heart to stir.
Look, this is Ghost Tower's bronze-level assassin.
Merely the lowest tier bronze rank. Ouyang Lai flipped open the wrist of the man of 1,000 faces, pointing out a mark for Shěn Chén to see. Upon seeing the mark, Shěn Chén immediately recalled that old Mo had the same mark on his wrist back then. I encountered one before the mark on its wrist was white.
Shěn Chén pondered for a moment before addressing Ouyang Lai.
That's an ordinary person, not one of us cultivators.
Only those with bronze-level marks have formally entered the path of cultivation.
The Ghost Tower cultivates assassins from childhood. Those with exceptional talent embark on the path of cultivation and gradually advance. Those who don't cultivate well end up like that man, ordinary assassins. Only then did Shěn Chén grasp the Ghost Tower's purpose.
The Ghost Tower is so despised, is there no faction willing to wipe them out? Shěn Chén asked, with such a notorious reputation, why hasn't anyone taken action?
There have been attempts, but without exception, every single one has failed. The Ghost Tower now openly boasts 9 elite assassins, all possessing innate cultivation. And it's said the Ghost Tower's master possesses even greater cultivation, perhaps even the level of a great immortal.
But no one has ever witnessed the Ghost Tower Lord's true cultivation level.
Such power is simply unshakable unless you're a superpower like ours. But the cost in manpower and resources is too great, and it doesn't interfere with our country.
Therefore, we choose to leave them be.
Ouyang Lai explained the Ghost Tower's situation to Shěn Chén, who finally grasped its true power.
So what major international powers exist now? Shěn Chén asked questions like a curious child, and Ouyang Lai answered everything he knew.
Currently, the Western vampires, the Church, and the Divine Society lead the way. Following them are the ninjas of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, our nation's Taoist sects, and the Brahmins of Indonesia. Then there are smaller nations, organizations, and international assassin groups. Ouyang Lai's words seemed to open the door to a whole new world for Shěn Chén.
Taoism? Then why do so many of us practice Buddhism? Shěn Chén asked curiously.
Historically, Buddhism has been far more prevalent, while Taoism has been relatively scarce.
Buddhism? That's a pile of dog. Ouyang Lai sneered at the mention of Buddhism. What else can Buddhism do besides chanting sutras? During the Tang dynasty, Buddhism had become utterly out of control. They even dared to demand equal status with the Tang emperor.
The consequences speak for themselves.
Buddhism was subjected to widespread suppression, and the path of Buddhist practice was severed.
Very little was passed down, and today most Buddhist temples are essentially just facades.
As for Taoism, rulers throughout history deliberately diminished its influence. The reason?
Taoism is a formidable weapon for China.
When the nation faced existential peril, Taoism would open its gates wide, ensuring China's safety.
Those places on TV, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Wudong Mountain, they're all very real.
Ouyang Lai's words struck Shěn Chén like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. Shěn Chén never imagined the true history could be like this.
It turned out that everything he had been taught before was merely what the state wanted him to see, not the true face of this world at all. Shěn Chén's entire worldview of the past 20 years crumbled, leaving him feeling a profound sense of disorientation unlike anything he had ever experienced.
Did today's revelations confuse you?
I was pretty bewildered when I first learned this too. It was nothing like what teachers taught. Later, when I began cultivating and met peers who were also cultivators, I gradually accepted it.
Ouyang Lai saw Shěn Chén's current expression mirroring his own from years ago.
These things are only known to those from more prestigious families with longer lineages. Yeah, never imagined the true face of this world would be like this.
Wait, what about the gun and all that? Shěn Chén suddenly realized, if cultivators are this powerful, what use is money or material possessions?
No matter how formidable cultivators were, only 1 in 100 could truly master their path. Cultivators are talents selected from 10,000, so deterring external threats still relies on hot weapons. Only then did Shěn Chén realize how arduous the path of cultivation truly was.
The path of cultivation demands defying heaven itself.
One must strive and seize to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. May the host henceforth guard against arrogance and impatience, cultivating with steadfast diligence. The system's voice chimed in, offering this admonition to Shěn Chén.
Let's go back.
Shěn Chén stood up, brushed off his clothes, and used a burst of purple energy to dry them before getting into the car and taking Ouyang Lai back. As for the thousand-faced lord and the poison master, they were naturally left to be dealt with by the professionals. These must be the thousand-faced lord and poison master from the ghost tower. The poison master struck with lethal precision. The thousand-faced lord fell in 2 moves.
Seems this Ouyang family kid is no ordinary fellow. Within hours, agents from Jingzhou's Special Bureau 1 arrived at the scene. Ouyang Lai called them, and they set off immediately. Wait, Captain, look, this purple aura resembles the Ouyang family's, yet it's entirely different. Zeilinger countered Captain Tang Shuhuang's words. Tang Shuhuang carefully sensed it and found it was indeed as Zeilinger had said. Contact the Ouyang family's young man and find out who the remaining individual is. Add his information to the database. Tang Shuhuang stood up and addressed those beside him. Most cultivators in Jingzhou are now registered, but this aura is completely unfamiliar.
Right, investigate who commissioned the ghost tower.
Tang Shuhuang added, his gaze turning cold.
These vermin dared to run amok within Huagua's borders.
It's like lighting a lamp in a toilet asking for death. Tang Shuhuang must return immediately to report the ghost tower's arrival in China.
With the recent international turmoil, all sorts of demons and monsters are emerging.
Huff. In another month, he should be able to break through to the next realm. Cultivation really is tough, just 1 minor realm in a month.
If Shěn Chén's words were overheard by outsiders, they'd be itching to slap him silly. Some people spend their entire lives stuck at the post-heaven stage without breaking through, yet here Shěn Chén is flaunting his progress.
Chapter 134, Guardian War God. System? Where's my mission reward?
Shěn Chén called out to the system in his mind, suddenly remembering something.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on flawlessly completing the mission.
5 reward points have been credited. As this is your first completed mission, an additional purple wheel spin is awarded.
The system's cold voice echoed in Shěn Chén's mind, yet to his ears, it sounded incredibly melodious.
Holy crap, the system is freaking awesome. Voice cracking.
Shěn Chén rubbed his hands together excitedly.
This was a huge win. Spin that wheel, gotta spin it.
Shěn Chén dashed into the bathroom, scrubbing himself thoroughly and taking special care to shave. Sitting up straight, Shěn Chén stared at the purple spinning wheel panel before him, wondering if he'd finally get something good this time.
Spin. As Shěn Chén pressed the button, the purple wheel emitted a dazzling violet glow.
Shěn Chén watched with eager anticipation, wondering what treasure the system would bestow this time.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the giant gate sword seal, comes with 1 sword technique. Seeing this, Shěn Chén couldn't help but pump his fist, shouting awesome, in his mind.
Wait, what the heck does sealed mean?
Shěn Chén stared at the seal with confusion.
Ding! Host's current strength is insufficient.
At its peak power, it may cause the host to succumb to demonic influence. The giant gate sword will gradually unseal itself as the host's strength increases.
Shěn Chén, isn't this just a roundabout way of saying it's too demanding? I didn't. Stop making stuff up. That's slander.
The system denied it 3 times in a row, like the pot calling the kettle black.
Extract the giant gate sword? Shěn Chén mentally clicked confirm.
The next second, a heavy sword materialized in his hand. Running his fingers over the Juek sword, Shěn Chén never imagined it would be this very blade. Gazing at the sword, nearly identical to the descriptions in the books, Shěn Chén couldn't put it down. This giant gate sword bore the title, Supreme among 100 swords.
It was personally forged by the ancient swordsmith Oyeji. Wait a minute, where am I supposed to put a sword this big? If I took it out in public, wouldn't people just call me a show-off?
Shěn Chén suddenly realized a problem. If he fought wielding such a massive sword, he wouldn't even be able to conceal it.
How could he possibly lie low? He'd just become a sitting duck. Ding! The system grants the host 3 cubic meters of mustard seed space for free. Shěn Chén's spirits lifted. Finally, the system wasn't acting like a complete idiot. It had actually done something useful for once.
Shěn Chén happily placed the giant sword into the space, taking it out and putting it back, thoroughly enjoying himself.
This space would prove invaluable later.
If he stashed a devastating weapon inside, he could lower his opponent's guard during meetings, then pull out his big treasure.
Who wouldn't be stunned?
Shěn Chén let out a lecherous chuckle, and the system slapped its forehead. He'd ended up with a host who was a total master of deception. No one could outplay him.
He'd quietly level up and then astonish everyone.
Shěn Chén felt elated as he pondered this. Ever since hearing Ouyang Lai's words, his resolve had only grown stronger. He would play it safe until the very end. Brother Shěn, come to the company.
Special Unit 1 is here to see you. The ringing of a phone echoed through the room, Ouyang Lai's voice coming through the receiver. Alright, I'll be right over.
Shěn Chén sheathed the giant pass sword in his hand and hurried toward the company.
Brother Shěn, these are agents from Jingzhou Special Bureau 1. Ouyang Lai introduced to Shěn Chén. Mr. Shěn, hello. I'm Zeilinger, Deputy Captain of Team 1, Jingzhou Special Bureau. Zeilinger was startled to see Shěn Chén was so young. Deputy Captain Z, nice to meet you. Are you here today regarding the ghost tower?
Shěn Chén had assumed she was here regarding the thousand-faced lord. Mr. Shen, young Master Ouyang has already explained this matter to us.
We're here today to register your information.
All cultivators within Huagua's borders are required to be registered on file. Zeilinger shook her head and explained the purpose of their visit to Shěn Chén.
I see. No problem.
Shěn Chén nodded in understanding.
After all, cultivators possess such extraordinary abilities.
Without proper oversight, they could cause chaos.
Mr. Shen, your cultivation level? Your phone number? Zeilinger pulled out a small notebook, ready to take notes.
Late stage Hotian, approaching late stage Hotian.
Phone number 188-8888.
Shěn Chén rattled off the number in one breath, completely oblivious to Zeilinger's stunned expression.
Mid-stage of the post-human realm? And about to reach the late stage? Zeilinger's mouth hung slightly open.
Shěn Chén looked slightly puzzled.
Was there a problem with that? Is there a problem?
Zeilinger snapped back to attention, shook her head, and began transcribing every word Shěn Chén spoke without missing a single syllable.
Mr. Shen, you must retain your aura. Zeilinger now addressed him with an unconscious tone of respect. How does one preserve this aura? Shěn Chén had never heard of such a thing as essence before. Could this sort of thing even be preserved?
Simply take an object and envelop it in purple energy.
Shěn Chén finally understood. He pulled out a silver needle. Will this work?
Shěn Chén pointed to the silver needle in his hand.
Zeilinger sensed it. The aura was identical to yesterday's scene. Linger, you're back? Why do you look so lost? Tang Shuhong glanced at Zeilinger. Why are you so listless? Gathering some information shouldn't be this exhausting, right? Captain, I've been knocked down. Zeilinger said weakly. Who could possibly get our Linger so down she'd withdraw into herself?
Yeah, this doesn't sound like the genius girl Zeilinger at all. Those around her eyed her curiously.
What kind of blow could have left her like this? Captain, I went to gather information on Shěn Chén today. Guess what happened?
Everyone stared at Zeilinger, waiting for her next words. Shěn Chén is at the mid-stage of the Hotian realm, and according to him, he's about to reach the late stage.
What Zeilinger said next made everyone wave their hands dismissively. Isn't that perfectly normal? Why all the fuss? What's the big deal? He's just a mid-stage postnatal martial artist.
I'm still only at the pseudo-innate stage. Tang Shuhong calmly reassured Zeilinger before lifting his cup to take a satisfying sip of his jujube and goji berry tea. But the key point was he was barely in his 20s. Even the legendary warrior Huangfu hadn't achieved this level of cultivation at such a young age. Zeilinger continued, leaving the office staff utterly dumbfounded. Just a mid-stage postnatal cultivator in his early 20s. Put. What? Mid-stage of the post-heaven realm at 20. Tang Shuhong suddenly snapped to attention, spitting out a mouthful of water. Quick! Report this to headquarters immediately. This matter must be escalated. This could concern the very foundation of the nation. Tang Shuhong composed himself and analyzed the situation carefully. If Shěn Chén was worth cultivating, he would undoubtedly become the next guardian war god. Chapter 135, the successor of the war god. 1. This is Tang Shuhong. Tang Shuhong pulled out his phone and dialed an encrypted line. What's up, Shuhong? Number 1 was puzzled. Tang Shuhong never directly contacted him like this. Number 1, a genius surpassing even war god Huangfu has emerged in Jingzhou. He's just over 20 years old, yet his strength has already reached the mid-stage of the Hotian realm, and he's about to break through to the late stage. Tang Shuhong said in a solemn voice, utterly stunned by the revelation. What? Shuhong, are you certain? You know the consequences of joking about something like this. You'd be facing a court-martial. Number 1 gasped. Such matters brooked no jest. Talent like this concerns the very foundation of the nation. There can be no room for error. It's about whether China can stand at the pinnacle of the world. Why is the United States the world's superpower today? Because its top-tier combat capabilities determine the nation's foundation. I swear, this is absolutely no joke. Tang Shuhong said with grave seriousness, this is absolutely no joke. Immediately initiate an investigation to verify their background. Immediately implement strict security measures. Recruit him into our national team at any cost. Special Bureau 1 issued a direct order on the spot. Tang Shuhong nodded. Chenggu, our anti-cancer drug is on the verge of successful development. It has now entered the clinical trial phase. Liao Ding called Shěn Chén, who perked up at the news. Great. I'll head over immediately. Shěn Chén slapped his thigh and stood up excitedly. This is fantastic, another step closer to my goal. So, what about the data? Shěn Chén quickly got up, jumped in his car, and drove to the company. As soon as he entered the building, he rushed straight to the RD department. Everything's going well. The cancer cells in the patient's body are now steadily regressing. Zhao Lei said with a beaming smile.
Developing something that benefits the people like this would earn him a place in history. How could Zhao Lei not be thrilled? Though still in its early stages, this anti-cancer drug completely outclassed every other anti-cancer drug on the market. Xiao Ding, call your sister-in-law to the office. Although the anti-cancer drug had been developed, a series of follow-up sales issues now arose. Shěn Chén needed to set the price for this drug first. Since it was designed to be affordable for ordinary people, the price naturally wouldn't be too high. Of course, it must also cover the cost of production, otherwise, he might not even be able to supply it. Stinky little brother, what's up? Lu Yaji and Xu Ruozhu walked in, chatting and laughing. The anti-cancer drug is about to be developed, did you know? Shěn Chén couldn't wait to share the exciting news with the two women. We knew about it the moment it happened. Unlike you. You just sit around doing nothing all day, so bored. Xu Ruozhu rolled her eyes silently. That guy's nowhere to be found all day, who knows where he's off messing around. Shěn Chén gave an awkward chuckle, unsure himself what he'd been so busy with. He had this strange feeling that lately, he seemed to be killing people a bit too often. Shěn Chén felt his enemies multiplying lately, and he didn't want to drag the two women into this mess. Now that the medicine has been developed, we need to set a price. It needs to be affordable for the public, yet not below cost. Shěn Chén said in a low voice, and the two women fell into deep thought. Our current costs are also quite high. After all, we can't cut corners when treating cancer. We're using only the highest quality drugs. Even if we aim for a public benefit price, it absolutely cannot be too low. That could disrupt the market and lead to warnings from the authorities. Lu Yaji knew these merchants' nature all too well. Once their interests were threatened, they would band together and stop at nothing to eliminate anyone encroaching on their profits. And this isn't just confined to China. The global anti-cancer drug market would never tolerate such actions either. The global anti-cancer drug market is controlled by major pharmaceutical conglomerates. With your current capabilities, they could drown you with a mere spit. Lu Yaji's words poured a bucket of cold water on Shěn Chén, bringing him back to his senses. Had Shěn Chén not been a cultivator, and had Ouyang Lai not explained the global power dynamics to him, he would have recklessly pushed the drug onto the market regardless. After all, he used to be a fiery young man. But now he had people he cared about a weakness. Without knowing the enemy's martial prowess, he couldn't risk his loved ones. He lowered his head, lost in deep thought, suddenly feeling a sense of confusion. Having done all these things, Shěn Chén suddenly couldn't see the meaning behind them. Lu Yaji clearly sensed Shěn Chén's emotional shift. She walked behind him and began gently massaging his head. At that moment, Xu Ruozhu gently rested her head on Shěn Chén's shoulder. Though unaware of Shěn Chén's thoughts, both women unconditionally supported whatever he decided. Shěn Chén was well aware of their feelings, yet his heart was filled with bitter anguish and profound conflict. On one side stood the entire world, on the other, his deepest love. Shěn Chén didn't know how to make this choice. If he chose the people of the world, he would inevitably put the two women in grave danger. Let's discuss this matter again later, he said. Let me think it over carefully. Every person has their own selfish desires, and Shěn Chén was no exception. Shěn Chén could only set this matter aside for now, seeking a solution that would satisfy both parties. He must have been exhausted lately, for he drifted off to sleep under Lu Yaji's massage. What should we do now that Shěn Chén is like this? Xu Ruozhu couldn't bear to see Shěn Chén like this, yet she didn't know what to do. At the company, Xu Ruozhu would ask Lu Yaji whenever she encountered something she didn't understand. Xu Ruozhu had already unabashedly treated Lu Yaji as the primary partner. None of us could help Shěn Chén with this matter now. It all depended on his own decisions. Deep down, Lu Yaji didn't want Shěn Chén to put himself in danger. She had her own selfish desires. Even if Shěn Chén's heart wandered a little, as long as he remained safe and sound, Lu Yaji would be satisfied. She didn't aspire for Shěn Chén to achieve great feats. She simply wanted to live a quiet, ordinary life with him. She didn't demand he accomplish anything monumental. Xu Ruozhu's heart harbored the same sentiments as Lu Yaji's. Yet both women understood Shěn Chén's ambitions all too well. So now, they stood silently behind him, offering their unwavering support. Chapter 136, Shěn Chén's Transformation. Had I fallen asleep? Shěn Chén sat up, noticing the coat draped over his shoulder, and couldn't help but shake his head. It had been ages since he'd slept so soundly. After all, every day brought a barrage of unexpected matters demanding his attention. Brother Chén, someone from the unit is here to see you. Shěn Chén had just returned home when he received a call from Liao Ding. Tell them to wait for me a moment. I'll be there shortly. Shěn Chén let the two women finish preparing the meal he was holding, accompanying Lu Yaji and Xu Ruozhu through their meal before setting off for the company. Brother Lu, why are you here? Running low on hemostatic pills? Shěn Chén asked cautiously. Shěn Chén couldn't fathom why Lu Shaolin had suddenly sought him out. Brother Shěn, we're coming to you so late because one of our soldiers has developed a symptom. We've taken him to numerous hospitals, but none have been able to diagnose the cause. The situation is critical now, so we had no choice but to disturb you, brother. Lu Shaolin glanced at Shěn Chén's annoyed expression and gave a sheepish chuckle. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Anyone would be annoyed. No problem, Brother Lu. After all, human lives are at stake. These matters can wait.
Shěn Chén shook his head, and the resentment in his heart dissipated. Xiaoding, tell your sister-in-law I'm heading to the military base. Shěn Chén turned to instruct Liao Ding as he and Lu Shaolin prepared to board the plane.
Liao Ding nodded. Don't worry about it. It's no trouble.
Sis, Brother Chen asked me to tell you in seconds sis he's been called back to the base.
Liao Ding saw Shěn Chén off before pulling out his phone to call Lu Yaji.
Xiaoxi, I feel like Brother Chen's responsibilities are really heavy. That evening, Liao Ding returned home and chatted with Zhang Lingxi while lying in bed. Brother Chen seems to be constantly busy, but I have no idea what he's actually doing. He's always as elusive as a dragon, you catch a glimpse but never see the whole thing. He doesn't seem as carefree as before.
There's always this look of exhaustion in his eyes now.
Liao Ding thought carefully for a moment before speaking. He used to go live for chats, but it's been ages since I've seen Shěn Chén stream.
Alright, stop dwelling on it.
Just remember what Brother Chen told you, take good care of the family.
You know full well what your Brother Chen is capable of.
With great ability comes great responsibility. Zhang Lingxi nodded silently, then turned to Liao Ding and said.
Liao Ding pondered for a moment.
Yeah, if he had Brother Chen's abilities, who knows where he'd be right now.
Brother Lu, what's the story with this soldier?
Shěn Chén inquired about the patient's condition as usual with Lu Shaolin on the plane. The story was rather bizarre. A few days ago, archaeologists discovered an ancient tomb from the prosperous Tang dynasty. They wanted to explore the tomb, so higher-ups dispatched an entire regiment to protect the experts. When descending into the tomb, I assigned a special operations squad from my unit to stay close to the expert team, just in case.
But then the strange incident actually occurred.
The experts suddenly rushed out in a panic. But we waited and still didn't see our squad members. After waiting and waiting, only 2 members finally emerged. One of them urgently instructed us to seal the entrance before collapsing unconscious. Given the gravity of the situation, we immediately sealed the cave entrance.
The speaking member died on the spot after giving the order. We managed to revive the other one.
During the day, this team member was disoriented, but once night fell, red hair began growing all over his body. He would then charge out of camp like a madman, desperate to return to the tomb. We had no choice but to restrain him. We consulted numerous doctors, but none could explain what was happening.
I've come to you as a last resort. I've already reported this matter to higher authorities.
The investigators dispatched to look into it will arrive tomorrow. Shěn Chén's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Lu Shaolin's words. This clearly sounds like a zombie transformation.
Have the zombies of Huagua already emerged? Brother Lu, you'd better be prepared. This is very likely a case of corpse transformation. Shěn Chén's grave tone sent a chill down Lu Shaolin's spine. Zombie mutation. Lu Shaolin exclaimed, are you kidding me? Yes. All signs point to this being the result of a zombie bite.
And those bitten by zombies invariably become walking corpses. They usually stay close to the zombies, moving alongside them. Like those rows of zombies you see in movies. The one at the front is the zombie, while the ones following are all mindless zombies.
Shěn Chén and Lu Shaolin explained the basics of zombies.
This left Lu Shaolin utterly stunned. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that zombies, creatures he thought existed only in novels, would become a reality today.
Shěn Chén recalled what Ouyang Lai had told him about the Huagua faction.
He clearly recalled one faction called the Xiangxi Corps Conducting Division. Only then did he realize that supernatural beings still existed in this world.
Didn't the book say that after the founding of the nation, no supernatural beings were allowed to exist?
Shěn Chén had naively asked this question back then, earning him a dismissive roll of the eyes from Ouyang Lai.
You say it won't become a spirit? Well, don't ghosts have any pride? This is where our brother is being held.
The signs of his rampage have grown increasingly obvious these past few days. It even happened in broad daylight. His strength is so immense that it nearly took an entire squad to restrain him. Litinho watched his former brother, now bound inside the room by chains thicker than his own arms, and his heart ached.
Don't worry, Iron Ox. I'll definitely cure him.
The familiar system voice echoed in Shěn Chén's mind.
Ding! New mission available for host. Shěn Chén silently tapped the screen in his mind. Ding! Host, please heal the current soldier and uncover the truth of the ancient tomb. Successfully completed the mission. Reward, 40 points. Failure penalty, none.
Shěn Chén's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the system prompt. The points awarded by the system far exceeded previous rewards. However, Shěn Chén also recognized the significant risks involved in this mission. Shěn Chén summoned the system in his mind and initiated a scan. Ding! Detected corpse poison within the soldier. Proceed with removal? Brother Shěn, I'll open the door for you to enter, but be extremely careful.
Why don't I have my men restrain him? Litinia said with lingering concern. After all, they were here to treat him.
If Shěn Chén were to get hurt, Litinia would feel terrible.
No need, Brother Tiniu. I already know what's causing it.
Go prepare some glutinous rice, a black donkey's hoof, and a bowl of black dog's blood for me.
Shěn Chén smiled and shook his head. His healing range now extended over a kilometer. This was a piece of cake for him. Chapter 137, The Gossip Comes Back to Haunt You. Ha! Aren't these the ingredients used to fight zombies in TV dramas? Li Tinio stared at Shěn Chén in utter bewilderment. Are you kidding me? Tinio, obey orders. Lu Shaolin watched Li Tinio's hesitation and barked an order. Yes. Though Li Tinio was filled with doubts, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Brother Shěn, the item you requested. Less than 15 minutes later, Li Tinio returned. Shěn Chén couldn't help but marvel at the military's efficiency. Alright, Iron Ox, take a look. You were wondering about it, weren't you?
Seeing Shěn Chén about to enter the room, Li Tinio quickly called out to his men to prevent any accidental harm to Shěn Chén.
Roar!
The soldiers' mouths now emitted growls, no longer resembling human speech. Their eyes, bloodshot and wild, fixed intently on Shěn Chén and his companions as they entered. They yearned to charge forward, but the iron chains binding them held their movements in check.
The chains clanked loudly, their echoes reverberating through the empty room.
Shěn, brother, please save Liuzi. Seeing him like this is tearing me apart.
Li Tinio couldn't bear to watch his brother transformed into this state.
Shěn Chén stepped forward, pinning the agitated Liuzi down with one hand, immobilizing him completely. This display startled Lu Shaolin and Li Tinio considerably. They knew firsthand just how powerful Lu Zi had become. But now Shěn Chén had subdued Lu Zi with just one hand. Didn't that mean Shěn Chén's strength in one hand alone surpassed the combined strength of all their two hands?
Lu Shaolin sucked in a sharp breath. What kind of human monster was this? Ah!
Shěn Chén picked up the black donkey hoof, dipped it in the black dog's blood, then aimed it straight at Lu Zi, who was snarling and baring his teeth. He shoved the black donkey hoof right into Lu Zi's mouth. The sudden intrusion of the large object filled Lu Zi's mouth, causing him to emit muffled grunts. But then came a piercing scream.
Shěn Chén saw his chance.
He mixed the glutinous rice with the black dog's blood and forced it down Liu Zi's throat. Lu Zi curled up on the ground, his hands stiffly clutching his stomach as he rolled around in agony. White vapor continuously billowed from his body, his fingernails visibly shrinking at a rapid pace. His red fur began shedding in patches until Lu Zi finally lost consciousness.
Shěn Chén stepped forward and took Liu Zi's pulse.
His pulse had stabilized, and he would be fine from now on. Shěn Chén's words eased the tension among those present.
Lu Zi's life had been saved. Captain Lu, the personnel dispatched by headquarters have arrived. The next day, Shěn Chén and Lu Shaolin were chatting in the office when a subordinate suddenly reported.
Lu Shaolin promptly invited the visitor inside.
Brother Lu, I won't disturb you any longer. Shěn Chén saw Lu Shaolin going to greet the visitor and tactfully prepared to leave. Mr. Shun? Captain Z?
Just as Shěn Chén was about to step out the door, he looked up and collided face to face with Z Linger entering from the opposite direction.
Ha! Shun, do you know her?
Lu Shaolin froze the way they acted. They weren't just acquainted, they seemed quite familiar.
Yes, we just met yesterday. Shěn Chén nodded.
He hadn't expected to run into someone from Special Bureau 1 here.
Mr. Shun, please sit down and listen with us. Tang Shuhuang suddenly spoke up from the side.
He hadn't expected his first meeting with Shěn Chén to unfold this way. But this was fine, it saved Tang Shuhuang the trouble of making a special trip.
Tang Shuhuang hadn't forgotten the promise he made to number 1. This doesn't feel right.
Shěn Chén thought to himself, how could I possibly know about such classified matters?
Hello, Captain Lu.
We've been dispatched by higher authorities specifically to handle this matter.
Here are our credentials and the official documents from headquarters.
Zeilinger handed the credentials and official document to Lu Shaolin.
Special Bureau 1? Lu Shaolin looked at the agency name with some confusion. How come he'd never heard of it before? Holy, a general? Lu Shaolin glanced down at the position listed and blurted out a curse.
Looking at Z Linger, who was about the same age as his own daughter, he never imagined she was actually a general.
This is ridiculous.
If it weren't for the official seal on the superior's document, Lu Shaolin would have suspected these people were imposters. His heart had taken 2 wild plunges in a single day, completely shattering his worldview. He prided himself on mastering his inner calm, but now he felt utterly pathetic.
Captain Tang, Captain Z, welcome. Tang Shuhuang and Z Linger were well accustomed to Lu Shaolin's reactions and didn't bat an eye.
After all, not many people knew about the Special Bureau, so Lu Shaolin's reaction was perfectly understandable.
Captain Lu, take us to see that soldier.
Tang Shuhuang spoke up, wanting to assess the situation firsthand.
Hearing Tang Shuhuang's request, Lu Shaolin hesitated. Shěn Chén has already cured everyone. What the hell use is it for you to go over there now? Captain Lu, don't worry about our safety. We can handle it.
Tang Shuhuang thought Lu Shaolin was concerned about their safety and spoke up to reassure him. He also took the opportunity to demonstrate their strength.
Linger noticed Tang Shuhan's gesture and placed her hand on Lu Shaolin's solid wood coffee table. When Linger lifted her hand, Lu Shaolin happened to glance at it. At that glance, Lu Shaolin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Where her hand had rested, a deep palm print remained. Shěn Chén being outrageous was one thing, he was never a doctor who played by the rules. After all, what legitimate doctor could exorcise ghosts or cure zombie poison? Were all young people this incredible nowadays? After all this time in the military, he'd become out of touch with the outside world. Has society turned into a world of superhumans? Captain Lu, don't be surprised, only our special bureau possesses such methods. Tang Shuhuang smiled as he spoke to Lu Shaolin, who remained stunned for a long moment. You mean, only your bureau has this capability? Lu Shaolin hesitated before speaking. What about Shěn Chén? Ha? Captain Lu, what do you mean by that? Tang Shuhuang froze. Had he overlooked another cultivator? So you've got this trick up your sleeve too, brother Shěn? Lu Shaolin pointed at Shěn Chén, who was casually watching the scene unfold. Shěn Chén, the one being pointed at, looked utterly bewildered. How did eating watermelon get him involved? Mr. Shěn is one of us. It's perfectly normal. Tang Shuhuang hesitated, then rephrased his words. Shěn Chén has already been registered with them and falls under their jurisdiction. Calling him one of their people isn't inaccurate. Your people? Lu Shaolin was dumbfounded. Shěn Chén had this identity? How come he didn't know? Shěn Chén was equally bewildered. When had he become part of Special Bureau 1? Shěn Chén glanced at Linger, who kept her eyes downcast, pretending not to notice. Chapter 138, Descending the Tomb Part 1. Lu Shaolin shot Shěn Chén a look that screamed, "Bro, how could you not tell me? That's downright shady." Shěn Chén shrugged and shook his head. He didn't know either. Now, Captain Lu, can you lead us to see the person? Tang Shuhuang spoke up slowly. Now Lu Shaolin should have no lingering concerns, right? It's not that I won't let you see it, Captain Tang. It's just that my men have already been cured by Brother Shěn. Lu Shaolin said with an expression of helplessness. Shěn Chén silently turned away. Ha? Cured? Cured? Then what are we here for? Tang Shuhuang froze for a moment. If Shěn Chén cured them, then what were we even here for now? Don't ask me. I have no idea. Go ask Brother Lu. Shěn Chén's hometown dialect slipped out. This whole thing was your idea, Lu Shaolin. I don't know anything. Don't come to me. Lu Shaolin. Fine, just sell it to me directly. I'm just worried about my guy's safety. Brother Shěn really delivers. Lu Shaolin chuckled. This whole thing was getting a bit awkward. Now the people sent from above have arrived, and it turns out they're decent folks. But the people sent from above can't see the symptoms. This is a bit tricky to handle. Wait, no. Let Brother Shěn Chén explain the symptoms to you. He knows exactly what's going on with my soldier. Why did I get so flustered just now? The attending physician is still here, why the hell was I freaking out? Lu Shaolin shook his head. He'd gotten a bit flustered out of concern. Then Mr. Shěn, could you explain exactly what's going on with that soldier? Tang Shuhuang and the others turned their gaze toward Shěn Chén, who now had nowhere to hide. A zombie bite caused the corpse poison to infect him, turning him into a walking corpse. Shěn Chén spoke calmly, causing Tang Shuhuang and Linger's pupils to contract. They hadn't expected zombies to be involved this time. They had initially suspected supernatural entities were at work, never imagining something like zombies. Zombies? Who would have thought zombies would appear beneath this ancient tomb? Tang Shuhuang narrowed his eyes. This was going to be tricky. Their bureau didn't seem to have anyone skilled in binding zombies. If all else fails, just send someone strong enough to smash the thing to pieces. After all, this thing won't put up a fight, just go for the straightforward approach. Captain, I don't think we have anyone with that kind of skill in our bureau. Linger and Tang Shuhuang were thinking along the same lines. This huge thing, no one knows how to deal with it. Yeah. Tang Shuhuang sighed. Should we go to Dragon Tiger Mountain to invite someone now? We don't even know if Longhu Mountain allows its disciples to come down these days. Ever since 10 years ago, Dragon Tiger Mountain had closed its gates for reasons unknown. But there is someone, right? Lu Shaolin spoke up then, giving Tang Shuhuang a glimmer of hope. Ha? Captain Lu, do you know anyone who can subdue the zombies? Tang Shuhuang's face lit up. That would make things much easier. Of course, absolutely. This person can not only subdue zombies but also capture ghosts. If you get injured, he can even heal you. Lu Shaolin spoke to Tang Shuhuang in a mystical, almost incantatory tone. Tang Shuhuang and Linger exchanged a glance, their expressions lighting up with delight. This would solve everything, wouldn't it? They'd wait for him to complete his mission for Special Unit 1, then recruit him. Then, when incidents like this arise, he can handle them. If nothing's happening, he can go ghost hunting. If all else failed, they could even assign him patrol duties. Yeah, that worked. Another top-notch employee or staff member recruited. Captain Lu, stop teasing us, just tell us who this person is already. Tang Shuhuang couldn't wait to ask Lu Shaolin, while Zilinger also looked at him with hopeful eyes. Shěn Chén grew increasingly uneasy. Why was this sounding so much like him?
Shěn Chén had been leisurely sipping his tea, but upon hearing Lu Shaolin's words, he looked up and met Lu Shaolin's mischievous gaze.
So close, yet so far. Could it be you, Brother Shěn?
Lu Shaolin said with a half smile, half grin, as all three pairs of eyes focused on Shěn Chén.
Holy! Tang Shuhuang couldn't hold back a curse. Was Shěn Chén some kind of all-around genius? His martial arts cultivation alone was already impressive enough, and now he can even exorcise ghosts and deal with zombies? What the hell is this? Are these geniuses all so damn versatile? Tang Shuhuang couldn't hold back any longer. This was yet another colossal mountain of an era, one that made people hesitate to even approach. Mr. Shěn, you know how to do this too? Zilinger looked at Shěn Chén with curiosity.
This man was becoming rather mysterious.
Just a little. Just scratched the surface.
Shěn Chén shook his head modestly.
Would Mr. Shěn be willing to assist us? We certainly won't let Mr. Shěn help us for free. We'll pay him 1 million yuan. Consider it your retainer fee.
Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Tang Shuhuang promptly waved his hand. Special Bureau 1 had just been established, and its operational funds were more than sufficient. Our Special Bureau is a major operation, this sum is insignificant.
Of course, securing Shěn Chén would be even better. It would be like saving a sum of money spent to acquire a genius.
Even if we couldn't win him over, it would still mean gaining a valuable contact. Failing to win him over now doesn't mean we can't win him over later.
Tang Shuhuang gave a slight nod.
This deal was profitable, highly profitable.
Acceptable. I'm honored to serve the nation.
Shěn Chén feigned deep thought for a moment before nodding his agreement.
After all, agreeing outright would seem a bit unreasonable.
He wasn't short on money, so agreeing immediately would have seemed a bit off. To maintain an air of steadiness, Shěn Chén chose to feign hesitation.
Excellent. Mr. Shěn, you're a man of principle. Mr. Shěn, I look forward to working with you.
Tang Shuhuang's face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected Shěn Chén to agree so readily.
Shěn Chén's ideological awareness was unexpectedly high, truly impressive.
Tang Shuhuang now felt supremely confident in winning Shěn Chén over. This pure-hearted young revolutionary recruiting him to serve the nation was practically a sure thing. Next, Tang Shuhuang discussed the operational details with Shěn Chén.
Tang Shuhuang inquired about Shěn Chén's requirements, and Shěn Chén didn't hesitate to state his needs. Having the state handle these preparations was far more efficient than Shěn Chén arranging them himself. Shěn Chén had originally intended to find some excuse to get Tang Shuhuang to take him along.
But now it seemed he'd saved himself the trouble of talking himself into it.
Shěn Chén needed to go home and pack. Who knew when he'd be back? Xiaozi, Ruozhu, I'll be away again for a few days. I don't know when I'll be back.
At the earliest, 3 to 5 days, at the latest, 10 days or even half a month.
Shěn Chén said, hugging the two women. Who knows when this situation will be resolved? We have to follow the archaeological team until the ancient tomb is fully explored. Who knows how long that will take? Chapter 139, Descending the Tomb Part 2.
The next day, Tang Shuhuang drove his Hummer to pick up Shěn Chén. After getting in, they headed straight for the military airport. The plane swiftly headed toward Yangzhou, penetrating deep into a remote mountainous forest. Shěn Chén's group of 5 included Tang Shuhuang and Zilinger plus 2 unfamiliar faces.
One was a towering, muscular man standing over 2 meters tall.
The other was a pale-faced scholar, refined and scholarly in appearance, seemingly incapable of aggression.
Team leader Tang. Shěn Chén's group was stopped at a checkpoint for identity verification. Give me the situation at the scene. Tang Shuhuang inquired.
Nothing unusual had occurred in recent days. During the day, everything was normal, but come nightfall, faint, unidentifiable growls would echo from the underground caverns.
The site supervisor relayed the details to Tang Shuhuang.
It seemed the underground zombies were growing restless.
Shěn Chén, what does this mean? Tang Shuhuang inquired. No one down there had provoked the zombies, so why were they making noise?
This was a sign that the undead had been provoked before.
Now, with so many living people's auras near the tomb.
Naturally, this would provoke the undead to stir. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment before explaining.
Why did Shěn Chén know so much? Don't ask, the answer is the system provided it.
Yesterday, Shěn Chén had specifically visited the system mall to look up information about zombies. Seeing a book in the mall selling for 5 points, Shěn Chén nearly cursed out loud. He'd worked his ass off to earn those 5 points, only for a single book to drain him dry.
System, if it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén, system, I'll be damned. Shěn Chén could only buy the bizarre instruction manual for 5 points, tears welling up. So that's how it is. Tang Shuhuang and the others suddenly understood. Professional tasks truly require professionals.
Without Shěn Chén this time, they might have just jumped down and smashed the zombie to death.
Though risky, there was no better option at the moment. They had to resort to this crude method. We'll wait until nightfall to descend into the tomb. Tang Shuhong made the decision on the spot.
Once the zombies' sounds reached them, they would descend into the tomb.
Night fell, enveloping the surroundings in utter silence.
Tang Shuhong and his group stood guard over the freshly reopened tomb.
Roar!
Tang Shuhong and the others opened their eyes simultaneously and rose to their feet.
Descend into the tomb.
Tang Shuhong issued the command without delay.
The others dared not hesitate, swiftly leaping into the tomb. We must ensure we don't get separated now. We have no idea what lies within the tomb now. We must prioritize our safety. Shěn Chén promptly reminded everyone not to get separated.
Ancient tombs are riddled with traps. The slightest carelessness could cost us our lives. We must be careful, and then careful again.
Everyone nodded.
To play it safe, they hadn't brought the archaeological team down this time.
Tang Shuhong planned to deal with the mummy first, then bring the archaeological team down to excavate systematically.
For now, they would advance cautiously, with Shěn Chén at the center of their formation.
Tang Shuhong immediately issued the order. Shěn Chén's safety was now the top priority.
Otherwise, if Shěn Chén were to get killed, they wouldn't even be sure they could make it out of the tomb alive.
Yes.
The group immediately formed a protective circle around Shěn Chén and began advancing deeper into the tomb. Shěn Chén and his group groped their way forward, flashlights in hand.
Captain, there's a hand over there. Lei Yu suddenly called out.
Everyone's gaze shifted in that direction as they slowly felt their way forward. It was the soldier from that squad.
Tang Shuhong examined the uniform inside.
Seeing the claw marks on the soldier's body, he wore a look of regret. Such a fine soldier, gone so young. His internal organs were displaced, and his heart had been shattered by the impact.
Shěn Chén felt the soldier's body, assessing his injuries. Ordinary people stand absolutely no chance against Zhongzi. Zeilinger shook her head inside. We pressed onward. Once we've slain the zombies in this tomb, we'll avenge our fallen comrades. Tang Shuhong and the others pressed onward, encountering the corpses of fallen soldiers along the way. Scratch!
Just after Shěn Chén and the others passed by, the eyes of the soldiers' corpses along the path slowly opened. They began to stagger to their feet, following the path Shěn Chén and his group had taken.
Shěn Chén and his companions remained utterly unaware of the danger lurking behind them.
At that moment, Shěn Chén and his group were stunned by the scene before them.
Holy! So much money, this is going to make us rich.
Lei Yu stared at the room overflowing with gold and silver treasures, his eyes turning into coins. This is more than I could spend in 10 lifetimes. Though Tang Shuhong was no stranger to high-stakes situations, the sheer volume of gold and silver before him made him reach out to touch it.
Slap! Shěn Chén immediately stopped Tang Shuhong's gesture.
Tang Shuhong turned to look at Shěn Chén in confusion.
Was he not even allowed to touch it? If you want to die tomorrow, go ahead and touch them. Shěn Chén remarked indifferently.
Through Shěn Chén's yin-yang eyes, however, the scene appeared quite different. Before him stood row upon row of blackened flowers, emitting waves of foul stench. Seeing that the others still hadn't broken through, Shěn Chén had no choice but to smash one of the flower pots himself. The sound of the pot shattering echoed, and instantly, the entire world before their eyes transformed.
Where did my money go? How did it turn into these crappy flowers? Lei Yu stared in bewilderment. With a crack, the money vanished? An illusion? Tang Shuhong spoke in a low voice.
He had only heard of such phenomena, but had never witnessed them firsthand.
Right. It couldn't really be called an illusion. It's more like an illusion triggered by pollen.
Shěn Chén nodded, then shook his head. He looked at Tang Shuhong with an expression that said, "This child is teachable."
The flower before you is the Higanbana of the mortal world. Shěn Chén's words stunned everyone. This is actually the legendary Higanbana? It's incredibly foul-smelling. Why does this flower look so unattractive? Mr. Shěn, what do you mean by worldly? Could there be other types of Higanbana?
Zeilinger stared at it with obvious disgust, keeping her distance.
Bai Moshuan keenly picked up on Shěn Chén's words, and upon hearing Bai Moshuan's explanation, the others finally understood.
The common red spider lilies in the mundane world are the ones before your eyes. They only induce illusions. A mere sound is enough to shatter the illusion. But there exists another kind of red spider lily, the legendary blooms that line the path to the underworld. These true lotus flowers create genuine illusions.
Without genuine power within yourself, you will remain trapped in the illusion until death.
Those whose resolve is weak, without the aid of a powerful external cultivator.
The consequences need no further elaboration.
After Shěn Chén finished explaining this to the group, everyone was scared out of their wits. If such a flower truly existed, they'd all meet their end there.
Chapter 140, The Encounter.
Of course, such a flower of the afterlife exists only in legend. No one has ever seen it to this day. Shěn Chén reassured the group, adding that it was also documented in the Manual of the Uncanny.
If I ever saw such a thing, I'd take a detour. Lei Yu said with lingering fear, baby's scared. Shěn Chén.
Who could fathom a 2-meter tall Hulk burrowing into your arms, whining, baby scared?
The contrast is off the charts.
Shěn Chén suddenly spotted a footprint on the ground, instantly alerting him.
He pulled out the black donkey hoof he'd prepared earlier from his backpack. What's wrong, Mr. Shěn?
The others nearby were still checking the room for any traps that might endanger the archaeologist's safety. Tang Shuhuang and his team were determined to eliminate every potential hazard.
Noticing Shěn Chén's unusual reaction, he too grew tense. This footprint wasn't left by a human. Shěn Chén pointed at the footprint on the ground and said, "It's just a faint mark." What could this footprint mean? If it were left by tomb builders centuries ago, it shouldn't be this clear. Footprints usually fade away.
Tang Shuhuang examined it closely but found nothing unusual. Such cases do exist.
But this footprint is fresh.
Shěn Chén looked at the footprint before him, a faint smile curling his lips.
New? Impossible. Tang Shuhuang froze.
Based on his experience, this didn't look like a fresh footprint.
But what if this thing had a body as light as a feather? Tang Shuhuang's pupils contracted. That could absolutely achieve such a state. Impossible. Aren't zombies supposed to be incredibly strong and move by hopping? Linger gasped. Isn't that how they're portrayed in TV dramas? Moreover, ancient texts document certain zombie behaviors. That type of zombie doesn't even qualify as a jumping corpse. This zombie is most likely a wandering corpse. At the wandering zombie stage, they can move their legs with agility, even as light as a swallow. Shěn Chén said solemnly, the kind Ling described? Ordinary people could take them down with firearms.
But at the wandering zombie stage, their cultivation level surpasses even Shěn Chén's by a minor realm. Even Shěn Chén found dealing with wandering zombies troublesome, as their strength and defenses far surpassed those of human cultivators. If these wandering zombies reach the late-stage Hotian realm, you won't be able to handle them.
I made the right call coming along this time,
Tang Shuhuang said slowly. I never expected Tang Shuhuang to know this.
Captain, you know about this? Manhwa asked curiously, wondering why the captain had never mentioned it before.
There was a friend from Longhu Mountain who mentioned it to me once while we were drinking. But I can't recall many of the details now.
Tang Shuhuang shook his head.
Too much time had passed and he hadn't given it much thought.
Captain Tang was right.
Zombies are classified into jumping corpses, wandering corpses, white corpses, purple corpses, and true ancestors. Jumping corpses correspond to the mid-stage of the Hotian realm, wandering corpses to the late Hotian realm, white corpses to the Xiantian realm, and purple corpses to the great Xiantian realm.
The strength of the subsequent true ancestors remains unrecorded.
The true ancestors are Nuba, Ingo, Ho Chang, and Jiangqin, 4 in total.
I'm sure you've all heard of them.
Shěn Chén explained to the group, clarifying the situation.
Damn, these zombies are pretty fierce. This is way more formidable than any ghost.
Lei Yu bellowed. They'd dealt with minor spirits before, but never encountered one this powerful. The rest of us only know what our masters told us about some Western creatures.
We'd better be careful now. We're getting closer and closer to the tourists.
Shěn Chén spoke thoughtfully, shedding the playful demeanor they displayed earlier.
He tossed the black donkey hoof aside and drew the giant gate sword from the scabbard on his back. Why did you toss the black donkey hoof? Holy crap, you've got a sword this big in there? Lei Yu stared at Shěn Chén's slender frame wielding such a massive blade. The contrast felt jarring. Fine sword. Tang Shuhuang couldn't help but praise the sword in Shěn Chén's hands. Shěn Chén? Why does it feel like you're insulting me? Shěn Chén inwardly complained, finding this interpretation a bit hard to grasp. What's this sword called?
Linger stared at the imposing giant sword, her little mouth agape as she asked.
The black donkey hoof no longer works for swimming. The giant sword. The giant sword. Shěn Chén declared proudly, this sword was forged directly by. The one forged by Oyeji?
Manhwa examined the Juek sword with curiosity, looking here and touching there.
Yes, the foremost among 100 swords.
Shěn Chén chuckled smugly, relishing the satisfaction of showing off. The world thought this sword was lost to history, yet here it is in your hands. Tang Shuhuang gazed at the Juek before him, his eyes brimming with affection.
Alright, no time to waste. Let's get down to business. Shěn Chén quickly changed the subject.
If he kept looking, he felt like these people were about to snatch his prized treasure.
Watch out! Shěn Chén and Tang Shuhuang shouted simultaneously. Shěn Chén raised the giant sword and flashed to Linger's side. Bang! Sparks flew, startling Linger. Linger glanced distractedly at the painting in the middle of the adjacent passageway. Realizing what had happened, she quickly backed away.
Only then did everyone see the creature that had just ambushed them.
How can it be so ugly? Linger muttered as she saw the wandering corpse, is there nothing beautiful down here?
Yu Jiang wore a tattered black robe, his 2 fangs protruding. Bloodstains clung to his fingernails, sending a chill down the spine. A fleeting, human-like look of confusion flashed in Yu Jiang's eyes. As if to say, this shouldn't be possible. How could such a tiny human react in time?
On guard, Shěn Chén said gravely. Yu Jiang had developed some rudimentary intelligence. This was getting tricky. Shěn Chén's voice was deep and solemn. The undead creature, its sneak attack thwarted, swiftly pulled away from Shěn Chén and his group. Roar! The Yu Gang let out a series of fierce growls, its eyes fixed on the group with savage intent. The wandering corpse now possessed territorial instincts. Any intruder would be killed without mercy. Mr. Shěn, what's with this ugly zombie just growling and not attacking? Lei Yu watched the creature's incessant bellowing, utterly infuriating. It must be some kind of signal. Shěn Chén speculated. Sure enough, the moment Shěn Chén finished speaking, clear footsteps could be heard approaching from behind Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén and the others turned their heads to see what was emerging from behind. Wasn't that them? Weren't they dead? How could they become zombies? Bai Maoxuan exclaimed in shock as the corpses they had just seen came into view. They'd clearly underestimated these wandering zombies. Shěn Chén turned to face the wandering corpse, whose eyes now held a mocking glint. Chapter 141, The Advantage is Mine. The wandering zombies possessed a degree of intelligence. He could even command the infected walking corpses to serve his purposes. Shěn Chén slapped his forehead. Damn it, how could I have forgotten that? Roar! The wandering zombie let out a growl. Upon hearing this sound, the previously aimlessly wandering corpses, as if receiving some command, swiftly charged toward Shěn Chén and his group. Watch out! Stand guard! Tang Shuhong barked the warning. While these minor zombies were hardly a threat to their group, but with the roving zombie lurking nearby, watching them with predatory eyes, Tang Shuhong and his group had to be cautious. Team leader Tang, Shěn Chén, you go block the wandering corpse. We can handle these ones. We haven't had a chance to practice in ages. Let us get some practice in. Zilinger chimed in from the side. We're being too passive like this. Though these walking corpses were slightly stronger than their typical counterparts, Zilinger and her team were certainly capable of handling them. Since joining Special Bureau 1, Zilinger and her team had seen little opportunity for practical action. All right. Then Shěn Chén, we'll take care of that big one. Tang Shuhong wasted no time, quickly addressing Shěn Chén. Tang Shuhong grabbed Shěn Chén, lightly stepped forward, and soared through the air, breaking free from the undead's encirclement. Roar! Seeing the situation turn dire, the wandering zombie nearby urgently commanded the undead to block Tang Shuhong and his companion. But a cultivator wasn't so easily controlled. The walking corpses couldn't even reach Tang Shuhong. Zilinger flashed into action, intercepting the undead attempting to block their path. If the captain hadn't been focused on Yu Jiang, she would have smacked these little minions flat by now. Ha! Zilinger and her two companions eyed the 6 minor monsters before them, a mischievous glint flashing in their eyes. 3 against 6, the advantage was clearly theirs. Zilinger and her two companions swiftly charged at the walking corpses, engaging them in close combat. Shěn Chén followed Tang Shuhong, watching the brief moment of suspension in the air, and couldn't help but feel envious. When would he be able to fly like that? How cool would that be? Roar! Yu Jiang saw his minions fail to intercept Shěn Chén and Tang Shuhong, a flash of fury crossing his eyes. Feeling his authority challenged, the wandering corpse roared in fury. 2 puny humans, on his turf, publicly humiliating him. Did he, the mighty Yu Jiang, have no pride? Was his face just a shoe insole? What's this zombie wailing about? Tang Shuhong impatiently scratched his ear. The zombie wasn't much to look at, but his voice sure was loud. Mr. Shěn, watch closely. I'll show you the power of Special Bureau 1. I can take on 3 of these little things by myself. Tang Shuhong declared with swagger. For these late-stage Chiao Ho Tian minnows, he could crush one with his bare hands. Watch the palm strike. Tang Shuhong channeled the purple energy within his body into his palm, striking out through the air. A trace of scorn flickered in Yu Jiang's eyes. He didn't even move, watching calmly as the palm strike landed upon him. This zombie's no good either, just a fool. Seeing the corpse remain utterly still, Tang Shuhong had assumed its spiritual intelligence was quite high. It seemed he had overestimated it. Shěn Chén observed the wandering corpse before him and shook his head. Captain Tang, that palm won't work on him. Just as Shěn Chén said, the wandering zombie was completely unharmed. Holy crap! Everyone knew that when expressing doubt, people often used interjections. Tang Shuhong was no exception. His innate palm strike had no effect whatsoever on this little thing? Tang Shuhong felt his face burning with embarrassment. The boast he'd made, the karma he'd sown, in the end, he'd reaped it all himself. I didn't use my full strength just now, a minor slip up. Don't mind it. Let me try again. Tang Shuhong's expression darkened, his gaze turning grave as his aura surged outward. Let's see if you can withstand this move without flinching. Tang Shuhong immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, determined to redeem himself this time. Yu Jiang seemed to sense the threat this move posed. He charged toward Tang Shuhong, intent on disrupting his build-up. But Yu Jiang had greatly underestimated Shěn Chén's influence. The instant Yu Jiang charged forward, Shěn Chén darted out from the zombie's side like a ghostly apparition. Seeing Shěn Chén wielding a massive sword, Yu Jiang showed no sign of panic. Yu Jiang could tell this human's cultivation level was one tier below his own, a threat he could practically ignore. The zombie's gaze remained fixed solely on Tang Shuhuang, who continued to build momentum before him. Adhering to the principle of capturing the king to subdue the bandits, Yu Jiang believed that eliminating the human before him, the greatest threat, would suffice. The rest were mere chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning. Foolish. To dare underestimate me. Shěn Chén caught the zombie's dismissive gaze, a cold glint flashing in his own eyes. The 9 transformations Tao scripture surged to its peak within him, purple chi swiftly enveloping the giant gate. First form of the 9 transformations sword technique, Tide Sever. The wandering zombie was instantly hurled away, crashing into the wall and leaving a large V-shaped gash. The zombie's tiny head was filled with immense confusion. How could a mere mid-stage cultivator knock it flying? Yu Jiang sensed a force on Shěn Chén's sword that suppressed him. Bloodshot fury instantly filled the undead creature's eyes. To be knocked flying by such a lowly cultivator was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. But just as the zombie prepared to punish Shěn Chén, Tang Shuhuang moved. Phoenix cry. Behind Tang Shuhuang, the silhouette of the ancient divine phoenix materialized. Sure. A piercing cry of the phoenix rang out as its form swiftly charged toward the wandering zombie. Roar. The zombie mustered every ounce of strength within to resist, but no matter how formidable a wandering spirit might be, it still fell short of a cultivator. Thud. The phoenix's form ultimately pierced through Ya Jian's body. Fierce flames erupted from the wandering corpse's body. It tried desperately to extinguish them, but all efforts proved futile. Slowly, the wandering zombie was reduced to ashes within the flames. Meanwhile, the battle involving Zlinger and the other 2 also drew to a close. 3 against 6, a complete victory. Mr. Shěn, how did you manage to knock back Yu Jiang, who's a rank above you? Tang Shuhuang struck Yu Jiang with only 50% of his strength, yet it felt like tickling him. How come when Shěn Chén does it, smacking a zombie is this easy? Perhaps it's due to the cultivation technique I practice. My cultivation method belongs to the Supreme Yang category, while the wandering zombies are Supreme Yin entities. Supreme Yang overcomes Supreme Yin. This explains why I could knock a zombie flying even when my cultivation was one minor realm lower. But the power within my body only sustained that single strike. If it happened again, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Tang Shuhuang and the others finally understood the reason. Shěn Chén and his group continued exploring the ancient tomb, effortlessly disarming any minor traps they encountered later on. Chapter 142, Spanking on the Thigh. Mr. Shěn, your payment will be transferred shortly. After emerging from the tomb, Tang Shuhuang addressed Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén replied he wasn't in a hurry, as he hadn't exerted much effort himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. 40 reward points have been credited. Shěn Chén felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon hearing this voice. Holy crap! Wasn't this the same reward notification sound from that CC platform? Back in the day, he'd recruited 50 people to chip in $20. He was just 001 gold coins short of completing it. This infuriated Shěn Chén so much he wolfed down 2 huge bowls of wontons before his anger finally began to subside. Mr. Shěn, I'd like to invite you to join our special Bureau 1. Tang Shuhuang spoke up, seizing the chance to recruit Shěn Chén. This. Captain Tang, I'm not fond of that feeling of being tied down. Shěn Chén, unwilling to be bound, politely declined Tang Shuhuang's offer. Mr. Shěn, please hear us out first. We're not like ordinary local forces. We offer a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, and we can provide any cultivation resources you require. However, some precious cultivation resources will require you to exchange them for merit points. Of course, we aren't as restrictive as other local units. You may manage your own schedule, but when a mission arises, you must report to base immediately. Linger now runs a beauty salon, Yuezi is a gym instructor, and Xiaobai owns a bookstore. I'm now the owner of Miami Storm. Tang Shuhuang slowly laid out his terms, confident Shěn Chén wouldn't be tempted. Holy crap! The biggest bar in Jingzhou is run by team leader Tang? Shěn Chén had heard of this bar, and rumors swirled about its extremely mysterious owner. Once, a local gang tried to pick a fight demanding protection money, but they were taken away that very day. After that, no one ever saw that gang again. That very night, word spread that the backers behind those local thugs had been purged, with a whole group of people arrested. Yeah. Otherwise, how could they have stayed put in Qingzhou? Tang Shuhuang chuckled. These days, it all comes down to the power of the authorities. Shěn Chén glanced at the others, who all nodded in agreement with Tang Shuhuang's words. All right. Shěn Chén remained silent for a moment before nodding. This way, he wouldn't waste his own time and would have official protection, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All right. Come by our base in a few days. We'll walk through the procedures. By the way, meet our number 1. Tang Shuhuang was in an excellent mood. The task assigned to him by number 1 had been completed successfully. Shěn Chén nodded. After arriving here, he had accompanied the archaeological team underground for several days, gradually eliminating all hazards. Only now did Shěn Chén find some free time. After the battle, Shěn Chén returned home and slept for several days straight, finally catching up on all the sleep he'd missed. Later, Shěn Chén visited the company to review the clinical trial results for the anti-cancer drug. In less than 2 weeks, the final clinical results would be released. With things looking exceptionally promising now, Shěn Chén found himself whistling as he strolled about. He spent his days sipping tea in the office and evenings at home discussing the origins of human life with his 2 women. Life was good, and he was cultivating his skills. Shěn, my friend, do you have time to swing by recently? We'll conduct the onboarding ceremony. Upon receiving Tang Shuhong's call, Shěn Chén immediately agreed. He promptly booked a flight to Jingzhou. Shěn Chén, over here. As soon as Shěn Chén stepped out of the airport, he spotted Linger waiting for him. Holy crap! Does our bureau have such a nice car? Shěn Chén's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stared at the Ferrari parked nearby. Even running my own company, I wouldn't splurge on a car this fancy. That's just inhumane. No way. This is my own car, okay? Linger's words initially eased Shěn Chén's mind, but her next sentence delivered a sharp retort. Rich woman. All those evil capitalists. Too bad my company hasn't taken off yet. Shěn Chén stared at the Ferrari worth $500 million before him, tears of envy welling up in his eyes. If you like it, just call me good sister, and I'll give you one. Linger's eyes twinkled mischievously as she spoke. You're dreaming. I'd rather jump off this building and starve to death than call you that. Shěn Chén declared haughtily. A mere car couldn't sway his resolve. Add a big Rolls Royce. Linger held up 2 fingers, waving them in front of Shěn Chén's face. Alright, sis. Shěn Chén still uttered those 3 words. Shěn Chén insisted, my mouth said it, not me. What's it got to do with me? It wasn't me, Shěn Chén, who said it. You can't blame me for what my mouth says, okay? Sigh. Good little brother. Be a good boy, little brother. We won't play with cars, it's too dangerous. Linger gave a sly smile, and the words that came out of her mouth nearly made Shěn Chén explode. Fine, let's play this game. If you won't act like a human being, Shěn Chén immediately decided to teach Linger a lesson. But the pressure on his shoulder pinned him straight into the driver's seat. Good boy, be a good boy. Linger gave a wicked smile as Shěn Chén felt the weight on his shoulder. He silently swallowed the bitterness, vowing to himself, so what if she's a few levels higher than me? Once I break through, I'll pin you across my lap and spank you. You little brat, Linger teased, that look on your face says you're itching to devour me. Shěn Chén stared at Linger, who was grinning at him. Finally understood she was nothing but a smiling tigress. Alright, little brother, your driving skills are pretty good. Deserves a pat on the back. Linger observed Shěn Chén driving steadily the entire way, barely feeling any bumps. Your driving skills are decent, but I know I'm definitely not small. Shěn Chén chuckled, and his words instantly made Linger's face flush bright red. Linger hadn't expected Shěn Chén to turn the tables on her like that. As a pure young maiden, Shěn Chén completely outclassed her in this regard. It's just that his cultivation is slightly higher than mine. If I hadn't stopped training, I wouldn't even need both hands to beat him now. Shěn Chén thought to himself, knowing that voicing it aloud would likely earn him a beating today. Better to keep his thoughts to himself. Speaking them aloud would be a losing proposition. Is this your base? Shěn Chén stared at the foot massage center before him, deep suspicion clouding his mind. Yep. The base was obviously just a cover after all, a foot massage parlor with constant foot traffic was easy to hide. Plus, if business is slow, we can always turn a blind eye to some illicit activities here. Linger stated matter-of-factly. This place is perfect. You can enjoy yourself and hit your sales targets without leaving the building. Seeing you guys without any sales, you're counting this as sales? Shěn Chén couldn't help but sigh for his fellow men. Coming here was pure torture. Was enjoying life really that difficult? Chapter 143, Lifting the Tripod. Follow me. Linger led Shěn Chén into a janitorial room. Ding. Facial recognition verified. Iris scan passed. Fingerprint scan passed. Welcome, Linger, to the base. Shěn Chén watched as Linger pulled out a card and swiped it against the wall. Instantly, a virtual screen materialized on the surface. Holy cow. High tech, huh? Shěn Chén stared curiously at the screen before him, feeling like a country bumpkin. Let's go. The wall in front of Shěn Chén and Linger parted to reveal an elevator. Shěn Chén felt the elevator plummet downward at breakneck speed, yet it came to a perfectly smooth stop. Brother Shěn, welcome to the Special Bureau 1 base. As soon as Shěn Chén stepped out of the elevator, he saw Tang Shuhong waiting for him. Captain Tang, this base is incredibly high-tech. Shěn Chén couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The base before him was easily the size of 10 football fields. This represents the cutting edge of our nation's technology. You can see similar facilities at other bases. Tang Shuhong said proudly. This base is a true fortress. Ordinary missiles are utterly useless against it. This base took a full decade to complete. With subsequent upgrades, this base can now truly be called an ironclad fortress.
Tang Shuhuang led Shěn Chén on a tour of the base, where Shěn Chén observed personnel training in every section. Lei Yu, who was on a mission with Shěn Chén, was currently squatting while holding a massive cauldron. Thud! Shěn Lei set the cauldron down, and Shěn Chén felt the ground ripple beneath his feet. "Brother Shěn, you're here." Lei Yu greeted Shěn Chén in his deep, resonant voice. Shěn Chén smiled and nodded in response. "Brother Shěn, I saw you wielding that massive sword the other day. Come spar with me." Recalling Shěn Chén's formidable strength, Lei Yu couldn't resist the urge to test his skills. "Lei Yu, don't be rude. Brother Shěn, he hasn't joined yet. What if you scare him off?" Tang Shuhuang said sternly. Shěn Chén rolled his eyes at Tang Shuhuang's remark. "Captain Tang, I'm not that weak, okay? Let me show you what I can do." Shěn Chén knew Tang Shuhuang was testing his limits, but he didn't mind. After all, if you want to make a name for yourself here, you have to show what you've got, otherwise, no one will take you seriously. The others present saw the captain bringing in a new recruit, and now he was challenging the strength freak Lei Yu. In an instant, a crowd formed around Shěn Chén, layered 3 deep in every direction. "Old Tang, this guy you brought is kinda scrawny." At that moment, the second squad captain approached, his gaze settling on Shěn Chén's slender frame, a stark contrast to Lei Yu's imposing build. "Oldly, just watch," he said. "Shun's not just skin and bones, he'll surprise you." Tang Shuhuang met the puzzled gaze of second squad captain Li Zhaoyang with a mysterious smile. "Want to make a bet? If he lifts it, that bottle of wine is mine. If I lose, I'll give you the imperial sun grass. How about it?" Tang Shuhuang leaned close to Li Zhaoyang and whispered. "Deal. Bet on it." Li Zhaoyang pondered for a moment. This deal was practically a sure thing. Shěn Chén was just a mid-stage cultivator. Though Tang Shuhuang seemed utterly confident, Li Zhaoyang had never seen a natural-born power user as frail as Shěn Chén. This bet was in the bag for Li Zhaoyang. If he lost, he'd eat the cauldron. "Oh? I'll be damned if I don't see how this plays out." Li Zhaoyang's gaze fixed on Shěn Chén. He thought to himself, if this kid can lift that cauldron, I'll spit it out and eat it again. That cauldron weighed a full 600 jin. For someone at the late Hotian stage to lift it would likely crush their blood vessels under its immense pressure, causing fatal rupture. For captains like them who had reached the pre-heaven realm, their strength had surged to 2000 jin. Late-stage Hotian practitioners barely reached 600 jin, but their strength would grow to 2000 jin as they deepened their cultivation before breaking through. But Lei Yu was an exception, blessed with innate divine strength. Put! Shěn Chén spat onto his palms, his arms bulging with veins. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 600 jin cauldron slowly lifted under Shěn Chén's exertion. Holy! Isn't this kid only at the mid-stage of the Hotian realm? He can lift 600 jin? He must be on drugs. Li Zhaoyang blurted out a curse, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The crowd erupted in astonishment except for Tang Shuhuang, Zilinger, and Lei Yu, who had anticipated this. "Good lad, you didn't embarrass me." Tang Shuhuang roared with laughter exactly as he'd predicted. "Oldly, don't try to back out now. Put the drinks on my table later." Tang Shuhuang patted Li Zhaoyang, who stood frozen in place, humming his favorite tune. "Brother Shun, you're impressive." Lei Yu praised sincerely. From the start, Lei Yu had sensed that Shěn Chén was his kind of person. "Brother Lei, you flatter me." Shěn Chén calmed the surging energy within his body before addressing Lei Yu. "Good lad, what's your name?" Just then, Li Zhaoyang and Tang Shuhuang approached. Li Zhaoyang spoke up. "Sir, my name is Shěn Chén." Li Zhaoyang's face radiated admiration for Shěn Chén, and a desire to nurture talent welled up within him. "Kid, join me. I guarantee this position will be yours someday." Li Zhaoyang started poaching talent right in front of Tang Shuhuang. "Holy! All I did was take a bottle of your liquor, and now you're poaching my people? You're not playing fair." Tang Shuhuang was furious. He should have never bet with this guy. Now that he's lost the bet, he's trying to poach my guy. Who's backing down? I'll send you that bottle in a minute. Shěn Chén isn't registered with your team yet. So if he's not part of your team, what's the problem with me inviting him to join Team 2? After all, Shěn Chén joining us brings benefits. What benefits does your Division 1 get? Shěn Chén, rest assured, what perks did your division offer you? My Division 2 will give you double that. Once you reach the Xiantian realm, I'll step down and this position is yours. Li Zhaoyang declared with unmistakable arrogance, determined to poach Shěn Chén at any cost. After all, Li Zhaoyang's team couldn't hold a candle to Division 1's. He desperately needed someone who could carry the weight of the division. Shěn Chén seemed promising. With proper cultivation, this young man could easily become the leader of the second division. "Brother Shun, we can offer you. When I step down, this position will be yours. But with your talent, Brother Shun, sitting in my seat would be a waste of your abilities." Only after speaking did Tang Shuhuang realize Shěn Chén's talent was destined to become a pillar of China's future. This position felt like a waste of his potential. "Ha? What does that mean?" Li Zhaoyang, standing nearby, keenly grasped the crux of the matter. What did he mean by wasting talent as captain?
Tang Shuhuang inwardly cursed his misfortune. Chapter 144, Losing Both the Wife and the Army. It's nothing.
My brother Shěn just has exceptional talent.
Tang Shuhuang laughed it off. This was not something Li Xiaoyan could know about now.
If that kid found out, he'd stop at nothing to get Shěn Chén over.
After all, who could resist the allure of becoming the next captain of the National Guardian Warriors?
Besides, he planned to teach Shěn Chén more in the future. He was practically half his mentor. Li Xiaoyang shot Tang Shuhuang a suspicious glance. Something felt off about him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Brother Shěn, who should we go to? Tang Shuhuang waved his hand dismissively.
He trusted Shěn Chén wasn't that kind of person.
Captain Li, thank you for your kindness. I'll stay with Team 1.
Shěn Chén considered that he was, after all, brought in by Tang Shuhuang. If he acted that way, it would be somewhat unethical.
Humph.
If you think there's no future there, you're welcome to join Team 2 anytime.
The spot's always been reserved for you. Li Xiaoyang gave Tang Shuhuang a cold snort. In the end, he still couldn't outmaneuver Tang Shuhuang. He'd been one move behind all along.
Today, he'd not only lost the battle but also the war.
I concede. I admit it. Tang Shuhuang leaned in close to Li Xiaoyan's face with a sly grin. He was still slightly superior. You lost both the wine and the woman.
If only you'd met Shěn Chén sooner, if it had been a fair fight.
Shěn Chén might not have chosen the same outcome. Li Xiaoyang gritted his teeth in frustration. Tang Shuhuang was infuriating. But I was just faster. Come on, brother Shěn, let me show you around some more.
Tang Shuhuang laughed heartily, slung his arm around Shěn Chén's shoulder, and continued showing him around the base.
Shun, let me take you to meet number 1.
After finishing the tour, Tang Shuhuang led Shěn Chén to number 1's office.
Bang! Tang Shuhuang knocked twice on the door, and a robust voice echoed from inside. Shěn Chén is here.
Tang Shuhuang pushed open the door and introduced Shěn Chén.
Great!
You actually managed to drag him over.
Number 1 chuckled.
He had assumed a genius like Shěn Chén wouldn't want to be tied down.
But Shěn Chén came anyway. Tang Shuhuang hadn't told number 1 about it until just a few days ago. He wanted to surprise number 1.
Shěn Chén looked at number 1 before him, a face of unwavering resolve. The only flaw was a scar that ran across his entire face.
You must be Shěn Chén. Welcome to Special Bureau 1.
Number 1 rose to personally brew tea for both of them, leaving Shěn Chén flattered and surprised. Tang Shuhuang, however, accepted the tea with ease and took a small sip.
Learn from Shěn Chén, kid. See how polite he is?
Number 1 shot Tang Shuhuang a fierce glare. The kid wasn't giving him any face at all.
I've been craving a pot of your tea for ages.
You only brewed a pot today because Shěn Chén came.
I had to give it a proper taste.
Tang Shuhuang seemed completely oblivious to number 1's glare, having long since grown accustomed to it.
You're always thinking about my tea leaves.
Number 1 chuckled in mock annoyance.
Tang Shuhuang was great in every way if only he didn't obsess over my tea leaves. Shěn Chén watched the two of them banter, utterly speechless. It's just some tea, is it really worth all this fuss? Shěn Chén took a light sip of the tea. If I said I was eyeing it too, number 1 wouldn't hit me, would he?
After that sip, he felt the purple energy within his body seem to have increased slightly.
Shěn, you noticed, right? This is spiritual tea.
If it weren't spiritual tea, but just ordinary tea leaves, I wouldn't give it a second glance, not even if it were Wui Mountain de Hongpao.
This spiritual tea is beneficial for cultivation. Tang Shuhuang nodded emphatically as he told Shěn Chén, this is the real deal. If you like it, find an excuse to ask for it later.
Tang Shuhuang leaned in close, his voice hushed, whispering into Shěn Chén's ear.
You little brat, I'm still here. You two start scheming over my tea. Number 1's face darkened. What kind of presents did he have? Such a small sound couldn't possibly escape his ears. Careless. I completely forgot about that. Tang Shuhuang's expression stiffened, showing no remorse whatsoever for his earlier behavior.
Instead, he realized he'd forgotten to mention it to Shěn Chén earlier.
Careless.
Shěn Chén, I see your records state you're at mid-stage of the Hotian realm, about to advance to the late stage, correct? Number 1 addressed Shěn Chén, who nodded in acknowledgement. This concerns a very serious matter.
I need to verify something. Is that okay? Number 1's expression immediately turned stern, startling Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén thought he must have done something wrong and was about to be punished.
Of course it's fine. Shěn Chén nodded. It's just this little thing.
I thought it was something major, making such a big deal out of it.
If you can withstand my pressure for half an hour, you pass the test.
The moment the words left his mouth, Tang Shuhuang beside him flashed a look of surprise. It's unprecedented for the boss to personally conduct an assessment. All these years, number 1 only ever got involved during team leader selections.
All right. Shěn Chén nodded and stood up, signaling he was ready. Begin.
As soon as number 1 spoke, Shěn Chén felt an immense force wash over him, like a mountain pressing down on his shoulders. Though not physically touched, Tang Shuhuang sensed the pressure and glanced at number 1.
Was this half-step great immortal heaven power a bit excessive? Shěn Chén hadn't even reached the stage yet. Tang Shuang approached number 1 and leaned in to speak.
The situation felt increasingly unstable.
Shěn Chén needed to hurry. Time waits for no one. First, we must see where Shěn Chén's limits lie.
If Shěn Chén can withstand my half-step great immortal heaven power for half an hour, then the resources within the case will be tilted toward him. We must cultivate another pillar of the nation, comparable to the war god Huangfu, before the great upheaval.
Number 1 spoke in a grave tone.
He hadn't always been like this, but extraordinary times demanded extraordinary measures. Tang Shuang turned his gaze toward Shěn Chén, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he studied the young man.
Shěn Chén carried the future of the dragon nation on his shoulders. Tang Shuang could say nothing more.
If the situation weren't so dire, no one would want to burden a young man in the prime of his life with such weight.
Holy! What the hell kind of power is this? How could its aura be even more overwhelming than Tang Shuang's?
Sensing the pressure, Shěn Chén had no choice but to unleash his own power to counter it. He revealed his late-stage cultivation level, feeling he could finally breathe easier. But the next second, number 1, seeing Shěn Chén so relaxed, decided to spice things up a bit.
What a bastard! Sweat poured down Shěn Chén's face like rain.
He felt as if his spine was about to snap. In this state, Shěn Chén couldn't even stand straight, forced to hunch over. Number 1 saw Shěn Chén still standing and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He then intensified the pressure on Shěn Chén's aura, causing Shěn Chén to collapse to his knees with a thud.
Chapter 145, Late Post Heaven Realm. Brother Shěn, this isn't like you at all. Get back up.
Tang Shuang could do nothing but silently cheer Shěn Chén on in his heart.
Ah! Shěn Chén let out a defiant roar.
He'd knelt before heaven and earth, before his parents. He couldn't collapse here. Gritting his teeth, he tried to pull himself up. But each failed attempt seemed to whisper, "Give up.
You can't stand."
Number 1 watched Shěn Chén before him, the admiration in his eyes deepening. Though Shěn Chén couldn't rise, the indomitable will radiating from him had already passed Unit 1 scrutiny.
System, what kind of strength is this? Shěn Chén, drenched in sweat from head to toe, couldn't help but ask the system. Ding! Detected power level, half-step great immortal heaven. The system's response nearly made Shěn Chén curse out loud. Damn it! A mere mid-stage cultivator like him, what possible merit could he have to warrant such a powerhouse's intervention? Shěn Chén, you have 10 minutes left before your assessment fails.
Tang Shuang's warning echoed in Shěn Chén's mind, leaving him seething with frustration.
Was this truly the extent of his power? Was he really about to admit defeat now? The weight on his shoulders felt heavier by the second. Ding! Current environment suitable. Host's body contains sufficient purple chi. Proceed to late post heaven realm?
Just as Shěn Chén was about to collapse, the system's prompt felt like a desert spring to him.
Advance! Shěn Chén roared inwardly. He could endure this. He could rise again. Ding! Advancement successful.
Congratulations, host, on reaching the late post heaven realm. Congratulations, host, on shedding the title of War Tier 5 and achieving the prestigious status of War Tier 4 scrub.
Confetti, confetti!
The system notification sounded, and Shěn Chén nearly choked on his own blood. At that moment, Long Tu and Tang Shuang saw Shěn Chén had reached his limit and nodded. Compared to the war god Huangfu, this was practically the same level. As long as Shěn Chén put in the effort later on, inheriting the war god's position was a sure thing. Back when Huangfu Warlord was at Shěn Chén's current cultivation level, his power at the half-step great immortal heaven stage was roughly on par with Shěn Chén's. Just as number 1 was about to withdraw his aura, Shěn Chén erupted with the might of a late-stage Hotian cultivator.
He forced himself to rise inch by inch, stunning both observers.
To stand up like this, to break through on the battlefield. Even the war god of old didn't possess such power.
Continue, Shěn Chén declared. I want to see where my limits lie. Shěn Chén spoke up at that moment, eager to discover his own ultimate limit. Throughout his long cultivation journey, Shěn Chén had never sensed the arrival of his own limit. Good. Number 1 intensified the pressure on Shěn Chén, who frantically activated the 9 transformations Tao Sutra within his body. He exhausted every available technique. Finally, after an hour and a half, Shěn Chén's aura slackened completely, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. The aura of number 1 dissipated immediately. Tang Shuang rushed over to support Shěn Chén. How are you holding up, Brother Shěn? Tang Shuang channeled a thread of purple energy into Shěn Chén's body to assess his condition. He discovered it was merely excessive physical exhaustion and breathed a sigh of relief. If this had caused any lasting damage to Shěn Chén's foundation, Tang Shuang would have regretted it bitterly. The kid's fine, don't worry. I examined his body during his breakthrough. Even after such a long breakthrough, there wasn't a trace of instability. This kid is seriously unorthodox. Number 1 spoke up. He'd noticed Shěn Chén the moment he broke through. After thorough examination, Shěn Chén's foundation was rock solid. This puzzled number 1. Was this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person?
Geniuses could break through even under pressure, without needing solid foundations. Ordinary people approach breakthroughs with extreme caution, terrified of making even the slightest mistake.
Number 1. I'd like to know how many layers of power you used just now? Shěn Chén wanted to gauge how much power from such a high-level expert he could withstand now. Less than half a layer. Number 1 replied indifferently.
There was no way he could let this kid know he'd used even a single layer of power.
Tang Shuhuang shot number 1 a strange look.
He never imagined the usually upright and incorruptible number 1 would ever resort to deception.
Shěn Chén might not grasp number 1's true strength, but Tang Shuhuang knew him all too well. Under Tang Shuhuang's piercing gaze, number 1's face flushed crimson. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip.
As everyone knows, when people are embarrassed, they often become the busiest.
Ding!
Number 1 used 1 layer of power.
The system's notification sounded, and Shěn Chén nearly burst out laughing.
This number 1 really cared about his reputation after all, he was such a formidable expert. Having been forced to endure half an hour against someone several major cultivation realms above him, his old face was starting to burn. Unbeknownst to Unit 1, Shěn Chén had already uncovered the truth, yet he persisted in maintaining appearances.
Alright, Shěn Chén, you've passed the test.
Your strength is commendable, but guard against arrogance and impatience.
The path of cultivation cannot be rushed, it demands steady, grounded progress. Number 1 cleared his throat and gave Shěn Chén a gentle nudge.
Shěn Chén nodded, acknowledging his understanding cultivation must not be rushed, lest one risk spiritual imbalance.
Number 1 looked satisfied. A promising student indeed. Alright, you little brat, stop drinking.
Take Shěn Chén to the commissioning ceremony and oath-taking.
Number 1 felt uneasy, watching Tang Shuhuang still lounging on the sofa, leisurely sipping his tea. He grabbed Tang Shuhuang mid-air and flung him out the door, using him as a punching bag. Holy crap! Tang Shuhuang landed flat on his face planting into the dirt. Tang Shuhuang didn't even have time to react.
Shěn Chén glanced at number 1's brutally efficient move and gave a sheepish chuckle.
I'll handle number 1 with team leader Tang. I'll be heading out now.
Shěn Chén scrambled to escape, nearly bumping into the coffee table leg. If he didn't leave now, he certainly didn't want to experience the same mortifying exit as Tang Shuhuang.
Am I really that terrifying? Number 1 stroked his chin. It's just losing Tang Shuhuang. How normal is that? Number 1 shook his head. Why was this kid acting like he'd seen a ghost? Shun, let's go.
That old geezer didn't even spare me a shred of dignity. Tang Shuhuang stood up, brushed imaginary dust off his clothes, spat toward the door, then grabbed Shěn Chén and made a beeline for the exit. You're so high and mighty, with nowhere to vent your frustration, so you take it out on me. Sure enough, the moment Shěn Chén and his companion stepped out the door, it swung open behind them.
Humph. You got lucky today.
Hearing the door slam behind them, Shěn Chén seemed to grasp something. Turns out Tang Shuhuang's a repeat offender, he's clearly done this kind of thing before.
Brother Shěn, you'd better get ready. Once everyone's here, we'll begin the commissioning ceremony.
Tang Shuhuang addressed Shěn Chén, while Zilinger stood beside him, holding a tray wrapped in red cloth.
Chapter 146, Cash on a Bamboo Pole. Now that everyone is present, I hereby declare the rank conferment ceremony open.
Shěn Chén noticed everyone had changed into military uniforms for the occasion. Witnessing this scene, his heart began to race. This was a significant event in the military, a moment of honor for every soldier. I now welcome a new member to our ranks and, following higher level approval, confer the rank of captain upon Comrade Shěn Chén. As Tang Shuhuang finished speaking, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause.
Everyone sincerely welcomed Shěn Chén into their ranks. Comrade Shěn Chén, this is your uniform.
Tang Shuhuang handed the captain's uniform to Shěn Chén with both hands. A fleeting look of daze crossed Shěn Chén's face as he saw his uniform.
What young man hasn't dreamed of a military career?
Yet for one reason or another, most never realize it. Shěn Chén extended both hands to receive the uniform, his palms trembling slightly.
The dream of youth was finally realized at this moment. Some even reached heights unattainable by others throughout their entire lives. Hey Shěn, how does it feel?
Tang Shuhuang teased Shěn Chén. After all, they'd all been through the same thing back in the day.
It feels a bit unreal.
Shěn Chén replied honestly, the patriotic spirit ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people will never fade. After all, if World War III were to break out and conscription began, a nation where a single company could fill an entire mountain would be a terrifying force indeed. We all get it, we've all been through this era ourselves.
Tang Shuhuang and the others chuckled.
Back then, their reactions had mirrored Shěn Chén's exactly.
Alright. Go change into your uniform. We're taking the oath. Tang Shuhuang nudged Shěn Chén into the adjacent room. Bang!
Shěn Chén emerged from the house, drawing everyone's gaze toward him.
Whoa! What a handsome guy!
Tang Shuhuang's eyes lit up as he took in Shěn Chén's sharp eyebrows and starry eyes.
He was practically a clothes hanger. Put him in a military uniform, and he's got that soldier's aura.
Tang Shuhuang remarked approvingly, leaving Shěn Chén feeling a bit flustered by the praise. The others chimed in with their own compliments.
Shěn Chén's aura was truly unmatched. He outshines those pretty boys in the entertainment industry. Isn't that sweeter than candy? Shěn Chén suddenly didn't know what to say and scratched his head with a smile. Brother Shen's getting shy now? Lei Yu boomed out a teasing remark. He now felt a kind of mutual admiration between heroes toward Shěn Chén. I pledge to never betray the party. Shěn Chén solemnly completed the oath alongside Tang Shuhong and the others. This moment signified Shěn Chén's identity had fully integrated into the state apparatus. Due to Shěn Chén's unique circumstances, Unit 1 issued an order to Tang Shuhong.
Shěn Chén's file was upgraded from a top-secret talent file to the highest-level restricted file. This meant that only the highest echelons of Huagua could access Shěn Chén's records. No one else could uncover his true identity. Externally, Shěn Chén would remain classified as a top-secret talent. This outcome resulted from Unit 1's prolonged deliberation and discussions with higher authorities. Although it was possible to announce Shěn Chén as the successor to the war god immediately, it would inevitably be discovered by foreign powers. Foreign forces would absolutely never tolerate the emergence of another Huangfu war god within China. A single Huangfu war god already suffocates several nations. The emergence of another such figure is unthinkable. Foreign powers, especially those led by the United States, would stop at nothing to eliminate Shěn Chén before he could gain any traction. Naturally, China would not stand idly by. It would certainly dispatch protectors for Shěn Chén. But Shěn Chén wouldn't thrive in a sheltered environment. Instead of sheltering him, it would be better to let him roam freely while secretly dispatching protectors to watch over him. Let him grow through trials and accumulate experience. Under the guise of Special Bureau 1, provide Shěn Chén with resources for cultivation, enabling his rapid advancement. Upon returning from Special Bureau 1, Shěn Chén personally hung up his military uniform. He placed his officer's ID back in its case, examining it over and over. Zizi, come home for dinner tonight. I'll cook dinner myself. After completing all this, Shěn Chén called Liu Yaji. Hold on, come to the company first. Liu Yaji told Shěn Chén to forget about dinner for now and come to the office immediately. What's wrong, Zizi? Shěn Chén was puzzled. Had something happened at the company? She was so insistent that she didn't even give him a chance to refuse. Take a look at that. Liu Yaji pointed to a small white box on the table. It worked? Shěn Chén suddenly remembered something. Counting the days, the anti-cancer drug should be ready. Shěn Chén, our first-generation anti-cancer drug is ready. Liu Yaji gasped in surprise. Shěn Chén scooped her up and spun her around in a circle. Great! Hold a press conference immediately and get the drug out there fast. Shěn Chén exclaimed excitedly. Food was the last thing on his mind right now. This was the culmination of his life's work. Today brought double good fortune. Of course, he'd forgotten all about Linger's teasing. Today was a day of pure joy. Xiao Ding, gather everyone in the auditorium for a meeting. Whether they're on break or not, everyone reports to the factory today. That includes the cleaning auntie and security uncle too. Shěn Chén summoned Liao Ding directly and called everyone together for a meeting. Everyone, today we have some truly exciting news. Our independently developed anti-cancer drug has succeeded. Shěn Chén, who never minces words, ended up speaking for a full half hour today. Therefore, I propose doubling everyone's year-end bonus this year, with the RD department receiving quadruple bonuses. Everyone gets a 20,000 yuan bonus this month, and the RD department gets 100,000 yuan. Key researchers, 1 million. Shěn Chén's words ignited the emotions of everyone present, but his next move pushed the atmosphere to a fever pitch. These bonuses will be distributed immediately. Staff members from the backstage emerged one by one, carrying baskets of cash balanced on poles, a sight that nearly blinded the employees present. Yes, you heard correctly, cash carried on poles. Boss, you rock. It wasn't until late that night that Shěn Chén finally finished distributing all the bonuses. You sure don't mind the effort? Handing out all that cash in person? Chu Ruozhu bent over, complaining to Shěn Chén, why not just transfer it? Liu Yaji also looked at Shěn Chén, equally curious about his reasoning. Shěn Chén only transferred the 1 million yuan to the key personnel. All other bonuses were paid in cash. You just wouldn't understand. They grew up in hardship. If we transfer money to them, all they see is a string of numbers that leaves them cold. But cash is different. You can see it, touch it, and it brings peace of mind. Plus, cash in hand feels secure. Transfers are just numbers. Spending them feels abstract. Shěn Chén explained to the two women, emphasizing how the physical feel of cash in your hand is worlds apart from cold, impersonal numbers. Chapter 147, Egyptian Pharaoh. Oh, I see. The two women finally understood. It was because they'd never been without money. All right. We need to prepare for the press conference. My company's performance is nearly where I wanted. I'm ready to expand into the capital. A gleam of determination flashed in Shěn Chén's eyes. He had no intention of being confined to this small town. Those destined for greatness never settle for a corner. Isn't moving to the capital a bit too hasty? Liu Yaji looked at Shěn Chén with concern. The company hadn't fully matured yet.
With Shěn Chén's company's technology, who wouldn't covet such a huge piece of the pie in the capital? They'd likely be stripped down to the bone in no time.
Moreover, the power structures in the capital were nothing like those in a small place like Jiangcheng. Ministers were everywhere in the capital. Throw a brick, and you'd hit a whole cluster of officials. This wasn't alarmist talk. If Shanghai was the richest city, then the capital is the most powerful. Money can't compete with influence. Rest assured. Since I dare to enter the capital, I'm not afraid of them coming after me. Shěn Chén chuckled. After all, he now held an official position. Why would he fear a bunch of officials? Besides, Shěn Chén himself held an official position. Who would win was still uncertain. The two women said no more. Shěn Chén had his own reasons. They just need to quietly support Shěn Chén from behind. Brother Shěn, urgent mission. Drop everything immediately and report to the base now. Shěn Chén was in the midst of intensive preparations for the press conference when Tang Shuang suddenly called. Got it. Shěn Chén quickly replied before hanging up and rushing toward the base. 2.5 hours later. What's going on, team leader Tang? As soon as Shěn Chén entered, he saw everyone sitting stiffly at the conference table. Shěn Chén, you're here. Take a seat. Tang Shuang motioned for Shěn Chén to take a seat. Everyone's here now. Brother Yu, what's going on? Shěn Chén quietly asked Lei Yu, curious about what had caused such urgency. I don't know either. Lei Yu looked just as clueless. I heard it's about an overseas Chinese who got into trouble. Bai Maxuan chimed in from the side, having overheard Team 2 discussing it earlier. Alright, everyone's here. Let's begin the meeting. According to our latest intelligence, riots have erupted in Africa, and our country has begun arranging flights to repatriate overseas Chinese. However, the aircraft came under attack from local armed forces. As Tang Shuang finished speaking, the room erupted in an uproar. Damn it, these backward countries dare to attack us. They must be tired of living. We'll have to take them down. Voices rose in angry protest, each adding fuel to the fire. But Shěn Chén remained silent. If it were only these incidents, he wouldn't have called them together. There must be more to it than this. Shěn Chén, who had been silent, spoke up. There must be more to it. Learn from Shěn Chén. Stay calm in a crisis. Look at yourselves, you haven't even finished speaking and you're already getting worked up. Tang Shuang gave Shěn Chén a satisfied look. Not bad, this one. Subsequently, the state intervened to negotiate, then dispatched special forces for a cross-border rescue operation. But the Egyptians intervened, detaining one of our top experts. I hear this expert isn't very old, but his research achievements have long been deeply moving. Subsequent special forces rescue attempts followed one after another, but all ended in failure. According to investigations by relevant authorities, they even lost half a squad. It was discovered that the shadow of the Egyptian pharaoh loomed behind this incident. Tang Shuang finished speaking, and Shěn Chén's suspicions were largely confirmed. Sure enough, cultivators had appeared in this affair, which explained why they'd been summoned. Our mission from higher-ups is twofold: Teams 1 and 2, rescue the experts. And to bring our brothers' remains home, to return them with honor. After Tang Shuang finished speaking, everyone stood up and pledged to complete the mission. Team leader Tang, what's the deal with this Egyptian pharaoh? Shěn Chén knew the Egyptian pharaoh was a synonym for cultivators. But he didn't know the specifics. You haven't been involved in this field long. Let me explain. The Egyptian pharaoh is the collective term for cultivators in the Egyptian region. Their highest commander is called the pharaoh. Below them were the mummies, divided into 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Below them are the ordinary mummies. Mummies are different from us. They rely on enhanced strength and resistance to fire and water. This is precisely why we find this mission so challenging. However, mummies generally have short lifespans, which is one of their weaknesses. Moreover, their cultivation methods leave lasting side effects. The organization's numbers are scarce in the grand scheme of the world. Thus, mummies were originally not highly ranked in the world. Yet after each operation, they enter a period of dormancy only to awaken a new batch of mummies to take their place. During this hibernation, the mummy's power regenerates. This is why mummies are virtually impossible to eliminate. This unique trait propelled the pharaoh organization to the forefront of global power. After Tang Shuang and Shěn Chén finished explaining, Shěn Chén finally understood the pharaoh organization. I see. Does that mean no one can counter the pharaoh organization? Shěn Chén asked curiously. Not at the moment. Tang Shuang pondered for a moment. Indeed, there wasn't. Otherwise, the pharaoh would have long since tucked his tail between his legs and surrendered. But don't worry, Egypt's overall strength is limited due to its scarce resources. Tang Shuang continued, as everyone knows, Egypt relies entirely on the Nile River for its livelihood. But you must be cautious this time. The United States is pulling the strings behind this affair. Tang Shuang cautioned the group, emphasizing the need for utmost vigilance. This operation involves other tasks for me, second team leader Li Xiaoyang, and the rest of the team. You'll be handling this mission independently, so be extremely cautious. If you can't win, retreat, don't engage head-on, especially you, Lei Yu.
Tang Shuhong fixed his gaze on Lei Yu. That guy was a complete battle maniac.
Once a fight breaks out, he loses all sense of caution, his mind consumed solely by the enemy. And as you know, the Egyptian pharaoh carries poison.
Trading blows for injuries is the dumbest move. If you can't beat them, just stall them.
Once our teammates arrive, we'll have a 2-on-1 advantage. Tang Shuhong briefed everyone, then called over the second squad to discuss further.
Linger, stay behind me during this mission. I'll protect you.
At that moment, Zhang Tao, the deputy captain of the second team, approached Linger and began showering her with compliments.
Thanks, but that's too much trouble. I can protect myself just fine.
Linger replied coldly.
This clingy guy, how come he's everywhere? Come on, little brother. Big sis will show you the warehouse. Linger's eyes darted toward Shěn Chén as a plan formed in her mind. Chapter 148, Beauty Brings Trouble. Ha!
Shěn Chén was bragging to Lei Yu when Linger suddenly hooked her arm through his.
Shěn Chén looked utterly bewildered. What was this woman up to today? Captain Zhang, I have business to attend to. I'll take my leave now.
Linger offered Captain Zhang Tao an apologetic smile before linking arms with Shěn Chén and making to leave.
Shěn Chén finally caught on. Linger was using him as a shield.
Linger still remembered how Shěn Chén had outmaneuvered her, so he wasn't about to let her get away with this so easily. Not only had she gotten rid of her suitor, but she'd also made herself an enemy in the process. Just as Shěn Chén made to pull his arm free, Zhang Tao approached.
This young man must be the newcomer, Shěn Chén? Zhang Tao asked with a smile. At 1.8 meters tall, Zhang Tao wasn't short by any means, but unfortunately, he just wasn't Linger's type. Ha! How did you know about me? Shěn Chén asked curiously, having only visited the base twice. How could Zhang Tao recognize him? Had he become that famous already?
Lei Yu is famously known for his immense strength at our base.
Young Shěn Chén's strength being comparable to brother Lei Yu's is certainly well known.
Zhang Tao smiled. That day, after hearing Captain Li Xiaoyang speak, he'd been secretly startled.
Who would have thought Shěn Chén was this formidable? But thankfully, Shěn Chén didn't join the second team. Otherwise, with his talent, he feared he wouldn't last long before being pushed aside by Shěn Chén.
Zhang Tao was a man of petty mind, intolerant of the slightest injustice.
I see. But Captain Zhang, you flatter me.
Only then did Shěn Chén realize why Zhang Tao had recognized him. A young man with real skill will naturally earn the respect of everyone at the base. Our rule here is simple: if you've got the skills, there are plenty of opportunities waiting for you to seize.
Shěn Chén understood the implication in Zhang Tao's words: if you're strong enough, you can climb high enough. Shěn Chén nodded.
This was a universal principle, after all. Linger, I'll have our team members take Shěn Chén there. You should just rest. I know there's a good movie coming out tonight.
I've already bought the tickets. We're about to head out on a mission and don't know when we'll be back. Why don't we go see a movie instead? Zhang Tao smiled as he spoke to Linger, an offer most women couldn't refuse. But Linger was no ordinary woman.
She immediately declined Zhang Tao's invitation.
All right. Then I won't bother you. Zhang Tao didn't get upset. He wasn't the type to cling to Linger like that.
If it weren't for her family background and his father's insistence, Zhang Tao wouldn't have bothered pursuing her in the first place. Normally, whenever Zhang Tao fancied a woman, he'd just flick his fingers, and she'd eagerly climb into his bed. But this Linger was as stubborn as a mule, leaving Zhang Tao helpless. Shěn Chén, however, had made an impression on Zhang Tao. After pursuing Linger for so long, he hadn't even managed to touch her hand.
Yet today, Linger had linked arms with Shěn Chén.
The sight gnawed at Zhang Tao's gut.
Had she had enough? Watching Zhang Tao walk away, Shěn Chén turned to Linger and asked coldly. What? A gorgeous woman like me linking arms with you, shouldn't you be secretly delighted? Linger hadn't yet noticed Shěn Chén's shift in mood, still seeing him as the easygoing Shěn Chén she knew. Shěn Chén's late-stage chi cultivation aura instantly repelled Linger, who stared at him in utter disbelief.
On one hand, she hadn't expected Shěn Chén to push her away. On the other, she hadn't anticipated his cultivation progressing so rapidly.
Captain Z, please behave yourself. I already have a girlfriend. Captain Z, just because I don't show my temper doesn't mean I don't have one. I'm not about to make an enemy for no reason. Shěn Chén naturally noticed the dangerous glare Zhang Tao shot him as he left.
He spoke coldly to Linger, then turned and left with Lei Yu.
Linger stood frozen in place, unsure what to do.
At that moment, Tang Shuhong approached her.
Linger, you really went too far this time. No one wants to suddenly have an unpredictable factor in their life. Tang Shuhong phrased it more subtly, avoiding the direct implication of creating enemies out of thin air.
Linger lowered her head, her eyes slightly reddened, and murmured a quiet response.
Go apologize properly to Shěn Chén. He's easy to talk to. Tang Shuhong patted Linger's shoulder.
This matter was between the two of them, he couldn't interfere.
Beauty has always been a source of trouble since ancient times. Tang Shuhuang couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Getting on Zhang Tao's bad side was no small matter. Tang Shuhuang knew Zhang Tao had powerful connections and formidable strength. But it was precisely his petty nature that held him back, otherwise, he would have been a squad leader long ago. The higher-ups wanted to temper Zhang Tao further, but his mental fortitude still hadn't improved.
Brother Shěn, what about this?
Lei Yu hesitated, glancing at Zilinger, but seeing Shěn Chén had already left.
Lei Yu shot Zilinger an apologetic glance before hurrying after Shěn Chén.
Brother Shěn, you must be careful. Lei Yu glanced at Shěn Chén with concern.
Shěn Chén looked puzzled. What was there to be cautious about? I hear Zhang Tao has powerful connections and a petty disposition. And it's no secret he has feelings for Captain Linger. You're essentially going up against him now.
You need to be careful with this operation. Lei Yu shared this with Shěn Chén, who gave a wry smile. Damn it, this is only my second time here and I've already made such an enemy because of some stupid woman.
Shěn Chén was truly screwed. He didn't even know what to say. It's fine, Brother Lei. He can't exactly come after me openly.
Shěn Chén smiled wryly.
One step at a time. Meanwhile, Zilinger walked back to her restroom in a daze. Zilinger hadn't expected that today's actions would actually make Shěn Chén dislike her. Now she was pondering how to approach Shěn Chén and apologize. Yet her pride refused to bow to him. Zilinger found herself caught in a dilemma. Everyone, get ready. Boarding will commence shortly. Fully armed, the group boarded the aircraft under Zhang Tao and Zilinger's command and swiftly took off for Africa.
With both captains absent, the two deputy captains temporarily assumed command.
Once we arrive, you must obey orders. We must conduct reconnaissance first before initiating operations. On the plane, Zhang Tao couldn't wait to exercise his authority as captain.
Shěn Chén observed Zhang Tao before him. While there was an element of wanting to show off, but his words held merit, and everyone nodded in agreement.
Xiaozi, how's the press conference preparation coming along? Zhu Ruozhu walked in and asked. Lu Yaji nodded, indicating everything was nearly ready.
That damn Shěn Chén, vanishing at the crucial moment. Zhu Ruozhu muttered indignantly under her breath, cursing Shěn Chén. We can't even get in touch with him for the press conference now.
Chapter 149, State Recognition.
Shěn Chén must have his own reasons.
No problem. We'll proceed with the press conference normally even if he doesn't return.
Lu Yaji shook her head, inwardly unable to resist grumbling about Shěn Chén's disappearance.
Xiaozi, guess what I found in the wardrobe?
Zhu Ruozhu suddenly whispered mysteriously to Lu Yaji.
Lu Yaji looked at Zhu Ruozhu curiously, waiting for her to continue. A captain's uniform, and Shěn Chén's officer ID. Zhu Ruozhu's words left Lu Yaji stunned. Shěn Chén's officer ID? Lu Yaji asked in confusion. When did Shěn Chén join the military? That's right. Absolutely true.
I even asked my grandfather to look up the serial number, but he said he didn't have sufficient permissions. Zhu Ruozhu said with a hint of worry, then seemed to want to add something but held back.
Ruozhu, you were going to say that Shěn Chén's frequent outings are for missions, weren't you? Having spent so much time together, Lu Yaji understood Zhu Ruozhu well.
Zhu Ruozhu nodded, her expression clouding with worry. Though Shěn Chén was a bit of a scatterbrain, Zhu Ruozhu still didn't want him getting involved in dangerous activities. If Zhu Ruozhu had known Shěn Chén had joined the military, she would have strongly opposed it.
Truthfully, I'd long suspected Shěn Chén had joined the military, though not just any unit.
It must be one of the military's secret divisions. Otherwise, Shěn Chén wouldn't be able to come and go so freely. Upon seeing Shěn Chén constantly interacting with military personnel, Lu Yaji had roughly guessed the reason. Moreover, her company had just been designated a military-grade unit a couple of days ago.
Lu Yaji's suspicions grew stronger and stronger until Zhu Ruozhu mentioned seeing Shěn Chén in military uniform that confirmed it completely. Shěn Chén leaving his uniform in the closet meant he wasn't trying to hide it from us. We'll have a proper talk with him when he returns. Hearing Lu Yaji say this, Zhu Ruozhu nodded. All right, Zhu. With Shěn Chén away, we must carry the banner high.
This press conference has to be flawless. We'll surprise Shěn Chén when he returns.
Zhu Ruozhu nodded vigorously, vowing to give it her all. By the way, have all the invitations been sent out? Zhu Ruozhu nodded. She had personally delivered every invitation.
Brotherly Tianqiu, my grandfather, your family, Shaoxi's father, and so on.
Plus various social figures and journalists all invited.
Zhu Ruozhu counted them off on her fingers one by one, all delivered.
Good. We'll be quite busy these next couple of days. Yes. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Countless luxury cars lined up outside the Venice Grand Hotel. Even Autos and BMWs weren't allowed to park at the entrance.
This had the hotel manager running ragged, terrified of offending any of the VIPs. Welcome, everyone, to the launch event for our Royal Pharmaceuticals anti-cancer drug. I will now introduce this anti-cancer drug to everyone.
Lu Yaji remained composed under pressure, answering every question from the journalists. Her responses were clear and direct, leaving the audience thoroughly satisfied. Xiaoding, how are the sales of the anti-cancer drug? Lu Yaji inquired, glancing at the screen before her. The results didn't seem to meet expectations. Sis, I'm afraid the numbers aren't looking too good.
For ordinary families, a new anti-cancer drug is met with skepticism.
Unless someone vouches for us, our sales won't pick up. Liao Ding frowned.
Everyone's just waiting to see what happens. They're all looking at each other, and no one wants to be the first to buy.
How about that anti-cancer drug from Shinshioji?
While Lu Yaji held her press conference, a group of people in an office were also glued to their screens.
The results were flawless, exactly as they'd announced.
The secretary standing beside him remarked, "Getting our hands on it would be a piece of cake."
Good heavens, once this anti-cancer drug hits the market, who knows how many shadowy figures are eyeing this lucrative pie?
Number 1 spoke up, and the others all recognized the drug's market potential. Once it hits the market, monopolizing it is only a matter of time.
What's there to fear? The era of Western dominance in cancer drugs is over. It's our turn to take that seat.
One of the elders snorted coldly, having long harbored resentment toward the West.
If you ask me, it's you conservatives who are too rigid. Warfare isn't like the old days of dragging your feet. We hawks would just steamroll right over you the moment we got the order.
An elderly hawk scorned the conservatives' overly cautious approach.
Well then, it's time we made our move.
Publicly, this anti-cancer drug poses no issues privately, it also provides tangible benefits for the next war god. Number 1 made the decision and had someone contact the China Daily.
Just as everyone was at a loss, an official announcement dropped like a depth charge.
Huagua Daily, congratulations on the birth of a new generation of miracle cancer drugs.
Countless cancer patients will be freed from suffering. Let us eagerly anticipate Royal Pharmaceuticals cancer treatment.
This is a cancer drug that truly belongs to our Huagua.
The comments section immediately erupted. Holy crap! Yellow label, it's legit official. This is the first time I've seen the government openly endorse an anti-cancer drug. I bought this drug, and it really works. The government didn't lie to me.
The comments below are all over the place, but those who've bought it all give it rave reviews.
Hey, it's going up, going up. Holy crap, it's skyrocketing.
During her lunch break, Lu Yaji was taking a nap when Liao Ding suddenly knocked on the door and shouted from outside.
The entire office heard Liao Ding's booming voice. Xiaoding, what's gone up?
Lu Yaji said somewhat unkindly, thinking that if Liao Ding didn't give her a proper explanation, she wouldn't mind having Shi give Liao Ding a proper scolding.
Big sis, the numbers are up and they're skyrocketing. The Huagua government has personally guaranteed us we're really taking off. Liao Ding handed over the tablet he was holding. Lu Yaji stared intently. All traces of sleep vanished instantly. This cliff-like growth Shěn Chén would be over the moon when he returns. Xiaozi, did you see that?
Chu Ruozhu rushed over excitedly at that moment.
Lu Yaji nodded.
They never imagined their medicine would gain national recognition.
Next step, ramp up production. We must ensure the supply chain remains stable. Lu Yaji made the decision on the spot. Official channels would undoubtedly place large orders.
The only concern now was supply shortages, not lack of buyers.
Share your thoughts. What do you all make of this medicine?
Inside a conference room sat a group of high-ranking executives.
Projected on the screen was Shěn Chén's company's anti-cancer drug. Our profits are about to be carved up.
No, it's not about division, it's about us losing our market share entirely.
Everyone present knew this drug would completely dominate the market in no time. Chapter 150, Arrival in Egypt. Meanwhile, Shěn Chén and his team touched down. Holy! What the hell is this stench?
Maoxuan covered his nose the moment he stepped off the plane. A wave of heat carrying a foul stench hit him like a punch. This was par for the course in Africa. Their Ganges River water. I heard their produce stalls are set up right next to garbage dumps.
What kind of mindset is that?
A member of Team 2 spoke up. He'd seen videos from travel bloggers on Douyin and knew what to expect.
I don't understand. Why didn't our brilliant ancestors conquer the entire world? Then we wouldn't have to deal with all this hassle.
Someone from Team 2 spoke up. If only our ancestors had a world map back then. If they had a world map, they could probably dig up a map of China anywhere in the world now. Just imagine, living peacefully on your own turf. Then archaeologists unearth an ancient artifact, and everyone gets all excited. Then they'd see, made in China.
Alright, enough banter. Our ride will be here any minute.
Xiling clapped her hands, and just as she spoke, the reception vehicle pulled up.
Everyone boarded the vehicle.
Everyone needs to understand the danger level of this mission.
Captain Li, please brief us on the current situation in Egypt.
Xiling spoke up, introducing Captain Li's background to everyone. This time, the Pharaoh organization is involved, along with an official organization from the United States.
We must be extra cautious this time.
Word is the United States has made significant promises to the Pharaoh organization, and Pharaoh was originally backed by the United States to begin with. Captain Li stated, emphasizing that the gravity of this situation posed a significant challenge for everyone.
Two innate practitioners are involved this time. One is the Pharaoh organization's left protector, and the other is the vampire baron from the United States. According to our intelligence, no fewer than 50 postnatal martial artists are participating this time. The remaining cannon fodder and early-stage artificial martial artists in defense are countless. Captain Lee's words left the entire group in stunned silence. The scale and strength of this operation had surpassed everyone's expectations. Could there be too many participants involved this time? Relying solely on our current forces feels inadequate. If the enemy reacts, sheer numbers alone could wear us down. Manhwa felt like crying, wondering if his dozen or so men were in serious danger. Don't worry, we've considered everything you've thought of. We can hold off their elite fighters for you now. You just focus on taking down the high-tier fighters. Ensure the expert's safety. This individual is of extraordinary importance to us. We cannot afford any mishaps. Captain Lee's voice was solemn, and the gravity in his tone was clear to everyone. Just who is this expert? Zhang Tao asked. What kind of expert carries such weight? The higher-ups haven't disclosed specific details about this expert to us. But this expert is concerning your weaponry and equipment. I hear this expert operates abroad as a mathematics specialist on the surface, but secretly conducts research on Western vampires. He has now made significant breakthroughs in identifying the weaknesses of Western vampires. He was supposed to arrive safely in China, but the flight required a layover. The expert was intercepted by Western forces and detained in Egypt. Our intelligence indicates the West will bring the expert back to the United States in 3 days. So time is running out for you. Captain Lee delivered the news in one breath. Setting aside weaponry and equipment, this breakthrough in vampire weakness research alone was worth risking their lives to secure the expert's safety. Shěn Chén and his team followed Captain Lee to the base in Egypt. According to our investigation, the expert is currently being held captive in the basement of a tavern. On the surface, it's a tavern, but in reality, it serves as a base for the Pharaoh organization. The underground operations of this tavern remain unknown to us. Security is too tight. No one has successfully infiltrated the inner levels yet. We've even lost 3 comrades in the attempt. Captain Lee spoke with a heavy heart, noting the extreme security of the underground facility. Don't worry, leave this matter to us for now. After all, gathering this much intelligence is already commendable. Understanding the outer forces is sufficient. Leave the rest to them. There are no pushovers. Night fell. Everyone, think of a way to sneak into the basement. The special bureau team gathered at the base to discuss infiltration strategies. Zeilinger spoke with a solemn expression, looking at everyone. We can draw fire from the perimeter. Make as much noise as possible. Then lure the underground forces out to provide backup. Manhwa racked his brain and spoke up first. The moment he opened his mouth, he was met with a chorus of eye rolls from the group. If you can't think of anything useful, just keep your mouth shut. You're practically rooting for our people to die faster. Zeilinger shot Manhwa a withering look. Not a single word out of this kid's mouth makes any sense. Then can we try infiltrating? Zhang Xiong pondered for a moment before speaking, but there wasn't a good plan at the moment. The group fell silent for a moment, seemingly unable to think of a better solution. But there's a problem. We don't even know the identities of the people underground. How can we possibly infiltrate them? Shěn Chén, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, jolting everyone back to reality. Shěn Chén turned to Zhang Tao with his question, causing Zhang Tao's face to darken. Only then did everyone realize they were strangers in a strange land. Where would they find someone familiar to guide them in? Yeah, we don't even know anyone here. How are we supposed to blend in? Manhwa stated bluntly, we can't fake our way in. What if we could go check it out first? See what the situation inside is really like? Shěn Chén suggested. Seeing is believing. Only by seeing it ourselves can we formulate an appropriate strategy. Everyone nodded in agreement at Shěn Chén's words. Zhang Tao went along with the group outwardly, but inwardly, he was already seething with resentment toward Shěn Chén. As the deputy captain, he couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Shěn Chén, a newcomer, was publicly humiliating him. A dangerous glint flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes, though it vanished in an instant. Shěn Chén caught the venom in Zhang Tao's eyes. A warning bell rang in Shěn Chén's mind. He sensed Zhang Tao was harboring ill will. He needed to be extra cautious. They were abroad now. One slip up, and he might just return home as a martyr, decorated with a first-class merit. Shěn Chén had better be on high alert. Chapter 151, Time to use your brain. We'll proceed exactly as Shěn Chén suggested. We'll send 2 people to check tomorrow. Let's finalize the team members now. Zeilinger immediately sealed the deal. Shěn Chén's plan was the only viable option now. Sticking to the plan is the best solution for now. This operation will be handled by Linger and me. Among those present, you and I are the strongest. No one is better suited for this mission than us. Zhang Tao stood up and spoke to Linger with deep affection. The gazes of the others gradually turned ambiguous as they watched the two. That won't be necessary. We're not the only two with the strongest abilities here. Shěn Chén's strength is no less than ours now. Zeilinger's words felt like a depth charge dropped into stagnant waters. Impossible. How old is he? How could he possibly have the same strength as us? Zhang Tao exclaimed in disbelief. How long had this kid even been on the team? Zhang Tao couldn't let this situation go unpunished. After all, he was the one even their captain resented and wanted to take down. How could this little Shěn Chén not hold a grudge against him? What? Only you're allowed to be at the half-step in 8th stage? Why can't Shěn Chén be at the late post in 8th stage? Zeiling's words dripped with unmasked sarcasm. No one expected the two newly appointed deputy captains to clash so fiercely already. This matter Shěn Chén and I will handle it tomorrow. The team needs someone to hold down the fort. Just as Zeiling finalized the decision, Shěn Chén voiced his dissent. That place is a den of thieves. Who knows how many eyes will be on you if you go? Your presence there would hinder the progress of the investigation. Shěn Chén was reluctant to cooperate with Zeiling. But Shěn Chén still objectively analyzed the pros and cons of the operation. Zeiling wanted to argue back, but Shěn Chén's reasoning was too sound, she simply couldn't find a valid counterargument. In that case, perhaps Bai Mashwan and I should go instead. Shěn Chén paused briefly before speaking, his words born of careful consideration. He didn't know anyone on Team 2 yet. What if Zhang Tao gave orders to Team 2? He wouldn't even know how he'd been betrayed. Shěn Chén wouldn't put himself in danger. He was too cautious and valued his life too much. He certainly wouldn't do something to sabotage himself. As for why he chose Bai Mashwan, it was because Lei Yu was too big and bulky, just as difficult to conceal. Bai Mashwan, on the other hand, was unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features. Shěn Chén had observed this area. Foreign Chinese mercenary groups weren't exactly scarce. They could easily pose as mercenaries, then commission Captain Li to procure a full set of gear. Being former soldiers, they naturally carried that iron-blooded military aura, so no one would question their authenticity. All right. You and Bai Mashwan will handle tomorrow's reconnaissance. But don't get greedy. If things go south, pull out immediately. If necessary, revealing your identities isn't out of the question. Safety comes first. Zeilinger gave them endless reminders and instructions until their ears were practically calloused from listening. The next day, Shěn Chén shared his plan with Captain Li. Soon after, someone delivered the equipment to Shěn Chén. Once Shěn Chén and his partner were outfitted, they actually looked the part. Come evening, when the bar was bustling with activity, Shěn Chén and his companion stepped inside. What a catchy name, Blood Rose. Could this be run by a woman? Bai Mashwan glanced at the name. Though it was in a foreign language, anyone who could join Special Unit 1 had to be a top student fluent in multiple languages. Shěn Chén, meanwhile, possessed language proficiency granted by the system. He hadn't expected to put it to use so soon. It was like getting a pillow just when you needed one. When Shěn Chén stepped off the plane and activated his language proficiency, his mind suddenly felt crystal clear, filled with new knowledge. Oh no, my brain's starting to grow. Shěn Chén tentatively spoke a few sentences, only to find they flowed as naturally as if he were moving his own arm. Now if only there was a stunningly hot woman around. Shěn Chén flashed a knowing smile, the kind only men understand. As a man himself, Bai Mashwan instantly got the reference. Both men shared a knowing smirk before striding confidently inside. Owner, give us a glass of your specialty liquor. Shěn Chén and his companion approached, speaking fluent Arabic with remarkable ease. Holy! Bai Mashwan, standing nearby, was stunned by Shěn Chén's display. He'd assumed Shěn Chén, lacking formal education, wouldn't know so many languages. When they joined the Special Bureau, they underwent a month-long hellish training regimen. It covered assassination techniques, languages, and hand-to-hand combat. Of the many who started, only a handful remained, a testament to Bureau 1's rigorous selection process. Learning this language had been a real struggle for him back then. Now, Shěn Chén's spoken skills seemed to surpass even theirs. Oh, handsome guy from the east, hold on a sec. The bar owner was surprised to find it was actually a woman, a stunning one at that, with a figure to match and a face that wasn't half bad either. Thanks. After saying that, Shěn Chén flashed the owner a flirtatious glance. The owner, not to be outdone, returned the look with equal charm. Watching Shěn Chén and the owner exchange flirtatious glances, Bai Mashwan's envy finally boiled over. He scanned the room, searching for a woman who caught his eye, but Shěn Chén gave Bai Mo Shin a gentle tug from below. Bai Mashwan snapped back to reality. He was here on a mission. His thoughts of finding a woman vanished instantly, and he settled back quietly into his seat. Handsome gentleman from the east, where might you be from? As the proprietress handed Shěn Chén his drink, her fingertips brushed lightly against his palm. You devil! If I weren't on a mission, I'd take you right here today. Shěn Chén thought viciously to himself. This woman was too tempting. Foreign women were just different from those back home. Alice Mercenary Group. Shěn Chén had long considered this possibility. The Alice Mercenary Group was actually a mercenary unit controlled by Special Bureau 1. Faking mercenary identities for him and his partner was child's play. Alice? Why haven't I seen you before?
A flicker of confusion crossed the boss's eyes. Many members of the Alice mercenary group had visited here before, but Alice herself was familiar with most of them.
But a handsome Eastern man like Shěn Chén? He really should remember someone like that. We just returned from the Russians. Of course you haven't seen me before, boss. But won't we be seeing each other a lot more from now on?
Shěn Chén had rehearsed this speech thoroughly. As he finished speaking, he gently took hold of the owner's hand.
My name is Anna. Call me Anna, not boss. What's that old Chinese saying again? ING bull.
Anna said in her broken Chinese, leaving Shěn Chén speechless.
Chapter 152, Emotional Master Shěn Chén.
Your family's the one that produces manure, you run a manure farm.
Though speechless, Shěn Chén maintained a smile that radiated warmth like spring sunshine. Weirdly distant.
Anna, this is colloquial speech, not ancient wisdom. But let me teach you an ancient Chinese saying, he who recognizes the times is a wise man.
Shěn Chén suddenly spoke with a mischievous tone.
He'd only heard Japanese people say that phrase, never Egyptians.
He who asks and covers it up is a fungus queen. Shěn Chén suppressed a laugh and gave Anna a thumbs up. But Bai Mashwan, who had been silently drinking nearby, couldn't hold back.
He spit out a mouthful of liquor. Anna frowned at Bai Mashwan, her eyes brimming with displeasure.
Dij, you two chat. I'll grab a drink over there.
Bai Mashwan caught the displeasure in Anna's eyes and instantly realized that staying here might ruin Shěn Chén's plan.
Shěn Chén's situation was looking promising now, maybe he could coax something out of Anna. Watching Bai Mashwan leave discreetly, Anna nodded in satisfaction this time, refocusing her gaze on Shěn Chén. Let me tell you, back on the Russian battlefield.
Shěn Chén swiftly changed the subject, his words subtly hinting at the fortune he'd made in the bear country. He was naturally trying to show off his abilities, but Anna didn't see it that way. Little did Shěn Chén know that his offhand boast had already been etched into Anna's mind. Shěn Chén then chatted with Anna in a disjointed manner, during which Anna casually extracted a lot of information from him. Shěn Chén wasn't unaware of this, but Anna only knew what Shěn Chén wanted her to know.
Didi, help me to the restroom. I'm feeling a bit tipsy.
Anna flashed Shěn Chén a flirtatious glance, and Shěn Chén understood exactly what she meant. Shěn Chén had adopted the alias Zhao Di here, effectively concealing his true identity. But Shěn Chén shared Anna's mindset. Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't that kind of thing, men know exactly what that means. Shěn Chén helped Anna to the restroom. Just as he was about to enter the adjacent men's room to relieve himself,
Anna's hand shot out, yanking Shěn Chén into the women's restroom.
She slammed the door shut and didn't forget to place a under repair sign on it.
D, why do you carry a gun with you?
Anna's small hand roamed around Shěn Chén's waist, suddenly finding a pistol.
You never know who you might run into out there.
Better safe than sorry. Shěn Chén chuckled, but Anna understood.
After all, the situation in Egypt wasn't looking good. I've got another gun here. Want to see it?
Shěn Chén grinned mischievously.
Anna shot him a flirtatious glare before crouching down. Shěn Chén wasn't fazed. As a doctor, he could easily tell whether Anna was a virgin or not. But he could tell Anna hadn't been with many men and was perfectly healthy. Shěn Chén didn't mind a little fling, especially since the two women weren't with him right now.
As Anna examined Shěn Chén's other gun, she looked up at him.
Their eyes met. Shěn Chén's pupils shifted to one white, one black.
Anna gasped in shock, but by then, it was too late to react. What followed was best left unknown to children. It could easily be harmful to their well-being. Bai Mashwan searched for Shěn Chén for half an hour, ready to call for backup to rescue him. Suddenly, he saw Shěn Chén emerge from the bathroom, his arm wrapped around Anna's waist.
Bai Mashwan noticed Shěn Chén's disheveled clothes and the love bites on his neck, visible even from a distance. The flush on Anna's cheeks and the look of satisfaction were obvious to anyone with eyes.
On the way back, Shěn Chén felt the strange stares of those around him directed at his Asian features. He returned and chatted with Anna for a while, declining her request to go back to her place to discuss why her cat was doing backflips.
Holy!
Bro Chén, young Master Chén, you gotta teach me how you scored a girl so fast.
Back in the car, Bai Mashwan couldn't wait to ask Shěn Chén for his secrets to picking up girls. Xiao Bai, these things are too deep. I'll have to teach you bit by bit.
First off, you need a face as handsome as mine.
Shěn Chén said with a nod, and Bai Mashwan listened intently at first. But when Shěn Chén uttered his very first sentence, Bai Mashwan's face darkened.
Just kidding, just kidding.
The first trick is being smooth talking.
Find common ground with the girl, then gradually guide her into your rhythm.
Once you've done that, you're already halfway there.
After Shěn Chén finished speaking, Bai Mashwan looked at him with admiration.
Though Bai Mashwan could attract women, they were only after his money.
Bai Mashwan yearned to find true love to heal his wounded heart.
Then what? Then what? Bai Mashwan pressed relentlessly, determined to get to the bottom of it.
You must truly grasp the essence of this.
This whole conversation thing is a whole different ballgame.
Shěn Chén adopted an air of profound mystery to deter Bai Mashwan from pressing further.
Then I'll start by thoroughly studying this. I must proceed step by step.
Bai Mashwan nodded eagerly, agreeing with Shěn Chén's perspective. After tonight's encounter, Bai Mashwan had wholeheartedly embraced Shěn Chén as his emotional mentor.
If Shěn Chén knew, he'd never want Bai Mashwan. This guy was nothing but a burden. You're back? How's the intelligence gathering going?
The special bureau agents, who had been waiting at the table for Shěn Chén and Bai Mashwan, asked in unison as they saw them return.
Hold on, let me take a sip of water and catch my breath.
Shěn Chén had been drinking all night and was parched, gulping down 2 large glasses of water.
This time,
as soon as Shěn Chén uttered a single word, Zheng Tao noticed the strawberry-shaped marks on Shěn Chén's neck and the lipstick stains on his collar.
That's not the point. Let's get to the point. Shěn Chén cut Zheng Tao off mid-sentence. Don't you know what the main point is right now? Zheng Tao shot Shěn Chén a venomous glance.
Seeing Zilinger look at Shěn Chén eased his heart a little. Zilinger glanced at the collar of Shěn Chén's shirt, a flicker of loneliness passing through her eyes.
Yet she couldn't even explain to herself what was happening. According to our investigation, those people drinking at the entrance weren't actually customers.
I suspect most of them were part of the outer security force.
Moreover, I've learned the underground space is vast, with substantial defensive forces. They even operate a casino down there. Many people go there not to drink, but to gamble in the underground casino.
So when Xiao Bai and I went in today purely to drink, many eyes were on us.
Bai Mashwan nodded.
The situation was indeed much as Shěn Chén had described.
Chapter 153, Inside the Casino. A casino? Team 2 asked in confusion. There's a casino here? Yes. This casino requires an entry pass or an introducer. Shěn Chén nodded.
If it weren't for his yin-yang eyes and the hypnotic effect he'd developed, he wouldn't have been able to extract such valuable information.
But we don't have an introducer or credentials right now.
Lei Yu scratched his head and spoke up. Shěn Chén gave a mysterious smile.
If I could uncover this information, how could I possibly fail to find a way in?
Shěn Chén shook his head confidently. Such a minor task was child's play for him.
You got credentials? Zheng Tao demanded, urging Shěn Chén to produce it.
Everyone turned to Shěn Chén, eager to see what the credentials looked like.
They didn't think Shěn Chén could possibly have connections here to get them in.
No credentials, but I have a contact. Shěn Chén shrugged, then changed the subject.
Ha?
Where did you get your introducer?
Bai Mashwan was momentarily taken aback.
He hadn't known Shěn Chén had connections.
There's a lot you don't know. Kids shouldn't pry into grown-up matters you wouldn't understand.
Shěn Chén patted Bai Mashwan's shoulder with an air of profound mystery, speaking to him with solemn earnestness.
Bai Mashwan. Your ancestors. Who do you think you're calling a kid? Got a problem? Let's settle this. My temper's too hot, I can't hold back an inch. Bai Mashwan instantly flew off the handle.
This can't stand it meant he was absolutely going to fight Shěn Chén to the death.
Still wanna learn?
Shěn Chén shot Bai Mashwan a dismissive glance, and the latter immediately fell silent.
Study? Why wouldn't I study? Brother Chen, go on. Just pretend I never said anything earlier.
Bai Mashwan straightened his back.
Challenging Shěn Chén to a duel could wait until he'd taught him properly. Though he admittedly wasn't quite ready yet.
No worries, no rush, just more practice. This young man is teachable.
Shěn Chén nodded in satisfaction at Bai Mashwan's response.
You don't need to worry about the introducer. Tomorrow we're entering the casino, and I'll need money. Shěn Chén mused, thinking he couldn't just go in for a look.
Money? How much do you need, Brother Shěn? I still have 50 million here. Take it for now.
Lei Yu's words nearly knocked Shěn Chén off his chair.
Are all these special bureau agents this loaded? Every single one of them's a millionaire. Enough.
When you enter, they verify your assets.
If you have less than 10 million, are ineligible for entry. There are 3 tiers inside.
The first tier is the standard level for 10 million yuan.
The second tier is the VIP section, requiring assets of no less than 30 million.
The third tier is the highest level, the Supreme Zone.
Assets must be no less than 50 million. Shěn Chén remarked, this feels like they're robbing people faster than anything I've seen. Holy crap. This tier system is a bit too high, isn't it? Even when we were on a mission in Macau, the spending wasn't this high. Team 2 exclaimed in surprise, isn't this spending a bit excessive? How could it be the same? That was a legitimate casino. This is an underground one. You know full well what underground casinos are like.
Shěn Chén rolled his eyes.
They're fundamentally different.
Win 100 million in Macau, and if you decide to quit,
the casino might even call the police to protect you.
But if you win 100 million here, and you don't have 100 million locally or any real clout yourself, just try walking out.
Shěn Chén spoke up. The others pondered it and realized he had a point.
Based on my understanding of casinos, they've already started investigating your identity.
They'll let you win for a few days to get you hooked.
Later, they'll gradually shift to making you lose more than you win, until eventually they'll bleed you dry. Bai Mashwan had dealt with this kind of thing before and was well acquainted with the casino's standard tactics. On this matter, Bai Mashwan had more authority to speak than anyone present.
We need to find the expert's address as soon as possible. Time is running out. Captain Lee stepped in and spoke up. A whole day had already passed.
The minions are manageable, but this intelligence mentions 2 Xiantian level individuals.
The highest level practitioner here is only at the half-step innate stage. We stand no chance.
Zeilinger, who had remained silent until now, spoke up with a question.
Don't worry about that. I've already reported this situation to headquarters. Headquarters has transferred 1 innate level combatant to us, plus myself.
Our high-end combat strength is now sufficient. Our members will handle the rest, but the experts still need your team to rescue them.
Our people excel in combat, but rescue operations are your specialty.
After Captain Lee finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Now only one problem remains. As long as Shěn Chén locates the hostages, everything else will fall into place.
In that case, this mission rests on you and Shěn Chén. Zeilinger nodded.
Shěn Chén might not be familiar with these matters since he's just joined.
By Mo Xian, should anything happen to Shěn Chén,
you must protect Shěn Chén immediately and evacuate both of you swiftly.
By Mo Xian nodded. He understood.
After all, he was the veteran. Shěn Chén was new to this and still somewhat inexperienced.
If anything happened, he could handle it.
But Bai Mashwan had a feeling this wasn't him guiding Shěn Chén. It felt like Shěn Chén was leading him, and he was completely useless.
Tomorrow, we'll scout the surrounding area. First, we'll map out our evacuation points. Tomorrow night, everyone will stand by outside the tavern. Once Shěn Chén and Bai Mashwan locate the expert, we move out immediately.
Li team leader devised the plan, as he had more field experience than the others.
The group continued discussing and refined the operational details. The next morning.
Wait, Chen, if anything comes out of this place, there's nowhere to hide.
Bai Mashwan and Shěn Chén glanced around the surroundings. Many areas were made up of adobe houses. Breaking out from inside them would be impossible. Anyone would be spotted instantly.
But there was one advantage. You see, these houses have one advantage. Shěn Chén pointed to the gaps between the houses.
Climbing onto the rooftops would be no different from running on the ground.
An expert weighs at most 200 pounds, and Shěn Chén could carry one across rooftops as easily as walking on flat ground. But underground, you have to constantly weave through alleys, making you completely invisible to those on the rooftops.
Let's study the rooftop route.
But we must also map the underground routes.
Shěn Chén and Bai Mashwan personally simulated the route. How's the route reconnaissance going for each team?
Zeilinger observed that the simulated routes from the first few teams were largely similar.
Chapter 154, One Probe After Another. Shěn Chén, share your team's route reconnaissance plan.
Zeilinger and Captain Lee simultaneously reviewed Shěn Chén and Bai Mashwan's route.
Their eyes lit up.
The other team's plans were conventional.
What they could think of, the enemy could think of too.
The risks were still considerable, but Shěn Chén's unconventional approach was refreshingly novel. They were still eager to see what this kid Shěn Chén had in mind.
We are this.
Shěn Chén shared his plan with them.
Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging its feasibility.
Then we'll proceed with Shěn Chén's plan. This method only requires us to position the transport vehicle at the end. With proper coordination, this operation is practically a done deal.
Captain Lee reviewed Shěn Chén's plan and concluded the operation would likely succeed on the first attempt. Oh, and bring this along.
Just as Shěn Chén was about to head down, Captain Lee suddenly called out to him.
What is this? Shěn Chén looked at the 2 tiny gadgets before him, each about the size of a button. This is a miniature camera.
We can see what's inside from outside, making it easier for us to observe the interior. If anything happens, we won't have to search so slowly when we go in.
This is a micro earpiece.
Neither of these devices can be detected by standard scanning equipment. Shěn Chén examined the 2 gadgets. These were clearly the exclusive domain of spies. Captain Lee handed one set to Bai Mashwan, and both men secured them in place. That evening, Shěn Chén, dressed as he had been the previous night, strode confidently into the bar with Bai Mashwan.
Anna, good evening. Hi, you're here. Shěn Chén approached the front desk and greeted Anna. I've been dying to see you.
Anna leaned in and planted a kiss on Shěn Chén.
Holy crap.
Shěn Chén sure is lucky with the ladies. Team 2 stared at the stunningly curvaceous Anna before them, their faces brimming with envy.
Shěn Chén, you got this intel from that foreign chick, right? Captain Lee shot Shěn Chén a meaningful look.
This kid sure knows how to handle women.
I miss you too, Anna.
Shěn Chén gave Anna a quick peck, and she looked at him with a coy smile.
If Bai Mashwan hadn't been here on a mission today, he would have turned and walked away. Anna, remember our agreement from yesterday? I've brought ample funds today. Shěn Chén's hand roamed over Anna's body, leaving her breathless.
This guy seems to have quite a few women around him.
With moves like that, who knows how many young girls he'll lead astray.
Captain Lee watched Anna's perspective through the miniature camera lens and muttered a curse with a laugh. Suddenly, he found himself missing his own wife. This was just too much to bear. Oh, Didi, after this drink, I'll show you a whole new world.
Anna smiled mysteriously. Shěn Chén and Bai Mashwan exchanged a glance. Shěn Chén and Bai Mashwan quickly drained their glasses. Bai Mashwan had arrived carrying a backpack full of cash, specifically for exchanging currency. Bai Mashwan's hand tightened unconsciously. Anna, standing nearby, noticed his movement and smiled. Looks like these two are real fat fish this time. Wait here for me. I'll go get something. Anna said, swaying her hips as she walked toward the back. Shěn Chén and the others scanned their surroundings, transmitting peripheral information to the outside world. These guys were all internationally notorious fugitives. Who would have thought they'd show up here? Captain Lee pointed out several fugitives and enlarged the screen. These 4 tables must be their outer circle operatives. If Shěn Chén successfully pinpointed their location and the operation succeeded, the priority upon entering would be to neutralize these 20 individuals immediately. This would ensure our retreat route remains fully operational. After exiting, we'll swiftly proceed along yesterday's planned retreat route. Captain Lee mused, and the group grew solemn. Meanwhile, boss, the big fish has taken the bait. Anna moved to a corner to confirm no one was following, then pulled out her phone and made a call. Got it. Keep them on the hook. Let's reel in the big fish. A voice came from the other end of the line, devoid of emotion. Have you finished investigating their background? The voice on the other end continued, its tone tinged with a hint of menace. The investigation is complete. They've just returned from Bear Country. The records from Bear Country are clear, and the photos match. Our people went to inquire there, and it's exactly as they said. Anna replied respectfully, and the voice on the other end nodded in satisfaction. What is their strength? 2 mid-stage cultivators, no threat. Shěn Chén's true cultivation level had been concealed by the 9 transformations Tao scripture. As for Bai Mashwan, his true cultivation level is exactly as observed. Very good. This level of cultivation would be sufficient to make a name for oneself in the Bear Nation. In that case, we must properly attend to our friends and not neglect them. After giving Anna a few instructions over the phone, he hung up. Anna replied with a series of yes, sir, before letting out a long sigh after hanging up. She shot the phone a resentful glance before putting on a different expression and returning to the front desk. Let's go, D. Grab your friends, I'll show you a whole new world. I guarantee you won't find another scene like this anywhere else in Egypt. Anna hooked her arm through Shěn Chén's and led him toward the back of the bar. Anna, are you sure there's anything good in this dark, dingy alley? You're not planning to silence someone, are you? Shěn Chén had already drawn his gun at his waist, watching Anna warily. Behind them, Bai Mashwan watched Anna like she was a threat, ready to fire at any moment. Calm down, D. It's just me now. You two are afraid of a defenseless woman like me? Besides, I'm not carrying a gun. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself. Anna grabbed Shěn Chén's hand and guided it over her body. Shěn Chén knew full well Anna wouldn't harm him. But anyone witnessing this scene would naturally feel wary. If Shěn Chén and Anna didn't put on a show, wouldn't that just make people suspicious? D. Congratulations, you've passed the test. Anna was now completely at ease. It seemed these weren't Chinese soldiers after all. Let me take you there. Anna led Shěn Chén and the other person to the janitorial room inside the bar. Ha? Isn't this the cleaning room? Shěn Chén asked in confusion. What are we doing here? Don't worry, D. Anna pressed a button nearby, and the left wall of the room slowly opened. A cacophony of noise erupted as numerous figures glanced at Shěn Chén and his companions before returning to their own affairs. Welcome to paradise, D. Shěn Chén stared at this hidden world, his mind screaming holy. Chapter 155, Eye Technique. This place is huge. Shěn Chén's eyes scanned the card-dealing girls at every table. Though their figures weren't quite as impressive as Anna's. Still, they were second-tier beauties. Shěn Chén even spotted male escorts here. What? Shěn Chén watched as a woman led a rather handsome male dealer to a corner, where they promptly began making babies. Didi, these things are everywhere here. As long as you don't cause trouble or go to the core areas, you can do whatever you want. Arranging for one of our girls to join you for a thrilling live show isn't out of the question either. Of course, with your skills, D, I'm sure our girls would be more than willing to have a little chat with you. Anna recalled Shěn Chén's prowess, and her legs grew weak. Shěn Chén was simply too formidable in that department, she couldn't quite handle it. Looks like next time I'll have to bring my sisters along for some fun. Of course, I only have eyes for our Anna. The rest? Not even worth my attention. Shěn Chén leaned close to Anna's ear and whispered. Anna cast him a coy glance. Eastern men really are different from the rough and tumble types around here. Even his words were so endearing, Anna's fondness for Shěn Chén skyrocketed instantly. Moi. I'm practically head over heels for you, D. Unlike the reserved women back home, the women here expressed their affection directly. Shěn Chén was thrilled, but the people standing beside him and behind the camera were not. Damn it, Shěn Chén was enjoying this so much. They felt like strangling him. They wanted their brother to thrive, yet feared he'd drive a Range Rover. This must be reported to headquarters immediately. Shěn Chén had the leisure to do things unrelated to the mission while on duty.
Zhang Tao's eyes blazed with fury. He'd never even gotten to enjoy such a top-tier foreign beauty himself. How dare a rookie like Shěn Chén get this kind of treatment on a mission? The others shot Zhang Tao a strange look. Had this guy lost his mind? If Shěn Chén hadn't stepped in, would they have obtained the intel so smoothly? If you had that kind of charm, you could take the lead next time. Provided you don't screw up. Zilinger shot back with a sarcastic tone. You, Zhang Tao, should take a good look at yourself.
Me?
Zhang Tao fell silent.
If I had Shěn Chén's face, I could get any woman I wanted. Damn it, just wait till I get my hands on you. Zhang Tao's resentment had already extended to Zilinger.
But the moment Shěn Chén arrived,
your attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Shěn Chén is just a commoner. He has no background or connections whatsoever. What makes him so worthy of your favor? We're the ones who are truly a perfect match. Zhang Tao's rage burned to its peak. A vicious thought took root in Zhang Tao's heart. If you don't care about Shěn Chén, then what if he were to die? Wouldn't that leave you helpless?
Vaya, this is D.
Hi, Anna. Oh, a man pretending to be Eastern.
Anna led Shěn Chén to a woman who was no less stunning than Anna herself.
Hello, Weya.
Shěn Chén smiled and greeted Weya, looking into her eyes. He froze for a moment before snapping back to reality.
Shěn Chén stared at Weya, flashing a defiant smile. Weya hadn't expected Shěn Chén to break through her eye technique so quickly.
A slight shock flashed through her mind. This Eastern man possessed such unwavering resolve. Unwilling to give up, Weya immediately turned her gaze toward Bai Mashwan beside her.
Dark Spirit's gaze.
Weya immediately activated her eye technique, and Bai Mashwan froze instantly.
Holy crap, so many beauties.
Bai Mashwan blurted out, and Shěn Chén slapped his forehead.
Had this guy fallen into a crowd of women? The teammates watching the stream also sensed something was off.
They could see each other's perspectives through Shěn Chén and Bai Mashwan's viewpoints. But how could two cultivators at the mid-stage of the Hotian realm freeze up for no apparent reason?
It's Western eye techniques. Captain Li mused, having encountered this situation before.
Eye techniques were utterly unpredictable when people were completely off guard. There are only 3 ways to counter an eye technique. The first is through unwavering mental fortitude, breaking through the technique's influence by sheer willpower. The second is through deliberate disruption. The technique becomes utterly ineffective against those one major realm above. The third is countering it with another eye technique to disrupt its effect.
Bai Mashwan is in a bit of a bind. Captain Li remarked, this Bai Mashwan doesn't strike me as someone with unwavering resolve.
After all, someone who blurts out so many beauties just doesn't fit the bill. Shěn Chén watched Bai Mashwan, who stood frozen in place.
If Bai Mashwan couldn't come out within 30 seconds, Shěn Chén would have to intervene forcefully.
After all, there wasn't much time left for Bai Mashwan to handle things on his own.
Sorry, I was just spacing out.
Bai Mashwan offered an apologetic smile to those present, which left everyone momentarily stunned. Shěn Chén understood. After all, his cultivation level was higher than Weya's. But Bai Mashwan had caught everyone off guard, a pleasant surprise. Shěn Chén looked at Bai Mashwan before him, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes.
Are all Eastern men this formidable?
Weya thought to herself, amazed that Bai Mashwan had broken her prized eye technique in less than a minute. Shěn Chén looked at Weya before him, realizing there were hidden talents lurking in this underground world.
Just a dealer possessed such formidable strength.
Shěn Chén grew silently vigilant.
This underground casino seemed to hold more than met the eye. Perhaps the intelligence he'd received earlier wasn't entirely accurate. Shěn Chén sensed the earlier intelligence was flawed. Better to err on the side of caution now. Weya, wanna take us for a couple rounds? Shěn Chén wrapped his arm around Anna and asked with a smile. After all, how could one visit a casino without soaking up the atmosphere?
If they came here just to wander around the casino, they might not even make it through the first lap before getting detained. Shěn Chén shot Bai Mashwan a knowing glance, and Bai Mashwan immediately understood.
Brother Chén, you guys go ahead. I'll leave this money for you.
I'll go explore other games elsewhere. Bai Mashwan handed his backpack to Shěn Chén, but just as he turned to leave, Shěn Chén called him back.
Where are you going? Don't you need money to play?
Shěn Chén opened the backpack in front of the 2 girls. Anna and Weya couldn't tear their eyes away from the stacks of cash inside. They hadn't misjudged him. Shěn Chén was indeed a big fish. Not just a big fish, but a naive one who'd never set foot in a casino before. Here, take this. Without even glancing at it, Shěn Chén pulled out a stack from his backpack and handed it to Bai Mashwan, telling him to go play.
Here, this is for you too.
Shěn Chén grabbed 2 handfuls of cash and stuffed them straight into Anna and Weya's large bags.
Anna and Weya beamed with delight. Who wouldn't adore such a young, wealthy, and handsome guy? Chapter 156, When Sleep Comes, Bring a Pillow. Just as Bai Mashwan had predicted,
Shěn Chén was on a winning streak these past few hands, and by the end, he even went all in.
Ding! Please win this round, host. Success reward, 1,000 mask. Failure penalty, host receives the title of millionaire. Shěn Chén, this money should be reimbursed by the organization, right? Brother, you probably won't come looking for me, right? This should be claimed from the captain, it's standard operational expenses. Shěn Chén nodded to himself. 50 million yuan a piece of cake. All in. All in. Shěn Chén looked like a gambler with bloodshot eyes. Seeing him in this state, the dealer, Wei nodded approvingly. This is how customers stay at the casino long term, providing it with money. Mr. D goes all in. Please state your intentions. Wei exclaimed with delight, undoubtedly putting pressure on the others at the table. Wei exchanged a knowing glance with the others. The others nodded slightly, then went all in with their chips. I fold. One mercenary at the table opted out of going all in, he couldn't afford the risk. Though their movements were subtle, nothing escaped Shěn Chén's yin-yang eyes. Shěn Chén realized that aside from the mercenary who folded, the rest were all people arranged by the casino. Shěn Chén chuckled silently to himself, this suited his plans perfectly. Show your cards, everyone. After Wei's announcement, everyone revealed their cards. Without a doubt, Shěn Chén held the strongest hand. Admit it, admit it. Shěn Chén burst into laughter, feigning wild delight. While collecting the money, he didn't forget to slip a little to Wei. Wei, who was already well off, now looked even more prosperous. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Reward has been credited. Shěn Chén turned to look at Bai Mashwan nearby, giving him a subtle nod. Bai Mashwan rose and headed toward the restroom. Shěn Chén offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, everyone, I need to use the restroom. We'll battle again when we get back. You guys go get some chips first. We'll make sure to have a blast tonight when we return. The others at the table feigned regret, while only the mercenary wore a look of relief. Shěn Chén smiled faintly. These guys couldn't possibly think they'd actually been fooled, could they? These were tricks his ancestors had long since discarded. For them to be using them now was outdated. System, extract the 1,000 faces mask. Shěn Chén walked to a corner free of surveillance cameras and claimed his system reward. The timing couldn't have been better. Shěn Chén had been fretting over how to conceal it from the others. Shěn Chén examined the white mask that now lay in his hand. Wearing the 1,000-faced mask completely alters your appearance and aura. Note, unless the host chooses to remove it, this becomes your true face. Holy crap! This mask is insane. It was practically tailor-made for this mission. Shěn Chén placed the mask over his face and glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Holy crap! Who the hell is this foreigner? Shěn Chén tried to control his thoughts, gradually transforming into a prop on the table. Now that he had become a martial artist, he could control his own skeletal structure. Shěn Chén shrunk his frame to match the height of the dummy on the card table. Perfect. Shěn Chén gave himself a satisfied look before strutting confidently into the restroom. Bai Mashwan lit a cigarette, glanced up at Shěn Chén, then lowered his head to continue urinating. You need something? Bai Mashwan noticed the foreigner watching him the whole time and asked. I see Eastern men are all so handsome, I want to try it. Shěn Chén even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Holy! Bai Mashwan quickly backed away from the foreigner, a faint purple aura beginning to emanate from his body. If this foreigner dared to come closer, he'd make sure he fell right here. Hearing the foreigner's words, Bai Mashwan's anus clenched in fear. He swore to himself that he'd never set foot abroad again unless it was for a mission. This was insane, one wrong move and he'd be left crippled and bleeding all over the place. Ha! Bai Mashwan, you won't escape. The foreigner spoke up at that moment, putting not only Bai Mashwan on high alert, but also the special bureau unit watching the screen. How did this foreigner know Bai Mashwan's name? Could there be a mole? Everyone turned to look at Captain Lee. No one present would betray Bai Mashwan. The only possibility now was someone from Captain Lee's team or even Captain Lee himself. In their panic, they even forgot to switch back to Shěn Chén's perspective. Hearing his name, Bai Mashwan instantly realized he'd been exposed. He immediately resolved to eliminate this foreigner, buying Shěn Chén time to break through. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Shěn Chén removed the mask from his face, his form returning to normal. Holy! Brother Chén? How did you end up like that? Bai Mashwan stared in disbelief as the foreigner before him suddenly transformed into Shěn Chén. His jaw nearly dropped, and the audience watching the screen was equally stunned by Shěn Chén's move. A little trick. Nothing to write home about. Shěn Chén waved it off, satisfied with Bai Mashwan's reaction. If even his own teammates couldn't recognize him, how could his enemies? What are you doing? Shěn Chén swatted Bai Mashwan's hand away from his face. This kid dared to turn the tables on him. Let me see, is this disguise real too? Bai Mashwan curiously tugged at Shěn Chén's skin. The texture, seriously. Now I'll use this face to scout out some points. Get back to the card table. Don't let them get suspicious. Shěn Chén said quickly. There wasn't much time left. Got it. If you encounter danger, notify me immediately. I'll meet up with you. Shěn Chén nodded. As soon as Bai Mo Shen left, he swiftly reverted to his previous appearance. Just as he was about to step out, he heard someone approaching outside. Damn Leo, taking such an easy job for himself. We still have to keep watch. Yeah, damn it. That Chinese female expert really is stunningly beautiful. If it weren't for the boss, we'd have taken her. Wouldn't that have been a blast? Two voices chatted outside the door. Shěn Chén's spirits lifted. This was like a godsend. This made things much simpler. All he had to do was follow these two foreigners, and the rest would be a breeze. Two foreigners finished relieving themselves and headed outside. Wait, Jack. I think I didn't quite finish. Let me go take care of it. Fake, you can't finish peeing? Jack muttered discontentedly, and Shěn Chén quickly ducked back into the bathroom. Tom? Tom suddenly heard Jack's voice behind him and instinctively turned around. You ended up seeing someone else and was about to let loose with a tirade. Shěn Chén's yang eyes locked with Tom's gaze. Chapter 157, Exposed. What are you doing here? Rear hall security. Where is the Chinese expert? The innermost room in the back hall. What about the security?
Only one guard on duty, but the room has infrared alarms.
Shěn Chén had figured out what he needed and swiftly struck Tom down with a single blow.
He swiftly changed into Tom's clothes and headed outside.
Shěn Chén, is that the pupil technique?
Zeilinger looked at Captain Lee uncertainly, and Captain Lee was also utterly astonished.
Yes. Who would have thought Shěn Chén knew the eye technique too? We must ensure Shěn Chén's safety.
Few in our Huagua possess this skill.
After this operation, I'll report to headquarters. We must cultivate Shěn Chén intensively. Once he matures, China's elite combat capabilities will surge significantly. Captain Lee watched Shěn Chén's perspective on the screen with palpable excitement.
Everyone turned to the screen showing Shěn Chén's perspective, knowing he was about to take off.
Only Zhang Tao's eyes burned with rage.
Ever since Shěn Chén arrived, Zhang Tao, a deputy captain in his own right, felt utterly insignificant.
Zhang Tao absolutely couldn't tolerate this. He was now desperately eager to eliminate Shěn Chén. How dare a mere civilian steal the spotlight from the esteemed young master of the Zhang family?
Jealousy had completely clouded Zhang Tao's vision. He couldn't care less about the National Foundation.
Tom, you're such a pain.
Jack watched Tom emerge from the bathroom and muttered his displeasure. There's an old saying in Huagua, haste makes waste. Shěn Chén shook his head and said, completely oblivious to the fact that the Jack in front of him was now a different person.
Oh? Tom, you've been secretly learning Chinese? Chinese is so difficult, how did you learn it? Teach me. Jack's eyes lit up as he looked at Tom.
At that moment, Tom was absolutely stunning.
Okay. I've also picked up another phrase. Want to learn it? This round is going to be epic.
Shěn Chén wore a sly smile, like a big bad wolf luring innocent Little Red Riding Hood.
Hurry up. Teach me now.
Jack couldn't wait to learn it so he could brag to his friends.
The phrase stopped him in his tracks. I'm a sucker. I'm a big sucker. Shěn Chén nearly couldn't hold back himself, forcing the laughter back down. Put. Shěn Chén was being way too mean. He'd totally stolen all the jokes.
The audience in front of the screen was doubled over laughing at Shěn Chén's antics. Even the stern-faced Captain Lee couldn't help but let a hint of a smile flicker at the corner of his eyes.
I am a sand coin. I am a big sand coin. Jack pronounced each syllable deliberately, and Shěn Chén finally couldn't hold back any longer.
He quickly reined in his laughter, trying to look less arrogant.
Right. Very good. Shěn Chén praised Jack, saying he was a genius who learned incredibly fast, truly one in a million. Tom, I'm going to show off to them.
Jack shouted, I'm the big sand coin, and ran off into the distance, leaving Shěn Chén and the others laughing until they were breathless. Shěn Chén hurried after Jack. If he left, Shěn Chén wouldn't even be able to find his way back. He still needed to find Tom, wake him up, and interrogate him again.
Williams, I've learned Chinese. Want to learn too? Shěn Chén followed Jack into a room and took a closer look.
So Tom was the guy from the monitoring room.
Shěn Chén smiled faintly. This made things much simpler.
Shěn Chén spotted a beer keg nearby. His eyes darted around, and an idea suddenly struck him.
This made things much simpler.
While he was skilled in medicine, he also had some knowledge of poison.
Williams and Jack were discussing academic issues in Chinese nearby.
Shěn Chén seized the moment to exchange some poison with the system and slipped it into the beer keg. Jack, Williams, to celebrate your academic talents, cheers.
Shěn Chén brought over 2 glasses of beer and handed them to the pair. Oh, that's fantastic. Without a moment's hesitation, they downed their drinks in one gulp.
Just as they were about to speak, darkness engulfed their vision.
How about it? Wasn't this drink a bit more palatable?
Shěn Chén smiled faintly, swiftly turning to the large screen to locate the position of the final room. Shěn Chén quickly identified the house where the expert was being held, as described in Tom's memory. Shěn Chén pressed his earpiece and swiftly signaled Bai Mo Xuan to move closer to his position.
Everyone, get ready.
Captain Li, seeing Shěn Chén heading toward the detention area, promptly gave orders to the team. Everyone perked up, their eyes fixed intently on Shěn Chén's movements on the screen.
Leo, someone's here to see you.
Shěn Chén walked over and saw a black man sitting there smoking.
Ha! Tom, who's here for me? Leo glanced up at Shěn Chén. Who could be looking for me?
I don't know him, but he knows you're here. And he knows your position.
Is he someone the boss sent? Shěn Chén feigned hesitation as he spoke. Leo nodded. He clearly accepted Shěn Chén's explanation.
Shěn Chén hadn't expected this big guy to be so dumb.
Follow me.
Shěn Chén motioned for Leo to approach. Leo pressed a button on the wall, and soon the infrared alarm system vanished.
I'll take you there.
The moment Shěn Chén turned his head, he felt the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of his skull.
Rio, what are you doing?
Shěn Chén feigned annoyance and scolded Leo.
You look a lot like Tom, but you're not him. As a core member of our team, how could you not know you shouldn't be here without the boss's orders? If I'm not mistaken, you're here to rescue the girl in that room, right?
Too bad your disguise was perfect, but your investigation was lacking.
Leo shot Shěn Chén a mocking glance. This little trick was a bit low level. After seeing it, I still underestimated it a bit.
Shěn Chén smiled faintly and sighed softly. So now he was off to beg forgiveness before God.
Leo smiled cruelly. He was about to eliminate Shěn Chén and report back to the big boss immediately. You think you're so sure you can kill me?
Shěn Chén glanced at Leo with a smile, while Leo sneered in disdain.
Though you're at the mid-stage of the Hotian realm, so am I. At the same level, how could you possibly evade me?
Leo placed his finger on the pistol's trigger, looking down at Shěn Chén with an air of superiority.
The crowd watching the screen held their breath at the sight.
Only Zhang Tao bloated inwardly. It seemed Shěn Chén would meet his end without Zhang Tao needing to lift a finger.
By Manhwa, hurry up. Shěn Chén is in trouble.
Xialinger kept urging Bai Mo-Xian, but he still had no idea how to infiltrate the core area.
Bai Mo-Xian was burning with anxiety.
If all else failed, he'd have to force his way in. He was truly out of options.
Wait, don't panic.
Shěn Chén seemed confident. Seeing Shěn Chén's confident demeanor, Captain Li rejected Bai Mo-Xian's request to force their way in.
Chapter 158, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land. You're right about one thing. At the same cultivation level, I'd be doomed. But I'm one minor realm above you.
Shěn Chén's power erupted instantly, snapping the pistol in Leo's hand with lightning speed.
He swiftly sealed Leo's speech acupoint.
Just as Leo regained consciousness and tried to cry for help. But suddenly, he found himself unable to speak.
Fear filled Leo's heart. Ah! Humans are inherently terrified of the unknown.
Leo now regretted his overconfidence. If only he'd called for help immediately. It was all his own fault for craving glory. Too bad there's no such thing as a regret pill.
Shěn Chén resorted to his old trick, using his yin-yang eyes to extract information from Leo. Shěn Chén was now deeply concerned about what other traps might lurk within this room. Sure enough, even the small door lock held a secret.
If the lock wasn't turned according to a specific pattern, it would trigger the explosives hidden behind the door.
Shěn Chén broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, this foreigner was ruthless. If he couldn't have it, he'd rather destroy it.
Shěn Chén swiftly carried Leo's body into a blind spot of the surveillance cameras.
He swiftly altered his appearance to match Leo's.
Shěn Chén then pulled out the key he'd taken from Leo's body and slowly turned it, following the method he remembered.
You won't break me. There's no way I'm handing it over to you.
The moment Shěn Chén pushed open the door, a cold, clear voice rang out, its tone thick with disgust.
Shěn Chén chuckled.
This man was unyielding, nothing like some modern traitors.
I'm Chinese. I'm here to rescue you. Shěn Chén spoke quickly.
Hearing the familiar voice of a fellow countryman, the woman swiftly turned her head. She looked at Shěn Chén, but the next second, the look of surprise in her eyes was replaced by intense hatred. That foreigner actually used this to deceive her, damn him. Shěn Chén stood frozen in shock. Memories flooded his mind as he stared at the familiar face before him.
Xiao Shui?
Shěn Chén stared at Mùxuě, the words slipping out before he could stop them.
Ha! Mùxuě froze for a second upon hearing the name. She hadn't expected the foreigner to have even investigated that far. The hatred in her eyes intensified, as if she wanted to devour Leo alive right then and there. You've even dug up my childhood secrets. Impressive work. But dragging my brother into this? It won't work. Mùxuě said coldly, though Shěn Chén's eyes were already brimming with tears. Xiao Shui, it's me. It's your Xiao Chén.
Shěn Chén yanked off his mask and stared at Mùxuě before him.
Xiao Chén?
Mùxuě stared at the face buried deep in her heart, now matching the one before her. She stared in shock as the foreigner before her instantly transformed into a Chinese person.
Xiao Chén, how did you become like this? Xiao Chén, why are you here? Hurry up and leave.
Mùxuě had no time to speak with Shěn Chén. The thought of being in such a dangerous place made her panic.
Shěn Chén couldn't risk coming with her.
Murong Shui pushed him toward the door.
Xiao Shui, listen to me. I was sent by the state to rescue you. There's no way I'm leaving without taking you back. Now, cooperate with me, and I'll take you home.
Shěn Chén quickly explained the entire situation in a few words, then placed the 1,000-face mask over Murong Shui's head.
Murong Shui never imagined she'd meet Shěn Chén under such circumstances.
Murong Shui stared at Shěn Chén before her, memories flooding back instantly. Who would have thought that the little brat who used to follow her around would grow up so much? Shěn Chén also hadn't expected to run into his childhood sister at this moment. He never imagined that his childhood sister would turn out to be the expert he had rescued. So that sister who left without a word back then had gone abroad. Xiao Bai, I'm bringing the expert to your location now. I'm preparing to move in, so we'll definitely need to bring the expert along.
You need to quickly escort the expert to the designated location. When we enter the doorway, the people outside must swiftly eliminate the outer perimeter members in the bar. When we exit the janitorial room, ensure there are no threats.
Shěn Chén's mind began racing as he considered the best course of action.
Roger. Copy.
2 beeps sounded in Shěn Chén's earpiece. He knew the real test was just beginning. Xiao Bai, lead the experts toward the exit. Shěn Chén handed Murong Shui over to Bai Mo Xian.
Bai Mo Xian had a lower profile than himself, making him the best choice. Xiao Chen, be careful. We'll talk once we're out.
Murong Shui showed no pretense now, fully aware that staying with Shěn Chén would only slow him down. She offered Shěn Chén a single word of caution, and he nodded in response.
Shěn Chén knows the expert? Seems like they have a pretty good relationship. Viewers watching Shěn Chén's interaction with the expert on screen murmured in puzzlement. No big deal. Now, get ready. Everyone, chamber around. Captain Li ordered swiftly.
Though modern firearms were practically scrap metal against elite combatants,
they're still more than sufficient for these low-level grunts on the outskirts. The group immediately disembarked and swiftly approached the bar. Radios remained silent, waiting for Shěn Chén's signal. Weiya, I'm back. Sorry, I'm really not feeling well today.
Shěn Chén circulated the 9 transformations Tao scripture, making his face appear pale.
You're totally wiped out.
Someone at the table teased Shěn Chén, who forced a smile.
I don't know either. Let's call it a night here. My sincerest apologies. Shěn Chén apologized to the group. To express his regret, he gave each of them 10,000 yuan. The group looked satisfied. Shěn Chén left that day. After all, there's plenty of time ahead. We need to play the long game. Let's go.
Shěn Chén beckoned to Bai Ma Xuan, who followed behind him with Murong Shui disguised. Weiya cast a puzzled glance at the unexpected presence of Murong Shui before quickly averting her eyes. Such things were commonplace here. Finding someone for a one-night stand was nothing unusual.
Everyone prepared to move. Captain Li saw Shěn Chén on the screen enter the janitorial room. He quickly gave orders to the group, and they pushed open the door, heading into the bar. Who's that? Don't you know guns aren't allowed here? A man stood up and addressed the special bureau agents pushing through the door. The special bureau agents, guns drawn, entered and fixed the man who stood up with a bloodthirsty grin. Sorry, I'll do it again next time. By the way, we're here to take your lives.
Zhang Tao stepped forward, addressed the man, and shot him in the head.
Trouble.
A crowd surged to their feet. Anna, hiding behind the bar, had already dialed the big boss's number.
Chapter 159, Holy, a rocket launcher. What? What the hell are you people doing in there? Hurry and call for backup inside. I'm heading over immediately.
The big boss on the other end of the line was furious upon hearing the gunfire through the phone.
The big boss wasn't worried about the safety of his minions. His concern was the Chinese female expert in prison underground, a person of utmost importance to those above. Not a single mistake could be tolerated. Boss Jerry dared not imagine the consequences if the Chinese female expert vanished. What thunderous retribution awaited him? Jerry dared not dwell on it.
He instantly tossed the woman in his arms aside, threw on his clothes, and pounded on the door of the adjacent room.
Alice, something's happened.
Jerry heard the sultry sounds coming from inside and cursed silently.
What gives this old woman so much energy? What time is it, anyway? These cultivators truly are different from ordinary people. Bang!
The door swung open, revealing Alice standing completely naked inside.
What's wrong? What's going on? A look of displeasure flashed across Alice's face.
She was on the verge of climax when Jerry rudely interrupted her.
The facility holding the Dragon Nation expert has been attacked. I've already dispatched reinforcements.
Jerry suppressed his frustration and spoke up.
What? Then hurry up and go. What are you standing around for?
Alice let out a gasp of surprise before turning to yell at Tom. Alice's earlier frustration had vanished, replaced by a surge of anger.
Why does trouble always find her when she's having fun?
She turned and headed back inside.
What's wrong, Alice?
A foreigner with a cigar in his mouth lay on the bed, puffing smoke.
Something's happened at the detention center. Alice said thoughtfully, no longer in the mood for romantic talk with her lover. Ha? What happened? The man on the bed sat up abruptly at Alice's words. His frivolous expression vanished, replaced by a solemn look. They didn't send us here to make babies, Alice explained the situation. We should go check. If something's wrong, we'll be punished. The man on the bed thought for a moment, then decided he'd feel better seeing it for himself. Shěn Chén, over here. Lei Yu called out to Shěn Chén while dispatching the minor thugs. Shěn Chén led the two men swiftly toward them, bullets occasionally whizzing past their positions. Just as Shěn Chén reached the group, a massive figure suddenly emerged from across the way. Let you trash see what a real big shot looks like. The group looked across to see a black man pulling out a rocket launcher. Holy! Several people cursed in unison. What the hell? How'd he even get his hands on that thing? Stop! As the rocket launcher flew toward them, everyone instinctively ducked to the side. Just then, the rocket-propelled grenade fired into the air suddenly stopped. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the expected explosion never came. They looked up to see Li Dui had intervened. Close call, I'd almost forgotten there was a master here. Shěn Chén patted his chest. Damn, that was close. He watched as the rocket, still spewing flames from its tail, came to a halt mid-air. He couldn't help but think, if Newton were here to witness this scene, his eyes would probably pop out of his head. Gravity? It doesn't exist at all, it's all a scam. Newton would run away crying. Let's move. Once the reinforcements arrive, we won't even be able to escape. Li Dai mused, someone's probably already on their way here. It's them. Fire them down. We absolutely can't let them escape. Just as Shěn Chén's group prepared to retreat, a squad emerged from underground to reinforce the bar's perimeter. Damn it, we cultivators aren't scared of hot weapons. Zhang Tao roared as bullets whizzed past. A gifted cultivator like me, suffering like this? Zhang Tao hoisted the iron gate before him and charged toward the source of the fire. Cover! Zilinger saw Zhang Tao acting on his own initiative and didn't have time to say anything. She could only provide cover first, after all, he was still her comrade. Captain Li watched Zhang Tao charge out alone, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. What on earth was headquarters thinking, sending someone like this to participate in the war? He showed zero teamwork, nothing but dead weight. Li Dui's aura erupted instantly, dispatching every last henchman in the room. Though displeased, he knew every recruit into Special Unit 1 was one in a million. Zhang Tao might be a bit reckless, but with some tempering, he could still grow into the role. Shěn Chén looked at Zhang Tao before him, a flicker of scorn in his eyes. On the battlefield, he was nothing but a sitting duck, a prime target for the gun. Withdraw immediately. Captain Li cast a cold glance at Zhang Tao before ordering everyone present to retreat. Let's go, Sister Xue. Shěn Chén grabbed Morong Xue's hand and sprinted toward the exit. Xiaobai, I have a task for you. Brother Chen, what is it? Protect the expert. Shěn Chén's tone was stern. Bai Mo Xian nodded, vowing to protect Morong Xue's safety at all costs. Let's go. Shěn Chén seized the purple energy within Morong Xue's body, channeling its force to instantly propel her to the rooftop. The others swiftly followed Shěn Chén's lead, charging forward under the cover of night. Trouble. They have innate powerhouses. Hurry up. Alice and her lover Telling, who were on the road, suddenly sensed a presence no weaker than their own. Their expressions instantly turned alarmed. It seemed the enemy wasn't here to mess around. They're after the expert. Telling cursed under his breath, then unleashed a surge of power, channeling his energy to its peak. He leaped from the car and sprinted toward the bar. You ants, you're courting death. As Telling arrived, he caught sight of Shěn Chén and his group leaping across the rooftops. Night Spear. A spear gradually materialized in Telling's hand, shooting directly toward the group's position. Oh no. The enemy arrived too swiftly. The group's expressions darkened. They hadn't expected the enemy to have such swift external reinforcements, let alone such rapid ground support. Driving from where Telling lived to the bar took nearly 5 minutes. Had Shěn Chén and his group not been caught off guard, they wouldn't even have made it out the bar door. Defense. The moment he left the team, he deployed a protective shield that intercepted Telling's attack. You must be the one with innate abilities. Hand over the expert, and I'll let you leave. Telling glanced at Lidi. His strength was roughly on par with Lidi's. Attacking now would be futile. Better to stall for time until reinforcements arrive. Chapter 160, A Grand Gesture. You're being a bit too optimistic, aren't you? We went to all this trouble to rescue someone, not to hand them over to you. Li Dui glanced at Telling. This guy must be missing a screw. To even suggest such a thing, you're dreaming. You guys get out of here. I'll hold him off. Both were sharp operators, and Lidiang saw right through Telling's scheme. The kid wanted to stall for time, but there was no way he'd let that happen. Losers die by talking too much, but I'm a pro. Retreat. Staying would only make the team hesitate to confront this crimson-robed guardian. Zeilinger made a decisive move, leading everyone to retreat. Red-robed guardian? Shěn Chén asked, wondering which faction he belonged to. They're from the Western Church. The church is divided into saviors, patriarchs, protectors, and clerics. Guardians are further divided into two ranks, red-robed guardians and purple-robed guardians. Purple-robed guardians oversee management and indoctrinate church members. The Crimson Guardians, however, are tasked with waging war externally. Linger spoke as she walked. Shěn Chén hadn't expected to encounter church members so soon. Looking for death. Telling watched the departing group steadily reorganize their formation ahead, his face dark enough to drip water. Watching Shěn Chén's group gradually recede into the distance below, his anxiety grew by the second. Though the group below possessed only post-natal cultivation, two among them were at the threshold of pre-natal strength. In the past, a single swipe from him could have wiped them out. You're from Special Bureau 1 of China, aren't you? Never expected China would send you lot this time. Telling spoke with a dark tone. Bureau 1 gathered the geniuses of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, ordinary post-human cultivators wouldn't move this swiftly. HM? As he listened to Telling speak, a sudden pang of dread gripped him. He vanished from his spot in an instant, but a bloody mark still appeared on his arm. Humph. A bunch of sewer rats, still so fond of ambushes. Captain Lee watched Alice's figure gradually materialize, the dagger in her hand still dripping blood. Aren't you Chinese also sneaking around to rescue people? Alice extended her tongue to lick the blood from the dagger, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. But we're still better than you lot. Our country doesn't arbitrarily detain international friends. We wouldn't do something so unethical. Li Dui's sharp tongue was no slouch either, leaving Alice speechless. You Chinese still have such sharp tongues. Alice pondered for a while before uttering that sentence. Intercept them. Telling ordered the instructors below, and immediately a large group of people rushed toward Shěn Chén and his group. Senior instructor? You really are pulling out all the stops. Li Dui observed the strength of the instructors below and a look of gravity crossed his face. You've deployed all your elite forces, we won't be outdone. But if you leave all your Special Bureau 1 personnel here, I can't even imagine how splendid that would be. After all, when Special Unit 1 was first established, it sent a powerful shockwave through the world. Alice said with a smile, recalling in her mind the actions Special Bureau 1 had taken across the world during its founding. A trace of apprehension still flickered across her face. After all, those events were too monumental to be forgotten. First, you'd have to have the capability. Li Dui chuckled. While the senior instructors were formidable, Shěn Chén's young team wasn't weak either. Though Li Dui thought this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The personnel dispatched directly by headquarters had stated they would arrive tonight, yet there was still no word. These young agents from Special Bureau 1 were the future hopes of China. They were destined to become China's elite combat forces. Losing even one of them would be a painful blow to the nation. Yet without enduring trials, these youngsters couldn't mature swiftly. War god Huangfu was already advancing in years. If these youngsters couldn't mature within the next 2 decades, then China would be in grave danger, facing the possibility of another Boxer rebellion-style invasion. Li Dui now desperately wanted to shake off the 2 pursuers behind him and find Shěn Chén and the others. With this thought, Li Dui erupted with momentum and charged toward the pair. His fighting style was utterly reckless, a strategy of trading injuries for injuries. No, someone's following us. Shěn Chén said in a low voice, sensing a powerful presence closing in behind him. Impossible. There's no one behind me. Besides, there's no one behind us. Zhang Tao glanced behind him, finding no one there. He snorted derisively. Was this kid really trying to draw attention to himself with such a showy stunt? Wait, someone really is coming. Linger leapt into the air and spotted the senior instructor rapidly approaching her position. She alerted the group below. Ha! Brother Shěn, how did you sense their presence from such a distance? Lei Yu asked aloud. At this distance, one shouldn't be able to sense them unless they were at the pre-heaven stage. Even Linger, the most powerful cultivator present, had to leap into the air to see them. It must be due to the cultivation technique I practice. I can sense their presence from a great distance. Shěn Chén smiled. Since cultivating the 9 transformations Tao scripture, he discovered his spiritual power now rivaled that of the innate realm. Everyone nodded in understanding. So that's how it was. Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Zhang Tao licked his lips. It seemed Shěn Chén's cultivation technique was no small feat. Perfect, he could seize it for himself. Zhang Tao decided not to kill Shěn Chén just yet. He'd cripple him first. Once he had the cultivation technique, he could send him down. Prepare for battle. Linger saw the instructor and their group closing in behind her. Simply running away like this was clearly futile. Given the situation, they would be caught sooner or later. Better to fight back. Eliminate the pursuers first, then retreat. Hand over the expert, and we'll let you die with your dignity intact. The senior instructor leading the pursuit addressed Shěn Chén and his group. We'll see if you have the strength for that. Zhang Tao stepped forward to address the man before him.
In Zhang's eyes, this man was merely on par with himself. With all the resources backing him, taking down a foreigner should be a piece of cake. But after Zhang Tao spoke, more instructors arrived. Zhang Tao watched the man before him fall silent.
When did innate talent become so cheap? Why the sudden silence?
I still prefer your defiant, unruly attitude.
This is just too boring.
The leader burst into laughter at Zhang Tao's silence, while those behind him joined in with mocking remarks.
Zhang Tao observed his men, seething but unable to speak out. He understood the situation all too well. Chapter 161, Brutal. End this quickly. Zilinger immediately gave the order in charge toward the enemy first. Xiaobai, protect expert Morong. Seize the moment and get her out of here.
Shěn Chén handed Morong Shui to Bai Mo Xian, murmuring a low warning before turning to follow the other's pace.
Kid, you're just a mid-stage cultivator. Prepare to die.
The foreigner facing off against Shěn Chén sneered, seeing Shěn Chén was only a minor late-stage cultivator.
So you're that confident you can handle me? Shěn Chén's lips curved slightly as he looked at the other man with equal mockery. This kid seems a bit too cocky. Arrogance will cost him dearly. Knight Spear.
Seeing the technique his opponent used, Shěn Chén was a bit speechless.
Is that all your church knows?
Shěn silently muttered to himself as he recognized the technique being used was identical to the one the previous guardian had employed. Then, with a burst of late-stage chi aura, he flashed forward to stand before his opponent.
You.
The opponent, seeing Shěn Chén's aura suddenly surpass his own by a minor realm, stammered incoherently.
What do you mean, you? What, never seen a wolf in sheep's clothing before? Shěn Chén delivered a powerful punch straight to the opponent's face.
The opponent's head spun 3 full circles before he collapsed motionless to the ground. Before the Western god, the deity observed the newcomer who had arrived here.
God, child, how did you die?
Opponent, oh god, I was killed by some Eastern punk who punched me in the face.
God. Holy. What the hell? Guys, take him down.
Shěn Chén's aura from the late game phase stood out like a sore thumb on the battlefield, and that was already considered high-tier combat power on the scene. Watching Shěn Chén wipe out their teammates with a single blow was too much to bear. This embarrassment was beyond belief. When in history had anyone ever died so pathetically? Shěn Chén suddenly faced 2 late-stage post-heaven cultivators. Kid, you sure know how to hide your strength. Seeing Shěn Chén's formidable power, the 2 opponents felt their own backs drenched in cold sweat. They might have been the ones caught off guard by Shěn Chén's sneak attack, their backs drenched in cold sweat. No point in further talk. Shěn Chén charged at them, holding his own against 2 opponents without faltering. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao faced off against another opponent at the same sub-Xiantian level.
TSK. Is this the best China has to offer now? Truly, you're regressing with age.
Watching Zhang Tao get pushed back by his attacks, he thought, China's combat skills have really gone downhill.
Don't get too cocky.
Zhang Tao's blood boiled with rage. This was nothing short of outright disrespect. But his opponent had already gauged Zhang Tao's strength and genuinely didn't hold him in high regard.
Thunder rumbles the heavens.
Zhang Tao unleashed his ultimate move, instantly filling the scene with flashes of thunder. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Zhang Tao.
Ha! Impossible. You have this move?
His opponents were stunned to see Zhang Tao unleash such a technique now.
Channeling his power to the absolute limit, Zhang Tao unleashed a furious strike.
Instantly, his opponent was enveloped in lightning.
Gradually, the lightning dissipated.
The crowd saw the scene within. A large crater had appeared on the ground. Within the crater lay a charred, human-shaped figure. The crowd gasped in horror. Shěn Chén hadn't expected Zhang Tao to possess such strength. He'd clearly underestimated him. Shěn Chén suddenly looked up at the 2 figures across from him. Still reeling from Zhang Tao's lightning display, they felt a wave of lingering dread wash over them.
Wasn't the strength of this Huaguai nation a bit too outrageous?
It was like Rai Jin himself had descended. Just as the 2 were still staring at their teammate in the deep pit, one of them suddenly couldn't speak. The other teammate turned his head to the side, his expression one of utter shock. Just as he tried to pull away, he froze in place. Shěn Chén promptly disposed of the foreigner before him, a faint smile playing on his lips.
These 2 fools. Distracting themselves on the battlefield? But then again, those ghost-seeing eyes really do work wonders.
Shěn Chén thought to himself, and lo and behold, standing beside the corpse was none other than Shěn Chén himself.
Everyone sensed the aura erupting from Shěn Chén beside them.
Turning their heads, they saw Shěn Chén again, that damn Shěn Chén.
The church members never imagined Shěn Chén would pull off a successful sneak attack for the second time.
Bunch of useless fools. To let one man ambush them repeatedly and successfully take out 3 of them. The instructor, leading the group, scowled and cursed at everyone.
Take him out.
The lead instructor no longer cared about Zhang Tao, pointing his finger directly at Shěn Chén. The surrounding instructors instantly closed in on Shěn Chén, determined to regain their pride.
Damn it. So what if I killed 3 of you? Why treat me, a weak and adorable person, like this?
Seeing the colorful attacks hurtling toward him, Shěn Chén rolled like a donkey to dodge.
The opponents burst into laughter at the sight of Shěn Chén's clumsy somersault. You know nothing. Any technique you can dodge is a good technique. Shěn Chén spat. Who cares about horses? A good horse is one that can pull the cart. Listening to Zhang Tao and Shěn Chén's pre-fight banter, the crowd surged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline.
The instructors struggled to keep up at first, but as time wore on,
the group began to feel the strain.
No matter how skilled they were, they couldn't withstand sheer numbers.
Shěn Chén watched his teammates steadily retreat before him.
Even with his cultivation of the 9 transformations Tao scripture, he felt the strain.
He unleashed a technique, using the momentum to create distance between himself and his opponent.
Shěn Chén retreated to Bai Moshuan's side and glanced back at Mùxuě.
Xiaobai, take expert Mùxuě away. The guys are getting overwhelmed. With that, Shěn Chén charged toward his opponents once more.
Bai Moshuan heard Shěn Chén's words and glanced at the battlefield, where every brother bore some wounds. A flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes, but he steeled himself and led Mùxuě along the pre-arranged retreat route. Though Bai Moshuan yearned to fight alongside Shěn Chén and the others, the mission he bore on his shoulders left no room for impulsiveness. His sole hope now was that the others could hold out. Once he reached the evacuation point, he would send Mùxuě away and then go for reinforcements. Mùxuě glanced back at Shěn Chén, a flicker of heartache in her eyes. But the thought of how many had already died for her sake made her resolve firm. She absolutely could not hold them back any longer.
Boom! A figure was knocked from the air. The special bureau agents looked up. Li Dui.
Seeing Li Dui's state, everyone gasped in shock.
I'm fine.
Li Dui was missing his left arm, and his body was covered in countless wounds, large and small.
You're one tough bastard. Still alive after all this.
Alice and Telling landed on the battlefield, their eyes filled with hatred as they glared at Li Dui. I told you if you don't die, I certainly won't. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he let out a hollow laugh, his gaze dripping with contempt toward Alice and the others.
Chapter 162, Wrapped in Horsehide, Prepare for Sacrifice. Damn it!
Alice and Telling weren't faring much better, their wounds no fewer than Li Dui's. It was clear just how fiercely Li Dui had fought. A flicker of heartache crossed everyone's faces.
What? Do you really think these people can walk away? Hand over the expert, and I'll let you have a proper burial. Telling sneered at the half-dead members of Team 1. Good, good, good. Truly worthy sons of our nation. Not a single coward among them.
Captain Li looked at the youthful faces of Shěn Chén and his team, their expressions hardened with resolve. He nodded with satisfaction.
Wait, where are the experts?
Captain Li scanned the area and realized the expert was nowhere to be seen. He was startled. Alice and Telling looked around the scene and also failed to spot the expert, their expressions turning alarmed.
Captain Li, I've already had Xiaobai escort the expert away. He should be nearing the border by now.
Shěn Chén said with a smile, casually twirling the severed head of the mummy that had joined the fight midway.
Good. Good lad. Captain Li roared with laughter. With the expert gone, he had nothing left to hold him back. Sons of Huagua, are you afraid of death? Li shouted to the group. We are not afraid. To die for our country, who else but us?
The men roared in unison, not a single one taking a step back.
We may well meet our end here today. We may never return. Are you afraid? Li Dui asked the group. The Special Operations Bureau doesn't have a single coward. Fear is not for men. Only cowards give birth to children without assholes. The group cracked dirty jokes, laughing as they spoke. Ha, well said. We're martyrs today too. Li K looked at the group.
This battle had been brutal. Many were severely wounded, barely hanging on by sheer willpower.
Li Dui's heart ached.
This stand had cost the young generation of Longwa more than half their strength. But war never spares lives. To die on the battlefield, to sacrifice for the nation, that is the mark of a true warrior.
Wrapped in horsehide, defending home and country.
Li team leader roared, then turned and charged toward Alice and the others. The members of Special Unit 1 followed closely behind him, their eyes burning with unwavering resolve. These Huagua people are absolutely insane. Unthinkable. If all of China were like this, we'd likely be wiped off the face of the earth. The foreigners watched the charging group approach once more, their eyes filled with utter shock.
Looking for death? We'll grant you your wish. Alice's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing the experts were nearing the border.
She never imagined they'd actually let the experts slip through in the end.
They couldn't even begin to imagine the punishment awaiting them from the church.
This was someone the high priest had specifically requested. If they failed, their punishment would be worse than death.
Alice and Telling unleashed a furious strike, sending the defector flying. Shěn Chén hadn't expected his very first mission here would be his last.
Shěn Chén gave a helpless smile. Though he was about to meet his end here. But Shěn Chén had no regrets. Dying for his country was a dream he'd held since his youth.
Even after death, he wouldn't be forgotten.
Centuries from now, people would still remember him. What was there to fear?
His death would be meaningful, etched into the annals of history.
Shěn Chén now had not a trace of purple energy left within him, relying solely on his physical strength to fight. After a night of fierce combat, both sides had exhausted their inner strength. The members of Special Unit 1 slowly gathered together, many too weak to stand steadily, supporting each other to stay upright. Young ones, the first rays of dawn are breaking. Liadue leaned against Shěn Chén's shoulder and pointed toward the east.
Homeward we must go. Yes, it's time to go home.
Everyone gazed at the dawn light on the horizon, smiles spreading across their faces.
This is where you stop.
Alice and Traylin unleashed their ultimate attacks simultaneously, only to find not a trace of fear on the Chinese man's face.
Zizi, Ruoju, we'll meet again in the next life. Shěn Chén flashed through his life's memories, a faint smile touching his lips.
He had the companionship of 2 women and an unreliable younger brother, Liao Ding.
He had saved so many lives.
His life had been fulfilled. The group gazed at the dawn breaking in the east, waiting silently for death to come. Even the petty-minded Zhang Tao found peace now, having come to terms with his own shortcomings. But there was no chance to change things now.
This life was one he owed to Shěn Chén. Zeilinger thought of her family and let a hint of regret slip.
Mom, Dad, your unfilial child will repay your kindness in the next life. At that moment, someone knelt down and shouted.
If you want to repay your parents, get the hell back this lifetime and do it properly. I don't want to bring back a corpse.
Team 2 can't afford to lose face like this. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a figure appeared, breaking through Alice and Telling's attacks. Everyone turned to see Tang Shuhuang flying toward them, clutching Bai Moshuan in one hand, with Li Xiaoyang at his side.
Hello, everyone. Bai Moshuan, utterly unconcerned with his predicament, waved cheerfully at the group. Phew! You scared the hell out of me. I was almost done for. A man plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath.
The others looked at him without a trace of contempt in their eyes. Their hearts were just as unsettled as his.
Who could truly face death without a flicker of emotion? Old Li, why are you looking so beat up? Tang Shuhuang watched Li's state, a flicker of pity crossing his face. You bastards show up a second too late, and I'd have already given my life for the country. Li Dui laughed and cursed under his breath. These two were already teasing him the moment they arrived. Good job, you two. Once we take care of them, I'll take you home. Li Xiaoyang's heart ached seeing Shěn Chén and the others in such a sorry state. Though he usually let the second squad run wild, every one of them was a treasure to him. Seeing his kids bullied like this, Li Xiaoyang couldn't stand it. Which one of you wants to go first? Li Xiaoyang stepped before Alice and Telling, pointing a finger at them. Alice and Telling's faces darkened. In his current state, he couldn't defeat even one of them, let alone 2 innate fighters. Madman Li? Telling suddenly asked aloud. This guy kinda looked like the one who beat him up a few years back. Hey, isn't this an old acquaintance, little Lingzi? Li Xiaoyang hadn't recognized Telling at first, but the moment Telling spoke up, he finally recognized him. Why did I have to run into this lunatic? Telling cursed under his breath, then suddenly remembered something. Iron-blooded scholar? Telling pointed at Tang Shuhuang, his voice trembling. The apprehension on his face had long since turned to fear. Oh? I never expected you youngsters to recognize me. Tang Shuhuang raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected anyone to know his nickname. Chapter 163, The Tide Turns. Run. That was the only thought left in Telling's mind. One crazy Li was already a handful. Let alone with Tang Shuhuang thrown into the mix. Telling's mind raced frantically, searching for a way to escape these two. Alice, if we fight together, we still have a chance to escape. Telling said to Alice in a low voice. Alice nodded. We'll make our move, then split up and run immediately. Telling whispered to Alice, a small pill suddenly appearing in his hand. Telling truly didn't want to swallow this pill unless absolutely necessary. Once swallowed, it would likely end his life right here. But compared to his own life, Alice's life was more important. Wait, something's wrong. Shěn Chén suddenly spoke up, suddenly remembering something after all this time. Ha? What is it, Shěn Chén? The team's gaze turned to Shěn Chén, eager to hear what he had to say. The intel said it was a pharaoh's left-hand guardian and a Western vampire, right? How come these two are from the Western Church? Shěn Chén voiced his inner confusion aloud, prompting the others to take notice. Right. This doesn't match the intel at all. Only then did the others belatedly realize the discrepancy. Something was off. Ha? Tang Shuhuang suddenly snapped back to reality. If that's the case, there must be more than just 2 experts. Xiao Bai, what about the Morong expert? Shěn Chén suddenly remembered Morong Shui and turned to Bai Moshuan. The Morong expert had already boarded the fighter jet and was likely back in the country by now. Bai Mo-Xian hadn't realized how seriously the state took this expert they'd even dispatched a fighter jet. Then why? Shěn Chén was utterly baffled, unable to fathom it. Overreaching. Li Xiaoyang spotted the 2 charging figures and instantly slapped the most aggressive one, Telling, sending him flying.
Tang spat a mouthful of blood, forcibly pivoting mid-air to absorb Li Xiaoyang's force before fleeing rapidly into the distance. Alice hadn't expected her lover to abandon her so ruthlessly, but her attack was already unleashed, there was no recalling it. Seeing Tang's fleeing figure, Li Xiaoyang assumed Alice would do the same. He struck Alice with a single move, leaving not even a corpse behind.
Wait for me 1 minute. Li Xiaoyang would never tolerate any of his subordinates escaping.
In an instant, he flashed forward in pursuit. Your Excellency, you've watched long enough.
It's time to step out.
Tang Shuhuang frowned, glancing toward a spot before unleashing a strike that sent 2 figures flying out.
Iron-blood scholar, we meet again. The man with 2 sharp fangs protruding from his mouth bowed respectfully to Tang Shuhuang. The other was wrapped entirely in bandages, only his eyes visible. It's you? Tang Shuhuang understood their intentions instantly. They weren't after the experts. Your real target probably isn't the experts, is it? Your real target is us, isn't it? This is your attempt, in collusion with the West, to weaken the younger generation of our nation, isn't it? Tang Shuhuang addressed the two. That would explain everything. Snap.
Truly a scholar of iron and blood clever.
Since you figured it out, it's a pity I can't let you go.
The vampire chuckled, but his eyes turned fierce.
I doubt you have the strength to keep us here. Tang Shuhuang smiled faintly. As if these two could subdue him? You must be joking. Your ally is gone. With the two of us working together, we should at least be able to hold you off.
The mummy replied coldly. When others heard of this mission, they all shied away from it. But he was the first to accept it.
In his view, the iron-blooded scholar's exploits were nothing but rumors.
All that nonsense was just a bunch of brainless fools hyping him up.
Today, he would strip away this guy's facade.
Let everyone see clearly that this man is nothing but a fame hunter. Don't underestimate him, he's no mere pretender. The vampire reminded the mummy beside him, if he has that kind of reputation, he must have something to back it up.
Humph. Watch me expose him. Quick and decisive. The mummy left these words behind and charged toward Tang Shuhuang. Good advice is for damned ghosts.
The vampire cursed under his breath.
Are all mummies this arrogant?
But fine, let him take on the main force while I handled the cleanup, wearing down both sides.
This was precisely what the Westerners wanted to see. As for the group of severely wounded below, the vampire didn't even glance their way.
To the vampire, a half-arm less innate who hadn't fully recovered and a bunch of acquired ability fools were no more than a slap to the face. He would eliminate the most immediate threat first, then deal with the rest later. Tang Shuhuang held his own against two opponents without faltering. You should all study Captain Tang's combat techniques, it'll benefit you all. Li, standing nearby, watched Tang Shuhuang fight two opponents without a hint of panic, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle.
Li, aren't you worried about Captain Tang?
Zeilinger spoke up from the side, her voice tinged with puzzlement at how engrossed Li Dui was.
Worry my ass. Those two aren't even a match for your Captain Tang. Li Dui chuckled. He'd witnessed Tang Shuhuang's true strength firsthand. He could even hold his own against that half-step great immortal heaven fellow. As for these two before us? A piece of cake. Just look at how the vampire and mummy fight.
Their combat styles are all pretty much the same.
Li Dui instructed the others from the sidelines as they watched the battle intently, fearing they might miss some thrilling moment if they blinked. Impossible. How could you possibly be this strong? The mummy flew backward once more, uttering in disbelief. Wasn't Tang Shuhuang supposed to be a pretender? How could two of them teaming up not even scratch him? Tang Shuhuang wasn't even breaking a sweat, not even breathing heavily. I've always been this strong, okay? Back when I was beating Batu, you were still playing in the mud somewhere.
Tang Shuhuang surveyed the mummy with his arms crossed, his eyes brimming with scorn.
You've actually fought our Grand Protector?
The mummy stared at Tang Shuhuang, a flicker of fear rising in his heart.
What's there to fear? Even he has his limits, his purple chi will eventually run dry.
At that moment, the vampire stepped forward and spoke, his words giving the mummy hope. Indeed, even the strongest has his limits.
Together, they could wear him down until he collapsed. The mummy nodded in agreement and charged toward Tang Shuhuang once more.
But contrary to expectations, the vampire who should have charged alongside him turned on his heel, spread his wings, and fled.
Damn you! The mummy cursed under his breath. Damn Westerners, you can't trust a soul. Who the hell cares how dumb you are? That's the iron-blooded scholar, you moron. The vampire shot back a taunt at the mummy before walking away without looking back. Chapter 164, go ahead, ask. Put.
His own injuries, compounded by the rage of being betrayed by the vampire, caused a mouthful of blood to stain the bandage across his mouth crimson.
Thud. The mummy sensed something hurtling toward him and kicked it away with a single blow. The crowd stared in shock. Holy crap, wasn't that the vampire who'd just flown away? Less than a minute had passed, yet how had it ended up in such a pitiful state?
Its entire face had swollen into a pig's head, while its body remained that of a vampire.
Its fangs were completely hidden. Old Tang, old Li, isn't this amazing? We ran into an old friend on the way back. We wanted to invite him back for a visit, so we brought him along. But he insisted on rubbing his face against my fist, so this is what happened. Li Xiaoyang flew back, still holding Telling in his hand, chattering away non-stop. Everyone burst out laughing at Li Xiaoyang's words, surprised to see this side of him. Captain Li, isn't that a bit too mean? He just had to rub his face against my fist. Who could understand that? Honestly, I was speechless. Shěn Chén and his group were doubled over laughing below. Li Xiaoyang really was a character. Vampire, I may not be human, but you're definitely a dog. The vampire felt like dying. Who the hell invited you over? I'm scrambling to avoid you. The vampire never imagined this special agent would be such a useless piece of work, getting caught and brought back so quickly. If only he'd run a little longer instead of trying to show off. Now look at him striking a pose, got him struck by lightning. He's toast. A friend from afar, isn't that delightful? Then we must treat our friend with the utmost hospitality. Tang Shuhong and Li Xiaoyang exchanged glances, both unconsciously rubbing their hands together in anticipation. We absolutely cannot disappoint our friend's kind intentions. This is just plain rude. The mummy couldn't stand Tang Shuhong and Li Xiaoyang's antics any longer. Leaping into midair, the bandages wrapped around its body began to unravel, shooting toward Tang Shuhong and Li Xiaoyang. Now this guy's playing circus tricks on us? We can't let his good intentions go to waste. Let's give him a quick death. Li Xiaoyang and Tang Shuhong exchanged glances. Considering the mummy's enthusiastic dance performance, they decided to show mercy and grant him a swift end. The mummy watched the two men dodging his flying bandages, a faint smile spreading across his face. These bandages of mine, even those with innate perfection, must avoid their sharp edge. But soon, the mummy's smile froze on its face. A flash of light streaked past its eyes. The mummy stared down at its chest in disbelief. How could this happen so quickly? A flicker of confusion crossed the mummy's eyes as it collapsed. Li Xiaoyang walked over and sheathed his dagger. What about that vampire? Li Xiaoyang's dagger flashed up and down in his hand. The vampire watched, swallowing hard. Could you stop playing with that knife? Overusing this knife can lead to bedwetting. We've got internal issues with this matter. Tang Shuhong's relaxed expression vanished, replaced by a look of grave concern. They can clearly issue orders to ambush and kill us, yet only high-ranking personnel know our whereabouts. After hearing Tang Shuhong's words, Li Xiaoyang sighed with a grim expression. They no longer fear open confrontation with outsiders. What we dread most is someone sabotaging us from within. Damn it, those traitorous bastards. Who would have thought traitors had infiltrated the upper echelons? Li Xiaoyang glared at the mummified corpse beside him and kicked it viciously. The mummy's remains now lay completely shattered. In life, its power had sustained its form. Now that it was dead, it truly became a skeleton. Mummy, you're so high and mighty, so great. You're just taking your damn frustration out on a dead man. The mummy, gazing upon its own skeleton before Jesus, wept two clear tears as it was flogged even in death. Now, let's see if there are any clues on that vampire. Tang Shuhong turned his gaze to the vampire. This mummy was nothing but cannon fodder. He came out to play without knowing anything, utterly worthless. Fine. I'll interrogate him. Li Xiaoyang walked up to the vampire, smiling what he thought was kindly. But in the vampire's eyes, it was like a demon beckoning him. Hey, crazy brother. We need to discuss something. The vampire timidly raised his hand toward Li Xiaoyang, wanting to make a request. Rest assured, if you cooperate with our demands, we might grant your wish. The people of our country are all very kind. Li Xiaoyang waved his hand magnanimously, generously allowing the vampire to make his request. Could you please not slap me in the face? After hearing the vampire's request, Li Xiaoyang chuckled. Ouch. Didn't you say you wouldn't hit me in the face? Shěn Chén heard the agonized screams coming from nearby and couldn't bear to watch. Everyone silently felt sorry for the vampire for a second. Who knew Li Xiaoyang was such a scheming person? They told him not to hit there, but he insisted on it. Aha! Are you going to talk or not? Ah. You still won't talk? You really want me to beat you until you do? What the hell are you asking? Just say it already. I don't even know what you want to ask. How am I supposed to answer? The vampire finally couldn't take it anymore. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he roared in anger. Oh, right. Li Xiaoyang said awkwardly, realizing his oversight. But it's no big deal. Watch me work. You wouldn't understand unless I told you, would you? You're all grown up and still need me to ask before you'll tell me, right? Everyone silently turned away at Li Xiaoyang's shameless remark. Embarrassing. I can't show my face. Don't say you know me when you go out. Alright, old Li, keep hitting him and someone's gonna get killed. Tang Shuhong stepped in, grabbing Li Xiaoyang's arm to stop his brutal interrogation. Exactly. Iron-blood scholar is the best. Ask me anything, and I promise to tell you everything I know. Even vampires would be moved to tears by Tang Shuhong. If anyone ever dares call the iron-blooded scholar cold-hearted again, I'll be the first to disagree. To the vampire, this was like a ray of winter sunlight.
illuminating his very being. Saving me from this madman's clutches, you're practically my second parent.
Put.
Shěn Chén nearly choked on his own spit seeing the vampire's expression as it rose from the ground. Calling him a pig's head earlier might have been a stretch, but now it couldn't be more fitting. The vampire's head was now a full circle larger than before.
Come over here. Tang Shuhuang beckoned everyone over to listen. How did you know old Li and I were coming to assist? Tang Shuhuang fired off the first question.
After all, the two of them had just returned from an external mission and were dispatched on short notice.
Chapter 165, The New Generation. I have no idea.
Though my position isn't low, such information doesn't reach my level.
The vampire gave a bitter laugh.
Despite his polished appearance, he was nothing more than a tool in the eyes of those higher-ups. Could his words be trusted?
Li Xiaoyang pulled Tang Shuhuang close, and the two moved aside. Li Xiaoyan lowered his voice. I can't guarantee it. Tang Shuhuang shook his head. Who could tell if the foreigner was telling the truth? Why don't I give it a shot?
Just as the two were still whispering, Shěn Chén suddenly leaned in close. Tang Shuhuang and Li Xiaoyan jumped in surprise, nearly swatting Shěn Chén away with a slap.
You? A kid like you? Li Xiaoyang looked at Shěn Chén, brimming with confidence, and asked doubtfully. Of course I can. You just gotta help me out. Shěn Chén said, nodding his head emphatically. He wasn't all talk. All right. How exactly can we help you? Tang Shuhuang looked at Shěn Chén, wondering what he was really up to.
He was also curious how Shěn Chén could possibly verify the foreigner's claims. The sage has his own clever plan. Shěn Chén whispered his plan to the two men. Their faces flashed with surprise upon hearing it. They hesitated, as the plan carried some risk.
Are you absolutely sure you can pull this off? Li Xiaoyang pressed Shěn Chén once more, unwilling to give up.
Shěn Chén nodded firmly.
All right. At worst, someone might die.
Tang Shuhuang finally made the call, letting Shěn Chén take the gamble.
Tang Shuhuang turned and walked toward the vampire. Their eyes locked.
Tang Shuhuang's innate aura erupted instantly, leaving the vampire momentarily stunned.
Shěn Chén, hurry.
This state won't last long.
Tang Shuhuang said in a deep voice. Tang Shuhuang's formidable strength was unmatched.
However, Tang Shuhuang was not a cultivator of spiritual arts. In this aspect, compared to other innate cultivators of the same level, this remained his weakness.
Yin-yang eyes.
Shěn Chén stared at the vampire before him, his eyes turning one black, one white.
Who sent you? Bishop Williams. How did you get the information?
Bishop Williams said it was passed on by a high-ranking official from China.
How long have you been in contact? I don't know. What was the plan for this operation?
Initially, the plan was simply to bring the experts back.
But then news came in.
The plan changed midway. Bringing back one expert wasn't as valuable as causing losses to China's elite forces and creating a generational gap in their new recruits.
Who are your personnel, including the undercover agents within China?
There are staff members. Before the vampire could finish speaking, a piercing scream erupted from his mouth, followed by blood gushing from his 7 orifices as he died.
It's no use.
Someone had placed a mental seal within his mind. The moment sensitive questions were asked, he would bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Shěn Chén gazed at the vampire before him, a look of regret crossing his face. If only his psychic power and yin-yang eyes were stronger, he wouldn't have feared this restriction at all.
He could have pressed on and extracted the answers even under its influence. No matter. This was already good enough. At least we now know someone in the upper echelons has betrayed Huagua.
This matter must be reported immediately upon returning, and only to trusted individuals. If this information leaks, the enemy will surely tighten their defenses and go silent.
Shěn Chén has obtained more than enough intelligence. This is a matter of utmost gravity.
Not a single word of this must be leaked.
Tang Shuhuang addressed the group.
It wasn't that he didn't trust them. Their perseverance thus far proved their patriotic resolve. Even Zhang Tao, whom Li Xiaoyang had doubted, hadn't backed down an inch today.
Though he occasionally caused trouble, in Li Xiaoyan's view,
these minor issues could be resolved with a little more guidance from him.
Understood. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. If this mole wasn't caught, their subsequent actions could face even greater crises.
Everyone, head home now.
Tang Shuhuang nodded, then waved his hand decisively and announced in a clear voice. Everyone was deeply moved.
This rescue operation had brought them far more than any previous mission.
After this mission, Tang Shuhuang and Li Xiaoyan understood that these young ones would become the pillars of Huagua's next generation. Provided they didn't meet untimely ends, they were certain to become the representatives of the new generation.
This mission had proven beyond doubt the loyalty of Shěn Chén and his team to China. They had withstood the test, their character beyond reproach. Man, I'm exhausted.
Bai Moshuan returned to the base and immediately flopped onto the sofa. Shen. That's the feeling. That foreign place would have stunk me to death. Bai Moshuan lay motionless on the couch, muttering complaints under his breath. Exactly. Shěn Chén chimed in. If I stayed over there a few more days, I'd probably get pickled. I need a proper meal. Lei Yu rubbed his stomach. After staying there for a while, he was afraid he'd starve himself thin. Bro, I'll take you to eat in our hometown of Zhangcheng. Our family's food is amazing. Shěn Chén said casually, feeling a pang of nostalgia for his family's cooking. Sounds good, Shěn Chén. I'll go with you then. Lei Yu thought for a moment. He didn't have anything else to do anyway, so he might as well treat it as a little trip. Shěn Chén, can you take me along? Just then, Zhang Tao walked over and smiled at Shěn Chén. Sure thing. Of course, no problem at all. You're more than welcome. Shěn Chén shot Zhang Tao a surprised look. They'd already had a proper talk on the plane. The misunderstanding between them had been cleared up, and everyone was happy. Shěn Chén was impressed by Zhang Tao's performance during the operation. He hadn't expected Zhang Tao to be such a tough guy. Brother Chen, take me with you. I'm coming too, you can't leave me behind. Upon hearing Shěn Chén was taking them out for a feast, Bai Mashwan instantly forgot all about his aching back and sore legs. Alright. Who else is coming? Shěn Chén smiled as he called out to the group. Many were eager to follow him back. Captain Z, won't you come see the beautiful sights of our Zhangcheng? Shěn Chén noticed Z Linger standing nearby, hesitating to speak, and extended the invitation. She didn't have any ulterior motive, she was just a bit scatterbrained. Really? That's wonderful! Z Linger exclaimed with delight. Truthfully, she wanted to go too, but she and Shěn Chén had a bit of a misunderstanding. Girls are shy, and she didn't know how to bring it up. What's stopping us? Let's go! Shěn Chén said with a smile, and just like that, any lingering tension between them vanished. Everyone witnessed Shěn Chén's performance on the battlefield and was thoroughly impressed. Shěn Chén single-handedly took down 3 late-stage opponents. This greatly eased the pressure on the entire group, earning him their profound admiration. Chapter 166, Merit delivered right to the doorstep. What are you chatting about, looking so happy? Everyone was lounging in the lounge, chatting away, when Tang Shuhuang pushed open the door. Boss Tang, Brother Chen invited us to travel to Zhangcheng. Want to come along? Bai Mashwan couldn't wait to say, rising to pull Tang Shuhuang into the group. Shen Kid looks like he's a hidden tycoon too. We'd better hold on tight to him. Tang Shuhuang quipped. Hearing this, Shěn Chén waved his hand awkwardly. Blushing already? I've got some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Tang Shuhuang asked, looking around at the group as he held up one finger. The good news, then. Let's hear the good news first. Seeing no response, Shěn Chén spoke up as the others turned their gaze to Tang Shuhuang. The good news is, higher-ups have heard about your actions during this operation. They've decided to award Shěn Chén a second-class merit individually and a first-class merit to the team. Each of you will receive a third-class merit award. At Tang Shuhuang's words, the group erupted in excitement. This was the first time in their lives their excitement was beyond words. Shěn Chén's eyes brimmed with emotion. He never imagined receiving a second-class merit on his very first mission. May you continue to strive for even greater achievements and a more glorious future. Tang Shuhuang smiled as he spoke up. Everyone has been through this stage. So, Captain Tang, what's the bad news? Amidst the cheers, Zhang Tao posed the final question. The bad news is you're all going through rigorous special training and one of your instructors will be me. Li Zhaoyang pushed open the door and interrupted Tang Shuhuang. Special training, huh? The group instantly lost all enthusiasm. The memory of their first month of special training was still vividly etched in their minds. Shěn Chén, however, watched their dejected expressions with curiosity, having no concept of what special training entailed. Yes. As Old Li mentioned, you'll begin unrestricted special training in 2 weeks. This is specifically designed by higher-ups to unlock your potential. Since Shěn Chén hasn't experienced it yet, let him feel the warmth of our special Bureau 1. Tang Shuhuang spoke with a smile, but the others felt as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar. Chief Tang, what exactly does no time limit mean? Bai Mashwan timidly asked. Though they'd been through training before, this term was new to them. This time, your positions will be reassigned. Based on your capabilities, you'll elect a new leader. Tang Shuhuang spoke with a smile, yet still avoided the crux of the matter. You still haven't explained it, have you? And what does this re-electing a leader mean? Aren't you guys our leaders, Team Tang? Zhang Tao looked at Li Zhaoyang and Tang Shuhuang with a puzzled expression. Don't rush, let me finish. This time, the special training ends when you meet our standards. Conversely, if you fail to meet them, you'll keep training indefinitely. As for the new leader, that's also the higher-ups' decision. Captain Li and I have new arrangements. We'll elect 2 new captains to lead you toward greater glory. After Tang Shuhuang finished speaking, the group erupted in protest. They unanimously declared they wouldn't accept anyone other than Tang Shuhuang or Li Zhaoyang as their leaders. Finally, Tang Shuhuang promised that upon their return, he would lead them once more. Only then did the group calm down, abandoning their plans to approach number 1. Alright, pack up and prepare for your vacation. Your good days won't last forever, you know. Tang Shuhang dismissed the crowd with a wave.
The world may be vast, but nothing beats vacationing and chasing girls.
Chengge, I'm all packed. When are we leaving?
Just as Shěn Chén was about to message the two girls, Bai Mashwan came trotting over.
Let's go book the tickets now.
Shěn Chén smiled and said, forget the messages.
Let's surprise them later. Got it.
Soon after, Shěn Chén and his group of 5 booked their tickets and flew to Jiangcheng.
Bro Chen, we absolutely have to eat something good after landing. Bai Mashwan chattered away on the plane as the group chatted. No problem.
I'll take you to the biggest hotel for a feast first.
Shěn Chén waved his hand generously, declaring with bravado. After all, it's his family's property, he can do whatever he wants with it.
Wait actually, most hotels in Jiangcheng have shares owned by the Liu family.
Freeze. A commotion erupted on the plane.
Shěn Chén and his group were chatting, Shěn Chén listening to their earlier operation with relish. Suddenly, a sharp command rang out.
Shěn Chén and his group looked up, returning home only to encounter a hijacking. Wasn't this a gift-wrapped achievement? Zhang Tao chuckled. This is just an ordinary hijacking. Any one of us could handle it. Who's going?
The group exchanged glances before fixing their eyes on the sleeping little fatty.
Little fat, wake up. Time to eat chicken legs.
Zhang Tao patted the little chubby kid's face, startling him awake with a jolt that made Zhang Tao jump.
Chicken leg? Where?
The little chubby boy glanced around, then shot Zhang Tao a slightly resentful look.
Who hijacks a plane?
Take care of them, and tonight you can eat as much as you want.
Your Chengge will cover the bill.
Zhang Tao pointed at the hijackers before telling Xiaopang.
Seriously? At the mention of food, Xiaopang's eyes lit up. For real?
You can even make Australian lobster if you want.
Shěn Chén couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This guy was a total foodie. Alright, hold on.
Xiaopang stood up and strode toward the robber with a swagger, making no attempt to hide his approach.
Ha! Halt!
The robber was startled to see a chubby kid approaching him and immediately raised his pistol at Xiaopang. This guy's boarding the plane, this fat old man's got him covered.
Go turn yourself in.
The chubby kid said with a hint of impatience. If they were cultivators, he might have some reservations.
But these ordinary folks? He couldn't even hit them if he tried. Hey, you must still be half asleep. Want us to wake you up?
The robber saw the sleep lines on little fatty's face and burst out laughing. Kid, you better get back to your seat.
They've got guns, we can't mess with them.
An old man beside him tugged at little fatty's clothes, warning him.
It's fine, old man. These two aren't threatening me. Xiaopang briefly reassured the old man before striding toward the robbers.
Xiaosan, go loosen this fat guy's skin and wake him up. The gang leader pointed to one of his men beside him. Third brother rubbed his hands together eagerly and walked toward the chubby kid. Fatso, hand over your money and valuables, and I'll go easy on you. Xiaosan pointed at the chubby kid, his expression brimming with arrogance.
Chapter 167, The Birth of Inner Demons. Fine, then go get it yourself. All my stuff's over there. The chubby kid pointed toward Shěn Chén's side, and Bai Mashwan even gave the robber a nod. Damn it, you little punk, you're pretty cocky.
Seeing Bai Mashwan grinning and waving at him, Xiaosan instantly lost his temper.
This little chubby guy doesn't give a damn about us, and now you're getting involved too? Get this straight, we're hijacking this plane, hijacking it, you hear me? Don't you think you're being a bit disrespectful to us hijackers? Boss, there's a super hot chick over there. One of the gangster's henchmen suddenly spotted Zi Linger standing behind the chubby kid. The gang leader was instantly stunned by her beauty. No TV star could match Zi Linger's elegance. Captain Z, someone's got their eye on you.
Shěn Chén and the others naturally saw where the robber's finger pointed, and with their keen hearing, they could clearly make out what he said. Get lost. Zi Linger shot Bai Mashwan a withering look before turning to the chubby kid. Xiaopang, if you don't handle them properly, I'll tell your boss to ramp up the intensity during your special training.
Hearing Zi Linger's words, Xiaopang instantly felt a chill run down his spine.
Don't worry, I'd never let my captain beat me up.
Xiaopang quickly assured her. He could ignore anyone else present, but Xilinger's words were non-negotiable. After all, you just can't afford to cross women. Xilinger had a history of cracking down on them before. Little beauty, you talk a big game. Once I deal with this deadweight, I'll have our boss shower you with affection. Hearing Zi Linger's words, the third in command didn't grow angry. The gang leader wore a satisfied look. This subordinate was quite capable. He knows to let the boss enjoy the good stuff first. Let's give him a bigger cut. But then the leader suddenly recalled what the little fatty had just said. Captain? Fat bastard, take this. Xiaosan charged straight at the chubby kid, every move dripping with lethal intent. A flicker of surprise crossed the chubby kid's face. He hadn't expected this seemingly dim-witted guy to be so skilled. If this guy hadn't seen bloodshed before, Little Fat would be the first to disbelieve it. Though Little Fatty was broad-shouldered, his agility was anything but lacking. Whoa, Fatso's a nimble fat guy after all. Shěn Chén watched as Xiaopang dodged left and right within the cramped space. Little Third couldn't even graze the hem of Xiao Pang's clothes. Xiao San, you little punk, you're holding back now? Are you even trying? The people behind him watched Xiao San's lackluster performance today and mocked him one after another. Fatso, you've pissed me off. Hearing his teammates' taunts from behind, Xiao San's blood boiled. Xiao San, come back.
Just as Xiao San was about to charge forward again, the gang leader suddenly called him back.
Boss, give me 3 more minutes.
I'll take him down.
Xiao San said reluctantly, that fat bastard sure can dodge. You're military, aren't you?
Just as the chubby kid was smugly glaring at Third, the gang leader suddenly pointed his gun at the chubby kid.
Ha? How did you know?
The chubby kid asked instinctively, completely forgetting his earlier slip of the tongue. You Chinese military guys, I remember you like to call your superiors captain or commander, right?
The gang leader sneered.
Thankfully, he'd crammed some knowledge before returning home.
Otherwise, that damnable Chinese soldier might have succeeded today. Chinese soldier? You're not Chinese? Xiao Pang couldn't help but voice his confusion when he heard the gang leader constantly refer to China. I grew up in the United States. Naturally, I'm an American.
The robber leader laughed heartily.
That's perfectly normal. This isn't our country anyway. I see. Well, then I won't hold back.
A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Pang's eyes as he heard the leader's words. If this were one of his own countrymen, Little Fat would have spared him. But since he wasn't one of us, there was no need for mercy. Kid, get your facts straight before you speak. With all these guns we have, what do you think you're up against? I decided because of this little fatty I'll randomly pick 10 of you to join him in death. This is the price you pay for his recklessness. The robber leader shouted at the crowd, instantly sparking an uproar. Why should we pay for that fat bastard's actions? Let him take responsibility for the mess he created. A middle-aged woman immediately protested, her anger overpowering her fear.
Well said. Why should we? Because I've got a gun in my hand. Got a problem with that?
The gang leader pointed his gun at the woman's head, his eyes fierce as he demanded. The woman fell silent, her pants slowly soaking through beneath her.
You bastard, what the hell are you doing coming out? Now we're all going down with you.
Seeing the robber was unstoppable, the old lady immediately started blaming Little Fatty. With her leading the charge, more and more joined in. Xiao Pang suddenly felt at a loss.
Hadn't he done all this for their sake? Wasn't he trying to save them? Why were they acting like this when they'd been fine just moments ago?
Now that they were facing doom, they turned on him.
Could they really trust the robber's words?
Xiao Pang began to doubt himself.
Joining the special bureau, risking his life to save others, was it all for nothing? Oh no!
Shěn Chén saw Xiao Pang's state and was startled. It was exactly the same as back then.
If he couldn't snap out of it, Xiao Pang's entire life might just end up stuck here. What's wrong? Seeing Shěn Chén's frantic expression, everyone rushed to ask. He'd never been this panicked even with 3 late-stage cultivators.
Xiao Pang had developed a heart demon.
If we don't handle this properly, Xiao Pang's entire life could be ruined. Shěn Chén exclaimed anxiously, his figure flickering as he appeared before Little Fatty.
The others exchanged glances.
They'd all heard the term inner demon.
They knew the consequences, but none had ever encountered it firsthand.
They immediately followed Shěn Chén over to the chubby boy. Little Fatso, look, everyone's blaming you. Ah!
The robber leader barely got a word out before Zhang Tao flashed in front of him, punching him square in the face and sending him flying.
Damn it! Dare to bully my second squad brothers? You're asking for it. Ha!
The others were stunned, not having seen how Shěn Chén and the others had approached. Just as his hand reached for the trigger, darkness instantly engulfed his vision. Looking up, they saw Lei Yu towering over them at 2 meters tall. A sinister grin spread across his face as he stared at them. He snatched the gun right out of their hands and twisted it into a pretzel. The sight of this caused the robber's eyes to roll back, and he passed out.
Chapter 168, Someone Always Bears the Burden.
The gang leader watched in sheer terror.
What the hell kind of goddamn strength was this?
This was a gun, after all the metal used to make it wasn't weak.
Ha!
The passengers on the plane froze in shock when Shěn Chén and his group suddenly appeared beside Little Fat. How did these people appear like ghosts, without a single sign of their arrival? But it didn't stop them from blaming Little Fatty for dragging them into this mess. Then, suddenly, everyone froze.
Wait, these guys already subdued the robbers, what are they still yapping about? Shut the hell up. Military operation, no noise. Zhang Tao roared, then pulled out his military ID. The crowd fell silent upon seeing the badge.
They could tell this chubby guy was likely military too.
What's wrong with your military? Don't you know that fat bastard nearly got us killed?
The old woman paused for a moment but continued her tirade relentlessly. Shěn Chén stepped in front of the woman, his gaze cold and piercing.
Do you realize that interfering with military operations and obstructing military personnel is enough to get you sentenced?
After Shěn Chén spoke, the woman froze.
He wasn't exaggerating, there really was such a provision in the law.
I don't give a damn about your laws.
I don't want to know about them. All I know is you nearly killed me. Her voice faltered slightly, but she stubbornly refused to back down. She was betting Shěn Chén wouldn't dare touch her. The old woman stared him down. Very well. We soldiers risked our very lives. And this is how you treat us? What a joke. Shěn Chén looked at everyone inside the plane and demanded loudly. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to meet Shěn Chén's gaze. It was indeed their fault. Here were soldiers stepping forward to protect them, yet instead of gratitude, they turned on them. You truly disappoint. Shěn Chén's gaze swept over the crowd before him, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. While they fought and risked their lives to protect them, these people enjoyed peaceful lives in the rear, and this was how they thought. Young man, this old man thanks you for protecting us. We've only caused you trouble. The elderly man Xiao Pang had just calmed down, stepped forward, approached Xiao Pang, and bowed deeply to him. Guilt filled the old man's eyes. Though he hadn't spoken earlier, those very thoughts had indeed crossed his mind. No, old man, you mustn't. This is our duty. Xiao Pang quickly caught the old man's arm to steady him. Even though they'd blamed him, some still held gratitude in their hearts. Xiao Pang felt this was simply his duty, there was no need for thanks. Young man, you've been bleeding and wounded up front, while we've been criticizing you from the rear. That's not right of us. We've lived too comfortably these years and forgotten what life used to be like. The old man sighed. He too felt uneasy about how things had unfolded today. We're sorry. We wronged you. I'm such a piece of work, doubting the PLA. Then a young man stood up and slapped himself hard across the face. I deserve to die for doubting the PLA's strength. I'd die before letting anything happen to the PLA. Led by the old man and the young man, more and more people stood up to apologize to Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang, a grown man, felt his eyes sting. He hadn't done anything wrong, someone still recognized his worth. His actions still held meaning, they hadn't been rejected by everyone. In the end, only the old lady stubbornly clung to her pride, refusing to admit her mistake. Shěn Chén pulled Xiao Pang back to their seats, while the others shot the auntie a fierce glare. Under the collective pressure, the old lady seethed silently, unable to speak her mind. Scattered murmurs around them discussed the old woman's actions. Hearing the murmurs around her, the aunt's face turned a deep purple. Xiao Pang, how are you feeling now? Zhang Tao asked cautiously, worried Xiao Pang might still be shaken. I'm hungry. Xiao Pang tilted his head and pondered for a moment before blurting out something that nearly made Zhang Tao punch him. Everyone. They'd been worried Xiao Pang might be feeling down, but now it seemed nothing was wrong. Xiao Pang looked into my eyes. Shěn Chén suddenly spoke up. Little Fatty looked into Shěn Chén's eyes, his expression going blank. What was your state of mind just now? A bit lost, not knowing what to do. How do you feel now? Someone actually understands me. I feel motivated now. Hearing Xiao Pang's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's okay. This guy, thank goodness he's okay. Zhang Tao breathed a huge sigh of relief. He'd been terrified something might happen to his team members, he'd have felt guilty for the rest of his life. Ha! Brother Chen, what's wrong with me? Xiao Pang snapped back to reality, looking at everyone with a puzzled expression. Why was everyone staring at him like that? Did he have a flower on his face? Nothing. You were zoning out just now. Shěn Chén chuckled, and Xiao Pang didn't say anything. When Shěn Chén and his group disembarked from the plane, a large contingent of police officers had already gathered at the airport. Hello, which one of you is Major General Zhang? As soon as Shěn Chén and his group stepped off the plane, an officer approached them. That would be me. Zhang Tao stepped forward and handed his military ID to the officer. Special Bureau 1? The officer examined Zhang Tao's ID and was surprised to see it was indeed a major general's and so young. And this Special Bureau 1, he'd never heard of it. What department was that? Excuse me, I need to verify this. The officer seemed uncertain and decided to consult his superiors. Zhang Tao nodded as the officer stepped aside to contact his superiors. Sir, it was Special Bureau 1 that rescued the hijackers this time. And it was a major general. Do we even have such a department? The officer asked with some confusion. Having served in the military for so long, he'd never heard of such a unit. Special Bureau 1? Are you certain it's Special Bureau 1? The brigade commander spoke with some excitement. The officer confirmed it. Why is the brigade commander so agitated upon hearing this name? No problem. This is indeed our department, though it doesn't belong to any military branch. It's a department directly under state control. It's filled with extraordinary individuals, not something we can challenge. Each one here is a 1 against 100 force. The brigade commander sighed with regret. Had his talent been just a bit better back then, he might have been one of them now. Their existence must not be exposed. Have everyone on the aircraft sign a confidentiality agreement. The slightest leak will be treated as treason. The brigade commander's voice was grave. The officers now understood the extraordinary level of secrecy surrounding Special Bureau 1. He then hung up the phone. Chapter 169, Taking Liao Ding Along for Takeoff. General, your credentials. The officer presented the credentials to Zhang Tao with both hands and saluted the group. You should know how to proceed with the confidentiality work from here on out. Zhang Tao addressed the officer, emphasizing that once these individuals made their move, the follow-up cleanup must be executed flawlessly. Understood. The officer nodded. Shěn Chén and his group said nothing further. These are minor issues. Even if problems arise later, the state will suppress them. Why should I sign this? I refuse to sign it. Just as Shěn Chén and the others were about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. They turned to see the woman who had been shouting earlier being forced into the vehicle by soldiers. She just had to court disaster. Shěn Chén glanced at the woman and chuckled. If you don't court death, you won't die. Without some thunderous measures, this woman would think the state was hers to bully at will. In a big forest, you'll find all kinds of birds. If she dared to act like this, she'd have to pay the price. Come on, let's go. Daddy's treating you to something delicious. Shěn Chén swung his arm dramatically, prompting everyone to laugh and tease him. Shěn Chén and the others shared a bond forged in life and death situations, their banter as casual as brothers. Mr. Shěn, you're back? The lobby manager greeted the guests, then suddenly spotted Shěn Chén, his face lighting up with delight. Old Zhao, I'm back. Shěn Chén replied with a smile. It's been so long, I actually missed you guys. Mr. Shěn, the two executives have been talking about you for days. We keep hearing people talk about you whenever we come here to eat. Old Zhao, the lobby manager, remarked. Shěn Chén smiled. He did miss the two women. Oh, by the way, Mr. Shěn, Mr. Liao is here with his wife. Old Zhao suddenly remembered that Liao Ding was also dining here today and mentioned it to Shěn Chén. Little Ding is here too? No problem, let him eat. Get us a private room and load up on meat dishes. Bring as many pork knuckles and chicken legs as you can. Oh, and get plenty of Australian lobster too. Shěn Chén suddenly remembered he wanted to treat Xiao Pang to Australian lobster and said to Old Zhao. Old Zhao nodded, indicating no problem. His young boss had spoken. Mr. Liao, Mr. Shěn is back. Old Zhao passed by Liao Ding's private room and gave him a heads up. Brother Chen, back already? Where? Take me to see him. Liao Ding's face lit up instantly. He grabbed Old Zhao and rushed him out. Slow down, Liao. This old body of mine can't take much. Go to the Tian-numbered private room yourself, Liao. I still need to prepare the meal for Mr. Shěn. Old Zhao tried to decline, but dining was no trivial matter. Brother Chen. Liao Ding burst into the Tian room, only to find a group of people staring at him. Liao Ding suddenly felt a bit socially anxious. Being stared at by so many people wasn't exactly pleasant. Liao Ding immediately turned to leave. He couldn't stand being in this private room any longer. Hey kid, you're already here, why leave? Shěn Chén scolded with a laugh, clearly amused that the kid was too shy to join in. I knew you'd drag him along. Old Zhao never keeps his mouth shut. Where's Lingxi? Old Zhao said you guys were having dinner together. Shěn Chén glanced behind Liao Ding, not seeing Zhang Lingxi, and asked with a hint of confusion. Holy crap! I forgot about Lingxi. Liao Ding slapped his forehead and rushed off to find Zhang Lingxi. Remember to bring Lingxi over for dinner. Shěn Chén called out from behind as Liao Ding's voice faded into the distance. Bro Chen, who's that? Manhwa asked, seeming to be on good terms with Shěn Chén. My little brother. Shěn Chén smiled. He already considered Liao Ding his own brother. He'll also be your colleague from now on. Shěn Chén added. The others looked puzzled. They hadn't heard that Special Bureau 1 was hiring anyone. I plan to guide him on the path of cultivation. He'll definitely join Special Bureau 1 in the future. Shěn Chén smiled, and only then did everyone understand why he had referred to Liao Ding as their colleague. Brother Chen. Zhang Lingxi spotted Shěn Chén and called out to him. Shěn Chén nodded in response. Holy crap, she's gorgeous. Manhwa was instantly struck by Zhang Lingxi's breathtaking beauty. She rivaled their captain's looks. Xiao Ding, let me introduce you. Shěn Chén introduced everyone in turn, and Liao Ding also stated his name. Xiao Ding, Lingxi, since you're all here, I need to ask you a serious question. Shěn Chén looked at Liao Ding with a serious expression. Since everyone was present, he decided to get straight to the point. Brother Chen, go ahead. Seeing Shěn Chén's serious expression, Liao Ding immediately put down his chopsticks and looked at Shěn Chén. Xiao Bai, give us a demonstration. Shěn Chén didn't state it directly, preferring to let Liao Ding witness the reality firsthand for greater impact. Mo Shan understood what Shěn Chén was referring to and placed his hand lightly on the table. At first, Liao Ding didn't understand what Shěn Chén wanted him to see. Until Mo Shan withdrew his palm, causing Shěn Chén's pupils to contract sharply. Liao Ding knew this was a solid yellow pear would table rock hard stuff. And just like that, a palm print was left? Little Ding, you saw that, right? Shěn Chén looked at Liao Ding, who nodded blankly. Zhang Lingxi stared in utter shock. Xiao Ding, let me tell you, this is a cultivator. Want to join? Shěn Chén spoke slowly, leaving Liao Ding completely dumbfounded. Cultivators? Like the cultivation in novels? Liao Ding mechanically turned his head to stare at Shěn Chén. Wait, doesn't that mean you're all? Shěn Chén and his group nodded, confirming his guess. Brother Chen, you're not being loyal. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You should have told me earlier. Maybe I'd be a once-in-a-lifetime genius by now, already carving out my own path. Liao Ding clung to Shěn Chén's leg, sobbing and sniffling as he poured out his grievances. Shěn Chén. Lingxi, what about you? Ignoring Liao Ding, Shěn Chén turned his gaze to Zhang Lingxi, waiting for her answer. I'll go wherever Xiao Ding goes. Zhang Lingxi smiled at Liao Ding. Follow the rooster if you marry the hen, follow the dog if you marry the hound. Xiao Ding, listen to me. I've thought this through. Once you step onto the path of cultivation, you'll be forever cut off from ordinary life. The path of cultivation means danger, loss of life, but also brings opportunities. After Shěn Chén finished speaking to Liao Ding, he calmed down. Before, Liao Ding would have agreed without hesitation. But now, with Zhang Lingxi in his life, he found himself wavering. Life now far exceeded Liao Ding's expectations, and he was thoroughly content with his present circumstances. Liao Ding watched Zhang Lingxi as she became conflicted. If anything were to happen to either of them, it would be the greatest blow to the other. Zhang Lingxi sensed Liao Ding's apprehension and gently clasped his hand. Your sisters-in-law and I will embark on the path of cultivation. Our lifespans will undoubtedly outlast yours. Shěn Chén observed Liao Ding's inner turmoil before speaking slowly. Chapter 170, The Choice. Once we embark on the path of cultivation, I will leave the company entirely to you, ensuring you'll never want for food or clothing. Shěn Chén had made up his mind. If Liao Ding didn't want to pursue cultivation, he would leave all his assets to him. Once he embarked on cultivation, these worldly possessions would become useless anyway. After speaking, Shěn Chén watched Liao Ding in silence, waiting for his decision. He hadn't intended to broach the subject so abruptly, but time was running short for Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén realized his schedule was growing increasingly busy, and he might not return to Jiangcheng often. All right. We'll embark on the path of cultivation. After chatting with Zhang Lingxi for a while, Liao Ding returned and agreed. I thought you wouldn't agree. Shěn Chén breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thankfully, the kid hadn't let him down. Shěn Chén had dreaded Liao Ding's refusal. If that happened, he might still be in the prime of his youth, while Liao Ding would be heading straight for the grave of fate Shěn Chén refused to witness. I spoke with CC. Rather than living a mundane life, why not live one full of passion and adventure? Shěn Chén nodded. That was indeed the truth. Then I should tell you up front, they including me are part of Special Bureau 1. We're part of a state agency. Liao Ding hadn't expected Shěn Chén to have quietly joined the state apparatus. Come find me tomorrow. I'll begin teaching you cultivation. Shěn Chén finished speaking and nodded. A major matter weighing on his mind had finally been resolved. Brother Chen, what the hell did you mean by sisters-in-law just now? After 3 rounds of drinks, Bai Machuan suddenly recalled Shěn Chén's words. Right. I have 2 wives. Wait, make that 3. Shěn Chén, who was also a bit tipsy, suddenly corrected himself. Lín Mùxuě is currently, well, I don't know where she is. All I know is she's from the capital, but I haven't figured out the real situation yet. Shěn Chén decided he'd go find Lín Mùxuě soon. Holy! Bring her out so we can see her. Zhang Taoe Dimon and the others were also curious to see Shěn Chén's wife. When Zilinger heard Shěn Chén refer to her as his wife, a fleeting, enigmatic expression crossed her eyes. Fine. Let me show you what a real wife is like. You've seen Team Z. Shěn Chén pulled out his phone and called Lu Yaji. Honey, I'm back. We're having dinner at the Venice Hotel right now. My buddies are dying to meet you in Shaozhou. Honey, come over and help me save face, okay? Everyone burst into laughter upon seeing Shěn Chén's slightly playful tone over the phone. Only Liao Ding and Zhang Lingxi remained unfazed, continuing their meal. You guys don't know. Love your wife and your life will thrive. You bunch of single dogs, what are you barking about? Shěn Chén slammed his hand on the table, firing on all cylinders. Hearing Shěn Chén's mockery, the others immediately protested. What's wrong with being single? Let's get him drunk. If he can walk home tonight, we lose. Exchanging glances, they began downing shot after shot with Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén accepted every challenge, arrogantly declaring, whoever backs down is a coward. It was a team gathering today, and no one had used purple chi to sober up. Zilinger's little face was also flushed. Shaozhou, Shěn Chén is back. Lu Yaji hung up the phone and recounted the incident to Chu Ruozhu. How old is he, acting so childish? Chu Ruozhu rolled her eyes at Shěn Chén's words, but her body honestly went to change clothes. Xiaozi, Shěn Chén's friends have nowhere to stay. Let's arrange accommodations for them. Arrange for a few drivers to take them there. Lu Yaji nodded upon hearing this and immediately made the arrangements. Bang! The private room door swung open as 2 women entered. Everyone's eyes locked on the pair as they walked in. Honey, I've missed you so much.
Shěn Chén walked over, planted 2 quick kisses on each of them, wrapped his arms around their waists, and looked at the crowd.
Look at my wife. Pretty, huh?
Shěn Chén boasted to the crowd, his face beaming with pride.
Holy crap! You animal! How did you manage to snag 2 such beauties, Shen?
Bai Machuan pounded his chest in frustration, looking utterly devastated.
What are you barking about? It just proves my wife is amazing, she's got charm.
Shěn Chén shot him a dismissive look.
That's just sour grapes talking. Sis, tell us, did he threaten you? Don't worry, we'll take care of it for you. Lei Yu joined the commotion, chiming in with a laugh. Get lost. Shěn Chén scolded with a laugh. You guys just envy us, don't you? Sis, come sit down. Uncle Zhao, bring 2 more chairs.
Liao Ding stood up and motioned for someone to fetch 2 more chairs.
Mr. Lu, would you like anything else? Uncle Zhao inquired.
Lu Yaji surveyed the group, and Shěn Chén insisted on more wine.
More wine, and bring some new dishes. Lu Yaji considered it, glancing at the dwindling spread on the table.
The little chubby guy was nothing short of a bottomless pit.
Shěn Chén drank until the wee hours of the morning, practically passing out from intoxication.
Lu Yaji motioned for everyone to help him to the pre-booked hotel.
Awesome.
Shěn Chén stared at the bed before him and stretched vigorously. Perhaps the movement was too vigorous, as it woke both women. Seeing this, Shěn Chén naturally couldn't resist engaging in a morning session with his girls.
2.5 hours later. So you tell me, what kind of superhuman exists in this world, one who can ascend to heaven and descend to earth?
Shěn Chén shared his plan to take the 2 girls on a cultivation journey after telling them.
Superhuman? That guy? I could take on 10 of them with one hand.
Shěn Chén heard Chu Ruozhu mention superhumans and curled his lip.
Judging by the current situation, that power couldn't even shake Shěn Chén an inch. Apart from flying, Shěn Chén could utterly dominate any superhuman. Holy crap! So handsome, hurry up and teach me. The mischievous Chu Ruozhu pestered Shěn Chén, begging him to teach her. Zizi, have you made up your mind? Shěn Chén looked at Lu Yaji, waiting for her answer. What else could I do? I'm already yours. What else can I do besides go crazy with you? Lu Yaji rolled her eyes. How could she possibly refuse? Unlike Chu Ruozhu, she wasn't just after the handsome guy for the sake of cultivation. After hearing Shěn Chén's words, Lu Yaji understood the dangers of cultivation. Cultivation was perilous, but if they succeeded, they could live hundreds of years alongside Shěn Chén. A century of flying side by side was far more alluring than the path of cultivation. That was what truly stirred her heart, everything else was trivial. As for how powerful it might be, that was just fluff. Alright. Shěn Chén asked them to wait while he opened the system panel to claim his reward. System, I've completed the mission. Isn't it time to settle the rewards? Shěn Chén summoned the system in his mind, watching his task completion rate hit 100%. Chapter 171, right on target. Ding. Dormitory task completed flawlessly. Reward, 1 self-selected reward. Shěn Chén examined the reward before him, thoroughly satisfied. During the journey, he had negotiated with the system, exerting tremendous effort to secure this reward. I want a highly adaptable cultivation technique. Shěn Chén considered that this cultivation technique must not only suit the 2 women's practice but also be suitable for Liao Ding and the others. Ding. Reward credited. In recognition of the host's outstanding performance this time, an additional cultivation technique is awarded as a surprise. Shěn Chén's face lit up as he saw the new notification from the system. Who'd have thought Brother System would be so generous, even throwing in an unexpected surprise? Check it out. Shěn Chén eagerly tapped the reward panel in the system menu. Mass cultivation technique, 9 spirits art. Can be cultivated even by those without innate talent, highly accessible. Bonus reward, 9 heavens art of conquering women. A supreme dual cultivation technique. Just as the Yellow Emperor ascended to immortality after bedding 3,000 women in a single day, so too can practitioners now cultivate immortality through intimate union. Shěn Chén stared wide-eyed at the extra reward before him. This technique truly spoke to his heart. Shěn Chén examined the 9 spirits art and discovered its drawbacks. While accessible to the masses, its cultivation plateaued at the perfect innate stage, preventing further advancement. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment. By the time they reached the stage, his points should be sufficiently accumulated. Creating a new cultivation technique for them would pose no problem. System, how do I distribute this cultivation technique to others? Shěn Chén asked the system. Did he have to copy it down by hand? Ding. You can silently recite it and transmit it through physical contact. Ah, I see. Shěn Chén nodded. That made things much simpler. Zizhu, come a little closer. Shěn Chén addressed Lu Yaji, who sat down before him. Chu Ruozhu plopped straight into Shěn Chén's lap, teasing him. Kid, you're playing with fire. Shěn Chén scooped Chu Ruozhu off and gave her a firm swat on her pert bottom. Ah. Shěn Chén, I'll fight you. Chu Ruozhu lunged at Shěn Chén, clawing and kicking, and the two rolled into a wrestling match. Shěn Chén didn't forget to drag Liu Yaji, who was watching, into the fray as well. After a moment of roughhousing, Liu Yaji and Chu Ruoju settled back into their seats. Shěn Chén tapped each of their foreheads with his finger. Instantly, both women felt something new enter their minds. Shěn Chén watched quietly as they processed the information, waiting patiently nearby. How amazing, Shěn Chén.
You just touched us, and now there's a mosquito in our minds.
Chu Ruoju chattered excitedly, utterly baffled by the phenomenon.
How does it feel? Shěn Chén asked, his eyes also filled with a sense of mystery.
This feeling is so wonderful.
Unlike Chu Ruoju's nervous fluster. Instead, she leaned toward being more mature and steady, a personality completely different from Chu Ruoju's.
Try practicing cultivation. Shěn Chén then began teaching the two women step by step. Shěn Chén hadn't expected that after explaining the obscure text just once, both girls would grasp it.
But what truly astonished Shěn Chén was yet to come.
In less than 2 hours, a faint purple energy fluctuation emanated from Liu Yaji's body.
The moment Shěn Chén sensed the purple energy fluctuations, he opened his eyes and halted his own cultivation.
Shěn Chén watched Liu Yaji before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face.
He hadn't expected that not only was his own cultivation progressing rapidly, but his wife's cultivation speed was equally swift.
Liu Yaji opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with unmistakable joy. Shěn Chén, does this mean I've succeeded in my cultivation? Her eyes wide and bright, Liu Yaji asked Shěn Chén. Feel the purple energy within your body. Slowly channel it. Shěn Chén gently guided Liu Yaji to cultivate the purple energy outward.
He watched as her palm gradually became enveloped by the violet aura.
Shěn Chén scanned Liu Yaji's body.
Though the purple energy was sparse, it had indeed emerged.
This marks her entry into the late stage of the postnatal realm. Shěn Chén nodded. Liu Yaji's talent was now quite strong.
No sooner had Shěn Chén spoken than a ripple of energy surged from Chu Ruoju beside him.
Shěn Chén's face betrayed his shock. What kind of monsters were his two wives? Wasn't this getting a bit ridiculous?
What took others a lifetime to barely achieve, these two accomplished in less than an hour.
Shěn Chén had heard that even the fastest among the Special Bureau's elite took a full week to sense the purple aura. Shěn Chén nodded. He hadn't expected that not only was he a genius, but his wives were geniuses too.
Shěn Chén checked Chu Ruoju again.
Both wives were with him now. A short while later, Liao Ding arrived with Zhang Lingxi in tow.
To Shěn Chén's surprise, all of them had successfully mastered the basics in under an hour. Shěn Chén was about to call Tang Shuhuang to share the good news.
But Shěn Chén suddenly held back. What if Tang Shuhuang dragged them straight into training or a mission right now?
The thought of the two girls bumping into each other made his heart ache.
No, he had to wait. Let them practice more, build up their cultivation first. Joining later wouldn't hurt.
As for the dual cultivation technique, he'd give it to them later.
Brother Chen, come out for dinner. After 5 people trained until the afternoon, Shěn Chén received a call from Bai Mashwan.
Shěn Chén and the others tidied up and headed out together.
Brother Chen, we found this restaurant with amazing food. Bai Mashwan told Shěn Chén, their mouths still greasy from lunch. I've got to try it today. Shěn Chén remarked that he hadn't been to this restaurant before. He'd have to remember this hidden gem for future visits to satisfy his cravings. Brother Chen, we'll just eat in the main dining area.
There are no private rooms available.
Bai Mashwan wondered aloud, unsure if Shěn Chén's 2 girlfriends would be able to handle it.
After all, judging by their demeanor, they were clearly from well-to-do families, nothing like these rough and tumble types.
Where can't you eat?
As long as it fills our stomachs. Liu Yaji smiled as she spoke, having picked up on Bai Mashwan's concern. They'd eaten at roadside stalls before, no need for such worries.
Bai Mashwan finally relaxed. It seemed Shěn Chén's 2 girlfriends were easygoing.
They'd heard all about the lavish send-off yesterday, and the scene was still vivid in their minds. A fleet of luxury sedans escorting them home had genuinely surprised them. Given their high-ranking status, such displays were certainly within their means. But they never imagined someone in this small city could muster such a lineup. These vehicles weren't cheap, you couldn't even buy them without substantial assets. You wouldn't even meet the threshold for a luxury sedan.
Chapter 172, Young Dragon? Young Bug. No heavy drinking today. Shěn Chén warned Bai Mashwan.
These past few days, the kids had been drinking themselves into a stupor, not a single one made it home on their own 2 feet.
Alright, Brother Chen.
Today, I'll pace myself.
Bai Mashwan felt a bit embarrassed too, he'd blacked out completely yesterday. The whole group was indeed so drunk they couldn't tell east from west.
Bro Chen, teach me how to find true love already. Seeing Shěn Chén being fed by 2 girls, Bai Mashwan instantly grew envious.
3 steps. First, you must know how to speak. Step 2, you have to take action. Step 3, you have to make your intentions clear.
Shěn Chén spoke with an air of profound mystery, and the men at the table fixed their intense gazes on him.
Brother Chen, could you elaborate on this method?
Bai Mashwan looked at Shěn Chén, his eyes brimming with questions. In Shěn Chén's eyes, Mo Xian resembled a university freshman newly entering society, his gaze clear yet naive. This plan requires having a girlfriend to execute.
Just talking about it now won't get you anywhere. Shěn Chén nodded his head as he spoke, and Mo Xian nodded in understanding.
The women present flushed crimson, then Lei Yu, Zhang Tao, and little Fatty all caught on, bursting into laughter.
What are you laughing at? Mo Xuan looked at them, utterly baffled. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
I think your brother Chen made a good point.
Zhang Tao waved his hand with a smile. Mo Xian really isn't cut out for romance. Everyone went back to eating and chatting.
Young dragon, check out those girls at that table, they're absolutely stunning. The two upstairs glanced over at Shěn Chén's table. The guy called Young Dragon looked down at the four girls.
Holy!
These girls are way hotter than those celebrities.
Who knew such top-tier beauties could be found in this small town?
Long Xiao looked at the four women's beauty and thought of his past girlfriends.
They were absolute crap, utterly unpalatable.
Waiter, bring 2 bottles of romantic to those 2 tables of beauties. Long Xiao gazed at the 4 women, picturing himself betting all 4 tonight. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine.
With his financial clout, these 2 women would surely submit willingly. Hello, these are from the guests upstairs for you.
For the 4 lovely ladies. The waiter approached, carrying 4 bottles of romantic, and placed them before the 4 women.
Ha!
Everyone looked up to see Long Hao pretending to be a gentleman as he gazed at the 2 women.
Send it back. Lu Yaji said coldly. Extra gifts?
She wasn't nearly as approachable as she appeared to other men. These were Shěn Chén's friends, which was why Lu Yaji appeared approachable. But when it came to fawning types like Long Hao, Lu Yaji wasn't interested. The other women also found such behavior distasteful.
Ladies, today's bill is on me, young Master Long.
Just then, Long Hao descended the stairs, smiling broadly as he addressed the 2 women.
No need.
We can pay for ourselves. Chu Ruozhu flatly refused Long Hao, who remained unfazed by her rejection.
Miss, I'm from the Long family of the capital. I'd like us to get acquainted. Our family's assets are in the billions, verifiable.
Long Hao interpreted Chu Ruozhu's refusal as stemming from her failure to disclose his family background.
After all, once she revealed her family name, what woman wouldn't willingly cooperate with her? Mind if I join you?
Long Hao slid out a chair. In her mind, these small-town folks wouldn't dare refuse her. Just as she was about to sit down, Zhang Tao's voice cut through the air.
Little bug, you're pretty cocky with these people.
Long Hao instantly flew into a rage. Who dared call her little bug? They were asking for trouble.
You.
The moment Long Hao saw Zhang Tao, her throat felt like it was being choked shut, leaving her unable to utter a sound.
What did you say? Go on.
Zhang Tao said with a faint, mocking smile.
So all these years I'd been away from the capital, and now this guy's gone and started acting like he owns the place?
Brother Zhang, I was just wondering how Auntie's been lately.
It's been so long since we last saw her.
Long Hao saw Zhang Tao didn't dare utter a word, and only after racking his brains did he manage to steer the conversation back.
Is that so? Zhang Tao wasn't stupid.
He could tell this was a half-truth, a hard-to-swallow statement.
Of course it's true. As true as diamonds. Young Master Long hastily raised 3 fingers, swearing to the heavens.
The underlings who had followed Long Xiao were all dumbfounded.
Boss Long, you're actually afraid of them?
One of the underlings, clearly a bit dim-witted and unable to grasp the situation. He asked dumbly, his face still brimming with indignation.
You idiot!
Long Hao slapped the guy hard across the face.
You think this is some backwater town? This place is nothing special.
Beijing is full of dragons, top-tier golden dragons, at that. Compared to them, he was merely a dragon, and newly evolved one at that.
Shěn Chén watched the scene thoughtfully. Looks like he needed to make his move on the capital sooner rather than later.
Otherwise, the constant attention his wife was getting was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, it was better to avoid trouble whenever possible. Shěn Chén had already learned from the 2 women that his company had gained national recognition. That would make going to the capital much simpler, and establishing himself there would only be a matter of time.
Apologize to them, and you can get lost.
Zhang Tao couldn't be bothered to waste words on him, he was just interrupting their conversation.
Alright, Tao. Ladies, today I've been blind as a bat. Please forgive me, ladies. Long Hao's apology was sincere. He bowed 90 degrees to the 4 women present. Get lost.
Zhang Tao glanced at the girls present and decided to let young Master Long off the hook. Hearing those 3 words, Long Hao felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He quickly made his escape. Before leaving, he didn't forget to settle the bill for Shěn Chén's table at the front desk.
What's the deal with the Long family? Shěn Chén inquired.
To make his mark in the capital, he needed to understand its power structures. The Long family was considered a second-tier minor clan. The head of a second-tier minor family, some clout, but not much.
Zhang Tao sneered. His family could take on 10 of them. Taozi, give me the lowdown on the power structure in the capital. My company plans to expand into the capital soon. Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Zhang Tao gave him a detailed explanation.
Only then did Shěn Chén gain a rudimentary understanding of the capital's power dynamics.
Sir, hello.
Young Master Long has already settled your bill.
Shěn Chén and his group had finished eating and drinking well.
As they rose to settle the bill, the waiter informed them that Long Hao had already paid.
That's more like it. I'll spare you a beating this time. Zhang Tao nodded with satisfaction and said, then I shan't discuss life's profound truths with you. Brother Chen, are you guys full? Shall we go out and have some fun? Bai Moshuan chimed in, suggesting they go sing karaoke. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Truthfully, Bai Moshuan wanted to hit the bars, but with the girls present, he kept that thought to himself.
Chapter 173, Another Wave. Shěn Chén and his group booked a large private room. They hadn't drunk enough during dinner, so they continued drinking now. You guys go ahead.
I need to use the restroom. Zhang Lingxi got up and headed outside, with Chu Ruozhu following her.
Ugly Duckling, one by one. Bai Xian was performing a heartfelt song, while the audience below the stage covered their ears. Oh no, you guys need to go check it out. Shěn Chén, Ruozhu Shi.
The private room door burst open violently. Zhang Lingxi gasped for breath as she spoke.
Lingxi, what happened to Ruozhu?
Shěn Chén shot to his feet, rushing to Zhang Lingxi and asking anxiously.
Ruozhu's been cornered. You need to go check on her right now.
Zhang Lingxi said anxiously. Shěn Chén dashed out the door, with Lu Yaji and Liao Ding close behind.
What's wrong, Ruozhu?
Shěn Chén pushed through the crowd blocking the way and reached Chu Ruozhu. This woman falsely accused me of stealing her things and had people block my way.
And she's demanding I strip naked so they can search me.
Chu Ruozhu said angrily, her eyes blazing. After hearing her, Shěn Chén turned to face the woman.
You say my girlfriend stole your things? What exactly did she steal from you? Shěn Chén asked coldly.
The makeup on her face was thicker than the plaster in his house.
Dressed head to toe in knockoffs, and you have the nerve to accuse my Ruozhu of theft?
She stole my diamond ring. This woman had always resented Chu Ruozhu for being prettier and having a better figure than her. Jealousy flared within her heart, and seeing Shěn Chén's looks only fueled her envy further.
How dare this little snag a handsome guy like Shěn Chén? Got any proof?
Shěn Chén looked at the woman, his stomach churning with disgust.
A poor little like her, what proof does she need? I've got it in my purse. Shameless.
The woman shouted defiantly, not giving Shěn Chén a second glance.
Ruozhu, check your bag.
Shěn Chén caught a flash of cunning in the woman's eyes and immediately walked over to inspect the bag together. Shěn Chén pulled out item after item, even emptying it in front of everyone. When he was done, still no ring.
Holy crap! That must be JF perfume. I heard a bottle costs 70 grand.
That's a Shijia powder puff, each one costs 200,000.
This doesn't add up. If she's this rich, why would she need to steal a ring? Exactly. Her entire outfit alone is worth $1 million.
I work at the counter, I can spot fakes in a heartbeat. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, the woman couldn't believe Chu Ruozhu was that wealthy. Her composure shattered instantly.
Impossible. How could the diamond ring be missing after I put it in there?
The moment she spoke, she realized she'd let something slip and abruptly stopped. Turns out she just couldn't stand seeing someone else being rich and beautiful. Look at her face, she should know better than to act so brazenly.
The crowd suddenly understood it was all jealousy. Shut the hell up, all of you. So what if I'm jealous? My man is the tiger of the river. Keep your damn mouths shut, or you'll regret it.
Seeing this, the woman immediately brought up her powerful connections, and everyone fell silent. This Jiang Tiger was a recently risen crime boss. Most present had heard of him. No one who crossed him ended well. They all basically vanished without a trace. Rumor had it he had military connections, so no one dared cross him. You, let me tell you, you're stripping today, whether you like it or not.
What gives you the right to have that face? Scratch it for me.
The woman immediately ordered her bodyguards to step forward, preparing to forcibly strip Chu Ruozhu. In her eyes, a mere Shěn Chén wouldn't dare resist.
Smack! Smack! Two sharp cracks rang out in the crowd's ears.
Immediately after, the crowd watched as the bodyguard, who had been itching for a fight with a sinister gleam in his eyes, executed a graceful arc. He collapsed at the woman's feet, leaving her stunned. The crowd gasped in shock.
What the hell kind of strength was that? He'd literally whipped the guy away.
Even Tyson himself probably couldn't pull that off.
You.
The woman stared at Shěn Chén, who looked as harmless as a lamb, yet seemed like a demon incarnate.
Me? What about me? Smack. Got a problem with that? Smack.
Keep your complaints to yourself, you ungrateful. Shěn Chén slapped the woman with every sentence he spoke, and by the end of his tirade, her face was swollen like a pig's head. You just wait. Her eyes brimmed with terror, yet her voice remained defiant. With that, she scrambled out to summon reinforcements. I'll be waiting, room 666. Shěn Chén shot the woman a dismissive glance.
No one can help her now. I, Shěn Chén, said it.
Ruozhu, let's go. Shěn Chén led Chu Ruozhu back to the private room.
Everyone rushed over to ask what had happened. Ran into a fool who just loves stirring up trouble. Shěn Chén waved it off. It's fine. Everything's taken care of. Bang. Damn it. Who just messed with my woman? Step out here. The crowd was already suffering through by Ma Xuan's blood-curdling screams when the private room door was violently flung open again.
Everyone turned to see who had the nerve to speak to them like that. A fat man strode in, his arm wrapped around a swollen, unrecognizable monster.
Looking for trouble. Shěn Chén's eyes flashed with cold fury. He had originally let them off the hook. But he hadn't expected them to actually show up, walking right into their doom. I'll take care of this. Shěn Chén stood up, his gaze mocking as he studied the fat man. If this fatso walks out of here today, I'll write my name backwards. You're pretty cocky, aren't you? You're pretty damn cocky. The fat guy pointed at Shěn Chén. This kid probably hasn't been beaten up by society yet. I know I'm cocky. Don't you dare say it again.
Shěn Chén said it casually, which instantly set the fat guy's rage ablaze.
Brother Jiang, that told him to hit me.
The woman pointed at Chu Ruozhu, her eyes practically devouring her. The fat guy followed her finger and looked in that direction. He was instantly struck by Chu Ruozhu's breathtaking beauty, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Glancing around, he felt as if he'd stumbled into a nest of fairies. He'd long been dissatisfied with the woman by his side. How could she compare to the young models at the club? They were fun and lively, while this woman only caused trouble.
But today's incident was provoked perfectly, absolutely brilliant. Otherwise, how could he have encountered these four goddesses? What a stroke of luck. Beauties, all four of you come with me. Let's have a good drink tonight, and I'll let everyone here go. How about it? Jiang Tiger ogled the four women with lecherous eyes. Their figures were truly stunning. Before Shěn Chén and the others could speak, the woman beside Jiang Tiger flew into a rage. Jiang Tiger was abandoning her. Without his protection, those she defended would tear her to shreds. Chapter 174. Whose commander is this? Honey, that has a heart of stone. Don't let her looks fool you. The woman pleaded urgently. If these women agreed to Jiang Tiger, she'd be finished. With these women's stances, she'd be crushed into dust instantly. Get lost. Shěn Chén said coldly. Liao Ding's gaze also turned icy. This old bastard was playing with fire. Damn it, lusting after his own sister-in-law was bad enough, but now he dared to covet his own wife? He was a legitimate cultivator now asking for death. Get lost. You fat pig, can't you hear people talking? Zilinger shot back with scorn, and the other girls wore similar expressions. Fine. Just fine. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll be forced to drink the punishment wine. Since I can't persuade you to leave, I'll have to take you away by force. Jiang Tiger's expression darkened, then twisted into a wicked grin. The fiercer the horse, the more thrilling the ride. Aren't you afraid of the police? Shěn Chén said in a deep voice. This Jiang Tiger dares to openly rob women, isn't he getting a bit too cocky? Ha! What are the cops? They dare to mess with me, Jiang Tiger? I am the sky of this Jiangcheng. Xin Jianglao laughed wildly. With his connections, the police were nothing. Holy! Whose lieutenant is this, so fierce? The diners at the table watched Jiang Tiger with a hint of astonishment and surprise in their eyes. It was rare to find someone who didn't even give the police a second thought. Even the major families in the capital wouldn't dare provoke official personnel. After all, if things go south, it's a whole mess. Even with powerful connections, it's no picnic. Gangzi, give this brother a bone-crushing beating. Zhang Laowu fixed his gaze on Shěn Chén before him, a cruel smile curling his lips. Starting today, Jiangcheng would have one more missing person. Shěn Chén stared at Gangzi before him, a wicked grin spreading across his own face. Though Gangzi looked like a burly brute, he was still just an ordinary man at the end of the day. Kid, you shouldn't have messed with Boss Jiang. I'll break every single one of your ribs and shatter both your legs. Gangzi grinned maliciously. In his eyes, Shěn Chén was already a dead man. Hold on, Gangzi. Let's just break his limbs first. I want him to watch me toy with his woman. Ha! Just thinking about it gets me excited. After I've had my fun, I'll make an exception and let you have a turn too. Jiang Laowu suddenly had this idea, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Got it, boss. Gaozi's eyes flashed with a wicked gleam at Jiang Laowu's words, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Boss, you're generous. Never thought I, Gangzi, would get to play with such a top-tier woman in my lifetime. Shěn Chén listened to Jiang Laowu's words and silently sentenced him to death in his mind. Kid, if you play nice, you might get off with just a little pain. Gangzi's fist, carrying a whoosh of air, shot straight toward Shěn Chén's face. A smirk spread across Gangzi's lips, as if he could already see Shěn Chén's nose crushed flat. Smack! Ha! Gangzi froze. Shěn Chén looked frail, yet somehow he'd effortlessly absorbed Gangzi's full-force punch. Gangzi refused to believe it. His punches grew faster and faster, but though Shěn Chén's movements didn't appear swift, he blocked each one with perfect timing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gangzi's eyes burned crimson. How could he fail to take down this puny Shěn Chén? How could it be impossible? Anything is possible.
Shěn Chén flashed a devilish grin.
Anyone with decent martial arts skills could tell he was toying with Gangzi. Gangzi, what the hell are you playing at? Cut the crap.
Zhang Laohu watched Gangzi struggle to take down Shěn Chén, his face turning red with embarrassment.
Zhang Laohu assumed Gangzi was just toying with Shěn Chén and hadn't been giving it his all. But Gangzi was completely oblivious to Zhang Laohu's words. Now Gangzi was drenched in sweat, the pressure on his shoulders growing heavier by the second. Facing Shěn Chén felt like confronting a towering mountain. No matter what move he attempted, Shěn Chén effortlessly countered it. If you're going to do this, just finish me off already. Gangzi's resolve shattered completely under Shěn Chén's relentless pressure, and he froze in place. This won't do. You've got some mental toughness to work on.
Shěn Chén hadn't expected this guy to be so easily provoked. What a fragile ego.
Well, have it your way.
Shěn Chén delivered a single punch to the burly Gangzi standing before him, knocking him unconscious.
Zhang Tiger, your men are useless. I've only been playing for a little while, and he's already out of commission. Got any tougher ones?
Shěn Chén chuckled lightly, his face wearing a playful expression as he looked at Zhang Laohu.
Zhang Tiger's face darkened.
He hadn't expected his strongest lieutenant to be no match for Shěn Chén in a single exchange. A flicker of fear crossed his face. He hadn't expected to run into such a tough nut today.
Young man, I've wronged you today. I'll make amends.
Shěn Chén hadn't expected Zhang Tiger to back down so easily. This Zhang Tiger seemed capable of both flexibility and resilience, a true talent.
Shěn Chén couldn't help but regard Zhang Tiger with new respect.
He'd assumed this guy was just a brainless villain.
Turns out he's a villain with brains. Those usually last longer than the mindless types. Mr. Jiang, why the sudden cowardice? Even if you've backed down, Boss Jiang, what if I don't want to end this?
Shěn Chén sneered at Zhang Laohu, who now dared not speak his anger. After all, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. But Shěn Chén's next remark instantly set Tiger Zhang's blood boiling. The woman beside Tiger Zhang's face lit up with delight. It seemed now that Tiger Jiang would never keep these women by his side. Her position was now unshakable. What might be your name, young man? Shěn Chén had underestimated Zhang Laohu's endurance. He hadn't expected the man to swallow even this insult.
Shěn Chén, if you'll do me the honor.
Shěn Chén replied indifferently, wanting to see what Zhang Tiger was up to.
So it's Brother Shěn. Pleased to meet you.
Our encounter was forged in battle, after all.
How about this?
Seeing how agile and skilled Brother Shěn is.
How about joining me? I'll give you money, status, and women.
Brother Shěn, train with me.
Even dominating all of Jingzhou won't be a problem. It's just a matter of time. What do you say? 3 million a month.
We can increase it later. Zhang Laohu held up 3 fingers, his eyes brimming with confidence.
In his view, Shěn Chén couldn't refuse such a high salary.
Not to mention the potential for further increases later.
If Shěn Chén didn't agree, it was simply because the offer wasn't high enough.
Failure to secure his allegiance simply meant he'd have to raise the offer. It just wasn't high enough yet.
Chapter 175, Can Fists Be Harder Than Bullets?
Gangzi, lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. Hearing the price Zhang Laohu offered Shěn Chén, rage surged through him, and he fainted again.
Gangzi never imagined that just a moment of unconsciousness would cost him his job. He'd fallen out of favor, instantly barbecued. Yeah, the price was pretty steep. After hearing Zhang Laohu's words, Shěn Chén thought the price was indeed quite high. If Shěn Chén were still the doctor at that small clinic, he would have been tempted by Zhang Laohu's offer without a doubt. But the Shěn Chén of today was a changed man. His company brought in at least several million yuan in revenue every month. To the current Shěn Chén, 3 million yuan was peanuts. Shěn Chén couldn't care less. So, what do you say, Brother Shěn? Let's join forces. Let's build a brilliant future together. Then you'll be my top lieutenant. Second only to me, above everyone else. Shěn Chén listened to Zhang Laohu's words and suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. The pie he was painting was a bit too big. Even he felt a little bloated. Mr. Jiang, you'd better save that speech for prison. I'm not buying into that pie in the sky. Shěn Chén crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he studied Zhang Laohu. Zhang Laohu met Shěn Chén's gaze and instantly realized he'd been played. You're asking for trouble. I was trying to help you get rich, but you dare to play me. Zhang Laohu glared at Shěn Chén with a dark expression, seething with rage as if he wanted to tear Shěn Chén apart. So what if I tricked you? Got a problem? Keep it to yourself. Shěn Chén stepped right up to Zhang Laohu and locked eyes with him. Amidst the woman's horrified gaze, Shěn Chén delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Tiger's face exactly where he loved it most. 3 teeth flew out of Zhang Tiger's mouth. Zhang Laohu stared at Shěn Chén in utter disbelief, never expecting Shěn Chén to actually dare lay a hand on him. Damn it, just you wait. I'll call my people. Zhang Laohu pointed at Shěn Chén. If he didn't teach this guy a lesson today, he'd write his own name backwards. So Shěn Chén could fight? He could take on 1, he could take on 10, but could he take on a whole gang? Call for backup? Fine, go ahead. Shěn Chén couldn't care less. The more he called, the better it'd give him a chance to properly teach him a lesson. Fine. Wait. Zhang Tiger pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Get everyone over here. Bring your gear. Shěn Chén, they've called for backup. Shouldn't we have called for backup too? Lu Yaji was a bit worried about Shěn Chén. What if they brought weapons and hurt him? Rest assured, madam. You've seen your man's capabilities. Shěn Chén patted his chest. This little situation was nothing to him. Lu Yaji flushed and gave Shěn Chén a playful scolding. You never know when to be serious. Still, her worries eased a bit after all. Shěn Chén never took risks he couldn't handle. Shěn Chén sat at the table, continuing to eat and drink heartily, while everyone else acted as if they hadn't noticed Tiger Jiang at all. They automatically ignored Gangzi on the floor and the two clowns by the door. Zhang Tiger, not wanting to make a fool of himself, returned to his private room and waited quietly for his men to arrive. Brother Chen, wanna make a bet? Bai Moshuan suddenly spoke up, instantly piquing everyone's curiosity. Ha? What's it about? Shěn Chén asked with a hint of curiosity. Bai Moshuan always had some clever tricks up his sleeve. How about we bet on how long it'll take you to deal with those incoming forces? Bai Moshuan's eyes twinkled as he proposed. Sure. That's a good idea. Everyone agreed with Bai Moshuan's idea, eager to see where Shěn Chén's limits lay. I'll bet on myself 1 minute. Shěn Chén declared boldly, as if even 1 extra second would be disrespectful to himself. I'll match Shěn Chén's 1 minute. I'll go with 2 minutes. Bai Moshuan made the decision, and everyone glanced at him. That didn't add up. With Bai Moshuan's strength, taking down 100 ordinary people should be a breeze in under a minute. Shěn Chén asked Bai Moshuan why he'd set the time at 2 minutes. Bai Moshuan replied, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. This bet needs some stakes, right? Shěn Chén remarked, we can't just bet on empty promises. I'll put up a Xiaoyang grass, Bai Moshuan declared. Bai Moshuan declared first, drawing surprised glances from the others. Bai Moshuan's acting kinda weird today, pulling out such a big bet. Then I'll put up a linging flower. 1 more. +1. None of them were short on cash. These items could be bought with money. Only Bai Moshuan's Xiaoyang grass was slightly better, but it wasn't that expensive either. Then I'll put up a red spider lily. Shěn Chén said with a smile. The others collectively exclaimed, holy crap. What a grand gesture. The red spider lily is out? This red spider lily was, of course, the very one that had accompanied them into the tomb back then. The very same one we encountered earlier? Bai Moshuan asked. Shěn Chén nodded firmly. Brother Chen, that's a bit unethical of you. That red spider lily is useless anyway. Bai Moshuan complained. To them, the red spider lily was nothing but a useless burden. Who said it's useless to you? It's actually beneficial for boosting your spiritual power. Shěn Chén gave a mysterious smile. It's a valuable thing, they just don't know how to use it. Ha? This thing can actually help boost spiritual power? Everyone looked at Shěn Chén. They'd never heard of this thing boosting spiritual power. Exactly. Combine the red spider lily with other medicinal herbs, and it can slightly enhance your spiritual power without any side effects. Shěn Chén chuckled, realizing he hadn't yet refined the red spider lilies into pills. Then Brother Chen, you're in charge of refining the medicine. Bai Moshuan chimed in, his eyes darting around. You little rascal, you're so crafty, so crafty. Shěn Chén laughed and scolded, this kid is too crafty. What can we do, Chen? We don't have anyone here who knows how to refine medicine. Bai Moshuan complained to Shěn Chén, helplessly. There's no one else who knows how to do this. Alright, no problem. Everyone gets a share of what we refine. Shěn Chén said with a smile. Anyway, I'll be brewing plenty of these potions. The crowd cheered and shouted, Boss Shěn is so generous. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 Wuling Sunshine minivans pulled up outside. 60 or 70 people poured out. The group stormed inside with fierce momentum, and the security guards didn't dare to stop them. Boss, which little bastard dares touch you? The leader stormed in, his face twisted into a menacing grimace, addressing Tiger Jiang. Sixth brother, did you bring the tools? Zhang Laohu suppressed his anger as he spoke, glaring at the burly man before him. Boss, 1 for each man. Everyone's got theirs. Boss, this is yours. Liuzi's man drew something from his waistband and handed it to Zhang Laohu. Grab your weapons. Let's go settle this. Zhang Laohu roared with fury. Shěn Chén had to die today. Now he wanted to see what Shěn Chén had to provoke him with fists? How hard could fists be compared to bullets? What a joke. Chapter 176, Not My Buddy. Damn it. Which asshole dares to mess with our boss? Lu Zi kicked the door open with 1 foot, storming and wielding a machete. A group of men poured in behind him. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air. Everyone looked down. It turned out Liu Zi hadn't looked where he was stepping and had stomped right on Gangzi's face. Gangzi's face was already throbbing from Shěn Chén's earlier blows, and now Liu Zi's stump had only made matters worse.
The pain on his face, already intense, was now compounded.
Put. Shěn Chén's side erupted in laughter.
This ING bunch was a real bunch of clowns.
What the hell are you laughing at? Liu Zi's fiery temper flared up instantly, his face burning with embarrassment. Brother Gang, you okay? Liu Zi helped Gangzi up from the ground. Shěn Chén, little brother, I'm giving you one last chance.
Just agree to my terms, and I promise not to touch you.
I'll even grant you wealth and prestige.
But if you don't know when to back down, don't blame me for what happens.
The crowd parted to form a path as Tiger Jiang stepped forward and addressed Shěn Chén. My choice is refuse. Shěn Chén declared firmly.
To him, that wealth and honor were nothing but a pile of rice cakes.
Fine. Very fine. Bring it on.
Zhang Laohu's eyes turned icy at Shěn Chén's response.
If he wouldn't take the offer, then so be it. Ah! Liu Zi charged straight in with his knife. Shěn Chén's eyes narrowed.
Shěn Chén narrowed his eyes. The next instant, Liu Zi charged forward with blinding speed only to be sent flying back just as fast. Liu Zi crashed into a group of people, instantly filling the air with cries of pain. Zhang Tiger's heart sank at the sight.
This couldn't go on.
If you've got the guts, come outside with us.
Zhang Laohu declared.
Only outside could they truly prove their worth.
Fine, let's go.
Zhang Laohu watched Shěn Chén respond without hesitation, a sinister smile curling his lips. Heaven offers a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no gates, yet you insist on barging in.
Let's go, brothers. We'll deal with them outside.
Zhang Tiger led the way out, with Shěn Chén following behind. Zilinger and her group also followed suit, one of them even grabbing a slice of watermelon on the way out.
How dare you? Zhang Tiger spotted Shěn Chén trailing behind them.
Zhang Laohu waved his hand, and 70 or 80 men instantly surrounded Shěn Chén. Not even a fly could enter without getting swatted.
Guys, let's go.
Zhang Laohu gave a signal, and the whole gang swarmed forward. Though they looked formidable, not a single one could get close enough to touch Shěn Chén's sleeve.
Right. That's it, an uppercut countering a left hook. Brother Chen, you've got 45 seconds left.
Seriously, guys, are you even capable?
You haven't even touched Brother Chen's hem.
Zhang Tiger followed the voice and saw Bai Moshwan excitedly mimicking Shěn Chén.
Damn it. Shěn Chén is one thing, but who the hell do you think you are?
Zhang Laohu's rage boiled over.
He was already annoyed by his useless underlings below. Now there's this chatterbox right here, yapping non-stop. Get your weapons ready, damn it. I'll take the fall if anything goes wrong.
Zhang Laohu roared, drew his pistol, and fired directly at Bai Moshwan.
Bang! Damn it! Bark again.
Zhang Laohu blew away the white smoke from the muzzle. After all, they were alone here. They'd deliberately chosen this secluded spot precisely to maximize the impact. Otherwise, even his backups couldn't save him. They'd just be waiting to step on a sewing machine.
Holy!
The moment Bai Moshwan saw Zhang Laohu draw his gun, he vanished from his spot in a flash. The others scrambled to their feet, their expressions instantly turning grim. This kind of petty skirmish wouldn't be a problem, but pulling out a gun meant something entirely different.
Help Shěn Chén!
The thought flashed through everyone's minds.
Holy! Damn it! Shoot him dead!
Zhang Tiger saw Bai Moshwan standing beside him, completely unharmed, watching him. A chill ran down his spine.
Today, it seemed he'd finally met his match.
These bastards weren't ordinary people, they were the martial artists the higher-ups had warned about.
Only one thought raced through Zhang Tiger's mind: run.
The farther away, the better. Find the people backing him to save his own skin.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At Zhang Laohu's command, some of the men present immediately drew their guns and opened fire on Shěn Chén. But the next second, something terrifying happened. The bullets passed right through his body.
After image.
Zhang Tao, witnessing Shěn Chén's movements, blurted out the word. To produce afterimages, one must possess either extreme speed, or perhaps a body movement technique mastered to perfection. Otherwise, Shěn Chén's cultivation level couldn't possibly produce such an effect.
That scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness the 9 transformations Tao scripture is so powerful. Shěn Chén exhaled deeply. Bullets coming from all directions were a bit challenging.
But seeing them all converge on a single target, it was clear they'd done this countless times before. A cold glint flashed in Shěn Chén's eyes.
Who knew how much blood these men had on their hands? Shěn Chén's form shifted, instantly appearing before one of the gunmen.
The gunman gasped in shock.
Was Shěn Chén some kind of demon?
He'd teleported right up to his face.
Shooter, fine, you think you're so high and mighty. You're a martial artist, yet this is just like a dungeon in a game. A level 1 newbie running into the end-game boss right in the starting village. Without a word, Shěn Chén delivered a powerful punch straight to the shooter's nose.
Shěn Chén turned to the next gunman, a smirk curling his lips.
Same move, same outcome. Sniper number 2, wait, dude, did you just teleport straight out of Honor of Kings? Did you master that skill already?
With the coordination of the Special Unit 1 team, nearly all the gunmen were knocked unconscious. The remaining ones, seeing Shěn Chén's group in action, didn't even need him to say a word. They obediently crouched down with their hands on their heads.
Jiang Tiger escaped?
Zhang Tao scanned the area but saw no sign of Jiang Laohu.
No rush. We never intended to keep him here anyway. We need to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Otherwise, how would we know who's backing him? Shěn Chén watched the direction Jiang Tiger fled, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
He had actually sensed Jiang Tiger's escape earlier, but he hadn't intervened. He wanted to see who was backing this Jiang Tiger, someone powerful enough to even keep the gun.
Seems like a significant force. Shěn Chén wouldn't tolerate uncontrollable variables appearing in Jiangcheng. There didn't seem to be any surveillance cameras around here?
Bai Mashwan walked over, scanning the area. This place was so remote, not even a dog would come here.
No problem.
I've planted a unique mark on him. As long as he's alive, I'll know exactly where he is. Shěn Chén had anticipated this long ago, spending a fortune to purchase a tracking mark from the system. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he could be found. So that's how it is.
But Chen, where did you get this tracking mark?
Bai Mashwan bombarded him with questions like a curious child, prompting Shěn Chén to simply turn away and ignore him.
Chapter 177, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Shěn Chén, are you okay? Lu Yaji and Chu Ruozhu rushed over anxiously, examining Shěn Chén.
They felt and examined him, only relaxing when they found no visible wounds.
Don't worry. Your man's got it all together. Shěn Chén chuckled, flexing his well-developed biceps for the two women.
Lu Yaji rolled her eyes and playfully tapped Shěn Chén on the arm.
Seeing Shěn Chén act so cocky, it seemed nothing was wrong. I'll contact the military to handle this. The police probably won't be much help. Shěn Chén thought back to Jiang Laohu's arrogant demeanor. The police were probably all their people now.
The former police chief had already been promoted before I left.
They can't handle this area now. Let's see what the military can do. Wouldn't calling in the military risk alerting the enemy? Zeilinger approached Shěn Chén and said, the military's presence is too conspicuous to conceal. Let me handle this. Chu Ruozhu stepped forward. Our Chu family still has some influence. All right. Ruozhu, I'm leaving this to you. Shěn Chén nodded.
The Chu family's strength was more than sufficient to handle this situation.
Chu Ruozhu spoke, then turned and made a phone call. Before long, several people arrived and took away those lying on the ground.
Zeilinger called Tang Shuhuang and explained the situation.
Tang Shuhuang flew into a rage, insisting the matter must be thoroughly investigated. Let's head back for today. Let the bullets fly for a while.
Shěn Chén remarked, the real show hasn't even begun yet.
Old man, how's your health been lately? Shěn Chén pulled out his phone and called Old Man Lin.
You little rascal, finally remembered to call your old man. Old Man Lin scolded playfully, his tone clearly pleased that Shěn Chén had called.
I just got back, didn't I?
Had some things to take care of recently, had to step out for a bit. Shěn Chén replied with a smile, internally debating whether to tell the old man about Bureau 1.
Old man, have you ever heard of Bureau 1?
After chatting with old Dr. Lin for a while, Shěn Chén asked the old man about it.
If old Lin hadn't heard of it, he'd drop the matter. If he had, Shěn Chén would tell him about today's events. Where on earth did you hear about this unit?
Old man Lin's voice shot up 2 octaves. Clearly he knew about Special Bureau 1. Let me tell you, Shěn, you absolutely must not go near that place.
Don't ask why.
Old man Lin's voice turned stern as he warned Shěn Chén.
Old man, I need to tell you something. Promise me you won't get angry first.
Shěn Chén spoke cautiously, afraid the old man might have a stroke.
Go ahead. I won't get angry.
Old Master Lin's tone softened. Shěn Chén hadn't cultivated any cultivation base during his last visit, so it shouldn't be a big deal.
You know how I went out on a trip a while back? I was just out on a mission. I'm now part of the Special Bureau.
Shěn Chén added as an afterthought, realizing the old man had reminded him a bit too late. Shěn Chén hadn't anticipated that the occasional missions Tang Shuhuang had mentioned back then. But the danger level of this particular mission was higher than he'd anticipated. Sigh. Old man Lin sighed with disappointment, never expecting Shěn Chén to have already joined Special Bureau 1.
Why didn't you consult me? Old Master Lin addressed Shěn Chén, his tone dripping with reproach. Old man, I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I?
Shěn Chén replied in a deliberately light tone, reassuring the old man not to worry.
What level have you reached now? Old Master Lin clearly knew quite a bit about the Special Bureau.
Shěn Chén answered truthfully, nearly causing the old man's jaw to drop. Though not from the cultivation world, he knew how difficult it was to reach even the first level. In that case, stay put and strive to make a name for yourself. Having reached this point, the old man had little more to say.
You didn't call me just for this, did you? Old Master Lin remarked to Shěn Chén, knowing full well that whenever this kid called, it never meant anything good.
The old man's insight was as sharp as a torch. Shěn Chén recounted today's events to the old man, who flew into a rage upon hearing them.
There are actually such lawless individuals within Jingzhou? Rest assured, Shěn, I'll get to the bottom of this. Old Master Lin nodded.
In Jingzhou, such an incident was tantamount to slapping him in the face.
Shěn Chén, what did the old man say? Lu Yaji emerged from her bath and addressed Shěn Chén.
The old man said he'll handle this matter.
No need to panic.
Shěn Chén smiled, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Yaji.
What are you looking at?
Lu Yaji felt her face flush under Shěn Chén's gaze and rolled her eyes playfully.
Hey! Honey, it's time for some alone time.
Shěn Chén chuckled lewdly before pouncing on Lu Yaji. The night passed without incident. Thud. The next day, Shěn Chén invited the special bureau team to his villa for a gathering. He prepared everything for an outdoor barbecue, planning a bonfire barbecue that evening. After all, no matter how much fun you have outside, nothing beats doing it yourself. Bro, you've got some serious skills here. Manhwa, his mouth dripping with grease from the grilled skewers, praised Shěn Chén. You bet. Anything Brother Chen makes is guaranteed to be top-notch. Shěn Chén tilted his head with a touch of pride he'd never lost when it came to grilling. Bang! Open the door. Just as the group was chatting away, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Ha! Shěn Chén felt suspicious. Who would be looking for him so late at night? Shěn Chén opened the door, and 4 police officers walked in. Everyone dropped what they were holding upon seeing the officers. Who is Shěn Chén? The lead officer addressed the people inside. They exchanged glances. That's me. What might the officers need from me? Though Shěn Chén had already attained the rank of captain, he still carried none of the typical military airs. After all, military and police are one family. Shěn Chén, you are suspected of involvement in a major armed brawl. You'll need to come with us. The lead officer handed Shěn Chén the arrest warrant. Shěn Chén glanced at the warrant in his hand. Linger glanced at the warrant in Shěn Chén's hand.
It was indeed genuine.
Shěn Chén looked at the officers before him, a hint of scrutiny flashing in his eyes.
There shouldn't have been any surveillance footage from yesterday, so how did the police find him today? This was a bit fishy. It looked like someone was setting him up. Shěn Chén, what's going on? Zhang Tao approached and asked Shěn Chén.
They went to a place without surveillance yesterday, so how could the police show up?
Someone must be trying to frame me.
Shěn Chén whispered to Zhang Tao, who discreetly glanced at the officers in front of them.
Chapter 178, 1 against 2. Shěn Chén, should we reveal our identities? Zhang Tao asked Shěn Chén.
If they revealed their identities, the police wouldn't be able to detain them.
No need.
If we reveal our identities, the people behind them will start to fear us.
Shěn Chén deduced this must be the work of Jiang Tiger's backers.
The only person he'd recently crossed was Jiang Tiger, it was obvious.
If I'm not back by tomorrow night, remember to call for backup.
Make it as big a scene as possible, give their backers a surprise. Shěn Chén said to Zhang Tao.
It's been ages since I've done something like this. Hurry up and go.
The 4 officers waiting impatiently in front of him immediately cuffed Shěn Chén and shoved him into the car.
What do we do now? Manhwa felt at a loss. Were they really going to have to wait until tomorrow night?
No worries, don't rush. Since Shěn Chén mentioned tomorrow night, he must be feeling quite confident. Even if these cops want to go after Shěn Chén, they'd need the capability to back it up. Zhang Tao smiled briefly before shaking his head.
Why did something always happen during meals these past few days?
Not even a single day of peace. Captain Tang, Shěn Chén's been arrested. Linger pulled out her phone and called Tang Shuhong, who was completely baffled.
Ha? Shěn Chén was arrested?
For what?
Tang Shuhong pondered. Shěn Chén didn't seem like the type to get into trouble. If Manhwa had been arrested, he could understand it, but Shěn Chén? That was genuinely baffling.
The mastermind behind the scenes had made their move yesterday.
Linger said.
Even Tang Shuhong hadn't expected the mastermind to act so quickly.
Let me handle this.
Tang Shuhong considered it and decided it would be better to handle this himself.
Shěn Chén declared that if he wasn't out by tomorrow night, he'd make a huge scene.
Linger considered it, then decided to inform Tang Shuhong of the situation. That kid is probably going to make an example of someone. If this incident were to escalate today, Zhangcheng might see no organized crime for decades to come.
Tang Shuhong instantly grasped Shěn Chén's intent and chuckled softly.
The captain said he's coming over. Linger hung up the phone, and the others present relaxed their worries. When the captain steps in, 1 man is worth 2. Meanwhile, Shěn Chén had just gotten into the car when a black hood was pulled over his head.
Officer, this is a bit much, isn't it? Shěn Chén couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This felt like a counter-terrorism operation.
Shut up and stay quiet.
The officer snapped impatiently, why all the fuss?
Officer, who's out to get me? Shěn Chén asked, activating his third eye to see if he could get some information out of him.
What do you mean who's after you? You're already involved in a major criminal case.
The officer blurted out, realizing this low-level cop probably wouldn't get involved.
Then how did you find out about my fight?
Shěn Chén inquired.
Our chief informed us. The officer answered truthfully. Shěn Chén nodded. It seemed the only one who knew the truth was this chief. Hey, you guys all look unfamiliar. Where are the officers from before?
Shěn Chén suddenly recalled that this police chief should recognize him. He shouldn't have arrested him. I heard the previous station staff all got promoted after helping some big shot.
We're all new here. Oh. What about the previous chief? Shěn Chén nodded. So that's how it was. It all made sense now. The previous chief is now in Jingzhou. Shěn Chén nodded.
So it seems they've replaced the entire team from top to bottom.
No wonder this director is so bold. Xiao Wu. Cut it out.
The lead officer barked at Xiao Wu's partner.
Why waste your breath talking so much to a criminal? Get him inside. Shěn Chén's hood was removed, and he was restrained in the interrogation chair. You can leave now. I'll handle the interrogation.
A man entered at that moment and addressed them.
Shěn Chén learned from them that this was the current deputy chief of police. Name? Shěn Chén. Age? 23. What crime did he commit? I don't know. Ha? You don't know what you did? Deputy Chief Xiong Jinzhou bellowed at Shěn Chén. This kid doesn't seem as honest as he appears on the surface. I really don't know, officer. Shěn Chén wore an innocent expression, his eyes flickering with a hint of amusement as he looked at Xiong Jinzhou.
You engaged in armed brawling, resulting in multiple injuries.
Don't you know that yourself? Xiong Jinzhou stared coldly at Shěn Chén, seemingly trying to intimidate him. Officer, this doesn't seem right. Shouldn't this be considered self-defense since my personal safety was threatened? Where did I fight with weapons?
Shěn Chén shrugged his shoulders and looked at Xiong Jinzhou as he spoke.
This kid's a handful. Xiong Jinzhou thought to himself, this kid's got a sharp tongue. Don't try to shift the focus. We already have evidence of your crimes. Don't put up a stubborn fight. Xiong Jinzhou watched Shěn Chén's lips curve into a smirk. As for evidence, they didn't have any.
But fabricating something out of thin air wasn't beyond the realm of possibility.
Evidence? Let me see the evidence first.
Shěn Chén perked up at the mention of evidence. He wanted to admire his own magnificent figure.
You want to see the evidence? There are regulations against viewing evidence on a suspect's person. But if you insist, sign this agreement, and I'll show you the evidence.
Xiong Jinzhou picked up a document in front of him and tossed it to Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén stared at it. Holy crap, a confession.
They were trying to finish him off, wanting a quick resolution.
I can't sign this. I'm innocent. Why would I sign?
Shěn Chén waved his hand dismissively.
Absolutely not. Kid, you're signing it today whether you like it or not.
Xiong Jinzhou lit a cigarette and threatened Shěn Chén.
You're threatening me? Aren't you afraid I'll report you?
Shěn Chén feigned fear, his eyes darting nervously toward Xiong Jinzhou.
Ha! If you can walk out of this station alive, I'll take your last name. Xiong Jinzhou sneered arrogantly. This kid thinks he can walk out? He's dreaming. No way. I won't sign it. I'd rather die than sign it. Shěn Chén shook his head, feigning fear, waving his hands repeatedly. Not signing? Not signing is great, that's what makes it fun. Xiong Jinzhou laughed heartily.
Shěn Chén narrowed his eyes.
Had Xiong Jinzhou changed his ways? Kid, ever been kept awake for days on end? Let me give you a taste of it.
A cold gleam flashed in Xiong Jinzhou's eyes as he regarded Shěn Chén with a playful expression. In Xiong Jinzhou's view, dealing with someone like Shěn Chén required a bit of force. Otherwise, they'd never know what fear felt like, and without fear, they wouldn't confess.
Bring him in. Xiong Jinzhou returned shortly, carrying a small lamp. Shěn Chén felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Was he about to be subjected to more tricks? Chapter 179, none of them ended well. Unexpectedly, he'd only been to the police station twice. Both times they tried to pull something on him. Kid, enjoy the experience.
As Xiong Jinzhou finished speaking, a blinding light shone directly at Shěn Chén. The glare made Shěn Chén squint and he immediately closed his eyes. Remember, don't let him sleep. Don't give him water, and above all, don't let him close his eyes. Xiong Jinzhou instructed the officer beside him, who nodded in acknowledgement. After Xiong Jinzhou left, the officer turned off the bright lights for Shěn Chén.
Ha! Aren't you afraid of getting punished? Shěn Chén asked curiously, surprised the young officer dared to act this way. I've had my eye on him for a while. But I never had a way to report them. The young officer lit a cigarette. No one would come by at this hour. Oh? Why? Shěn Chén took the cigarette the officer offered and lit it. He hadn't expected to find someone in this police station who refused to compromise his principles. Because anyone who dared to report them never ended up well. While they claim to the outside world that they died on duty, I know they were all killed by their own kind. I've witnessed all of this with my own eyes. The young officer sighed. Born in the mud, how could one ever escape? You tell me all this, aren't you afraid I'll report you? Shěn Chén said with a hint of amusement. The young officer shook his head. You won't get the chance.
At the current pace, I'll sign this confession by the day after tomorrow at the latest, then vanish from this world.
You won't get the chance. Is there anything you want to say to your family? I can give you a chance to leave a final message.
The young officer continued speaking to himself, glancing at Shěn Chén.
Couldn't you go to the capital and report them? Shěn Chén didn't pick up on the young officer's implied suggestion. Instead, he said, "Ha! Don't be ridiculous. All our retired elders are under their watchful eyes.
Not a single one can leave Jiangcheng, let alone the capital. Even our phones get randomly inspected."
The young officer's smile was tinged with bitterness. Who would willingly join their ranks unless forced? Your chief and deputy chief?
Hearing Shěn Chén say this, the young officer shook his head.
I see. Can I make a call? Shěn Chén asked.
The young officer handed him the phone. This much he could manage.
Hello, Zhang Tao. Be ready to pick me up tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Shěn Chén hung up after speaking. The young officer watched him with a hint of amusement. Pick him up? No way. Don't be ridiculous. He'd never seen anyone walk out unscathed after being interrogated by the deputy bureau chief and his team. What's your name? Shěn Chén asked.
This kid seemed worth cultivating.
Wang Jiang.
The young officer hesitated for a moment before finally telling Shěn Chén his name.
You'll be glad you did this today,
Shěn Chén said, then closed his eyes to rest.
Shěn Chén was woken up around 3 o'clock.
The young officer now had to turn on the lights for him. Otherwise, when Xiong Jinzhou arrived tomorrow morning, the truth would be exposed.
Shěn Chén understood. The young officer had already done an excellent job.
Meanwhile, the entire city of Jiangcheng had transformed.
Jinzhou, how's it going?
Lu Zhongbua called Xiong Jinzhou, asking how the task assigned by higher-ups was progressing.
Chief Lu, rest assured. Results will be delivered by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Lu Zhongbua nodded.
Xiong Jinzhou's work had never caused him any concern.
Good. Make it happen as soon as possible. Don't keep the boss waiting impatiently over this. Lu Zhongbua reiterated his request to Xiong Jinzhou. After all, this was a direct order from the boss. Unlike before, when it was always the boss's subordinates who notified them. Don't worry. When have I ever let you down in this regard? Xiong Jinzhou waved it off casually. It was just a minor, easily handled matter. Captain Tang. At midnight, Tang Shuhuang arrived at Shěn Chén's residence. None of the group had gone to sleep. So, what's the situation now? Tang Shuhuang asked. Did Shěn Chén have any plans?
He told us to pick him up tomorrow at 10 in the morning.
Zhang Tao said to Tang Shuhuang. Why the sudden change in time?
It seems Shěn Chén might have already obtained the information he wanted. Contact the nearest garrison unit. Bring men tomorrow morning to escort him with us.
Tang Shuhuang considered it. That should be enough force, right? Holy crap. Tao, isn't this a bit too much? Ma Xuan blurted out a curse. Isn't this gonna look bad? Don't worry. Someone will handle the aftermath of this incident. We don't need to worry about that.
When Tang Shuhuang arrived, he already briefed Number 1. Number 1 told them to proceed without hesitation. If anything goes wrong, he'll take the fall.
I'll locate the nearest military unit. Just as Zi Linger reached for her phone, Chu Ruozhu interrupted her. I have their contact information.
We are a military-industrial enterprise.
Chu Ruozhu raised her hand silently and whispered. Then you handle it, Miss Chu. Just let me know when you connect. Tang Shuhuang didn't beat around the bush, making clear arrangements right away. Brother Lu, sorry to bother you so late. No problem. What can I do for you? Someone's looking for you. Chu Ruozhu handed the phone to Tang Shuhuang.
After exchanging a few words with Lu Shaolin, Tang Shuhuang returned the phone to Chu Ruozhu.
It should be about done. Could I contact the municipal party secretary? Just as Tang Shuhuang finished speaking, Lu Yaji suddenly interjected. Sure. The bigger this kid gets, the better. After saying this, Lu Yaji called Li Tianqiu. Upon hearing the news, Li Tianqiu flew into a rage.
He never imagined that the seemingly harmless police station would dare to pull such a stunt behind the scenes.
Li Tianqiu hung up and called Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin assured him that provincial officials would be dispatched tomorrow, reliable and trustworthy. Time flew by, and the next morning arrived. Xiong Jinzhou arrived at the police station and headed straight for Shěn Chén's interrogation room. Seeing Shěn Chén's bloodshot eyes and exhausted expression, Xiong Jinzhou nodded with satisfaction. It seemed Wang Ziyong hadn't slacked off. You can go rest now. You've been watching him all night. Go get some rest. Xiong Jinzhou spoke with rare gentleness. Wang Ziyong immediately stood up and left. Wang Ziyong could tell this wasn't really about letting him rest. The real purpose was to torture Shěn Chén in the interrogation room. Most people wouldn't last a day under Xiong Jinzhou's methods before breaking. Who knew how long Shěn Chén could endure? Kid, feeling the pain yet?
Xiong Jinzhou sat back in his chair with his legs spread wide, lighting a cigarette as he watched Shěn Chén.
It's just average. Shěn Chén chuckled. For a cultivator like him, this was like a grand wizard facing a minor sorcerer. Tough talk, but who knows how long it'll last. Xiong Jinzhou glanced at Shěn Chén. A tough nut to crack. Chapter 180, 99% complete, a rare treasure.
But even the toughest nuts were nothing to him. He'd encountered countless such tough nuts over the years.
How many could last 3 days under his pressure?
Especially now that the higher-ups were pressing for results urgently, Shěn Chén had to be subjected to his accelerated methods. Shěn Chén stared at the old man before him, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Let him run wild a little longer, his good days would soon be over.
Kid.
You know, dictionaries have 2 main benefits.
First, it helps us recognize characters.
It increases knowledge.
And do you know what the other benefit is?
Xiong Jinzhou grinned sinisterly at Shěn Chén, slowly raising a dictionary in his hand as he spoke.
Ha! Isn't a dictionary just for looking up words?
Shěn Chén knew perfectly well what a dictionary was for, but he feigned hesitation as he asked.
Dictionaries also serve another purpose, to reason with certain unsavory characters. You could also think of a dictionary as something else entirely.
It's called a brick.
Xiong Jinzhou spoke as he walked, strolling leisurely up to Shěn Chén.
With that, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he raised the dictionary in his hand and swung it down hard at Shěn Chén's head. But Xiong Jinzhou hadn't anticipated that Shěn Chén's physical strength now far surpassed his own. The dictionary was instantly knocked from his hand, flying out of his grasp. Shěn Chén stared at Xiong Jinzhou before him, surprised the guy was actually going all out.
No way, Director Xiong. You must be completely drained by your wife. How come you have no strength left in your hands?
Shěn Chén watched Xiong Jinzhou's palm go numb from the shock, a sneer spreading across his face.
Damn it. You little brat.
If I can't take you down today, it'll mean all these years of my life have been wasted. Xiong Jinzhou exploded with rage at Shěn Chén's words.
A man could never admit to being inadequate.
Chief Xiong, aren't you afraid of the surveillance cameras?
Shěn Chén knew interrogation rooms at police stations were usually monitored, and most people wouldn't dare resort to violence here.
Surveillance? Our police department's surveillance? That thing breaks down whenever it feels like it.
Who knows when they might malfunction?
Xiong Jinzhou snorted as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. They'd never leave themselves exposed in that regard. Leaving yourself vulnerable to being caught red-handed was hardly a good habit.
Shěn Chén suddenly understood, a look of unspoken meaning flashing in his eyes. Well then, Chief Xiong, how about I show you a magic trick?
Shěn Chén smiled wryly as he looked at Xiong Jinzhou.
A magic trick? You're joking. Let's see what kind of magic you can pull off. If you pull it off, I'll let you live.
Xiong Jinzhou stared at Shěn Chén, handcuffed to the interrogation chair, eager to see what tricks he could pull.
How about a transposition trick?
Shěn Chén pondered for a moment, glanced at Xiong Jinzhou, then vanished in a flash.
Ha!
Xiong Jinzhou looked toward Shěn Chén's position and gasped in shock.
Shěn Chén had vanished from his seat, yet the handcuffs remained intact. Snap!
The sound of a lighter clicking came from behind Xiong Jinzhou. Xiong Jinzhou stiffened, slowly turning his head. There stood Shěn Chén, lighting one of his own Huazi cigarettes. Through the swirling smoke, he stared at Xiong Jinzhou with a faint, ambiguous smile.
You!
Xiong Jinzhou stared at Shěn Chén as if he'd seen a ghost, pointing at him but unable to speak for a long moment.
Director Xiong, that's some fine smoking.
Huazi fine stuff.
99 Chang a rare find. Shěn Chén took a dragon smiled at Xiong Jinzhou. How did you get here?
Xiong Jinzhou was too stunned to even tend to his own cigarette, his eyes wide with disbelief.
I just zipped right over.
Shěn Chén shrugged, implying it was as easy as having hands.
Director Xiong, I think I performed quite well. Shouldn't you give me a little reward? Shěn Chén smiled warmly at Xiong Jinzhou, but the look sent a chill down Xiong's spine. What do you think you're doing? Let me remind you, this is a society governed by the rule of law.
There are surveillance cameras up there. Xiong Jinzhou watched Shěn Chén approach step by step, then collapsed onto the ground.
Shěn Chén's phenomenon defies any scientific explanation.
If Newton saw this, he'd be rolling in his grave.
That surveillance camera is broken. How could it possibly work?
The moment Shěn Chén finished speaking, the surveillance monitor in the interrogation room exploded into shards.
How could it have actually exploded?
Shěn Chén feigned surprise.
This is a bit too coincidental, isn't it?
Xiong Jinzhou. Seriously, bro, at least make it look convincing.
Xiong Jinzhou could tell Shěn Chén's methods were nothing short of divine.
He knew it was pointless to keep struggling.
Director Xiong, I'd like to test the power of this dictionary. I trust you'll cooperate willingly, right?
Shěn Chén's calm voice fell, and Xiong Jinzhou's soul seemed to have fled 3 miles away.
Brother Shěn, surely this isn't necessary?
Xiong Jinzhou forced a smile, thinking, hitting me would hurt like hell. A cold gleam flashed in Shěn Chén's eyes. The old fox was playing the sympathy card. Director Xiong, as the saying goes, a gift is only as good as the return. Today, you'll agree whether you want to or not.
Shěn Chén's first half of the sentence was still spoken politely to Xiong Jinzhou, but the second half held no pretense. Ah! The thick dictionary smacked down hard on Xiong Jinzhou's head, drawing an immediate yelp of pain from him. Director Xiong, you sure can't take a beating. I'll give you more practice. Shěn Chén's words flowed, but his hands never stopped. Soon, wails filled the entire room. Interrogation rooms usually had excellent soundproofing, but perhaps the door had deteriorated over the years. People passing by the interrogation room could hear the screams. Ha! Who's in there? Director Lu Zhonghua passed by the doorway and asked the group. Reporting, Director Xiong is inside. Wang Jiong, stationed at his desk, replied, his gaze toward the interrogation room tinged with pity. If Shěn Chén doesn't confess, he'll likely be beaten to death sooner or later. Lu Zhonghua nodded, accepting it without question. Xiong Jinzhou had certainly been known to do such things before. Wang, tell Director Xiong to keep things quieter next time. Don't let it disrupt others' work. Wang Ziyang nodded. I'll mention it to Director Xiong later. Meanwhile, a company of troops was heading toward the police station. Let's move. Tang Shuhong gave the order. Everyone nodded and headed outside. Commissioner Lu, Secretary Li has arrived. At that moment, someone approached Lu Zhonghua, who was in the middle of a meeting, and whispered in his ear. HM? What is he here for? Alarm bells rang in Lu Zhonghua's mind. Why was Li Tianqiu showing up at this critical juncture? Inform Director Xiong to hold off on taking action for now. Lu Zhonghua gave the order to those beside him before heading outside. Chapter 181, Hope Shattered. Today's meeting is adjourned. Resume when I return. Lu Zhonghua called back over his shoulder, unaware this would be his final meeting. Secretary Li, why are you here? Why didn't you notify us earlier so we could properly welcome you? Lu Zhonghua greeted him with a broad smile. After all, this was the system. Everyone understood the unspoken rules. Lu, I won't beat around the bush. I was driven crazy by the noise last night, so I came straight to you. Li Tianqiu poured out his grievances to Lu Zhonghua, downing a cup of tea in one gulp. Ha! What could possibly trouble you, Secretary? Lu Zhonghua was puzzled. Wait, what could possibly bring you here? Last night at the Lu family's place, you know the Chu family, right? Li Tianqiu spoke calmly and deliberately. Lu Zhonghua nodded. He had long heard of these two families. They were the most powerful families in Jiangcheng, wielding considerable influence even in Jingzhou. Rumor had it their backers were extremely powerful, no one dared cross them. He had long sought to establish connections with them but had never found a way in. The heads of both families called me to say the police had arrested their sons-in-law. You know that the princesses of these two families married one man, right? I believe his name is Shěn Chén. Li Tianqiu spoke to himself, glancing sideways at Lu Zhonghua's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Shěn Chén, Lu Zhonghua's hand twitched. This is terrible. Why didn't the higher-ups tell him Shěn Chén had this connection? Director Lu? Li Tianqiu waved his hand in front of Shěn Chén, snapping Lu Zhonghua out of his daze. Oh, Secretary. Sorry for zoning out. That Shěn Chén sure is blessed. He's married two little princesses. Lu Zhonghua forced a smile. What the hell kind of magic does this Shěn Chén have? Who wouldn't agree? By the way, Director Lu, if you've arrested anyone, release them immediately. After all, he's one of our city's biggest taxpayers. We can't afford to offend them. Unless it's something major, just send him home. Li Tianqiu waved his hand and said to Lu Zhonghua. All right. Secretary, please wait a moment while I go check. Lu Zhonghua forced a smile. How had Shěn Chén suddenly turned from a sweet potato into a hot potato? Go ahead. I'm waiting for good news. Li Tianqiu waved his hand, urging Lu Zhonghua to hurry off. Humph. I'll see how long you can keep up the act. Li Tianqiu watched Lu Zhonghua's retreating figure and slowly sipped his tea. Boss, something's happened. Instead of seeking out Shěn Chén, Lu Zhonghua made a phone call as soon as he stepped out of the office. HM? What's going on? A deep voice sounded in Lu Zhonghua's ear. Shěn Chén is the son-in-law of both the Chu and Lu families. How could you not inform us about this? Lu Zhonghua couldn't help but feel annoyed. This was practically setting them up for failure. Ha! Impossible. The boss's puzzled voice echoed. This isn't mentioned in the records either. Now they've even gone to the municipal party secretary and approached me. What should we do now? Lu Zhonghua is now like a cat on a hot tin roof, pacing frantically. Now that trouble has struck, he's the one who'll take the fall. How could he not be anxious? If this matter were to be exposed, he'd be grateful just to get out of this uniform. Worst case, he'd face a court-martial. Don't panic. You start calming him down now. I'll find someone for you. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice slowly replied. How much longer do I have to stall? Lu Zhonghua asked, every extra second putting him in greater danger. 1 hour should be enough. Lu Zhonghua breathed a sigh of relief at his boss's words. That'll do. Secretary, I've asked around. The subordinate reported, there's no one here named Shěn Chén. Could it be someone from a lower-level bureau, not the main headquarters? Rest assured, Secretary. I've already dispatched someone to investigate. We'll have results shortly. Lu Zhongbo walked in and said to Li Tianqiu with a laugh. Oh? Are you certain it's Bureau Lu? Li Tianqiu glanced up at Lu Zhongbo, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. Lu Zhongbo's heart pounded. Why did he have this bad feeling? Director Lu, sometimes it's not good to deceive yourself. Li Tianqiu's words carried a weight of meaning, and Lu Zhongbo's back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Secretary, you're overreacting. How could I possibly do such a thing? Lu Zhongbo cursed inwardly, calling him an old fox. He hadn't managed to hide it from Li Tianqiu after all. But outwardly, he remained defiant after all, his boss held more sway than he did. Lu Bureau, did you know my wife couldn't conceive for a long time? Li Tianqiu suddenly blurted out this seemingly unrelated remark, leaving Lu Zhongbo momentarily bewildered. This was quite a sudden shift. He had heard about it before. But isn't his wife and child doing just fine now? Lu Zhongbo asked with some confusion. Hadn't he heard that Li Tianqiu had just welcomed a child? Do you know who cured it? Li Tianqiu sipped his tea, his words drifting lightly toward Lu Zhongbo. It struck Lu Zhongbo like a thunderclap. If Li Tianqiu had already made his move like this, and Lu Zhongbo still hadn't caught on, then he couldn't possibly hold on to his position. Therefore, by both reason and principle, I must protect Shěn Chén. Whoever is behind you trying to touch him, they'd better stay put. Li Tianqiu no longer bothered with pretense toward Lu Zhongbo. He tore off the mask of politeness and stated plainly, his words carrying a warning that was all but explicit. Secretary, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Who's behind me? Lu Zhongbo still clung to a sliver of hope if his boss stepped in, he'd be fine. Oh, right. He was the grandson of old Master Lin from Jingzhou. Though not biologically related, he was treated as a true grandson. After Li Tianqiu uttered those words, Lu Zhongbo slumped completely in his chair. He knew it was too late now for his backer to intervene. As long as the old master didn't want him to leave Jingzhou, he'd be stuck there for the rest of his life. His backers would never risk their own interests to intervene on his behalf against old Master Lin. As a pawn, he had outlived his usefulness and was now expendable. Chief. Bad news. Several military units have arrived outside. The one leading them is a lieutenant general. Before Lu Zhongbo could even process the situation, a police officer burst in and shouted at him. What? A lieutenant general? Are you sure? Lu Zhongbo lost his composure and jumped to his feet. Even Li Tianqiu was insignificant in the presence of a lieutenant general. Chapter 182, Earthquake. Absolutely. The military ID clearly states Lieutenant General. Though I've never heard of that unit name, the serial number verifies it's genuine. It's just that I don't have sufficient clearance. Upon hearing the officer's report, Lu Zhongbo rushed out in a hurry. Chief, that's Lieutenant General Tang. The officer pointed toward Tang Shuang, and Lu Zhongbo hurried forward to greet him. Before Lu Zhongbo stood the entire Special Bureau 1 delegation. General. Lu Zhongbo saluted respectfully. Tang Shuang nodded. We're here for one thing only, to find someone. As soon as Tang Shuang uttered those words, Lu Zhongbo felt a sudden sense of foreboding. The last time he'd felt this uneasy was last time. Surely they weren't here for Shěn Chén too? That couldn't be. If they were here for Shěn Chén, he'd be lucky to escape unscathed. Shěn Chén. We must take this man away. Tang Shuang stated bluntly, and Lu Zhongbo felt the world spinning. It's over. I'm truly finished. At that moment, the police station suddenly felt the ground tremble. Holy! An earthquake? As the ceiling lights swayed violently, everyone scrambled to their feet, shouting in confusion. Ha! Shěn Chén let out a soft hum before smiling. Looks like someone's here. Shěn Chén stopped what he was doing. Damn it! You little bastard, don't make me come out. I'll beat the crap out of you when I get out. Xiong Jinzhou, sprawled on the floor, kept yelling. Though his face was swollen like a pig's head, his mouth remained stubbornly defiant. Fine. I'll let you out. Shěn Chén smirked. He had to leave this guy with a lasting impression. Kid, you just wait for me. Xiong Jinzhou scrambled to his feet, pushed open the door, and bolted out. But the next second, Xiong Jinzhou witnessed the most shocking visual impact of his entire life. The moment he stepped outside, a black barrel pointed straight at his forehead. Whack! Xiong Jinzhou instantly dropped to his knees, clutching his head. Director Lu, your men are quite skilled. Li Tianqiu, standing nearby, burst out laughing at the sight of Xiong Jinzhou. You pathetic fool, get up! Lu Zhongbo saw Xiong Jinzhou like this, but his mind was churning with rage. He'd never seen this guy act so spineless before. Why was he letting him down so badly today? He was about to lose all his face. Xiong Jinzhou heard his bureau chief's words and looked up around him. Immediately, he saw a group of soldiers, fully armed and ready for action, file in one after another.
The sight of tanks smashing through the doors earlier had delivered a massive psychological shock to everyone present.
When in his life, aside from military parades, had he ever seen so many soldiers? Shěn Chén, come out.
Tang Shuhong called out, and Shěn Chén's figure slowly materialized.
Chief, it's him. He assaulted an officer, look what he did to me. Xiong Jinzhou saw Shěn Chén as if he'd seen the devil himself and immediately hid behind Lu Zhonghua. Comrade soldier, he's nothing but a thug. Shoot him dead right now. He's a serious threat.
Xiong Jinzhou shouted at the soldiers entering the room, but his words fell on deaf ears. Xiong Jinzhou realized no one was responding to him.
He glanced around and saw everyone staring at him with strange expressions.
Xiong Jinzhou, you're in big trouble.
You'll face the consequences of the law. At that moment, Li Tianqiu approached and addressed Xiong Jinzhou.
Hearing this, Xiong Jinzhou felt as if the sky had fallen.
He turned to look at Lu Zhonghua.
Lu Zhonghua slowly nodded, his face etched with a complex expression. Xiong Jinzhou's face drained of color.
Now even Lu Zhonghua had fallen. He was finished. Completely finished.
So, Director Xiong, how about this surprise I gave you? Shěn Chén smiled warmly at Xiong Jinzhou, whose face had turned ashen.
This change of expression was far quicker than any online transformation trick. Kid, if I can't live, you won't either. Xiong Jinzhou's face flashed between green and crimson with rage.
He violently snatched the service weapon from an officer beside him, a cop who'd just returned from duty and hadn't yet turned in his gun.
Bang! A loud gunshot echoed, and Xiong Jinzhou burst into laughter. Lu Zhonghua's face darkened. He hadn't expected Xiong Jinzhou to do something this insane. Fire! At Li Tianqiu's furious shout, Xiong Jinzhou was instantly riddled with bullets. What nonsense!
Xiong Jinzhou stared ahead, only to see Shěn Chén standing unscathed, mocking him.
Xiong Jinzhou's eyes widened in disbelief.
How had Shěn Chén dodged the bullets at such close range?
Wasn't it said that within 7 steps, the gun was both fast and accurate? It was all a lie.
Lu Zhonghua looked at Shěn Chén and finally realized the magnitude of trouble the boss had brought upon himself.
This was simply beyond human resistance.
Sir!
Li Tianqiu rushed to Shěn Chén's side and saluted him. Shěn Chén's rank now surpassed even Li Tianqiu's.
Calling him sir was perfectly appropriate. Before leaving, Lu Shaolin had already informed Li Tianqiu of Shěn Chén's current military rank.
Brother Tianqiu, no need for formalities between us. Shěn Chén and Li Tianqiu shared a hug, grinning as they spoke. You kid, you're doing better than your old Iron Ox brother now. Li Tianqiu chuckled and playfully punched Shěn Chén, his eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Tianqiu, you flatter me.
Having come from a military background, Li Tianqiu always spoke his mind directly, and Shěn Chén didn't mind.
Shěn Chén could tell Li Tianqiu wasn't being sarcastic in the slightest.
Lu Zhonghua watched the scene unfold before him, and all traces of hope vanished from his heart. This explained why the boss behind the scenes couldn't find Shěn Chén's real background information. Now, only high-ranking military officials could likely access Shěn Chén's records. But Lu Zhonghua didn't know that he had only been half right earlier. Not the military high command but the entire nation.
Take them all away.
Take them back for thorough interrogation.
Not a single one should be left behind.
Li Tianqiu signaled to the men behind him to handcuff and remove everyone from the police station.
Wait. Wang Zhiyong, you did well. Shěn Chén patted Wang Zhiyong on the shoulder.
It was rare to find such a breath of fresh air in this place.
Brother Tianqiu, this guy's solid. He didn't go along with them. Shěn Chén turned to Li Tianqiu and said, and Li Tianqiu nodded in understanding. Keep up the good work. I'm counting on you. Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Wang Zhiyong looked at him with a complex expression.
He hadn't expected Shěn Chén to be serious, nor had he imagined Shěn Chén's background to be so formidable.
Nor did he expect that his own unintentional act of kindness would propel him to such rapid success. This kid looked set to soar to the top. Lu Zhonghua couldn't help but sigh as he looked at this usually unremarkable young officer. The biggest winner in this struggle was, surprisingly, a lowly police officer. Chapter 183, Reunion. Let's go. The rest is none of our concern. Tang Shuhong said to Shěn Chén.
Jiangchang was about to undergo a major overhaul.
Prepare yourselves well. You may not have much time left. Tang Shuhong addressed the special bureau team outside.
This back and forth had cost them precious time. Hearing Tang Shuhong's words, the group immediately began complaining bitterly. This is happening way too fast, it caught us completely off guard. No matter how fast it comes, you still have to train. Right, you lot better hurry up with your cultivation. I look forward to seeing you all at Special Bureau 1. Tang Shuhong pointed at Lu Yaji and the others before hopping into a car parked by the roadside and driving off.
No way. I need to eat.
I need to make up for a month's worth of training in one go.
Xiao Pang roared in frustration, leaving the others both amused and exasperated by his outburst.
But soon after, the group began feasting heartily in Jiangchang. Little did they know that because of Shěn Chén, an epic purge had begun sweeping through Jiangcheng's entire political establishment. Even the slightest hint of corruption led to immediate dismissal.
This sent shockwaves through society, leaving everyone on edge. Brother Chen, I found a plot of land in the capital up for sale. The location seems prime. Should we make a move?
Shěn Chén was happily playing his mobile game when Liao Ding suddenly called.
Ha! Sure thing.
Shěn Chén perked up instantly upon hearing this, as he'd been considering expanding into Beijing.
Should I book the tickets now? Shěn Chén nodded.
There was no time to waste, the sooner the better.
Oh, and Chen, you'll need to bring extra cash.
Liao Ding suddenly added, leaving Shěn Chén a bit puzzled.
It's an auction. Others will be competing with us. Shěn Chén nodded. That made sense.
These were minor details.
Xiaozi, I need to make a trip to the capital.
There's a plot of land suitable for setting up a branch factory. Shěn Chén addressed the two women, who both nodded in agreement.
Shouldn't you support your husband a bit? Your husband seems a bit short on funds for this auction.
Shěn Chén rubbed his hands together as he looked at the two women. All the money was in their hands, he only had a black card.
Oh my, are Mr. Shen ever in such a tight spot? Xu Ruozhu teased, while Lu Yaji covered her mouth and giggled beside her. You little minx, daring to mock your husband. Watch this. After a brief playful scuffle, Shěn Chén and the others returned to the main topic. Speaking of which, now that the capital branch is up and running, who's going to oversee it?
Shěn Chén posed the crucial question. It seemed there was no time for this at all.
How are we supposed to handle this? Don't worry, just hire a few people. We'll bring some people from headquarters. The capital branch just needs to handle sales.
Production and such will still be handled by our headquarters.
We'll transport the rest over. Lu Yaji suggested. Shěn Chén thought about it and realized this wasn't a bad approach. Let's settle on this for now. If any issues arise later, we can adjust accordingly. Shěn Chén nodded.
There was no rush anyway. Early the next morning, Shěn Chén and Liao Ding boarded their flight to the capital. Brother Chen, the auction starts tonight, so we still have some time.
Liao Ding remarked to Shěn Chén during the flight. We still have time. After landing, Shěn Chén and Liao Ding grabbed a quick bite before strolling leisurely to the auction venue. Wow. Kyoto really is something else.
These cars are all top of the line. Shěn Chén stared at the row of luxury cars before him, his eyes nearly popping out.
Sir, please present your invitation. Shěn Chén and Liao Ding were stopped at the entrance and asked for their invitation. Ha! Little Ding, do we need an invitation to come in?
Shěn Chén turned to ask Liao Ding, who hadn't mentioned this to him either.
Brother Chen, I've looked into it. You don't need an invitation to come here. Liao Ding looked just as confused.
He'd researched this thoroughly, there was no way he'd missed that detail. Shěn Chén narrowed his eyes.
Knowing Liao Ding, he couldn't be this careless.
It seemed the only explanation was that this receptionist was looking down on people. Because only Shěn Chén and his group had called for a taxi, it seemed this guy had spotted them.
Why? Why did only we need one, while the others didn't?
A cold glint flashed in Shěn Chén's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the receptionist.
I said you need it, so you need it.
The greeter sensed the aura emanating from Shěn Chén and hesitated, but then remembered Shěn Chén had just stepped out of a taxi.
Clearly broke and looking to freeload on food and drinks.
He immediately puffed out his chest, his eyes brimming with contempt as he looked at Shěn Chén and his companion.
Where's your manager? Shěn Chén didn't want to waste time arguing. He demanded the manager come out to handle it. Put. You two bumpkins think you can see our manager? The receptionist snorted derisively, as if mocking them.
If the manager saw him bringing these two bumpkins in to see him,
the job he'd begged and pleaded for would likely go down the drain. Shěn Chén?
A woman's voice suddenly rang out behind him, causing Shěn Chén to startle. The voice was all too familiar.
He whirled around. Sure enough, it was Lín Mùxuě.
Their eyes locked, and both froze in place. Neither had expected to encounter the other here. Shěn Chén had come to the capital intending to find Lín Mùxuě, but he hadn't expected to run into her so soon.
Lu Shui?
Despite his late-stage Shěn Chén cultivation, his voice now trembled slightly.
Lín
Mùxuě saw the person before her, truly the one she had longed for day and night. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes, and she stepped forward to embrace Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén, I've missed you so much.
Hearing the girl's words in his arms, Shěn Chén couldn't help but tighten his embrace around her. Among all the women in his life, Lín Mùxuě was the one he owed the most to.
Lu Shui, why did you slip away without a word?
Shěn Chén murmured softly to Lín Mùxuě, his thoughts drifting back to that night.
Damn it! Lín Mùxuě, you! What the hell are you doing?
Just as Lín Mùxuě was about to speak, a furious shout erupted from behind her. Shěn Chén looked up to see a pale-faced man glaring at them, his eyes bloodshot.
Oh no, Shěn Chén, you must leave immediately.
Lín Mùxuě suddenly remembered Zhao Hong behind her. She'd been so overjoyed to see Shěn Chén earlier that she'd completely forgotten about him.
Leave? That. Let's see who gets to leave today.
Zhao Hong had assumed Lín Mùxuě would marry him soon.
Now both families had decided to skip the engagement altogether. Zhao Hong was overjoyed, certain he was about to win the beauty's hand. But stepping off the car and seeing the scene, his fiancée embracing another man right before his eyes, Zhao Hong felt like his head had turned into the vast Hulunberg grasslands and his lungs were about to explode with rage. You're supposed to marry me, yet here you are flirting with another man. UING. Chapter 184, Rich Girl Falls for Poor Boy. Zhao Heng's words were so loud that people nearby stopped in their tracks. They began watching the spectacle unfold. This was major gossip. The rich girl falls for the poor boy storyline was playing out in real life. Isn't that the Jing family's little princess? Holy crap! This is explosive. The crowd immediately erupted in whispers, their eyes darting back and forth between the three. Xiao Ding, this guy's got a foul mouth, give him a taste of his own medicine. Shěn Chén shot Zhao Hong a look. The guy was spewing insults left and right. If not for the crowd, Shěn Chén would have shut him up already. Liao Ding had now reached the early stage of the Hotian realm. Shěn Chén could tell Zhao Hong was someone whose body had been hollowed out by excessive drinking and womanizing. Shěn Chén felt confident leaving Zhao Hong in Liao Ding's care. Liao Ding had long wanted to test his current level of strength. He immediately stepped forward, eager to test his skills. Seeing Liao Ding approach, Zhao Hong grew somewhat flustered. He knew exactly what kind of physical condition he was in. He usually went out with several bodyguards, but today, to accompany Lín Mùxuě, Zhao Hong had left without them. He never imagined encountering such an incident today. What was going on? At that moment, the lobby manager heard reports from below that someone was causing trouble at the entrance. Furious, he stormed downstairs. Upon recognizing Zhao Hong, the eldest son of the Zhao family, the manager immediately fell silent. Then, catching sight of the Jing family's little princess in Shěn Chén's arms, the manager quietly stepped aside to watch the show. Either of these two was someone he couldn't afford to cross. What do you want? Let me tell you, country bumpkin, I'm the eldest son of the Zhao family. If you dare touch me, you'll die a miserable death. Zhao Hong immediately threatened Liao Ding, trying to make him stop. But it was clearly futile. Liao Ding wasn't about to listen. The next second, Zhao Heng's wails of agony filled the air, only ceasing after a long while. So, how does it feel, young Master Zhao? Shěn Chén chuckled as he approached Zhao Heng. You little bastard, just you wait. If I ever leave the capital alive, I'll write my name backwards. Zhao Heng's eyes burned with malice as he glared at Shěn Chén. Which tier does your Zhao family belong to? 5th tier or top tier? Shěn Chén paid no heed to Zhao Heng's threats. Plenty have wanted my life. You're not even on the list. Ha! Hearing Shěn Chén's words, those around them suddenly sensed Zhao Hong had met his match. Otherwise, how could Shěn Chén ask so casually, so utterly unafraid? We're the top 5. Zhao Heng's face flushed with pride at Shěn Chén's question. Damn it! The Zhanglu family produced a useless piece of trash like you. If you ever inherit the family fortune, you'll squander it all. Shěn Chén heard this and immediately kicked him. Since he was in the capital, he might as well make a bold statement. Shěn Chén, the Zhao family's heir isn't him. It's his younger brother. Lín Mùxuě interjected from the side. If it weren't for the Jing family currently ranking last, they'd soon fall out of the top 5 families. Otherwise, they wouldn't have considered a marriage alliance with the Zhao family. I told you no family would ever let scum like that inherit their legacy. Shěn Chén's words dripped with contempt. He truly looked down on such trash. Zhao Heng's rage overpowered his reason as he heard Shěn Chén's words. Anyone who dared speak like this before would have been tossed into the lake to feed the fish. Zhao Hong lunged forward, intent on teaching Shěn Chén a lesson, but before he could get close, Liao Ding kicked him flying. Which family do you belong to? Even Zhao Hong could see Shěn Chén wielded considerable influence in the capital. Could he possibly be from the pyramid? Zhao Hong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. If that were true, he was finished. Jingzhou. Shěn Chén uttered the 2 words flatly, leaving Zhao Hong speechless in an instant. I was freaking out thinking you were some big shot. But now you come telling me this? Zhao Heng's heart had just leapt at the sight of a stunning beauty, ready to charge into battle. But then you tell Zhao Hong, aren't you afraid I'm a man? His heart leapt to his throat. He was terrified you might be a man. He'd have preferred you just say, I'm a woman. What the hell are you playing at? Damn it! I thought you were some big shot. Zhao Hong cursed under his breath upon hearing Shěn Chén's words. I was wondering who the hell you were. Exactly. The people around him were speechless. We've already taken off our pants, and now you show us this? A faint smile touched Shěn Chén's lips. What you see isn't necessarily what you get. Shěn Chén promptly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Chen, how come you suddenly have time to call me? Xiao Lai, make it quick. Do you know Zhao Hong from the capital? Ouyang Lai was taken aback by Shěn Chén's unexpected call. I know him. The Zhao family's spoiled brat. Ouyang Lai nodded. Zhao Heng wasn't even worth mentioning among them. Now this Zhao Hong says he wants to kill me. Shěn Chén said it casually, and Ouyang Lai instantly flew into a rage upon hearing it. Someone wants to talk to you.
Shěn Chén held the phone to Zhao Heng's ear, and a voice immediately echoed in his ear.
Who the hell is that? Do I even know this guy?
Zhao Heng was reluctant at first, but under Shěn Chén's gentle coaxing, he obediently answered the call.
Little Heng, you're pretty cocky.
The voice that had haunted Zhao Heng's childhood echoed in his ear, sending a chill down his spine.
Brother Lai, why are you calling? Zhao Heng cradled the phone cautiously, asking with trepidation. What's up? I heard you're the one trying to take out my Chen brother? Ouyang Lai cut straight to the chase, his tone unapologetically blunt. I just didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one.
I had no idea he was your older brother. If I'd known, not even two of my guts combined would have dared to pull this off. Zhao Heng was on the verge of tears.
This was a divine twist.
Those around him saw Zhao Heng grab Shěn Chén's phone and their expressions changed drastically.
Whispers erupted again. Wasn't this twist too much?
Brother Chen, I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one.
This is your phone.
Zhao Heng respectfully handed the phone back to Shěn Chén.
Ouyang Lai's presence was just too overwhelming.
Then I shan't disturb you and your wife any longer.
With that, Zhao Heng slunk away.
Seeing even the Zhao family's eldest son driven away by Shěn Chén, the crowd began whispering once more about how Shěn Chén must be the illegitimate son of some powerful figure.
Lu Shui, let's go. Shěn Chén turned and led Liao Ding and Jing Lushui into the auction hall.
Miss Jing, this way, please. The hall manager approached to escort Shěn Chén and his companions inside.
You're the manager? Shěn Chén looked at the portly middle-aged man and inquired. That would be me.
The lobby manager hastily replied, thinking to himself that this was someone who could even drive away the Zhao family's eldest son. Better not to provoke him.
Chapter 185, about to be kept again. You're the manager, yet your staff's quality is lacking.
Shěn Chén casually glanced at the man greeting guests beside him. At Shěn Chén's words, the man's legs instantly went weak, and his world felt like it was plunging into darkness.
The job I worked so hard to get just slipped through my fingers. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I'll definitely step up management. You're fired. Pack your things and get out now.
After making assurances to Shěn Chén and Jing Lushui, the manager immediately turned to the receptionist and spoke. If this matter isn't handled satisfactorily, I might get dragged into it myself.
Lu Shui, what caught your eye at the auction? I'll buy it for you.
Shěn Chén desperately wanted to make up for his debt to Jing Lushui. Jing Lushui seemed to sense Shěn Chén's thoughts. She shook her head. For now, all she wanted was for Shěn Chén to stay by her side.
She didn't crave anything else. This moment was enough. Oh, right, Shěn Chén. You came here for that plot of land, didn't you?
Jing Lushui suddenly lifted her head to look at Shěn Chén, who nodded in surprise.
How did Jing Lushui know he was here for the land?
Silly, most people here tonight are after that plot of land.
That plot of land is quite valuable.
If you're short on cash, just tell me, I'll support you. Jing Lushui said playfully, leaving Shěn Chén both amused and exasperated.
How come all his women wanted to support him? Did he really look like someone living off others? I'm loaded now. I started my own company, now I'm the one who should be supporting you. This trip to the capital was specifically to secure this plot of land for our branch office. Shěn Chén gently pinched Jing Lushui's little nose, speaking with doting affection. Ha? You started a company? What's your company called?
Jing Lushui was stunned to hear that after so long apart, Shěn Chén had not only started a company but was now opening a branch office in the capital.
Royal Pharmaceuticals.
After Shěn Chén said that, Jing Lushui in his arms was stunned.
Royal Pharmaceuticals is yours?
Shěn Chén gazed at the little person in his arms, her mouth agape in surprise.
He couldn't resist giving her a quick peck. Oh my! There are people here.
Jing Lushui hadn't expected Shěn Chén to be so bold, and her face flushed crimson with embarrassment.
Ha? Who's there? Xiao Ding, did you see anyone else?
Shěn Chén feigned ignorance as he asked Liao Ding, who shook his head, indicating he hadn't. Hearing this, Jing Lushui felt even more embarrassed.
I'm being serious here.
Jing Lushui playfully nudged Shěn Chén, still a bit self-conscious.
Yeah. It was definitely me who opened it. Shěn Chén nodded. There was no doubt about that. So that anti-cancer drug, the one officially recognized by the government, was developed by you?
Jing Lushui's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shěn Chén.
MHM. What's wrong, Lushui?
Shěn Chén looked at Jing Lushui with a hint of confusion.
Was there a problem?
Seriously, you're such a dope.
What do you know?
If that were the case, my family wouldn't oppose us being together. Jing Lushui rolled her eyes.
Big deal. Oh. I see.
Shěn Chén drew out his words, smiling warmly at Jing Lushui.
Oh, what the hell? Jing Lushui couldn't shake the feeling this guy had ulterior motives, but she just couldn't pin him down. So eager to marry me, huh?
Shěn Chén suddenly blurted out, and Jing Lushui's face instantly flushed scarlet.
Who's dying to marry you? Dream on.
Jing Lushui shot Shěn Chén a sultry glare.
How had she never noticed before how smooth-talking this guy was? Don't worry, Mùxuě. Even if I didn't own this company, your father would still have to hand you over to me. Shěn Chén chuckled, his words dripping with confidence. If Jing's father still had a single string of reason left, Shěn Chén wouldn't mind having a little chat about life with him. Though it felt like turning the world upside down, it was a necessary measure. Shěn Chén would never choose this path unless absolutely necessary. Ha! What method? Jing Mùxuě watched Shěn Chén, who was making solemn promises, and couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Secret. Shěn Chén gave a mysterious smile, which only made Jing Mùxuě even more curious. Just then, the auction began, and Jing Mùxuě decided to put aside her urge to pry further. Shěn Chén hadn't expected to secure this plot of land so smoothly. He'd braced for a hefty price, but after just 2 bids, the plot was his. To the top-tier families in the capital, this plot held little value. Thus, they hadn't participated this time. Jing Mùxuě had only come to observe and shake off Zhao Hong, that persistent nuisance. Unexpectedly, she encountered Shěn Chén and successfully shook off Zhao Hong. It was like a bolt from the blue. The auction attendees saw that Shěn Chén could even drive away the Zhao family's eldest son, indicating he had considerable backing. Not to mention Jing Mùxuě was right by his side. They immediately abandoned the auction. For a mere plot of land, antagonizing a major figure was simply not worth the cost. Better to grant Shěn Chén this favor as a courtesy and leave a favorable impression. Come on, I'll show you around. Jing Mùxuě took Shěn Chén to see the night views of the capital. Shěn Chén marveled, this capital city is so different from my hometown of Jiangcheng, it's just so vibrant. As for Liao Ding, he had already sensed the situation and slipped off to the hotel to video chat with his wife. Meanwhile, Dad, Jing Mùxuě cheated on us. Upon entering the house, Zhao Hong saw his father and mother chatting on the sofa. He immediately ran over and began tearfully recounting Jing Mùxuě's actions that day. Oh my goodness, Hangbao! Who dared hit my son? The moment they saw Zhao Hong, they were startled. Who was this kid with a face swollen like a pig's head? Ha! What exactly did you just say happened? Although Zhao Tianli felt a bit disappointed in his son, he was still his own flesh and blood. Zhao Hong recounted today's events to Zhao Tianli. Zhao Tianli flew into a rage. What kind of nonsense was this? Calm down for now. I'll go ask Jing Tianda first and see what the hell this old fool is up to. Zhao Tianli would never allow such a thing to happen in his own household. Jing Tianda, are you mocking the Zhao family? Zhao Tianli immediately called Jing Mùxuě's father. His tone was blunt and unapologetic, leaving Jing Tianda on the other end utterly bewildered. Seeing Jing Tianda's reaction, Zhao Tianli's expression softened slightly. It seemed Jing Tianda was unaware of his daughter's actions. Zhao Tianli immediately recounted the incident. Jing Tianda froze upon hearing this, utterly stunned that his normally well-behaved and sensible daughter could do such a thing. He immediately pledged to give the Zhao family a proper explanation. Such an incident had brought shame upon the Jing family. Jing Tianda immediately called Jing Mùxuě, but tonight, her phone would inevitably remain unreachable. Chapter 186, Trouble with the Land. The next morning, Jing Mùxuě's face darkened as she saw the 99 missed calls on her phone. Her father was at it again. Mùxuě, what's wrong? Shěn Chén emerged from the shower and asked, noticing Jing Mùxuě's troubled expression. Jing Mùxuě recounted the situation to Shěn Chén. It must have been Zhao Hong. I knew he wouldn't back down so easily. Jing Mùxuě muttered gloomily, adding that her family would likely ground him now. Seeing her state, Shěn Chén ruffled Jing Mùxuě's hair. Why get so worked up over such a small thing? Does one Zhao Hong think he can turn the world upside down? Shěn Chén chuckled softly, not giving the matter a second thought. Brother Chen, something's happened. Liao Ding's sudden call made Shěn Chén frown. What is it, Xiao Ding? Take your time. What could possibly happen in the capital? As long as people are safe, that's all that matters. I had some free time this morning and went to check out that piece of land. Turns out, locals say that plot is haunted. And just yesterday, someone died there. The police have cordoned off the area now. After Liao Ding finished speaking, Shěn Chén's brow furrowed. Was this coincidence or deliberate? How could something happen the very next day after I bought it? Don't panic yet. Let me go check it out. Shěn Chén hung up the phone as Liao Ding sent over the location. Xiao Ding said something happened with the land we bought yesterday. I need to head over and check it out. Shěn Chén explained in response to Jing Mùxuě's inquiry. I'll go with you. Jing Mùxuě didn't want to go home either, she might not be able to leave if she did. Shěn Chén nodded. That's fine. Shěn Chén had decided to hand over management of the capital to Jing Mùxuě. On one hand, Jing Mùxuě was his own person and would undoubtedly be more reliable. On the other hand, Jing Mùxuě knew the capital better than he did. Entrusting Jing Mùxuě with its management was undoubtedly the best choice. It would be best to have Jing Mùxuě familiarize herself with the land now. Xiao Ding, what do you think? Shěn Chén walked over and patted Liao Ding on the shoulder. Shěn Chén surveyed the plot of land before him. The barren field had already been cordoned off by layers of police. Nothing. The police won't let us get close. Liao Ding shook his head, unsure of the situation at the scene. Follow me. Shěn Chén led the two men forward, but they were stopped at the police cordon. Non-essential personnel, evacuate immediately. The officer at the cordon immediately issued a warning as Shěn Chén and the others approached. Hello, I'm the owner of this land. I just purchased it yesterday. I'd like to speak with your supervisor. Is that possible? Shěn Chén stated. If this approach didn't work, he'd have to try another method. Hold on, I'll go check with my supervisor. The officer considered Shěn Chén's words. That made sense. We'll have to contact him eventually anyway, so it might as well be now. Captain, the owner of the plot outside is here. He wishes to see you. Manhwarecap was bent over examining the ground for clues when she heard the report from someone nearby. All right. I'll meet with him. Manhwarecap patted her lower back and nodded. 3 hours of on-site investigation yielded not a single clue. This left Manhwarecap with a headache. It seemed like another major case. A few minutes passed. Captain, this is the owner. Manhwarecap looked up and her eyes lit up at the sight of Shěn Chén's face. She hadn't expected the boss to be quite handsome. As Manhwarecap scanned Shěn Chén was also sizing her up. It was rare to find someone with such looks holding the position of captain. Huician? Lín Mùxuě suddenly spoke up from the side, and Shěn Chén turned to look at her. Xiao Shui? What are you doing here? Manhwarecap's eyes lit up at the sight of Lín Mùxuě. How did her best friend end up here? You too? Manhwarecap was stunned to see Lín Mùxuě arm in arm with Shěn Chén. In her memory, wasn't Lín Mùxuě's fiancé the eldest son of the Zhao family? How had he suddenly become? Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Shěn Chén. Lín Mùxuě explained to Manhwarecap with grace and composure. This is my best friend, the little princess of the Manhwa family, one of the top 5 families. Manhwarecap. Lín Mùxuě introduced them to each other, making things much easier. Captain Manhwa, hello. Shěn Chén extended his hand. Since she was Lín Mùxuě's close friend, he had to give her face. Hello, Mr. Shěn. Manhwarecap snapped back to attention and quickly replied. Excuse me, Mr. Shěn, may I borrow Xiao Shui for a moment? Manhwarecap felt she needed to thoroughly question Lín Mùxuě about what was going on. If Lín Mùxuě's father found out about this, she'd be in big trouble. Xiao Shui, what nonsense are you getting into? Sure, Shěn Chén is kinda handsome, but you'll get your legs broken by your dad if you keep this up. If Shěn Chén finds out about this, he'll probably be thrown into the river to feed the fish. Manhwarecap pulled Lín Mùxuě aside and spoke to her anxiously. Huician, don't worry. If I dared to do this, I must have confidence in it. Lín Mùxuě was both amused and exasperated. Though everything Manhwarecap said was true. But Lín Mùxuě believed Shěn Chén wouldn't let her down. No, I'm not joking with you. I'm dead serious. Even though I have a little money now, it's nothing compared to your family's wealth. How could your family ever agree to this? Manhwarecap clearly didn't believe Lín Mùxuě's words, yet she persisted in trying to persuade her. Shěn Chén, with his keen hearing, had naturally caught every word. He couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. He hadn't shown off his skills, and this rookie cop didn't seem to trust him. With no other choice, Lín Mùxuě explained to Manhwarecap that Shěn Chén was the CEO of Royal Pharmaceuticals. Only then did Manhwarecap lower her guard. In her view, Shěn Chén now possessed the qualifications to marry into Lín Mùxuě's family. With this, Jing's father would weigh the pros and cons, and Shěn Chén's life would be safe for the time being. Mr. Shěn, I'm sorry. Manhwarecap approached Shěn Chén again and apologized. It's fine. Could you tell me what happened with the land I just purchased? Shěn Chén waved his hand dismissively before asking. Just 2 or 3 hours ago, a thrill-seeking couple came here looking for excitement. Little did they know that the first thing they saw upon arriving were 3 bodies hanging from the trees. They were terrified out of their wits and called the police. Manhwarecap explained slowly. After all, this unfinished building was the only structure in the vicinity. So the discovery was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Any leads yet? Shěn Chén asked. He didn't have much time left. In a few days, he would be heading to the special bureau for selection. If the case wasn't solved within 3 days, he'd be in trouble. He'd likely be unable to account for many of his upcoming commitments. Chapter 187, Revealing His Identity. None. Not a single clue. Manhwarecap shook her head. She'd never encountered such an outrageous case in her entire career. Typically, even ordinary cases would leave some traces at the scene. But today's case? It was as if these people had simply materialized out of thin air to hang themselves. Apart from the 3 victims present, there was not a single trace. It was as if they'd seen a ghost out of thin air, a ghost that made them hang themselves. Shěn Chén scanned the surroundings, suddenly sensing an unusual aura. Shěn Chén moved toward the unusual aura. Manhwarecap, who had been sighing and lamenting. She looked up and suddenly realized he was gone. Turning around, she saw Shěn Chén walking toward the crime scene. Hey! You can't go there!
Only after Shěn Chén had walked far away did Morong Huixian react, rushing to follow him. Liao Ding and Lín Mùxuě, fearing they might interfere with Morong Huixian's work, chose to wait where they were.
Who are you? How could the security outside let an unauthorized person in?
Lin Jiping, who had been examining the body nearby, suddenly spotted Shěn Chén, a stranger approaching, and shouted in alarm. Everyone turned to look at Shěn Chén, murmuring among themselves and urging him to leave immediately.
Excuse me. Mr. Shěn, you need to leave immediately. This isn't a place you should be. Morong Huixian quickly grabbed Shěn Chén's arm, trying to pull him out.
Meanwhile, Lin Jiping watched the girl he'd been pursuing unsuccessfully for days grab the arm of a stranger, and his temper flared. Without regard for the situation, Lin Jiping grabbed Shěn Chén by the collar, intending to throw him out.
What are you doing, Lin Jiping? You're violating organizational regulations.
Seeing Lin Jiping's actions, Morong Huixian quickly intervened.
Captain, this is a crime scene. And this guy won't leave. There's no other choice. If any evidence gets destroyed, we're in big trouble.
Though Lin Jiping was seething with anger, a glimmer of reason still flickered in his eyes.
Shěn Chén had already sensed the unusual atmosphere here. This was no longer a matter for ordinary police to handle. Shěn Chén saw a police officer-like figure reaching for his collar and instantly frowned. You're trying to arrest me?
The chill in Shěn Chén's voice sent a shiver through those nearby.
Why did the temperature suddenly drop? Morong Huixian and Lin Jiping were startled by the aura emanating from Shěn Chén.
As police officers, they knew well that only a killer carried such a dangerous aura.
Freeze! Hands up! Move again and I'll shoot!
Lin Jiping had long since forgotten his earlier jealousy. Now, he was overwhelmed by pressure. Seeing their deputy captain draw his weapon, those around him reflexively raised their own guns, aiming them at Shěn Chén.
Put your guns down! He's one of us!
Although Morong Huixian felt some apprehension toward Shěn Chén, she reminded herself that he was her best friend's boyfriend. His character couldn't be that bad. Even if there were issues, Shěn Chén wouldn't be able to escape.
But a standoff now would be disastrous. If Shěn Chén turned out to be innocent, firing shots today would cause major trouble.
Shěn Chén disliked having a gun pointed at him, but given the unusual circumstances, he held his tongue. Just as Shěn Chén reached into his pocket to retrieve something, Lin Jiping tensed as if facing a major threat.
What are you doing? Keep your hands where they are.
Lin Jiping watched Shěn Chén's movements, keeping the muzzle firmly aimed at his hand. If Shěn Chén dared to pull out a gun, he'd fire immediately.
I'm just getting my ID. We're on the same side. Shěn Chén said it calmly, but he couldn't help but frown. Has this guy lost his mind? Why is he so tense? What one of us? Who the hell are you calling one of us? Keep your damn hands off. Lin Jiping, seeing Morong Huixian's earlier actions and sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Shěn Chén, refused to believe he was one of their own.
Besides, he, Lin Jiping, had made appearances before major and minor homicide bureaus across the capital. Logically, Shěn Chén should recognize him. Besides, they wouldn't send a rookie to handle a case like this.
Can't you just wait until I show my credentials? Shěn Chén spoke with irritation, realizing Lin Jiping was targeting him. There was no reason for this. What had he done to deserve such hostility? I told you not to move. Turn around slowly.
Lin Jiping addressed Shěn Chén, thinking to himself, at his age, even if I made a mistake, it'd just mean writing as self-criticism at worst.
Lin Jiping, are you trying to get yourself suspended?
Morong Huixian, standing nearby, had also caught on to the situation and spoke up. She knew Lin Jiping had feelings for her, but Morong Huixian disdained his petty nature. Besides, Lin Jiping didn't have much backing. He only clung to her because of his own lack of achievements.
Morong Huixian couldn't possibly use her connections to have him transferred. Doing so would tarnish her family's reputation. But now it seemed her involvement had indirectly implicated Shěn Chén.
Captain, this guy's background is shady.
Lin Jiping clung relentlessly to Shěn Chén's involvement, his eyes burning with resentment.
Lin Jiping knew Morong Huixian came from an extraordinary family and had always fantasized about climbing that high branch to elevate himself overnight.
But now, because of Shěn Chén, an outsider offending Morong Huixian seemed like a losing proposition. Haven't I made myself clear, Captain Lin?
Morong Huixian finally lost her patience, her voice icy as she addressed Lin Jiping. Lin Jiping knew this meant Morong Huixian was genuinely furious, and immediately lowered his gun. The crowd nearby lowered their guns the moment they heard Morong Huixian's first words. After all, they knew who was in charge here. Miss Morong, please give me your bureau chief's phone number.
Shěn Chén wasted no words, addressing Morong Huixian directly in a commanding tone. Judging by the current situation, it seemed they didn't even know the designation of Bureau 1. Only by communicating with their highest authority can they be convinced.
No, Mr. Shěn, our bureau chief is quite capable.
You can just tell me I have the authority to decide. Morong Huixian seemed a bit displeased, though she knew she'd inadvertently dragged Shěn Chén into this mess. But Shěn Chén couldn't just contact the bureau chief to complain, could he? Captain Morong, I am now ordering you as a military district captain. Dial your bureau chief's number immediately. Shěn Chén was growing impatient. Why did the police in the capital always make such a fuss?
Shěn Chén directly retrieved his military ID from his system space and flashed it in front of Mùxuě's face.
Mùxuě froze upon seeing the ID.
The officers beside her and Lín Mùxuě were even more stunned.
It seemed their deputy captain had finally met his match. Captain. Mùxuě took the ID from Shěn Chén's hand and glanced at it, finally understanding why he carried that aura. Isn't it perfectly normal for soldiers to fight enemies and defend their country? Chapter 188, That Defiant Attitude.
Though these years they might have been on standby, never seeing the battlefield,
there were always special units carrying out covert missions. Captain?
Lín Mùxuě's back instantly drenched in cold sweat upon hearing Shěn Chén's words. If Shěn Chén was indeed a real captain, Lín Mùxuě would inevitably face repercussions.
If it were just an ordinary captain, Lín Mùxuě wouldn't be intimidated.
But Shěn Chén looked so young it would be strange if he didn't have some powerful backing.
Military merit? Don't be ridiculous.
This isn't wartime where military achievements could earn you a title or defeat an enemy commander.
This is peacetime. Even military merit requires time to accumulate steadily without backing. Are we done yet? Shěn Chén asked impatiently. Why was it taking so long just to look at this tiny ID card? Shěn Chén now had zero fondness for the capital's police. He couldn't help but feel these guys were practically indistinguishable from criminals.
Right off the bat, they'd point their guns at him without even bothering to find out what was going on.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. Mùxuě snapped out of her shock and hurriedly returned the item to Shěn Chén.
Then she frantically dialed the police chief's number.
Mùxuě, aren't you on a mission? Why are you suddenly calling me? What's going on?
Long Tianqing asked, as Mùxuě rarely contacted him unless urgent. Chief Long, a captain here requests to speak with you.
Mùxuě said to Long Tianqing on the other end of the line. Long Tianqing paused in surprise. How could military personnel be involved in a case? Hello, who is this?
Long Tianqing inquired, puzzled by the military's involvement.
Hello.
Have you heard of Special Bureau 1?
Shěn Chén asked directly, causing Long Tianqing to freeze in surprise.
His tone quickly turned respectful. Clearly, he had heard of it.
I have. And you are?
Shěn Chén relaxed upon hearing Long Tianqing's response.
Well, since you've heard of it, this should be much easier to handle. This case is beyond your capabilities now. I'm taking over from here.
Shěn Chén issued the order bluntly, immediately drawing discontent from those around him.
Why were they being dismissed?
In an instant, all the officers including Mùxuě glared at Shěn Chén.
Though they were somewhat proud, being told they were inadequate was absolutely unacceptable.
They might not be the best at everything, but they'd never let an outsider look down on them. If word got out, they'd lose all face.
Ha! This doesn't look good.
We may not be as strong as you, but we're no pushovers either.
Long Tianqing clearly wasn't pleased either, sharing their sentiment. Long Tianqing's understanding of Special Bureau 1 was only superficial.
He only knew it was an elite division of Huagua, with casualties every year.
But he didn't know that Special Bureau 1 was the department tasked with handling supernatural phenomena. Do you have time now? Come over here.
I'll personally explain why you can't handle this matter.
Shěn Chén spoke up.
With the director here to hold down the fort, he could proceed with his investigation without worry.
Give me 10 minutes.
Long Tianqing decided he had to see for himself just how powerful this Special Bureau 1 really was. Though his father had told him that Special Bureau 1's orders must be followed, he hadn't explained why.
Long Tianqing still felt a bit defiant.
He immediately stood up and rushed to the scene.
Right, can my people come in now? Shěn Chén addressed Mùxuě, who nodded in agreement. Xiao Ding, secure the area. Don't let them touch the body. I'll make a call.
Shěn Chén instructed Liao Ding, then told Jing Luxue to wait for him, promising he'd return shortly.
Captain Tang, I've got a situation here.
Shěn Chén relayed the situation to Tang Shuheng. Tang Shuheng indicated he'd immediately contact headquarters to send reinforcements.
Try moving a single one? Since no orders have been issued yet, that means it's still ours for now.
As Shěn Chén turned away, he heard the sound of arguing and his expression darkened instantly.
These people are shameless, they've been given too much leeway, haven't they?
Shěn Chén returned to find Liao Ding with a gun pointed at his head by Lín Mùxuě.
Lín Mùxuě thought to himself, if I can't handle Shěn Chén, I certainly can handle you, his little lackey.
Having just probed Liao Ding's background and discovered he was merely a civilian, Lín Mùxuě's resolve hardened instantly. He couldn't take down an officer, but causing him some trouble was well within his reach. After all, he was facing punishment anyway, and this wouldn't make much difference.
What the hell are you doing?
Shěn Chén's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. Mr. Shěn, team leader Lín meant well.
He just wanted to help ease your burden.
Mùxuě panicked the moment she saw Shěn Chén arrive.
She had actually shared Lín Mùxuě's thoughts earlier. Why should someone else take a case that rightfully belonged to them? This was a bit overbearing, wasn't it? Unreasonable? Sharing the burden? Do they even need you? Out of goodwill? Pointing a gun at my people and calling it kindness? Shěn Chén coldly confronted Mùxuě, his expression icy. Let me tell you, even if you're a soldier, you can't just snatch our cases like that. What do you mean we can't handle it?
Lín Mùxuě dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table with Shěn Chén.
Hearing their deputy captain speak, the others immediately chimed in. Steal your case? You think you can take this case? You'd probably die without even knowing how. Shěn Chén nearly laughed in anger. They were literally gambling with their lives. Xiao Ding, disarm them. Shěn Chén wasted no words. If he didn't show them, they'd really think they were something special. Got it, Brother Chén.
Lín Mùxuě chuckled upon hearing Shěn Chén's words.
If they didn't want to hand over the guns, how could this guy possibly take them?
But the next second, everyone saw Liao Ding flash by, his figure vanishing from sight. Instantly, they felt the guns slip from their hands. Liao Ding reappeared where he'd been standing moments before, tossing a pile of handguns onto the ground. He grinned broadly at the group before him.
Crazy? Not anymore.
I still preferred your earlier defiant attitude. Witnessing this, the group felt their souls nearly leap from their bodies.
It felt like magic.
Shěn Chén, who had been about 3 meters away from Mùxuě, appeared before her in an instant.
Well, see the gap between us now?
This is merely the strength of our reserve members.
How do you rate your own abilities now? If I told you the killer of these 3 people is even stronger than our reserve member, do you have the ability to bring him to justice? Shěn Chén spoke, stepping before Lín Mùxuě and enunciating each word deliberately. The police officers immediately lowered their heads, falling silent.
This was beyond their comprehension.
Chapter 189, Did Zombies Eat Your Brains? Pretending? Aren't you all so capable? Why is everyone suddenly so quiet? Shěn Chén watched the officers coldly, a flash of anger in his eyes.
Though Shěn Chén understood he'd snatched their case. But he couldn't fathom why they'd still point guns at Liao Ding over a case, especially after he'd already identified himself.
That was what truly enraged Shěn Chén.
Even if there had been a verbal altercation, he could have understood their actions.
Captain Mùxuě, could you explain why your men pointed guns at my people? Shěn Chén stared coldly at Mùxuě before him.
If she didn't give him a satisfactory explanation today, no one would get off easy.
Mùxuě was speechless.
They had indeed overstepped their bounds in this matter. There was no room for excuses.
Shěn Chén, we were indeed in the wrong. I'm truly sorry. I'm apologizing on their behalf.
Mùxuě bowed to Shěn Chén, but he only stared at her coldly. If apologies could fix everything, there'd be no need for rules in this world.
As for today's incident, I will report it to your superiors.
Their consequences will be determined by your superiors. After Shěn Chén spoke, panic instantly swept through the crowd. If their superiors truly found out about this, they'd be lucky to get off with just a slap on the wrist. Technically speaking, Shěn Chén was their superior. In certain departments, Shěn Chén might even hold a higher position than Long Tianqing. Many among them came from humble backgrounds, with no connections whatsoever. These positions were hard-earned through a lifetime of grueling work and relentless struggle. Losing them now would leave them with nowhere to turn.
Shěn Chén, this. Mùxuě immediately sensed trouble brewing.
If Shěn Chén really sued these people, their futures would be utterly ruined. Just as Mùxuě was about to plead for them, Shěn Chén cut her off.
Captain Mùxuě, when addressing someone in their official capacity, use their title.
Shěn Chén stated bluntly, having noticed Mùxuě's intent to intercede. Mùxuě was startled by Shěn Chén's words. If she didn't understand what Shěn Chén meant, she wouldn't deserve to hold this position.
Director.
As everyone watched Shěn Chén before them, his expression shifting between anger and cold sweat, Long Tianqing approached, and the crowd seemed to see a savior.
Their spirits lifted instantly.
Shěn Chén looked at the middle-aged man before him. An aura of integrity radiated from him, his brow revealing a noble spirit.
Your Captain Chén? Long Tianqing approached Shěn Chén and asked. It was actually quite obvious. Shěn Chén stood alone before his subordinates, the officers in front remaining silent.
Long Tianqing was curious what tactics Shěn Chén had used to subdue his men. He knew exactly what kind of people his subordinates were. To put it bluntly, they were a bunch of stubborn mules. Sometimes, when they got locked into a case, sleeping at the station for a month was perfectly normal.
Going a month without a shower was practically routine. Chief Long, hello.
Shěn Chén shook hands with Long Tianqing, who took the opportunity to size him up.
After a long look, Long Tianqing noticed one defining feature about Shěn Chén: he was handsome.
Beyond that, it seemed there were no other words to describe Shěn Chén. If he had to find one, it would be this: pure, unadulterated handsomeness.
Captain Long, you're right on time. There's something here that needs your attention. Captain Mùxuě, please relay this to Director Long.
Shěn Chén turned to Mùxuě, who wore a grim expression. The very thing she feared most had happened. What was meant to be avoided couldn't be avoided after all. Mùxuě sighed silently to herself.
If it couldn't be avoided, then she'd just have to come clean. Hui Xian, what's wrong? Long Tianqing noticed Shěn Chén's grim expression and furrowed his brow. What had transpired in the 10 minutes he'd been away? Director, it's like this.
Morong Hui Xian embellished the story a bit to protect her comrade's livelihood.
Captain Morong, you're not telling the whole story.
Shěn Chén frowned at this, clearly displeased.
So you guys get to take all the credit, huh?
When Lin Jiping pointed a gun at her, not a word was said. Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Morong Hui Xian sighed helplessly. Earlier, she'd clung to a sliver of hope that Shěn Chén wouldn't say anything.
Ha? What's going on here? Tell me everything. Seeing Shěn Chén's expression, Long Tianqing instantly knew his niece was hiding something. Meng Hui Xian, with no other choice, glanced at the ashen faces of her comrades in arms.
Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to spill everything. After Morong Hui Xian finished speaking, Long Tianqing's anger boiled over.
Damn it! Who gave you the right to point your guns at your own comrades?
Long Tianqing pointed an accusing finger at Morong Hui Xian's nose, his voice thick with fury.
What kind of thinking was this? Morong Hui Xian was the captain. If she couldn't control her subordinates, Long Tianqing would be the first to disbelieve it.
There had been instances before where Morong Hui Xian led the entire police station in defying orders. It had infuriated Long Tianqing to no end, leaving him feeling like a commander without troops.
But Long Tianqing also felt deeply gratified.
Morong Hui Xian was his protege, the successor he had personally groomed. Seeing that scene, Long Tianqing felt confident that entrusting the bureau to Morong Hui Xian would be no problem. But today's events forced him to reconsider his stance. No, reconsideration was secondary. Right now, just ensuring Morong Hui Xian kept her police uniform on would be a miracle.
This left Long Tianqing with a massive headache.
If Shěn Chén wasn't satisfied today, everyone present would likely suffer the consequences.
You just let your subordinates treat Captain Shěn like this? Did zombies eat your brain?
Long Tianqing unleashed a torrent of scolding at Morong Hui Xian, spittle flying everywhere. Morong Hui Xian dared not move a muscle, meekly accepting the scolding.
Shěn Chén watched Long Tianqing with a hint of amusement. Your position is temporarily revoked. Enough staring. You, all of you. All of you go home and reflect on your actions. If you don't reflect properly, don't bother coming back. Long Tianqing shouted himself hoarse, pointing at the onlookers. Brother Shěn, I'm truly sorry. I neglected to discipline these brats properly, leading to today's disaster. Rest assured, I'll discipline them properly once I get back.
Long Tianqing pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Shěn Chén, his words a solemn promise.
Shěn Chén took the cigarette Long Tianqing offered and lit it. Brother Long, your men really need a good talking to.
Shěn Chén saw through Long Tianqing's attempt to plead for them. The scolding and suspension were all for his benefit.
Chapter 190, if you ask for it, you'll get it. If Shěn Chén wasn't satisfied today, not a single person present would walk away unscathed.
Even he, Long Tianqing, wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Some punishment would be inevitable. Long Tianqing offered Shěn Chén a cigarette, testing his mood. Seeing Shěn Chén accept the cigarette, Long Tianqing breathed a huge sigh of relief inwardly. The clothes on these young punks' backs were saved.
Thank heavens, for that punishment was inevitable.
As for whether they could earn their way out of punishment through future achievements, that would depend entirely on their own abilities.
Shěn Chén considered that he would soon establish a branch office in the capital.
By sparing these young officers today and cultivating a favorable connection,
this would add another layer of protection for his company.
Should any minor issues arise, these officers could handle them directly for him. These guys were just a bit too lenient with them. Long Tianqing spoke with a bitter smile.
Today's events were the last thing he'd ever expected. If handled poorly, these guys could end up in a military court. Those with connections might get out, but what about the majority without? Their entire lives would be ruined. Shěn, let's step aside.
Where shall we talk?
Long Tianqing knew Shěn Chén would certainly propose some conditions. There was no way he'd let them off scot-free. He'd try to see if Shěn Chén could be persuaded not to report the incident and waive their punishment. Shěn Chén followed Long Tianqing to the side for a private discussion. The police officers watched the two men's backs. Sister Morong, are we going to be in trouble? Someone voiced their concern.
His entire family depended on him to support them.
Yeah.
Another person chimed in, he just bought a house and has a mortgage to pay every month. If something happened to him, we'd be finished. The group suddenly felt a pang of regret. They'd gotten a little carried away earlier.
Relax, someone reassured them.
At least we won't have to give up the clothes on our backs.
Morong Hui Xian understood that Long Tianqing's earlier words were meant to exonerate them.
Hearing their captain's words, the group breathed a sigh of relief. As long as nothing serious happened.
But you won't escape the punishment you deserve. Do you know where the chief is right now?
He's pleading your case to see if the punishment can be waived.
Morong Hui Xian spoke up the very next second, sending everyone's hearts racing.
If their jobs were at stake, then the punishment would determine their futures. After all, no one wants to hire a tainted subordinate to work for them.
What's there to fear? Once we earn our stripes through future achievements, won't this stain fade away? We can't put the director in a difficult position. Suddenly, Lin Jiping spoke up, addressing the group. Lin Jiping, if you want to court death, go speak for yourself. Don't drag them into this. Mao Ronghuaxian's face darkened instantly upon hearing Lin Jiping's words. Shěn Chén had already shown mercy by sparing them once. Why did Lin Jiping insist on courting death? Lin Jiping harbored resentment toward Shěn Chén, convinced that Shen's current status was merely a product of his privileged background. He, Lin Jiping, had built his career from the ground up. How could Shěn Chén, a backdoor climber, compare to him? That's why he'd incited everyone to confront the bureau chief. He didn't dare act alone, so he resorted to this ploy. He wanted to use the moral high ground to achieve his own ends. Wasn't I just worried about putting the director in a difficult position? Lin Jiping's gaze shifted nervously, unable to meet Morong Huixian's eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. As deputy captain, you'll reap plenty of credit. But have you considered the people below you? They're someone's father, someone's breadwinner. If they get punished, what will become of them? Morong Huixian pressed Lin Jiping relentlessly. Previously, she had held some regard for him. She had thought this Lin Jiping was quite capable, rising to deputy captain at such a young age through his own merits. But now, Lin Jiping only disgusted her, and she looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. At first, everyone felt a sense of guilt when Lin Jiping spoke. But after hearing Morong Huixian's words, they suddenly realized. Yes, they had been showing off at first. But what about later? What about the future? Prices were only going up. And this was the capital city, where every inch of land was precious. Nothing came without a price. Without money, how could one even survive? Just staying alive was no easy feat. The look in everyone's eyes as they turned to Lin Jiping suddenly held a hint of something indefinable. Their former deputy captain had already soured in their eyes. Lin Jiping's face flushed crimson when Morong Huixian ruthlessly exposed his pretense. He wanted to say something, but seeing the looks on others' faces, he swallowed his words. Shěn Chén, who had been negotiating terms with Long Tianqing nearby, heard this and a faint smile touched his lips. We were all ready to let you off the hook, but you insisted on stepping forward to court death. Don't blame him then. Shěn Chén was no philanthropist, he possessed no such benevolence. Brother Long, I'm adding one more condition to the previous terms. Fire Lin Jiping. Shěn Chén stated calmly. Long Tianqing had already nearly agreed to the terms. Why did Shěn Chén suddenly change his mind? Long Tianqing was completely dumbfounded. Shěn Chén's previous demands had been trivial matters. Long Tianqing had agreed without a second thought. His demands weren't illegal at all. In fact, they'd even benefit the police department, boosting its performance metrics. Brother Shěn, may I ask why? Long Tianqing asked, puzzled. He knew Lin Jiping was capable in every way. But he was too petty. That was his biggest flaw. Otherwise, when Morong Huixian arrives, she'll be the team leader. Shěn Chén repeated what he had just overheard to Long Tianqing. Long Tianqing fell silent upon hearing this. It was only natural. After all, Shěn Chén had already been generous enough. It was Lin Jiping who insisted on stepping forward to make a fool of himself. There was no one to blame but himself. All right. Long Tianqing nodded in agreement. But what shocked him next was that Shěn Chén could hear their conversation clearly from such a distance. This elevated Shěn Chén's standing in Long Tianqing's mind even further. Oh, right, Brother Long, didn't you come here to see our capabilities? Shěn Chén suddenly remembered, casually picking up a rebar from the ground. Under Long Tianqing's gaze, Shěn Chén crushed the rebar in his hand into a flat iron disc. Holy! Long Tianqing took the iron disc from Shěn Chén's hand and tried to bend it. Ha, it's impossible to bend. This is rebar, man. This is insane. Shaping it into a disc with bare hands, without any external force. Are all the folks in this unit this freaking awesome? So, Brother Long, do you believe in our abilities now? Shěn Chén looked at the stunned Long Tianqing and asked with a smile. Damn impressive. Long Tianqing pondered for a moment, unable to find words beyond the most primal expression. Chapter 191, Nanyang Black Magic. It's like a little cow opening the door for a calf. Utterly amazing. Earlier on the road, Long Tianqing had called his superior to share his thoughts. Learning about the existence and capabilities of Special Bureau 1 was one thing, but seeing it firsthand was a whole different level of mind-blowing. You lot stay out of this matter now. Lin Jiping, you're coming with me. Long Tianqing and the other returned to their original position, where Long Tianqing addressed the crowd. Just as Long Tianqing was speaking to the police officers, Shěn Chén's phone rang again. Shěn, I need to tell you something. The Beijing headquarters is currently tied up with a major case and can't spare any personnel. There's no manpower to assist you. You'll have to handle this on your own now. Shěn Chén's face darkened instantly upon hearing Tang Shuang's words. This is pure team sabotage. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Alright, I understand, Chief Tang. Shěn Chén nodded helplessly. It seemed he was on his own now. Brother Shěn, I'll take them out now. Long Tianqing gave Shěn Chén a nod before preparing to lead the group away. Hold on, brother Long. Leave me some men. There's been an incident at headquarters, and I'm the only one left to handle it. I need some backup. Leave me a few people.
Shěn Chén hurriedly called out to Long Tianqing and explained the situation.
Alright, Lin Jiping, you're coming with me.
The rest of you stay behind to assist Captain Shen with the investigation.
Long Tianqing considered this was their chance to atone for their mistakes.
What slipped through Shěn Chén's fingers was more than enough to last them a lifetime. With that, Long Tianqing led Lin Jiping away, leaving the others behind.
Captain Shen, what should we do now? Manhwarecap asked Shěn Chén as they were genuinely at a loss for what to do next. Call me Shěn Chén. Hold on, I need to examine the bodies first.
Shěn Chén had been angry earlier when they pointed guns at Liao Ding, but now that was resolved.
Shěn Chén naturally wouldn't hold it against them,
quickly reverting to his previous demeanor. Shěn Chén looked at the 3 female corpses before him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Judging by their attire, they should have been vibrant, youthful college students.
Why would such young women choose to hang themselves? System, run a scan.
Shěn Chén called out to the system, nearly forgotten.
System, you finally remembered me, sniff.
I'm just a poor little cabbage no one loves.
Ding.
Detecting traces of Nanyang black magic. The system's cold voice rang out, tinged with a hint of resentment.
Men are all the same, aren't they? They come looking for me when they need something. When they don't need me, they just zip up and leave. Nanyang black magic?
Shěn Chén's heart sank slightly.
How could even Nanyang black magic be involved now? This was getting tricky. He didn't know anything about this either. He hadn't even studied it. Ding.
The complete guide to Nanyang black magic is now on special offer. Not $99.98, not $998, and certainly not $288. Now just $188. Bring happiness home. You won't regret it, no risk, no loss.
Shěn Chén. Damn system, now it's out to fleece people again. Shěn Chén couldn't possibly learn it on the spot now.
He could only buy it with tears in his eyes.
Shěn Chén scanned the detailed information on Nanyang black magic transmitted by the system into his mind.
Shěn Chén was struck by how truly boundless and strange this world was. This Southern Seas black magic feels like some kind of game-breaking glitch. It casts spells across distances, forcing people to do whatever it commands.
Shěn Chén looked at the 3 female corpses again and suddenly noticed something amiss. Shěn Chén, did you notice anything?
Manhwarecap had been standing beside Shěn Chén for nearly 10 minutes without seeing him make a move.
This made Manhwarecap feel a bit doubtful. Could Shěn Chén really do this?
This is Nanyang black magic, specifically the mind control curse, one of the 10 major curses. Shěn Chén snapped back to reality and spoke slowly. The words exploded like a bomb in everyone's ears.
Are you kidding me? Black magic? Chief Shěn, you're joking, right? Isn't black magic something you see in movies?
One of them swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he asked. The others nodded in agreement. If this were real, it would be terrifying.
No joke, this is real black magic. It's one of the 10 great dark arts, mind control. The principle is basically the same as in the movies. But it's far more straightforward than what's portrayed on screen.
All you need is someone whose power isn't stronger than yours, and their blood.
Then you can remotely control their actions through your thoughts.
Shěn Chén's words completely shattered everyone's worldview. Who would have thought this black magic wasn't just movie stuff, it's real life?
Officer Shun, I have a question. Are all those movies based on true stories?
Suddenly, someone timidly asked, and everyone snapped to attention.
Yeah, if that's true, then doesn't that mean everything they've done before?
Shěn Chén listened to their chatter and chuckled. Sometimes curiosity really does kill the cat.
Seeing Shěn Chén smile, everyone's hearts instantly leapt to their throats. Of course it's fake. How could there be so many absurd incidents in the world? If there really were that many, would the world still look the way you see it today? Shěn Chén's reassuring smile eased their tension, and they collectively exhaled in relief. That's a relief, that's a relief.
Now I need to trouble you all to investigate the identities of these 3 deceased individuals.
And the network of connections behind them.
Shěn Chén still couldn't pinpoint the location of the sorcerer behind this. For now, he could only rely on police methods to first define the nature of this case.
Whether it's a revenge killing, a love triangle, or something else entirely. All right. Transport the body back to your facility for now. Remember, don't touch anything.
You guys, take off her clothes for me. I need to conduct a thorough autopsy. Shěn Chén made arrangements with the police, then led Liao Ding and Lín Mùxuě back to the car.
Shěn Chén, you weren't serious about what you just said, were you?
Lín Mùxuě looked at Shěn Chén before her, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Today, Shěn Chén had brought her too many surprises. Lín Mùxuě had assumed Shěn Chén was merely a CEO, but it turned out he was also an officer. He seemed to hold a position even more prestigious than the police chief. Now her family wouldn't oppose this match, they might even welcome Shěn Chén.
After all, he was the youngest captain, and his department seemed shrouded in mystery. Such departments typically wield significant authority, far beyond that of ordinary military units. Indeed, this world isn't what we see on the surface. Shěn Chén hadn't expected Lín Mùxuě to notice his unusual state. Chapter 192, Hey, what a coincidence! This world harbors all manner of bizarre and fantastical phenomena in its unseen corners. Shěn Chén spoke, then proceeded to recount his past experiences to Lín Mùxuě. Lín Mùxuě listened with rapt attention, showing none of the fear or confusion Shěn Chén had anticipated. Mùxuě, don't you feel anything after hearing all this? Shěn Chén asked curiously. Lín Mùxuě had such a strong capacity for acceptance. What's the big deal? I already knew some of the things you mentioned. Lín Mùxuě said with a touch of pride, which caught Shěn Chén off guard. You still don't understand our family. Do you even know what kind of background we come from? Lín Mùxuě's voice trailed off as she spoke. What? Shěn Chén asked curiously. Could it be that Lín Mùxuě's family wasn't what it seemed on the surface, that they were actually a hidden clan? Our family made its fortune through toon raiding. Our ancestors were toon raiding generals, and our family members all possess cultivation. We know about your cultivation too. Lín Mùxuě said with a smile, which caught Shěn Chén off guard. Shěn Chén looked at Lín Mùxuě before him, never expecting her family to be cultivators as well. I thought these families were all ordinary folk. Did you think we were all ordinary people? Let me tell you, every one of our families has cultivators stationed here. Every family has its own revered master. Our family's grand guardian currently possesses pseudo-innate strength. Lín Mùxuě said to Shěn Chén, who was startled. He hadn't expected that even the Jing family's grand guardian alone possessed the strength of a pseudo-Xiantian cultivator. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment. If this was the case, then the revered elders of families slightly more powerful than the Jing family would likely possess even greater strength. It seemed one would need to tread carefully in the capital now. This place isn't as peaceful as I imagined. If your family's grand priest possesses such power, wouldn't other clans be even stronger? To be safe, Shěn Chén decided to verify the situation and gauge the overall level of power in the capital. No, our family's great patron is someone we've done a favor for. He returned to repay us. Pseudo-innate practitioners are rare, and all three top families possess such strength. But the cost of hiring a revered master is still substantial. Their salaries alone must exceed a modest fortune, plus they demand various spiritual elixirs and such. Even ordinary postnatal reverends command annual salaries of 10 million. Shěn Chén was stunned upon hearing this. Holy crap! Being a guardian was such a lucrative gig, way faster money than robbing people. Shěn Chén was instantly tempted. This was a surefire way to make money fast. As for you? Forget about it. Family retainers are all freelancers, not like you lot with connections. Families with connections like yours aren't wanted. Lín Mùxuě explained, it's to prevent certain issues from arising. Wait a minute. That's not right, there's a problem. Your family possesses pseudo-innate strength, right? Then how did your family sink to this level? Shěn Chén suddenly realized with pseudo-innate strength, this shouldn't be possible. It's a long story. Though our strength is pseudo-innate, Aunt Xiang suffered severe injuries that never fully healed. Lín Mùxuě sighed helplessly. That's why they chose to form an alliance with the Zhao family. Shěn Chén nodded. That would explain it. Seriously injured? This is easy to handle. I can treat it. Shěn Chén clapped his hands. As a doctor, treating this kind of case would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? What? You can treat it? Lín Mùxuě was stunned. If he could cure it, she could finally escape the misery of an arranged marriage. Shěn Chén nodded. What's so difficult about it? After all, he had treated the critically injured special bureau agent on the flight back from Egypt. This was no different from treating ordinary people. Anyone with hands could do it. Shěn Chén merely suspected that high-level martial artists might be more troublesome. But the fundamentals remained the same. The principle was consistent, right? That's wonderful. Come home with me to meet my father. Lín Mùxuě cheered with delight, wishing she could sprout wings and fly straight home. She'd tell her father that her boyfriend could cure the ailment afflicting their family's revered elder. But it wouldn't be possible these next few days. He had to crack this case first. Otherwise, the branch office might face serious trouble. Shěn Chén shook his head helplessly. The Jing family's high priest could hold on for a little longer. But opening the branch office was now an urgent matter. All right. Lín Mùxuě nodded helplessly. Let Shěn Chén focus on the investigation now. Then I'll head home today. Otherwise, my dad will come looking for me himself. Lín Mùxuě gave a resigned smile. If she went home, her family would probably be in an uproar. All right. Shěn Chén nodded. It was only natural her family was worried something might happen. Bye for now. Lín Mùxuě and Shěn Chén waved goodbye, and Lín Mùxuě prepared to head home. Wait, Levexu. Shěn Chén suddenly called out to Lín Mùxuě, handing her a pill. Take this pill. If your father gives you a hard time, Tell him this pill can suppress the injuries of your family's grand priest. I have a way to cure your family's grand priest.
This will ensure you, Mùxuě, remain safe for now. Shěn Chén said to Lín Mùxuě, giving her a reassuring pill. Lín Mùxuě breathed a sigh of relief.
Now her father probably wouldn't say anything.
At the very least, she wouldn't be confined to the house.
She was still free. Shěn Chén, let's go. Manhwarecap, seeing Lín Mùxuě leave, addressed Shěn Chén.
Shěn Chén nodded, then led Liaoding and Manhwarecap toward the exit.
Brother Chén, are we staying at the police station tonight? Liaoding leaned in and asked Shěn Chén. Yeah. We'll be following the case progress for the next few days. Shěn Chén nodded. Any issues? Ha? Doesn't that mean we'll have to work overtime? Liaoding's face instantly turned sour. That's no fun.
Liaoding made it clear he didn't want to work overtime, it was exhausting.
You little brat. Someday you'll be out on your own just like me. Learn from this. This is still the easy part, there's tougher stuff ahead.
Shěn Chén scolded with a laugh, then continued.
Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Liaoding's expression grew even more gloomy.
Meanwhile, Lín Mùxuě cautiously opened the front door, careful not to make a sound. Jing Tianda stood with his back to Lín Mùxuě, as if he hadn't noticed her at all.
Where do you think you're going?
Just as Lín Mùxuě thought Jing Tianda hadn't noticed her and was about to slip into the room, his voice rang out. Lín Mùxuě froze instantly, then obediently walked over.
Daddy, what a coincidence.
Lín Mùxuě approached and began massaging Jing Tianda's shoulders with flattering gestures.
Chapter 193, Too bad, I was waiting for you. Too bad, I was waiting for you.
Jing Tianda spoke indifferently, causing Lín Mùxuě's movements to pause.
Dad, aren't you going to handle company matters? Things are unexpectedly hectic.
Lín Mùxuě asked, trying to brush it off.
Handling things, huh?
Whoever it was, they made a bunch of calls yesterday that went unanswered. Almost drove your mom to worry herself to death.
She stayed up all night and only just fell asleep.
Jing Tianda snorted coldly, startling Lín Mùxuě.
I'm an adult now. I've been through this before. Don't worry.
Lín Mùxuě said, trying to gloss over the matter.
But would a business war veteran be fooled by Lín Mùxuě's tactics? Yes, it happened before. Back then it was a close friend, but who was it yesterday?
Jing Tianda asked Lín Mùxuě calmly, leaving her speechless.
Xiao Shui, you're back?
Where did you go yesterday?
You worried your mother to death.
Lín Mùxuě's mother quietly emerged and saw her daughter, rushing over to ask. This child has never caused us any trouble since she was little. She always lets us know where she's going. Yesterday nearly scared the life out of her.
Mom, I just went out to play for a bit yesterday. My phone just happened to run out of battery.
Seeing her father remained unmoved, Lín Mùxuě quickly turned to her mother and pouted.
You little thing.
Anjing was chattering away when a cold snort suddenly cut her off.
Just went out to play for a bit? Then explain to me who this guy is?
Jing Tianda slammed the documents onto the table. Lín Mùxuě glanced at them and, sure enough, it was Shěn Chén. And Jing gasped in shock upon seeing it was a man her daughter had spent the entire night out with a man yesterday.
He's my boyfriend.
Lín Mùxuě realized that any further excuses were futile, it was better to just admit it.
Damn it!
Where do you think you're putting the Zhao family's eldest son?
He called me directly yesterday.
Jing Tianda roared in fury, blood rushing to his temples.
The Zhao family's eldest son? What does he think he is? He got her pregnant and won't take responsibility? Disgusting. Could you really bear to let me marry someone like that?
Lín Mùxuě's words silenced Jing Tianda completely.
Who would willingly push their daughter into a pit of fire unless absolutely forced to? I have no choice, Dad.
Jing Tianda sighed helplessly. It was a move forced by circumstances. Other families aren't without suitors who like you, but we look down on ordinary families.
Families of higher standing would only take you as a concubine, without even granting you proper status.
Only the Zhao family is willing to marry you properly, which would spare you some hardship.
The other families aren't willing to form an alliance through marriage.
Xiao Shui, you know our family's situation.
Without capital infusion and new technology, our family will be completely dismantled sooner or later. In the end, I might not even be able to protect your lives.
Jing Tianda massaged his temples, his voice softening with resignation. Having ascended to the position of fifth family head, he had already made countless enemies.
Now, with the family's grand guardian gravely wounded,
our ability to intervene is severely limited, and the strength of our other priests varies wildly. This was a major problem.
Some revered elders had even withdrawn from the family.
When the Grand Guardian was still intact, his power alone could have elevated the clan from the 5th rank to the 4th. Jing Lixua understood Jing Tianda's helplessness, otherwise, he would have caused an uproar long ago.
Dad, I understand. But I now have a way to restore our family to its former glory.
Jing Lixua thought of Shěn Chén, and her face lit up with confidence.
What? That's impossible. What could you possibly do, you little brat? Jing Tianda flinched, then sat back down. To her, Jing Mùxuě was still just a child, and a child's words were nothing but jokes. Dad, I'm not lying to you. Why would I lie to you about something like this? It concerns the survival of our family. Dad, have you heard of royal pharmaceuticals? Jing Mùxuě pursed her lips. She was well into her 20s now, no longer a child. I know it. The one with the cancer drugs. Jing Tianda eyed his daughter suspiciously. Could there really be a solution? My boyfriend runs it. Jing Mùxuě said it out loud, but Jing Tianda's expression didn't change. Oh, your boyfriend prescribed it? Wait, who are you? Jing Tianda suddenly snapped to attention, leaping up from the sofa. Yeah. My boyfriend's driving. Little Chang. Jing Mùxuě waved her hand dismissively, handling it with ease. Shěn Chén, basic skills, level 6. Wait, this is your boyfriend? Jing Tianda stopped mid-sentence, hesitating. Alright, Dad, I know what you're going to say. Shěn Chén is already preparing to open a branch office in the capital. I'll see if I can secure an agency contract or equity stake for you. That should ease our family's financial strain, right? Jing Mùxuě said triumphantly to Jing Tianda, who let a faint smile touch his lips. Ever since the company's decline, Jing Tianda's face had been devoid of smiles for quite some time. Hearing this news finally brought some good tidings. Then Xiao Shui won't need to marry into the Zhao family's eldest son's household, right? And Jing, aware of Shěn Chén's royal pharmaceutical company's capabilities, smiled at Jing Tianda and said, not for the time being. Jing Tianda breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the two families hadn't officially announced the engagement yet. There's still room to back out now. If it had been made public, the Jing family would have to pay a hefty price, and it wouldn't be certain. Not only would they lose the goods, but relations between the two families would sour. A double loss. What do you mean by temporarily? Anjing asked, isn't this already resolved? Part of it is resolved, but the strength of our family's patronage has been severely weakened. We can't guarantee safety anymore. This clan's strength still poses a threat. Jing Tianda shook his head. This is a major problem. And Shěn Chén's side hasn't provided any guarantees either. Dad, you needn't worry about this. Shěn Chén had anticipated this too. He gave me a healing pill. He said it could treat some of Aunt Xiang's injuries. Jing Mùxuě covered her mouth and chuckled, pulling a pill from her pocket. Ha! Isn't your boyfriend running a company? How come he can afford to give pills? Jing Mùxuě didn't recognize this pill, but Jing Tianda did. This was the little restoring pill, priceless. A sacred healing elixir, not something ordinary people can get their hands on. Jing Tianda stared at the little restoring pill before him, his eyes glowing green. As if he'd just spotted a naked beauty. Excellent. With this pill, Aunt Xiang's injuries will heal at least 60%. Xiao Shui, you won't have to arrange that marriage alliance either. We won't have to kowtow to anyone in the Jing family anymore. Jing Tianda declared excitedly, the family's revival wasn't beyond hope. Chapter 194, Jaw Dropped. Not to mention Jing Mùxuě's boyfriend, someone capable of producing the minor restoration pill. His background must be formidable too. What is there to fear? Tying this Shěn Chén fellow directly to our warship would surely yield substantial benefits. And since his daughter was fond of him, it would be a win-win situation. Jing Tianda was willing to facilitate this union. He wasn't the sort to sacrifice his daughter's happiness for personal gain. Had he not been driven to desperation before, he would never have made that decision. Fortunately, where there's a will, there's a way. Heaven hadn't abandoned the Jing family. They still possessed the strength, even the potential to reach the pinnacle. Wonderful. Jing Mùxuě pumped her little fist excitedly. Shěn Chén had truly anticipated everything perfectly. Schwer, invite Shěn Chén over for dinner tomorrow. Jing Mùxuě suddenly said quietly. She wanted to see what this boy was like. Yes, that's right. Invite him over for a visit. Jing Tianda agreed, wanting to see for himself just how extraordinary this young man was. Not these days. Shěn Chén is investigating a case these days and can't spare the time. Jing Mùxuě shook her head and explained the situation truthfully. Investigating a case? Shěn Chén investigates cases? Jing Tianda froze upon hearing this. Isn't that what the police do? Right. He's with the special bureau. Jing Mùxuě figured since they were family anyway, she might as well tell him. It wasn't a big deal, her parents would keep it confidential anyway. Special bureau? Jing Tianda hadn't expected Shěn Chén to have this identity too. This guy must have 3 heads and 6 arms. Juggling so many roles he'd wear himself out. Oh, right. Shěn Chén said he'd personally treat Aunt Xiang's injuries once he finished his business. And his military rank is captain. Jing Mùxuě blurted out all the news about Shěn Chén to her parents. Honey, help me up. Jing Tianda said to the quiet woman beside him. Jing Mùxuě looked at her father with a puzzled expression. I didn't see anything fall on the floor. What are you talking about, Tianda? My jaw. Jing Tianda's jaw literally hit the floor, leaving him completely stunned. This barrage of news was enough to knock Jing Tianda for 6.
Jing Tianda knew exactly how valuable these things were. Aunt Xiang's injuries alone required at least the strength of a half-step great immortal to heal. But those at the half-step great immortal heaven realm were national treasures. No amount of money could possibly persuade them to help.
As for Bureau 1, the department with real authority, it takes precedence over all others. When necessary, it even possesses the authority to act first and report later.
Its authority is akin to that of the Imperial Secret Police in ancient times.
Jing Tianda was now eager to marry Lín Mùxuě to Shěn Chén. Such a perfect son-in-law absolutely must not be allowed to slip away.
If he slips away, he'll have nowhere to cry about it.
Shěn Chén, the investigation results are in.
These 3 girls come from 3 different universities in the capital. But they share one common trait: they all attended the same high school.
Manhwarecap explained to Shěn Chén, noting it took several hours of digging to uncover these clues. After sorting through the network of connections, Manhwarecap finally brought the information to Shěn Chén. One high school?
Shěn Chén examined the photos in his hand, showing 3 young women smiling radiantly. They all looked like model students, not the type to make enemies.
And they must be good students, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten into the school. Yeah, these 3 girls seem pretty well behaved, right?
Manhwarecap remarked as she looked at the photo, but her next words caught Shěn Chén off guard.
But these 3 girls were school bullies. They're regulars at bars, and one of them is even a high-end prostitute.
We found this out when we arrested a client and brought him to the station.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to uncover this. Manhwarecap explained to Shěn Chén that they hadn't known at first either.
At first, they shared the same perspective as Shěn Chén.
But as the investigation deepened, they discovered these 3 weren't what they seemed on the surface. Holy crap! They've been hiding it pretty well.
Shěn Chén sucked in a sharp breath as the more he read the files, the more chilling it became.
These 3 bullies had victimized over 20 people during their 3 years of high school. This staggering figure truly shocked Shěn Chén.
Most of the victims had transferred schools, with only a handful remaining. Shěn Chén noticed one victim who had jumped to their death, unable to endure the bullying. This particular case caught Shěn Chén's attention. It might be the key to solving the problem.
What happened to the person who jumped?
Shěn Chén inquired, pointing to a girl with delicate features but a stunning figure in the photo.
Her youthful figure was impossible to hide even under the school uniform.
This girl had caused quite a stir at school from the start.
I've heard about this case.
But it was eventually swept under the rug. We looked into it. 3 families ended up paying her 3 million yuan directly.
That's how the matter was settled.
I heard the family moved away afterward.
They're no longer in the capital.
After Manhwarecap finished recounting the story, Shěn Chén nodded.
This family appears highly suspicious. It's very likely a vendetta killing.
This family appears highly suspicious and warrants close monitoring. Shěn Chén pointed to the girl in the photo, and Manhwarecap nodded in agreement. Shěn Chén shared their thoughts. They also suspected this family might have retaliated against the 3 girls.
What's there to bully them for? Manhwarecap sighed, wondering what could possibly justify such bullying. What were these people thinking?
It was beyond comprehension.
Wasn't it obvious? Though these 3 girls were young and beautiful,
they still had flaws. One had freckles on her face, another wore padded bras, and the third had undergone plastic surgery. Shěn Chén's sharp eye spotted them instantly. Nothing could fool him. Compared to that girl who jumped off the building earlier, it's like night and day.
Moreover, how many of these bullied girls were exceptionally attractive or had stunning figures?
This was clearly a case of jealousy.
Shěn Chén shook his head.
Jealousy had caused this trouble. Young people these days, even at such a young age, have an incredibly strong competitive streak.
How did you tell they were fake? Manhwarecap's sudden interest. How could Shěn Chén possibly know? This information isn't mentioned in the records. Simple. I'm a doctor. I know exactly what the human body should look like. Shěn Chén glanced at Manhwarecap. This felt like showing off in front of a master swordsman, a recipe for embarrassment. Then why don't you take a look at mine?
Manhwarecap found Shěn Chén's claim hard to believe, despite his formidable martial prowess.
But in this area? Not necessarily. Wouldn't that make him a jack of all trades? It's true.
36 EO, and you should really find yourself a boyfriend.
Too much internal heat isn't good for your health. Stop using those little toys. Chemical products aren't good.
Shěn Chén shot Manhwarecap a glance that instantly made her feel utterly embarrassed.
Chapter 195, Searching for the Past. You! Manhwarecap's face flushed crimson. How could such things be spoken of openly?
She felt utterly disgraced, her life devoid of meaning. Her entire reputation as the esteemed captain of the criminal investigation team had been utterly destroyed.
What about me?
Your health comes first. Take care of yourself.
Shěn Chén offered a faint smile.
He hadn't expected the stern and decisive Manhwarecap to have such private needs. But while surprised, Shěn Chén understood. After all, she was young and full of vitality. As adults, they both understood certain things. What shocked Morong Huisen most was how Shěn Chén could even tell she was playing around.
By the way, have you located the current residence of that person who jumped?
Shěn Chén changed the subject, giving Morong Huisen a little grace.
I'll go look for it now.
Upon hearing Shěn Chén's words, Morong Huisen hurried out,
fearing Shěn Chén might say something else unsuitable for broadcast. Found it. A moment later, Morong Huisen returned and announced.
Seeing Shěn Chén now, Morong Huisen felt so embarrassed she could have dug out 3 bedrooms and a living room. After today's lesson, Morong Huisen vowed never to see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner again. After her visit to the TCM doctor, her secret was practically laid bare. Shěn Chén glanced at the address before him, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes.
This address is in the capital, right? Hadn't they moved out? Shěn Chén asked in confusion.
This would save him a lot of trouble. He wouldn't have to leave the capital, saving him a great deal of time.
Right, their real home isn't in the capital anymore.
But we've learned they've come to the capital these past few days to pack up their old place.
They plan to sell it.
They have another son who will be entering university next year.
Morong Huisen spoke slowly.
If it hadn't been for a sudden impulse, we wouldn't have known this family had already arrived in the capital.
Then let's pay them a visit.
Shěn Chén said, with a target, things become much easier.
Shěn Chén led Liao Ding and Morong Huisen to a police car. They sped toward the address listed in the documents. The car finally came to a stop beside a high school in a school district property. School district housing, that's money. Probably a lot of people would love to live here, rich and good looking.
Liao Ding got out and surveyed the surroundings, smacking his lips. A pretty comfortable middle-class family, he thought.
Shěn Chén nodded. Property prices in the capital weren't cheap.
Properties in this neighborhood now command prices this high.
Morong Huisen got out of the car and overheard their conversation.
She held up one finger and waved it in front of them. Holy crap, 10 million. This place is ridiculously expensive. Liao Ding was startled by Morong Huisen's gesture. If he were still earning like he did back in his petty criminal days, he couldn't afford even a bathroom in a lifetime.
What did you expect?
Morong Huisen rolled her eyes at his overreaction.
Fine, I'd been talked into it.
Now you could buy this entire area for 10 times that amount.
Shěn Chén chuckled. Back then, even he couldn't afford it, let alone Liao Ding. Ha? You're that rich?
Morong Huisen was startled by Shěn Chén's words. This unassuming fellow had hidden his depth so well.
Nothing special.
Liao Ding waved his hand modestly, but his puffed-out chest betrayed that he wasn't as calm as he appeared.
Don't listen to this kid, you might as well think Qingzhou was founded by his family.
Shěn Chén chuckled and scolded him, now he's putting on airs.
Who would have guessed? Morong Huisen couldn't help but regard Liao Ding with newfound respect.
His influence ranks among the top in the capital. Most families here would give him wide berth.
Thump! Shěn Chén knocked on the door. Moments later, it opened. Hello, who are you looking for?
A middle-aged woman opened the door, though her temples were already streaked with gray.
Hello, ma'am. We're from the police department. We're here to ask you a few questions. Morong Huisen presented her police ID and explained the purpose of their visit.
Oh, okay.
All right, officers, please come in. Officer, did our boy get into another fight?
Rest assured, I'll discipline him properly. The woman poured water for the 3 of them, speaking with a hint of nervousness. Old lady, who's here? The bedroom door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out.
Old man, these gentlemen are police officers.
They're here to ask us a few questions. The woman hurriedly explained, and the man warmly stepped forward to shake hands.
Officer, is it that good-for-nothing son of ours causing trouble again?
Rest assured, I'll discipline him properly. This little brat has caused you trouble again. The man spoke with frustration, but Shěn Chén could still detect a hint of resignation in his words. Ma'am, no, your son hasn't caused any trouble.
We're not here about your son.
Morong Huisen hurriedly explained, realizing the 2 officers had clearly misunderstood. But this family's son sure knows how to stir up trouble. Most people panic at the sight of the police. This family has grown accustomed to it. How tragic.
Ha! Our little rascal hasn't caused any trouble.
So what brings you here? The man grew suspicious upon hearing his son hadn't caused trouble.
We're here about your daughter.
The bullies who tormented your daughter are all dead now.
Morong Huisen spoke slowly.
Hearing they were here for their daughter. A hint of sorrow flashed across their faces clearly. Their daughter's death had devastated them.
Good. Those 3 or 4 scumbags deserve to die.
At least they won't be harming others anymore. The man slammed his hand on the table upon hearing the latter part, his face brimming with satisfaction. Old man, the officer is still here. The woman quickly reminded the man, who suddenly realized his outburst and apologized immediately.
It's fine, ma'am. We understand how you feel. We're here to find out where you've been going in the capital city.
Morong Huisen inquired, while Shěn Chén observed their interaction from the side.
Officer, you suspect we killed those 4 scumbags, don't you?
Rest assured, we absolutely did not do this. If I didn't have another son, I would have chopped them all up after my daughter jumped.
Why would I have waited until now?
Having dealt with the police many times, the man now understood their tactics. Seeing through Morong Huixian's thoughts, the man spoke bluntly.
Morong Huixian glanced at Shěn Chén, who nodded.
It seemed this family posed no threat.
Hello, sir. I wonder if your daughter's old room is still available. May we take a look? Shěn Chén suddenly spoke up, wanting to see Lu Jing's former room. Old woman, take this officer to see it. Lu's father said to Lu's mother, and neither of them objected. Chapter 196, The Truth of the Past. Follow me, officers. Mrs. Lu led Shěn Chén to a room.
This was my daughter's room.
She passed away, and we wanted to keep a memento.
We've kept all her things. When we miss Jingjing, we take them out to look at them. Mrs. Lu wiped away tears as she spoke, her gaze lingering on the scene within the room. It was as if she could see her daughter smiling at her once more.
Grieve with dignity and embrace change.
The departed have gone, but the living must carry on. Auntie, you must take care of yourself.
Shěn Chén sighed deeply. It was truly a pity.
For the elderly to bury the young, what profound sorrow.
It's all right, officer. It's over now.
Officer, take your time looking around.
Call me if you need anything.
Lu's mother no longer wished to remain in this room filled with sorrow and memories. With that, she turned and left, leaving Shěn Chén and the other officer behind.
Lu Jing's academic performance is quite impressive. Liao Ding gazed at the wall covered in certificates and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Why didn't I study harder back then?
It's too late for regrets now. According to the records, Lu Jing has consistently ranked among the top 3 in her grade.
Shěn Chén looked at the various certificates on the wall: piano, math Olympiad, and so on.
It seemed Lu Jing was a woman who combined beauty and talent, truly a prodigy.
Brother Chen, look at this photo. Her best friend is no slouch in the looks department either.
Liao Ding pointed to the beauty in the photo, and Shěn Chén glanced at it.
She could easily be considered the class beauty.
There's a diary here. Liao Ding put the photo back in place, then looked around left and right before spotting the diary Lu Jing had used before her death.
What's written in it? Hearing Shěn Chén's question, Liao Ding handed over the notebook.
Though it felt wrong to pry into someone's privacy, Shěn Chén had no choice but to look for the sake of the investigation.
September 28, sunny. Today was so much fun, spent the whole afternoon shopping with Hui Hui.
September 30th, cloudy.
Shěn Chén flipped through it, just an ordinary diary. A young girl's journal, meant to record her daily life and personal secrets.
But soon, one entry caught Shěn Chén's attention.
November 1st, snow.
Today Hui Hui and I had a fight because Wang Haoren confessed to me.
Hui Hui thinks I stole the person she likes. November 8th, sunny. Hui Hui and I made up today. March 9th, rain.
I can't take it anymore, I really can't. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. The diary abruptly ended here. The next day, Lu Jing jumped to her death. Shěn Chén skimmed through the entries. This school bullying had persisted for 3 months excluding holidays, just during school days. Lu Jing endured the bullying until she broke down and jumped on March 9th. Though to others it appeared to be an ordinary diary, Shěn Chén noticed something different. After that Wang Haoren confessed his feelings, Lu Jing would unconsciously press harder when writing the name Hui Hui in her subsequent entries. Starting in December, this Hui Hui began growing close to the bullies. Though her feelings for Lu Jing remained unchanged, it was clear Lu Jing had developed a deep resentment toward this Hui Hui. Otherwise, she wouldn't have emphasized the name like that. Let's go, Xiao Ding.
Shěn Chén then returned the item to its owner and walked out. Mr. Lu, I'd like to ask, you mentioned 4 people? But our records only show 3. Could you explain why that is?
Shěn Chén posed this question. He hadn't paid much attention earlier, but after reading the diary, Shěn Chén felt compelled to ask, sensing there was more to the story. There was another person named Wang Wenwei. She was the real culprit who killed our daughter.
But the police couldn't find any evidence before.
Father Lu was filled with anger upon hearing this. It was his deepest regret.
Ha? Could you elaborate?
The 3 exchanged glances.
There were issues with that case back then. It doesn't seem as straightforward as the case files suggest.
This Wang Wenwei used to be my daughter's best friend. They were inseparable.
We all knew her well. She often came over to play at our house.
But then Wang Wenwei fell for this guy, pretty handsome, too. He used to live next door, but then he moved away, no one knows where. But this boy fell for my daughter instead of Wang Wenwei.
As Mr. Lu spoke, Shěn Chén's mind was already spinning with a melodramatic scenario. You don't like me, I like you, and you like him.
Later, that boy stopped coming to our house to play. Jingjing said their relationship had soured. Finally, just days before Jingjing jumped, she told us that Wang Wenwei had been spreading rumors about her behind her back.
You know what happened after that. But what could we do? Wang Wenwei's family had so much influence, they got dragged into it. Lu's father lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and vented his anger. So that's how it was. By the way, where's your son?
Liao Ding asked, having seen no sign of the boy returning all this time.
It was nearly 9 o'clock and night had fallen. That kid's out playing somewhere now. He only comes back occasionally. He's always out and about.
Mr. Lu sighed at the thought of his son, his words catching in his throat.
Would your son be willing to talk with us? Shěn Chén noticed Lu's unusual demeanor and inquired. My son, we've failed him.
He used to be just like his sister, obedient and sensible. We never had to worry about him. He was even closer to us than his sister. After his sister passed away, his whole personality changed. Smoking, drinking, fighting, it's all become routine.
We've tried talking to him, but he won't listen.
The only bright spot is that his grades are still top-notch. If only Jingjing were still here. Mr. Lu broke down in tears at this painful memory.
What a tragedy.
This family had 2 true dragons, but one act of school bullying shattered it completely.
Mr. Lu, it's late. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll contact you again if we need to follow up.
Shěn Chén saw that it was getting late and had asked all he needed to ask, so he got up to leave.
Any discoveries? Manhwarecap asked. If they were handling the case, they certainly wouldn't come here. They'd only go to the deceased's home for questioning far more meaningful than this place. Manhwarecap couldn't quite understand why Shěn Chén had come here.
There are some leads, but we need to see how the investigation at the victim's place progresses. Shěn Chén felt like he was on the verge of catching something, yet it remained just out of reach. The thought made him rub his temples unconsciously.
Chapter 197, Mental Torture.
I've already sent them to make contact with the deceased's side.
We should have news by the time we return. Manhwarecap clearly didn't buy Shěn Chén's explanation. If catching the culprit were that simple, he'd be a god-tier detective.
When Shěn Chén and the others returned to the police station, the team sent to investigate the deceased had already come back.
How's it going?
Shěn Chén inquired, wanting to know what information they'd gathered from the deceased's side.
Essentially, we came up empty-handed. Manhwarecap shrugged. At university, even their families weren't aware of their circumstances. This development made the case even more baffling. Let's go. We haven't eaten dinner yet.
I'll take you guys out to unwind.
Let's go get some drinks.
Shěn Chén stretched lazily, waved his hand grandly, and Liao Ding instantly perked up. He'd been bottling it up all day, forcing himself to look serious and focused.
Shěn Chén, when do you ever have time to drink?
Not a single day has passed since the case began that I felt like it.
Manhwarecap shook her head.
This case had her completely overwhelmed.
We need to clear our heads to think straight.
After saying this, Shěn Chén motioned for Liao Ding to take Manhwarecap by the arm and lead her outside. Without a word, he hailed a cab.
Driver, Victoria.
Shěn Chén hopped in and smoothly gave the address, and the cab sped off.
Why does this place feel so familiar? Manhwarecap couldn't quite place where she'd heard that name before. Time to relax. Shěn Chén stepped out, stretching his back with a huge yawn. His waist felt like it was about to give out. Brother Chen, isn't this the place where the victim was soliciting?
Liao Ding suddenly remembered and looked at Shěn Chén. Hearing Liao Ding say this, Manhwarecap also recalled.
Yeah, let's go check it out. Shěn Chén certainly wasn't going there to drink for fun, he had a purpose.
So you came here to investigate the truth after all.
Manhwarecap suddenly understood. He really was sharp.
He could relax and investigate at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Sir, hello. What can I get for you?
Shěn Chén hailed a waiter, who responded with a forced smile.
I'd like to speak with your manager. The Ouyang family, your boss knows exactly what that means.
Shěn Chén dismissed the waiter, ordered a drink, and began sipping it alone.
Wouldn't you like a drink? It's on me. Shěn Chén looked at the two of them. They just stood there watching. Liao Ding promptly ordered a glass, clearly a regular. Manhwarecap, however, ordered a glass of juice. Better not drink alcohol while on a mission.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Our manager will be a moment. Please wait a moment.
The waiter approached with the manager, who explained.
Fine, I can wait. Shěn Chén nodded. Waiting a bit was no problem. All your charges today are complimentary. Enjoy your evening.
Shěn Chén smiled in acknowledgement. This manager sure knows how to handle things. Moments later, a panting, overweight man rushed in.
Hello, you must be Mr. Shěn. Sorry I'm late, I'll drink 3 shots as punishment. Zhao Xian down 3 shots in quick succession. Shěn Chén watched the man with amusement. Mr. Zhao, let's get straight to the point. I want your bar's surveillance footage, all of it.
Including footage from those private rooms upstairs, I know you have it. And footage of your pimping operations.
Shěn Chén didn't beat around the bush, time was limited now. Mr. Shěn, you're joking. Our little bar is completely above board. What pimping business? Zhao Xian's heart skipped a beat. If these weren't people from the Ouyang family, he would have lost his temper immediately. Cut the crap. We're not bothering with you lot right now. Tell whoever's pulling your strings Special Bureau 1. Call them right now. Shěn Chén waved impatiently.
All this dithering back in the day, we'd have raided this place already.
Zhao Xian returned moments later, his demeanor completely transformed into one of deference. Mr. Shěn, please hold on a moment. We've already had someone make copies. There's quite a lot of footage, so please bear with us a moment. Zhao Xian said, his expression deferential. He had no choice but to be respectful. The big boss had given the order if he failed to serve this gentleman well, he might as well prepare to be fed to the fishes. If this gentleman is satisfied, even if the store closes down, he'd still be a major contributor. Moments later, Zhao Xian returned and handed Shěn Chén a USB drive. Mr. Shěn, everything is inside. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Zhao Xian wiped his brow. Everything's on there. If the police ever see this stuff, they'd be doing him a favor if he only got 3 to 5 years. Alright, I'm out. Here's some advice, tidy this place up. Don't let us come back and find it still like this. As Shěn Chén walked away, he turned back and said to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian nodded hastily, watching Shěn Chén and his 2 companions get into the car before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of those big shots. I was about to suffocate. Boss, they're gone. Tell them to fix things now. Don't let them catch us off guard next time. Zhao Xian delivered the report with utmost respect, awaiting the other end's response. You did well. Head to the hotel tomorrow. You're no longer needed at the bar. Zhao Xian was overjoyed upon hearing the reply. Yes, boss. After the call ended, Zhao Xian practically jumped for joy. This was a blessing in disguise, he'd been promoted. Now, have the tech team investigate who this Xiaomi has been in contact with. Find out who they interacted with most frequently, or who they had the most unusual contact with. Shěn Chén handed the USB drive to Mùxuě, instructing her to investigate thoroughly. Most special? How exactly was it special? Mùxuě couldn't quite grasp what kind of special that meant. Not much money, or someone who knew this Xiaomi. Shěn Chén pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. He couldn't shake the feeling that the deaths of these 3 women were somehow connected to Lu Jing. Mùxuě looked at Shěn Chén with confusion. This Shěn Chén seemed a bit unreliable. Could he really be right based on a hunch? Oh well, he was the one in charge anyway. It wasn't her problem. The next morning, Shěn Chén stretched lazily, flexing his muscles until they popped and cracked. As soon as Shěn Chén opened the door, he jumped in surprise. What are you doing here? You're going to scare someone to death. Shěn Chén patted his chest, only to find Mùxuě standing at the doorway, glaring at him with a look of resentment. Ha! Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Shěn Chén looked at Mùxuě's panda eyes, speaking with both curiosity and amusement. Look who's talking, you slept like a baby, didn't you? We pulled an all-nighter watching surveillance footage. Do you have any idea how unwatchable that stuff is? Mùxuě said, utterly defeated. Watching a night's worth of softcore porn was pure mental torture. Shěn Chén, on the other hand, was the hands-off type, sleeping soundly as ever. Chapter 198, A Man's Sixth Sense. Standard procedure, no need to panic. After all, it's all pimp footage inside. The content being explosive is understandable. Still, thanks for your help, Officer Mùxuě. Once this matter is resolved, I'll make sure you get proper recognition. Shěn Chén smiled sheepishly. His kidneys had been a bit overworked last night, so he'd slept in a bit longer than usual. He also promised Mùxuě a reward. After all, he couldn't let her work for nothing. At least you have some conscience. Mùxuě felt slightly satisfied upon hearing Shěn Chén's words. All that overtime last night wasn't for nothing. By the way, did you find anything? Shěn Chén inquired, wondering if they might uncover something. We actually did find something. We were watching the footage earlier. Guess who we spotted? Mùxuě said mysteriously, and Shěn Chén had guessed correctly. Who? It must be related to Lu Jing. Shěn Chén glanced up at Mùxuě and asked calmly. Shěn Chén already had a hunch. He was pretty sure he was right. After all, this intuition came from a detective novel enthusiast, or what some might call a man's sixth sense. Holy! How did you know? Mùxuě hadn't expected Shěn Chén to figure it out so quickly. Mùxuě had investigated every man who had come into contact with Xiaomi in the video. If Shěn Chén hadn't been so desperate for the results, Mùxuě wouldn't have pushed herself this hard. She'd usually catch a few hours of sleep to fuel the next day's workload. Intuition. Shěn Chén smiled, waiting for Mùxuě to continue. One of them is highly suspicious. You know who it is. Wang Haoran. Mùxuě said to Shěn Chén, who was slightly surprised to hear the name. If it were someone else like parents or close relatives, he could understand. But for it to be this particular person he liked? That was hard to wrap his head around. Isn't he the one who likes Lu Jing? Hadn't Lu Jing's parents mentioned that his family had already moved? Shěn Chén asked curiously. Something was off about this guy. Yes, according to our records, Wang Haoran studied abroad for 2 years after high school. The address was in a country in Southeast Asia. After that, he got into a university in the capital. His school isn't far from the schools of the 3 victims. Moreover, Wang Haoren was seen near all 3 victims before their deaths. Lu Jing's younger brother was also seen in the vicinity. Morong Huixian stated that they had now uncovered the truth. Once Wang Haoren is apprehended, everything will be revealed. How far is it from Wang Wenwei's school? Shěn Chén suddenly asked out of the blue. He now understood completely. Once these 3 were dead, Wang Wenwei would likely be next. Since these 3 had met such ends, Wang Haoren, knowing the truth from back then, would absolutely not spare Wang Wenwei. Let me check. Morong Huixian hurriedly replied, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Found it just a wall away. Morong Huixian looked up at Shěn Chén, and both of them simultaneously felt their pupils contract in shock. Morning, Chen. Another Monday. I really hate Mondays. Just then, Liao Ding got up, walked over, and greeted the 2. The word Monday made Shěn Chén's face freeze in shock. It instantly reminded him that Wang Wenwei had jumped on a Monday. Oh no. Wang Wenwei is in danger. Shěn Chén's thoughts raced as he hurriedly stood up and walked toward the 2 men, heading outside. Captain, Beijing No. 1 High School just reported a hostage situation. Someone's threatening to jump off the building. An officer rushed in and reported to Morong Huixian. Shěn Chén and Morong Huixian exchanged a glance. They clearly remembered that yesterday, Lu's father had told them Lu Jing attended Beijing No. 1 High School. What time did Lu Jing jump back then? 10:30 in the morning. Shěn Chén asked urgently. The young officer quickly replied, recalling the detail precisely. Oh no, it's already 9:30. Time was running out. Shěn Chén immediately rushed the 2 of them toward Beijing No. 1 High School. Morong Huixian understood Shěn Chén's urgency and felt her heart sink. Move aside, move aside. Police investigation. A crowd had already gathered beneath the school building. Shěn Chén had to use his aura to clear a path before he could enter. Who are you? Shěn Chén asked as someone approached him, inquiring about his identity. Shěn Chén presented his credentials, and the person in charge briefed him on the situation. There were 2 robbers, but only 1 woman was being held hostage. What puzzled the supervisor, however, was that these 2 robbers were surprisingly bold. They were eating and drinking inside the classroom. They had tried asking the 2 robbers what they wanted. The robbers demanded nothing, merely watching the clock. Seeing that the hostage takers were calm and not harming the hostage, the supervisor decided against calling in snipers to take them down. You've done well. Leave this to us now. Shěn Chén paused briefly before whispering something into Liao Ding's ear. Liao Ding nodded and pushed through the crowd to exit. Let's go up. Shěn Chén immediately turned to Morong Huixian, intending to approach the 2 for a discussion. But the next second, the site supervisor intercepted them. Don't go up there, he urged. It's not safe. Don't worry, they won't lay a finger on us. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Trust me. Shěn Chén smiled and began filming as he climbed the stairs. Hearing Shěn Chén's words, the supervisor had no choice but to let the 2 of them in. Ha! Are all you cops this bold? Aren't you afraid I'll kill the hostage? One of the masked men, a tall figure, spoke up, his cold gaze fixed on Shěn Chén and his companion. The other man beside him wore an expression thick with suspicion. No way. It's not time yet. Shěn Chén sat down beside them calmly, picking up his chopsticks and starting to eat without hesitation. The tall man's pupils dilated in shock. Shěn Chén glanced at him with a smile. All right. Wang Haoren, Lu Bowen, no need to keep the mask on. Shěn Chén casually mentioned 2 names. Wang Haoren chuckled upon hearing his own. He promptly removed his hood, revealing a delicate, youthful face. Lu Bowen also removed his hood, revealing a youthful face to both of them. Brother-in-law? Lu Bowen hesitated, his words catching in his throat. Don't worry, the 2 officers won't interfere with us. And they certainly won't interfere with our plan. Wang Haoren waved his hand dismissively, knowing exactly what Lu Bowen was about to say. She cut him off immediately, looking at Shěn Chén with a smile. Are you so sure? Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you right now? Shěn Chén shot Wang Haoren a half smile, half sneer. Wang Haoren chuckled. If you arrest me, officer, it won't just be 2 people coming. Chapter 199, this is a real man, impossible to intimidate. The one standing before me now would be SWAT officers armed to the teeth. And if the officer comes to arrest me, it won't be a simple sit down. Wang Haoren chuckled, speaking with confidence. Shěn Chén nodded. You're right, Wang Haoren's got a point. As expected of a top student, his mind works like a well-oiled machine. I just didn't expect you guys to react this fast. Wang Haoren picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and smacked his lips. He said with a hint of regret, if only we'd arrived a little later. You're clever. Everything was so well planned, an ordinary person would never have found you. Shěn Chén munched on peanuts and sipped his drink. He hadn't eaten breakfast this morning. Starting the day with a morning drink felt pretty good. Officer, you flatter me. I've only scratched the surface of this craft. Wang Haoren chuckled. Still left a clue behind. It's such a shame that Bowen got dragged into this.
Wang Haoren ruffled Lu Bowen's hair, his eyes filled with regret. Brother-in-law, if you're not afraid to die, then with those 4 dead, you can play in peace. Lu Bowen shook his head resolutely, his eyes brimming with deep disgust at the mention of the 3 deceased.
Tell me what happened. Shěn Chén glanced at Lu Bowen, wanting to hear Wang Haoren's side of the story.
Xiao Jing and I attended the same school since junior high. Xiao Jing was always at the top of the class, while I was just a troublemaker back then, always fighting and drinking. We were as bad as it gets, until our homeroom teacher decided to pair us up, one top student mentoring one bottom student to improve our grades. To help us both improve, Xiao Jing ended up sitting next to me. Wang Haoren took a sip of his drink and began recounting the story, a smile spreading across his face. It seemed that time had brought him great joy, and his memories were all sweet.
This is straight out of a novel plot again. Shěn Chén and Manhwa listened with rapt attention, occasionally chiming in.
Yes, it was like an old-fashioned romance novel. But Xiao Jing only had eyes for her studies. She listened to her teacher. She kept a close watch on me, but how could I possibly listen back then? Until one day I went too far and made Xiao Jing cry.
That's when panic suddenly hit me. I realized I'd fallen for her without even knowing it.
After that, I thought that if we got into the same university, Xiao Jing would accept me. So I kept studying hard and eventually got into the same high school, even the same class. But after I couldn't hold back and confess to her again, everything changed. Xiao Jing kept getting bullied by those 3 girls. At first, I didn't understand why and tried to stop them.
But my efforts were futile.
Then, a few days before she jumped, she asked me to hang out all day. I took her everywhere to have fun, hoping to lift her spirits and ease her academic pressure. In the days that followed, Xiao Jing seemed like a different person. She became cheerful and lively.
One day, we even came home late.
Since we were staying at a place outside, things happened that were bound to happen.
That night, Xiao Jing told me everything.
I comforted her all night long. The next day, Xiao Jing was full of life and energy. At night, she'd lower her head shyly and run away when she saw me. Just when I thought everything was moving in the right direction, the college entrance exams were fast approaching. Xiao Jing only had to endure 3 more months before she wouldn't have to suffer their harassment anymore. But Xiao Jing jumped straight from the building. In that moment, I felt like the sky had fallen and the whole world turned gray.
You know what happened next?
I tried petitioning the authorities, but it was useless. They said there was no evidence. In the end, they paid a little compensation and swept it under the rug. As Wang Haoren spoke these words, he crushed the cup in his hand so hard it shattered. Blood trickled down his fingers, but he didn't even notice. Shěn Chén sighed, opening his mouth but finding no words to offer. He had no right to comment on this matter after all. One shouldn't advise others on virtue without having endured their suffering.
How did you learn Nanyang black magic? Shěn Chén asked. Could one master it to this level in just a year?
Later, when I heard about this Southern Ocean black magic, I begged my family to spend the money.
I made up an excuse about studying abroad.
When my family heard it was just an excuse, they agreed without hesitation.
After searching high and low locally, my persistence paid off. I actually found it. Impressed by my sincerity, the person agreed to teach me.
I did everything for him, carrying his excrement, cleaning his rear end. Only then did he take me as his direct disciple. After mastering the art, I returned home, retook the entrance exams for a year, and scored remarkably well.
My family was overjoyed and rewarded me with a substantial sum of money.
I took that money and enrolled in a school that suited me, finding one with the right fit. The rest, as they say, is history.
As for Bowen, I couldn't dissuade him. Besides, it was his own sister. How could he not seek revenge? But I guarantee his hands are completely clean.
Wang Haoren spoke slowly. Manhwa never imagined a man could go to such lengths for his girlfriend. How could true love not exist in this world?
It's just that our generation has sullied it. Scarce, but not non-existent. I see. It must be pretty harmful to the body, right? Shěn Chén suddenly interjected, leaving the others utterly bewildered. There's no hiding it from you. Soon. Just a matter of days now.
Wang Haoren froze for a moment before realizing what was said, letting out a bitter laugh. But he soon felt at peace. His great vengeance had been exacted. He had no regrets.
Brother-in-law, you? Lu Bowen jumped to his feet, staring at Wang Haoren in utter disbelief. Wang Haoren looked perfectly fine. How could he possibly be dying? Bowen, this is perfectly normal. I'm about to meet your sister.
Your sister must be terribly lonely.
I'm going to keep her company. Wang Haoren ruffled Lu Bowen's hair and said with a smile. No. Lu Bowen seemed unable to accept this outcome.
Wang Haoren struck him from behind, knocking him unconscious.
Don't you miss your parents?
Shěn Chén looked at Wang Haoren, who was smiling warmly, and still tried to persuade him.
I've failed them in this life. I still have a younger brother. The Wang family line will continue.
Wang Haoren shook his head with a smile, intense emotion flickering in his eyes.
I can cure your ailment. You don't deserve to die. Shěn Chén spoke again.
Wang Haoren paused, then shook his head. Officer, I appreciate your kindness, but I miss Xiao Jing. No one could connect the man before them to the South Sea sorcerer who had killed 3 people.
Shěn Chén gave Wang Haoran a thumbs up. That's a real man respect. Chapter 200, Giving Too Much. Alright, it's about time. Let's go.
Shěn Chén wiped his mouth and said to Wang Haoran.
Wang Haoran nodded, offering no resistance. He knew it was impossible to kill Wang Wenwei now.
In that case, let the law judge her crimes. After all, he had evidence of her crimes. A sentence of 7 or 8 years would be no problem. The earlier incidents weren't enough to make a case, but after college, Wang Wenwei became addicted to it.
Wang Haoran had truly caught her in the act. This matter concluded here. Shěn Chén had originally thought it would require considerable effort. After all, this Nanyang black magic was something Shěn Chén had only recently learned. He hadn't expected such hidden circumstances to be involved. Shěn Chén couldn't help but admire the man, a real man. Hey, Shěn Chén. I heard from Hui Xian that you took on the case?
Shěn Chén received a call from Lín Mùxuě, who hadn't been in touch for days.
What's up, Lvexu?
The case just wrapped up. Shěn Chén answered Lín Mùxuě's call and asked curiously. Nothing major, just that my parents want to meet you. Lín Mùxuě said casually, which caught Shěn Chén off guard.
Your parents want to meet me?
If I go over there, they'll probably tear me apart.
Shěn Chén joked, knowing his current abilities wouldn't stand a chance against their family's revered elder. Don't panic. I've already told my parents about you. I've also told them about your background. Their attitude toward you is completely different now. Now you're quite the sought-after person.
Lín Mùxuě covered her mouth and laughed.
Shěn Chén was so amusing. Ha? Such a big change? Shěn Chén asked curiously. He'd always thought Lín Mùxuě's family was like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and inflexible. Turns out their views aren't as terrible as I imagined. My family doesn't want to sacrifice my happiness for the sake of family interests. Now that you can resolve our family's issues, they naturally wouldn't want that.
Lín Mùxuě said playfully, her mood greatly improved.
This is so much better. A love approved by family is the most comforting kind. All right. I'll come find you then. Shěn Chén agreed. Seeing her would be fine.
Seeing each other now or later makes no difference, there's no escaping it anyway.
Xiao Ding, draft the agency agreement for the capital. And get me a copy of the formula for the hemostatic pill. Shěn Chén instructed Liao Ding, who nodded in understanding.
It seemed Shěn Chén was now heading to visit the Jing family. Before he knew it, evening had arrived, and Shěn Chén arrived at the door as promised.
Shěn Chén, you're here. Come with me.
Lín Mùxuě bounded out to greet Shěn Chén, who smiled upon seeing her.
Hello, uncle and auntie.
Carrying large and small packages, Shěn Chén entered the house and spoke first.
Good boy, you look so handsome.
And Jing's eyes lit up at the sight of Shěn Chén, her spirits soaring.
Most importantly, he's handsome. Those genes must be top-notch. Yeah, not bad. Spirited. Jing Tianda observed Shěn Chén, sizing him up.
He radiated youthful vigor. Jing Tianda immediately gave off an air of confidence.
Uncle and auntie, you flatter me. I've been in the capital for so long, and I feel terribly guilty for only visiting you now. It was only because Xiao Shui insisted I come. Shěn Chén said apologetically. Jing Tianda was quite pleased with him.
This kid seems so sensible, Jing Tianda thought approvingly.
Come inside, child. Why bring so many things? Auntie has everything here.
Anjing quickly took the gadgets from Shěn Chén's hands.
Young Shěn, I won't beat around the bush. I hear you can treat our Grand Preceptor's injuries, is that right?
This matter has weighed heavily on this old man's mind for quite some time. After 3 rounds of wine, toasting and passing cups, the two turned to discussing cultivation matters. Jing Tianda addressed Shěn Chén, we're family anyway, no shame in sharing this.
Uncle, don't worry. This matter is quite simple. I'll treat Aunt Xiang first. Aunt Xiang is just like she was before.
Shěn Chén patted his chest.
This is a piece of cake. Good son-in-law, drink up.
Jing Tianda burst into hearty laughter upon hearing Shěn Chén's words. With Shěn Chén handling this matter for him, Jing Tianda was satisfied. As for company matters, that was entirely up to Shěn Chén's wishes. Even though Shěn Chén was now his son-in-law, he couldn't just go ahead and do that.
Uncle, I heard our company's cash flow hit a snag?
Shěn Chén suddenly spoke up, and Jing Tianda nodded.
Indeed, there are some issues. Our current business portfolio is becoming too narrow. In time, our entire industry might become obsolete. Jing Tianda shook his head. He hadn't yet figured out which direction to pivot toward.
Well then, uncle, take a look at this. Shěn Chén handed over a piece of paper.
Jing Tianda took it and studied it carefully. After reading the paper, Jing Tianda sobered up considerably.
This.
Xiao Chen. Are they really giving us the agency rights?
Jing Tianda stared at Shěn Chén in disbelief. He hadn't expected things to move this quickly. He had planned to bring it up after they were married.
He never imagined Shěn Chén would hand it over now. What a surprise.
Yes, this is for you.
Shěn Chén nodded.
He still had something else to bring out.
Jing Tianda just couldn't keep his cool. That's wonderful. The family's most pressing need is now resolved.
I can gradually push forward with the industrial transformation.
Jing Tianda couldn't help but burst into laughter, a weight lifted from his heart. Jing Tianda's back straightened involuntarily, his entire countenance glowing with renewed vigor. Now, uncle, since we've covered company matters, let's discuss the betrothal gifts. This is my betrothal gift. Shěn Chén handed Jing Tianda the prescription for the hemostatic pill. Jing Tianda's eyelids twitched involuntarily at the sight of the paper.
The earlier surprise had been enough. The magnitude of this one was beyond his wildest imagination. Jing Tianda took it and began to read slowly, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Shěn Chén wasn't in a hurry either, and started chatting with Jing about everyday things.
Xiao Chen, isn't this a bit much?
Jing Tianda read it 3 times, then exhaled a long breath. As the patriarch of the Zhong family, Jing Tianda knew all too well the value of this document. Uncle, Xiao Shui will eventually marry me.
We're all family, these things belong to the family. Please accept it.
Shěn Chén said with a smile. Seeing Jing Tianda's attitude, Shěn Chén knew he hadn't misjudged the man. Most people would have accepted it immediately upon seeing it.
But Jing Tianda was overthinking it a bit too much. The formula for hemostatic pills, 10% of Royal Pharmaceuticals shares?
Lín Mùxuě appeared at the contents, then gasped in surprise.
Chapter 201, Intelligence Error. This Xiao Chen?
Jing Tianda hesitated, but Shěn Chén smiled, sensing his uncle's reservations. Uncle, Xiao Shui's worth in my heart can't be measured by money. Shěn Chén chuckled, putting Jing Tianda's mind at ease. Hearing Shěn Chén's words, Jing Tianda's heart finally settled. When his daughter marries into that family, she certainly won't have to endure hardship. Jing Tianda nodded with satisfaction at this thought. His daughter had found a fine son-in-law indeed.
Alright, I'll accept it then.
Jing Tianda accepted Shěn Chén's betrothal gift without hesitation.
My dear son-in-law, when do you plan to marry my daughter?
After 3 rounds of wine, Jing Tianda slung his arm around Shěn Chén's shoulder and asked.
Father-in-law, rest assured.
Once my company is firmly established in the capital, I'll immediately begin wedding preparations. Shěn Chén slurred his words, while Jing Mùxuě listened nearby, her heart brimming with sweetness. Seems I'll have to work extra hard in the capital to get Shěn Chén to marry me soon.
Whoa! He definitely had one too many. The next morning, Shěn Chén woke up with a splitting headache.
He circulated the 9 transformations Tao Sutra within his body to expel the negative symptoms. After getting up, Shěn Chén bid farewell to Jing Mùxuě and hurried to the headquarters of Bureau 1.
Shěn Chén remembered Tang Xuan's orders if anything went wrong.
Shěn Chén made a detour back to Jiangqing to bid farewell to the 2 women.
Report, 20 personnel requested, 20 personnel present.
Tang Xuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the young faces below.
A faint trace of reminiscence flickered across his face.
He recalled his own days as a rookie. Now a new batch of recruits had arrived. He was getting old.
In this selection, I want you to show your absolute best.
The victor reigns supreme. The indefinite selection process began immediately, and Shěn Chén and his group were pushed to their limits every single day. Before they knew it, the annual spring festival arrived.
I now declare the selection process officially concluded.
Shěn Chén, Zilinger, Zhang Tao, Lei Yu, by Mo Shen, and Xiaopeng form Team 1.
Li Hang is Team 2.
Team 1, Shěn Chén is captain, Zhang Tao is deputy captain.
Everyone, hear my command, you are dismissed.
Hearing the instructor's words from the platform, Shěn Chén and his group instantly felt tears welling up in their eyes. This hellish existence was finally over.
Oh, we're off duty. I'm going to find a girlfriend.
Bai Maoxuan shouted loudly, and the others also let out their pent-up emotions.
Zhang Tao and Zilinger exchanged a glance before embracing each other.
Everyone had grown stronger over the past 6 months. Zilinger also saw the improved Zhang Tao, and the two naturally ended up together.
This time when I go home, I'm definitely going to get my mom to set me up with someone.
As everyone packed their bags, Bai Mo Shen kept muttering to himself.
Yeah, right. Give me a break.
Lei Yu suddenly spoke up, drawing a burst of laughter from the group.
You look down on me? Let's settle this one-on-one. Bai Maoxuan's face flushed crimson as he issued a challenge to Lei Yu. One-on-one it is. Who's afraid of who? Lei Yu wasn't intimidated at all, they were evenly matched.
The others watched the spectacle while packing their belongings amidst the commotion. They boarded the flight home.
Jiangcheng, Shěn Chén, am back. Stepping off the plane, Shěn Chén took a deep breath.
That hellhole, the special unit training camp, Shěn Chén never wanted to set foot in it again. The Shen, Lu, and Chu families gathered together on New Year's Eve, chatting and laughing as they ate their reunion dinner.
Ring ring. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Shěn Chén's phone suddenly rang.
His expression tightened as he walked outside.
Emergency mission. Report to headquarters immediately. Shěn Chén's first instinct was to rush outside.
But her heart was filled with reluctance.
Go ahead. We'll wait for you to return.
A sudden voice from behind made Shěn Chén turn around.
Two women stood behind him, watching Shěn Chén. Shěn Chén walked over and pulled them both tightly into his arms. Wait for me to return. When we come back, we'll get married.
Shěn Chén gently kissed both women on the forehead, making his promise to them.
Okay, don't worry. I'll tell Xiao Shuai.
Liu Yaji, ever considerate, handled all the arrangements behind Shěn Chén's back flawlessly.
Shěn Chén nodded, then drove toward Bureau 1.
The two women watched him from behind, and Shěn Chén glanced at the rearview mirror. A faint smile touched his lips. This mission must be resolved swiftly.
Having you return for the new year was an unavoidable necessity.
A pirate gang has now intercepted one of our nation's ships. Behind them lurk the shadows of vampires and Western Knights of the Round Table.
We need your help now.
The supervisor showed Shěn Chén and his team the live footage from the scene, instantly enraging everyone present. These pirates have grown so brazen they've even killed hostages and filmed it to show us. Shěn Chén's team swiftly accepted the mission and rushed to the incident location.
But upon arrival, they suddenly realized they had walked into a trap. A trap specifically set for the younger generation of the Dragon Nation. Get out of here. Retreat.
Shěn Chén shouted, his eyes bulging with fury. What Shěn Chén hadn't anticipated was that intelligence had reported only 5 innate cultivators. But now, the situation was different. There were 5 innate cultivators, plus 2 more at the half-step Great Immortal Heaven stage.
Shěn Chén's group stood no chance against such overwhelming odds.
Simultaneously, Special Bureau Headquarters detected the abnormal situation.
Hold your ground. A plane is returning immediately to pick you up. Thud. The next instant, Zilinger couldn't dodge in time and was severely wounded.
Zhang Tao was instantly consumed by rage, wanting to turn back and fight them to the death.
System, is there any way to take out those 2 half-step Great Immortals behind us?
Shěn Chén was out of options now and could only ask the system.
By the time reinforcements arrived, they'd likely be nearly wiped out. Ding!
There is, but the cost is enormous. The system's voice was heavier than ever before.
Quick, give it to me. Any price is acceptable. Shěn Chén couldn't afford to be picky now, any solution would do.
By Moxuan, Leiyu, and Zhang Tao's power converges within you.
Host, seize this chance to eliminate the rear forces. However, afterward, the system will also fall into hibernation.
The host's body will also face immense peril. Shěn Chén was torn inside. On one side was the system, on the other, his comrades.
System, when will you awaken? Time unknown. Requires specific conditions or reaching 100 million points. Screw it, it's just 100 million points.
Worst case, I'll go work as a doctor at the hospital. Shěn Chén explained the system's requirements to the others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pang immediately led the others to create an opportunity for Shěn Chén.
Ding! Commencing!
As the others placed their hands on Shěn Chén's shoulders,
Shěn Chén instantly felt a force surging through his body, a force immeasurably more powerful than before.
His meridians instantly ruptured under the strain of this overwhelming force. Shěn Chén fixed his gaze on the pursuers closing in relentlessly.
Run! Why aren't you running?
Today, I will see to it that this generation of Huagua perishes right here.
Chapter 202, The Grand Finale.
The half-step immortal at the head of the group watched Shěn Chén and his companions with a mocking expression. Seeing little fatty charging toward him with his men, he dismissed them with utter contempt. He raised his hand to strike, but unexpectedly, the blow was blocked. The leader uttered a soft then struck again with increased force. But Xiao Pang and his men dodged it once more.
Guys, I'm heading out first. A newcomer spoke up.
They had planned this from the moment they arrived.
They knew they couldn't possibly fight off the pursuers.
Their only option was to sacrifice themselves to buy time for their leader. Shěn Chén's head snapped up at those words. They seemed to know what their teammate was about to do.
But now they could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. Retreat! The enemy had also reacted.
The sheer power of the self-detonation was so devastating that even those at the threshold of the great immortal realm dared not confront it head-on.
Most would never choose self-destruction once triggered, it obliterates both body and soul.
But by the time they realized it, it was already too late.
Boom! The shockwave from the explosion left both half-step Great Immortal Heaven cultivators half-crippled. Damn it! With that, the 2 leading half-step Great Immortal Heaven cultivators immediately moved to slay Shěn Chén and his companions on the spot. Ding! Loading complete. System entering standby mode. Slash.
Shěn Chén drew the giant sword from his system space, channeling every ounce of strength into a single strike toward the enemy before him.
The 2 leading half-step Great Immortal Heaven cultivators instantly felt their souls tremble. Within this minor innate cultivator, they sensed a dangerous aura.
They turned and fled into the distance, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun Shěn Chén's strike. Between heaven and earth, only Shěn Chén's breathtaking strike remained.
Shěn Chén's vision instantly darkened, and he collapsed backward.
The faint shouts of Zhang Tao and the others reached his ears, but in the next second, everything fell silent. Beep, beep, beep. The only sound in the empty room was the hum of the machines.
How is he, Doctor? Is our captain still unconscious?
Zhang Tao and his group crowded around the doctor, chattering all at once.
This officer here has severe internal injuries. They could even deteriorate further into a vegetative state. We've done everything we can. Now it's up to fate.
The doctor shook his head helplessly. They had done everything possible. Zhang Tao and his crew stood at the ward door, gazing at Shěn Chén lying in the hospital bed with an oxygen tube attached,
silently praying for Shěn Chén to wake up soon. Deputy Captain, what about the captain's family?
Bai Mashwan suddenly spoke up, and everyone lowered their heads in silence.
I'll personally handle the captain's family.
Zhang Tao paused, then lifted his head and declared firmly.
Hello, Captain Zhang.
At Royal Pharmaceuticals, Chu Ruozhu warmly welcomed Zhang Tao upon learning he was from Special Bureau 1. Chu Ruozhu intended to ask this Captain Zhang about her husband.
Ms. Chu, I'm here regarding our captain, Shěn Chén.
Zhang Tao paused for a moment before speaking.
Shěn Chén? What's wrong with him? Isn't he out on a mission?
Chu Ruozhu asked, her voice deliberately nonchalant. But her trembling hands betrayed her. Our captain is in the hospital now after saving us, and his condition isn't looking good. The doctors say if his condition worsens, he could become a vegetable.
Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and spilled everything. Clang!
Chu Ruozhu's water glass crashed heavily onto the floor.
Sis, are you okay?
Chu Ruozhu's body went limp, and she was about to fall when Zhang Tao swiftly stepped forward and caught her.
I'm fine. Just give me a moment.
Sitting back in her chair, Chu Ruozhu felt as if the sky were falling.
Captain Zhang, could you please take me to see Shěn Chén?
Chu Ruozhu forced herself to gather her strength as Zhang Tao led her to the hospital. Though mentally prepared, the moment she saw Shěn Chén, Chu Ruozhu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Team members rushed over to support her as they approached Shěn Chén's bedside.
2 years later. Shěn Chén, if you don't wake up soon, I'll have to remarry.
Lín Mùxuě spoke to herself by Shěn Chén's hospital bed, completely unaware that his fingers had twitched slightly twice. When Chu Ruozhu returned, she decided not to tell them about it just yet.
But day after day, living together, how could she possibly not notice? Under repeated questioning from Liu Yaji and Lín Mùxuě, Chu Ruozhu finally revealed the truth.
And so began the scene in the hospital room. The three women took turns, each caring for Shěn Chén for a week.
Shěn Chén, you're awake.
Lín Mùxuě peeled an orange and popped a segment into her mouth, glancing instinctively at Shěn Chén. She saw Shěn Chén tilting his head, his eyes brimming with amusement as he looked at her. Startled, she gasped and rushed out of the room.
What's wrong, sister-in-law?
Bai Mashwan, who had been dozing by the ward door, jumped up in alarm.
Shěn Chén's awake. Shěn Chén's awake. Doctor! Doctor!
Bai Mashwan froze for a second before rushing into the ward. Less than 3 seconds later, he burst out, shouting, Doctor!
How is she, doctor? The Special Bureau agents and the three women stared intently at the doctor without blinking.
The patient only needs rest and can be discharged. The doctors shared their joy. For 2 years, he had witnessed their efforts firsthand. Now that Shěn Chén had awakened, the doctor was genuinely happy for them. Wonderful! The three women burst into tears of joy, while the Special Bureau agents cheered and celebrated.
Rest and recuperate.
The doctor gave them 2 pieces of advice before turning to leave.
Shěn Chén, how are you feeling?
Liu Yaji clutched Shěn Chén's hand tightly, as if letting go would make him revert to his previous state.
I'm fine. Sorry to have you worry. Shěn Chén shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his pale lips.
The Special Bureau agents quietly exited the room, leaving the world to Shěn Chén and his companions.
Half a year later. A wedding of the century unfolded in Zhangchang.
Radisson Zantuming welcomes you to the wedding of Mr. Shěn Chén, Ms. Liu Yaji, Ms. Chu Ruozhu, and Ms. Lín Mùxuě.
Now.
After the host delivered the congratulatory speech, a dazzling fireworks display instantly illuminated the entire night sky. Late into the night, Shěn Chén stumbled into the bridal chamber.
My 3 brides, it's time to consummate the marriage.
Shěn Chén gazed at the 3 beautiful brides before him, flashing a mischievous smile.
Liu Yaji and the others flushed with shy smiles. Time for bed, beauties.
After Shěn Chén spoke, the night passed without incident.
Years later. Brother Chen, tea. Liao Ding diligently poured Shěn Chén a cup of tea. Shěn Chén's heart skipped a beat. This kid's definitely up to no good. Spit it out. What do you old geezer want from me?
Shěn Chén, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, picked up the teacup, took a satisfying sip, and looked at Liao Ding.
Brother Chen, look, my grandson is about the same age as Lingling. How about we arrange a betrothal? Liao Ding winked and nudged Shěn Chén, who was pretending to search for something. Brother Chen, what are you looking for? Something handy to beat someone with.
Liao Ding took off running the moment he heard this. When my grandson grows up, he'll definitely marry a redhead. Everyone chuckled watching the scene unfold.
Ding. Special condition triggered. System activated. Tonzi, welcome back. The end.